transmigrated into the world of full-time mage. Starting right in the midst of Bo City's blood alert, surrounded by demonic creatures and trapped in a restroom, Ling Lan directly jumped into the toilet, swiftly navigating through the water within, all because he had inherited the power of the hero template Lan, allowing him to transform into a shark and dive underwater, while also carrying a demonic alchemy panel with him, gazing at the faint blue logo depicting a dragon, tiger, sparrow, and turtle in the upper right corner of his vision. He focused his mind and touched it. A translucent, half-meter-long pale blue panel slowly unfolded before him. Ling Lan muttered inwardly, opened the Newbie gift pack. The next second, an azure blue light flooded his vision. As the glow faded, 3 items appeared in his backpack, arranged from left to right: a miniature blue shark, a water blue pearl the size of a longan fruit engraved with the character beginner, and 300 demonic alchemy points. Ling Lan focused his gaze on the tiny blue shark, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Hero inheritance, Lan. Sealed within is the legacy power and combat skills of the Wei assassin Lan. Crush the inheritance token to receive the hero's power infusion. Then, he turned his attention to the water blue pearl, which displayed magic system power. Water. Sealed within is a fully cultivated beginner-level water magic stardust, containing meditation, control, and release experience and techniques. Crush the inheritance pearl to receive the magic system power infusion. As for the 300 demonic alchemy points, Ling Lan, familiar with web novel tropes, knew this was akin to in-system currency in reality. Without hesitation, Ling Lan retrieved the water blue pearl and the miniature blue shark from the system backpack and crushed them with force. The jelly-like pearl shattered, transforming into an indigo blue water curtain that enveloped him. Simultaneously, a blue magic stardust manifested in his pitch-black spiritual world, with 7 deep blue water magic stars darting within. As his awakened magic system mental power touched the stars, the 7 stars aligned into a deep blue water magic star track. With a mere thought, Ling Lan could effortlessly wield the beginner-level water magic spells, Level 1 Dissolution, Level 2 Protection, and Level 3 Circulation. He then crushed the tiny blue shark figurine, and a surge of powerful water energy flooded through his limbs and bones, strengthening his body. Countless assassination and ambush techniques surfaced in his mind as if he had practiced them for years. The flab accumulated from long hours of holding up in a rented apartment. Pulling all-nighters while gaming and eating takeout quickly condensed into defined abs. His previously suboptimal physique grew robust and powerful, gradually aligning with the strength of the hero template. As the water energy poured into him, Ling Lan's water element magic star dust in his spiritual world grew restless. The 7 star particles shifted from deep blue to dark blue, continuously expanding, strengthening, and transforming. The star dust evolved into a star cloud, marking his breakthrough to intermediate-level water magic. The magical energy combined with the water energy from the hero's inheritance, further deeply enhancing his body. Outside, the wheelchair-bound girl Ye Xinxia watched with wide, startled eyes as Ling Lan became enveloped in a dark blue water curtain. Well educated, she recognized this as the phenomenon of an apprentice mage advancing to the intermediate level, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart as she silently blessed Ling Lan's breakthrough. Soon, the dark blue curtain dissipated. The tips of his short black hair took on a faint blue sheen, while his originally dark, bright pupils turned dark blue, as if ferocious sharks surged within flowing currents. His once sickly pale skin now glowed with a healthy flush. Opening his eyes, Ling Lan realized the hero-level inheritance of the demon shark Wei assassin Lan was far more than just an infusion of power. In each hand, he now wielded a pair of slender blades shimmering in blue and white hues. From his inherited memories, he learned the white blade in his left hand was named Starlight Edge, while the blue one in his right was called Moonlight Edge. Unlike their in-game counterparts, these blades absorbed the life force of slain demons and humans, storing it to passively or actively heal their wielder when injured. They could also harness the essence of stars and moonlight to unleash powerful slashing-type arcane spells. Moreover, the inheritance of Wei Capital's assassin Lan comes with an innate talent called Star Moon Execution, with a cooldown of 30 minutes, a power inherited from the ancient Star Moon Shark. It allows him to instantly harvest the life of servant-level demonic creatures when their health drops below 30%, warrior-level demonic creatures at 25%, and so on. With his heightened senses, Ling Lan keenly heard the low growls of a one-eyed demon wolf outside the wall. His spiritual power and senses didn't trigger any danger warnings, indicating it wasn't a warrior-level bonespike wolf. It's dangerous outside. Are you really going out? A clear, girlish voice reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw the future white magic leader of the Parthenon temple from the original story, the holy maiden Ye Xinxia. She sat quietly in her wheelchair, her black waterfall-like hair framing a delicate, fair profile, long eyelashes, a petite nose, and soft, rosy lips. Ling Lan bit his tongue hard, thinking, women will only slow down my swordplay. Right now, jungling to level up was his top priority. He spoke up. Let me introduce myself, I'm Ling Lan. I just heard them call you Ye Xinxia, right? Find a safe place to hide first. I'll go hunt the demon wolves nearby, then take you to the safe zone. But, brother Ling Lan, you just advanced to an intermediate level water mage and haven't even mastered intermediate level star diagrams yet. If you encounter a demon wolf, Ye Xinxia hesitated. Her meaning was clear, the beginner level 1-3 water magic spells were all defensive, and facing a one-eyed demon wolf alone meant a 90% chance of getting a lunchbox, dying. My water element has an innate spiritual seed, which comes with an offensive innate talent, Lurking Shark. Ling Lan's body surged with an eerie blue light, and in the next moment, he was enveloped by an 8-meter-long, shark-shaped current of dark blue water, its gaping maw protecting his body. As the pale blue watery ripples shimmered, he swam a full circle around Ye Xinxia before emerging from stealth. An innate spiritual seed. Brother Ling Lan, please be extra careful when hunting demon wolves outside. If anything goes wrong, retreat to the safe zone immediately, Ye Xinxia said softly. Ling Lan nodded as an indigo glow enveloped his body, transforming into a massive dark blue shark that phased through walls, lurking in darkness, hunting in light. Arriving at the city streets, his gaze quickly locked onto two one-eyed demon wolves chewing their prey about 100 meters away. In the original story, the water level in Bo City had risen to nearly a foot high due to the water-based calamity spell cast by Wuku, a member of the Black Vatican. The Walmart supermarket in the Inscription shopping plaza was located in a low-lying area, where the water had reached knee height. An 8-meter-long dark blue shark swiftly glided through the shallow waters. One of the one-eyed demon wolves heard faint splashing sounds and turned its head to investigate, only to see a long, dark blue shark fin cutting through the water. In the next moment, a slender white blade stabbed into its eye and twisted twice. The figure holding the white blade burst through the water, driving another blue blade deep into the neck of the second demon wolf, which was still engrossed in its meal. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in dark blue water ribbons darted back and forth between the two severely wounded, near-death demon wolves. The intertwined blue-on-white flashes of blades danced through the air, unleashing a storm of watery slashes aimed at fatal weak points' eyes, necks, and abdomens. Squelch, with the activation of the hero template Lan's passive hunting skill, two 4-meter-long demon sharks emerged from the marks, their gaping maws snapping the necks of the one-eyed demon wolves clean off, utterly extinguishing the last traces of life within their bodies. System notification: Wild monsters, one-eyed demon wolves, greater servant class, ×2 have been slain. Rewards obtained, 200 demon alchemy points. Demon wolf heart, blue, ×1. Burning blood beast mark, blue, ×1. And 2 wispy remnants of servant class souls. 100 wisps of servant class remnants can be synthesized into 1 servant class soul essence for 1000 demon alchemy points. Did any equipment drop? Han Lan tapped the system panel to check. Current alchemy material pool: Demon Wolf Heart Blue X1, Blood Burning Beast Tattoo Blue X1. There is also a line of notes in the upper right corner: alchemy material levels, from low to high: white common, blue fine, purple rare, orange excellent, gold legendary, red epic. Unlocked. Han Lan swept his gaze across the backpack, and 2 strands of slave-level residual spirit were lying in the first empty space of the backpack. Just as he was about to close the system panel, a small red dot appeared abruptly on the achievement bar. Han Lan, who suffered from mild OCD, couldn't wait to click on the little red dot. Achievement: First Blood, first time killing a slave-level demon. Reward: Alchemy material card X1 must produce gold quality has been automatically stored in the backpack. Achievement: The Road to Intermediate, promote to Intermediate Mage. Reward: Forging material card X1 must produce gold color quality has been automatically stored in the backpack. Seeing this, Han Lan's mind came alive. There was an achievement reward for killing a slave-level demon for the first time, which meant that there was also an achievement reward for killing a war general level demon, a commander level demon, a strength breakthrough, and so on, for the first time, which was a very important piece of information. There was no way this gold finger of his didn't have any system prompts, nor did he have those system sprites commonly found in novels, and he had to rely on himself to figure out all the system information. Taking out the alchemy material card from his backpack, the poker-sized card was covered with golden lines, and in the center of the card was a 2-winged giant wolf that was whistling up to the sky and had the silver-white ancient beast emperor's tattoo all over its body. Tsunami Wolf Bloodline. Quality: Golden Legend. Description: Alchemical creature wild demon fusion can inherit the power imbuement and aptitude of the totem beast Tsunami Moon Wolf clan. Yes, this alchemy material card is worthy of the quality of a gold legendary deck. Han Lan was inwardly excited, feeling like he was still lucky. Another gold quality forge material card was also opened in a blind box, and at the center of the card was a powder blue gemstone. Heart and Soul Gemstone. Quality: Golden Legend. Description: Can be used as the main material for the forging of mind-type magic weapons and soul-type magic weapons. Taking the 2 golden legendary cards back into his backpack carefully, Han Lan's body surged with a ghostly blue light, turning into a submerged shark as he swam towards the Walmart supermarket. Shuttling through the thick fence to break the waves, Han Lan saw at a glance Ye Xinxia holding a fruit knife in her wheelchair at the edge of the wall, looking warily in the direction he had come in through the wall, only to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Han Lan's familiar face. "Brother Han Lan, you're back, are you hurt?" "I'm a healing mage, I can heal your wounds." Ye Xinxia smiled. "I'm fine, I just slaughtered 2 one-eyed demonic wolves outside. Now that Bo City has been invaded by the demonic wolf clan, the only place that's safe is the Enrollment. Do you want to go to the Enrollment with me?" Han Lan opened his mouth. A color of indecision flashed across Ye Xinxia's pretty face. On the one hand, she wanted to wait for her brother Mo Fan to come to her rescue. On the other hand, she also knew that now that Bo City was facing the Scarlet Alert, every extra second spent in a place that wasn't outside of the Enrollment would be one more minute of danger. "About 10 kilometers from here seems to be the Tianlan Magic High School. My celestial spirit species submerged sharks have about the same speed as a beginner level 3 wind track where there is a current. If you trust me, I can take you to the Enrollment to reunite you with your family." Han Lan spoke out when he saw Ye Xinxia hesitate. "Alright, then I'm counting on brother Han Lan," Ye Xinxia said with a sweet smile. Hearing Ye Xinxia's words, Han Lan was very flattered, but it was still important to get down to business. Now that there was a crisis here, he had to quickly take her to the Enrollment to take refuge. Han Lan turned his back to Ye Xinxia and bent his legs slightly to shorten his position. "Xinxia, get on my back." Ye Xinxia sniffed. A flash of redness appeared on her white tentative pretty face. She was able to stand up and was barely able to walk a few steps, just that her legs, which had little strength, would soon make her whole person exhausted. A touch of softness slowly squeezed on Han Lan's back, biting down on the tip of his tongue. Han Lan forced down the fluttering of his heart. "Is this a D+ powerhouse?" "This is a D+ powerhouse, isn't it? It's really terrifying." Casually storing Ye Xinxia's wheelchair into his backpack, the ghostly blue warm and cool water current wrapped around Han Lan and Ye Xinxia's entire body, and Han Lan transformed into a ghostly blue giant shark to quickly dive down. Then it went through the wall and swam through the foot-high current into the dim distance. The Meishin Viaduct is a fastest shortcut from the Inscription District all the way to the city area where the security junction is located. The viaduct had long since been filled with cluttered cars, making it completely impassable, and a few demonic figures could be vaguely seen scurrying between those car hordes on the viaduct in search of prey. Fortunately, the ghostly blue giant shark that Han Lan had transformed into combined with his middle-ranked mage's aura caused the slave-level lesser demons along the way to mistake them for hostile war general-level creatures, and they scattered and fled in all directions. Han Lan dived along the current, adjusting his route under Ye Xinxia's command to quickly head toward the boundary. He also took the time to glance at the system panel, and Lan's blue bar on his personal interface had 94% mana remaining. Han Lan paid attention to the fact that the shark's sneaking state consumed 1% of its mana every minute, and he hadn't used his big execution move when he hunted the 2 one-eyed wolves. Breaking waves and airbrake consume a total of 5% mana, from which Lan's move is estimated to consume around 10% mana. Han Lan realized that the blue bar of mana hadn't shown any signs of recovery. It wasn't clear if it was because he was in a combat situation or if he needed to use the magic energy from the cultivation system in the world of full-time mages to transform it, a matter that could only be slowly verified in the Enrollment. Officer Chang was the guardian mage of Bo City, and just a moment ago, he had already led Su Dahuang and their city demon hunting team to destroy a demon entrance. And right in front of them, there was still one last demonic entrance to Guangsheng Tian Street that they needed to destroy. The demon entrance in front of them was prowling with 5 one-eyed demon wolves leering at them. Officer Chang immediately began to depict the intermediate order star map, preparing to yank a few civilian houses above the demon entrance to seal off the demon entrance. Ow! Accompanied by an angry wolf howl, Officer Chang, who was depicting middle-order ice magic, suddenly saw a large ferocious wolf's head slowly lifting up from a private house not far away, and a barbed tooth-like carapace on that head was so eye-catching. Not good. It's a bone spur predator wolf of the war general level. I'll hold off this beast. Su Dahuang, your squad quickly go and destroy the demon entrance, Officer Chang commanded on the spur of the moment. Su Dahuang's few people didn't talk nonsense. Wind Mage Lai Wenjie stepped on the wind track and went forward to attract the attention of the one-eyed demon wolves at the demon entrance. Hua Kaitang, Fatty Stone, Xiaoku and the others also immediately followed when they saw this. Chapter 3 Slaying the Bone Spur Predator Wolf, First Alchemy. Fire Z burst. Su Dahuang quickly linked the fire star track as he ran, a faceplate-sized ball of crimson flames locking onto a nearest one-eyed demon wolf as it flew away. Boo! The hot fire mass presented an explosion, and the violent tongues of fire engulfed this one-eyed demon wolf at once. The first one-eyed demonic wolf was caught off guard by the explosion of a big bloody hole in the neck, directly into a state of near death. See, the other 4 one-eyed demonic wolves have scattered to form an encirclement to the crowd approaching. Not far away from the bone spur predator wolves came a hypnotic roar, and the 4 one-eyed demon wolves had to obey the order to swoop towards the demon hunting team's crowd. Ice bind condensation. Guo Kaitang droned out, the ice star track flashed, and large swathes of flying frost froze all the ground in that area around the one-eyed demon wolves into ice. Unfortunately, the 4 one-eyed demonic wolves had already started charging. They nimbly sped across the ice, and although they couldn't be frozen in place, the biting cold still reduced the speed of the one-eyed demon wolves by a large margin. Su Dawang took the opportunity to hurriedly depict the second fire star track. Fire Z burst. Locking onto a one-eyed demon wolf closest to him, he parried it. But now the one-eyed demon wolf was already prepared, only to see it nimbly turn sideways. The basin-sized fire Z burst was nimbly dodged by it, and the explosion destroyed a large part of the frozen ground on the ice surface. The one-eyed demon wolf on the other side took this opportunity to quickly approach Guo Kaitang and opened its huge wolf kiss to viciously bite at Guo Saiton's neck. Mizuki Guardian. The water mage Xiaoko, who was connected to the 6 stars at all times, instantly completed her defense magic, and several water ribbons were quickly woven into a water armor that landed on Guo Saitong's body. The wolf's kiss bit down hard on this water royal guard, and the light blue water armor instantly shattered into a sheet of water droplets scattering in all directions. Guo Kaitang, after all, had often faced this kind of danger, and with a clench of her teeth, she jumped to the side to hide. Although he couldn't completely avoid the one-eyed demon wolf's attack, as long as he was able to avoid the vitals, losing an arm was far better than dying with his life. Star Moon Punishment. When the crowd screamed that it was not good, not far away, a thick white-blue thunderbolt suddenly tore open the night sky, the power full of destruction straight down. The moment it struck the one-eyed demon wolf, a large amount of white-blue electric arcs drilled into its muscles, instantly causing it to freeze in place and fall into a short stun. Immediately after that, an 8-meter-long ghostly blue giant shark swam in from the lowlands. A silhouette covered in a ghostly blue band of water broke through the waves, holding a double-bladed ring and twisting it towards the one-eyed demon wolf's neck, and the bucket-sized wolf's head was instantly sliced down by the roots and smashed down onto the ice. The silhouette instantly entered the water, once again transforming into a ghostly blue giant shark to pounce on the other 3 one-eyed demon wolves. The ghostly blue giant shark instantly skyrocketed several times in size, opening its bloody shark mouth to swallow the 3 one-eyed devil wolves as much as it could. One of the silhouettes flashed out holding double blades to pierce back and forth in the eyes, neck, waist and abdomen of the 3 one-eyed demon wolves. As Hanlan's passive triggered, several 4-meter-long devil sharks emerged from the seal, killing the 3 one-eyed devil wolves instantly. Good, great. Xiaoka's pink lips slightly opened and trembled. Hanlan smoothly patched up the one-eyed demon wolf that had previously been heavily injured by Su Dawang, and once again transformed into a ghostly blue giant shark to dive towards the bone-spurred predator wolf that was chasing after Officer Chang. Ow! In the face of the huge blue shark that came diving, the bone-spiked predator wolf's heart suddenly rang with alarm bells, and the 2-toothed carapace bones on its shoulder blades instantly fell off and shot toward Hanlan. The ghostly blue giant shark didn't flash or retreat, instantly skyrocketing several times its size, its interlaced teeth like carapace bones penetrating the shark's water current, cutting an inch-long wound in Hanlan's waist and abdomen. Then the ghost blue giant shark opened its bloody shark mouth and violently bit down on the old tree-like thick neck of the bone-spiked hideous wolf and tore it. Fishy red demon wolf blood continued to flow, accompanied by chunks of shattered wolf meat splashing out from the giant shark's ever-opening and closing triangular-shaped blade teeth. Hanlan, who had already dodged out, transformed into a shark and dived towards the bone-thorn predator wolf, and the moment he broke the waves, the double blades in his hands chopped at the wolf's head, causing the bone-thorn predator wolf's huge demon body to appear briefly stiff. And then he casts Break the Sky. The flare star blade and the glow moon blade chopped back and forth at the neck wound that was torn apart by the giant shark. What seemed like a long fight lasted no more than 10 seconds. And Officer Chang, who was previously chased by the bone spur predator wolf, had long since reacted. Depicting the intermediate order star map, he mentally locked onto the bone spur predator wolf that was being controlled by the giant shark and unleashed his magic. Ice Lock Grind Bones. The snow-white ice star map was like a huge snowflake frost map printed upside down, just like that at Officer Cheng's feet, and the frozen earth in front of him was unexpectedly cracked open instantly by something. Among the cracks, a bowl thick ice-white ice chains as if they were poisonous snakes sprang out, and they emitted a trembling sound as if they were colliding with gold and iron, and quickly interlaced in front of Officer Chang. At Officer Cheng's command, numerous cold ice chains locked onto the bone spur predator wolves, interlocking and confining them from their limbs and heads. The sharp spear tip at the end of the ice lock penetrated deeply into the limbs of the bone-spiked predator wolf, and the snow-white ice-spiked flowers spread continuously along the wound in all directions. Ow roar! The bone spikes at the backbone of the bone-spiked predator wolf that sensed the crisis of life and death trembled and continuously cut up several cold ice chains. Unfortunately, Han Lan once again transformed into a blue shark several times its size and charged from the opposite direction to bite hard, and the mark left by the passive hunting also triggered a number of magic sharks to assist in the attack. Under the rounds of attacks, the bone spur predator wolf's life strength quickly turned into a precarious and dangerous state. Han Lan transformed into a giant shark head even appeared a pair of flashing bloodthirsty light of the blue shark pupils, that is the second effect of the passive hunting. The prey life value of less than 1/3 of Han Lan's attacks will cause an additional 10% real damage. Although Han Lan didn't have an external ability like Eye of Data, and even Star Moon Punishment was stuck in CD time, it didn't affect his Heart of a Wildcard in the slightest. Under the powerful multi-partite force, there was a crisp click from the neck of the bone-thorned predator wolf, and its vitality rapidly drained away until it snapped. Wild Monster One-Eyed Demon Wolf Grade Minion X5 has been killed, obtaining Blood-Sucking Fangs White X1, Enhanced Bone Powder White X1, Thick Wolfskin White X1, Alienated Gators White X1, Aphrodisiac Wolf Whip Blue X1, Demon Alchemy Points 500, and Minion Level Remnants 5 Wisps. Wild Monster Bone-Thorn Predator Wolf Minor Warlord X1 has been killed, gaining Demon Alchemy Points 1000, Crystallized Behemoth Skeleton Blue X1, Warlord Great Essence X1. Holy, it finally shipped. Han Lan's heart surged with a touch of ecstasy, slaughtering 8 demonic wolves finally popped out in essence. Sure enough, it can't be compared to the protagonist of the original story, MO fan. People casually kill a demonic wolf that advances to the generalship of the shipment, their own life and death half a day only out of a spirit. It is really a person than a person to die of anger. However, it seemed that one's alchemy materials had already gathered 5 pieces, so one could start alchemizing for the first time. Han Lan first transformed into a shark and dived to a hidden corner of the street to bring Ye Xinxia, who was in a wheelchair, before he prepared to receive his achievement reward to begin alchemy. Heart of the Demon Wolf. Quality, blue. Description: this is a wolf heart full of bloodthirsty and brutal power. Blood-burning animal tattoo. Quality, blue. Description: a magical beast tattoo that contains the ability to burn blood in exchange for an increase in power. Tsunami Wolf Bloodline. Quality, gold. Description: after fusion of Alchemy Demon, it can inherit the power imbuement and natural aptitude of the totem beast Tsunami Moon Wolf Clan. Crystallized Beast Skeleton. Quality, blue. Description: white and lustrous like jade, with an internalized charisma, this crystalline skeleton of a giant beast may have an extraordinary role to play. War General's Essence. Quality, blue. Description: this is a War General level Essence Wolf class, you can use it to strengthen the Starchild, or use it as alchemy material, you can also sell it for money. Heart of the Demonic Wolf Blue plus Blood-Burning Beast Tattoo Blue plus Tsunami Wolf Origin Bloodline Gold plus Crystalline Behemoth Skeleton Blue plus Warlord Great Essence Blue. Han Lan ticked off 5 materials, adding them to the alchemy pool. Begin the alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking alchemy material is detected to be blue, and this alchemy consumes 1000 demon alchemy points. Only 1700 demon alchemy points 1000 was seen on the system panel, and 5 materials were dropped in. Chapter 4, Ruler Tsunami Wolf. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink-black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. What's this? How do you draw it? Is it possible to depict it with mental energy? After the classic trifecta of questions, Han Lan tried to focus his attention on it to think about drawing, and a burst of lines with mysterious power appeared on it. It really can. Han Lan realized that it was a 3D tracing, and he only needed to visualize the general image of the alchemical creature in his mind. Mystic lines will then complement the depiction of most of the details, and the more detailed one's imagination is, the lines will be depicted with the same increased precision. As the tracing proceeded, Han Lan became more and more involved in the state. With a kind of creator's pleasure, he put all the crazy ideas in his mind into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation: alchemy creature body arrangement rationality 95%, alchemy success rate 95%. 3 option boxes appeared: 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Han Lan cried and laughed, I have a gross prop card now. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and a few seconds later, the giant beast on the alchemy drawing board raised its head. A giant wolf head the size of a house, a long and flowing silver-white mane, and a massive body that stood 70 meters tall, every muscle bulging with violent aesthetic amplitude. The athletic limbs showed silver-white lines, strong yet flexible, with a pair of silver-white fleshy wings with a wingspan of more than 200 meters behind the shoulders, and a pair of silver-gray beast pupils that captivated the mind. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the Whistling Moon Celestial Wolf. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Wolverine. Talent, swallowing the moonlight, wolf eating the moon, mastering the power of moonlight. Abilities, burning blood, Sirius phantom body, crescent moon attack, Sirius soul splitting claw, moon wing chopping strike. Blood burning effect active effect, burning one's own blood in exchange for a brief doubling of one's body's strength and all of one's abilities. The more blood one burns, the more one's strength abilities will be doubled, up to a maximum of 5 times. Tian Lang phantom body effect active effect, creates a phantom doppelganger, which has 80% of the original's combat power. Effect passive effect, phantom doppelganger doubles its combat power if it is under the power of the moonflower. Phantom doppelganger duration depends on its own infused demonic power and the power of the moonflower. Crescent moon frenzy attack effect active effect, attack power and attack speed are doubled while under the power of the lunar demon power when in the power of the lunar power. Effect passive effect, immunity to a portion of damage while under the power of the moonflower demon power when you are under the power of the moonflower power. Celestial wolf soul splitting claw effect active effect, attaches a layer of soul splitting power to the claw blade, prioritizing tearing damage to the souls of traumatized enemies. Effect passive effect, claw blade with soul fragment sucking ability, can swallow part of the soul's power to strengthen itself. Mooning chop effect active effect, swing mooning to deal 1 staggered chop damage to a single enemy within range. Effect passive effect, damage doubled under the power of the moonflower demon under the power of the moonflower. Current rank, Junior Commander trainable. System description, this is a powerful commander class Skylark, and having obtained the Tsunami Moon Skylark bloodline, it has been able to establish a pack of its own. Surprise surged on Han Lan's face, never expecting that the first alchemy would directly refine a commander-level creature. He had thought that he would be stuck in the war general level advancement period, but he hadn't expected that the bloodline of the Tsunami Moon Skywolf clan would be so strong. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of the Tsunami Wolf's mental power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. Are you okay, this little brother? From the side came the urgent voice of Officer Chang. The main mage in front of him who had assisted him in killing the Bone Spur Predator wolves had fallen into a state of stagnation after finishing off the Warlord-class creatures. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been brain damaged by the Bone Spur Predator wolf's demonic spell. I'm fine, since the demonic entrance here was destroyed, let's go to the Enrollment. Han Lan said. Brother Han Lan, you're injured, let me treat you. Ye Xinxia softly said. The holy milky white color appeared on Ye Xinxia's white and tender fingertips. They were like light, blooming with a characteristic luster, and slowly gathered on Ye Xinxia's small palm. The wounded Han Lan's belly was rapidly healing over at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the soreness in his arms from swinging his double blade chopping attack for a long period of time was rapidly disappearing. Thank you Xinxia, I'll take you back to the Enrollment to find your family. Han Lan marveled at the wonders of the healing system, but didn't forget his promise. Brother Han, that blue shark you just had on you is. On the side, Su Dahuan and a few others also gathered around, looking eagerly at Han Lan to say something. My water system comes with a natural spiritual species attached to it. Han Lan casually explained. It's not advisable to stay here for long, it's better to go back to the Enrollment first. Han Lan didn't want to continue delaying, and directly opened his mouth and said to Su Dehuang and the others. Several people didn't have an opinion on this. Han Lan carried Ye Xinxia on his back and transformed into a ghostly blue giant shark to open the way ahead, while Officer Chang and the others used wind rails and ground waves one after another to keep up with his whereabouts. Within a short time, the silver-blue guarding light screen barriers that were like city walls had been imprinted into the eye, and a number of magicians wearing the symbols of the Magic Association were guarding there. All hands on deck. The leading Magic Association mage sighed as he saw the ghostly blue giant shark that was rapidly swimming gore. Misunderstanding, this is the spirit seed attachment effect of a mid-ranked mage. Officer Chang, who had his feet on the wind rails, rushed over to explain to the crowd. After the small storm, Han Lan brought Ye Xinxia to find Mo Fan's father, Mo Jiaxing, and after Mo Jiaxing thanked him profusely for staying, Han Lan only stayed and sat where he was, taking the opportunity to study his own golden finger. Han Lan realized that the 40% of mana that was still left after the battle was recovering rapidly at a rate of 1% mana restored every minute. It seemed that the heroic template Lan's power inheritance was even stronger than he had thought. In addition, according to the inheritance in his mind, Han Lan learned that the heroic inheritance Lan's magical power would rise along with his water magic cultivation, one for all, one for all. Luckily, the system panel gave Han Lan an ID card so that he wouldn't become a black household. But it's also the classic orphan opening, not a single relative kind of thing. However, it is also in line with Han Lan's heart, itself a bit of social phobia. Even after crossing the border, he does not like to talk too much, not to mention inexplicably more than a bunch of relatives. Ow roar! A trembling Bo City's roar of pale wolves sounded suddenly, shocking people's body bumps scurrying up at the same time also interrupted Han Lan's thoughts. Looking at the commander-class demon-winged song wolf that confronted Zhang Kong in mid-air, a bold idea flashed through Han Lan's mind. That would be teaming up with Chopper Hollow to kill it and prepare a wave of high-end fodder for the second alchemy. Saying that he would do it, Han Lan found an excuse to go to the restroom and came to a dead end at the edge of the in-boundary barrier. Then, controlling the magnitude of the surge of his own magic power, he transformed into a 2-meter-long ghostly blue shark that penetrated the Enrollment and went out. With the cover of the dim night, Han Lan came to a hut on thousands of meters away. Spiritual power in conjunction with the 5 senses probed the surroundings. There were no mages or demons, so the hunting plan for the winged pale wolves had officially begun. Han Lan opened the system panel, clicked on the demonic garden of beasts, and chose to summon the alchemical creature Tsunami Moon Wolf. Ow! A loud and domineering wolf howl suddenly came from outside Bo City, and Zhang Kong, who was fighting the winged pale wolf high in the air, was suddenly jolted. Has another commander-class wolf demon appeared? Is the heavens going to kill me, Bo City? A heavenly flame funeral hellfire. Temporarily forcing the winged pale wolf back, Zhang Kong incited a pair of beige wind wings behind his back and looked towards the direction where the wolf's howl came from. A giant wolf with a silver moon pattern all over its body and a pair of silver white meat wings with a wingspan of more than 200 meters extending out from its shoulder blades was speeding towards Zhang Kong's direction. Zhang Kong was keenly aware of a tall silhouette shrouded in silver white vestments standing atop the head of the silver moon giant wolf. Could it be that? Several thoughts flashed through Zhang Kong's mind in succession, both good and bad, but right now the residents of Bo City needed to hope too much, even if that hope was so slim. Your Excellency is? Zhang Kong inquired to the silver-robed silhouette despite having a guess in his mind. Alchemy Sanctuary 9th Alchemist, passing by this place and seeing the city under attack by demons, so I came to take action and cut down all the demons that have committed crimes in my human city. Han Lan under the silver-white vestments said hoarsely. Chapter 5 Death to the Winged Wolf. Bo City Military Commander Chopper Hollow, on behalf of all the residents of Bo City, would like to thank His Excellency the 9th Alchemist for his help. There was a hint of a smile on Zhang Kong's resolute face. In such a situation, perhaps Bo City would be able to hold on. Air Chopper Commander, for now, it's better for my contracted beasts to kill this winged song wolf that has committed a crime against our human city on the spot, and we'll talk about other things later. Han Lan said in a hoarse voice. Fine, just as Your Excellency said, prioritize the execution of the winged pale wolf. Zhang Kong said with a big smile. Without further ado, Han Lan's body under the silver white vestments merged with the alchemical creature Whistling Moon Skylark, a hidden ability on the alchemy panel. The alchemical host may unite with the intent of any alchemical creature. Not only does it perfectly remove the summoner's own tendency to be prioritized to resolve this weakness, you are also free to choose whether you want to manually maneuver the alchemical creature to finish the battle, or have your own physical qualities added to the alchemical creature to assist it in the battle. But right now, for Han Lan, who had just crossed over from the peaceful era, he knew nothing about the wolf race's fighting skills, so for the time being, he'd better feel at ease and act as a toolman. Ow roar! Taking over the dominance of the body, Tsunami Sky Wolf raised its head and growled towards the bright moon in the sky, only to see the clouds that were covered by the heavy rain clouds quickly dispersing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and a round of bright moonlight shone on top of Tsunami Sky Wolf's huge body. The wisps of moonlight transformed into a mysterious force converging in the silver moon-like pattern on the head of the Sol Lunar Wolf. As more and more moonlight power gathered, the silver moon-like beast tattoo pattern on the Whistling Moon Celestial Wolf's body rapidly lit up. An aura and strength gradually rose to the level of Orthodox Commander. The winged song wolf on the side just wanted to take advantage of the situation to sneak attack, But just as the Sayu Sky Wolf began to absorb the power of moonlight to strengthen itself, the bloodline pressure of the Sky Wolf clan that seemed to have originated from the ancient barbarians caused the winged Song Wolf's body to fall into an ice cave. In front of the absolutely suppressed bloodline power, it was afraid that it could only exert 50% of its current strength. Oh hoo! As a commander-level demon, the winged pale wolf's brain was naturally not stupid, and after realizing that the situation happening right now was not favorable to it, it didn't care that it had come to avenge its abused cubs. The effect of the hostile spring on the winged Sun Wolf was originally not very great. Sensing the crisis of life and death, it incited its pitch-black flesh wings and prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing. Unfortunately, the bloodline suppression from the Skywolf clan was like a descending blow to a bastard with an impure bloodline like the winged pale wolf. The fear from the depths of his soul was like a million snakes devouring his heart, causing the winged pale wolf to become more and more agitated. Sky Wolf Phantom Body. The whistling moon celestial wolf opened its bloody mouth and summoned another phantom celestial wolf doppelganger while gathering a large amount of moonlight power. The phantom celestial wolf incited its giant moon white wings to soar to the top of the winged song wolf's head, and the two fleshy wings were flooded with silver white streams of light, transforming into sharp silver white blades in the shape of crosses that interlaced and chopped the winged song wolf's demonic skull at the point where it was connected to its neck. At the moment of life and death, the winged song wolf forcibly broke free from the bloodline suppression, and the pitch-black flesh wings unfolded to death to protect his huge demon skull. However, the side effect of forcibly breaking free from the bloodline suppression was that it caused the winged song wolf's strength to fall into a deep weakness. The winged pale wolf's combat power temporarily became 3 points weaker. Put. Ow. The winged song wolf let out a mournful wailing sound, only to see that a piece of pitch-black colored flesh wing had been broken off by the roots. Waterfalls of scarlet wolf blood scattered down the dome of the sky, and the bone-deep injuries were being eroded by dots of moon-white energy, which was stopping the terrifying healing speed of the commander-class demon. Heavenly Flame Funeral Thousand Petal Flame Flower. On the side, Jinkong seized the opportunity to construct a high-ranking third-level fire constellation, and his spiritual power remotely locked onto the winged pale wolf. High-ranking law, descend. The fire constellation. Large flaming fire clusters were like demon-slaying divine flames falling to earth, densely tilting down towards the winged song wolf. Although the Skyflame funeral target is the winged pale wolf, but the ground those swarms of groups of Bonethorn's predator wolves were also affected. Countless Bonethorn's predator wolves in the sky and fall in the flower of the flame turned into ashes. Countless huge flame petals in the sky blasted towards the winged pale wolf. The power was quite big, and also blew up the winged pale wolf's body after the flames dispersed, leaving a lot of burn marks on its body. But not only did this not deter it, it completely galvanized its life-fighting ferocity. This wasn't all. The tsunami wolf's chi that had been stored up for a long time had finally reached its peak. A round of silver moonblade that was 100 meters long and as thin as a cicada's wing quickly gathered and formed in front of its bloody mouth, locking the winged song wolf and swept away from a distance. The brilliant silver moonblade transformed into a demon-slaying divine soldier and chopped down at the winged song wolf's neck. Put. The massive demonic skull of the winged pale wolf the size of a house was chopped off by the roots, and the waterfall of wolf blood tilted down as if it was a sacrifice to the dead souls of Bo City. The power of the divine moonflower also completely wiped out the life of one of the culprits of this incursion into the city of Bo. The ensuing cheers of countless Bo residents and mages, countless surviving Bo people were crying tears of joy. Wild monster winged Cthulhu Orthodox Commander X1 has been killed, gaining demon alchemy points 10,000. Part of Supernatural Purple X1, huge tough skeleton full of vitality Purple X1, Commander Great Essence X1. An outbreak of good fortune, to have dropped 3 purple level alchemy materials. The sudden surprise made Han Lan feel a little less real. Could it be that the pop rate is doubled during the newbie protection period? Han Lan couldn't wait to click on the system panel to check it out. Super Heart. Quality, purple. Description, a heart filled with the power of space and the power of the mind. A huge tough skeleton full of life. Quality, purple. Description, a huge skeleton containing the power of regeneration and the power of toughness, a rare and good material. Commander's Spirit. Quality, purple. Description, this is a Commander class Essence Wolf class. You can use it to strengthen your astral child, or use it as alchemy material, or sell it for money. Han Lan lightly clicked on the achievements column, and the small red dot was blinking. Silver Origin Feather. Quality, gold. Description, a mysterious feather that seals the power of the atmosphere and the power of the ocean currents, and by possessing it, one embraces the power of the rules. 1 gold fodder, 3 purple fodder. As long as there are 2 more materials, Han Lan said that he can open the second alchemy, with the gold alchemy material as the main probability will alchemize a feathered demon. Thanks to your excellency, the ninth alchemist, for stepping in and saving Bo City. All the materials on this winged song wolf belong to your excellency. Why don't you follow me to the military headquarters for a short rest first, and the southern military region will give your excellency a satisfactory return when the matter is over, and I still don't know your excellency's name. Jean Kong blah 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 said a lot. The name is not important, the payment is not necessary, we will meet in the future. Han Lan revealed his silver-white vestment robe formed from his thick silver mane, then casually stowed the massive corpse of the winged pale wolf in his backpack. Prepare to find a safe place and check again for materials like foreign bones and blood. The corpses of demons covering hundreds of meters disappeared out of thin air in front of his eyes, and Jinkong's eyes twitched twice. The person in front of him either had a profound spatial system cultivation, or he was carrying a large storage magic weapon with him, so it was really a case of people being more angry than people. Han Lan gave orders to the Tsunami Skywolf through the mind link, and the Tsunami Skywolf nodded as a large amount of moonlight power continued to converge in its blood disk maw. After that, it quickly condensed into a silver moonlight blade more than 10 meters long, locking onto the bone spur predator wolves that were roaming around in the various urban areas. Put. Put. Ow. The dull sound of the silver moonlight blade penetrating the skull of the bone-spiked predator wolf echoed around the entire realm along with large swaths of mournful wolf howls. The many residents and mages of Bo City tugged their fists tightly, the joy of a great revenge and the relief of the dead souls of Bo City. After repeating several rounds of silver moonlight blade saving shots, 2/3 of the bone spur predator wolves roaming throughout Bo City had died. The remaining bone spur predator wolves either fled out of Bo City or hid deeper into the city's buildings and sewers. Han Lan didn't continue to chase and kill, leaving the rest to Jinkong and the other mages to wrap up. The demon wolf clan had already lost their momentum and couldn't turn any waves anymore. The wild monster bone-thorn predator wolf small general great general X60 has been killed, gaining 60,000 demon alchemy points, and obtaining war general grade alien bone X3, sharp fang X10 blue, war general bone powder X10 blue, war general grade alien blood X5, tough alien skin X2, war general grade remnant spirit X58, and war general grade essence spirit X2. After greeting Jinkong, Han Lan stood on top of the Tsunami Moon Wolf's head and commanded it to fly deeper into the southern ridge outside of Bo City. Then after finding a hidden place to retrieve the Tsunami Moon Skywolf into the Demon and Demon Beast Garden, Han Lan slipped back into the Enrealm. Han Lan had just returned to sit on the ground within the Enrealment prepare to meditate when he saw a young man in a black grounded shirt walking towards him with a face full of excitement. Thank you brother Han Lan for saving my sister Ye Xinxia and bringing her back to the Enrealm. I'll cover you in any future difficulties. Han Lan could tell at a glance that this was the protagonist of the original, Mo Fan, and was filled with helplessness as he was hooked by the shoulders to listen to Mo Fan blowing awesome there. It's a small matter, I see that the breath in your body has just broken through to the middle-ranked mage as well. Han Lan said. That's, WC, brother Han has also just broken through the middle-ranked mage? Mo Fan was surprised. Yes, your love sister Ye Xinxia was also present when I broke through to the middle stage of the water system. Han Lan's one sentence of love sister broke Mo Fan's whole defense. Xinxia is not his real sister, her legs are bad and she is in a wheelchair. How can Mo Fan be relieved to hand it over to someone else? Successfully, Mo Fan was depressed and the night passed quietly. Chapter 6, Magic City, Middle Order Awakening. The hour of dawn arrives quietly, the clouds just in time to be lifted by the rising sun, and rays of clean sunlight fall over the mountains, rivers, and cities. There were many, many snow-white sky eagles flying in the distant sky, which signaled the arrival of support from the southern military region. Even with the addition of the supporting team of military mage Skyhawks and some of the surviving BOC mages. The cleanup also took 2.5 full days to clear the city of demons inside and out, even the sewers. After hunt, Bo City finally calmed down again. Only, Bo is in total disrepair, with dilapidated buildings, collapsed bridges, and wreckage everywhere. All the dilapidated scenery is a silent indictment of the disaster in Bo. This night had left a shadow on too many people to sleep. This night also further strengthened Han Lan's belief in becoming stronger. Mo Fan's family returned to their home after the disaster was over. They were lucky that 3 of their relatives, including their youngest aunt Mo Qing's family, survived the disaster. After a few discussions, Mo Fan's family decided to head to a big city like Magic City to fight for their lives. As for his sister-in-law Mo Qing's family, they stayed in Bo City. As for Zhang Xiaohou, stimulated by He Yu's death, he is determined to join the military and become a military mage who guards the side. Mu Bai, Zhou Min, and the others also traveled to the ancient capital just like the original. Su Zhaoting, on the other hand, had the same destination as Mo Fan's family, choosing to go to the Magic City to fight for a while. Han Lan is an orphan opening after crossing over, and he has long had plans to travel to the Magic City, which happens to be accompanied by Mo Fan's family. Took a bus to Shaman Island, the closest island to Bo, and then took a moving train from Shaman all the way to the Magic City. After getting off the moving train, Han Lan exchanged contact information with Mo Fan and Ye Xinxia, and immediately afterward took a cab to the Hunters Union building. The Hunters Alliance was in that part of Lujiazui, a few major powers. They basically occupied a giant building in the skyscraper area of Mordor. Arriving at the Hunters Union building, Han Lan rode down the elevator to the 50th floor. The Hunters Union Hall almost dominated this entire floor, and with 15 elevators leading to it alone, the flow of people was quite huge. LCD screens were covered around the Hunters Union Hall, where scrolling subtitles were presenting the different bounties from all over the country to the mage hunters in this entire hall. It can be said that the Hunters Union building in Magic City collects the most complete and extensive information in the country. Many sky-high bounties from abroad are posted in this Magic City Hunter Mansion, and mage hunters can find the bounties and commissions they are most comfortable with according to their needs. May I ask if you need any help? Dear Mr. Wizard? The oncoming hunter waiter asked with a smile on his face. I've come to register as a hunter, and in the meantime, I'm helping a friend sell some foreign bones from demons. Han Lan opened his mouth. Yes sir, this side requires you to fill out an application form, codename with French training. The hunter attendant handed over an application form, and Han Lan scanned it and casually wrote Lan, Water Intermediate. Han Lan then proceeded to the secret room that specialized in assessing magic release. Successfully passed the examination after releasing the beginner level 3 water magic water imperial circulation in 1 second and receiving a magical instrument to identify the water nebula in the spirit world. Mr. Lan, this is your junior hunter card. If you want to upgrade your hunter level, you can go to the LCD screen in the lobby to pick up a commission. The hunter attendant handed Hanlon a palm-sized black metal book, which Hanlon slipped into his pocket. I'm going to bid on some foreign bones from demons. May I ask where they are sold? Han Lan inquired. 10 minutes later, Han Lan walked out of the Hunters Union building, and at this moment, a bank card with a balance of $260 million was sitting in his backpack. The 3 War General grade foreign bones were sold for $60 million, and the foreign blood, foreign skin, winged pale wolf's commander grade foreign bone and the 2 War General grade elixirs were sold for $200 million combined. And also made an appointment for the Magic Association's awakening ceremony. Han Lan also purchased a cell phone in the shopping mall downstairs after storing the contact information of Mo Fan and Ye Xinxia. Han Lan hoofed another cab to the Oriental Pearl Mage Tower. He was going to awaken a new magic department. After all, by all accounts, Han Lan's water stardust was a gift from the system's Newbie gift pack, and it was still unknown if he himself could awaken a new magic lineage. The Oriental Pearl Mage Tower is situated near the Huangpu River, where sightseers have their places to go, and Han Lan naturally took the Mage Passage. You step out of the elevator and arrive at the lower sphere level, where magicians gather. The opulent lobby is a spherical structure up to 50 meters in diameter, looking up to a curved dome and magical murals. A mysterious and radiant magical undercurrent came to his nose. The lobby lady wearing a flowing cloudy white Cheongsam outfit asked with a smile on her face, "Hello, how can I help you, Honorable Mr. Wizard? I've come to awaken a new magic lineage, and I've already made an appointment for the awakening ceremony, so take me directly to the awakening house." Han Lan said. "Yes sir, please follow me." The lobby lady led the way in front, and Han Lan immediately followed when he saw this. Across the lobby was a huge LCD screen with some bounty quests displayed on it. This is mostly a place for mages who can enjoy one-on-one service to find information, take on quests, and pick up resources. Soon, Han Lan was brought to the room with countless perfect circles, and the densely packed awakening stones looked dazzling for a while. Mr. Gua, that gentleman who is going to awaken a new magic lineage has come here. The Cheongsam girl said with a little stutter when she arrived. Oh, I know, let him sit there first. The middle-aged man surnamed Gua appeared to be busy and said without much tone. Seeing this, Han Lan sat silently in his chair and waited up. A moment later, the man surnamed Gua Liye, raised his eyes to look at Han Lan. After mentally sensing his aura for a moment he spoke, so young to break through to the middle-ranked mage of the water system, young man has a future, say, want to awaken a new spell system? Are space-based guidance stones expensive? Han Lan inquired. Spatial Department is categorized under Sublime Magic Classification, Spatial Department Guidance Stone 2 million one time, the success rate of Sublime Magic Department guidance isn't high, young man may want to think it over before making a decision. Guo Liya replied. Just the spatial guidance stones, pick one for me. Han Lan affirmed. Success. Guo Liyue glanced at the female apprentice not far from him and opened his mouth to ask, Little Cotton, is the awakening stone ready? What lineage of channeling stone is it put in? The female apprentice called Cotton inquired. Aren't there a few more secondary system guide stones in the warehouse? Pick a spatial system guidance stone. Guo Liyan said. Yes, master. Cotton turned around and went to the warehouse to retrieve the goods, quickly placing the spatial guidance stone slowly around the Great Awakening Stone. You go in, we won't disturb you during the awakening process, Guo Li said. Han Lan walked to the side of the large awakening stone. The large awakening stone was surrounded by many small beadstones that showed a silvery white luster. These were small guide stones of the space system, containing pure space system energy that maximized the chances of awakening in the space system. Han Lan closed his eyes and placed his palm gently on the icy cold awakening stone, and soon the round stone reacted, slowly blooming a luster in the center. A strange energy passed through the palm of his hand straight into his body and then into the spirit world. A chaotic spiritual world. Only an eerie blue water nebula slowly shone, appearing particularly lonely. In a distant area, it seemed as if a new little life was being born. They are as tiny as dust, slowly carving out a territory of their own in the vast spiritual world. A small sliver of silvery white stardust is revealed. It is ethereal, vast, and unpredictable. Han Lan instantly knew what kind of spell system it was, silver white stardust, the space system of sublime magic. The guiding stone of this wave of Guo Liyue is the MVP. Han Lan was about to pull his hand away when another tingling energy traveled from the awakening stone along his body into the spirit world. A dazzling arc of purple light cut into the spirit world, quickly manifesting into a small patch of purple stardust that was wild, swift, and thunderous. The first of the elements, thunder. Not bad, it has damage and control, and it works with water just enough to hit sensory electricity. Seeing Han Lan come out of the awakening house, Guo Liyan casually asked, how was it, what faculty was awakened? Han Lan said, thunder system. The thunder system is not bad anymore. The probability of awakening of the sublime system magic was originally on the low side. The thunder system with your water system is just enough for one attack and one defense. Guo Liyan comforted. The Thunder Department, how can I say, is also considered a magic department that is popular from the early stage of strength to the late stage. It's the Spirit Seed, Soul Seed, Heavenly Seed, and other strengthening resources that need to be refined and fused that are a huge pinch point. Not showing off the fact that he had additionally awakened the spatial faculty, Han Lan bid farewell to Guo Liyue before turning around and going downstairs to the magic outlet to buy up cultivation resources. Spent 130 million on a spirit-grade nebula magic artifact and a water lightning attribute magic artifact respectively, and another 20 million to pick up a ring-type middle-ranked handle magic artifact. Bought 3 copies of Star Trace by the way, 100,000 bucks for the water and thunder ones and 500,000 for the space one, a little pricey. Han Lan's bank card instantly shrunk to $109.4 million, which was money that really didn't stand up to being spent. Chapter 7, Osaka City. It wasn't that Han Lan didn't want to buy some spatial resources, but once he checked the information on the sale of Nianshur, there was simply no spot on the market. This stuff starts one small goal and in very small portions, trying to get into the third realm of spirituality with it is simply nonsense. Another 20 million was spent on an Earth Shield magic tool granite shield. Han Lan didn't keep the change of 9 million, and purchased Thunder Spirit Potion, Crystal Potion, and other elemental system auxiliary resources that could accelerate the cultivation of middle-ranked mages respectively. Only $80.4 million left on the bank card after some purchases. Han Lan rented a large villa near the JA area to prepare for a good meditation and precipitation, first control the water star map and then meditate on the newly awakened 2 magic departments. As for the corpse of the winged pale wolf, the wind was too much this time, so let's find a chance to deal with it later. 2.5 months later, Han Lan, who was sitting on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a ghostly blue star map of the water system flashed around him. The 49 stars quickly chained together into star trails, which in turn combined to form a star map, and as the last of the trails was about to fall into place, Han Lan dispersed the rest of the trails, and the moist magical elements in the air instantly dispersed. 2.5 seconds, the water system star map release speed is still not fast enough, but there is also a reason for distracting meditation cultivation from controlling the thunder and space systems. Han Lan muttered. Stretching out his right hand, a dazzling purple star track emerged from Han Lan's palm. Thunder Seal Python Trace. A thunder python twisted and coiled around his arm, and the purple power of the thunder seal was stored in his hand, so that he could release it with a thought. Dispersing the thunder star trail, Han Lan's pupils blossomed with a deep silver luster again, and his left hand was aimed at the iced black tea on the coffee table with an empty grip. Nimble control void claw. Silver white star trails emerged, an invisible hand instantly grabbed the iced tea from the coffee table, unscrewed the cap and gulped down half the bottle. After wiping the corners of his mouth. The water system star map and the 2 star tracks have all become almost proficient, so it's time to go out and practice, and in the meantime, hunt down demons to obtain alchemy materials. Han Lan secretly said in his heart. After washing up, Han Lan went to prepare some antidote medicines, food, water, tents, backpacks, sea area drawings, and other supplies. Then took a cab to Pudong International Airport, destination, Hidaka City. The blue sky had a few white clouds that were slowly migrating. The blue-colored ocean then has a few islands, I do not know how many years standing quietly in this sea. Above the sea surface in midair, a giant wolf with a silver moon pattern incited a pair of silver-white giant wings and was flying towards the broken island in the ocean. A figure at the back of the giant wolf's neck was leisurely lying on a main cushion and flipping through a map of the sea area. The red Ling demon's lair should be just a kilometer ahead, saw you, full speed ahead. Han Lan spoke lazily. The silver moon giant wolf let out a low growl as its wings suddenly increased in speed toward the 4 ring-shaped islands not far ahead. Han Lan stood up and looked out over the small island not far away, green and sparkling on the sea, just. The sea monkey monster holding a baby sleeping bag was a sight to behold. Wait, sea monkey monster? Han Lan's mind moved, the tsunami moon wolverine immediately lowered its flight altitude and hovered over the head of the sea monkey monster, and the surging aura of the commander scared the brain of the sea monkey monster next to the reef, and its body shape immediately shook. Nimble control, void claw. Han Lan maneuvered his invisible numinous hands to lift the baby sleeping bag up and place it on the soft cushion of bristly fur, and the tsunami wolf's sharp claws lightly waved the sea monkey monster away to receive its boxed lunch. Wild monster sea monkey monster big minion X1 has been killed, obtaining 1 strand of minion level residual spirit and 100 demon alchemy points. Has there been an infant theft case in the original High Torah city? Sudir's minions are really doing their job. Han Lan sneered. It just so happens that there's a lack of a commander-grade purple alchemy material in his hand, so let's take this red-colored crack demon and chop up this harmful demonic head first. Han Lan secretly said in his heart. The call of a redling demon was heard from the island, and several redling demons with a size of roughly 4 or 5 meters walked over from the direction of the cave. At a glance, they spotted the tsunami moon wolves high in the sky, and sensing that there seemed to be demons coming to steal the territory, they hissed and recruited their clansmen to hurry up and come to fight. Let's first try to see if the redling demon's scale armor is hard. Han Lan ordered, and the whistling moon celestial wolf nodded, the silver moon pattern lighting up on its body. Sky Wolf Phantom Body. A phantom sky wolf incited the moon-white giant wings to swoop into the many redling demon group, wolf kisses biting several 4, 5 meters tall redling demon vigorously chewing, sharp silver wolf claws swept across the chest armor of the redling demon that swooped up. Large swaths of blue blood flew in unison with their internal organs, and the redling demons immediately leapt in morale and wailed all over the place. Wild monster chilling demon minor general major general X3 has been killed, obtaining 3000 demon alchemy points, red scale armor X1 blue, webbed claws X1 blue, chilling demon control crystal stone blue prop card, and 3 strands of war general grade remnant spirit. Han Lan collected a few demonic galls with a nimble control void claw, which was the proof of killing the redling demon, and would be of no small use to his plan of action afterward. Just as the phantom skywolf was killing. Nah-ho! A wild growl came out from that direction near the cave. A red-colored whirlwind could be seen rolling out, sweeping those redling demons up along the way to bombard the phantom skywolf. The phantom skywolf's body immediately became a bit more illusory after the trauma, and Han Lan frowned slightly at the sight of this scene. As expected, the battle power of the phantom skywolf's detachment without the power of the moonflower added to it was much weaker, so the plan to hunt the red split demon would have to be carried out at night with the light of the moon. The phantom celestial wolf's body turned into a stream of moon-colored light and disappeared into the silver moon pattern on top of the tsunami celestial wolf's head, and the tsunami celestial wolf let out a low growl in a sign of weakness to the red split demon before lifting its wings and turning around to fly away. Seeing that the commander-level enemy that had invaded their territory retreated without a fight, the red-colored split demon on the island excitedly let out an roar. It seemed to be declaring its victory. On the other side, Han Lan stood at the back of the tsunami moon wolf's neck mane, and looking far away, he saw a number of mages searching around for any traces of something at the pier, and with a thought he retrieved the tsunami moon wolf back to the garden of demons and 10,000 beasts. With a flash of blue light, Han Lan transformed into a 10-meter-long ghostly blue giant shark holding a baby sleeping bag and cruised toward the shore. Report, sir, there is a blue giant shark several hundred meters away that is rapidly approaching our location, suspected to be a War Admiral-class devil shark attacking. Will we launch an attack? A young man dressed in the costume of the Magic Association by the dock reported to the lanky middle-aged mage in front of him. Do I still need to teach you this? The burly middle-aged mage said unhappily. But a wind mage saw what appeared to be the presence of a mage's figure in the giant shark's body. The young mage mumbled. What? The stout middle-aged mage stood up at the words and his eyes surged out a touch of black mist toward the shore, and after a few moments he opened his mouth and said, "It should be a certain mage's water-based spirit species attachment ability, there is no need to panic." After a half a dozen baby sleeping bags in the arms of Han Lan close to the coast of the blue light flashed and leaped out of the water, see the situation around the Magic Association mages have surrounded up. Where is little brother from and why did he appear from the seawater? The stout middle-aged mage said suspiciously. The security of your Feiyu city can be doubly safe, with babies in the city being taken captive by slave-level sea monkey monsters. Is it true that battle general-level redling demons are also able to travel through the city at will? Han Lan took out the redling demon's demon guts from his backpack and said indignantly. A flurry of snaps disliked the crowd and left them speechless, and just as the atmosphere fell into awkwardness, not far away, a woman in a housecoat ran over with a few black-suited bodyguards. When she saw the baby sleeping bag in Han Lan's arms, she snatched it away and crouched on the beach, sobbing. Xiaojin, it's mommy's fault for not taking care of you, forgive mommy, okay? The woman shuddered against the child's face. The child in the baby's sleeping bag stretched out his tiny white fingers to wipe away the woman's tears and wowed. Seeing that the woman's family had come over and her emotions were gradually stabilizing, the stout middle-aged mage in the lead came over and said, Miss Lin Chi, the person who saved your child from the sea monkey monster is none other than this little brother in front of me. In response to the frequent occurrence of sea demons in recent times, our Magic Association will organize personnel to launch vigilant patrols. Before the words fell, the lanky middle-aged mage split into two, leaving a team of mages to patrol along the coastline before the large force returned. Returning to her senses, Ling Shi then sobered up a bit and opened her mouth to Han Lan. Thank you for saving my child, Xiaojin. I still don't know your name, little brother? Free of your surname, Han, with a single name, Lan, Han Lan said. Brother Han Lan is a mage, right? You saved my child, I'll have my cousin Lin Jun Idol give you a satisfactory payment. Lin Chi spoke. Why don't brother Han Lan come with me to Lin's group first? Then lead the way. Han Lan nodded and said. Chapter 8 Chop, Red Rift Demon. In the center of Hai Torai City, a twin building made of adamantium glass towers over the city. This is exactly the home base of the Lin Group, which has entered and invested in the city of Feijiao. Inside the twin towers, a bearded man in a black suit sits in a rooftop conference room. His gaze traveled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, just in time to look down on the city of Osaka, while still being able to take in the blue sea as well. Jingle bells. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Hello? What, did you find the kid? Okay, I'll be right down, the bearded man said excitedly. The snow-white line-suit skirted female secretary pushed open the door and quickly stepped towards the bearded man, Mr. Lin, whispering in his ear, Mr. Lin, the mage who saved Ms. Lin Chi's child is coming up here. The main door pushed open, and when Lin Chi, who was holding a baby's sleeping bag, saw Lin Junxian, she pulled Han Lan, who was wearing a blue mage's robe next to her, to introduce herself to Lin Junxian. Brother Han Lan, this is my cousin Lin Junxian, he is the president of the Lin Group, you can seek his help if you need mage resources. I wonder which magic college brother Han Lan is currently attending and what his current cultivation level is. Although my Lin clan group can't compare to Zhao clan's influence in the international arena, I'm still able to speak about the resources of a high-ranking mage class. Lin Jun Idol said with a smile. Starting to test me? Han Lan said in his heart. Han Lan, a native of Bo City, is preparing to enroll in the Pearl Academy after 1 year of self-study. As for his cultivation, Han Lan's palm moved slightly, and the ghostly blue water star map flashed from behind him, the air instantly moist. A middle-ranked mage? Brother Han Lan has amazing talent, so do you need Mr. Lin to help you keep an eye out for spirit seeds, magic tools, nebula magic weapons, and other cultivation resources? Lin Jun leisurely inquired. If there's a suitable thunder spirit seed, I'll trouble Brother Lin to take more trouble. Han Lan said. Oh, is Brother Han Lan's second awakening at the middle rank the Thunder System, which is known as the top of the elements? Lin Jun leisurely said in surprise. Star trails emerged, and a dazzling purple thunder python soldier wrapped around Han Lan's arm, as if it were a wild python that was searching for an enemy waiting for an opportunity to move. With another flip of his palm, the thunder python instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Jun Idol instantly understood that Han Lan might want to make the second awakening of the thunder system his main cultivation, which was why he had inquired himself about the information of the thunder system spirit seed. This situation is very common. Many mages after the second awakening, if they awaken to rare magic lineage, such as sublime magic, black magic, these categories will choose to switch. In the evening, Lin Jun Idol siblings in a 5-star hotel banquet Han Lan some. After a full meal, the two exchanged contact information. Lin Junxian said that the Lin clan owed Han Lan a great favor, and Han Lan politely refused the bank card Lin Junxian handed over, saying that he wanted the other party to help keep an eye on the matter of the spirit seed. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Han Lan found a coastline that was off the beaten path and summoned the tsunami moon wolf to speed toward the island where the red split demon was located. Under the moonlit night, a group of 4 and 5 meter tall red ling demons were tearing and devouring around the corpses of several huge sea whales on the 4 sides of the ringed island. Some of the 3 meter tall red ling demons on the periphery were anxiously waiting for their companions to finish feeding. It was finally his turn, and his sharp flipper-like claws tore off a chunk of whale meat and was about to throw it into his bloody mouth, when a blade of moonlight quietly slashed across his neck. Boo! The sound of the demon's skull hitting the ground and the pungent smell of blood woke up the rest of the red ling demons, and before they could look around to find out where the attack came from, the silver-white blades of moonlight poured out from the sky. The red ling demon's chest and abdomen were penetrated, its legs and claws were nailed, and its demonic body was cut in half at the waist. The wailing of the many red ling demons drew out the red-colored split demon commander who was hiding deep within the cave. Naya! The red-colored split demon violently rushed out of the cave, his body quickly assisted in running and then leapt up, his robust body opening up in mid-air. The long clawed arm slashed down from high up again, aiming at none other than the tsunami skywolf who was maneuvering the moonflower blade in mid-air. Its speed was so fast that it felt like a flash of crimson shadow, first flashing to a high place and then immediately flashing down, its terrifying claws splitting out a cold aura more than 10 meters long, enough to tear through everything. The silver moon ripple at the forehead of the whistling moon celestial wolf lit up, opening its huge mouth of fangs, countless fine moon blades intertwined into sharp blades of spit. Like a high-speed rotating electric drill, it instantly shattered and penetrated the red-colored cracked demon's chest armor scale armor. The power of the blood-burning beast tattoo was also instantly activated, and unparalleled scarlet blood-burning power was inspired in the whistling moon skylark and gathered on the claw blades of its limbs. Sky Wolf Soul-Splitting Claw. The huge wolf claws that were covered with the silver moon pattern were covered with blood-red mist. The claw blade showed a half-moon bend, and when fully extended, it was more like a long knife forged with a moon blade. With the enhancement of the blood-burning beast tattoo, the wolf's claws violently slashed at the red-colored split demon, and the ground was instantly split in two. Nayana! The red split demon howled miserably, the upper half of his body covered by the crimson chest armor scale armor was chopped off by the roots, a large amount of light blue blood soared out of the scale fissures, and his huge demon body fell to the ground. Even though it was already on the verge of death, the red-colored split demon still stared dead-on with its reddish eyes at the tsunami moon heavenly wolf in mid-air whose entire body was glistening with moon patterns, with unwilling anger, malice in its eyes. Then the red cracked demon flashed a bloodlight all over his body, and the blood-colored demonic power immediately condensed into a round of half-moon-shaped blood-red giant blade, distantly locking the tsunami moon wolf and flying out. The rich moonlight power instantly condensed into several moonlight holy shields, and the blood-red giant blade ruthlessly chopped on top of the moonlight holy shields, erupting a silver-red energy storm that swept out in all directions. Moonwing Chopper. The whistling moon celestial wolf roared up to the sky, and 2 rounds of silver moon blades more than 10 meters long coalesced into shape at a rapid pace, interlacing and chopping at the dying red-colored split demon, decapitating the last trace of vitality in its body. The red split demon, declared dead. Then the tsunami moon wolf condensed its silver moon blade and began to massacre the war general level redling demons. Even the sea monkey monster was not spared. After the demons on the island were all butchered, Han Lan fed all of the redling demons' flesh and blood to the tsunami moon wolf to replenish the power of the blood chi it had just consumed. Wild monster sea monkey monster minor minion major minion x200 has been killed, obtaining 200 wisps of minion level residual spirit, 20,000 demon alchemy points, and cyanobacteria seed white. Wild monster chillying demon minor warlord major warlord x50 has been killed, obtaining warlord grade alien bone blue x3, water spirit seed fragment blue x10, warlord grade alien blood blue x2, warlord grade alien scale blue x10, obtaining demon alchemy points 50,000, and warlord grade remnant spirit 50 strands. The wild monster red split demon Little Commander X1 has been killed, gaining 10,000 demon alchemy points, soul of tidal wave purple X1, water demon soul crystal purple X1, and commander's essence X1. Total demon alchemy points greater than 100,000, current demon alchemy points 153800, card drawing roulette unlocked, alchemy creature body shift function unlocked, free to switch between 50% and 100%. Great harvest, 2 more purple materials, match them up and you can start your second alchemy. The card draw roulette wheel is also unlocked. Good things come in pairs tonight. Han Lan said excitedly. Spirit of the Tides. Quality, purple. Description, a powerful soul harboring the power of the tides. Water demon soul crystal. Quality, purple. Description, a rare crystal that contains strong water power. Commander spirit. Quality, purple. Description, this is a commander class essence armor lizard class, you can use it to strengthen the stars, or as an alchemy material, you can also sell it for money. Silver origin feather gold plus superpower heart purple plus water magic soul crystal purple plus tidal soul purple plus huge tough skeleton full of life purple. Han Lan ticked off 5 materials, adding them to the alchemy pool. Begin the alchemy. System tip, the quality of the first ranking alchemy material is detected to be purple, and this alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total demon alchemy points dropped to 143,800, and 5 fodder were dropped in with it. Chapter 9, the second alchemy, Lokia. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip, please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. Because of this golden material, Han Lan had a bold and crazy idea, and put it all into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation, alchemy creature body arrangement rationality 98%, alchemy success rate 98%. 3 option boxes appeared, 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and a few seconds later, the giant beast on the alchemy drawing board raised its head. In the picture was a behemoth whose body appeared snow white. It possesses a pair of broad and cool hand-like feathers, a bird-like head, a protruding beak and bill similar to each other, and sharp teeth in the lower jaw. The neck is snake-like, slender and smooth, the body is streamlined with some snake neck dragon qualities, and there are 2 rows of dark blue flaky scaly armor protrusions growing from the snow-white back and the tip of the tail. Its eyes were as sharp as an eagle's and extremely majestic. Judging by visual inspection, it was at least 100 meters long. On top of that, Han Lan also noticed that the originally clear moonlight was now covered in dark clouds. It was as if a downpour would fall at any moment. That's right, Han Lan had perfectly replicated the alchemy material based on this time, and alchemized Lokia, the sea god of Pokemon. Q, alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes glittered and he chose to name it, Lokia. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Lokia. Talents, creating controlling air current storms, creating controlling rainstorm seawater, telepathy, self-regeneration. Abilities, Godbird Slam, Cyclone Blast, Hurricane Blade, Freeze Ray, Super Water Cannon, Feather Perch, Dragon God Dive, Mystical Guardian, Gale Wind. Divine Bird Slam effect. Active effect, invokes the energy of the supernatural heart to transform into the form of a divine bird and attack the enemy. Effect. Passive effect, reduce target's combat power by a small amount. Cyclone Blast effect. Active, ignores half of a single target's defense to deal massive blast plus penetration damage. Effect. Passive effect, briefly reduces the target's energy defense. Hurricane Blade effect. Active, controls the power of the atmosphere to coalesce into a hurricane blade to attack the target unit, either singly or in a group. Effect. Passive effect, briefly reduce the target's physical defense. Frozen Light effect. Active, controls the power of ocean currents to transform into frozen light, dealing powerful penetration and freezing damage to a single target. Effect. Passive effect, those hit by frozen light add a layer of markers, and ice damage taken for a short period of time is increased. Hyper Water Cannon effect. Active, controls the power of ocean currents to coalesce into a hyper water cannon to attack a target unit, either singly or in a group. Effect passive effect, briefly reduces target's water defense. Hashizum effect active effect, rapidly restores half of one's energy and stamina. Dragon God Dive effect active, invokes the energy of the supermind to fuse the power of the atmosphere and the power of the ocean currents into the form of a Dragon God Dive, dealing massive mixed damage to a single target. Effect passive effect, doubles damage to enemies with Dragon Bloodline. Mystic Guardian effect active, resists 1 lethal damage regardless of rank and energy attack strength, can be triggered once every 24h. Gale Storm effect active effect, dispel and transform 2 random negative statuses of your own. Effect passive effect, for each successful transformation of a negative status, restore a small portion of life value and temporarily increase a small portion of defense. Current rank, Orthodox Commander Trainable. System description, this is a Commander class Elf Feathered Demon Sea Demon that has mastered the power of rules, and has been able to establish a clan of its own. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of Lokia's spiritual power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. Master, there are strong water elemental fluctuations in the cave ahead. A slightly tingling imperial voice rang out in Han Lan's mind. Han Lan instantly reacted to the fact that this was Lokia's telepathic gift. Not only can it talk to intelligent creatures mentally, but it also drastically improves Lokia's mind-based attack abilities and resistances. After giving Tsunami, Wolf and Lokia the order to guard the surrounding area, Han Lan added a water defense cycle to himself, while his mental energy was ready to link to the Rock Shield magic tool seal, and then cautiously walked towards the cave. After the 10% mental power and physical qualities fed back by the 2 Commander-class alchemy creatures, Han Lan's mental power level had broken through to the late 2nd realm. Giving him some more time would boost him up to the Water Class 2 Nebula, and the Thunder and Space classes would be upgraded to the Primary Class 2 as well. With the help of the faint moonlight outside the cave, Han Lan quickly saw a fist-sized blue-gray stone on a half-man-high boulder. After touching it directly and putting it in his backpack, he searched around some more to make sure there were no more treasures and turned to leave the cave. Han Lan opened the system panel to move the blue-gray stone to the alchemy material column, wanting to see what kind of material it was. Star Elite Stones. Quality, blue. Description, crystals containing pure star power, perhaps used to forge magical tools, magical artifacts, and strengthen summoned beasts with such bloodlines. Forging magic tools and artifacts? But I don't have any forging type materials on hand right now. Han Lan frowned a bit, but he suddenly remembered that the system panel had just unlocked a function called Card Drawing Roulette. Clicking on the Card Draw Roulette wheel, a huge 10-frame roulette wheel with 9 colored light appeared in front of Han Lan. There was a black pointer set in the center of the wheel. Han Lan tapped the pointer and 7 options surfaced. Single draw 100 points random, 10 consecutive draw 1000 points white, 10 consecutive draw 10,000 points blue, 10 consecutive draw 100,000 points purple. Note, orange level 10 consecutive draws need to kill a monarch level demon to unlock and so on. First a few rounds of single draw padded knives. Han Lan tapped the black pointer 7 times in a row. A large dazzling blue light flashed. Ding 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 ding. The black pointer made 7 consecutive crunching sounds, and 7 items appeared in the grid. 24 bridges under the moon. Quality, blue. Description, from a metaphysical floor tile world where humans and soul beasts are interbreeding, with a 24 cubic meter storage type soul guide belt, which can be recognized by dropping blood. Gundam has broken through level 30, and he's still not satisfied? A bug crystal of a flying dragon louse. Quality, blue. Description, from a sex-turned-heavy post-apocalyptic world that enhances the ordinary person's sixth sense a whim, perhaps all the way to Spidey sense and to Spider-Man Peter Parker. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I'm going straight to the Daily Bugle's bird boss to empty the mags. A bottle of Ice Spirit Cold Spring 300 drops. Quality, blue. Description, from a fighting spirit in fire cultivation world, has a powerful ice attribute energy, a mouthful of bored down through the heart cold, the heartfly got old Biden, waiting for me Xiao Huahui in the middle of the night to come over and ruthlessly explode your gold coins it. Theft of Guevara chose Thief's Hand Projection Stone. Quality, blue. Description, a one-time item that summons a projection of Guevara shows Thief's Hand to steal a random item from the target creature. It's impossible to work part-time, not even in this lifetime. Everyone inside the prison is a talented person, and they speak well. I love it here. A half-baked magic watermelon. Quality, blue. Note, although this big watermelon is not ripe, its flesh can quickly restore magic and spiritual power. Dude, if this melon is raw, you'd better swallow it yourself. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Giggle, sazerang, sazerang. Magic cut cake 2 bags 10 pieces in 1 bag. Quality, blue. Description: it restore 1/3 of the energy value and spiritual power of the eater and fill up the stomach of the magic cheesecake. This magic cheesecake is really delicious. I drove a big Ben to buy 2 bags, and ate it while walking home. It is really delicious. Wow, the burst rate is really high. In that case, as a gambling dog, I must have a pokey. Han Lan rubbed his hands together excitedly. 100,000 demon alchemy points go you. A flash of purple light surfaced in front of Han Lan. WC, out of purple, hopefully it's not a small bailout. Chapter 10 Bai Lo Tianxue, 9 Xian Golden Thunder. Ding 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 ding. The black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. The green Hades a longevity pill. Quality, purple. Description: from a cultivation world of fighting chi and foreign fire, a reinforced version of the elixir that can increase life expectancy by 1 jiazi 60 years out of thin air. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger. Hey, I didn't expect it. I'm going to die. Hey, I've come back to life again. Come and hit me, fool. Bai Lo Tianxue Zi Shui version of the phagocytosis. Quality, purple. Description: from a metaphysical world where fighting chi and spirits of heaven and earth coexist, a turquoise blue fighting water containing the power of healing, the poison of the bijou and the ability to catalyze the growth of spiritual plants, but unfortunately, it seems to be only a subwater that splits off from a certain powerful being, and it doesn't contain a lot of energy. Water. Come on, water. I have water that I can't finish, for you. I'll go to the yellow springs of the bijou, and you'll never understand my heart, just as the daytime doesn't know the nighttime's darkness. Skill book, camouflage and breathlessness. Quality, purple. Description: after learning this, you can disguise your cultivation system, outward manifestation of your abilities, and collect your breath to hide your true realm. Which one is the real me? I don't really know myself. Jiu Xian Jin Lei Zi Lei version of devouring seed. Quality, purple. Description: from a fighting chi and foreign fire cultivation world, contains the power of the thunderbolt, the power of vitality recovery, obliterate the darkness of the evil class ability of the pure gold Xianlei. Unfortunately, it seems to be just from a certain powerful existence split out of the son of the thunder, contains the energy is not much, golden thunder. This heavenly cultivation, heaven collapsing purple golden hammer. For large piles of fresh giant bug carcasses. Quality, blue. Description: from a sex-turned heavy post-apocalyptic world with the corpses of centipedes, scorpions, spiders, giant beetles, ancient butterflies, and other monsters. Resurrect, elder worms, it hurts too much. Fruit of life. Quality, purple. Description: from the traditional world of cultivation, a spiritual fruit containing a huge amount of life energy, perhaps swallowed directly to increase your life expectancy. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is not limited, we live, they die. Hyperbolic scroll Skyfall. Quality, purple. Description: from a world of magic, after using it, it can summon the super bit of magic skyfalling, forming a devastating blow to the designated target area. Destroy it, I'm tired. These 100,000 demon alchemy points are worth the money spent, 6 purples and 4 blues, and among them, there are also thunder and water eater species from the metaphysical plane. Sure enough, this wave is a victory belonging to the gambling dogs, winning the clubhouse tender model and losing to work in the sea. After realizing this, between the corners of Han Lan's mouth, he raised a smile that he couldn't suppress. Pick up the item. Han Lan took out the Bijou Tianxue Zishui version of the devouring seed from the system's backpack bar, and a basketball-sized ball of turquoise blue water floated in front of him. At the same time, the corresponding refining method transformed into a stream of information that converged into Han Lan's mind. Pulling out a dagger, he cut his index finger and bright red blood quickly bubbled out. Then touching the turquoise blue water mass, a dash of turquoise blue flowing light drilled into the palm of Han Lan's hand in a flash, and against the current into the spiritual world. Ice-cold feeling from the palm of the hand at once spread all over the body, at first some cold unbearable, but soon realized that this full of spirituality Bai Lo Tianxue does not seem to have a little bit of meaning to infringe on human beings. Gradually, as if there was a cold, icy bloodline flowing into his body, Han Lan closed his eyes and focused his mind on feeling this strange spirit of heaven and earth. The Bijou Tianxue was indeed tame, unloading all its defenses on Han Lan, the first to approach it. Just like that, he opened his childish hands and embraced the past, merging into Han Lan's body, into Han Lan's water nebula. In this process, Han Lan was like being baptized by celestial water, and the current that had already been sublimated in the hero template fusion was transformed twice under the incorporation of this Bijou celestial water. After Han Lan's skin was integrated into this Bijou Tianxue, his complexion gradually penetrated the moist color of this Bijou Tianxue, becoming lustrous and delicate. The blood and bones in the body also seemed to have been transformed, becoming more noble and blue, and the bones were like steel after 1,000 hammers, hard but not too flexible. The biggest change is naturally the water nebula in the spirit world. The remaining energy in the water eater seed wasn't much, and most of it was used to strengthen the body quality and nebula transformation, but it still broke through the water nebula to the second rank. The ghostly blue nebula would have originally presented some impurities, nearly dazzling in the vastness of the spiritual universe. The arrival of Bailu Tianxue has raised the quality pedigree of this water nebula to a great level. The nebula itself took on a swirling shape, and when the ghostly blue color sublimated in a second wash, the entire dark universe seemed to blossom into an innocent, mysterious iris, absolutely beautiful and independent. After refining, the effect is immediate. Even without casting any of his skills, Han Lan was able to sense that the Bijou heavenly water contained a more powerful force than the ghostly blue mortal water. The lethality of the water-type middle-ranked magic Bijou Stormy Wave Expulsion with Bijou's poison attached to it was probably not inferior to the fire-type Fiery Fist Heavenly Blast or even far beyond it. After resting in place for a bit, while the wound at his index finger had yet to heal, Han Lan took out the 9 Xian Golden Thunder Z-Lay version of the Devouring Seed again, hauling it into his spirit world as he had done. The arm-thick pure golden 9 Xian Jin Thunder Dragon softly chanted and merged into Han Lan's body, integrating into Han Lan's Thunder Stardust. The tingling electric current flowed into all the limbs and bones, and this process was like Han Lan being baptized by heavenly thunder. The originally mauve-colored Thunder Stardust began to transform under the integration of the 9 Xian Golden Thunder to sublimate and metamorphose in the direction of pure gold. Skin, blood, bones ushered in yet another strengthening, polar ascension, mermaid line, male wolf waist, big old brother, all that should be strengthened. The one that had changed the most was naturally the Thunder Stardust in the spirit world, and the remaining energy in the Thunder Devouring Seed broke through the Thunder Stardust to the second rank. The pure gold-colored lightning stardust was originally merely bright in the vastness of the spiritual universe. The arrival of the Jiuxian Golden Thunder is to make the quality pedigree of this Thunder System Stardust directly enhance a big level. After the dusty pure gold color sublimated in the second baptism, the entire pitch-black spirit world became as dangerous and powerful as an unruly and furious little golden dragon coiled around it. After refining, the effect is immediate. Even without casting any of the magic, Han Lan was able to sense that the 9 metaphysical golden thunder contained an even more majestic power than the lavender mortal thunder. The lethality of the lightning magic at the beginning stage of the lightning system, Jiuxian Golden Thunder Thunder Seal Mad Strategy, with the power of the thunderbolt attached to it, was estimated to be no less than the intermediate stage Thunderbolt Booming Top, or even far superior to it. Chapter 11 Bug Crystal Bundle, Cave Lake. Han Lan took out the skill book Camouflage Concealment and placed it in the center of his brow according to the instructions of the information flow at the time of contact. A purple stream of light quickly entered his spiritual world, and a moment later mastered this camouflage astringent technique. Just seeing Han Lan activate his disguise and breath concealing technique, his right hand gently scratched, and a moonlight white sub-dimensional crack appeared out of thin air. The spatial fluctuations of the summoner's magic and the moon-white summoning star trails were both perfectly simulated and camouflaged. Good skill. With this ability, summoning demons out to fight from the demon garden of 10,000 beasts function in the golden finger can be interpreted as a means of the summoning department. Han Lan was pleasantly surprised. By the way, the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night Storage Soul Conductor completed the blood recognition. Han Lan, who had been busy for most of the night, took out his tent from his backpack, then rolled over and lay down on the sheets that had already been laid out and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for a day and a night, and it wasn't until the early hours of the next morning that the sound of protests emanated from the Temple of the Five Organs, waking Han Lan from his deep sleep. Taking out a large bag of deli corned beef and beer from inside his backpack, he ate and drank his fill and then remembered that the pile of giant bug corpses he acquired yesterday had not yet been dealt with. Han Lan took out 4 piles of fresh giant insect corpses from the alchemy material bar, and as expected, there were centipedes, scorpions, spiders, giant beetles, and ancient butterflies all in one place. The number of war general level residual spirits reached 121, while the number of slave level residual spirits was 207. Spending 12,000 demon alchemy points to synthesize 1 warlord level essence spirit and 2 minion level essence spirits shrinks the available demon alchemy points to 31,000. Pulling out a dagger inscribed with wind magic energy patterns, Han Lan began to cut the material along the patterns on the giant insect's armor, and the second and third order insect crystals in its head were dug out. More than 20 meters long, the body of the colorful centipede that was as large as a green train was covered in gorgeous and incomparable scale armor, and it took Han Lan 3 minutes to strip the insect shell of its scale armor. The blue-eyed giant ants on the side of the body is also like the law. The first will be a meter-large obliterating force insect eyes dug out, comparable to 3 layers of large bulldozers. Steel shovel giant ant pincers are also cut and put away. The outer layer of the pitted but brightly oily blue armor is also peeled off as much as possible. Half a day later, thousands of colorful second and third order bug crystals lay quietly in Han Lan's backpack. Among them, the more treasured ones are the bug crystals of the elemental systems such as the pale thunder poison scorpion, the levitating jellyfish, and the flame beetle, which can permanently increase the elemental sensibility and elemental nebulae evolution speed of a middle-ranked mage by a small margin. Of course, the most precious thing was the bug crystal of the golden ancient butterfly, which was a bug crystal that had both the spirit system and the thunder system. It could permanently increase Han Lan's spiritual power and lightning stardust evolution speed by a small margin, making it a rare resource that could not be missed. Han Lan, who had returned to his senses, looked at the remaining alchemy materials in his hands and realized that there weren't enough materials to alchemize some more warlord-class alchemy creatures, so he packed up the supplies in his backpack and took the tsunami moon wolf back to the demon-vanquishing garden. Rolling onto the broad, snow-white feathered back of Lokia, he headed back toward Osaka City. After arriving at the area close to the pier and then diving ashore as a shark, Han Lan set off for Dongting Lake after buying a ticket for a moving train that would take him directly to the military region of Bai City. Southeast of the Tonkin Lake Plain, the city of Beehive. The entire city of Baizen is nearly a militarized system of governance, and most of the ordinary people who live here provide a service to the entire Baizen military region. There were a large number of military mages stationed in the Bai military region, and their main duty was to form a standoff alert with the lizard skull giant demon tribe in the Cavern Lake Plains. The entire city is also considered a major guardian barrier between the Cave Lake tribe and the city to the east. After Han Lan purchased some food and medicine supplies in Bai City, he traveled outside of the realm on his own. The Dongting Lake Plain inhabits a wide variety of demons, and there are some mud pond areas distributed around, but it is a forbidden place for many demons, because this place inhabits the lizard cranium giant demon land that rules the entire Dongting Lake Plain as well as Dongting Lake. After leaving a certain range of the realm, Han Lan summoned the whistling moon skylark and commanded it to let out a commanding roar that summoned creatures of its own race. That's right, the Dongting Lake area also has a small number of wolf demons. Han Lan's move is precisely to drive the wolves to swallow the lizards. A few moments later. Ow! Ow! Rising and falling wolf howls came from all directions, and the leader was none other than several battle general level old mature demons bone spur predator wolves, with dozens of one-eyed demon wolf minions following behind them. The bone spur predator wolves lowered their wolf heads when they saw the whistling moon skylark hovering in mid-air, and lay down on the ground and whimpered. Seeing this, the tsunami sky wolf growled lowly to Lokia, who telepathically told Han Lan that these warlord-class demon wolves were from a small, splintered wolf clan. Their original leader was a fire demon crow wolf, who was killed by 2 giant lizards and pseudo-dragons half a month ago because he coveted the treasure land occupied by a couple of giant lizards and pseudo-dragons, starting a racial war. Right now, there were quite a few battle general level demon wolves scattered in the plains of Dongting Lake, and they were splitting up to fight each other because the group was leaderless. The bone spur predator wolves in front of them were the ones who heard the call of the new wolf clan commander, and that's why they rushed over to give their allegiance and surrender. Han Lan had just finished listening to Lokia's telepathic conversation when excited wolf howls came from all directions again. Hundreds of 3-story tall bone-spiked predator wolves converged from different directions, and after seeing the tsunami moon wolf in mid-air they lowered their heads and whimpered in submission. Ow! The domineering and distant roar of the sky wolf was transmitted from the periphery of Dongting Lake to the central region, announcing to all the demons in Dongting Lake that a new wolf clan commander had been born. Following the pack of war general level demonic wolves of the former dynasty's old ministers all the way to the lair left behind by their dead commander, it was a small hill up to 20 stories high, and it was vaguely visible that there were still quite a number of demonic wolves as well as pups remaining in the lair. When the demon wolves saw the tsunami moon wolverine, whose body was covered with the silver moon pattern, approaching at a fast speed, they all lowered their heads and whimpered to see the new wolf clan commander, expecting the other party to come and lead them to survive in this land. Han Lan unleashed the disguise convergence technique to simulate himself as a battle general level demon accompanying the skywolf, who was currently leading the pack outside. With nothing to do for himself for the time being, he entered the cave to meditate on the stardust of the thunder and space systems. The night was silent, and time passed quietly in the boring process of meditative cultivation. Early the next morning, Han Lan, who had ended his night of meditative cultivation, got up and came to the entrance of the cave, stretching his back. A demonic wolf cub bumbled around with a branch full of red wild fruits and placed it in front of him, growling lowly twice as if urging him to hurry up and eat it. Han Lan nodded and waved the other away, picking off a dozen red wild fruits and washing them with mineral water before throwing one crunchy bite into his mouth as an appetizer. Then he threw the bare branches of wild fruits into the corner of the cave, pulled out the pancake nuts from the system backpack, and dealt with eating breakfast with a bowl of sweet tofu brain. After eating and drinking, continue to meditate on the primary stardust, warming up the water secondary nebula once more in the process. Just as Han Lan was planning to practice some star map control speed, a sharp wolf howl came from far and near in the distance. Chapter 12 Earth System Small Soul Species, Earthblood Crocodile. A silver stream of light whizzed by, and Han Lan summoned Lokia to act as a temporary translator. Through telepathy, he learned that the Saw lunar wolf had detected an unusually dense Earth elemental fluctuation in a valley 50 kilometers away, and based on its description, it was most likely an Earth soul seed. And this Earth system soul seed is only guarded by a small chieftain. There is no time to lose, good things have to be grabbed. Han Lan mounted on Lokia's broad snow-white feathered back, by the tsunami moon wolf in the front to lead the way, towards the target place to kill. Broken Soul Swamp. This was a huge swamp near the middle of Dongting Lake. The edge side was filled with reeds that were about 10 feet tall, and the mud pond was so calm that it was no different from a very ordinary wasteland. It was quiet, and not a single insect or bird could be heard amongst the patches of reeds, except for the strange bubbles rising from some of the mud that suggested it wasn't as dead as it looked. A behemoth lay still in the huge swamp, alert and quiet. Lokia, Super Water Cannon. A little ball of azure-colored light instantly condensed into the size of a millstone in front of Lokia's beak, and in the next second, a 100-meter-long azure-colored wild waterfall fiercely bombarded the behemoth in the swamp. Roar! Caught off guard by the attack, the massive monster in the swamp reveals itself. The blood-brown spine was covered with a sharp-pronged spine, as if it were the teeth on a chainsaw, and the bucket-sized crocodile eyes looked angrily up at the two unfamiliar commander-class creatures in the sky. The thick limbs lifted up and drove the slender crocodile tail, coagulating 3 blood-brown rock prism spears to lock Lokia storming away. Godbird Slam. Lokia's body instantly surged with azure light, transforming into a huge godbird, flashing past the blood-brown rock pike spear and crashing into the fragile neck of the earth-blood crocodile. The majestic force tore a several-meter-large bloody hole in the pronged back armor at the neck of the giant crocodile, and scarlet crocodile blood poured out like no money. The earth-blood crocodile was knocked over by this surging force, revealing its grayish-brown abdomen, while its own aura was suppressed by an inexplicable force for a small amount of time. But being on top of a battlefield, the enemy won't wait for it to recover before engaging in a fair fight. Freeze Ray. Lokia's giant beak opened wide, and the white freezing light instantly coalesced, and then turned into a crisscrossing and twisting blue-white pike that ruthlessly penetrated the earth-blood crocodile demon skull. From the wound, a large area of white ice instantly spread out, quickly icing and freezing the entire body of this earthblood crocodile. And that's not all. Han Lan telepathically ordered Lokia to use Dragon God Dive. Lokia flipped her body to hover in a half circle, a large amount of ethereal blue light surging from her slender head and neck, coalescing into the posture of a dragon god with fangs wide open. The ghostly blue energy was rapidly conducted to the broad palm-like wings, like a giant dragon swooping down with all its might, turning into a meteorite that fell from the sky and impacted the earthblood crocodile whose body was sealed in ice. Boom! A circle of ghostly blue energy ripples erupted from the center point of the impact, spreading out in all directions, and the tsunami moon wolf hastily pulled up its flight altitude and collected and disturbed its silver-white giant wings to protect Han Lan. A moment later the energy ripples dissipated, revealing the battle situation in the huge swamp. The earthblood crocodile was torn down by the move Dragon God Dive. Huge blood armor crocodile head, already dead, can no longer die. The wild monster earthblood crocodile Little Commander X1 has been killed, gaining 10,000 demon alchemy points. Blood marrow crystal purple X1, Commander's Remnant X1. It's a pity that aside from the one purple alchemy material that was bound to drop, this earthblood crocodile only exploded a commander class remnant. It's really a waste of time to have grown such a large size. Han Lan said with some regret. The next step was the exciting corpse touching session. Unfortunately, I don't know if Han Lan's previous luck was spent on the card drawing roulette wheel. This earthblood crocodile didn't burst out the most valuable foreign bones, only a pair of foreign skins, and 4 foreign teeth in the huge crocodile's mouth, and these 2 foreign materials were good for building magic chopping tools and shield magic tools. However, it didn't matter if it didn't pop out a commander-level Fey bone, because the most valuable Earth Soul Seed was still waiting for Han Lan to open the blind box. After picking certain parts of good crocodile meat, Han Lan cut and packed them with the Phaeton twin blades and put them in his system backpack. Lokia was then ordered to cast the least powerful super-powered water cannon to wash away a large amount of silt from the huge swamp, and as expected, a fist-sized grayish-brown ball of dirt was suspended at the center. The air within a radius of 100 meters with the Earth ball as the center was frozen for a few moments. This was actually a gravity field. Han Lan suddenly remembered the books in his backpack about the introduction and method of taking wild soul species, and took out the books for a while to compare. It was only then that it was determined that this grayish-brown Earth ball in front of him was in the critical period of evolving from an Earth-type small soul species to an Earth-type large soul species, and according to the description recorded in the books, it would take at least another month or so for the evolution to be completed. It's a pity that there's a treasure that can't be plucked immediately, and that it has to be guarded for a month's time in order to maximize its benefits. No wonder that Earth-blood crocodile hasn't been devouring it. It turns out that it's also waiting for this Earth small soul seed to finish evolving. Han Lan said with some helplessness. There wasn't much more to say about what happened next, as Han Lan ordered the Whistling Moon Skylark to temporarily relocate the demon wolf pack to the vicinity of this giant swamp, with the main task of guarding the evolution of this Earth-type lesser soul seed. Myself and Lokia were going to go around the nearby demon territory to scout for any other treasures left. Half a day later, Han Lan returned to this giant swamp with Lokia, and he had already scouted out the distribution map of the nearby commander-class demon territory. Centered on the giant swamp, a small clan of thunder gargoyles inhabited the south, and to the east was a couple of gargoyle false dragons, the culprits who had teamed up to slay the former wolf clan commander, the fire demon Pale Wolf. The hill to the north was occupied by a frost pseudo-dragon, which was also one of the most powerful commander-class demons within hundreds of kilometers nearby. To the west was the original Shizhao Valley, where the martial shell giant lizard and the swamp poisonous thousand centipede were entrenched, doing battle every day. It was only because the Dongting Lake region was rich in resources such as water and earth spirit species. Time flew by and a month passed in a flash. Han Lan saw Lunar Wolf, and Lokia had been guarding the Earth-type soul seed in this giant swamp for a month, and today was the day that the small Earth-type soul seed would evolve into the large Earth-type soul seed. Thick, condensed Earth elements converged from all directions, forming a Zhang-sized brown energy vortex, and the Earth's small soul seed at the connection of the vortex funnel was crazily devouring the Earth elemental energy, contracting, expanding, and sublimating step by step. The great soul seed of Earth, born. Seeing this, Han Lan immediately had Lokia maneuver the power of the air currents to wrap the palm-shaped feathers to pick this Earth-type great soul seed. A few moments later, a six-fold increased domain-type Earth-type extreme soul species gravity quicksand was successfully included in the backpack space compartment of Han Lan's system panel. Chapter 13, 6 months, 3 middle levels. Unconsciously, the summer heat in autumn cooled down until autumn, when Han Lan ended this Dongting Lake experience. During these half a year, Han Lan focused on the Thunder Stardust and Space Stardust, and the two magic systems were successfully raised to the intermediate level 1 nebulae, and the water nebulae also successfully broke through to the intermediate level 3. Then he practiced the control of the Thunder and Space Star maps, and now he could do it in 2 seconds to depict the middle rank star map, and was in that situation surrounded by demons, and released the middle rank magic quickly. Another thing worth mentioning is that Han Lan sneaked up on the Gargoyle False Dragon couple with the Tsunami Moonwolves and Lokia. Of course, it unleashed the ability of the disguise convergence technique, disguising the outer appearance of the two alchemic creatures as frost false dragons to launch an attack. Directly caught the female giant lizard pseudo-dragon to the death, pseudo-dragon claws and pseudo-dragon tail are bitten off to make a pot of pseudo-dragon risotto, forcing the two pseudo-dragons seriously injured to flee. Then, as he did, he took Tsunami Wolverine and Lokia to disguise themselves as a giant lizard pseudo-dragon couple. Breaking into the frost pseudo-dragon's lair and devouring its two pseudo-dragon eggs, actually Han Lan and the Wolf of the Whistling Moon united their thoughts and put them in the system's backpack. This wave of woe is me tactics in the dish directly ignited the deep-seated hatred of the three commander-class creatures. A month or so ago, a bloody battle broke out in the colony, when a lone frost pseudo-dragon intruded into the small colony of a couple of giant lizard pseudo-dragons and engaged in a bloody fight. The bloody battle between the commander-level demons was fought from day to night, and in the end, it was the frost pseudo-dragon of the commander level that won the battle by burning its origin, and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon couple drank their blood and hated each other. Seeing that the time was ripe, Han Lan led the Sailor Moon Wolves to sneak in with the power of the moonlight, while Lokia built up her strength and used a cyclone blast, move to end the frost false dragon's life. The frost false dragon's life was ended. The unlucky neighbor Thunder Gargoyle that was watching from a short distance away didn't manage to escape the clutches of these old sixes, and obediently contributed his commander-grade remnant spirit, as well as a copy of the purple alchemy material Thunderstorm Crystals Purple, and 10,000 demon alchemy points. The Frost Pseudo-Dragon exploded a purple alchemy material, the Frost Heart, and very generously gave Han Lan a commander-class Pseudo-Dragon essence and 10,000 demon alchemy points. As for the giant lizard pseudo-dragon couple, there were no points or alchemy materials since Han Lan and any of the alchemy creatures under his command had not personally killed or assisted in their participation. The two commander-level remnant spirits naturally didn't have any, and Han Lan didn't have a corresponding commander-level dead soul vessel on him, so he naturally couldn't collect this thing. Han Lan felt very sorry and helpless about this, and secretly set a small goal to return to Mordor to find a way to get a few dead soul vessels. However, in line with the principle of plucking feathers from geese, Han Lan carefully scavenged the corpses of the 4 commander-class demons. In total, you gain the alien claws and bones and skin of the Gargoyle Pseudo-Dragon X2, the alien bones and skin of the Thunder Gargoyle, the alien scales and teeth and bones of the Frost Pseudo-Dragon, and a pair of Pseudo-Dragon wing bones and bones. This time, a direct wave of fat. When he returned to the magic capital to collect some rare forging materials, he could refine a magic tool set for himself. Including the corpses of the 4 commander-class demons in his system backpack, Han Lan ordered the Whistling Moon Skywolf to lead the demon wolf horde to hunt down these leaderless lizard skull giant demons. Myself and Lokia were killing those giant death lizards one by one at point-blank range, reaping the demon alchemy points in a big way. This racial bloodbath directly wiped out 2 large lizard race groups, and a large number of lizard skull giant demons and giant death lizards died, contributing 10 slave-level essence spirits, 3 war general-level essence spirits, and a large wave of remnant spirits to Han Lan. Demon alchemy total points reached 19,962,200. Han Lan couldn't wait for another wave of 10 consecutive draws purple. 10,000-year-old ice core. Quality, purple. Description, from a fantasy world, it is the core part of the essence of 10,000 years of ice cohesion molding. Baby, eat ice, I want to eat one crushed ice. Dragon bones of an unknown colorful dragon species. Quality, purple. Description, from a fantasy world, the skeleton of an unknown 5-colored dragon species left behind after its death, which still contains most of its original power because of its complete preservation. The young man who slayed the dragon became an evil dragon at last. Thunder Wolf Scorpion's giant Caliceri. Quality, blue. Description, from a post-apocalyptic world, an adult Thunder Wolf Scorpion's 1,000-hammer giant Kelipeds harbor powerful plasma-type attack abilities. If you're a vegetable, you should practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. An ant pincer is an ant pincer, and a crab boy is a crab boy. The soul-destroying poison sac. Quality, blue. Description, from a fighting world, the natural poison capsule of a 4th-order magical beast, the Sky Demon Scorpion, comes with a hint of soul-destroying toxin. Listen to me, Scorpion, because of you, warms the seasons. Bloody scales. Quality, purple. Description, from a game world, 10 blood-red scale armors drop from unknown creatures, containing incredible power. Our blood will water the same land, and we shall fight in blood, and every day's dawn is the twilight of the gods, for then the mortal world is brighter than the stars. Flame meteorite iron, magic rock corestone, nirvana steel, thunder rock, gold crystal sand. Quality, blue. Description, from a hybrid world, although the quality is blue, if utilized properly, it may not be weaker than purple materials. I'll compose the head. 3 purples and 7 blues, not bad, barely a mouthful of blood back. Although there are some regrets, if Han Lan understands that contentment is always happy. Next, it was time for the exciting alchemy. Frost Heart Purple plus 10,000 years of Ice Core Purple plus Giant Dragon Remnant Bone of Unknown 5-colored Dragon Species Purple plus False Dragon Essence Purple plus Blood Marrow Condensed Crystal Purple. Han Lan ticked off 5 materials, adding them to the alchemy pool. Begin the alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking alchemy material is detected to be purple, and this alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The demon alchemy points dropped to 188-6200, and 5 alchemy materials were dropped in with them. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. Although this time there is no golden material, but does not affect the Han Lan deep inside the bold and crazy ideas, and put it all on the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation: 99% reasonableness of alchemy creature body arrangement, 99% alchemy success rate. 3 option boxes appeared: 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and a few seconds later, the giant beast on the alchemy drawing board raised its head. Chapter 14 Frost Subdragon, Thundercloud Scorpion. Its body towered like the ridges of mountains and rivers, its body was covered in dark blue scales, and an icy cold aura of dragon might filled the air as a gigantic figure appeared in front of Han Lan's eyes. The torso that undulated up and down with his breath was extremely muscular, with huge bones connected to strong muscles, and layers of dark blue scales that looked like battle armor covering the torso, with a ferocious aura. A pair of sharp and curved horns, like a crown, some protruding bone spurs like a ring of thorns coiled and entangled around the crown, looks unusually stout and majestic. Although a pair of ice crystal giant wings clung to his body, making it impossible to get a full view of the terrifying creature, each of those exaggerated dark blue dragon scales was nearly half a meter in size. Judging by visual inspection, it was over 100 meters in size. That's right, Han Lan had perfectly alchemized the classic legendary creature from traditional Western fantasy novels, the Frost Aragon, based on the 5 pieces of purple alchemy materials this time. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes glittered with a divine light, and he chose to name it, Sheik Rem. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Sheik Rem. Talent, mastery of frost power, ice crystal dragon body. Abilities, Dragon's Breath of Extreme Cold, Frozen Gladiator, Dragon's Roar, Ice Blast, Protection of Ice, Pact of Ice, Cold Stream Frenzy. Extreme Cold Dragon's Breath effect active, spews extreme cold dragon's breath in a specified direction to freeze all life and briefly reduce its energy defense. Frozen Gladiator effect active effect, summons a Frozen Gladiator, which gains defense enhancements and a small boost to ice abilities. Dragon Roar effect active, a sonic roar deals massive damage while briefly reducing the target creature's combat effectiveness. Effect passive effect, doubles the effect on target creature with dragon bloodline that is not as strong as you. Ice Explosion effect active effect, gives the Frost class ability the effect of a violent explosion. Effect passive effect, briefly reduce target creature's physical defense. Protection of Ice effect active, creates an ice shield that protects you in all directions. Effect passive effect, bounces a small portion of damage back to the attacker as true damage and restores a small portion of its own lifesteal by looting the target's lifesteal when attacked. Pact of Ice effect active, targets a friendly unit to temporarily empower and strengthen its ice-type ability. Effect passive effect, half of all damage dealt to the person locked by the Pact of Ice is transferred to the Frost Aragon. Cold Stream Frenzy effect active, calls out a Cold Stream Frenzy to strike the target range. Effect passive effect, increase your defense significantly when you are inside the Cold Stream Frenzy. Current rank, Orthodox Commander Trainable. System description, this is a strong and highly elemental affinity commander class Frost Subdragon that has been able to establish a pack of its own. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of Sheik Rem's spiritual power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. Summoning the Sheik Rem to defend himself, Han Lan began another round of alchemy. Thunderstorm Crystals Purple plus Bloody Scale Armor Purple plus Pair of Giant Cheeks of Thunder Wolf Scorpion Blue plus Soul Destroying Venom Sac of Sky Devil Scorpion Blue plus Warlord Great Essence Blue. Han Lan ticked off the 5 alchemy materials, adding them to the alchemy pool and starting alchemy. System prompt, detected that the quality of the first ranking alchemy material is purple. This alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points shrunk to 187,6100, and 5 pieces of material were dropped in. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip, please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. Although this time there are only 2 purple material, but does not affect the Han Lan deep inside the idea of creating everything, and put it all on the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation, alchemy creature body arrangement rationality 97%, alchemy success rate 97%. 3 option boxes appeared, 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and a few seconds later, the giant worm on the alchemy drawing board raised its head. The blue-purple crystal scale armor covered all over his body tightly wrapped around the huge insect body, with a blood-colored pattern along each side of the armor spreading to the hind limbs and bladed feet. The triangular-shaped head was covered with sharp, bony horn spikes, revealing only a pair of eyes with a large blue aura that flashed with a deathly ferocious light like a viper. Its pair of thunder-patterned giant chelae is as big as a house, the whole body shows blue-purple color, the convex row of serrated teeth on the surface of the crystal blade is wrapped with blue arcs of electricity. At a glance, it is known that it is extremely lethal, and I am afraid that it is able to cut off the shield magic tool with a pincer. And it is behind the segmented curved stinger crystal shell. Scorpion tail is up to 15 meters long, covered with a large number of electric energy poisonous hair. Purple plasma-covered tail needle is like a long gun, silver brightly flashing icy cold luster. Judging by visual inspection, it was nearly 30 meters in size with its calycery and tail. On top of that, Han Lan also noticed that the nearby thunder element was vaguely agitated the moment the giant scorpion appeared, as if it would strike a thunderbolt at any moment. That's right, Han Lan had alchemized a warlord-class lightning attribute giant scorpion based on the available alchemy materials this time. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flashed with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Thundercloud Scorpion. Talents, Blood Crystal Scale Armor, Blood Frenzy, Thunderstorm Demonic Insect Body. Abilities, Double Thunderclap, Thunderstorm Plasma Beam, Soul Destroying Poison Tail Needle, Calling Thundercloud, Spitting Poison Mist. Dual Thunderstrike Chelating Scissors Effect. Active effect, attach a body with the power of thunder to quickly pincer the target unit, dealing powerful penetrating damage. Thunderstorm Plasma Beam effect. Active, gathers a large amount of thunderstorm plasma from its tail and shoots it at the target unit. Effect. Passive effect, briefly reduces the target's lightning resistance. Soul Destroying Poison Tail Needle effect. Active effect, a powerful penetrating damage is dealt to the target with the tail poison needle. Effect. Passive effect, prioritize one soul destroying poison injection damage to the target's soul. Calling Thundercloud effect. Active, calls out a thundercloud to indiscriminately blast enemies within its range. The range of the thundercloud and the frequency of the attack depends on one's demonic power. Spray Poisonous Fog effect. Active, spray poisonous fog over a wide area, prioritizing those with weaker souls. Current rank, Medium War General Trainable. System description, this is a primitive lightning attributed giant scorpion and a powerful warrior. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion's mental power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. Put. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, Han Lan's spiritual power smoothly entered the third realm under the feedback from the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion, and his physical qualities had already reached the counterpart of a medium battle general level peak demon. Although the strength is only that of a medium war general, but with my disguise convergence technique to simulate a summoning lineage of sublime beasts, it's possible to hide our eyes. Han Lan said with delight. Noticing that he only had an imprint of a shield magic tool in his spirit world, Han Lan adjusted his materials again and prepared to use the forging pool to refine an armor magic tool for himself. Thunder Gargoyles Fey Bone plus Fey Skin Purple plus Blasted Thunder Rock Blue plus Golden Crystal Sand Blue plus Thunder Gargoyles Remnant Blue. Han Lan ticked off 5 materials to add them to the forging pool. Begin the forge. System tip. The quality of the first-ranking forging material is detected to be purple, and this forging will consume 10,000 demon alchemy points. The demon alchemy points shrunk to 18,662,200, and 5 pieces of forging material were dropped in. Unlike the alchemy pool, the forging pool did not require Han Lan to manually draw 3D lines, but only required him to mentally guide and set the type of item to be forged. For example, if Han Lan wanted to guide the setting to forge a longsword, the forging pool would forge the longsword according to his inner thoughts. Chapter 15 Green Sky Hunting Center. And now Han Lan wanted to forge a set of armored magic tools that protected his entire body, including his head. The forging pool is made up of the Blasted Thunder Rock as the main body, the Golden Crystal Sand as the reinforcing fusion agent, and the Thunder Lizard's Alien Bone plus Alien Skin as the core driving device, supplemented by the Thunder Lizard's Remnant Spirit as the spirit leader to better utilize the power of the Alien Bone. Quenching, purifying, fusing, strengthening, and shaping. After 5 simple steps, a half-meter-sized armored magic tool with purple and gold light flickering emerged from the forging pool. Tip: forging successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with brilliance as he chose to name it, the Running Thunder Battle Armor. Naming is confirmed. Armor and Magic Gear, Running Thunder Battle Armor. Quality, Blue Spirit Grade. Ability 1. Running Thunder Armor. Substantial armor attachment protection, can absorb lightning elements to further strengthen defense. 2. Passive, Thunderbolt Enhancement increases the base power of lightning magic by 0.5 times. Good stuff, not only can you strengthen your defense, but there's also a 0.5x increase to the base power of thunder magic. Love love love. Han Lan took out the running thunder battle armor from his system backpack. The original negative emotions of consuming multiple materials with some sense of loss were swept away, and Han Lan couldn't wait to put this running thunder battle armor with his own spiritual imprint and connect it to his soul at this time. As long as one's mind moved, this running thunder magic tool would immediately transform into one's entire body, allowing one's entire body's defense and thunder magic base power to skyrocket. At this point, Han Lan's training in the cave lake this time was considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Not only had his own strength been raised to the middle stage of the third system, the alchemy creature squad under his command had also increased in strength, and the tsunami wolf had been promoted to the rank of a proper commander a month ago by virtue of his talent gulping moonflower. As Han Lan's first alchemical creature, although the fighting strength of the tsunami wolf was slightly inferior to that of Lokia, a talent that allowed for autonomous cultivation completely made up for the gap. After leaving the tsunami moon wolf in Dongting Lake and ordering it to develop the demon wolf clan to plunder the foreign materials and resource veins of the demons and devils after their deaths for himself, Han Lan rolled over and mounted Lokia's broad, snow-white feathered back to fly toward the Magic City. Magic City, Hunters League. Sir, being a city demon hunter in Magic City requires you to reach at least the title of Hunter Elite, and based on the information you provided in Bo City, these demon hunting credentials are not enough to become a demon hunter in our Magic City. The hunter assistant at the front desk said with an apologetic face. So is there a suitable private hunting lodge to recommend for me? Yes. The female assistant was quite competent, and it didn't take long to find Han Lan several private hunting houses. Han Lan took one look and chose the Green Sky Hunting Center. Xinxia Hunting Institute, the oldest in Magic City, the reputation is quite good. I just don't know why it always recruits people every now and then, and a lot of mage hunters don't really love to go to Xinxia Hunting Institute for some reason. The female assistant said to Han Lan. Not a big problem, that's it. You give me the contact number and address of the Green Sky Hunting Center, and make an appointment for me by the way. Okay, just a moment. After paying the agent's fee, Han Lan went to the address given. Xinxia Hunting Center is not far from the Pearl Academy. After the Jing'an Temple, walking through the leafy and flowery avenue, Han Lan slowly stepped into some old streets that looked like the flavor of the Republic of China. At the end of the old street, a quick glance reveals a sign that gently sways and creaks in the alley wind. Green Sky Hunting Center. Xinxia Hunting House is an old Chinese-English combination tea house pretty much, inexplicably reminding Han Lan of the same counterpart Papa's antique shop. In front of the old store, a little girl with a slender double ponytail was sitting on a stool, shaking her cute little legs to operate this laptop there. Do you want to release a commission task? The commission starting price of 300,000. Depending on the difficulty of the commission and then discretionary increase in money, lower than 300,000 of those cats and dogs commission we do not accept. The little girl sat there, and even said to Han Lan without lifting her head. This girl was Lang Lingling, the best little partner in Han Lan's mind. It's to come to the Green Sky Hunting Institute for an interview. The Hunter Alliance should have sent a message to you. Han Lan spoke. Oh, it's you who wants to apply for a job as a demon hunter for our Xinxia Hunting Institute? Ling Ling finally put down the mini notebook in her hand and raised that small, gelatinous white jade-like face. A pair of large fluttering eyes that sparkled with intelligence surveyed Han Lan, then revealed a few skeptical looks and said, Are you competent at such a young age? Spirit questioned. How can you have the nerve to say that I'm young in age, and even though I'm young in age, my cultivation is still fine? Han Lan said with some tears and laughter. Then what is your cultivation level? Spirit asked with a skeptical face. Middle order level 3, it's always enough to be a magical capital city manager. Third level of the middle order? Well then, Grandpa, someone is here to apply for the job. Ling Ling shouted towards the house. It wasn't long before Old Man Pao came through the house. Yo, or a young man, young good not afraid of anything, is it the death of a pity a little, have not yet enjoyed life. The old man said slowly. Don't say that, I'm scared for my life, I'm very life-affirming. How did you become a hunter when you were afraid to die? Old Man Pao asked. It's because of the fear of death and life that you can be a hunter. This demon-surrounded year, the rash or the top is not afraid of death, has long been out of class. Interesting statement. Old Man Pao said. Alright, come and sign this contract. I've read your profile, you're from Bo City and your name is Han Lan, right? Old Man Bao said smilingly. Yes. Just call me Old Man Pao from now on, she is my granddaughter, Ling Ling. This granddaughter of mine has a mind that is no better than the average person, and will be a bit noble and proud herself, so don't mind if you take offense. Old Man Pao said. It's okay, I just like a witty partner. That's good. Our Green Sky Hunting Office is different from other private hunting offices. The commission does not charge any public fees. Spirit will provide you with intelligence, and after completing the mission, you and Spirit will share the commission proceeds equally. Old Man Pao didn't talk much nonsense and directly talked about the silver. Okay, let me know if there's a mission. I'm a major in the summoning department and a minor in the thunder department. Han Lan said. Yo, still a rare breed. Then sit here by yourself for a while. From now on, this place will also be considered half of your home, so you don't have to be polite. There is an empty room in the attic there, you can stay over there. Old Man Pao said. Ah, I still have to apply for this time's Pearl Academy. The first semester requires accommodation, wait for the next semester. It's getting late, I have to go home. Han Lan apologized. Only after Han Lan left did Ling Ling ask. Grandpa, why did you let that man in? Ling Ling said to Old Man Pao while quickly looking for something. This lad has good strength, a good seed. The strength is no better than a middle-ranked magician. Spirit said. If you think so, then I'm sure he'll bring you a surprise. Old Man Pao just smiled and didn't say much of anything. Grandpa, the information says that he is from Bo City. Ling Ling still had her head down, but the frequency of her reading didn't slow down because of the talking. Yes. Lang Qing is assisting the Judgment Council to trace the whereabouts of Sarung, and it is no surprise that this Sarung is the mastermind of the Bo City disaster. Oh, don't mention this matter to that Han Lan. With his current strength, he can't get involved in these things yet, or else he'll die like Xiao Ding. But I see that Kid is also a person who cherishes his life. Old Man Pao said. I know. But I will definitely find out that murderer who killed senior brother Xiao Ding. Ling Ling clenched her fine little silver teeth, but her tender cheeks carried a few shades of anger. Alright, leave these things to our Lord, or at least don't touch them until your strength is up to par. You and this Han Lan should just take care of some trivial matters in the metropolis first. This magic city is so big, there are quite a few troublesome trivial matters. Old Man Pao patted Ling Ling's little head and said. Chapter 16 Demon Crab in the Lake. After returning to the large villa and feasting on the barbecue pack from the food court downstairs, Han Lan began meditating on the Thunder System Nebula, and with his small cooking, he wasn't far from breaking through to the second level of the nebula. There was no talk all night. You live in a flowery world so you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, copying the thoughtfulness as you go. Early in the morning, Han Lan was awakened from his beauty sleep by the ringing of his cell phone. Hesitantly ending his date with the daughter of the week, he grabbed his cell phone and said, Hello? Han Lan, are you awake yet? Come to the Green Sky Hunting Center right away, there's a big order coming in. As soon as she picked up the phone, little Ling Ling's speech spewed out like a cannonball. Okay, right away. Han Lan got dressed, washed up, bought some buns, soy milk, and strawberry milk tea at a nearby breakfast place, and stopped a cab from the side of the street toward the Qingtian Hunting Center. What took you so long? I've been waiting for you for half a day. As soon as he entered the Green Sky Hunting Center, he saw little Spirit sitting on the sofa, cheeks puffed out as he urged Han Lan. I was delayed for a while buying some breakfast halfway, does little Ling Ling want some milk tea? Han Lan handed her a cup of strawberry milk tea. Oh, you probably don't drink that kind of stuff. Han Lan suddenly realized that Ling Ling had probably only just eaten breakfast, and withdrew it when he handed the little girl her milk tea. Who said that? Ling Ling stood up and snatched it in a flash, and gurgled it after the straw was inserted, those little lips pouting, cute as hell. Perhaps Spirit herself realized that it was very unladylike to be obsessed with milk tea, so she changed the topic and said, the place we're going to later on will most likely have demons. Do you have any contracted beasts in your summoning lineage? How strong is it? There are no contracted beasts for the time being, but my sublime beast is already at the war general level. Han Lan said. Oh, that's fine, let's not talk about that for now. Here, this is the commission mission this time. Ling Ling brought out her tablet and placed it in front of Han Lan. The commission task this time is a villa manor in Baoshan district near the edge of the Yin boundary. The employer said that in his manor, recently, there are always pets and servants inexplicably disappeared. He suspects that there are demons lurking into his manor. The commission for solving the commission is 1 million. If there is a demon trail found and solved, the commission will be doubled. Spirit opened his mouth and said. Understood, let's get going before it's too late. Han Lan took little Ling Ling in a cab and drove towards Baoshan District. Baoshan District, Haitian Villa Area. This was a villa area built on the waist of a half mountain, facing the sea and blossoming in spring, so the people who lived here were either rich or noble. Han Lan brought little Ling Ling to Villa 7, and after explaining their intentions to the doorman they met the owner of the villa, a middle-aged man around 40 years old. My humble self, Kai Baogua, you two must be the demon hunters from the Qingtian Hunting Institute, right? My manor had pet cats and dogs disappear inexplicably a week ago, and I originally thought that there were dog thieves, but yesterday, even the servants who mowed the lawn disappeared inexplicably, and there were bloodstains found next to the man-made lake, so I suspect that there are demons at work. The middle-aged man surnamed Kai spoke with a worried face. We have your information in the commission, don't worry. Is it a psychopathic murderer on the prowl or a demon? You'll find out later. Spirit said. Han Lan brought Ling Ling to 20 meters away from the artificial lake and pulled out a packet of demon-seeking powder from his backpack and sprinkled it around the lake. In a short time the crystallized powder, as if adhered, formed an outline on that patch of lawn-filled ground, an outline that looked like a paw print. The middle-aged man surnamed Kai, who was observing with binoculars not far away, looked dumbfounded. Oh my god, is there really a demon lurking inside the artificial lake in his villa area? Dimensional summoning Thundercloud demon scorpion. Seeing this, Han Lan unleashed his disguise concealment technique and casually opened a dimensional gate. The moon-white star track broke through the space to communicate with the demon and beast garden. A tyrannical, powerful, yet icy aura surged out like a tidal wave from within this dimensional rift, forming patches of turbulence that tumbled around Han Lan. The blue-purple crystalline insect body as tall as 3 stories was the first to appear. Its triangular-shaped head was covered with sharp bony horny spines, revealing only a pair of eyes with a large blue aura, flashing with a deathly ferocious light in a viper-like manner. The house-sized pair of thunder-patterned giant chelicerae and the tail as long as 15 meters of crystal shell poisonous stinger scorpion tail silently spoke of its power. After this giant scorpion climbed out of the sub-dimensional passage, its size with its Keelian tail surprisingly reached a staggering 30 meters long. A berserk battle general level aura swept out, and a series of blisters suddenly rose in the artificial lake as Han Lan gave a command to the Thundercloud demon scorpion through the mind link. Thunderstorm Plasma Beam. On the segmented and curved crystal shell scorpion tail of the Thundercloud demon scorpion, the lance-like tail needle instantly condensed a large amount of purple plasma, which appeared to be ball-shaped and constantly expanding and tumbling. In the next second, a plasma beam with a diameter of more than 1 meter blasted violently in the center of the lake, and the entire lake surface was as if it had climbed onto a giant web of blue and purple spiders, and the thunder-ons and arcs of lightning were rapidly conducted to the entire artificial lake. Hiss! A mournful wail came from the bottom of the lake, followed by a muffled sound of water exploding violently, and it was clearly a pincer as big as a giant millstone that drilled out. Lifting up large swaths of mud and sand, the pincer, illuminated by the sun, was scarlet in color, smooth as steel, and covered with strange patterns. This was surprisingly a demon crab that was 8 meters long and wide by 4 meters tall, and was as big as a small heavy truck. This demon crab's body was covered in crimson armor that glistened, extending many, many bone spines, and its fangs were like razors, indescribably hideous and vicious. And a shield-like piece of oversized heavy armor grew on its backbone, stained with moss and sand, while its pair of fist-sized eyes flickered with lurid ferocity like vipers. War general level? No, the aura fluctuation on its body is very unstable. It should have just advanced not long ago. Han Lan, go all out. Ling Ling said with some anxiety. Jiuxian Thunderbolt Boom Top. The golden star map had been traced in its entirety at Han Lan's feet, and the purple energy was transmitted from star track to star track crosswise, each reverberation making the energy of the entire thunder system star map huge by a few points. When the light reached a critical point, Han Lan pointed his finger at the blue sky. A golden thundercloud strangely appeared above the head of the red-armored demon crab. Thundercloud didn't have long to brew at all. Lifting his hand, the thunder fell. Boom! A large number of golden thunderbolts violently struck down fiercely from the thunderclouds, targeting the red-armored demon crab. Thunderbolt fell like a dragon. The violent pure golden lightning from the top of the red-armored demon crab's head fiercely poured into the bombardment, even though the beam was shared by the heavy armor on its back part of the damage, but by the internal inch-by-inch cracked armor shows that it has already fallen into a state of serious injuries. Chapter 17, Stygian Waterstone. Hiss! The red-armored demon crab's fist-sized eyes swept the 2 people in front of it and violently turned sideways to slam fiercely towards Han Lan. However, it clearly ignored the huge thundercloud demon scorpion on the side. Double thunder strike chelating scissors. A pair of house-sized lightning-patterned giant Kili probed out like lightning and clamped the red-armored demon crab's foot in the abdomen, then raised the crystal shell scorpion tail at the tail high, and the gun-like tail needle wrapped in plasma penetrated out from the head and shell of the red-armored demon crab. One-hit kills. A large number of blue-purple electric arcs interlaced and leaped inside the red-armored demon crab, completely wearing out the last trace of vitality in its body. Wild monster red armor demon crab little warlord has been killed, obtaining granite heavy armor blue x1, warlord great remnant x1, demon alchemy points 1000. Boom! A pair of thunder patterned giant Kili clamped down on the huge crab corpse and placed it in front of Han Lan, followed by the Thundercloud devil scorpion carefully touching Han Lan's trouser leg with its giant Kili, as if inviting credit for a pair of Kili colliding with each other to emit the crisp sound of gold and iron. Well done! Han Lan touched the Thundercloud demon scorpion's thick amethyst head armor and complimented it, incidentally putting the red-armored demon crab's massive corpse into his system backpack. The Thundercloud demon scorpion's fist-sized blue insect eyes narrowed slightly in excitement, obviously very flattered by Han Lan's praise. Thank you 2 mage lords for helping me exterminate the demons in the artificial lake, thank you so much, 2 million commission will be credited to the account later. Not far away, the middle-aged man surnamed Kai saw that the demon was dead and quickly walked over to open his mouth. Crab demons wouldn't appear in an artificial lake within the realm for no reason, so what exactly have you offended? Or is there something within this manner of yours that is attracting them? Ling Ling opened her mouth to the middle-aged man and asked. The 2 mage lords are truthful, this mountain was originally transformed from a natural hot spring, and a group of slave-level demons were cleared back then, but there have been no more traces of demons for so many years. The middle-aged man surnamed Kai explained. Spirit, I'm going to check under the lake for a bit. Han Lan finished without waiting for Ling Ling to respond, his body surged with a burst of blue light, transforming into a more than 10 meters of the ghostly blue giant shark water beast shook himself into the lake to dive down. The lake was dim, and Han Lan inside the giant shark glimpsed a flash of ghostly blue light at the bottom of the lake, and cupped the 6 stars in his hand and hastily dived over. A whale-sized aquamarine crystal appeared in front of him, and the palm wrapped in the water flow lightly touched a handful of it into the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight. Han Lan cruised around twice more, and with nothing more to show for it except for some demonic secretions, he turned around and swam up towards the lake. Boo! A splash exploded on the surface of the lake, and the ghostly blue giant shark on Han Lan's body dissipated into a blue light. There's nothing at the bottom of the lake, that red-armored demon crab probably used some means to sneak in from outside the realm. Mr. Kai, is it possible that you've offended someone recently? Han Lan said. Kai surnamed middle-aged man sniffed his face white, smiled and said, This is the private matter of my humble self. 2 million commission has been paid to the Qingtian Hunting Institute, the 2 demon hunter adults next time Kai so and so to find you to cooperate with the housekeeper to send off the guest. Kai Bagua waved his big hand and said. The 2 mage samas please follow me. An old butler in a black suit led Han Lan and the 2 of them into a Maybach, sending them all the way to the entrance of the Qingtian Hunting Center before turning away. Han Lan, did you really find nothing at the bottom of the lake? Ling Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, asked with a playful wink. Nah, found a water elemental boulder. Han Lan took out the watery blue stone from the 24 bridges and moonlit nights and placed it on the coffee table and spoke to Ling Ling. I can't believe it's this. Old Man Pao, who was smoking a pipe not far away, opened his mouth with a startled ejaculation. Does Old Man Pao recognize this? This is a kind of ore from the shallow sea called underwater stone. Most of them are used to build high-level water magic tools or as the main material for soul-level magic weapons. Han boy, if you are short of protective magic tools, I can introduce Watua from the Pearl Pagoda to help you forge 1 or 2 of them. Old Man Pao said with a smile. Thank you, Old Man Pao, but I can forge my own magic tools, so I don't need to. Han Lan politely declined. Oh, you also moonlight as a forger? Han boy, young people don't have much time for meditation cultivation, be careful not to affect your cultivation future. Old Man Pao opened his mouth and reminded. Seeing this, Han Lan directly summoned the Running Thunder battle armor, a purple gold armor covering his entire body. Vulnerable areas such as the head, neck, abdomen, and legs were protected by purple golden armor, and a palm-sized thunder lizard was carved on his chest, and the elements in the air were rapidly gathering and stirring as a result. Extremely high-grade armor magic tool, it seems to come with the effect of strengthening magic power. In the field of middle-ranked mages it can be said to be at the top of the list. Han boy, was this forged by your own hands? The discerning Old Man Pao was surprised after observing it for a moment. Han Lan nodded and deactivated the armored magic tool attachment. Very good, Han Lan, your talent in the forging path is even better than I imagined. Just now I heard Ling Ling say that you transformed into a shark to dive into the artificial lake. That seems to be the power of the water spirit species. Are you born with a dual system? Old Man Pao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yes, my autonomous awakening of the water system, the power to transform sharks into submerged swimmers, is incidental to the celestial spirit species. Han Lan said in an unassuming manner. Then are you interested in joining the Judgment Society? Ling Ling, her sister, Lang Qing, is the Vice Inquisitor of the Spirit Hidden Judgment Society, so if you're interested in taking that path, Han Lan, I can introduce you. Old Man Pao said with some interest. I'm used to being idle, I don't like those rules and regulations, being a mage hunter is quite good. Han Lan spoke somewhat apologetically. In that case, that's fine, it's good for young people to see the world by fighting with demons more often. Let's not talk about this, stay for dinner later. Old Man Pao laughed. Alright, that commission kill of the warlord class crab demon just now was quite fresh, and I didn't use my toxin power when my sublime beast killed it, so let's eat crab meat for lunch. Han Lan proposed. Okay. Spicy crab legs, steamed crab pincers with fans, fried rice cakes with crab meat, steamed eggs with crab meat, a few small dishes with 2 bottles of rice wine, a crab meal down Han Lan. 3 people are eating, all the guests and hosts are happy, the relationship is also therefore much closer. After eating and drinking, Han Lan took the initiative to clean up the table of dishes before sitting in a cultivation room that Old Man Pao had arranged for him to meditate on the Thunder System Nebula. Han Lan intended to break through the Thunder Nebula to the 2nd level first, before favoring the other space nebula. As for the Water Nebula, there was no possibility of going any further in a short period of time. There are no years in meditation, and it's already the beginning of the school season at Pearl Academy. During these 2 short months, Han Lan and Ling Ling formed a partnership, taking the Thundercloud demon scorpion around this huge magic capital to do commissioned quests. It was worth mentioning that during one of his commissions, Han Lan had accidentally obtained a piece of lightning attribute alchemy material, and after giving it to the Thundercloud demon scorpion to fuse, he had successfully promoted it to the level of a great war general. Additionally, Han Lan spent another 7 minion great essence spirits to strengthen the Thunder Star to level 4, unlocking the level 4 Thunder Seal electric field. Combat, meditative cultivation back and forth under the cycle of stimulation, Thunder Nebulae, Space Nebulae smoothly break through to the 2nd level, all thanks to Han Lan absorbed 10 golden ancient butterflies insect crystal. This resource, which was equivalent to a low-profile version of the Nimble Stone, greatly increased the cultivation speed of middle-ranked mages. Chapter 18, Admission to the Pearl Academy. There are only 3 magic departments in the Pearl Academy that have special bonus points in enrollment: the Curse Department of Black Magic, the Space Department, and the Summoning Department of Dimensional Magic. The magic entrance exam is likewise a big wave method, and the country will enthusiastically produce countless young wizards with great talent, deep backgrounds, and unparalleled diligence. The university's assessment of their own cultivation, magical skills can only be considered a basic project. Most of the students are required to show the special skills that are truly worthy of the examiner's favor to. Pearl Academy found the trial hall that served as the entrance examination, and when Han Lan walked in, he found that there were already 5 examiners sitting there. A bald old professor was looking Han Lan up and down. When he realized that Han Lan didn't even bring some aids with him, he asked, "You didn't prepare any aids?" "Don't need to, there's already been a secondary beast." "Well then, now begin your summoning." The old professor wasn't saying anything more. Han Lan first used the disguise convergence technique to create an illusion of himself depicting a summoning system Star Trek, and then took a second to open the gate of subdimensional summoning and summoned the Thundercloud Scorpion, which had already been simulated to be a medium battle admiral level using the disguise convergence technique. Thundercloud Demon Scorpion, or a medium war general level. There's a scary guy coming from the summoning department this term. A professor with glasses said. It seems that student Han Lan, your strength and luck are stronger than we thought. The professor pushed up his glasses, a smile on his face. Such a skillful sublime summoning gate, we'll take this student from the summoning department. Summoning department head Zhang Yunming said. The 5 examiners immediately conferred. As the director of the summoning department, Zhang Yunming was adamant that he wanted to admit Han Lan, and if their summoning department couldn't take in any more powerful trainees, the department could be said to exist in name only. Looking at them still discussing, Han Lan directly showed his muscles, activating the disguise convergence technique to touch seemingly 49 moon-white summoning lineage stars and said, I'm already a middle-rank summoning lineage level 2 nebula. When this was said, several examiners all raised their hands to pass. Middle-ranked mages could enter the main campus, and now middle-ranked cultivation was a nail in the coffin for entering a green campus. Jiang Yunming was the more satisfied he was with Han Lan. At a young age, the summoning department had broken through to the second level of the intermediate order, and the secondary beasts were also medium or general level creatures. Within 3 years, as long as this son didn't degrade himself, he would definitely break through to the high level of the mage. Middle-ranked magicians had a certain amount of strength and enough money in themselves, and were perfectly capable of smashing some more resources after owning a contracted beast to raise their true biological son even stronger. School starts on the very standard September 1st day. Han Lan had been inside the dormitory for more than a week long ago, and had a general understanding of the Pearl Academy. Pearl Magic Academy was divided into 2 campuses, the Green Campus which housed freshmen and junior veteran students. The other is the main campus, which is only accessible to mid-rank law faculties, and the competition at the main campus is fierce. Morning. Emofan was brushing his teeth, while Han Lan was lying on his bed watching the Pearl Goddess ranking collected and organized by board people, and unsurprisingly, Mu Nugio won the first place. Although Han Lan entered the exams earlier, he was still assigned to the same dormitory as Emofan. It must have been special fate. Just as Emofan was brushing his teeth, another person came in. Han Lan heard the door open and tilted his head to find that the visitor was a handsome-looking man with curly, semi-long blonde, slightly permed hair. Yo, I thought I was the first one here. Hello guys, my name is Zhao Manyan, I'm from the light department. At this time, a youth walked in, revealing a smile and saying very self-congratulatorily. Then his eyes fell on Han Lan, and holy. This person is actually almost as handsome as me? The youth was flabbergasted for a moment. Emofan, who was brushing his teeth, poked his head out when he heard the commotion and said vaguely, "The goose calls to touch the sail." At this time Han Lan looked at Zhao Manyan and said, "Hello, my name is Han Lan is." From the summoning department, the one brushing his teeth is called Emofan, also from the summoning department. Good lord, have I entered the nest of the summoning department? I'm the only light department, Zhao Manyan said with a helpless face. A few minutes later Morvan toothbrushed. He stepped out and said, "We're a mixed dormitory here, Han and I are both summoning faculties, it depends on what spells the rest of the housemates are." After the 3 chatted for a while Emofan spoke up, "Want to go eat together?" Zhao Manyan tossed his hair and said with a smug expression, "I have an appointment with a schoolmate, so I can't accompany you guys." Emofan stroked his chin and said, "The face value is just a little bit worse than mine." Han Lan also didn't bother to care about Emofan, rolled over and jumped off the bed then said, "Let's go, dry rice man." At this time a young man with red hair walked in. He scanned the entire dormitory as if he were a leader, and then said, "Whose seat is this?" The location he pointed to was exactly where Zhao Manyan was. Emofan spoke, "Zhao Manyan's." The youth cocked his head and said, "What department is he in?" "Light system." Hanlon spoke up. "Oh." The youth nodded then threw Zhao Manyan's things aside and then placed his own things on top. Afternoon. After dinner, Han Lan received a text message to gather in the class for a sort of freshman meeting. Arriving at the class and taking a look, counting Han Lan there were a total of 8 people. One was Emofan, and the other 6 were all dragon set supporting characters from the original. The summoning department is arguably the most distinctive of all the magic departments, and the way classes are conducted is very different from the other faculties. If you're really bored and have nothing to do, it's fine to sit in the classroom of another magic department. The department head, Jiang Yunming, said very straightforwardly. Our academy has always had an orientation program that is special to our summoning department, in which the top 2 students who perform well will receive a bottle of refined beast blood. Jiang Yunming continued to speak. At the mention of the refined beast's blood, those 6 summoning department boys became excited, their eyes blossoming with longing. The blood of the refined beast can allow your summoned creatures to undergo a cleansing, and their strength will also increase drastically, which is much faster than using magical energy to slowly feed the enhancement, and there is even a certain probability of allowing summoned creatures that are at the peak of the slave level themselves to advance to the war general level. Of course, this probability is relatively low. Jiang Yunming directly explained. Mr. Jiang, what is this welcoming program you speak of? How are you going to distribute this refined beast blood? Why don't we all call out our summoned beasts and compare them, and give it to whoever is stronger? The long-faced boy sitting in the center eagerly said. Wang Lijian rules are not up to you. You will soon find out what the orientation program is. It has the potential to make you the center of attention for the entire freshman class or the laughingstock of the entire school. The corners of Jiang Yunming's mouth rose, but he didn't give any instructions on what that so-called program actually was. Han Lan, who was familiar with the original story, naturally knew about this thing called the beast fighting competition, but Han Lan didn't even look at the refined beast's blood. He only wanted to pocket everyone's cultivation resources, and then use that to exchange for the opportunity to cultivate in the 3 Steps Tower. When Han Lan returned to the dormitory, Mo Fan and Zhao Manting had already started discussing about the beast fighting competition. After all, he had more older sisters and his intelligence was much more familiar. There was no talk all night. Chapter 19: The Beast Fighting Competition above. Orientation Day has finally arrived, and it's definitely the biggest holiday in the entire Green Campus. Those old students who had already been in the school for some time, they would never let go of this good day when they could watch the new students make a fool of themselves. On the other hand, many of the freshman side of the students who thought they had outstanding strength were also secretly waiting for this perfect opportunity to become the center of attention of the whole school. Perhaps every student here was the pride of their region, but once they arrived at the Pearl Academy, they could easily be drowned out among the piles and piles of magical geniuses. Have you all inquired about what the summoning beasts of those 8 summoning students are? In the cafeteria, 4 or 5 boys sitting in a group were secretly discussing something like a top-secret event. Ask around pretty much. On this day, the most discussed thing in the whole school was naturally the beast fighting competition that started in the afternoon, and for several years this had been the most interesting program in the Green Campus of the Pearl Academy. There were ribbons with summoned beasts on them hanging all over the campus, and I heard that there were also large posters of several students who had done very well in previous years in the fighting tournaments at the entrance to the student community, looking handsome as hell. Early in the morning, Han Lan organized his appearance to make himself look more handsome and refreshed. After all, he was the main character of the day, and Han Lan was even going to be the first one to go on stage, not giving the others a chance to perform. Today he was going to be the single most beautiful boy in the whole school. The summoning department students were the protagonists of the competition, so naturally they had to go backstage in advance to make some preparations. The green duel hall was built in a very grand manner, and inside there was even a dueling ground that was a few points larger than a soccer field. Usually this place is used as a venue for grand competitions, but today the dueling arena inside has been transformed into a huge boundary cage, called the Beast Cage. The 4 sides of the iron cage is a step seating rows and rows, densely packed. It is estimated to accommodate a 10,000 people are not too big a problem. Such a super fighting hall is estimated to be only the Pearl School of such a rich and powerful forces to build up. Students were already entering the hall one after another, and the crowds had already set the grand atmosphere since they started lining up after the noon meal. By about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire arena was filled with students, a young face full of vitality, a pair of white wonderful legs, in addition to the clubs and universities you really can no longer see in the community, so a large ticket of young girls in and out. Before I give my speech, I want to make sure of one thing like you guys first. The ceremony began, and the first person to speak on such an arena of tens of thousands of people was naturally that Dean Xiao. If you only want to be a magician who is respected in the society, receives a fairly high salary and lives a high-quality life, then I have to tell you very responsibly that you have come to the wrong place. The magicians who come out of the Pearl Academy must have the ability to change the world, must be the heroes who can take up the mission of guarding mankind. Wealth, fame, we are not lacking, what we lack is an eternal heart to pursue supreme magic. A speech to listen to Han Lan, a little blood boiling, but soon he calmed down. Power, beauty, wealth, territory, he wants all of them, the premise of strong power, these are not conflicting. Today is the time for you to show off your abilities to the fullest, so let's start with today's 8 protagonists, the freshmen of the summoning department. President Xiao did not say much less let the other leaders speak one by one, and decisively entered the theme of the day. Perhaps at first there were still many freshmen who would report that they had just come to the university and had to keep a low profile and not participate in this beast fighting competition, but after listening to those inspiring words, I'm afraid that a lot of people couldn't hold back. They had already exterminated all their local competitors at the Magic High School level, so why keep their tails between their legs? School that provides rare resources is not going to fall on your silent head for no reason. This academy, the need is competition, ruthless competition. 8 freshmen from the summoning department stepped in front of the large raised platform amidst the roar of the crowd. Perhaps many will take offense, why should they be the center of attention as soon as they enroll in the summoning department? It doesn't matter, after defeating them, you guys are the real protagonists today. Dean Xiao said in a loud voice. The entire fighting hall was instantly abuzz, especially those freshmen, they all couldn't wait to jump onto the stage and fight right away. Then which one of you will go first? Dean Xiao smiled as he looked at the 8 summoning department students. I'll do it. Han Lan directly stepped forward. Today he didn't want to leave anyone else with the slightest chance to perform. Then this place is yours. Han Lan took a step toward the very center of the fighting arena, and at the entrance to the iron cage boundary, a long line of people who wanted to challenge had formed, each impatiently waiting. Han Lan swept his gaze over the few students at the front of the line, seeing that they were all fighting over who would go first. Han Lan directly turned his head to look at Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao, I have a question. You say. Dean Xiao said. Our summoning department did not achieve the score of resisting 100 people, and the public cultivation resources for this semester will be allocated to other departments. Isn't this a bit unfair to our summoning department? Han Lan asked in a loud voice. Dean Xiao couldn't help but let out a laugh when he heard this and swept his gaze at the directors of the other faculties. Mr. Han Lan, you asked a good question. Actually, after this standard line of 100 people, there is another criterion. That is, if a summoning department student can withstand the rounds of magic bombardment from 200 people, then the public cultivation resources of all the faculties in this term will go to the summoning department. Dean Xiao seemed to have seen what Han Lan wanted and replied in an equally loud voice. When these words came out, this huge green duel hall boiled over all of a sudden. All of them only knew that the summoning department's indicator not being met was subject to a huge punishment, but they never knew that if the summoning department exterminated 200 people from all of their faculties, then all public cultivation resources other than the summoning department would be owned by the summoning department. The cultivation resources of the entire school of more than 4,000 people are concentrated in the hands of 8 people in the summoning department. This summoning department shall not go to heaven. The reason why this rule has not been publicized, that's because our Pearl Academy hasn't had any freshmen of the summoning department who could do it for so many years, so it doesn't matter whether it's said or not. Dean Xiao replied in a calm tone. Well, the questions have been answered for you, what else do you have to ask? Dean Xiao said. No more, but let's get 200 of them together if we can. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Han Lan said in a very beaten tone. Brat, what did you say? Believe it or not, I'll destroy your slave scorpion in one move. The youth with short dyed green hair said with a face full of displeasure. If your stupid scorpion is able to touch the pants leg of this wind system, Grandpa, I'll recognize you as my big brother. Apparently everyone in the summoning department had their information leaked. However, they didn't seem to know that Han Lan's secondary beasts were at the level of generals, or that they had been given false information that Jiang Yunming had intentionally released. Han Lan's provocative words instantly angered the boys who had grabbed the forefront of the challenge team, and soon the front 5 jumped into the iron cage boundary together with a furious look on their faces. Chapter 20 The Beast Fighting Competition Below. Han Lan did not care how angry they were, and directly opened the sub-dimensional summoning. The light of the moon color loomed around Han Lan. They were first array of stars that seemed to be randomly dotted, and then under the camouflage of the template launched by Han Lan, they were quickly connected to form a sub-dimensional star track. The star track broke through space and opened up an unknown world demon beast garden, and a 30-meter-long Thundercloud demon scorpion immediately rushed out. The 3-story high blue-purple crystalline insect body was the first to appear, and its triangular-shaped head was covered with sharp bony horn spines, revealing only a pair of eyes with a large blue aura, flashing with a deathly ferocious light in a viper-like manner. The house-sized pair of lightning-patterned giant chelae were raised high, and the 15-meter-long crystal-shelled venomous stinger scorpion tail flashed with a regal cold light. A berserk battle general-level aura swept out, using its massive body to block Han Lan behind it, hissing towards the 5 people on the fighting stage. Fear the sudden quietness of the air. The expressions on the faces of more than 10,000 teachers and students throughout the academy also stiffened at this time. What kind of international joke is this? A Warlord-class Sub-Zero beast? A War General-class Thundercloud demon scorpion? How is this even a fight? I protest, it's not fair. Han Lan stood in the center of the venue, and at the moment he could hear the tirades coming from different seats throughout the arena. You have to know that there are tens of thousands of people seated in this fighting hall, and the eyes casually put to a place in and thousands of people stare at each other, the voices from all directions like thunder rolled, completely as an unprecedented experience of shaking the mind. But Han Lan only took it as the wail of the weak, the cowardly, the worthless. The main theme of the full-time mage world is supposed to be that the strong dominate everything, and the losers kneel down and eat dust in the worldview, only to fight, to rob, to plunder in order to let themselves go higher and farther. It all boils down to speaking with strength. As long as you are strong enough, beauty, resources, and power will be handed to you. Thundercloud Magic Scorpion has already started the Scorpion Pincer's clip 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 music mode, without magic tools to give a pincer, with magic tools directly with a sharp tail needle to zap sugar plums. Of course, the above 2 points only applies to males with ugly-looking girls. Beautiful-looking female trainees Han Lan will let the Thundercloud Devil Scorpion strike a little lighter, at least they will not be skewered into a string of sugar gourds, hanging on the huge scorpion tail to rock back and forth, directly turning into a large social death scene in seconds. Even so, it still scared many of the beginner trainees to death, and there were quite a few who called out Han Lan for being more patriarchal than female, striking out at male trainees with heavy pincers, but being merciful to the good-looking female trainees. However, Han Lan completely ignored these people and told the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion through the mind link to continue to keep up the standard and do a good job, and give you an increase in resources when it's done. This time, the directors of the other departments were completely unable to sit still, and this time, all the resources were really going to be given to the summoning department. Zhang Yunming's old face was on the verge of smiling. Dean Xiao, no one dares to go on here, is it really necessary to give him all the resources of the entire department? Zhou Zhanghua, the head of the civil engineering department, said with some uneasiness. Rules are rules. If no one dares to take the field, then the public cultivation resources for this semester will all go to the summoning department. Dean Xiao snorted coldly and paid no attention to Zhou Zhanghua. Just now, student Han Lan also said that it's no problem to go together, you still have 170 spots, 170 mages don't have to be unable to cure a war general. Dean Xiao also didn't say the words to death, and he himself wanted to see what other cards Han Lan had. Isn't 170 people together too much pressure on the field? Accidentality is too great, we might not be able to protect it. Another department head in charge of student safety said. It doesn't matter, just because I will make a move. Dean Xiao said with his hands behind his back in a cloudy manner. Once this was said, the directors of the other faculties began to discuss how to take down Han Lan's sublime beast. Soon after a quarter of an hour passed, it was organized for the trainees to start challenging the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion Grand Boss on stage. However, there was no use, even though there were nearly 30 middle-ranked mages among the 170 trainees, they still weren't enough for a plate of food in front of the Great War General-ranked Thundercloud Demon Scorpion. The battle soon began, and this time, the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion did more than just skewer candy canes with its scorpion pincers, but started spewing poisonous mist. Elemental lineage beginner trainees who were touched by the toxin all fell down in piles like cut wheat. When a few middle-ranked mages broke through the siege and rushed to Han Lan's feet flashed with the Thunderstar map, and he struck Jiuxian Thunderbolt Night Fork, directly retiring the 5 people's life-preserving magical tools by beating them out on the spot. And retired them on the spot. Because of the pure golden thunderbolt, many veteran trainees and directors could see that Han Lan possessed an extremely high-quality spirit seed of the lightning system, and looking at the strength of this directly scrapping the trainee's armored magical tool, I'm afraid it was still an extremely high-quality spirit seed with a 3-fold increase. Several people who had thought they could steal home and attack the summoner himself were numbed on the spot. Well, numb in the physical magical sense, all of them got a free dye job of the fluffy exploding hair, the kind that comes with a deep-sea tanning treatment. His thunder system is also mid-ranked? Or the second level of Thunderbolt Nightcrawler? This one's GD up, it's hopeless. That's not fair. At this time, the Thundercloud Scorpion has been dragged by more than 100 mages to show fatigue loaded, but the demon is strong in that it is both a meat shield tank and has a demonic law. If they were to cast their demonic spells with full firepower, the middle-ranked mages of this Pearl Academy wouldn't be enough for the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion's round of Blood Frenzy to receive the undisputed charge. It was not easy for a few middle-ranked mages of the Wind and Earth systems to break through the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion's defenses and arrive in front of Han Lan, only to be electrocuted by one of Han Lan's golden thunder seals and instantly fall into a baby-like sleep. This infinite chaos lasted over an hour before slowly coming to a close. After attrition of more than 4/5 of the trainees, the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion was finally dragged down to its last ounce of stamina feigned, and lay on its back to recover silently. It's too hard, finally exhausting his sublime beast stamina. Now you know who's in charge, oh? There's only one last challenge spot left. How about you get on? Several middle-ranked cadets sniffed and laughed, and no one was willing to be the last one to stand out. Just kidding, the thin camel is bigger than a horse, even if the general-level creatures are at the end of their strength, they only need to die together to make them fall on the stage, and then become the laughingstock of the whole school. 193, said Dean Shaw in a loud voice, telling the entire school of freshmen that they were now down to their last 7 spots. Let me say one thing first, those who haven't reached middle rank cultivation and are not able to release middle rank magic should not go up to challenge. It's good to have backbone and courage, but to strike at a stone with an egg is a bit foolish. Department head Zhou Zhanghua also couldn't help but open his mouth. At those words, the entire room fell silent with them. Someone teamed up for a challenge. An unknown cry came out from somewhere in the seating area, and immediately afterward the quiet fighting hall stirred, and all eyes gathered on those few challengers. However, the first thing that caught his eyes was a woman, absolutely beautiful to the point of astonishment, wonderful to the point of seductive posture. Magne. Soon, a cadet had already called out her name. Discussions rose and fell. No one expected that the last to appear would be such a stunning woman. Simply because she caused countless men to gasp on her first day of school and quickly spread the word in just a few days to be worshipped as a pearl goddess. Watching Mu Nugio and the 7 people, including Zhuangli Feng, Bai Zong Feng, Dongfang Ming, Luo Song, Xin Mingxiao, and Pang Liang, step into the beast-fighting boundary arena, Han Lan couldn't help but take a closer look. Inside the light gray college uniform was a snow-white plaid shirt blouse, under the amazingly sinister peaks and the small waist was a light red skirt near the knee length, and the absolute field between the white stockings was exceptionally mind-blowing. The virtuous wife and mother-type female supporting role in the original, Mu Nugio, the posture of the heavenly fairy, but warlike as a devil. As for the other 6, Han Lan just casually swept a glance. Hiss. The Thundercloud demon scorpion made it clear that it didn't know how to appreciate beautiful women, and its huge bug eyes that flashed with blue light stared at Magne Zhao and the others with a deep sense of vigilance and hostility. If Han Lan hadn't told it not to act rashly through the mind link, I'm afraid that it would have directly greeted them with a thunderstorm plasma beam the first time Mu Nugio and the others came onto the field. Chapter 21 Thunder vs. Storm. Han Lan gave a command to the Thundercloud demon scorpion through the mind link, only to see a large number of blue-purple electric arcs suddenly leap out from the massive Thundercloud demon scorpion's insect body, and its aura fluctuated up and down at once. Dean Xiao and some of the directors on the stands could see its condition, a sign that it was about to step into the battle general level advancement stage. Subalterns at this stage are generally not very keen on responding to battles, as they have to build up their resources and power to impact the subalterns, which can be a big blow to the summoner's combat power. And because of the summoner's law that sub-zero beasts are just mercenaries and contracted beasts are their own sons, there aren't many people who will vigorously cultivate sub-zero beasts after all. Hiss. The Thundercloud demon scorpion chirped apologetically to Han Lan, and its huge scorpion body burrowed into the Gate of Dimensions demon beast's garden that Han Lan had opened, disappearing from the view of all the teachers and students in the school. What's going on here? It should be that his secondary beasts are about to step into the War Admiral level advancement stage, and won't be responding to his battle calls for a while. If there are no more sublime beasts to assist in the battle, doesn't that mean that he won't be able to finish the challenge of 200 people, and our department's public cultivation resources will be preserved? The trainees in the stands murmured, obviously for them, the peaks and valleys were really too much to handle. Your sublime beast has returned to the summoning plane, so do you still want to continue with this 200-person challenge? Nugio opened her mouth to ask after a brief moment of astonishment. Even without the help of the sublime beasts, I'm still a middle-ranked mage in my own right, aren't I? Han Lan said. Arrogant, 1 against 7, who do you think you are? Dongfang Ming and the others angrily rebuked and immediately began to depict the star map. In that case, let's begin. Mu Nugio directly exposed her intentions. She just wants to fight. Han Lan felt the element of stormy winds flying up recklessly from Mu Nugio's body, and as the air was drawn out of the entire fighting arena, the winds went wild. With Mu Nugio's proud stance as the center, the high-speed rotating airflow quickly turned into a 2-meter diameter, stormy wind scroll that swept up all the dust from the venue under the agitation of the green wind star map. Wind Disc Dragon Scroll. From Mu Nugio's pink lips, she solemnly spat out the name of this wind spell. Fiery Fist Booming Sky. Ice Lock Ice Chain. Dongfang Ming and Luo Song finished the middle order star map right behind them. However, Han Lan was even faster than the crowd. The Golden Thunder star map was coalesced in less than half a second, and the Berserk and Rampant Thunder elements instantly formed a giant claw of pure golden thunderbolt chains, and fiercely gripped it towards the 3 middle-ranked magic. Jiuxian Thunderbolt Night Fork Giant Claw. The Golden Thunder Giant Claw was like an eagle pinching a chicken, crushing the wind disc with the fiery fists and ice locks, and then with undiminished power, it blasted down towards Mu Nugio and the others. Wind Track Drifting Shadow. However, for Mu Nugio, who had already set up the wind track, the pace of the fast-weaving and flexible floating displacement to the distance successfully dodged this deadly thunderbolt of thunder. Dongfang Ming and the others were not so lucky, the lack of displacement magic and they had no defense skills. Facing the speed of the Night Fork giant claws that blasted down incredibly fast, they had no choice but to call out the shield magic tool to resist. Boom boom boom. Pure golden thunderbolts penetrated through the shield magic tool defense, and the lightning arcs that were greatly weakened in power electrocuted the crowd to the ground. And not far away, the airwaves generated by the golden thunderbolt bombardment on the ground still caused Mu Nugio's figure to sway, nearly falling to the ground. Quickly cutting to the chase, the power of the 9 Xian Golden Thunder Devouring Seeds Thunder Tribulation granted Han Lan an ability similar to the 3000 Thunder's Thunder Flash, and his figure instantly transformed into a stump and disappeared from his original location. Are you looking for me? Just as Mu Nugio's gaze looked around, there was suddenly a subtle sound of thunder resounding from the sky, and immediately a black shadow, like a ghost, slowly appeared behind her. A large number of pure Golden Thunder Python soldiers twisted around Han Lan's hands, ready to fly toward Muojiao at any moment. At this distance, Mu Nugio couldn't do any dodging at all, and it was even too late to use her magic tools. You lose. How can you be so fast? A stunned look appeared on Nugio's confident and calm cheeks. Thunder Spirit Seed and Natural Talent are just that. Mu Nugio's eyes contained shyness and anger when she sniffed. Biting her red lips tightly, Mu Nugio stood there but was at her wit's end. Dongfang Ming and the others had already been electrocuted to the ground, and Shen Mingxiao was still trying to forcefully stand up, not wanting to lose face in front of the goddess, but he was struck by a thunder seal and instantly fell into a baby-like sleep. Nugio also thought about whether or not she was using her magic tool to continue to fight this guy again. However, she gave up in the end. What was the point of winning this battle by virtue of the heritage of the lineage? Biting her red lips tightly, those beautiful eyes finally let go of all their obsessions and said with some reluctance, I lost. I lost. As soon as Mu Nugio said this, the entire fighting hall was in complete chaos as if it had exploded. Losing, Mu Nugio and the others had actually conceded defeat, which meant that Han Lan would be sitting alone with the public cultivation resources of the entire department's freshmen. How can he suddenly be that fast? He must have used a fulfillment magic tool. He must have cheated, it's impossible. In addition to the summoning department's 7 Hulkwa's general look of worship when they saw the giant man, it was a nightmare for the whole school's freshmen. Dean Xiao, this. Should we advise Han Lan to give up voluntarily, otherwise the impact is too great? Zhou Zhenghua hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. With several department chairs taking the lead, the scene was in chaos, and Dean Xiao frowned, clearing his throat and bellowing. Quiet. The sound was like heavenly thunder exploding over the fighting platform, shaking everyone's ears. Alright, today's beast fighting competition ends here, and the public resources of the entire department for that semester will belong to the summoning department. Dean Xiao announced very cleanly. Dean Xiao didn't even wait for the others to say more as he coldly grunted, the fact is that the public resources allocated to each of your heads this semester is not much to say and not much to say. Rather, it is unacceptable for these benefits to fall on the summoning department's head alone. Why is it that when the proposal was made to allocate resources to you if the summoning department didn't reach 100 people, you didn't jump out and say that it was unfair? Just because the summoning department only has 8 people, they can't turn into a wave of popular savagery and openly oppose it like you guys are doing now? Forgot what I told you all in the opening scene, what kind of wizards our school motto produces. I'm happy today that someone has finally broken this once and for all, and while this is still far from being a world-changing power, it's at least a very good sign. Dean Xiao's words were like thunder pouring into everyone's ears, and there was a bit of disappointment in his anger. Not to mention the freshmen who had just enrolled in the school, those old students who had already been in the Pearl Academy for some time had all lowered their heads, not daring to say half a word more. Had, at the outset, everyone protested that the rule was unfair, then Dean Xiao would have nodded and rescinded it. Why wait until someone else wins big and their interests are taken away to openly embrace and then oppose it? If the Pearl Academy recruited all such students, then Dean Xiao would rather take the resources and donate them to those mages who didn't enter the academy but were more ambitious, so that the resources would be more fully utilized, and those people at least understood that the resources were hard to come by. The words of Zhou Zhenghua and the other department chairs had already touched Dean Xiao's principles. If Han Lan was persuaded to give up these public cultivation resources, wouldn't what he had said in the opening earlier have slapped his own face in the face? After the contest was completely over, the 7 gourd children of the summoning department had already treated Han Lan as a god, and the 7 of them were also very sensible, as long as the share that originally belonged to them, the ones that Han Lan had snatched up, belonged to him alone. I just don't know how many days of 3 Steps Tower training time I can get in exchange for this reward. Chapter 22, Reward of Magic Tools. Inside the dormitory after the fight. I give 82 points to Han for this pussy footing around, and I'll send you the rest in the form of 666, wildly taking in the public cultivation resources of a few thousand people across the school. How cool must this be? Mo Fan said with a face of envy and jealousy. The resource rewards are minor, what I value more is the opportunity to cultivate in the 3 Steps Tower, Han Lan spoke. A 3-step tower? What is that thing? Mo Fan sniffed in confusion. It's a cultivation sanctuary similar to the Earth's Sacred Spring in Bo City. Unlike the Earth's Sacred Spring that only works for beginner mages, the 3 Steps Tower has considerable benefits for middle-ranked mages and high-ranked mages. Imagine purchasing a Star River vein after your middle-ranked full cultivation, breaking through within the 3 Steps Tower, and the probability of advancing to a higher rank can reach about 90%, Han Lan explained. Is it that cool? Then does Brother Han know what other methods there are to obtain a chance to practice in the 3 Steps Tower? Mo Fan asked eagerly. The first person in each faculty within the main campus gets 7 days of practice per month. So that's how it is, that I have to work hard to cultivate and enter the main campus White Horish 3-step tower as soon as possible, Mo Fan said with a sudden realization. Let's not talk about this for now. My Sublime Beast is already at the War General level, your Phantom Wolf Beast is still stuck in the Slave level advancement period. Young man, time to charge up. I'll give a 20% discount on this bottle of refined beast blood, 800W to sell you. Han Lan said to Mo Fan with a bad smile on his face. It's so expensive, can it be cheaper? Mo Fan felt countless small amounts of money moving away from him. Just say yes or no? I'll take it. But Han, I don't have that much money on me right now, can I make a note? Yes, consider it your sellout. Morven. After the big storm that was the freshman competition, Han Lan realized that his life had changed a lot. First of all, there were only 4 people left in their own dormitory, Mo Fan, Zhao Manting, Zhang Pinggu, and the 2 passers-by because they didn't want to get involved with Han Lan and thus get caught in the crossfire. There were still some formalities to go through before the resources were released to his hands, so Han Lan was in no hurry and continued to cultivate at ease during this time. Time passed quickly, more than a month passed. Han Lan lived directly in the apartment for more than a month, trying his best to absorb the bug crystals of the golden ancient butterfly, and vigorously cultivating the lower space and thunder departments to be just 1 step away from the 3rd level nebula. The freshman competition had finally been replaced by some new anecdotes, and at least Han Lan didn't have much to say about it when he walked around campus. Early in the morning, Han Lan received a message from Dean Xiao, asking him to come to the library to collect the generous rewards from the freshman competition. The top-floor library is not open to the students. Dean Xiao stood with his back hand. His eyes through the large floor-to-ceiling windows were able to take in the entire green campus of the Pearl Academy. Dean Xiao. Han Lan walked into this independent conference room and looked at Dean Xiao standing there alone, and from his somewhat lonesome back one could tell that he was a bit preoccupied. Dean Xiao turned around, but his face was a very gentle smile. Ha! And Lan, the information shows that you are from Bo City? How old are you? Dean Xiao asked curiously. 19, I grew up in an orphanage in Bo City, and I came to the Magic City early a year ago after I broke through the middle rank while on Scarlet Alert. Han Lan said. With a talent like yours, there's no need to rush to break through to the higher ranks. You have a spirit seed in your thunder system. What about the other elemental system? Dean Xiao once again opened his mouth and asked. There's a spirit species too. Han Lan wasn't surprised that Dean Xiao could tell that his water lineage had reached the middle 3rd level because of the disguise convergence technique. He had only hidden the space lineage. Okay, so let's talk about the main event of the day. Dean Xiao said. Okay. The public resources themselves are divided into countless portions to the students of each department. We will be these resources which are calculated into the resources that you can use. Of course, the exchange of different resources with different resources can't be completely equivalent, so it can only be the conversion into what you need. Dean Xiao said. Just don't peel back the layers. Han Lan also understood the reasoning. Giving a whole lot of resources to a messy system that they simply can't use, not to mention that most of those resources also work for beginner-level magicians, and their own use of an intermediate-level magician is not useful at all. Dean Xiao explained that they were only able to estimate the value of such public resources and then calculate them into resources that Han Lan could use. I know you don't have any good magic tools on hand. Here are a few higher-grade magic tools suitable for mid-ranked magicians in combat. Choose one of them. With a flick of Dean Xiao's sleeve, as if by magic, he presented several scaled-down versions of magic tools on the conference table, allowing Han Lan to choose on his own. Is there a god-condensing magic weapon? That's true, but I'd still suggest that you choose a magic tool. The condensed spirit magic weapons that are applicable to middle-ranked mages almost always belong to the number of times items, and the magic tools are a little bit more helpful for you right now. Dean Xiao proposed. Then let's have that crawl magic tool. Okay, this magic tool is called Blood Beast Boots. It is refined from the bones and blood of the blood beasts of Changbai Mountain. After wearing it, the magician's legs will gain the powerful running and jumping ability of the blood beasts, and the speed of the outburst can be stronger than the wind-track drifting shadow. And every time the magic tool is replenished with the essence of the blood beasts, you will be able to use the power of the mountain-breaking power once, so that the power of your legs will be just like the blood beasts. And your legs will be able to cleave the mountains and rocks. Dean Xiao introduced. Well, this is it then. If you don't consider the next few pieces of magic weapons, you can brand your spiritual imprint on the blood beast boots. Dean Xiao said. Han Lan quickly completed the branding, connecting these blood beast boots to his own soul. Next, as long as one's thoughts moved, this blood beast magic tool would immediately materialize onto one's legs, causing the strength of one's legs to skyrocket. Next, you will be given cultivation resources. Originally, this resource will only be used for the outstanding students of the main campus and those who have made great contributions to the academy. We really couldn't think of any way to transfer the scattered public resources to you alone, so we applied to the main academy for the 3 Steps Tower, allowing you to cultivate in the 3 Steps Tower once. Dean Xiao said. The 3 Steps Tower, I have inquired about it and came to the Pearl Academy because of it. So how many days can I cultivate with the rewards I received? A total of 7 days. This opportunity is quite rare, you should cherish it. Dean Xiao purposely explained. Thank you, Dean Xiao. To give you a little advice, the number of times the 3-step tower stepped into is quite limited. The main campus, many middle-class mages have a lot of one time to step into the opportunity or not. This opportunity is very rare and precious. You'd better wait until the cultivation to the bottleneck to go. At least from my observation, you now go to your benefits cannot be maximized. Dean Xiao said. Then I'll wait until the nebula middle stage is fully cultivated to the bottleneck. Han Lan spoke after some thought. Whatever then, I'll arrange it for you. Next is this beast General Spirit Blood. A resource of the summoning department, but it might not be of much use to your Thundercloud demon scorpion. Dean Xiao said. And this card you keep, there's about 2 million yuan in it. Public resources include scholarships. All the department's public scholarships for this semester go to you. Dean Xiao finally handed Han Lan a bank card. This amount of money isn't even enough to buy a better protective magic tool for a fraction of a cent. Han Lan said. It's good that you are clear about it, for magician's money is supposed to be an auxiliary thing to pursue a higher way of magic. A few million is nothing to someone like you who has hopes of stepping into a high-ranked magician. After the high-ranked, a lot of resources move in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Dean Xiao said. Chapter 23 Mo Fanstetter. After receiving his reward, Han Lan went back to his dormitory, waiting for the scaly-skinned mother demon incident in the original story to happen so he could make another fortune in the 3 Steps Tower cultivation. Pearl Academy, Green Campus, Cadet Cafeteria. Fan, I have a batch of resources here that can make your Phantom Wolf Beast go straight to War General. Do you want to make an IOU? Han Lan said as he looked at Fan, who was chowing down on a meat bun. Cough cough, brother Han, you are my own brother. How much money? I'll take it all. Fan hurriedly swallowed the meat bun in his mouth and said with a smile on his face. A War General's soul, a bottle of Wolf General's bloodline, a star essence stone, and some War General's bone powder and the heart of a War General level demon wolf. I'll give you a 20% discount, 20 million, Han Lan said in a shocking tone. Damn it, $20 million, why don't you go and grab it? That's enough for me to buy a superb body armor magic tool, Fan said with a collapsed black face. After more than a month of precipitation, he had long ago given the bottle of refined beast blood to the Phantom Wolf Beast, directly allowing it to break through to the peak of the slave rank, and was now worried about the resources to break through to the War General rank. 10 million for the War General's soul, 10 million for the Wolf General's bloodline, 5 million for the Star Essence stones, and those War General bone powder and War General's heart are considered to be my gift to you, Han Lan said. I know that battle soul and bloodline are 2 resources that are indispensable for summoned beasts, but what is that Star Essence stone? Fan asked without seeing it on a daily basis. A thing that has a high probability of causing the summoned beast to be upgraded to the bloodline of the king species in the same clan. Do you want the Phantom Wolf Beast to be a pawn, or do you want to be a general? Han Lan said. General, it has to be general. Then no, come and sign the papers. Morven. Inside the cadet dormitory. By the way, your Phantom Wolf Beast has only broken through to the peak of the slave level not long ago. It's best to settle down for a while and experience some life and death battles before embarking on the promotion to the War General level, so that the success rate will be 10% higher, Han Lan reminded Fan and said. Han Lan then took out 2 jade bottles, 1 white and 1 green, as well as a large bronze-colored box with a fist-sized blue-gray stone from the 24 bridges and a moonlit night. In the white vase is the Wolf General's bloodline, in the green vase is the War General's soul, the large box contains the War General's bone powder and the heart of a War General level demon wolf, and the blue-gray stone is the Star Essence stone. Keep it to yourself, Han Lan explained, pointing to a pile of things. Okay, no problem, but brother Han, I owe you 28 million here. What way to get rich? Introduce me to one. Mo Fan scratched his head and smiled sarcastically after putting the stuff away. I've joined a private hunting lodge before where there are no agency fees and more work is done. Righteous father is above. I'll cover the takeout for the next month. Let's go, brother will take you through the back door. Good Lu, righteous father. JA District, Green Sky Hunting Center. Is he the new teammate you found for me? Ling Ling's small hand crackled as she tapped on her mini notebook, sniffing and skimming at Mo Fan. Yes, his natural talent is the same as mine. Han Lan said with a wink at Ling Ling. Same as you? Well then, I agree. Spirit skimmed adorably. Why is it so lively today? Old Man Pao, who was smoking his pipe, sniffed and walked over. Grandpa, Han Lan introduced a newcomer. Ling Ling trotted over to Old Man Pao and bit his ear. The young man's name is Mo Fan, right? I've read your profile, you're also from Bo City? Old Man Bao opened his mouth. Yes, Mo Fan sniffed and replied a little nervously. There was no way, similar to being discovered through the back door was the case. Good strength, welcome to the Green Sky Hunting Institute, Old Man Pao said as he reached out and patted Mo Fan's shoulder. Then another contract was handed out for Mo Fan to sign, and just as Mo Fan was reading the contract, suddenly a woman in a hurry stumbled into a few stores before arriving. Grandpa, there are fat sheep. Ling Ling's eyes lit up as she opened her mouth. How? Panicked, confused, and dressed in a way that makes it obvious she's a rich family's broad. Gee, this is good. The conversation between an old man and a young man made Mo Fan sweat, and even looked at Han Lan in the wrong way, thinking that he was going to sell himself to a black store to gar off his waist. The beautiful woman with a few panicked looks was talking to Old Man Pao. Ling Ling sat next to Han Lan while looking Mo Fan up and down while listening to what the beautiful woman said. You're a student of the Pearl Magic Academy like Han Lan? Ling Ling asked in a small voice. Yes, little sister, want some candy? Mo Fan nodded and pulled out a large lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Ling Ling and said. Don't, you look like weird uncle. Morven. You mean, you suspect that your sick husband might be a demon? That he goes out in the middle of the night to harm people? Old Man Pao asked with half-smiling eyes. Yes, originally I could not believe it, until this morning I saw blood on his clothes. I was really scared. The beautiful woman said with a pale face as she recalled the events of this morning. Mo Fan on the side listened in wonder. If your husband was a demon and your family was eaten clean, how could you be allowed to come over to us? Old Man Pao spoke up. I don't know, he seemed perfectly normal during the day and I rushed to your place under the pretext of having a facial. Old man, you have to save us, I heard that you can solve any demon here. I have to go back tonight, otherwise something might happen to my child. The beautiful woman cried and wailed. Talk to the sheriff? Old Man Pao pressed on. No, the sheriff isn't capable of fixing this. The beautiful woman sniffed and cried her heart out. Spirit surveyed the woman, then said blandly, the verbal evidence you're talking about isn't enough to prove that your husband is a demon. Think optimistically that your husband might just be a serial killer. Hearing this, Mo Fan Bungbu lived, this is a little girl family can say out words? I'm sorry, as much as we'd like to help you, it's better to go to the sheriff in this situation. Old Man Pao politely declined. But they're not much use, why don't you have a demon hunter come and protect me for a few days, I can pay right away. At this time the woman anxiously said. But we can't find any other free powerful demon hunters here, they've all gone on big missions. Old Man Pao continued. The woman froze for a moment, she completely did not expect the Qingtian Hunting Center to refuse to take the commission. She got up and opened her mouth to say, how can you? You also see death? If something happens to my family, I won't let you go even as a ghost. The woman lost her mind as she finished and ran out. Looking at the woman's appearance, Mo Fan spoke, why don't you help her, she looks like she needs our help. Young man can't just look at the surface of everything. Old Man Pao tapped his pipe then said. Chapter 24 Strengthening the Star Child. Is there anything else hidden in this? Mo Fan opened his mouth and asked. At this time, Old Man Pao took out another commission and handed it to Mo Fan to look at, then after clicking on some of his words he spoke, this matter is very interesting, if you can solve this commission, I'll let you join the Qingtian Hunting Institute. Emo Fan looked at Han Lan and said, "What does Han say?" "This commission isn't difficult, it's easy with your strength," Han Lan said casually. Originally, it was intended that Han Lan and Ling Ling would be the ones to solve it, but since you, Emo Fan, want to join the Qingtian Hunting Institute, this commission will be solved by you, and by the way, let Ling Ling take you. Old Man Pao opened his mouth and said, "Just this little girl?" Emo Fan said with a face full of disbelief. Noticing Emo Fan's expression, Ling Ling took out a badge from her small pocket and threw it in front of him. "I'm the one who brought you, a rookie, to hunt demons, thanks," Ling Ling said with a contemptuous glance at Emo Fan. "Hunting. Master Hunter." Emo Fan felt like his eyes were about to be blinded by the badge. "Grandpa, he looks stupid and feels like he's prone to bad things." Ling Ling spoke up. "Just him, he seems to be pretty strong and it's difficult to recruit a newcomer here, so let him join," Old Man Pao said helplessly. With a cold snort, the little lowly spirit closed her mini notebook and headed for her room in the store with a few little emotions. Emo Fan looked at Han Lan and said, "Brother Han, is she your partner? It doesn't feel too good to get along. Little Ling Ling is just a knife mouth and tofu heart, it's easy to bribe her if you buy her some fruit and milk tea," Han Lan said after mentioning Emo Fan a bit. "Morvan." Old Man Pao sighed at his words then said, "This little granddaughter of mine is not an ordinary person in her mind, and she is a bit self-righteous herself, so please bear with me if there is any offense." "I won't." Emo Fan spoke. While Ling Ling went to organize the information, Old Man Pao smoothly told Emo Fan about the rules and remuneration of the hunting house. Emo Fan sniffed some excitement. "If this incarnation to become a demon hunter, then it will not be long before you can pay off Han Lan's debt, to buy magic tools and spirit seeds from now on the pinnacle of life." Emo Fan was not polite even after he heard Old Man Pao say that he would treat this place as his home. He got up and started to make tea and coffee for everyone. At this time Han Lan spoke, "Little Fancy, make me a latte, less sugar and no ice, please." "Okay, Boss Han." Not a moment later Emo Fan held a cup in front of Han Lan and said, "Boss, here's the coffee." It was about noon, and Old Man Pao was kind enough to invite the two to eat at the store. After all, the mission wouldn't start until the evening, so Emo Fan simply meditated in the empty room of the attic. After all, it was still early. In the evening, Emo Fan ordered a takeout to eat his fill and then took a cab to Masterpiece Private Garden. Han Lan also returned to his villa and began meditating. Villa room, spiritual world. Pure golden thunder nebulae mirrored the silver-white space nebulae, and above it coiled a ghostly blue water nebulae. Han Lan opened the demon alchemy panel after a long absence, preparing to strengthen himself properly. Demon alchemy panel. Host, Han Lan, age, 19. Cultivation, water middle level 3, space middle level 2, thunder middle level 2, camouflage concealment, summoning middle level 2. Spiritual realm, third realm middle. Own magic tools, running thunder battle armor blue, rock shield, blood beast boots. Demon alchemy points, 176-7400. Alchemical materials, aphrodisiacs wolf whip blue, sharp fangs x10 blue, ruddy scale armor blue, webbed sharp claws blue, water spirit seed fragments blue x10, rocky heavy armor blue, blood sucking fangs white, fortified bone powder white, thick wolfskin white, cyanobacteria seeds white. Alchemy pool, 025. Forge pool, 025. Forging material, blue flame meteorite, magic rock core stone, nirvana steel, purple stygian waterstone. Soul synthesis column, 0100, minion grade essence x5, or general grade essence x4, commander grade essence x1, minion grade remnant 11451, or general grade remnant 790, commander grade remnant x1. Card drawing roulette, click to draw a card. Props card, Redling demon control crystal stone blue props card. Demon orca, Lokia, frost arachnid chic ram. Backpack space 1020 compartments, green underworld armor longevity elixir, scroll of supernatural magic skyfall, a bottle of ice spirit cold spring, stealing Guevara Chow's bandit's hand projection stone, half-life magical watermelon, 2 bags of magical chewy cake, fruit of life, and thousands of worm crystals of various attributes. Earthblood crocodile's alien skin and alien teeth, giant lizard pseudodragon X2's alien claws and alien bones and alien skin, frost pseudodragon's alien scales and alien teeth and bones, a pair of pseudodragon's wings and alien bones, 2 frost pseudodragon's eggs, and the great soul species of the Earth system gravity quicksand. Achievements, first blood completed, second blood completed, third blood completed, path to middle order completed. The reason why there were 100,000 demon alchemy points missing was because the system backpack was almost full, so Han Lan simply spent 100,000 demon alchemy points to expand it to 20 space grids. Although it was heartbreaking, the system backpack initially only had 10 space compartments, and the spacetime inside the backpack was static, completely eliminating the problem of energy loss, and only items of the same type could be stacked and stored in a space compartment. Han Lan looked at so many remnant spirits that hadn't been synthesized and utilized, so he spent 184,000 demon alchemy points to synthesize 114 minion grade essence spirits and 7 warlord grade essence spirits. Then Han Lan guided the 49 slave level essence spirits toward his water nebula. The water nebulae were of a ghostly blue color, coiled into a swirling nebula cluster that appeared particularly bright in the vastness of the spiritual universe. Above the Aqua Nebula, a giant ghostly blue shark is swimming slowly, companionable and alive. When Han Lan guided a group of glow-gazing essence spirits inside, the 49 water stars released some sort of magnetic force that swallowed up the group of slave-level essence spirits that were flickering with the glow of fireflies. As the 49 stars devoured all of the bunch of essence, all of a sudden the entire nebula surged with a layer of aqua-colored aurora borealis, gorgeous and colorful. The entire 49 stars all crystallized and ethereal blue, rotating with the most mesmerizing water power. Within the spiritual world, all 49 water stars boil. Outside of his body, Han Lan's entire body was set off by the swirling water currents as ethereal as an elemental creature, and the energy of the water currents behind him surged so much that it was about to burst out of his body at any moment. Finally, the water divine skill has come to fruition, level 4 water defense, level 4 stormwave, Han Lan said as he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising. The next step is to strengthen the Thunder Nebula. Han Lan rested in place for a few moments, adjusting his state to its peak. The 42 slave-level essence spirits were also channeled by Han Lan towards his own Thunder Nebula. With the pure golden Thunder Nebula devouring a host of slave-level essence spirits that flickered with firefly light, within the spirit world, all 49 thunder stars boiled. Outside of his body, Han Lan's entire body was lined with raging lightning arcs that made him as sacred as a thunder and lightning Dharma king, and the thunder and lightning energy behind him was so raging that it was about to burst out of his body at any moment. Thunder System Level 4 Thunderbolt, it's done, Han Lan said excitedly as he opened his eyes. Looking at the materials in the Demon Alchemy panel, Han Lan decided to empty his inventory and refine a wave of gold. Chapter 25 Stygian Water Dragon Shield. Stygian Waterstone Purple plus Frost False Dragon's Alien Scales and Bones Purple plus Commander Great Essence Purple plus Granite Heavy Armor Blue plus Redling Demon Control Crystal Stone Blue Prop Card. Han Lan ticked off the 5 materials, adding them to the forging pool. Begin alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking forging material is detected to be purple, and this forging will consume 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points shrunk to 1573,400, and 5 pieces of forging material were dropped in. Now Han Lan wanted to forge a set of shield magic tools that defended against large attacks and had the ability to strengthen his own water magic. The forge pool is based on the Stygian Waterstone as the main body, the Redling Demon Control Crystal Stone Props card as the strengthening fusion agent, and the Granite Heavy Armor as the main form. The Frost False Dragon's Foreign Bone plus Foreign Scale as the core quenching, supplemented by a Commander level essence as the soul guide to better utilize the power of the Foreign Bone. Quenching, purifying, fusing, strengthening, and shaping. After 5 simple steps, a half-meter sized shield magic tool with a flickering dark blue light emerged from the forging pool. Tip: forging successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flashed with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the Underwater Dragon Shield. Shield magic tool, Stygian Water Dragon Shield. Quality: Purple Soul Grade. Ability: 1. Protection of Stygian Water. Large range of Stygian Water guards the canopy against attacks, can absorb water elements to further strengthen defense. 2. Passive: Underwater Enhancement. Increase the base power of water magic by 1x. 3. Summon Underworld Dragon. Temporarily summon an underworld water dragon visualized by the power of essence to fight for you. Combat power depends on the total amount of water magic energy you have infused. Initial level is a minor commander. Initial duration is 30 minutes. Number of times it can be summoned 1-5. 4. Stygian Water Vortex creates a Stygian Water strangling vortex dominated by the power of Stygian Water, constantly rotating and expanding. Initial coverage radius of 3,000 meters, expanding coverage depending on the total amount of water magic energy added, can be created a number of times 1-5. Soul level. This time, I've actually forged an extremely high-quality shield magic tool. Not only can it be used for super wide-range defense attacks, but it also increases the base power of water magic by a full 1x, summoning the Underworld Dragon and the Underworld Water Vortex for 1 attack and 1 control. It's also a very powerful combo technique. Han Lan took out the Underwater Dragon Shield from his system backpack. At this moment, Han Lan couldn't wait to imprint this Underwater Dragon Shield with his own spiritual imprint, connecting it to his soul. As long as one's mind moved, this underworld water magic tool would immediately take shape, allowing one's surrounding defense and water magic base power to skyrocket. Han Lan looked at the remaining essence spirits, 26 slave-level essence spirits and 10 warlord-level essence spirits. There was nothing to say, the resources were to be used to strengthen themselves rather than saved to gather dust, so they began to strengthen the space system star. Han Lan tugged the 5 warlord-class essence spirits and 24 slave-class essence spirits toward his space system nebula. The space system nebulae were silvery white in color, coiled into a swirl-like nebula cluster that looked particularly bright in the vastness of the spiritual universe. When Han Lan guided a group of glow-gazing essence spirits inside, the 49 space system stars released some sort of magnetic force that swallowed up the entire group of firefly glowing warlord and minion-ranked essence spirits. As Han Lan poured a bunch of essence into the last star, a layer of silvery white aurora borealis sprung up across the entire nebula, brilliant and colorful, and the entire 49 stars were all crystalline and ethereal blue, whirling around with dazzling spatial power. Within the spirit world, all 49 space system stars boil. Outside of his body, Han Lan's entire body was brilliantly lined with silver-white spatial power, and the spatial energy around him was so majestic that it was ready to rush out of his body at any moment. Spatial Department Divine Skill has also become a great success, Level 4 Nimble Control, Level 4 Spatial Rhythm, I'm TM coming hot. Han Lan opened his eyes and said excitedly. Nimble Control Dimensional Sword. Silver-white star trails floated around Han Lan, and a silver-white half-moon-shaped space longsword coalesced and molded, shuttling through as if it were a hot knife slicing through butter. Swish! The marble coffee table in front of Han Lan instantly cracked in half. Fortunately, Han Lan collected his strength in time, or else the outside of the villa floor would have to be drilled out of a hole by this space longsword, too defeatist. As for the 4th-level spatial rhythm magic, it could not be unlocked for use until Han Lan's spatial nebula broke through to the 3rd level, and ditto for the Thunder Nebula. After looking at the remaining alchemy materials, Han Lan decided to alchemize a water-type spirit seed. 10 drops of ice spirit cold spring blue plus 10 water spirit seed fragments blue plus 10 ice attributes suspended jellyfish worm crystals blue. Begin the alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking alchemy material is detected to be blue, and this alchemy consumes 1000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points dropped to 1563,400, and 3 alchemy materials were dropped in with it. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink-black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. Although this time it was all blue material, it did not affect Han Lan's inner creative ideas and put them into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line was completed, and the 3D celestial material graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lit up. Alchemy pool evaluation: 97% reasonableness of the efficacy of alchemy of heavenly materials, 97% success rate of alchemy. 3 option boxes appeared, 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 3 materials in the alchemy pool directly transformed into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and after a few seconds, there was only a palm-sized spring left on the alchemy drawing board. A blue-colored mass of spring water gurgled and flowed, sometimes with a layer of frost covering its body, sometimes extending into several tributaries, soulful but not too harsh. Hint: alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the condensing spring. Naming is confirmed. Alchemy celestial treasure, spirit seed concentration spring. Quality: blue. Effect: 3x water magic power increase. Attachments: 1. Frostbite, water magic released comes with frostbite and ice prism shock. Attachment: 2. Flood, water magic doubles in duration and doubles in reach. WC, small extreme product, surprisingly there are 2 attached effects. This wave of alchemy materials was worth the money spent, Han Lan rejoiced. Whether it was feeding it to Han Lan's own water-devouring seed to devour and refine, or consigning it at the auction house, or gifting it to a confidant, it was a very good choice. Han Lan looked at the remaining demon alchemy points, which amounted to 1563200, draw card roulette, activate. But before this, Han Lan first went to the bathroom to wash his hands 3 times, only a little less than the reader handsome degree of handsome face is also washed white and clean, and bathed in burned incense once again. Makoto blessed me 10 even out of purple. Sitting on the couch, opening the system panel, clicking on the black pointer to draw a card, the total demon alchemy points fell to 146,3400. A purple light floated in front of Han Lan. Out of the purple, Makoto was awesome, 666, I hope it is not a small bailout. Chapter 26 Storm Elf Faith Ina. Ding, 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 ding. The black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. Storm Heart. Quality, purple. Description, from a game world, it is rumored that the ancient tree of life was formed by fusing a wisp of the morning wind given by the gods, controlling the power of powerful storms. What is really frightening is not the storm, but the calmness before the storm. 3 vials of the harmonized Earth's core hardening milk, 500 drops in 1 bottle. Quality, purple. Description, from a cultivation world of fighting chi and foreign fire, a kind of extrusion molding by the pure earth power through the years, 10,000 years of higher quality, known as the Earth's core quenching milk, have the divine effect of marrow refining bone, and, because of that extremely pure huge earth power, and even help some of the cultivators who have reached the pinnacle of the rank, break through the barriers between the rank advancement. Of course, the chances of failure is also not low. Gaia. 6 magic chocolates. Quality, blue. Description, restores half of the energy value and mental power of the eater, and doubles the strength of energy attacks within 10 minutes. This is just ordinary magic chocolate, there is no love magic. Although there are only 2 purples in this 10 consecutive draw, they are both very useful items, and the magic chocolates are a very good supply, so more is better. Han Lan said with some excitement. While his hand was still good, Han Lan continued to draw cards. Click the black pointer to draw a card, and the total demon alchemy points shrink to 136,3400. A large blue light interspersed with a purple light floated in front of Han Lan. Alas, a small blue sky and white clouds bailed out. The Lover's Handbook for Someone with Tits. Quality, blue. Description, more crazy than Makoto, more flirtatious than Shido, studied this manual, and went on the road of footsteps. My heart broke into countless petals, and then fell in love with different beauties. Natural fruits. Quality, purple. Description, from a traditional Western fantasy world, the fruit of a tree lord over 1,000 years old is rich in life energy and is usually used to give birth to elves. You think it's Pikachu, the yellow rat? No, it's the white, pretty elf archers of traditional Western fantasy. 8 magic chocolates. Quality, blue. Description, restore half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and double the strength of energy attacks within 10 minutes. Hey, it's me again, surprised? Surprised? Hopping into a shipment of magical chocolates, huh? One more round of 10 consecutive draws, I don't believe I'll run into you again. Han Lan said helplessly. Demon Alchemy's total points dropped to 126,3400, a blue on purple glow surfaced, and another small bailout. 5 magic chocolates. Quality, blue. Description, restore half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and double the strength of energy attacks within 10 minutes. A fog, it's me again, is it a surprise? Surprised? Secret of the Elf King's Blessing. Quality, blue. Description, from a world of red dragons and rings, a secret spell of blessing from an elf king. May you have a light in the dark and an umbrella in the rain. 3 high-ranked magic gems. Quality, purple. Description, from a traditional Western fantasy world, gemstones possess vast natural elemental power and may be able to forge magical equipment. Gemstones are eternal, one will last forever. Stormy Crescent Longbow. Quality, purple. Description, from a traditional Western fantasy world, the body of the bow is made of bark of the moonlight elf ancient tree and horn of the storm Aragon, and the string is tanned by the main tendon of the bright unicorn and the crystal sand of the crescent moon gem. The bow's body is made of bright unicorn's tendon and crescent gemstone sand, and the bowstring is made of bright unicorn's tendon and crescent gemstone sand, which doubles the damage of creatures of darkness and evil. The entire bow was about 7 feet and 7 inches long, the bow opened like a full moon rising high, and the arrows were sent out like falling meteors, with amazing power. Extremely exquisite archery skills are required to perfectly control this treasure. I will pull the carved bow like the full moon, look northwest and shoot the sky wolf. Draw card roulette. This is stocked with how many magic chocolate goods? However, this purple quality stormy crescent longbow is an excellent item. Hunting good undead has a strange effect, but I don't know archery. But alchemical creatures can will. Han Lan said in his heart. Han Lan wasn't idle as he planned to perform another alchemy. There were already quite a few materials in the material library, and after some selection, Han Lan ticked off 5 materials and added them to the alchemy pool. Begin the alchemy. Heart of the Storm purple plus Fruit of Nature purple plus 3 high-level magic gems purple plus Stormy Crescent longbow purple plus Elven King's Blessing secret blue. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking alchemy material is detected to be purple, and this alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points shrunk to 1,253,400, and 5 alchemy materials were dropped in. A metaphysical black backdrop like an inked black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. After collecting all 4 purple materials this time, Han Lan suddenly had a bold and crazy alchemy inspiration deep inside his heart, and put this idea into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation: alchemy creature body arrangement reasonability 100%, alchemy success rate 100%. 3 option boxes appeared: 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and after a few seconds, the delicate figure on the alchemy drawing board lifted its head. A graceful silhouette slowly appeared from it. It was a female elf in light blue armor. White as jade, a pair of dazzling blue eyes seemed to have storms flowing in them. Smiling like a bright curved moon, solemn like a cold comet, pointed ears peeking out between her hair. Beautiful nose, lip color scarlet, when laughing lightly like a feather floating down, sweet as sugar, when silent is as cold as ice. Full moon peaks were wrapped under the blue light armor, and a 7-foot-long storm crescent longbow was carried next to a pair of long, slender, white, and tentative legs. A small whirlwind swirled around a pair of white jade feet, and the wind elements in all directions looked like they were greeting their queen. She was a full meter and a half tall, and could be described as a stand-up girl. At this moment, even Han Lan looked slightly dumbfounded, as he was really hard-pressed to find any adjectives to describe her beauty. But soon, Han Lan came back to his senses. That's right, Han Lan had completed an unprecedented humanoid creature alchemy based on the 4 purple and 1 blue alchemy materials this time. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with a divine color and he chose to name it, Faithna. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Fesna. Talents: Wind Magic, Natural Elemental Affinity, Storm Heart, Storm Archery. Abilities: Elven Blessing, Crescent Moon Shelter, Nature's Wish, Magic Clarity. Elven Blessing effect active: chant a spell to greatly increase attack power and movement speed for yourself or a target unit. Effect passive effect: small recovery of one's magic power and injuries. Crescent Moon Shelter effect passive effect: under the power of the moon, greatly increase the strength of your ability and the effects of blessing type magic. Effect passive effect: immunity to a portion of damage within the area covered by the power of the moon. Nature's Wish effect active effect: gather natural elements and transform them into life force, healing friendly units within range. Effect passive effect: increase attack speed and movement speed by a certain amount when you are in a plant growth type environment. Magic Clarity effect active effect: instantly restores all of your magic and physical energy. Effect passive effect: designated to restore a small portion of energy and physical energy to friendly units. Current rank: Junior Commander Trainable. System description: this is an immortal storm elf who is proficient in most of the wind magic, a small amount of game magic, and has excellent archery skills. She has the potential to become the king of the elves, and has already been able to establish her own clan. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of Fisna's spiritual power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. The spiritual realm on the system panel jumped a bit, 3rd realm late stage. Chapter 27, Testimonials on the Shelves, Bookworms Come and See. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of our readers for their support and companionship. It is your catch-up reading, comments and encouragement that have allowed this work to be refined and finally come to you. Without your enthusiasm and anticipation, this work would not be possible today. Your every click and comment is the most valuable asset on my creative path. I would also like to thank Genesis Chinese Network for providing the platform that gives me the opportunity to present the magical world in my heart to the readers. Thanks to the hard work of the 4 groups of editing team and editor Sunny Data, their professional guidance and selfless help, so that full mage, demon panel, unlimited alchemy. To be able to be even more brilliantly presented to everyone. The book hits the shelves at 12 a.m., friends. QQ and QD, the shelves mode is not the same, so the book lovers greatly do not say how so fast on the charge, fall out of the money I. The first is to be able to get the best out of the world. After all, I'm averaging over 2,500 words per chapter, which is pretty conscientious compared to other authors bros. QQ reading this side of the shelves is quite early, read the book is not expensive, a member can see all the monthly book, QD the same money is estimated to be only able to subscribe to a novel, in general it is earned, will not lose. At least 3 shifts tomorrow, plus, feel free to drop by the group to discuss the female lead with the subsequent card draw rewards. Chapter 28, A Bed. I didn't realize that Fisna had all 4 talents at the same time, and that they were both assist, growth, natural elemental affinity, attack, and increase. After Han Lan summoned Fisna from among the creation space. In the back of my mind, I silently added, the key is also eye-pleasing enough to prolong one's life. Seeing Fisna's white and tender jade feet stepping on the cold marble floor, Han Lan hurriedly went to the Yonghui supermarket on the nearby street to buy a bunch of ladies' shoes and daily necessities, and personally held a pair of ice creams for her to put on. After a busy half-day, Han Lan was about to relax and unwind for a night's rest, or else a female voice rang in his ears. Master, do you need Fisna to serve you in bed? A clear and moving dainty laugh came from the ear. Looking up, Fisna was looking at herself with a smile. Han Lan squeezed his thighs hard and spoke with difficulty, no need, there are bedrooms to the right of the living room. Fisna, take an early rest, tomorrow I'll bring you to meet a few new friends. After saying that, Han Lan pushed Fisna out of the room. What an abrasive little goblin, what I alchemized is clearly an elf, not a chimera. Han Lan blushed a little. After undressing and washing, Han Lan collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, but he did not find that the blue quality of the milk someone's lover saint cultivation manual into a starry blue light, quietly into his chest. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, bright sunlight poured down on Han Lan's handsome face, wrinkling his eyelids and rolling over to continue sleeping, when a soft touch imprinted on his forehead. Han Lan opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was Faithina's white face. What is the situation? He sleepwalked into Faithina's bed in the middle of the night. I measured my own personal clothes are very intact, should not have lost the body of the child. No, this was his own room, and the marble coffee table that had been sliced in half by the sublime blade yesterday was still lying there quietly. Fisna, what's going on here? Through the mind link Hanlon understood that Fisna was pretending to be asleep. Well, Fisna is there to protect her master closely. There are quite a few powerful auras in this city. For the sake of her master's safety, it is necessary for Fisna to eliminate all potential hidden dangers. Faithina explained with a smile on her pretty face. By powerful aura, do you mean human mages or demons? There are quite a few super-ranked mages in the area of the Oriental Pearl Mage Tower. There are commander-ranked demons near the XH area, and all the other areas are just a few warlord minor demons. Faithina said seriously. She had used Han Lan's laptop last night to consult it and get a preliminary understanding of this world's information. Is it the original club called North Country? The stronghold of the Blood Clan. It's a good idea to go extort a wave of them when you have the chance. Han Lan secretly said in his heart. Master, wake up, rewarded with a good morning kiss. A touch of soft and fragrant pink lips lightly printed on the corner of Han Lan's mouth. Not waiting for him to feel the sweetness, Fisna appeared on the bedside in a flash. Han Lan, click, didn't kiss, start over. Faithful. Han Lan only saw a flash of pink pajamas instantly switching to blue light armor, and helplessly got up to dress and wash up. To the breakfast store downstairs to buy some buns, soybean milk and other breakfast after preparing to take a taxi to the Qingtian hunting house only to find that the Thundercloud devil scorpion did not come back for the whole night, was a certain unscrupulous master abandoned in the side of Mo Fan. After Han Lan used the disguise convergence technique to disguise Fisna's strength as a battle general level, he took her to a taxi in the direction of the Green Sky Hunting Center. JA District, Green Sky Hunting Center. Pushing open the door of the house with Fisna, Han Lan saw Mo Fan, who was napping on the sofa, at a glance. What's that smell? It smells so good. The sleepy Mo Fan opened his sleepy eyelids and fixed his eyes to see that Han Lan was eating breakfast with a beautiful woman in blue light armor who seemed to be cosplaying. Holy, Han, you're not decent, you don't even wait for me for breakfast, and is this beautiful woman your sister-in-law? Mo Fan came forward and said with a bad smile. Sister-in-law, you big head, formally introduced to you, she is my contractual partner, Storm Elf Fisna. Han Lan opened his mouth by gulping down the bowl of sweet tofu brain. Nani? A contractual partner? Han, I read less, don't lie to me. Mo Fan said with an incredulous face. can I get anything out of lying to you? Han Lan asked rhetorically. That's true, haha. Mo Fan said. Wow, who is this sister? Han Lan, the girlfriend you found? Ling Ling questioned as she jogged all the way down from the attic. Faith Ina is the contractual partner I contracted after my summoning department broke through the middle rank, and according to the Summoning Plains bloodline, she belongs to the Storm Elf, a branch of the Nature Elf lineage, and possesses higher elemental affinities as well as wind magic and archery skills than ordinary wind elves. Han Lan drank a mouthful of soy milk and said indifferently. So fierce? Brother Han, how much silver does it take to find an elven contractual partner? Mo Fan said with a face full of envy. Hanlon held out 5 fingers. $50 million? That's too expensive, I can't afford it even if I were sold. Mo Fan said with a face full of despair. It's 500 million, 5 small targets. That longbow behind Fisna's back against a high-level extreme-grade demon chopper tool is worth almost that much. Han Lan silently added. Ha! So expensive. Brother Han, teach me how to make money, you Fan D are dying of poverty all. Mo Fan said with a tearful face. There are 2 ways to do this, do you want to hear them? Wash your ears. First, find a rich woman to adopt you. Morven. As soon as I heard that, what about the second? Slaughter a few demonic groups and you have it all, spirit seed, soul seed, essence, foreign bones, foreign skin, foreign teeth. Big brother, the second method of yours is even more unreliable than the first. Mo Fan's face skin had stiffened. Listen to what this is saying is human language? Slaughtering the demonic community, this 100 pounds of his is not enough for people to stuff their teeth. Didn't you hitch a ride yourself? Playing Watertown, Mei Yen. Before Han Lan could finish his sentence, Mo Fan had already taken a large meat bun and blocked his mouth. Han, what theater town? I don't know, ah. Seeing this, Mo Fan directly started playing dumb mode. What are you kid thinking day in and day out? I mean, that teacher of yours, Tang Yu, is a totem guardian, and behind her stands a supreme monarch class totem beast, and the reason why I was able to equip Faith Ina with such an extremely high quality magical tool was because I utilized the power of the totem beast. Han Lan opened his mouth. A totem beast? What is that? Mo Fan asked as he hadn't seen it on a daily basis. It's still too early to tell you about this, I'll reveal it to you after you've had a full cultivation at the middle rank or broken through to the high rank. Knowing too much right now won't do you any good. Han Lan said in time to stop the topic. Ling Ling on the side didn't open her mouth to pursue the matter. Now that there was still more than a year before the great incident of the totem Shen snake in Hangzhou, the people of the whole country hadn't realized the importance of the totem beasts yet. Faithna had been sitting quietly where she was. Han Lan had a psychic link with her, and it was possible to whisper about unimportant things. Let's not talk about this for now. During last night's commission, both employers were controlled by parasitic-type demons. I jumped with the help of the shadow system holding a child and a recluse, then that male demon jumped out and desperately ate my lightning magic, letting the female demon run away. Mo Fan scratched his head and said helplessly. A trivial matter, that she demon won't be too far away I'm sure, catch it as early as possible so you can also complete this examination commission. Han Lan opened his mouth. Well, that's what I thought, Mofan responded. Chapter 29 by Ting Ting. In the following days, both Han Lan and Mo Fan did not receive any messages from Ling Ling. The two didn't bother to pursue too much, and peacefully meditated on their cultivation. After finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory, Han Lan and Mo Fan found that both roommates were there, which was somewhat rare. Zhao Manyan, who fishes for his sister, and Zhang Pinggu, a self-made man who fools around. Han Lan, Mo Fan, there's a concert at the stadium tonight, a lot of sisters will be there, do you want us to team up to flirt with the girls? Zhang Pinggu rubbed his hands together and said excitedly. No need. Not interested. Zhang Pinggu. The time quickly came to evening, and the gym was decorated with lights, glow sticks, and posters in all directions. Han Lan sat in the welcome area on the periphery, activating his camouflage astringent technique to model his breath in the range of a beginner middle-ranked mage, and then waited for the scaly-skinned female demon to appear. You live in a flowery world so you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, copying the thoughtfulness as you go. Hey, little Ling Ling, what's up? Han Lan answered his cell phone and opened his mouth. Han Lan, where are you? A batch of parasitic-type demons have appeared in the Green Campus Gymnasium. I'm worried that Mo Fan can't handle it. Come and help us. Ling Ling was in an anxious mood and spoke extremely fast. I'm here at the gym now, where are you guys at? I'll come out and pick you guys up, Hanlon responded. Han, long story short, Spirit's tracking device shows that scaly-skinned female demon has parasitized many of her classmates to converge in the gymnasium, so as long as the magic power is controlled to kill them when they turn into slave-level demon soldiers, they will return to normal like that male employer. And their demon blood parasitizes at the human thumb. They need to cut an opening to kill the demon blood larvae, and those normal human thumbs that didn't molt but carried demon blood also need to dispose of the demon blood larvae. Mo Fan said eagerly after a phone call insertion. Han Lan had already arrived at the entrance to the passageway as he spoke, and in front of him was a very spacious little display table, on which was a large poster of that sweet and cute-looking actress. Maybe it's because of the rehearsal, the lights are not all on here, and it looks pitch black in front of us. Sneak attack? Jiu Xin Thunderseal Fury Strike, a pure golden Thunderseal instantly locked onto the scaly-skinned demon that was swooping down above Han Lan's head, and a large number of golden electric pythons drilled into the greenish-yellow female demon's skin, paralyzing the muscles of her body. And triggering the attached ability of the spirit-grade devouring seed Jiu Xian Golden Thunder, obliterating dark and evil type creatures. This green and yellow female demon's scales were electrolyzed and shattered on the spot. The scales are falling off and the greenish-yellow, somewhat rough and slimy skin is fading. Body fluids flowed from the split and a slimy but pale-skinned arm slowly slid out. Molting. What Spirit said was not wrong. The ones that had already molted and turned into demons would molt back to their original appearance after killing them. The girl's face was pale to the extreme, and her lips were about to split open as she stared at Han Lan with wide, helpless, panicked eyes, hoping that the other party could help her out of the pain of being parasitized. Seeing a girl who was originally supposed to be a flowery girl surviving by instinct like this, Han Lan couldn't help but be moved. A ghostly blue current coalesced from his fingertips to wash the girl clean of the greenish-yellow slime that covered her body, and Han Lan took out a wide trench coat from the 24 bridges to a bright moon night, wrapping the girl in the garment and carrying her to a nearby rest stop. A couple bottles of mineral water were bought at the vending machine and handed to her. The girl grabbed the bottle and drank like crazy. Seeing that she was showing signs of slightly regaining some strength, this is when she spoke. "You wait here, I will call someone to take you to the hospital." Don't go." The girl's eyes reddened as she looked at Han Lan. Her body was still trembling, she was still scared. "Don't worry, someone will come over to help you soon," Han Lan said. "Han, I'm here," Mo Fan said as he ran over panting. "Mo Fan, you're here just in time, keep watch here for a bit, send a message to Ling Ling to come over and take her away, she's in dire need of medical attention right now," Han Lan spoke up. Good, Mo Fan wasn't a mother-in-law and directly opened his mouth to respond. Han Lan sent a message to Ling Ling, bringing his communicator to link up to the group channel of the two of them. "Ling Ling, tell me the location of the next target." "But..." "Well, you two are careful and everything, try to fight in places with surveillance, I can help you." Spirit didn't say anything more. "Spirit, thank you." Soon arriving at the room that looked like a separate dressing room, Han Lan kicked open the unlocked door. The door opened, the dressing room was open and bright. Han Lan saw at a glance a girl in a performance outfit hanging on the wall. The girl had fainted, the arteries in her wrists had been slit, and the blood kept staying along the wall. The greedy green and yellow banshee was right next to the wall, greedily licking the bright red wall with her tongue. It was a picture that could only be described as frightening and horrifying. Jiu Xian Thunderseal Fury Strike, a golden thunder python ran wildly out to bombard the green and yellow female demon. It didn't dodge in time, and was directly hit by Han Lan's spirit-level Thunder Seal Rage Strike, its scales electrolyzing and shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This green and yellow banshee likewise began to molt after her death, revealing an equally agonized girl inside. Han Lan took out a coat and put it on the slime-covered girl, and then lowered the hanging girl. The performance dress girl's choppy aura hit Han Lan's figure and staggered a bit. Han Lan applied the bleeding stopping potion to the performance suit girl's cut wound. The bleeding artery quickly scabbed over and healed, and after feeding the performance suit girl some water, she slowly showed signs of awakening. "Hanlin, cut her thumb." Ling Ling's voice came from the communicator. Han Lan took advantage of the performance dress girl's half-consciousness to cut open her thumb, and a line of blood was revealed, from which a parasitic demonic worm the size of a small earthworm poked out, and Han Lan keenly pinched and strangled it to death. "Thank you." The performance dress girl awoke, her face incomparably haggard as she said to Han Lan. "What department are you in?" Han Lan inquired. "Cure. Healing." The girl replied weakly, answering the reply. "Can you do magic?" Han Lan asked. "A little rest should do it." The healing girl looked relatively strong, a rueful smile surprisingly barely rising on her face. "That's good. That female student is also troublesome for you to take care of together. You guys hide in the fireproof cabin first, there are medical supplies, food, water there. Han Lan spoke. Well, are there many more of these monsters? The healing girl nodded and said. A lot of them, they are parasitic and contagious. I helped you cut open your thumb to take out the parasitic demon bugs, just to avoid you becoming one of them. Han Lan said. Then you send everyone like me to the fire pod and I'll heal them. The healing girl said with a serious nod of her head. Yes. Classmate, can I know your name? Han Lan was just about to leave when the pale-faced healing girl inquired. Don't tell me your name is Goodman. The girl smiled, her face delicate even though it was haggard. Hanlon. My name is Tina White. Chapter 30 Distribution of Benefits for the Sunset and the Past, and the Parting of the Dead. Han, help me, come to the indoor basketball court to save me, Mo Fan's alarmed voice rang out within Han Lan's communicator channel. Coming old man, Hanlon said as he stepped away from the bus and started the 11 bus speeding towards the indoor stadium. Jiuxian Thunder Seal Electric Field. Han Lan's speed was fast, after all, his body strength and mental power had experienced several feedbacks from the commander-level alchemy creatures, and in less than 3 seconds, he had appeared at the entrance of the indoor stadium. Raising his hand was a spirit-level devouring seed enhanced level 4 Thunder Seal, and after slightly controlling its power, powerful pure golden arcs of electricity spread out in all directions in the form of a spiderweb, killing all dozen or so scale-skinned demon soldiers under the control of Han Lan's third realm spiritual power. After the two, Han Lan sent the dozen or so girls who had molted out to the firehouse where Bai Dingting was. Mo Fan hesitated for half a day or opened his mouth to ask. Han, the lightning magic you unleashed just now had a range-type field control skill? How did you do that? Mo Fan wondered. This is a 4th level Thunder Seal, I'll tell you more about it later. Jingling, just as Mo Fan was about to pursue his question, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Zhou Manyan, what's up? A few moments later, Han, Zhou Manyan is in the creative house on the 2nd floor. His light magic has a miraculous effect on these green and yellow banshees. Let's go over and join him first, said Mo Fan. Good. After the two of them ran to the 2nd floor, they did find a large creative house in front of them. After quickly dodging into the house, Han Lan and his duo were embarrassed to find two women inside the house, one unclothed obviously having been done something just now, and the other supposedly wearing nothing, wrapped in a tablecloth and hiding to the side. Don't misunderstand guys, look at this scaly skin, she came out of it. Zhou Manyan awkwardly explained to the two. We all understand, no need to explain. The two Han Lan said in unison. Old Han old Mo, what the hell is going on here? Zhou Manyan said with some scalp numbness. It's a parasitic, infectious type of demon that has appeared, and there are quite a few people inside this gym who have been parasitized. Does the school administration, the department chair know? Notified, they should take steps. Hey, spirit. Auto lift right. Got it, Han Lan said in understanding. At this time, Mo Fan also heard Ling Ling's urging voice coming from his headphones. Mo Fan, you guys hurry to the 3rd floor of the gymnasium over by the elevator. The scaly-skinned mother demon is already gathering her own men's demon soldiers there. You are the only ones in the stadium who are capable of taking care of it, and if we force our way in from the outside, we will alert the scaly-skinned female demon, causing it to jump over the wall and send suicide commands to the demon soldiers under its command. All the access doors in the gymnasium have been closed, and we've decided after deliberation that you and Han Lan should go and kill the female demon, and the school will give you a bonus afterward, as well as the city's demon hunting team will pass on their yearly breaking the huge threats bonus to you. Mo Fan winked at Han Lan after hearing this news, and the two of them walked in towards the corner with Zhou Manyan on their racks, and after a little discussion, they quickly finalized the distribution of benefits. Mo Fan, Han Lan, let's say in advance, you're in it for the money and resources, and I'm in it for the fame, but I'll at most help you out in the state of my power, and in case of a sudden change of heart, I'll turn around and leave. Zhou Manyan said. Got it, I want to fight for a chance to train in the 3 steps tower and a mid-ranked crawling magic tool. I don't want the bonus, Mo Fan spoke after thinking about it. It's just a war general level demon, what could have changed? Old Zhao, don't worry, I've already broken through to the middle 3rd level. But since you for the name, do you want to pay a good price to buy all the head credits for solving this incident, and even Mo Fan and I can cooperate with each other, so that you can use the armor magic tool with the decapitation tool to pretend to have a name? What do you think? Han Lan said with a wry smile. Zhou Manyan heard these words after the eyes light up, patted his chest face boldly said, Can, you two open a price, as long as do not Leonize me can unilaterally shoot board. A winged magic tool. Zhou Manyan? I'm treating you like a brother, and you're just here to kill me like an asshole. Then a thunder spirit seed, if not I'll go with Han, it doesn't matter if you help me or not with Han anyway. Emofan's second price happened to be stuck on Zhao Menyan's psychological bottom price, and he did have a point. With Han Lan's pressure, decapitating the war general level demons was a snap. He only needed to possess the magic tool at the last moment to come to an end. A moment later, Zhao Menyan gritted his teeth and agreed to Emofan's conditions. Then he turned his head to Han Lan to hear his conditions and said in his heart to stop leonizing him. Han Lan smiled lightly when he saw Zhao Menyan's gaze and spoke, "Reserve a piece of news for the vein of the Star River." "Taking the lesser? The vein of the Star River? Why don't you go grab it?" "Wait, just the message?" Zhao Menyan jumped in place and said. "It can also be said that it's an equivalent exchange. I have a few resources in my hand that are applicable to middle-ranked mages, which can be used as the auction house's grand finale," Han Lan said as he hooked Zhao Menyan's shoulder. As soon as Han Lan's words fell, both Emofan and Zhao Menyan's movements froze for a moment before they both turned their heads to look at him with some surprise. They didn't expect that Han Lan, who usually kept a low profile, would secretly have such thick pockets. In that case it's not a problem, I can fight for you." After Zhao Menyan finished speaking, he followed Han Lan and the others as they ran in the direction of the third floor. Walking up the glass corridor on the third floor, the scene in the gym came into view for the three of them. The crowd below had begun to sway magically, and from time to time some drinks were handed out to the students who were dancing hot. The sound of music intertwined with cheering and screaming, the sound of bottles crashing mixed together. Under the seemingly lively scene, demons lurked, quietly waiting for their master to give the order to set off a round of bloody feast. At least half of these trainees had already been parasitized, and as long as the mother demon gave a call, she would tear off her skin of disguise and frantically attack those students who hadn't been infected yet, and all three of them couldn't help but bring a trace of heaviness to their hearts. "We're here." Emofan lowered his voice and said to Ling Ling. "Make sure to kill the mother demon, otherwise you may be surrounded by a large group of scaly-skinned demon soldiers, and you basically have no chance of survival at that time." Ling Ling's voice came out from Emofan's headset, and Zhao Menyan heard it clearly from the side. "This situation is a bit grim, why don't we retreat back and think about it in the long run?" Zhao Menyan said very submissively. Han Lan spoke up, "After getting on our thieving ship, you won't want to go back, old Zhao, look behind you." Zhao Menyan sniffed and looked back, only to see a group of girls in volunteer work clothes walking over, talking and laughing along the way. "Hey! You three don't trespass," a responsible-looking girl said. "Spirit?" Han Lan opened his mouth and asked. "All red dots." Spirit said immediately. Zhao Menyan's face changed as the three of them had their retreat blocked at just the right time. Han Lan didn't pay any attention to the girl, but turned to Emofan and said, "Emofan, you have the displacement skill, sneak to the third floor elevator first to stall the scaly-skinned mother demon, we'll come over to help you after we take care of these little monsters." After saying that, Han Lan's hand lit up with a lightning star track. Emofan nodded, and his figure sunk down towards a shadow in a nearby corner. "Surprisingly, it's a magic tool of the shadow system. Did Emofan get a sponsorship given by the school?" Zhao Menyan said, but the movements of his hands were not slow, already sketching the light system star map. "Probably his heirloom." Zhao Menyan. Two people chatting during the surrounding resounded bursts of low hissing sound. Han Lan see the situation on the hand emergence of a golden ball of lightning. Jiuxian Thunder Seal Electric Field. Han Lan controlled the power, the surging pure golden arcs of electricity intertwined with the thunder rods, presenting a giant spider web spreading all around to the scaly-skinned demon soldiers, and with the 0.5 times of the power of the thunder system's basic magic, it killed all the dozens of scaly-skinned demon soldiers. Chapter 31: Beheading the Scale-Skinned Mother Demon. In order to ensure that this strike would wipe out the dozens of scaly demon skins in front of him, Han Lan activated the passive of the running thunder battle armor in a rare move this time to increase the magic's power. After defeating these scale-skinned demon soldiers, Han Lan and Zhao Menyan couldn't care less about the students who had broken free from the scaleskins, and hurriedly turned around and ran towards Emofan's direction. Just as Han Lan finished off this group of scaly-skinned demon soldiers, the crowd below had already swarmed with scaly-skinned demon soldiers who had torn off their camouflaged human skins and were attacking the trainees in large numbers. Han Lan's eyes were like torches, and at a glance, he saw that Emofan and the scaled-skinned demon mother were in a fierce battle, and that Phantom Wolf Beast had long been summoned by him to help block the surrounding lesser demons. "Old Zhao, you hide first, I'll go help Emofan. When I kill this demon in a while, you remember to do a light shine blink, and then summon the armor demon tool and the chopper demon tool to whip the scaly-skinned mother demon, so that when the light dissipates, everyone will think that you were the one who finished off the scaly-skinned mother demon as the main force, remember?" Zhao Menyan, 098K, no problem. Han Lan finished a thunder seal that shattered the glass under his feet, and his figure descended from the sky towards the field. Although Han Lan's body strength was already on par with that of a battle general level demon, he had activated his blood beast boots in order to cover his tracks, and a layer of blood-colored light armor could be seen covering Han Lan's legs. With his legs slightly bent on the ground, Han Lan's hand movements didn't stop. Jiuxian Thunderbolt Boom Top. An incomparably thick golden thunder column emerged from the thunderclouds in the mid-air of the stadium, blasting at the top of the scaly-skinned female demon's head like a crack. Berserk pure golden lightning from the scale-skinned mother demon's head fiercely pouring bombardment, scale-skinned mother demon that all over the body of the scale armor gap countless densely packed golden thunder snake constantly wandering. The overbearing Jiuxian golden thunder attunement obliterating dark and evil type creatures was triggered, and in conjunction with the power of the thunderbolt it electrolyzed and shattered the scale-skinned mother demon's entire scale armor on the spot. Just one photo-face scale-skinned mother demon was heavily injured by Han Lan. Fan is not a dry food. The black book of star map in his hand quickly articulated 49 stars, giant shadow spike imprisonment. Old Zhao help me. Fan hadn't forgotten his original intention and shouted towards a short distance away. Heavenly God descends to earth. Zhao Manyan cooperatively stood up from the ruins not far away, a piece of armor glittering with golden light instantly attached to his body, wearing a pair of tawdry golden tracked magic tools on his feet, and a light shine flicker was thrown up into the air by him first. Zhao Manyan raised a golden longsword type demon chopper with both hands, Holy Light Chop. The golden sword blade that was about 10 feet long instantly coalesced into shape, and under the support of the magic tool, it was as powerful as thunder as it crossed paths with the scaly-skinned female demon. Put. Gluttony, the scaly-skinned mother demon let out a mournful wail. The light elemental enhanced chopping tool's damage to it was incomparably powerful, and in the next second, the scaly-skinned mother demon's head tilted, completely dead. And at this time, the light shine skill had also disappeared. Zhao Manyan was still worried that the scaled-skinned mother demon hadn't died through, and he changed into a fiery red demon slashing tool from his hand, intending to patch it up plus whip it. Han Lan spoke helplessly, alright, old Zhao, it's dead. Although this headbutt from the scaly-skinned mother demon was not Han Lan's, his late third realm mental power keenly perceived the little loach pendant on Fan's neck trembling. It seems that the little loach pendant has sucked away the essence of the scaly-skinned mother demon, and Han Lan didn't say anything, so his eyes stared straight at Fan. Fan got goosebumps from Han Lan's eyes and spoke with a cold shiver. Brother Han, why are you staring at me like that? First of all, I'm a male gender with female hobbies. I'm not the kind of person who sells his body for money. You kid, this war general essence counts as what I let you have, remember that. Holy, you can see it too? Fan was shocked. Isn't it just a dead soul vessel? Mofin. Okay, don't collapse your face. The usage fee of the Book of Star Map. You can find old Zhao to reimburse you. In addition, your summoning faculty can start to advance for the Phantom Wolf Beast as soon as possible after it breaks through the middle rank. Han Lan saw Fan's face look unattractive and opened his mouth. Said also, old Zhao, come over to discuss something with you. Fan thieves a hook Zhao Manyan's shoulders over the corner conversation. Zhao Manyan. With the death of the scale-skinned demon mother, the scale-skinned demon soldiers in the entire gymnasium also fell to the ground and wailed in pain as if their lifeblood had been severed. The trainees were still running away in all directions. They didn't know what was going on, they just wanted to get out of this horrible place in a hurry. As for some people with a little bit of guts, they took advantage of those scaly-skinned demon soldiers falling to the ground and convulsing in pain to hastily save those students who were attacked, and then move towards a safe place. The more calm cadets who were fighting the scaly-skinned demon soldiers were still staring at the demons with a wary look on their faces, and they always held a magic star track in their hands in case they were attacked again. At that moment, a loud bang came from the roof of the stadium, and as countless shards of glass spilled out of the air, a green-colored beast let down from the night sky and smashed down like a small mountain. As the green-colored beast landed, the entire gymnasium was shaken all a bit, and Han Lan looked up to see a burly man standing on top of the beast's head, scanning the scene inside the gymnasium. This person is the King of Hunters Du Xiao, seems to be the only remaining King of Hunters in China now. Forget about those students for now, charge in, absolutely cannot spare any of the demons. With this order coming from outside, a team of fully dressed mage hunters rushed in at the entrance of the arena, and instantly the center of the arena was surrounded. Where is it? Where is the mother demon? With a murderous shout, a bald mage hunter captain rushed to the center of the arena and looked around. The mother demon is dead. The burly man on the giant beast's head, Du Xiao, slowly spoke. Did you guys kill that female demon? Du Xiao spoke slowly with his gaze fixed on the Han Lan trio. Dead? Worthy of being your excellency the King of Hunters, you really struck quickly, the bald mage hunter captain said in admiration as he looked around but didn't find a single corpse. Han Lan had already greeted Zhao Manyan before, and Zhao Manyan was still wearing a magic tool set, only to see him clasp his hands and slightly bend down to Duxiao to perform a junior salute and open his mouth. Senior Hunting King, Senior Zhao's second son Zhao Manyan, the scale-skinned female demon is exactly what I united with two of my best friends to fight and kill. Oh, Mr. Zhao is really young and promising. It seems that there is a successor to the Zhao Consortium, Duxiao complimented with the corner of his eyes narrowing slightly. Your Excellency the Hunting King, you said it was that female demon killed by that kid? The mage hunter captain was a bit incredulous. Duxiao nodded. In fact, he was equally puzzled by the result, except that the on-site surveillance camera was completely destroyed by the aftermath of the magical battle, and there were no clues for forensic purposes other than determining that the scaly-skinned female demon's strength had already reached the level of a battle general. After the interlude, the Hunt King Duxiao ordered the dispersal of the hunting mage teams to rescue and pacify the girls who had been parasitized by the mother demon, so as to prevent them from being left in the shadows. Chapter 32 International Auction House. The next daytime Pearl Schoolhouse Green Campus Recognition Assembly went as planned. And Han Lan also arrived on time to participate in the scene. Now his identity is the same as Mo Fan is a freshman, majoring in the Summoning Department's secondary cultivation of the Thunder Department. The students who were present, at least tens of thousands of people, which is also the number of normal process admitted to the Pearl Academy plus the number of admissions or residencies, is even more frightening. When academician Li announced the shocking news that the playboy Zhao Manyan had acted heroically in the incident of the scaly-skinned mother demon at the stadium, joining forces with Han Lan and Mo Fan to save the lives of many people. But there are also many versions. Some say that the people were not saved by Zhao Manyan but other people. The two Han Lan and Mo Fan did not care about the overwhelming public opinion. Because the winner of the first prize standing on the podium was Zhao Manyan himself, the three had already negotiated. The only people in the know were Han Lan and Mo Fan, and Zhao Manyan's blonde hair was about to explode with laughter. In the academy, before Mu Nujio made her donation move, there were people who wanted to scold Han Lan every day and every night. But today, the entire student body was asked to praise him, which caused the expressions on too many people's faces to become incomparably strange. After the commendation ceremony, Zhao Manyan invited Han Lan to the International Auction House to evaluate the consignment resources, the same condition Han Lan had promised him earlier. What are you consigning? Zhao Manyan inquired. A water spirit seed, an egg of a Chancellor-class frost false dragon. Han Lan didn't hide it either. After all, he would probably have to borrow Zhao Manyan's identity to sell this himself. Oh, water spirit species. Nani? You have a water-type spirit seed in your hand? How many times does it increase? Is there any effect attached to it? Zhao Manyan instantly became unsettled, hooking Han Lan's shoulder and asking attentively. The spirit seed is called Condensation Spring, 3x increase, 2 attachments. The first attachment has the Frostbite and Ice Spike attack of ice magic. The second attachment strengthens the duration and coverage of the storm wave. Han Lan spoke as he took a sip of his tea. Extreme grade spirit seed. Good brother, how about selling me this water system spirit seed? You open a price. Zhao Manyan's heart moved. After all, his second awakening in the middle rank was the water system, and this extremely high quality water system spirit seed was more than suitable for him. 1 byte, 30 million. Deal. WeChat or Alipay? PayPal. Zhao Manyan negotiated the price with Han Lan and took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number, and a few moments later, Han Lan's Alipay received a transfer, and Alipay arrived at plus 30 million yuan. After seeing the money arrive, Han Lan's hand explored his waist and took out a translucent prismatic crystal box from the 24 bridges and moonlit nights, and a palm-sized spring was slowly flowing in the center. A blue-colored mass of spring water gurgled and flowed, sometimes with a layer of frost covering its body, sometimes extending into several tributaries, soulful but not too harsh. Han Lan handed it to the expectant Zhao Manyan, who took it with a hand. Happy cooperation. Zhao Manyan, who had harvested a superb water spirit seed, was in a good mood and was pondering whether or not to treat Han Lan to a clubhouse to get high, when he suddenly remembered the second consignment lot that Han Lan had just mentioned. Brother Han Lan, did you just say that the second consignment lot is a commander-class pseudo-dragon egg? Zhao Manyan said with a face full of disbelief. Yes. I remember you're a summoning mage. Why don't you keep this pseudo-dragon egg as a contracted beast? Zhao Manyan didn't ask Han Lan where the pseudo-dragon egg in his hand came from. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? I already have a contractual partner, and this pseudo-dragon egg is much more tangible for me to exchange for some resources used by high-level mages, such as the vein of the Star River, Han Lan explained. Oh, I see. Then do you want to auction this pseudo-dragon egg for money or barter? Zhao Manyan asked. It's best to prioritize the bidders who bid 3-star river veins, Han Lan spoke after a moment of thought. Okay, I'll help you add the consignment requirements to the auction list, but let's get one thing straight, the star river vein is after all a ticket to advance to a high-level mage, and bidders usually only bid on one at most, so you have to be prepared for that. Zhao Manyan was afraid that Han Lan's heart would fall too far behind, and after a moment of contemplation, he said. Well, I know, Han Lan said. The two of them entered the VIP appraisal room together, and Han Lan took out the dark blue pseudo-dragon egg that was as tall as one person from the 24 Bridges and the Night of the Moon and handed it over to the appraiser for inspection. After repeatedly testing it with various methods, the teacher with glasses gave a reserve bid of 2-star river veins and $300 million, and said that he needed to do a publicity campaign for it. Han Lan was still satisfied with this, and the next step was to wait for the official start of the international auction a week later. 1 week later. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the auction to begin, with Han Lan, Emo Fan, and Zhao Manyan taking their seats on the auction table one after another. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, a female auctioneer aged around 20 years old appeared on the auction table. Time's up, the auction will now officially begin. The female auctioneer shouted unhurriedly. Hearing the auctioneer's words, the entire auction house fell silent. The first item up for auction is a spirit-grade demon slaying tool. The Blade of Extreme Ice. This is a spirit tool created by a master forger using several ice spirit species fragments and the icefin swordfish's foreign bone as the main material. When activated, it can manifest an icefin swordfish's spear spikes to make an ice spear splitting chop, with a lethality that is comparable to the combined strike of 2 Great War General level demons. The starting price is 30 million, all mages who lack the means to attack should not miss out, the female auctioneer introduced with a smile. A middle-aged young woman opened the bidding before the female auctioneer's words fell, 50 million. Although the middle-aged young woman had directly raised her price by 2,000 W, there were still many people who had made bids. $70 million. $80 million. $100 million. Han Lan wasn't interested in these pieces of spirit-level demon-slaying tools. After all, he had several commander creatures to aid in battle, and he had quite a few undercards. In the end, this Blade of Extreme Ice was bought by a young man wearing sunglasses at a high price of $130 million. The second lot is the Thunder System Spirit Seed Shenjun. When the mage who refines it releases his Thunder System magic, Shenjun will cause an extremely strong impact on the surrounding air, and the resulting spatial shock effect will then make it much stronger than mortal thunder. The starting bid is 1,000 W, lightning mages shouldn't miss it. The female auctioneer introduced with a smile. The Zhao family's people were no nonsense, and the price of the Thunder Series Spirit Seed was finally raised to 28 million, and the Zhao family still bought it. Thunder Series Spirit Seed Shenjun. Emo Fan loved this name, the treasure he had been longing for had finally arrived. After the two auction items warmed up, many resources suitable for middle-ranked mages appeared one after another on the next bidding, such as a magical artifact called the Poison Fire Ring. It can attach a fire toxin effect to the fire magic released by the mage. Unfortunately, this ring is much more expensive than the elemental spirit species. Chapter 33 False Dragon Egg, Irene. The next item is a blue velvet giant sparrow egg, which has been identified as being 100% hatchable. Summoning mages, you may bid. The blue velvet giant sparrow is strong enough to carry a person in flight. It has a reserve price of $70 million, and it's now up for bidding. The female auctioneer said with a focused face. The price, despite being as high as $70 million, yet the bidders are coming in thick and fast. Emo Fan, you also have a summoning lineage, don't you have any plans to buy a young pet? Zhao Manyan asked Emo Fan, who was sitting next to him. Do I look like a rich person who can afford to buy this kind of flying young pet? Emo Fan burst into bitter laughter. Emo Fan hangs out with me, you kid can buy some knowledge secret scrolls to try your luck. Han Lan opened his mouth. Let's wait until my summoning department is promoted to the middle rank. Emo Fan said helplessly. A new insertion item has been added, a warlord class essence from a parasite type demon. The bidding will now begin at a starting price of $12 million. In the end, the parasitic type demon scale skin mother demon's essence was auctioned off by Zongfeng at a price of 29 million. Then Emo Fan spent another 17 million on that shield magic tool Underworld Shield. After auctioning off a few more items that Han Lan wasn't interested in, this auction was also reaching its final session. Next is the finale lot of this auction, the Dragon Egg of the Frost Pseudo-Dragon. As you all know, the probability of a demon like the Frost Pseudo-Dragon returning to evolve into a sub-dragon is at the top of the Pseudo-Dragon lineage, and most importantly after a special method of identifying that this Pseudo-Dragon egg is female, so the value of this Pseudo-Dragon egg is beyond imagination. The starting bidding price is 2-star river veins and $300 million. Now start bidding. The female auctioneer said emotionally to the crowd. If this was a male pseudo-dragon egg, I could still put up a fight, but now, alas. A chubby summoning mage sighed. Yeah, demons like frost false dragons are extremely rare to begin with, and there have been quite a few monarch-class sub-dragons that have been promoted in their clans. Another woman took over and said. The main thing is that this pseudo-dragon egg is female, so as long as we have this young dragon we'll have a chance to reproduce in large numbers. A scar-faced big man clasped his hands and said. 2-star river veins, $600 million, a masked man was the first to bid. 2-star river veins, $1 billion. The bidder from the Dongfang clan bid after thinking for a moment. 2-star river veins, $1.5 billion. The masked man said in a resigned tone as he raised his card. This time is already his limit, if someone else offers a higher price he can only give up. VIP number 17 has bid 2-star river veins and $1.5 billion, is there any more bids? The female auctioneer's voice rang out at the right time. 3-star river veins, $2 billion. The sound of this crisp voice also silenced the entire auction. Even Han Lan's trio looked at the originator of the voice with some curiosity. In Han Lan's preconception this frost false dragon egg was at most 2-star river veins and $1.5 billion was the limit, and Han Lan didn't think it would reach the high price of 3-star river veins and $2 billion. What caught Han Lan's eye was a young girl of about 18 years old with fair skin and blonde hair. She seems to be little Princess Irene of the Victoria clan. A good person exclaimed. You mean that dragon-taming family from the Sunset Empire? A man sitting next to him wondered. Yes, my humble self is nicknamed the International Worldly Beauty by Xiao Shang, the powerful and beautiful worldly ladies are all well known to me. That good person said smugly. Hearing the words of the crowd, Han Lan also knew who this young girl was. Princess of the Sunset Empire, or Hereditary Grand Duke, the first heir to the Victorian family Irene. Erin returned the slight smile when she saw the crowd looking at her. This lady is bidding 3-star river veins, $2 billion, is there a higher price? The female auctioneer opened her mouth to inquire when she saw that the crowd was not bidding. After a few seconds, seeing that no one bid again, the female auctioneer also hammered the hammer. Thank you all for your support, this auction ends here. The VIPs who have auctioned off their stuff can go to the backstage trading room to collect their items. The female auctioneer said after half bowing. When Han Lan arrived at the backstage trading room he saw a middle-aged man with silver hair standing in place waiting for him. Seeing Han Lan arrive, the silver-haired middle-aged man handed over a storage ring and smiled. Hello Mr. Han, after deducting the 2% handling fee, your auction resources are all placed in the ring. A diamond card of 1.854 billion and 3 high-quality star river veins, take a look. Han Lan used his spiritual power to look at the things in the ring and said, that's right, not missing a thing. After saying this, Han Lan turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that Han Lan wanted to leave, the silver-haired middle-aged man hurriedly said, that Mr. Han Lan, Miss Eileen of the Victoria clan would like to meet the consignor of the Frost False Dragon Egg auction. Hearing this, Han Lan paused to think for a moment before saying, lead the way. Hearing Han Lan agree, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. A few moments later, Han Lan once again met Erin, who was sitting in front of a man-high dark blue pseudo-dragon egg in the VIP room. And the silver-haired middle-aged man left straight after bringing Han Lan here. Erin, who majored in the mind department, instantly sensed Han Lan's arrival. Hello, my name is Erin, nice to meet you. Erin got up and offered her hand and smiled. Seeing this, Han Lan also stretched out his hand to shake Irene's small, white and smooth hand. Han Lan let go of Erin's small hand and asked, I wonder what Miss Erin is looking for me for. To tell you the truth, there is a secret dragon tamer sensing method in my family, and you seem to have the original scent of a high-blooded sub-dragon in your body. Is it the cause of your contracted partner, or are you a psychic dragon tamer mage? Eileen's soft, ethereal voice rang in Han Lan's ears after a moment of hesitation. I'm a summoning mage, and the Aragon's aura is derived from my contractual partner. Han Lan said in an unassuming manner. In that case, then if you are interested in dragon taming mages, you can consider coming to our Sunset Empire for development. Can you add a contact? Erin laughed delicately. Yes, make a friend, Han Lan said. After exchanging contact information, Han Lan waved goodbye to Erin and left the VIP room. Little Duke Erin, are you trying to recruit that young man just now? A dark shadow in the corner of the VIP room wall slowly wriggled, from which a middle-aged shadow slowly stood up and bowed slightly to Erin and asked. Yes and no. My mind power senses that his cultivation is already a middle-rank full cultivator. To be able to reach this cultivation at this age, once he is selected for the State House team, then Huaxia's ranking for this term will move up a few places. AI Lin faintly said. She had just read Han Lan's profile, and this kind of young grassroots genius was worth pulling in on her own. Of course, it would only be worthwhile for Irene to put in more chips if Han Lan's future could reach super-ranked mage. Chapter 34 3 Steps Tower. Han Lan left the auction house, first in the roadside to find a restaurant, to solve the problem of the noon meal, eat and drink enough, so Imofan sent a message to himself that Lao Zhao first back to the dormitory, something WeChat. Closing his eyes and feeling his spiritual world for a moment, Han Lan's current water nebula had quietly reached mid-stage full cultivation under the heroic inheritance lawn, with the passive gathering of elemental power from the devouring seed bilge heavenly water. The next step could be to proceed with the promotion of a high-level mage in the water system. It is worth mentioning that the rewards from the commendation meeting, Han Lan got an additional 7 days of training time in the 3 Steps Tower, Mofan gained a middle-ranked tracking magical tool, the Earthclamp Boots, with 7 days of training in the 3 Steps Tower, and the fame and reputation headwork was pocketed by Zhao Manyan. Now that Han Lan's cultivation had reached its bottleneck, and 5 of the Star River veins needed to advance to the higher ranks had been prepared, it was time to find a place where the elemental power was thick to break through to the higher ranks. Arriving in front of Dean Zhao's office, Han Lan knocked on the door and pushed it in after the response of "Please come in" came from inside. Without waiting for Dean Xiao to inquire about his intentions, Han Lan was the first to speak. "Dean Xiao, I'm applying to use the 3 Steps Tower's cultivation opportunity." The 3 Steps Tower is located on the main campus of the Pearl Academy, and among the important resources that the Pearl's elite are constantly competing for on the main campus, the 3 Steps Tower is a top priority. The 3 Steps Tower, which has a long history, is a super special magical building built by the ancestors who gathered their wisdom to be able to gather the scattered and drifting elemental energies between heaven and earth in one place. Elemental energy, everywhere. The reason why the spiritual species will be born is precisely because somewhere in the elements, magic energy is particularly dense place after years of refinement gradually evolved. The location and construction of the 3-step tower, it is the energy can be thousands of kilograms in a radius to converge. This cohesion of the 3 Steps Tower could be said to be the key to cultivating magical geniuses in the Pearl School. The 3-step tower, which presented a completely symmetrical 3-dimensional triangle shape, its exterior was made of what looked like silver-colored metal, and it stood straight up, standing out in the middle of the main campus. Dean Xiao. The 2 men guarding the entrance to the 3 Steps Tower both respectfully saluted Dean Xiao upon seeing him. "It's you guys who are on duty today. I've already had the permit shown to you, so it's up to you to lead this student in," Dean Xiao said. "Come with me, I'll tell you what to do." The guardian led Han Lan inside the 3 Steps Tower. Han Lan followed him into it, and a long passageway glowing with bright metallic light appeared. Han Lan also had a spatial system, and was able to sense that the spatial system attainments of the person who made the 3-step tower were very high. If he came back here to study it carefully after he advanced to the high rank or broke through the super rank, he should be able to gain a lot of magical insights about the spatial system. There are many layers of space within the 3 Steps Tower, and the concentration of energy that can be condensed in each layer of space varies again. Senior brother, you're a middle-ranked mage, so you'll only be able to cultivate on the 1st and 2nd floors at the most, and if you go any further up, you'll most likely be irrigated by the energy so much that you'll explode and die. The gatekeeper gave Han Lan a reminder. The 2 continued on, and steps appeared ahead of them. The ladder looked immensely impressive, and that was because it had only 1 step of step slabs, and they were suspended in the dimness ahead, leading right up to a very geometric triangular suspended platform higher up in the dimness. "This is as far as I can send you, so make your way up the steps yourself," the gatekeeper said. "Okay, thanks senpai." Once the figure of the gatekeeper disappeared, Han Lan began to ascend the ladder. The stepping boards were so solid that Han Lan had no idea by what force they were held up, but they were suspended in that solitary manner, and they didn't move even when stomped downward with force. Han Lan continued to walk upwards, and it was only when he reached the basketball court-sized platform above that he was considered to have reached the first level of the 3-step tower. At first it was a smooth walk, with nothing to hinder it. Until halfway up the ladder when it felt a little uncomfortable. Keep going up, the heavier the body. This was because the magic energy was being consumed, and there was no telling what kind of formation was at work in this 3-step tower. Climbing the steps consumes magic energy. Han Lan accelerated his speed, and with a burst of energy, he rushed up to the 1st floor's platform and advanced toward the 2nd floor. After arriving at the 2nd level, Han Lan immediately began to meditate to recover his mental energy. Having just spent a third of Han Lan's magical energy in ascending the steps, he was ready to impact the third level of the 3 steps tower. Doing as he said, after adjusting his state to his best, Han Lan got up and climbed towards the ladder between the second and third floors. It was only while climbing that Han Lan felt that every step up the ladder was like tying a small lead balloon to his head, and that feeling of heaviness would gradually increase one's mental anguish. However, it was fortunate that Han Lan's mental power level had reached the late third realm, so this level was still tolerable, and Han Lan gritted his teeth and continued to charge upwards. The little bit of pressure that came with the rush 2/3 of the way through could be described as a slight head rush. The mental gravity was still increasing, the head began to become slightly drowsy, and the unbearable sensation began to slowly increment, with the feeling that it was about to go black. The third level of the 3-step tower space was already close at hand, but the magic energy was like quicksand in an hourglass rapidly depleting, rushing before only 1/5 of the magic energy was left. Han Lan struggled to climb, which led him to step onto the third level. But it was all worth it. The third level of spatial elemental concentration was 80 times, and Han Lan's own nebula magic weapon was a 2.5 times increase, along with the heroic template Lan's inheritance and the water eater seed bijou Tianxue each had a 0.5 times increase. The effect of meditating at this third level was 280 times that of the outside world. This exaggerated and incomparable cultivation speed made Han Lan's certainty of sprinting to the high level of the aquatic star river several points greater again. Han Lan didn't bother to cultivate the Space Department's Thunder Department, but instead began to tilt the absorbed elemental resources into the Water Nebula, and the ghostly blue Water Nebula began to store, compress, and expand when it was already in full cultivation. Half a day later, Han Lan took out 100 drops of Earth's heart-quenching milk and poured it into the pre-prepared large wooden basin of clear water, stripped off his clothes and entered the barrel, and the colorful energies spontaneously surged in as soon as they came into contact with the human body, subconsciously helping Han Lan to wash his medulla oblongata and refine his bones. After spending a day adjusting his state to its peak, Han Lan activated the disguise convergence technique to mimic the summoning faculty's intermediate ranked full cultivation nebula aura, and then, with the vein of the river of stars in hand, he began to set out to sprint for the water faculty's high rank, as the concentration of the elements in the third level of space had already dropped to 240 times that of the water faculty at the moment. Without delay, the ghostly blue water nebula in the spirit world had already reached its limit, and with the 49 stars that had been all strengthened as spears, it kept ramming its own spear tips into the thick cultivation barriers throughout the outer layer of the nebula. Chapter 35 Promotion to Higher Order. In the blink of an eye, thick cultivation barriers appeared on the slice of cracks. There are cracks, and then the impact will be much easier. Han Lan, with the spiritual power to guide the vein of the star river to release a large strand of energy to a more violent impact. A large amount of translucent pure energy surged into Han Lan's spiritual world, and they quickly covered the 49 strengthened stars, transforming into a breaker spear that attacked forward and backward toward the cultivation barrier. As soon as the energy of the star river vein arrived, the 49 strengthened stars saved and shot like chicken blood, constantly hitting the outer barriers of the nebula. The water nebula was already expanding to a limit. The small nebula was completely unable to accommodate their presence. They aspired to a wider river of stars. The cracks in the cultivation barrier were getting bigger and bigger. Han Lan was fully concentrated, using his mind to pour all the energy of the star river vein into his water nebula in one gulp like a heavenly waterfall. He was bound to break through the barrier today. Mage's every cultivation promotion is accompanied by a huge spiritual pain, and the headache feeling also cannot have the slightest slack, but also self-destructive will be a large amount of energy into the introduction of their own impact on the greater. It was fortunate that Han Lan's mental power had reached the late third realm, which also allowed him to have a higher degree of mental endurance and a much lower pain for rushing through the high-level barrier. Success or failure, break it for me. Han Lan had reached the most critical moment, and the cultivation barrier around the nebula had already shattered in half. At this time, the ghostly blue giant shark above the water nebula suddenly transmitted a fluctuation to Han Lan, who had an odd expression on his face, but still pulled out a star river vein from the 24 bridges to a bright moon night, and guided the energy of the second star river vein with his spiritual power to instill it into the ghostly blue giant shark. After the ghostly blue giant shark obtained this massive energy infusion, its figure instantly skyrocketed, and then it transformed into the shadow of a giant shark in Han Lan's dismayed eyes as it blasted the entire cultivation barrier to smithereens. With a wild roar, all of a sudden the ghostly blue to the extreme wild waterfall formed two energy phantom beasts. The giant shark and the water dragon flew out from Han Lan, and all of a sudden they scurried into mid-air, roaring up to the sky, the dragons roaring and the sharks chanting in unison. A stream of information fed back into Han Lan's mind. It was the changes produced after the heroic inheritance. Lan's power was promoted to a high level. The whole water star river is flowing in Han Lan's spiritual world, more magnificent and magnificent than the previous constrained water nebula. The starlight is linked together, aesthetically flowing in the vastness of the spiritual universe. And 343 stars are even more densely packed in the river of watery stars, which flit and weave as they do. Among them, there were 49 water stars that were more dynamic and sparkling than the other 294 stars. Obviously they were the 49 stars that Han Lan had already strengthened, while the other 294 stars were still in the embryonic stage, with a slight glow. Opening his eyes, Han Lan vaguely saw the silhouette of a constellation emerge from the water halo, a constellation constructed precisely from 343 water stars fully articulated together in 7 star charts. In other words, Han Lan was able to follow this trajectory, pattern, and star frame to complete the connection between the stars, and the water constellation was birthed, and the high-level magic that was filled with guardianship power, the water walk canopy, would also appear. Since he didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world, Han Lan seized the time to absorb elemental energy to fill in the newborn water star river, after warming and consolidating the newborn water star river. Han Lan began to separate his energies to meditate on the spatial nebula and thunder nebula. At this time, the elemental concentration within the third level of space had already dropped to 200 times. The spatial nebula was the first to skip 3 levels to reach intermediate full cultivation, followed by the thunder nebula, which reached intermediate full cultivation right after. Just as Han Lan was planning to continue pampering the water star river while the time was still up, the 7 days were up, and the time stipulated by the school authorities in this regard was 7 days, with not a single minute more given. Han Lan walked out of the 3 steps tower, his entire body refreshed. The water department had been promoted to a high rank, then the summoning department could be disguised as a high-ranked star river, following which it would be logical to take it out and use it. Lokia, Frost, Aaron, Sheik, Rem and the others had been in the demon beast's garden for more than 3 months, and they were almost bored out of their minds with boredom. After coming out of the 3 steps tower, Han Lan launched the disguise convergence technique to hide the water-based astral river, followed by simulating a summoning-based high-ranking astral river aura. He went to the topmost library to find Dean Xiao at the first opportunity. Upon arriving at the door, Han Lan knocked politely. "Please come in," came a calm and peaceful voice. Han Lan pushed open the door and walked in. Dean Xiao was holding a teacup in one hand with his back to Han Lan. After a moment of silence, Dean Xiao opened his mouth. "Han Lan, your summoning faculty has broken through to the high level?" "Yes." "Very good. Your talent can also be said to be at the top among the previous students of the Pearl Academy. The main campus has a place for you. You should have no thoughts of graduating now, right?" Dean Xiao turned around and smiled. "No, I still want to participate in the World Academy contest, and since the 3 steps tower only goes in once, how can I not go in a few more times to whore myself out?" Han Lan smiled and opened his mouth. "Ha ha ha, as long as you make your due contribution, the Pearl Academy will not treat every student poorly," Dean Xiao said as he stroked his beard. "In addition, this session of the exchange student competition between the Pearl and the Imperial Capital Academy will be given to you to lead, and as long as you accomplish this, I will personally send you another 7-day cultivation opportunity at the 3 steps tower." Dean Xiao opened his conditions after pondering. "By the way, since Han Lan's summoning department of yours has broken through to the high level, do you have a contracted beast?" Dean Xiao asked as he took a sip of tea and opened his mouth. "I already have 3 heads of indentured partners." "Well, that's good." "Wait, you said you already have 3 contracted partners? You have an innate talent in the summoning department?" Dean Xiao almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard this and asked in shock. "What kind of innate talent is it?" Dean Xiao asked as he pushed his glasses to stare closely at Han Lan. "At the beginning stage, you can sign one more sub-dimensional equality contract than others, and after breaking through to the middle stage, you also have one more contract partner position than normal people. I named this summoning innate talent as double contract, and this innate talent of mine is still growing and evolving." Han Lan opened his mouth after a long pause. Han Lan spoke after a long pause. "Growing innate talent? It's really amazing. In the future of Huaxia will rely on you young people to carry it forward." Dean Xiao spoke with a pleased smile. "Dean Xiao, I want to awaken a new magic lineage after I break through the high rank, so I won't bother you. I'll go to the Magic Association first," Han Lan said archly. "No, you broke through to high rank mage at the age of 19, the wind is too much. Come with me to awaken in the academy," Dean Xiao said after a moment of thought. "Okay then." Chapter 36, Chaos, Ding Yumian. 10 minutes later, Han Lan followed Dean Xiao to an awakening room, where Dean Xiao turned around and said, "Han Lan, which magic lineage do you intend to awaken at the higher levels? If you have a more favorable magic lineage, I have quite a few exclusive guidance substances here that can enhance the probability of awakening." "Let it be, awakening is entirely in the eye of the beholder." "Then there has to be a rough prognosis," Dean Xiao said seriously. "A channeling stone from the subdimensional system will do." "What guiding substance is required?" "Chaos, space, and sound are all fine." Ding Xiao had no choice but to take some crystals from the side that shimmered with black, silver, and pink light and place them next to the Sublime System guidance stones, then slightly sidestepped to signal Han Lan that he could come over and awaken. Han Lan didn't dilly-dally and walked up to the awakening table, gently placing his hands on the cold secondary system guidance stone and closing his eyes. To awaken is to completely illuminate that newly unlocked spiritual area. There was some kind of star writhing slightly in a certain dim area of Han Lan's mental region, curse system or undead system? No, none of them, these 7 stars, have no color at all, or rather it is a star color that changes with the surroundings. When one is surrounded by nothingness, they remain in their void form, but if one moves other nebulae toward them, they are gradually rendered into similar colors. The Chaos Department, it's actually the Chaos Department. This is called an all-powerful magic department in the original, a collection of absorbing attacks, strengthening rebound, touching the rules of time and other abilities of the superscript magic department, can attack and retreat, is the nemesis of all elemental type attack magic. Outside, Ding Xiao's gaze was fixed on the guide stone. Han Lan's eyes slowly opened, only to see the sublime guidance stone in his hand flicker with a light. It was the light of chaos, deep and dangerous, slowly changing with the changing colors of the surroundings, constantly emitting a strange and mysterious powerful aura. Surprisingly, it's the Chaos Department. Han Lan boy is lucky. This is the lowest probability of awakening among the 4 departments of the subdimensional system, but also the most powerful one of the Magic Department. Its lower limit and upper limit completion depends on your spiritual power realm and personal creativity. Ding Xiao explained to Han Lan. Speaking of which, Han Lan, how is your spiritual power realm? The sublime magic lineages all eat more of the bonuses of the spiritual power realm. Ding Xiao inquired. My spiritual power is already in the 3rd realm. Han Lan said. Very good, most high-ranked mages don't have a spiritual power level as strong as yours. It seems that you are also someone with your own chances. Ding Xiao laughed. If there is anything you don't understand in the process of Chaos Department cultivation, you can come over to me to help introduce you. There are still a few old professors of Chaos Department in the academy. As for the knowledge of Chaos Department's initial level of magic, you can go to the library and check it out on your own. Well, I won't hold up your meditative cultivation anymore. Let's go. Ding Xiao said. After Han Lan thanked Ding Xiao, he left the top floor library straight towards the 1st floor. The library of the Pearl Academy covered a vast area, and as far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with magic books that smelled of books, and due to the evening, the 1st floor of the library was almost invisible. Han Lan wasn't in a hurry, and directly began to follow the labeled language notes on the bookshelf to find the Chaos Department books. Turning a corner of a bookshelf, what surprised Han Lan a little was a woman whose hair fell down like silk sitting on a desk chair to his side. The sides of her silky black hair slipped down to the center in a playful, elegant mesh braid, like a strand of gauze gently covering her silky cascade of hair, with a delicate green finch hair band tied around the middle and lower ends, with an ineffable elegance and serenity. Just by looking at her back, Han Lan recognized her as none other than the Mind Department striker from the original plot, the department flower of the Fire Academy, and one of the top 10 beauties of the Pearl Academy. Ding Yumian, I can't believe I met her here, Han Lan said with a point of amazement in his tone. Worthy of being a Fire Department flower, her pinkish-white skin had a soft color, her agar-white nose was delicate and small, and just looking at those eyes full of charisma would be mesmerizing. I don't know if it's because of practicing the fire system. She obviously gives a feeling of being quiet like a lotus, but she exudes a fascinating pure love and charm, and I think that if she smiles, she will definitely be even more charming and touching. You're Han Lan? Are you looking for a book here? Ding Yumian asked suspiciously. Yeah, unfortunately I haven't been in school long enough to find what I want for a while. Han Lan said. What are you looking for? Ding Yumian continued to ask. Books about chaos system magic. Han Lan said. It could be seen that Ding Yumian should appear in this library often, and she looked very skillful when she was searching for books just now. Chaos faculty? I'll help you then. Ding Yumian said. Ding Yumian was indeed familiar with the placement of books here, and it didn't take her long to carry a few books and place them in front of Han Lan. Thank you, senior sister Yumian. Han Lan said. No need to be polite. Ding Yumian smiled lightly. By the way, at the Elevate Beast Fighting competition I remember that you used the thunder and summoning line of magic? Why would you come to find books on the chaos lineage? Ding Yumian hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask. However, she soon noticed that the aura on Han Lan's body was different. It was an aura that did not belong to a middle-ranked mage. You've been promoted to a high-ranked mage? Ding Yumian's cherry lips slightly opened in surprise. Right, that said, Senior Sister Yumian, your innate natural ability in the mind department is very strong, and you're not far from the realm of the high rank, right? Han Lan spoke up. What are you asking for? Ding Yumian asked back with a somewhat wary sniff. Senior Sister Yumian, don't be angry for now, because I'm in the same category as you. Your mind faculty talent shouldn't be buried in this way. Rather than keep running away from this innate mind power, why don't you try to control it? Don't you see that I'm in control of my innate sublime power? Han Lan's right hand spread out, and the phantom beast projections of the frost sub-dragon Shikram, Lokia, the tsunami wolf, and the Thundercloud demon scorpion slowly floated in mid-air. You're also. Ding Yumian was surprised. I'm a summoning department fatalist, that's my natural talent. I can ignore the rank gap and sign contracts with many demons and make them fight for me. Han Lan looked at Ding Yumian's eyes filled with shock and spoke nonchalantly. This? Okay, but what am I going to do? You're a summoner, I'm a psychic, and you don't even understand how hard it is for me to control my psychic fluctuations. Once I have a large emotional reaction, it will easily affect the trainees around me, and I don't want to see anyone else die from the effects of my mind fluctuations. It seemed that Han Lan's words had evoked Ding Yumian's unpleasant memories. Her slender petite body trembled slightly, and the corners of her eyes seemed to glow with a mist of water. Chapter 37, Master of the Heart. You can skip the 4 chapters of Ding Yumian's storyline. Don't be sad, Senior Sister Yumian. Before I start helping you to completely control your mind system power, I'll first explain to you the origin of your talent. The reason why your mood swings affect people in your surroundings is actually because the power of the fatal disaster, which even the strongest force of mankind, the holy city, trembles in horror, lurks within you. And those who possess the power of the fatalities are also known as the fatalities, but in fact, they are the true geniuses. Only because of their young age, weak strength, and no one to guide them, they are unable to completely master this power, which results in the power being leaked out, hence the term fatalities. Han Lan explained. Instead, the fatalist rhetoric is the holy sanctuary of the holy city, a term used by the heterodox sanctuary to exclude dissenters, and they don't allow anyone to threaten their dominance, so as soon as an exceptionally talented mage appears, he's either taken in or obliterated. In the demon capital of China more than a decade ago, there was a genius who was born with a natural ice soul seed, only defined as a stormbringer because she wasn't strong enough to take complete control, and the funny thing is that she was already able to take control of her own power when she was frozen by the exotic sanctuary in the Tianshan mountain. Han Lan continued. How is that possible? Doesn't the holy city exist for the peaceful prosperity of human civilization? Ding Yumian said incredulously. As soon as the disaster victims are discovered by the sanctuary, mages are dispatched to make arrests and then seal them or exterminate them. Hearing this, Ding Yumian couldn't help but frown, worried and anxious. After all, that is the magic world's top power sacred city. Feeling the special mental fluctuations coming from Ding Yumian, Han Lan secretly smacked his lips. With her middle-ranked mind power, an ordinary high-ranked mage would be greatly affected. In the original story, when Ding Yumian was promoted to the super rank, his spiritual power was already comparable to that of a forbidden spell mage, and the power of the plague was as terrifying as it was. However, Han Lan was not affected by her, only because a pinkish-blue gemstone the size of a dragon's eye appeared in the palm of his left hand, the Heart and Soul gemstone, the very same achievement reward that Han Lan received when he was promoted to middle-ranked mage. Han Lan spread out the palm of his left hand and handed the powder blue gemstone to Ding Yumian. Senior Sister Yumian, I already have a solution on how to control your mind-based fatalities ability. This gemstone is called the Heart and Soul gemstone, and it can be used to act as the main material for the forging of mind-type magical artifacts and soul-type magical artifacts. I'll use it to forge an exclusive mind and soul-type magic weapon for you, which will keep your mind-based infestation ability from going out of control and storming out of control before you are promoted to a forbidden spell mage, and I'm sure you can become a master of the mind-based system. Han Lan said with a solemn face. Really? Senior Han Lan, you're a forger? But even if you're already a high-ranked mage, the quality of this kind of heart and soul-type magic weapon has already reached the heaven grade, right? It's internationally recognized that only a 4-flame-ranked forger is capable of participating in the forging of a heaven-ranked magic weapon. Ding Yumian said with a bit of half-heartedness. Ding Yumian was already halfway convinced when she saw the powder blue gemstone, as a faint powder blue halo enveloped Han Lan in front of him, and he looked as normal, completely unaffected by the fluctuations in her mind. There's no need for School Sister Yumian to worry about this. I've joined an organization of forgers, and the forging of heaven-level magical weapons isn't a problem. It's just that I'll be relying on School Sister Yumian to help me deal with the psychic enemies I meet in the future, Han Lan said with a smile. Well, how much forging fee is needed? I'll return it to you as soon as possible. Ding Yumian said with some emotion. There's no need for a forging fee, those forging masters can't wait to be able to personally forge a heaven-level magic weapon to make a name for themselves within the organization, it's just that the main material is hard to find for 10,000 gold, and it's all bartering between us. Han Lan explained. If senior sister Yumian feels ashamed to receive this, how about giving me a chance to pursue you? Han Lan said with a bad smile on his face. Ding Yumian's pretty face reddened at his words, this matter, let's wait until I break through to the high level. Alright then, senior sister Yumian will add a WeChat first, and I'll contact someone to notify you the first time after I forge the magic weapon. Han Lan and Ding Yumian exchanged contact information with each other before turning to leave the library. After taking a cab to the Magic Association to buy a volume of the Light Blue Water Systems Constellation book, Han Lan incidentally purchased the Chaos Systems Star Trace, and the Space and Thunder Systems Constellation books each bought a volume as well, and then headed straight back towards the large villa. Han Lan returned to his villa and opened the door, only to see Faithful was sitting on the sofa watching TV. After seeing Han Lan come back, she quickly got up and walked over, just as Han Lan wondered what she was going to do, only to see Faithful squatting down and cupping his thighs to help him change his shoes. Why is Master coming back now? Fisna's stomach is starving, shall we go out to eat? A clear and moving dainty laugh came from the ear. Han Lan was a bit helpless, one person and one elf can't cook. There are just some eggs and fruits and flour and other ingredients in the refrigerator, and Faithina usually uses her cell phone to order takeout for food, so he was thinking about hiring a babysitter. To do so, Han Lan and a few housekeeping companies' official website put up a recruitment order, limited to women under 30 years of age, young and beautiful, good cooking, only these two requirements, the interview period salary of 50,000 salary, 3 months after the regularization of the upgraded to 100,000 salary. Han Lan ordered a deluxe seafood set meal for two on Matewan takeout, and seeing that he was a bit hungry, Fisna went to the kitchen and cut up a large plate of fruit to feed him. The elf beauty threw in a feed, and Han Lan was naturally happy to enjoy it, as he squinted slightly and opened his mouth, biting into the peeled orange. Han Lan opened the long-lost system panel while enjoying Fisna's feeding service. Tap the little red dot on the achievement bar. Achievement, Path to Higher Ranks promoted to Higher Ranked Mage, Reward, Alchemy Material Card X1 must produce gold quality has been automatically stored in the backpack. Taking out the alchemy material card from his backpack, the poker-sized card was covered with golden lines, and in the center of the card was a huge, morose white skull. Eternal Night Demon King's Bone, quality, golden legend, alchemy demon can inherit the power of the Eternal Night Demon King's Bone and its aptitude after fusion. Oh yeah, I don't have any undead-type alchemy creatures on hand yet, and there's almost no material in this area, so it's up to the card drawing roulette will to give or not to give. Han Lan secretly thought in his heart. Demon Alchemy Points still has 1,253,400. Han Lan waved his hand. Purple level card draw, Goyu. Demon Alchemy Points shrunk to 1,153,400. Card draw roulette, start. Ding 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 ding. The black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. Zenshuilian Ye Seeds. Quality, purple. Description, from a world where plants and zombies coexist, has some ability to calm and suppress water waves, can enter into a symbiotic relationship with non-aquatic plants, must be planted on the surface of the water. Lotus leaf never complains, and it won't say anything if you plant a plant on it. Cattail seed. Quality, purple. Description, from a world where plants and zombies coexist, has the ability to continuously launch scarlet armor-piercing cone spikes from its tail to attack all enemies, must be planted on a water-suppressing lotus leaf. Dude, stop staring at me, I can't turn into a catgirl if you just tell me to do so for the millionth time. Two-headed chrysanthemum seeds. Quality, purple. Description, from a plant and zombie coexistence of the world, has the ability to devour life evolution of their own, especially like to devour zombies, but they chew life is very fragile, can be planted on the ground, can also be planted in the town of Water. Lotus leaves the opening of the two heads, the evolution of the whole depends on swallowing. Chapter 38, The Heart of the Illusory Spirit skippable. Cherry bomb seeds. Quality, purple. Description, from a world where plants and zombies coexist, has the ability to instantly explode to cause wide area damage, but if not triggered, can produce small exploding cherries every day. Ash-type plants can only be planted on the ground in pots when producing small exploding cherries. All-terrain explosions any more than a glance to see will explode, and then a little bit closer to be melted quickly. First time I've been squashed like this. Regeneration metal. Quality, purple. Description, from an online game world, fused with this metal will have unrivaled regenerative power, and all the injuries I've received are my medals. Wear this metal, and from now on, you will only be injured, not die. 10,000 years of blood-sucking gold. Quality, purple. Description: from a fantasy world, the product of the combination of the blood of unknown beings and strange metals under the long years, which is very beneficial to the dark creature's hot blood scarlet fury. From the place where the bones are not yet cold, deep hatred cooks the lungs, casting your generation of the Yellow Springs Road. Magic chocolate 2 boxes 10 PCS 1 box set. Quality: blue. Description: restore half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and double the strength of energy attacks within 10 minutes. Hey, man, I'm back again Omega, this time Super Double O. Shadow Stalking Scroll? Quality: blue. Description: after using it, you can manipulate the power of shadow, turning into a shadow to sneak around any terrain for 10 minutes, and can be used as many times as you like. 3 Darkness knows no bounds, but humans delude themselves about light and victory. Scrolls of Mind Manipulation. Quality: blue. Description: used to manipulate the power of the mind, briefly harnessing the minds of intelligent creatures, lasts 10 minutes, can be used a number of times. 3 The heart has melted. Good lord, that's stocking up from Plants vs. Zombies, isn't it? For purple quality plant seeds? As for the magic chocolates, flirtation automatically ignored, Hanlon said helplessly. Keep drawing cards, purple level draw cards, go you, demon alchemy points shrink to 105, 3400. Sacred silver of the secret soul 2 pieces. Quality: purple. Description: from a western fantasy world of swords and sorcery, a secret silver magic metal that can increase soul type magic, an extremely rare alchemy material. Mortals, bathe in the light of holy silver, may the god of metal lull you. Dark souls. Quality: purple. Description: from a western fantasy world of swords and sorcery, a soul that harbors the power of surging darkness. I yearn for the darkness as much as it yearns for me. Shura Commander's Battle Convictions. Quality: blue. Description: the Shura tribe refines the strength of the body, but also refines the spiritual will. As a commander-in-chief, there should be a forward, indomitable and unyielding fighting spirit. A man can be destroyed, but never defeated. Deep Sea Silver, Burning Red Crystal, Soul-Eating Mud, Thunder Crystal, Soul-Nurturing Jade. Quality: purple. Description: from a world of immortal cultivation, is a good main material for refining magic treasure. This purple quality material very precious. You saw, why don't you use it? Why don't you use it? If you don't use it, you won't be able to survive. Purification beads. Quality: purple. Description: from a traditional cultivation world with the ability to purify most evil forces. Purify the air, purify the filth, purify the mind, purify himself. 9 purples and 1 blue, looks like my luck is back. Hanlan rejoiced, accumulating luck for a while before drawing cards was really fierce. After carefully selecting the forging materials, Hanlan decided to first forge the heart and soul type magic weapon that he had promised to Ding Yumian. Secret Soul Sacred Silver Purple plus Heart and Soul Gemstone Gold plus 10 Golden Ancient Butterfly Worm Crystals Blue. Hanlan ticked off the 3 materials, adding them to the forging pool. Begin the alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking forging material is detected to be purple, and this forging will consume 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points shrunk to 10,434,400, and 5 pieces of forging material were dropped in. Now Hanlan wanted to forge a mind and soul-type magic weapon that absorbed and stored the power of the mind and transformed it into an attacking ability, and had the ability to increase the rate of mental power leveling. The forging pool uses the Heart Soul Gemstone as the main body, the Secret Soul Sacred Silver as the auxiliary material, and the Golden Ancient Butterfly Worm Crystal as the strengthening infusion agent. Quenching, purifying, fusing, strengthening, and molding. After 5 simple steps, the forging pool surfaced a necklace-type magic weapon with a delicate shape and a flickering pinkish-blue light. Tip: forging successful, please name it. Hanlan's eyes flickered with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the Illusory Spirit Heart. Heart and Soul Class Magic Weapon, Illusory Spirit Heart. Quality: Orange Celestial Grade. Ability: 1. Psychic Space. A large internal psychic space, capable of absorbing the wearer's overflowing mental fluctuations and psychic power, no upper limit. 2. Mind Condensation. Use the mental fluctuations and psychic power within the psychic space to condense into 1,000 different psychic weapons to attack the enemy. Condense the weapons according to the wearer's psychic power level and psychic power reserve, no upper limit. 3. Nourishes the soul. The wearer's mental power level and soul strength will grow slowly. 4. Shocking Voice of the Mind. The wearer can fuse the power of the mind with mental fluctuations, releasing mind-shaking ripples that inflict soul-shattering damage on enemies within range. 5. Passive Psychic Enhancement. Increases the base power of psychic magic by 1x. Celestial Grade. I can't believe I forged a heaven-grade mind and soul class magic weapon, absorbing and storing mind power, attack transformation ability, mental power and soul strength enhancement, ranged attacks, and even the basic power increase of mind-based magic. Han Lan didn't contact Ding Yumian right away. Forging a heavenly grade magic weapon without even a single night would be too attention-grabbing, so it was better to talk about it after a while. Another long overdue alchemical moment followed. There were already quite a few biological materials in the material pool, and after some selection, Han Lan ticked off 5 materials and added them to the alchemy pool. Start alchemy. Metal of Regeneration purple plus 10,000 years of bloodshedding gold purple plus dark soul purple plus Shura clan commander's battle conviction blue plus eternal night clan demon lord's bone of origin gold. System tip: the quality of the first ranking alchemy material is detected to be purple, and this alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total demon alchemy points shrunk to 103,3400, and 5 alchemy materials were dropped in. A metaphysical black backdrop like an inked black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power appearing on it. After collecting 1 gold material, 3 purple materials, and 1 blue material, Han Lan suddenly had a bold and crazy alchemy inspiration deep inside his heart, which he put into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation: 99% reasonableness of alchemy creature body arrangement, 99% alchemy success rate. 3 option boxes appeared: 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and a few seconds later, the lanky giant shadow on the alchemy drawing board raised its head. Chapter 39: Wreck-Eating Bone Demon, Lu Xian. The light golden skeleton exuded an icy luster, a scarlet line wrapped around the body to add a bit of murder, and a row of carcass-shaped ribs in the center of the chest cavity were as intertwined as thorns. Suspended in the very center of the skeleton was a fist-sized bone orb protected within, a light golden soul flame burning slowly as it looked down. At the position of each shoulder, there were 5 curved and thick golden bone horns extending diagonally backward from the shoulders, looking like 2 half-opened and closed rings of serrated teeth. The skull is huge and wrapped in thick golden bone armor with the neck. The bones of the right hand are in the shape of a scythe, and several scythe-like bones grow behind the shoulders, and there is an eye-like pattern on the forehead. Overbearing, deadly, yet powerful. Thus, Han Lan had once again completed a humanoid creature alchemy, albeit an undead one. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with color, and he chose to name it, Wreck-Eater Bone Demon. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Skeleton Eater. Talents: Bone Soldier, Undead Mastery, Flame of Resurrection, Heart of Bone, Bone of Regeneration. Abilities: Bone Combat Master, Dark Nourishment, Berserker's Will, Blood and Gold, Dark Bone Burst. Bone Art Combat Master effect. Passive effect: the Wreck-Eater Bone Demon possesses superb bone art type combat skills. Effect. Passive effect: physical attacks and energy attacks that hit only one target deal an additional 50% damage. Darkness Nourishment effect. Passive effect: absorbing darkness type energy can slowly enhance your strength. Effect. Active effect: after being traumatized, you can quickly recover from your injuries by absorbing enough dark energy. Will of the Berserkers effect. Passive effect: when life is less than half, will trigger the Will of the Berserkers, temporary increase in combat strength doubled, duration of half an hour. Body of Blood and Gold effect. Passive effect: the body fused with the power of blood and gold has strong defense, doubling its combat power in the darkness of the inner environment. Effect. Passive effect: immunity to a portion of light energy damage, can grow with your level. Dark Bone Blast effect. Passive effect: imparts dark energy to the bones it touches, giving them dark type blast damage. Effect. Passive effect: briefly reduce target creature's energy defense. Current rank: Orthodox Commander Trainable. System description: this is a powerful bone demon that has inherited great power, possessing the ability to regenerate bones indefinitely with the ability to command an army of undead, possessing the potential to become an undead monarch, and is already able to establish its own colony. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of the devouring bone demon's mental power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. The spiritual realm on the system panel jumped a bit, 4th realm early stage. However, Han Lan didn't immediately summon the skeletal devouring bone demon for the simple reason that it belonged to the undead creatures, and the most suitable place for him would be the ancient capital, or perhaps any battlefield where a large amount of life had died would be its home ground. Just in time for the takeout to arrive, Han Lan and Faithful sat down next to the seafood set meal and you fed me a bite, I fed you a bite and ate. After the meal, the two men went back to their houses and spent the night without talking. The next day, when it was just dawn, a sharp doorbell woke Han Lan from his sleep, rolling out of bed and opening the front door to take a look. A beautiful woman in a white knit sweater and jacket was standing outside the door, and light blue jeans couldn't stop her perfect pair of legs. The knitted sweater woman in pajamas was obviously a bit nervous, and she froze for a moment before introducing herself. "Hello, is this Mr. Han Lan? My name is Lucien. I saw your recruitment information on the official website of the housekeeping company. May I ask if you are short of full-time nannies here? I can cook." Han Lan sidestepped the position and said, "Well, I'm Han Lan, you can come in first, there are disposable shoe covers at the door." "Okay, Mr. Hanlon." Han Lan brought 2 cups of coffee and tea and said, "Sister Lucien, pick what you want to drink." "Thank you, Mr. Han Lan, I'd like to apply for the full-time nanny information you posted on the recruitment website, can we talk about it?" Lucien said with some urgency. "Of course, there are eggs and flour and other ingredients in the refrigerator, so you can make a breakfast for me to look at before we talk about signing the contract." Han Lan opened his mouth. "Okay." Lucien sniffed, the pretty face flashed with joy, even the coffee did not drink, got up and went to the refrigerator to take out the eggs and flour and other ingredients into the kitchen to get busy. Han Lan, who had been disturbed from his sleep by Lucien, simply sat on the sofa and took control of the water star. The ghostly blue river of water stars slowly flowed through his spirit world, and except for the 49 reinforced level 4 stars, the other 294 water stars were somewhat dull. Han Lan's mental power was tugging on the 50th water star when suddenly the ghostly blue giant shark over the water star river released a ripple that swept over a host of 294 newly appeared water first-class stars. Han Lan suddenly felt that the new water star resisted with much less vigor, and took the opportunity to quickly put it under control. 50, 51, 52. Han Lan's control speed was getting faster and faster, and the water stars were incomparably cooperative, as if they were bear children meeting 7 wolves. By the time Fisna asked him through the mind link if he wanted to eat, Han Lan had already taken control of the 66th water star. Exiting the cultivation state, Han Lan came to the dining table. Brown sugar pancakes, mung bean millet porridge, fried eggs, fried fritters, the smell of the aroma makes one's appetite grow. "Sister Lucien's handiwork is too good, master, try this." Faithful used her chopsticks to clip a small piece of brown sugar pancake and passed it to Han Lan's mouth, which had a sticky soft flavor. "Very good, Sister Lucien, come and sign the contract." Hanlon prints out an electronic contract and officially hires Lucien to sign a contract to become his full-time nanny. It is worth mentioning that Hanlon spent more than $30 million to purchase this villa, and once the real estate procedures are transferred, the last name will be his name. After the meal, Han Lan asked Lucien to move her own luggage in, and there were many more rooms for her to choose from. "By the way, Sister Lucien, do you have any other relatives at home? How did you come to work as a full-time nanny at such a young age?" Han Lan sat on the sofa and looked at Lucien, who was wearing a maid's outfit, and chatted. "Brother Han Lan, I only have a younger sister named Lu Ru at home. My parents passed away a long time ago, and my sister needs money to go to college, so I dropped out of school a long time ago to work part-time to make money." Lucien responded in a somewhat sad tone. "I'm sorry, Sister Lucien, I didn't mean to offend your family. I wanted to say that I'm a high-level summoning mage, and this big magic city isn't as safe as you think. If you want, you can bring your sister to live with me as well. Fisna is my contracted partner. With her protecting you, some dark creatures are not enough to fear." Han Lan proposed. "Is it really okay? Will it be too much trouble for you, Brother Han Lan?" Lucien said with some interest. After a short contact, she found that Han Lan did not have any rich man's frame, and she was a year older than him, so she simply called him sister and brother as he said. "A small matter, of course," Han Lan said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Hanlon, I will work hard." Lucien clenched her small pink fist and promised. Chapter 40, Shared Rent. For the next few days, Han Lan was taking control of the water system's stars, and with his early Fourth Realm's mental power and the added power of the phantom blue giant shark, he was speeding ahead with his progress at an astonishing rate of 100 stars per day. Time quickly came to the 4th day. Han Lan sat on the bed, a water star map in front of him quickly connected. 2, 4, 7, the ghostly blue water constellations have been cohesively molded. 7 seconds, still need to practice more. Han Lan sighed helplessly. It seemed that he would have to look for old Zhao's connections to get a high-level handle magic weapon. As for the Star River magic weapon, he could make it himself with the forging pool, he just needed to go and collect some auxiliary materials. After thinking about it, Han Lan pulled out his cell phone and made a call to Zhao Manyan. "Hey, old Han, what can I do for you?" On the other end of the phone, you could still hear the powerful DJ sounds, so it didn't take any guessing to realize that Zhao Manyan had gone to a nightclub to fool around again. "It's not a big deal, it's just that I've broken through to a high rank and want to borrow your connections to buy a high-ranked control magic weapon with the spirit seeds of the thunder and water systems," Han Lan said faintly. "Oh, a small matter. It's not just a high-ranked control of magic weapons and elemental spirit seeds." "Wait a minute, old Han, you've been promoted to a high-ranked mage?" Zhao Manyan on the other end of the phone exclaimed in disbelief. "Right. So what magic lineage did you awaken at a high level?" "Chaos system." "Holy 666, it's even the chaos lineage that has the least probability of awakening among the 4 lineages of the subdimensional system. What kind of luck did you kid have?" "If I awakened this magic system, my father would even promise to give me half of the family fortune." Zhao Manyan's envious and jealous voice came from the phone. "So does our dad still lack a godson?" "Off." Alright, prepare the money, come to my Zhao's auction house tomorrow to pick out a control magic weapon. I'll send you a locator first." Zhao Manyan was estimated to have received 10,000 points of real damage blows and quickly ended the chat. The next day, Han Lan arrived early at Zhao's auction house, and when he arrived at the entrance to the Zhao family's bidding house, he saw at a glance Zhao Manyan in a tawdry white suit pacing back and forth at the entrance. "Old Zhao, why are you up so early today?" "Nonsense, it's not waiting for you." "You've come at the right time, my Zhao's auction house just happened to have a new batch of high-level control magic weapons some time ago, just pick and choose as you please. As for the elemental spirit seeds, they are a sought-after item, they are not available at the moment," Zhao Manyan explained as he brought Han Lan to a high-level exhibition glass cabinet. Han Lan nodded his head in understanding, and then began to pick his way through the counter with his gaze. Ring-like, bracelet-like, necklace-like, all kinds of materials to create a high-level control magic weapon have everything. Han Lan selected a light blue bracelet-like control magic weapon. After paying the Zhao auction house 150 million, Zhao Manting hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and inviting, "Old Han, are you interested in joining my Zhao clan? As long as you nod your head, I, Zhao clan, can invest in your high-ranked Thunder System Soul Seed, and the resources needed for the summoning system can be fully supported. The price is that you have to serve Zhao clan for 10 years after you have been promoted to a super-ranked mage," Zhao Manyan said with a face full of sincerity. "I'm sorry, old Zhao, I'm a person who is used to being free and easy. I don't like to join some big forces. Of course, if you have any private difficulties and need my help, it's no problem within your ability." Han Lan apologized and rejected Zhao Manyan's olive branch. "Well, I knew you wouldn't agree. It's just that those old-timers inside the family had to ask me to come over and pull you in, and I kind of brought a message to complete the mission." Zhao Manyan had a look of I had long guessed that it would end up like this after being rejected by Han Lan. After the two of them chilled out for a few more moments, Han Lan got up to take his leave and continued back to his apartment to work with the control magical artifacts to increase the speed of the water constellation construction. Time flew by, and soon the first half of the semester was over, and Han Lan also controlled the speed of water constellation construction within 2 seconds. The Chaos Department had also managed to advance to the middle rank, and the middle rank Magic Chaos Cave could also be released within 2 seconds, and the divine skill had been accomplished. Early that morning, Han Lan, who was enjoying Fisna's feeding service, suddenly received a call from Mo Fan. "Hello? Han, where have you been fooling around these past few months? I'm going to come out and rent a house to live in, do you want to come along? Send locate." "Okay." The Golden Resources apartments are located to the west of the Green Campus, and these apartments are quite close to the Pearl Schoolhouse, and there is another park with an artificial lake behind it. Han Lan walked into the 12th floor of the apartment according to the positioning Mo Fan had sent and knocked on the door. As soon as he entered the door, Han Lan saw Mo Fan tussling with his landlord's aunt, and on the other side of the living room stood 2 women, one of whom was wearing a long white landscape painting dress. "Why are you 2 here?" "Fine, old devil Han, you and Mo Fan are stalking Sister Mu and I, aren't you?" Ai Tutu, who was holding Mu Nugio's small hand, pointed at Han Lan and shouted with a start. "What the hell is old devil Han? Which grizzly gave me that nickname? It can't be your personal nickname, silly bunny rabbit, right?" Han Lan said with an indignant face. "You call me a stupid rabbit? Han, old devil, I'll fight you." The frantic Ai Tutu let go of Mu Nugio's hand and rushed towards Han Lan with open teeth and claws. "Tutu, stop it." Mu Nugio helplessly grabbed Ai Tutu back and smiled apologetically at Han Lan. This Golden Source condo was huge, with a hardcover duplex structure with a carpeted first-floor lobby, an overhanging balcony with a large parasol, several sets of lounge chairs, a small pool, and a small book loft. The lobby has all the amenities, presenting a half-moon shape, a super-large wall-mounted LCD TV with half-bed sofas, opposite an open western kitchen and small lounge. The rooms are all upstairs. Does the lad need to see them? Auntie Landlady asked. I don't think it's necessary, that's all. Han Lan didn't bother to look at it. Two girls, what do you think? Auntie Landlord glanced at the two girls of Mu Nugio and inquired. I like it, Sister Mu, let's rent this place. The first few houses are far worse than this place. Ai Tutu came up to Mu Nugio's ear and bit her ear. Since you young people are all happy with this place, let's share the rent. To be honest, the rental price of my house is several tens of thousands of dollars per month, and with the more expensive situation, few people can afford it alone. Auntie Landlord saw this and proposed. Yes, I haven't shared a room yet. I see that in many novels universities have shared rooms. It can be interesting. Ai Tutu sniffed excitedly. Tutu, don't talk nonsense. Mu Nugio chided slightly. She didn't like sharing a room. She didn't care how much the rent was. She cared more about having privacy. I am Mac's sister, listen to my analysis. The rooms are all separate and separated from each other. My grandpa can be bad. Since I enrolled in school, he has been controlling my pocket money. It's very expensive for the two of us to share. How nice to find two more people to share. Ai Tutu pulled Mac Nugio not far away with a wry face and said. And Sister Mu, isn't your Mu clan lacking in talent right now? That Han Lan summoned a Great War General level Sublime Beast at the freshman beast fighting competition, and he's been given the opportunity to train at the 3 Steps Tower, so promotion to the higher ranks is just around the corner. You only need to use a slight trick to turn him into your licking dog, and he might just accept your Mu family's solicitation. I remember that he's from a commoner's background, so you can also bind him by means of a marriage union. Ai Tutu spoke at length. Chapter 41 Recruitment of Mac Nugio Skippable. Where did you learn this crooked reasoning? What do you take me for? Mu Nugio snapped, but her eyes couldn't help but glance in Han Lan's direction, clearly somewhat moved. Sister Mu, think about it, if we share a room with him, when we have time, won't he be able to accompany you to practice feeding your moves? With that great warlord level sub-dimensional beast of his as a companion, it's just what you want to do when you're as battle-hungry as a demon, isn't it? Ai Tutu went on to say a whole lot more. In short, it's all kinds of quackery. And after hearing that, Mac Nugio still felt more or less justified. The other side. Han, I treat you like a brother, but you want to eat alone? 10 million. Okay, boss. Hanlon. In the end, Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu ghostly agreed to share a room with Han Lan. While Mo Fan was corrupted by $10 million of money inside, went to Han Lan's opposite door as a neighbor, according to Han Lan gave him the advice, after the holiday directly after the love sister Ye Xinxia picked up to live, over the private world of two people do not smell? Han Lan, is it convenient to spar with me again if you have time? After the three had just paid off their 1 year's rent, Mu Nugio couldn't wait to say. That's not very nice, is it? Han Lan waved his hand and said. What's so bad about it? Old devil Han, you're not afraid, are you? Ai Tutu, who was on the side, jumped out and said. No, what I want to say is. I'm already a high-ranked mage, so it would be bullying to fight against you again. Han Lan's right hand lifted slightly, and a moon-white constellation quickly coalesced and took shape in front of him. The moon color flashed with gorgeous light, illuminating the two women's pretty faces brightly. You've actually advanced to the high rank? Mu Nugio said with a face of disbelief. She herself had only touched the threshold of the second level of the middle order, and there was someone among her peers who had advanced several steps ahead to the high order realm? I have an innate talent in my summoning department, which is considered a wave of gifts from the heavens. Han Lan said casually. Then Han Lan, have you considered joining a power? The resources you need after being promoted to a high-ranked mage are measured in billions, and besides, you don't seem to have a contracted beast yet, do you? If you join my Mu clan, the Mu clan will help you figure out how to deal with the problem of your contracted beasts, and will keep an eye out for news of the Thunder Soul species. The price is that you'll have to work for the Mu clan for 10 years after you break through to a super-ranked mage. How about it, want to consider it? Mu Nugio said with a hint of sincerity on her pretty face. It's not impossible for me to join the Mu clan, but I prefer to join by way of marriage. Han Lan said. So Hanlon, which of my max girls do you have your eye on? I can help you with matchmaking. Mu Nugio sniffed and immediately pursued. Han Lan didn't speak either, his eyes fixed on Mu Nugio's white tentative pretty face. Good old devil Han, so you're here to set up my sister Mu? Let me tell you, if you want to marry my sister Mu, the bride price of extreme magical tools alone would have to fill up this room, and you'd have to break through to a super-ranked mage within 5 years to make it possible. AI Tutu, who was watching from the sidelines, jumped out and pointed at Han Lan's nose, saying in extremely exaggerated words. 5 years, a super-ranked mage? It seems like I have a lot of hope then. Han Lan said with a faint smile. Little rabbit, you are fooling around again. Mu Nugio was made red by AI Tutu's words and came back to her senses, grabbing AI Tutu's little ears and headed for the second floor. Han Lan shook his head and napped with his pillow on the couch. I don't know how long it took, but Han Lan, who had been awakened, had AI Tutu's voice ringing in his ears. You guys just zoom into the hall. The only thing I saw was that the two boys were combining their efforts to carry the Muppet Bunny, which was bigger than themselves, and were listening to AI Tutu's commands with all the solicitude they could muster. 2 licking dogs. Han Lan whispered forcefully at the sight. Once the Muppet Bunny was put away, AI Tutu sent the two boys away. The man with the glasses swept a glance at Han Lan and said, This brother, what are you still lying down for? Didn't you hear Tutu tell us to leave? Dude, I'm staying here, it's you two who should leave. Han Lan said in a salty manner. The two men with glasses immediately glared at the words and said, Are you kidding me? Hurry up and get out. Han Lan frowned slightly, also no longer nonsense, raised his hand to thought control while glasses man 2 people as if carrying chicken general grabbed up and thrown out of the door. By the way, 1 person rewarded 2 big mouths. Glasses man 2 people still want to rush up to ask for some advice, but in Han Lan casually cut open a subdimensional door. After sensing the huge scorpion pincers of the Thundercloud demon scorpion and the appearance of a general level aura, the two instantly came to their senses and bowed to admit their mistake and turned around to leave. Tutu, what's going on here? You're fooling around again. Mu Nugio had obviously sensed the war general level bio airfield before stepping out to berate AI Tutu. Sister Mac, I was wrong. Han Lan, those 2 children of the world's families aren't a very good character, be careful of them putting small shoes on you. Mu Nugio reminded. It's not a big problem, anyone who dares to come to me for trouble will be skewered on the Thundercloud demon scorpion's tail pin as a sugar gourd. Han Lan said indifferently. AI Tutu straight up poofed out a laugh and cursed the egomaniac. By the way, Han Lan, what magic lineage did you awaken at the high level? Spatial? I just saw you use nimble control magic when you threw Jiao Wenqing and the 2 of them out. AI Tutu blinked her big watery eyes and wondered. There's no harm in telling you guys, it's the space lineage, my natural talent is a natural dual lineage. Han Lan said. My goodness. Then how many magic faculties do you have in total, Brother Han Lan? AI Tutu asked with an exclamation of surprise. Han Lan stopped the conversation at just the right moment and guest starred as a Riddler. Geez, tell me, I promise I won't tell anyone, okay? Please. Seeing Han Lan shut up, AI Tutu body to come over to pampering cute said. Thunder, water, summoning, space, and another magic family kept secret. Han Lan said half-truthfully, the thunder and water systems, as his main means of attack, naturally had to be put on the surface, and the summoning system, although false, was an outward manifestation of the golden finger. There was no need to say more about the space department, the standard all-purpose oil. As for the chaos department, before his wings were full, apart from Dean Xiao, he did not intend to let more people know about it for the time being. You actually have 5 magic lineages? Good guy, you're straight after the forbidden spell mages. No, you have 6 magic lineages at the super rank. The forbidden spell mages aren't even as powerful as you. AI Tutu exclaimed with a shocked face. The Mu Nugio on the side was also filled with shock. The number of magic faculties comparable to forbidden spell mages was also the first time she had seen it. Then Han Lan, why do you want to say it to us? We just met on the first day. Mu Nugio hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because I have the strength to defend myself. Hyperbolic magic scroll skyfall with other undercurrents. It doesn't matter if you guys know the secret. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking. Hearing the words Mu Nugio and AI Tutu, a little bit of a small accident, automatic small brain, but for Han Lan, this is just a ring of his play. Alright, I'll treat you tonight. Call Mo Fan up to go out for a good meal as well. It'll be a celebration of the housewarming. Han Lan clapped his hands, pulling back the thoughts of the 2 Mu Nugio women, and proposed. Chapter 42, A Trip to the Ancient Capital Skippable. Early in the morning of the next day, AI Tutu knocked on the door of Han Lan's room. Han Lan, do you want to go out today? Look, it's snowing outside. AI Tutu's excited little face was red and said. No, I'm going to go to the ancient capital for a bit of practice. Ah, well then, the undead of Gudu are vicious, wish you a safe journey. I too said. Be careful in all things. Mu Nugio, who was sitting on the sofa meditating on the side, also opened her beautiful eyes and admonished. Han Lan nodded and got up to leave the apartment building in the direction of the library, halfway sending Ding Yumian a Weibo message asking her to meet her at the library. As soon as he arrived at the library, Han Lan saw Ding Yumian, the fire department flower who carries an elegant temperament, sitting in a corner desk chair quietly reading a book. Senior Han Lan, you're here. Ding Yumian sensed someone approaching and looked up to see Han Lan smiling. Senior Sister Yumian, the heavenly ranked heart and soul type magic weapon that I promised you last month has been forged. Han Lan reached out and took out a string of necklaces inlaid with powder blue gemstones from the 24 bridges and moonlit nights, handing them over to Ding Yumian. Senior Sister Yumian, this heaven-grade mind and soul class magic artifact is called the Illusory Spirit's Heart, and it possesses a mind space inside, which can absorb and store the overflowing mind power, then convert it into attack magic, and can enhance the holder's mental power and soul strength, ranged attacks, and the basic power increase of mind-based magic, among other 5 effects. Han Lan narrated to Ding Yumian. Too expensive, Senior Han Lan, I can't accept this magic weapon, you'd better keep it as a bride price for those big ladies of the world. Ding Yumian exclaimed. It's fine, I believe that with its existence, it can help you, Senior Sister Yumian, to control the power of the psychic faculty's fatal disaster as soon as possible, and since we're one of a kind, we should help each other, shouldn't we? Han Lan said with a smile. Han Lan picked up the Illusory Spirit heart necklace and said, Senior Sister Yumian, let me help you put it on. Without her vocalizing, Han Lan looped the necklace over Ding Yumian's head and put it on her rounded white collarbone, and the powder blue gemstone pendant hung down on her chest, which further set off the elegant and quiet temperament of the beauty. Shyly allowing Han Lan to put on the necklace for herself, Ding Yumian instantly felt a strange suction force gushing out from within the necklace gemstone worn around her neck, constantly devouring and absorbing all of the psychic power that she had difficulty controlling to emanate. Looking at the pinkish-blue gemstone set on the necklace that was flowing with color and flashing with strange light, Ding Yumian's beautiful eyes slightly drooped, and her heart was filled with gratitude to Han Lan, and the problem of her psychic talent not being able to control it that would affect the people around her had been solved so simply. As if a weight had been lifted from her heart, her ever so slightly melancholy brow unfolded, and a long breath escaped her pink lips. She can finally begin to actively meditate and grow her cultivation faster, without the fear of sudden outbursts and loss of control of her psychic power, and she can live the life of a normal girl herself. Han Lan was in a happy mood after coming out of the library, and it wasn't hard to see that the cause of his happiness lay in the light pink lipstick next to his cheek. This is a little bit of small gratitude, don't think too much about it. Oh. Ding Yumian fled the library after sneaking up on Han Lan. Although I paid for a piece of gold quality forging material, but with Ding Yumian's potential it's worth this investment, and with this bond, it'll be easier to cultivate a foundation of affection in the future. Han Lan analyzed after giving a dark sigh of pleasure in his heart. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after Han Lan used the disguise convergence technique to change his appearance into that of a middle-aged hunter, he boarded the plane to Xianyang alone. After arriving in Xianyang, Han Lan got into a cab and headed for the ancient capital of Xi'an. Upon arriving at the edge of the outer city of the ancient capital, Han Lan surveyed the surroundings. Although there were undead attacking every day, the outer city wall was only a single thin side of the wall because it was only a regular number. After all, it was frequently harassed by undead creatures, and the city of Gudu was still a bit more heavily defended than other large cities. Han Lan came to the inner city and looked at the ancient city wall. The area inside the wall is considered the center of the city, and outside the wall are other urban areas such as the Wild Goose Pagoda and the Forest of Steels, and the inner city wall is more often than not used for sightseeing tours. Not far from the outer wall that stretches like a ridge, is the extremely large scale of the security boundary. The size of the security boundary in the entire Chinese territory is also enough to rank into the top 3. It is indeed worthy of being the former capital of the 13th dynasty. After Han Lan rested and recuperated at the hotel, he ate dinner in the evening and headed straight for the outer city wall. The 2 great undead kingdoms are world famous, although I have long heard of the situation here, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. Tonight it is just the right time to go and experience some. It is also considered to be a psychological preparation for the future cultivation journey. With the badge of a high-ranking mage, which Dean Xiao helped to get, Han Lan smoothly arrived at the city wall, and was invited by the captain of the mage guards to be treated with courtesy by a defensive stone platform at the northwest corner of the city. The reason was simple: once the ancient capital saw undead creatures above the level of generals impacting the city walls, in the event that mid-ranked mages were unable to solve the problem, naturally, high-ranked mages would need to take action to nip the threat in the bud. The entire outer city wall of the ancient capital has 4 corner towers standing. These corner towers are mainly used as the garrison mages' supplies, rest. At the same time, the top of each corner tower, there is a watchtower towering. Good have faced the undead raid using light mages to release light flares to send alert signals. The release of 1 light flare is an indication that a minor warlord level undead has been encountered, and 2 is a major warlord. If there are multiple warlord class undead infested at the same time, they will directly release the 3 light flares that are only released when a commander class undead appears. The same undead invasion of a chancellor class is 4 light flares, and multiple chancellors are 5 light flares. As for monarch level undead showing up, it would sound the blood-colored alarm bells, simply because monarch level undead with city-breaking power could only be dealt with by super-ranked mages. Han Lan stood still as a cold wind blew from not far away, mixed with the smell of rotting earth, called the teaser of the undead by those mages stationed here. Night had fallen, and one by one, humanoid creatures full of decay crawled out of the deep pits and catacombs where they had slept for so long, scanning the world of the living with those green eyes. Ah! Ah oh! Ooh! Just then, a hissing sound kept coming from the distance, and hundreds of twisted dead bodies sensed the living and kept moving towards the outer city wall as if they were starving people seeing a big chicken leg that was sizzling with flavor. They went forward and back, they layered on top of each other, and their hideous faces and hungry eyes even made countless mages feel their scalps tingle. Skeletons, carrion corpses were running towards the outer city wall, and that wasn't all. Aho! A creepy roar came out from under the earth not far away, spreading in all directions with rolling waves of air. Chapter 43: Slaying the Toxic Tumor Corpse. Immediately after that, the earth exploded into a massive crater, and as the dirt tumbled, a huge monster with a body as tall as a small mountain and covered in poisonous tumor blisters jumped out. That huge body stepped on the pitch-black land, and the place where it stood was like sulfuric acid splashing on the ground, instantly flooding with large swaths of green poisonous mist. Responding to the behemoth's call to crawl out of the land were 2 other bone generals and a corpse general. On top of the watchtower, the captain of the guard mages who had previously struck up a conversation with Han Lan looked at the behemoth 1,000 meters away and said with a grave expression, "This is trouble. It's actually a commander-level undead, a poisonous tumor necromancer. Mr. Li Feiyu, there are commander-class undead poisonous tumor ghouls and 3 warlord-class undead appearing. I will send out a signal to summon nearby high-ranking mages, and if necessary, I will also ask for your help," Grand Captain Wang of the guard mages said in a deep voice. "No need, this necromancer is enough for me to handle alone," Han Lan waved his hand and blandly said. But, Grand Captain Guard Mage King was about to say something when he sniffed, but the next scene made him swallow the rest of his words. Han Lan raised his right hand and opened the Gate of Dimensions Demon and Beast Park for the first time in a long time. Dimensional Summoning. A constellation of summoning faculties so massive that it took up several buildings appeared over the outer walls of the ancient capital, and the tall, moonlit white subterranean gate stood. The moon shimmers and illuminates the cold night. The resident mages in the 3 surrounding corner citadels were caught by surprise. What's that? High-level magic? It seems to be a summoning faculty? Could it be the Beast-Tide Gate? The gigantic constellation of the summoning system quickly transformed into a subdimensional gate, in which the shadow of a giant beast whose body was covered in dark blue scales and whose body loomed as if it were the ridge of a mountain gradually became clear. Ice blue dragon head as big as a house from the door of the subdimension is the first to emerge. 2 ice dragon claws hold the door of the subdimension at both ends of the slow stretch, so that the huge body of the dragon can pass through, to be extended for hundreds of meters of jagged dragon tail also through the door of the subdimension. The frost subdragon's pair of dragon wings unfolded. The dark blue dragon wings with a wingspan of several hundred meters flooded the sky above the outer city wall of the ancient capital with a large amount of blue flashes of light, biting frost spreading rapidly from the air, and the rich dragon might belonging to the orthodox commander level swept out in all directions. On! Extremely penetrating monstrous dragon's roar presented a sonic wave like spread out, sound shocked 100 miles around, visual judgment, its head has exceeded 100 meters in size. The extremely oppressive aura of dragon authority filled the surroundings, and this deep blue dragon's shadow had already appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd of mages in the ancient capital corner city tower. My god! Which mage lord sub-dragon companion is this? With this kind of powerful contracted beast, how many undead come and die? Sheik Rem, the enemy is the tumor necromancer directly in front of us, Han Lan ordered to Frost Aaron through the mind link. The frost subdragon slightly bent its head to lower its hovering height, and then Han Lan saw the opportunity to take a few steps back and step on his legs with force. and with the power of his nimble control grasping the dragon's wings as a pivot point, his body transformed into a stump and swept upward, standing firmly on the side of the ice crystal dragon scales on the top of Shikrim's head. "I'll take care of this toxin tumor corpse. Captain Wang can guard the city walls," Han Lan finished without waiting for him to reply, and with a thought, the frost sub-dragon Shikram let out a low roar and vibrated a pair of ice crystal dragon wings as it sped off in the direction of the toxin tumor corpse. Aho! The tumor necromancer, whose body was dripping with poisonous fluids, also detected the powerful aura coming from directly in front of him, and along with the biting frost came the dark blue sub-dragon spitting breath. An extremely cold dragon's breath mixed with ice cones and blizzards was like a sharp blade piercing straight to the heart, and the tumor ghoul's chest was instantly penetrated by a bucket-sized blood hole, with a large area of dark blue ice spreading out from the wound and rapidly spreading to the surroundings. The poisonous tumor necromancer reacted quickly, and the clusters of miserable green poisonous tumor blisters all over its body exploded, and the layer of solid ice covering it was corroded and shattered inch by the streams of venom. Unfortunately, just as the venomous tumor corpse was busy dealing with the frozen body ice, the ground under its feet glowed with a dazzling blue flare. The blue-white light of the Frost Aaron's dragon body, which was already close to the toxic tumor corpse, blossomed, and an azure-colored magical array hundreds of meters in size emerged on the two huge ice crystal dragon claws. Boom 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 boom. 9 morose white ice crystal sky pillars comparable to the size of twin skyscrapers rose up from the ground, overflowing with cold air, circling around the toxic tumor ghouls to form a terrestrial ice-sealed gladiatorial arena. The Frost Aaron's dragon head raised and snorted a frosty breath at the venomous corpse, a provocative gesture that spoke for itself. Yeah. The tumor corpse quickly responded to the provocation of the frost sub-dragon, only to see its corpse mouth wide open. The body of the tumor blisters have shriveled into a group of miserable green poison ball into its mouth. The next instant, the corpse mouth overflowing dark green light tumor corpse locked frost sub-dragon poured out a torrent of green venom. Just before the raging torrent of venom got close to the Frost Aaron, it was blocked by several layers of thick ice crystal walls, which were corroded by the venom and then crumbled into a mass of ice slag. Han Lan didn't just watch as the toxic tumor corpse launched a counterattack, taking the opportunity to quickly articulate the water constellations after summoning Bijou Tianshui. The ghostly blue water constellations were huge as if they were close at hand, and as the star charts echoed with each other's light, the water elementals within a radius of several miles were agitated as a result, and high-level water magic descended. Heavenly Execution Water Blade. Countless surging water instantly coalesced into a 40-meter-long ghost blue scissor-like giant blade. The violent shear like water blade locked the poisonous tumor corpses pierced through. The poisonous tumor corpse's large corpse and chest cavity was instantly strangled by the giant shear like water blade crushed. The effect of Bijou's poison was triggered, and the tumor corpse's torso began to corrode extensively, losing energy and stamina rapidly, and the signs of defeat were immediately apparent. The Frost Sub-Dragon Shikram took the opportunity to use his talent Frost Power Mastery, condensing the ice elements within a 10-mile radius, and manifested a huge and incomparable frost fang mouth above the head of the toxic tumor ghoul to devour and chew down the entirety of his body. The giant mouth of frost fangs ran the torso of the poisonous tumor necromancer back and forth and tore it apart under the control of the Shikram, freezing the Overlord-class undead into a small iceberg. That's not all, Ice Blast. The blue-colored firm ice was like a super bomb that had been detonated. Countless fine and bucket-sized ice slags splashed around, and the poisonous tumor necromancers instantly died in a way that they could not die anymore. Wild Monster Poisonous Tumor Corpse Orthodox Commander X1 has been killed. Gain Demon Alchemy Points 10,000. Commander Fruit Purple X1. Commander Great Essence X1. It's shipped. It's still a Commander Great Essence, Han Lan said with some excitement, then tapped on the newly appeared purple material to check it out. Chapter 44, Forming the Undead Army. Fruit of the Chancellor. Quality, purple. Description, a fruit containing a large amount of pure energy that can raise the strength of alchemical creatures, summon contracted beasts up to Commander Advancement level by one small step, including from Commander to Commander Advancement level Junior. Do you crave power? This Commander's fruit is a good thing, but it's a pity that my current alchemy creatures, with the exception of the Tsunami Moon Wolf and the Skeleton-Devouring Bone Demon that have growth-based talents and can cultivate themselves to the level of Grand Commander, all the other alchemy creatures require me to give them a secondary fusion of higher-grade alchemy materials before they can break through to the next rank. Han Lan thought inwardly, a bit helplessly. Let's keep it for now, and wait for when we get a second Commander's fruit before piling it up for some alchemical creature to the Commander's Advancement stage, and then we can prepare the orange alchemy materials that will make it advance to the Monarch level, Han Lan thought silently in his mind. With the death of the toxin tumor ghouls, the remaining 3 warlord-ranked undead, skeletons, and carrion corpses were not to be feared, so Han Lan ordered the Frost Aaron, Shikram, to cast an ice cone blizzard through his talent. Large swaths of snow-white ice shuttle-spiked flowers fell from the sky, the ground was quickly frozen on a layer of hard-cold ice, countless skeletons and carrion corpses were interspersed with ice cones and ice blades of the blizzard, freezing their bones and shattering the undead crystals in their bodies. In particular, the 2 bone generals and a corpse general were taken care of by the ice cone blizzard, which froze them into a mass of ice crystal statues, and then detonated all of them with the ice explosion technique, freezing the undead crystals in their bodies to pieces. Wild Monster Skeleton, Carrion Small Minion Advancement Stage X1000 has been killed, obtaining Minion Grade Alien Bone White X20, obtaining Bone Strengthening Liquid White X100, obtaining Minion Grade Remnant Spirit 1000 Wisps, Demon Alchemy Points 100000. Wild Monster Iron Bone Demon General X2, Flesh and Tumor Corpse General Medium War General X3 have been killed, obtaining War General Grade Alien Bone Blue X2, Earth Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X3, obtaining Demon Alchemy Points 3000, War General Grade Remnants 3 Wisps. It's okay, another blue quality Earth Spirit Seed Fragment was popped out. It seems that the undead are still very rich, Han Lan said in his heart. Bone Strengthening Liquid. Quality, white. Description: a small strengthening of the bones, effective only on slave-level creatures, a low-level version of the big bones made into soup. It only works on slave-level creatures. The current slave-level creatures are useless to me. Han Lan stood on the dragon's body and swept the broken bones on the ground out of the corner of his eye inadvertently. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Bone-devouring demon strength is already orthodox commander level, with the passive existence of the ability of darkness nourishment. The dead energy of the ancient capital of the land of the dead is naturally attributed to the darkness type of energy, for bone-devouring demon here is equivalent to a cultivation treasure land. I believe with the terrain buff, it's only a matter of time before it steps into the Chancellor. Moreover, the talent of the Bone Devourer, the Flame of Resurrection, can resurrect corpses into undead creatures in bulk, and the Bone Devourer has the right to control the resurrected undead creatures, so it can deprive them of their energy and devour them at any time to grow its own strength. Combined with another talent, Undead Mastery, whether it's Bone type, Corpse type undead, or Ghost type undead, as long as it's an undead creature, the skeletal devouring bone demon can force slaves by virtue of the power that crushes them by one major rank, and I don't know what kind of scene the undead from Egypt would be like when facing the skeletal devouring bone demon. As for this 100 bone strengthening liquid will be given to the devouring bone demon, let it cultivate its own guards under its command, that is, there are white quality bone strengthening liquid drops, that is to say, there will be blue quality, purple quality. Han Lan was prepared to use all of them to cultivate alchemical creatures. Of course, the purple quality bone strengthening liquid naturally had to prioritize the supply of commander level alchemical creatures, who was truly loyal to himself and who was just that kind of nepotistic affiliation. Han Lan was still very clear about the difference. After returning to the outer city wall, the guard mage Captain Wang, who had climbed into a conversation with Han Lan earlier, looked at him with some restraint. At this time, strong people would be respected everywhere. Not to mention that he had seen Han Lan constructing a water constellation on the outer city wall at the back. How could one not be excited to have such a dual system high-level mage come to the ancient capital to help them fight the undead? Captain Wang, there are still quite a few undead crystals in the undead corpses outside the city walls, so tell the other guard mages that if they go and help me collect them, I'll split 20% of the undead crystals as their reward. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking. Mr. Knight, this is too expensive, isn't it? Guard mage Captain Wang hesitated. The only two valuable undead creatures in the world are the undead crystals, in addition to the essence and remnants of the spirit. The market price on the purchase of grams, a gram of about $200, slave-level undead crystals are usually some broken crystals, about 2100 G, the stronger the strength, the undead crystals will be bigger and more complete. It takes a warlord-level undead to give birth to a complete crystallization, which is charged at 30 W per 1 kilogram market price. Warlord-level undead crystals are 500-1200 G on average. As for the undead crystals of the commander level, they were not sold for money, but only bartered, and would usually be placed in auctions or trade fairs between mages. There's no harm, I'll still be staying in this ancient capital for a while, and I'll sell all the materials from the undead and use them to buy some rare resources to feed my contracted beasts, Han Lan explained when he saw him hesitating. Then Wang Ma will thank Mr. Li on behalf of everyone. You can rest assured that once the commander level undead creatures appear again, Wang Ma will be the first to notify you to come and chop them down. The guard mage Wang the captain had felt some short of a hand, and hurriedly made a promise. Well then, I'll go back and rest first. I'll come back tomorrow to man the outer city walls, Han Lan said with a yawn. You take care. Fighting undead creatures for the first time, still a bit unaccustomed to the rhythm here, have to get used to it as soon as possible. As for those undead crystals, he was too lazy to personally go one by one to collect. Why not let someone do a favor on behalf of the people? Han Lan still have to stay in the ancient capital of the battlefield for more than a month. can spend some resources to find the hard work of the thing. Why bother to tire themselves? At 2:30 a.m., which was the time period when people were the most tired every day, Han Lan took out the blue-quality shadow sneaking scroll from the 24 bridges and moonlit nights, and a wave of darkness energy wrapped around his entire body as his spiritual energy probed into it. Han Lan turned into a shadow and dived into the darkness in the next second, speeding towards the outer city wall, and 5 minutes later, Han Lan, who had already left the outer city wall by more than 10 kilometers, released the skeletal devouring bone demon from the demon and demon garden of 10,000 beasts. Giving the 100 bone-strengthening liquid right to the skeletal devouring bone demon, Han Lan told it to develop and train the pro-guard minions under its command through the mind link. And it was ordered to avoid all battles with high-ranking mages, and to remain meticulous until it reached the commander class advancement period, at which time Han Lan would find a way to help it advance to the monarch class. In the meantime, the Wreck-Eater Bone Demon is going to slave plus collect as many war general level minions and slave level cannon fodder as he can to develop and grow his power until he pulls up a huge undead army. Chapter 45 Plant Special Operations Squad. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Han Lan had been fighting with the undead in the ancient capital for more than a month, killing the undead at night and recharging the underworld water dragon shield during the day. The high-intensity, multi-variable battles had made Han Lan's water magic skills more and more compliant. One step closer to the second level of the water system's high-level Star River category, and a completely different understanding and utilization of the water system's various skills, developing quite a few water magic spells that were uniquely their own. This was the mastery of a high-level mage. And the income is also very considerable. Every day there are more than 800 W income, with an average of 10 W per day demon alchemy points. A month down the Han Lan and saved more than 300 million and 300 West demon alchemy points. Condensed 300 minion great essence and 10 warlord great essence. Han Lan used all of this money to buy water and thunder spiritual species. Bai Lo Tianxue and 9 metaphysical golden thunder are both devouring species. But because they have never devoured any other elemental spiritual species, the multiplier increase has always stopped at the most primitive state. Han Lan this time, in order to increase the probability of acquiring elemental spirit seeds, he deliberately made a note on the bounty that as long as it was a triple increased natural water spirit seed, the delivery would be free of forging fees, and the trader would be able to create a magical tool of the trader's choice. As expected, soon after Han Lan increased the bounty, one after another, quite a few hunters came to deliver the spirit seed bounty quests, and soon gathered 10 natural water-based spirit seeds with a threefold increase, successfully raising Biluo Tianxue to the soul-grade devouring seed level. As for the Thunder System's 3x increase in natural spirit seeds, it was also successfully collected, and the spirit-level devouring seed Jiu Xian Jin Lei's metamorphosed into a soul level, unlocking the Jiu Xian Jin Lei domain, and this wave of spirit seed purchases cost Han Lan 6 billion, with $1.62 billion of funds left in his account. But it has also made Han Lan's reputation famous in the circle of spirit-level forgers, and his success rate of up to 90% has given him a lot of repeat customers. In addition, Han Lan had also upgraded the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion to the Battle Admiral level advancement stage, and had acquired the beast souls, blood, and bones of the Thunder System Commander level insect demons for it, leaving only 1.25 billion funds in his account, so he would promote it to a minor commander after returning to the Magic City. Bijou Tianxue's loftiness was successfully reflected after being promoted to the soul-grade devouring seed level. The Bijou field's 12-fold increase is comparable to the power of the heavenly seed. Just want to promote to the heavenly seed level to devour 10 natural water-based soul seeds with 6-fold increase, but also with the field, it's a long way to go up. As for the 4,147,200 demon alchemy points, Han Lan planned to save them first, simply because a single orange draw corresponding to the monarch level was 1 million points, and pretty much 4 rounds of 10 consecutive draws would take him back to his pre-liberation days overnight. In addition, after Han Lan had cultivated the chaos system to the second level of the middle stage, he planned to go back to take the main campus examination, only because Itutu had urged him to go back and sign up to take their American girl group flying. This tour of the ancient capital is kind of over, and overall the rewards are very impressive. After arriving at the airport and taking the return flight back to the Jinyuan apartments, Han Lan learned from Mu Nugio that the main campus examination would begin in 3 days. Although you can enter the main campus as long as you have a middle-order cultivation, the key assessment reward is that the first place or the team will be rewarded with the opportunity to practice in the 3-step tower, and you can never have too much of this thing called resources. During the few days of waiting, Han Lan began to study the Bijou domain that belonged to his water system. That's right, it was the water system domain, this Bijou Tianxue soul species that possessed some of the healing, poisonous, and botanical ability qualities, and generally favored the auxiliary domain. Han Lan's water mastery would increase drastically in the Bijou domain, and any mid-rank stormwave magic could transform into a swarm of stormwave giant sharks sweeping across the battlefield. In addition, Han Lan intended to cultivate the purple quality plant seeds that he had obtained some time ago, taking out a fist-sized, reddish cherry bomb seed from his system backpack and pouring a large amount of elemental energy-rich soil over a large spirit-level quality flower pot that he had prepared beforehand. Burying the cherry bomb seed to reveal a bit of the embryonic sac, Han Lan summoned Bijou Tianxue to split a small water ball to float next to the seed in soil. The red cherry bomb seed broke its skin, took root, sprouted, and grew rapidly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye after coming into contact with the small water ball. 3 short minutes later, what appeared in front of Han Lan was a thigh-thick, leafy cherry tree with marble-sized fledgling pocket cherry bombs growing from its branches. As Han Lan increased the nourishing and catalyzing efforts of the Bijou heavenly water, the fledgling pocket cherry bomb began to expand rapidly like a blown-up balloon, and the cherry tree swayed slightly as it drew in the free fire water plant elements in the air before injecting them into the interior of a fledgling little cherry bomb. A few moments later, the cherry tree that had received the nourishment from the Bijou celestial water passed on a stream of information to Han Lan that the cherry bomb that had swelled to the size of a fist belonged to the growth stage, and the explosion power was comparable to a middle-ranked tertiary fire magic that was 3 times as powerful as the spirit seed enchantment. And if the cherry tree wants to produce ripe cherry bombs, it needs to absorb high-level water fire plant-based magical energy, water fire plant elements to accelerate condensation, or water fire plant-based demon corpses to transform the energy substance. And just by absorbing the free water fire plant elements near the apartment building, you can produce 5 high-level cherry bombs or 30 medium-level cherry bombs per day at this stage. Han Lan nodded slightly. This efficiency was not bad. The purple quality plant already possessed a certain degree of spirituality and intelligence, and gave it a task indicator to produce 3 high-grade cherry bombs and 12 medium-grade cherry bombs per day, and spend the rest of the time fully absorbing the water fire elements in the air to evolve itself. Han Lan took out another fist-sized, purple-tinged, 2-headed, large-mouthed flower seed and buried it in another large spirit-quality flower pot filled with elemental soil. Then, as he had done, he guided one of the small clusters of Bijou water to touch the 2-headed large-mouthed flower seeds, break the skin, take root, germinate, and grow at a rapid rate. 3 short minutes later, what appeared in front of Han Lan was a purple 2-headed flower with 2 millstone-sized jagged mouths, a stem and leaves branching out to the thickness of a bucket, and a ferocious flavor, with teeth like sharp angles at the bottom of the stem and leaves and at the top of the head. Gigi, the 2-headed large-mouthed flower passed on a stream of information to Han Lan. This room was too small to accommodate its size growth rate, and it needed to evolve in a different place. Han Lan looked at his room. The ceiling was about to be broken by it, and he only had to speed up and condense dozens of Bijou large water clusters for it to wrap in stems and leaves, and included the 2-headed large-mouthed flower in the garden of demon and devil 10,000 beasts to go and complete its evolution. Fortunately, the cherry tree is not very large, 2.5 meters in height with the branches of the double cherry, as a houseplant potted plants in general ordinary. As for the calming lotus leaves and cattails, both are aquatic plants that must be in a watery environment to take root. Han Lan planned to plant it in the artificial lake of the villa after the main campus examination was over, just in time to strengthen the defenses of his home and form a plant special operations squad to guard the safety of his own crystals. Chapter 46 Main Campus Examination. After finishing these things, Han Lan entered a state of meditative cultivation. Although the water system was still a small distance away from the high-level second-level star river, the space system Nebulae, after more than a month of intense killing battles, had vaguely shown signs of being on the verge of nebulizing into a star river. A high level of space system is just around the corner. 3 days later, the Green School District Fighting Hall. I'm relieved, and that's because I've seen a lot of people grow from freshman conference to today. I remember not long ago someone compared the main campus test to a demon that looms over our entire green campus, which looks down on you, prods you, and keeps you meditating for it. This analogy is very appropriate. The Green School District is the terminal station of your youthful cultivation, and the next station of this wormpool is the real magic trip. How much aggression and injustice you have suffered, how much you have suffered, then swallow it all by yourself. No one will sympathize with the weak. At the all-school assembly, Dean Xiao, who had always carried a bit of geekiness towards all the students, suddenly had a drastic change in his drawing style. These remarks and attitudes ultimately made many people uncomfortable, and their beloved Dean Xiao also seemed to have turned into a devilish guardian official who was indifferent to everything. Dean Xiao then briefly recounted the rules of this year's main campus test. All students who have not been promoted to the intermediate mage level are not eligible to participate in the examination of the main campus. The time left for you to be at the Green Campus is only 3 years, during which you will still enjoy the resources and various privileges provided by the school. But if you still can't break through to a middle-ranked mage within these 3 years, then after you leave the Pearl Academy, please don't call yourselves Pearl Academy students anymore either. Dean Xiao's tone lost a bit of anger and disappointment when he said this sentence. After hearing this, Gradually there were many veteran students who had already been in the Green School District for 1 or 2 years took a step away, leaving the Green Fighting Hall with unwillingness and blushes on their faces. As the crowd left one after another, there were nearly 50,000 students who came to this all-school conference, and there were only 1,000 or so left in the Green Fighting Hall. From this tube, how difficult is the path of a magician's cultivation? And those who were able to successfully enter the Pearl Academy were the best of the best in their original region. This polarization has shown its first fangs before the first threshold of mid-level mages. With the resources given by the family, the children of the family can easily cross this threshold, while the commoners want to cross this threshold without the support of a considerable amount of resources. The difficulty is no less than the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Of the more than 1,000 middle-ranked mage trainees present, the proportion occupied by the children of the world's families had exceeded 70%. Those who stayed, congratulations on entering the main campus of the Pearl Academy. Dean Zhao's tone changed, as if he was as amiable as the old professor who gave everyone a freshman conference that time. Upon hearing these words, a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on the faces of many of the middle-ranked mages present. Just like that, entering the main campus without an examination meant that those rewards for the top 10 of the examination had nothing to do with them. It was important to know that the reward for first place was 7 days of training at the 3 Steps Tower, second and third place were a magic weapon of their choice, and 4th through 10th place were rewarded with some resources. For trainees of civilian origin the resource rewards were almost a fraction of a cent, and the rewards for the top 3, even the children of the worldly families cared very much about them. After all, in a full-time mage's magician cultivation system, resources in the form of a snowball meant everything, and one strong step meant one strong step. At once, the crowd of over 1,000 trainees was noisy with words. Dean Zhao obviously knew that this would happen, and he waited for everyone to finish their discussion before slowly saying, "This examination is an assistance trial." A few days ago, there were some problems with the management of the Weifang Beast Taming Department, which caused a shadow demon beast to run out. The shadow demon beast has already been semi-domesticated, so there's no need to worry about it rising up and hurting people. Our academy originally assisted Weifang by notifying them as soon as we discovered the shadow demon beast's whereabouts, but now I need you to capture the shadow demon beast alive and return it to Weifang, and the singular team of 5 that ends up capturing it alive and delivering it to the summoning beast Iron Cage will be awarded with the 3 Steps Tower. After Dean Zhao finished these words, the stage immediately caused an uproar, and among the freshmen of this term, knowing the heavy news of the 3 Steps Tower as the top reward, no one could remain calm except Han Lan, who had already enjoyed its cultivation increase. Even Han Lan and the others, who had already entered the 3 Steps Tower once, would go all out again, whether for their own use or for someone they liked. Both were good choices. "Brother Han Lan, can you join our beauty girl group? Look at me as a wise man, and Sister Mu who has both wisdom and strength, plus you as a high-level mage, and then find 2 more people with strong control abilities, absolutely dominate the top of the list." After returning to the apartment, AI Tutu immediately came close to Han Lan excitedly. A pair of alabaster fruit shook people's eyes dizzy beyond measure. "Yes, let's call Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan again. One of them focuses on destruction and the other has all points of defense. The 5-player combo will easily take the first place of the team," Han Lan said after pondering for a moment. Han Lan finished sending a message to Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan respectively and waited for their replies. "Yeah, I knew you were the best, Brother Hanlan," I Tuta cheered happily. "Then Han Lan, do you have a way to track down that shadow demon beast?" Mu Nugio said. "This semi-domesticated shadow demon beast likes to eat beef the most. We can start our investigation from the aspect of some beef processing factories in Mordor, and its tail hair is easy to shed, and the tail hair has a fluorescent effect. So if we find its hiding place it's very easy to determine whether or not it has appeared here through those fluorescent tail hairs." Han Lan spoke after recalling the original information in his mind. Han Lan opened his mouth after recalling the information from the original story in his mind. "In that case, then let's leave as soon as possible after contacting Imofan, Zhao Manyan and the others," said Mu Nugio with a sniff. Old Zhao's side gave me a greeting. He personally has some personal matters now and can't arrive at the first time. Afterward, he is willing to spend $30 million to buy this quota and treat a meal in a 5-star hotel. Emofan's side has already set off first. "Let's set off as well," Han Lan opened his mouth and said to the 2 girls. The 2 women nodded, and the 3 of them then rushed over to the location that Emofan had sent, the Wan Street Beef Warehouse in the Pudong New area. A few moments later, Han Lan rushed to the vicinity of the Wan Street Beef Warehouse with his 2 daughters and met Emofan, who had just come out of the beef warehouse with little interest. "Any sign of the shadow demon beast?" Han Lan asked. A shed tail hair was found, but it's almost disintegrated into powder, indicating that the shadow demon beast left close to 7 days ago. Emofan shook his head regretfully. Chapter 47, Su Zhaoting. Jingle bells. Hey, which one? Fan was just about to look for the next clue zone when his cell phone rang. A moment later, Fan said to Han Lan, "Brother Han, I just received a message that there is an old meat processing plant on the banks of the Su River that has a large amount of beef stolen, so I'm going to go take a look." After Fan finished speaking, he linked the summoning system Star Trek and summoned the godly handsome Blast Star Wolf King. It was worth mentioning that this phantom wolf beast of his had still shown the fearless trait of faithfully protecting its master in a certain hunter mission, and after being greatly moved, Fan had still spent the resources he had loaned from Han Lan for it, successfully promoting it to the level of a war general's blasted Star Wolf King. "You guys follow as soon as you can, I'll scout ahead." Han Lan took out the shadow sneaking scroll from the 24 bridges in the moonlit night in front of the three of them, and a wave of dark energy wrapped around his entire body as his spiritual energy probed into it. The next second, Han Lan transformed into a shadow and dived into the darkness, sprinting in the direction of the bank of the Su River. Outside the banks of the Huangpu River, a remote place, the distant high-rise flashing neon lights into a rainbow band reflected in the sparkling surface of the river, like the flow of scenic photographs. And at the riverside, a group of black animal demons that emitted a strong smell of feces were running in a hurry, and 5 gray-robed figures at the back were loudly driving them away. They had to arrive at their destination in advance to set up traps. A few moments later, they entered a dilapidated meat processing plant, which emitted a fishy smell of meat everywhere. This factory was feared to specialize in recycling inferior meat products. At this time, it was a good way to cover up the stench of the black animal demon's body. And not far outside the factory, a man in purple slowly approached, his eyes filled with a stern color in the dark night. By his side follows a high ponytailed girl, his girlfriend, Lulu Zhang, who is none other than Su Xiaoting, the catalyst of Fan's mind in the original story. "Lulu, just stay here and don't move, I'll go in and take a look," Su Xiaoting said to the girl. "Don't you go in, they look dangerous." "Xiaoting, why are you following these people?" Zhang Lulu whispered suspiciously. The black ghost monkey-faced monsters carried by those people left a very bad impression on her, looking ugly and evil, with a disgusting stench. "Don't ask, you stay here. If I don't come out in 10 minutes, you leave immediately to return to the academy," Su Xiaoting said very seriously. The smell of those black animal demons summoned by Bai Yang during the Bo City disaster was something he would never forget in one lifetime, and the culprits who caused the deaths of his family were none other than the renegade minions of this black church. Originally, Su Xiaoting and the two of them were searching for the shadow demon beast's trail together, but while searching for his companion, Su Xiaoting smelled a scent that he would never forget. Su Xiaoting thought that he had smelled the wrong odor, so he sneakily followed the cadet who was emitting a strange odor all the way, not realizing that it was really someone from the Black Order. This processing plant, odds are, is their lair. He wanted to go in and make sure, and if that was the case, he would immediately report it to the Judgment Council for it to come here and round it up. It would be better to kill all these Black Order scum from the wizarding world. And in a corner behind Su Xiaoting and the two of them, Han Lan's incarnated shadow form was silently watching all of this from a vantage point. This old meat processing plant is where Su Xiaoting, the tragic character in the original story, met his demise. If Han Lan hadn't interfered, then Su Xiaoting's next destiny would have been to be captured and taken away by the Black Order's people, then refined into a cursed beast demon by Yuang, and finally kill Zhang Lulu with his own hands, turning it into a catalyst for Fan's mind. However, since Han Lan had already arrived, the course of events wouldn't be as tragic as the original, and at least Su Xiaoting and the two of them wouldn't die tragically. But before that, he needed Su Xiaoting to be brought to Yuang's side, so that he could prepare the evidence for the reasonable sale of the experience package of the Archdeacon of Hujin, Muhe, in the future. A few moments later, Han Lan keenly heard the roar of thunder magic coming from within the old factory, along with the angry shouts of several grey-clothed religious men, and as expected, Su Xiaoting was still caught. And in the original anxious Zhang Lulu, but did not follow the words of Su Xiaoting to leave here back to the academy, worried about Su Xiaoting's safety, she gritted her teeth and then broke into the old factory alone. The moment she broke in, the sight of Su Xiaoting, who had fallen to the ground and was covered in blood, couldn't help but make her cover her mouth. "Bastard, how dare you spoil our big event?" a man in a grey cloak said angrily. "The cleric lord told us to take this person away and then evacuate this place immediately, lest we be exposed prematurely," a man named Grey 4 said hurriedly. "I'll take this kid and go. You guys kill this woman, clean up the scene as soon as possible and don't leave any traces," Grey 1 ordered with a face full of anger. Just as he left, a dark mark silently attached itself to his body. Hearing this, the remaining 4 grey-clothed devotees and the 20 black animal demons formed a circle and surrounded Zhang Lulu. With a command, Grey 1 ordered a black beast demon to take away Su Xiaoting, who was covered in wounds, while the remaining 4 people stared at Zhang Lulu, who had rushed in defiantly. Should we take this woman away to have some fun? One of the gray-clothed congregants suggested. The cleric lord is already angry. If you delay the big event any longer, you'll be waiting to be dealt with by the cleric lord. Another gray-clothed congregant spoke in a cold voice. Forget it then, just kill it. The gray-clothed devotee in the lead gave an order, and those black animal demons swarmed up at once, obviously wanting to tear Zhang Lulu alive into pieces. Jiuxian Thunderbolt Nightstalker. Boom! Just when Zhang Lulu's life was hanging by a thread, a large number of golden thunderbolts presenting a golden thunderclaw-like shape fiercely struck down fiercely from among the thunderclouds, aiming at the group of black animal demons. The thunderbolt was like a thunder dragon descending from the sky, and the violent pure golden lightning giant was like a splintered spider's web, rapidly spreading out several chains of lightning branches, stringing together a group of black beast demons. The originally swiftly running figures of these 25 black beast demons froze, and all of them were directly disintegrated into beads of blood the moment they were blasted by the forked thunderbolt chains. It was only a middle-order second-grade thunder magic, but with the power of the 9 metaphysical golden thunder morphing into a soul seed, Han Lan's group was only able to exterminate the black beasts and demons with a single move. The Nightfork's giant claws were incomparably swift and rough, and after a flash of light, 25 black beast demons directly had no bones left, and the only thing left were scorched black marks and puddles of blood on the ground. The blinding light caused Zhang Lulu to not even be able to open her eyes, and when she was able to see clearly, she saw that the 25 black animal demons just now had turned into a field of blood and water in the midst of the thunderbolt. It was Han Lan who made a timely move and saved Lulu Zhang. Wild monster black animal demon Big Minion X25 has been killed, obtaining 25 strands of minion level remnants and 2,500 demon alchemy points. Chapter 48 Yuang's Value. The wind is tight and tugging and whirring and slipping and slipping. The leader of the gray-clothed congregation saw that 25 black animal demons were blasted by the thunderbolt in a single glance, and knew that this was a ruthless magician who had come, and was ready to turn around and run away at that moment. However, just as he was about to turn around and summon the crawling magic tool to run away, the screams of other companions came from the surrounding area one after another. The last image reflected in his pupils was a pair of house-sized lightning pattern giant Kili cutting off 3 other gray-clothed devotees at the waist. And his own chest was suddenly pierced violently by a gun-like tail needle wrapped in purple plasma. The foursome of gray-clad religious men, the group is destroyed. The bounty for the gray-clothed religious is 500,000, as long as someone has a head, they can go to the Judgment Council to collect the banknotes, and Han Lan can't see this 2 million, so he simply let it go to Mo Fan, who is so poor that he can't afford it. Just at that moment, Mo Fan also rode over on the blasting star Wolf King, and after Han Lan put the Thundercloud demon scorpion into the demon 10,000 beasts garden. Taking advantage of the fact that the Shadow Sneak Scroll still had a few minutes of duration left, Han Lan directly sensed the dark mark and went to chase after Grey One, who had commanded the Black Beast Demon to carry Su Xiaoting, and the other party should have gone to look for Yuang by this time. A long, deep alley with a few old ice lamps illuminating the cold light for a few meters around. A wooden door on the green stone wall slowly opened, followed by a group of black animal demons reeking of rotting stench carrying Su Xiaoting quickly ran in. Immediately after that, Grey One walked in as well. He even made a point of looking back and forth across the alley before entering to make sure no one was following him before dodging in. It was an old abandoned yard with a few trees that had lost all their leaves. The yard was dilapidated and dirty, and at the steps a man wearing a half mask was holding a whip and beating a few black animal demons next to him. Cleric Sama, this is the kid who crashed our plan to set up inside the factory. Grey One spoke up. Su Xiaoting, ha! The half-masked man stared at Su Xiaoting, whose breath was shriveled, a cruel smile appearing on half of his face. You're Yuang, so you're a traitor to the Black Sect Yin. Su Xiaoting said angrily. Since you're an old acquaintance, I'll have to take special care of you. Yuang said with an evil smile on his face. You half-faced monster, you shall not die. Su Xiaoting cursed angrily as he lost. The smile at the corner of Yu Ang's mouth instantly froze, half of his face grimaced. Since his face was half destroyed, he couldn't stand to hear people say this. This would remind him again of the failed operation in Bo City, for which he had paid the price of half of his face, and the culprit for all of this was none other than that Mo Fan who had robbed him of his Holy Spring qualification. Those who only show off their tongue, I'll make you regret what you just said. Yuang said coldly, raising the long whip in his hand, just when he was about to give Su Xiaoting a blow to the face. The grey clothes on the side suddenly turned pale and said, Cleric sir. Grey 4, Grey 3, Grey 2, and Grey 5 all seem to be dead. Did the Judgment Council strike? Wang immediately turned his face. It seems that the target arrived later and saved the girl who came with this boy. Grey One answered in a hurry. Hearing this, Su Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Zhang Lulu was fine. He really didn't dare to imagine what kind of consequences would happen if Zhang Lulu fell into the hands of these scum. The whip in Yuang's hand lashed at Su Xiaoting's face one by one, and the loss of 4 of his men in quick succession made his mood even more furious. That rescued woman is your weakness, right? Then I'll let you turn into a black beast demon and kill her yourself. Yuang said viciously to Su Xiaoting. After saying that, Yuang directly dragged Su Xiaoting, whose body was already full of blood, towards the inside of the old mansion, and in the old mansion, there was a strangely smelly and incomparable black pool, which was the cursed pool that was used to refine a living person into a black beast demon. Han Lan could smell the stench even when he was in his shadow form. He didn't want to wait any longer, and his space-based magic was quietly depicted. Take a look, this is your burial place cursed pool, the cursed pool that is specially used to refine living people into black beast demons. Isn't it guessing your end? Yuang said with a devilish-like grin. Su Xiaoting's heart surged with a touch of fear. How could he not expect that he would actually black animal demon that kind of disgusting creature? The second half of his life was reduced to being Yu Yang's executioner. This was simply worse than death for him. I hope that you, a middle-ranked mage, will allow me to successfully refine a cursed beast demon, and then I will let you personally kill Zhang Lulu. That, how about it, Su Xiaoting? As an old acquaintance, I'm taking care of you enough. Heart full of fear, Su Xiaoting at the moment incomparably regret his impulsive behavior, bent on the result will often lead to greater trouble. And being ordered by Yuang to kill Zhang Lulu with his own hands, it was tantamount to witnessing the death of a loved one with his own eyes once again for him. Being dragged by Yuang and thrown by his hair towards the cursed pool, Su Xiaoting's heartbeat accelerated to his throat, a moment that was brief and incomparable yet seemed so long. It was as if he saw Zhang Lulu's playful shadow fading away, the smiling faces of his family members floating in front of his eyes, as well as the image of Yuang and Grey One being firmly imprisoned by the silver space cube. Wait, it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Su Xiaoting came back to his senses, and at this moment, he was gently held up by a gigantic lightning pattern calycery, and the originally stinking cursed pool had now been broken down by the bluish-purple plasma into a piece of black slaggy ash. As for the previously arrogant and domineering Yuang, he had already fainted with all his bones shattered by the silver spatial cube pressure, and Grey One was struck in the head by the golden thunder seal, turning into a tattered and charred corpse. Su Xiaoting, you're very brave. Oh, you're able to break into the Black Order's lair all by yourself. Han Lan teased after exiting from his shadow form. You? Are you, Han? Han Lan? Su Xiaoting said breathlessly. Within a short moment he had experienced the ups and downs of his life. Just when he was at the end of his rope, a miracle suddenly came to him, and I believe that he will mature as soon as possible after this experience and value his life even more. Seeing that Su Xiaoting's injuries were quite serious, Han Lan condensed a basketball-sized turquoise blue water ball, which exploded under his control, transforming into countless turquoise blue waterons that drilled into Su Xiaoting's body. The wounds were scabbing over at a speed visible to the naked eye, the broken bones began to heal rapidly, Su Xiaoting's cries became steady and strong, and his heavy eyelids opened. Han, thank you for saving me. Feeling that his injuries were rapidly healing, Su Xiaoting opened his eyes and stood up, giving Han Lan a deep bow of thanks. Save the polite words for later, this place is not suitable to stay for long, I'll first escort you back to the schoolhouse to meet Zhang Lulu. Han Lan ordered the Thundercloud demon scorpion to escort Su Xiaoting back to the Pearl School mansion. After watching the Thundercloud demon scorpion, which had shrunk in size to 20 meters, go away, Han Lan took out the mind manipulation scroll from the 24 bridges to a bright moon knight on his waist ready to activate it. After setting up the video camera and waking Wang up with a splash of cold water, he didn't care how much he cursed and just started torturing him mercilessly. Do you confess or not? Ah. Electrotherapy, water torture, space cutting, as long as it can be used as a means of torture, all to give him a brain greeted, not afraid of tossing him to death, dying to urge the Bai Lo Tianshui treatment. But this Yuang's mouth was also really hard, and he ended up wasting Han Lan's one mind manipulation scroll. It was only then that Wang confessed to the weighty news of Moga, the archdeacon of Hatsu. This heavy news can be exchanged for at least 2 votes for the State House before the ancient capital's catastrophe, and then it is a good choice either for your own use or for your confidant. Speaking this news, Yuang naturally has no use. Han Lan, a thunderbolt fell, directly destroyed his body, the head will be taken to the trial for 10 million reward money. Chapter 49, Exchange Students. And after Yuang is intercepted by Han Lan, what happens next is pretty much the same as in the original. After Mo Fan snatched Shin Mingxiao and their shadow demon beast under Han Lan's hints, he sent the news to the Pearl Academy Forum, and after luring all the students, he directly threw the shadow demon beast to Bai Zhongfeng to open the academy smash. After a number of water-type trainees cleared the field with middle-ranked Stormwave magic, the battle situation between the trainees gradually escalated, in order to prevent casualties from occurring. The school authorities also had to open the high-level Shadow System CU ruling Grand Formation to fully suppress everyone's magic system power, thus reducing casualties. When they stepped into this big formation, the people of the Black Jiao Pavilion were like turtles in the Wang, and the forbidden spell mage Dean Xiao and Mo Fan combined with each other to kill these members of the evil forces one by one. In the end, the Black Jiao Pavilion within the Devil's capital was wiped out, and Mo Fan got first place, and because he had the battle general level Blast Star Wolf King to help him in the battle, along with the fact that Yuang had already been killed by Han Lan. The black suit that temporarily replaced Yuang was another rookie, and not only did Mo Fan not get hurt, he also got a lot of credit. At Han Lan's suggestion, Mo Fan applied for a 3-step tower opportunity to practice that night, and this time when he came out the middle order consummation was almost a nail in the coffin. The lying Zhao Manyan was also very quick to pay 15 million to Mo Fan, while Han Lan and Mu Nujio split 5 million each. 2.5 days later, within the spirit world. A space system star river just in Han Lan's spiritual world quietly flowing, more magnificent than the previous constrained space system nebulae, the starlight linked together, aesthetically in the vastness of the spiritual universe flowing. And 343 silver white stars are even denser in the star river of the space system, they fly up and down and weave in and out cheerfully. As the spatial faculty was promoted to a higher rank, Han Lan's spiritual power realm also rose, reaching the 4th realm middle stage rank. The 49 space system stars within the Star River were more dynamic and sparkling than the other 294 stars. Obviously they were the 49 stars that Han Lan had already strengthened, while the other 294 stars were still in the embryonic stage, with a slight glow. Opening his eyes, Han Lan vaguely saw the shadow of a constellation emerge from the halo, a constellation constructed precisely from 343 space system stars fully articulated together in 7 star charts. In other words, Han Lan will be able to follow this trajectory, pattern, and star frame to complete the connection between the stars, and the spatial constellation will be born, and the high-level magic with powerful life-saving ability instantaneous movement will also appear. With the support of a high-level control magic weapon, Han Lan seized the time to familiarize himself with the space system constellations, and at 8 o'clock in the morning of that day, Han Lan, who had just finished a night of meditative cultivation, suddenly received a phone call from Zhao Manyan. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Manyan, after Mo Fan had entered the 3 steps tower, had also pressed his way in to use up his cultivation opportunities, and was now also a dual system cultivation middle stage 3rd level magician. Hey, Zhou, what's up? Han Lan, where are you? Hurry up and come to the academy. Dean Xiao has sold a few of us out to go to the imperial capital for a period of time as exchange students. Zhao Manyan said to Han Lan over the phone. Oh, this matter Dean Xiao told me a long time ago. You helped me ask when to leave. I want to go to the kickoff, Han Lan said indifferently. Zhao Manyan. Forget it, I'll go talk to Mo Fan about this, Zhao Manyan said with a helpless face. Although the cultivation level has been raised, but he is after all a turtle shell mage who takes the defense route, there is nothing personal pretending opportunity, playing the group as the appearance of being beaten, naturally, he should find a hard to find together to find Dean Xiao theory. Early the next morning, Han Lan was notified to head to one of the fighting halls within the school to gather. Arrived at the gathering point and took a look, good guy, all familiar people, Mu Nujio, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan were all inside the team. Han Lan saw this and directly stood next to Mu Nujio. This exchange student experience to the imperial capital will be led by teacher Gu Han, with Professor Chiu Yuhua as the magical advisor, and Han Lan as the commanding captain. Does everyone hear me clearly? Dean Xiao didn't give those long speeches that were not nutritious as soon as he came up, and announced directly. Han Lan was also a bit confused about the matter of being the captain, and Dean Xiao hadn't greeted him in advance, so he only realized it now. However, the others didn't have much of an opinion. The previous exchange students were all freshmen from the Green Campus, all of whom had seen his strength at the Beast Fighting Conference. With such an expert leading the team, I think this exchange student experience will be much easier, and I can also strive for some performance opportunities myself. Then, Dean Xiao talked about some notes for previous exchange students and let everyone go up on the stage to introduce themselves. The exchange students selected this time were Han Lan, Mu Nujio, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Song Xia, Bai Tingting, Xin Mingxiao, Luo Song, and Zhang Bingxiao, a total of 9 people. Gu Han, the unlucky teacher, led the group, and old Professor Chiu Yuhua was responsible for following the lectures. After the self-introductions, a big girl with a gentle temperament approached Han Lan to greet her. Mr. Han Lan, do you still remember me? Bai Tingting said with a sweet smile. Of course I remember, you're Bai Tingting. I asked you to save a lot of injured people during the Stadium Demon incident, Han Lan said with a smile. At that time, you were in a hurry to save people. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving my life. Bai Tingting said with an apologetic face. Just a show of hands. Han Lan said. Han Lan was extremely impressed with Bai Tingting, and could only say that all the girls in the healing department were gifted, and at the time when he saved Bai Tingting, her surging aura nearly knocked him to the ground. Report coach, I'm going to report her for front armor overload. That? I'll take the liberty of asking student Han Lan, are you and senior sister Mu dating? Bai Tingting asked, pointing at Mu Nugio who was not far away. Asking this question in front of another girl, Bai Tingting's mind was practically crying out for help. Han Lan suddenly had the socially terrified feeling of going home for New Year's Eve and passing alone in front of a group of old ladies at the end of the village. No, just regular friends for now. Like this? I see, Bai Tingting said with a sweet smile as she sniffed, and left Han Lan's sight to head to the group. After the crowd had assembled, they went to the Pudong International Airport and boarded a special airplane that flew directly to the imperial capital. After disembarking from the plane, the group circled around towards several holy places of magical civilization before heading towards the Imperial Academy. When they arrived at the Imperial Academy, the person in charge of receiving them was a teacher surnamed Lu, who quickly arranged everyone in a pre-prepared apartment building. Teacher Gu, Professor Autumn, you guys will rest here for a day. Tomorrow afternoon the exchange students from the other 6 academies will come over, so let's have a magic competition between the academies then. Teacher Lu, who was in charge of reception, said with a smile. Chapter 50 Shaving the Imperial Academy's Head. In such a hurry? Guhan froze for a moment and said. It was an essential part of the exchange students between the various universities to engage in magical sparring. It was just a bit surprising that the competition started so soon. Where is it fast? Every year the magic cutting competition, which is the main event. Moreover, after the cut is finished, the field training is also essential, so it's better to hold it earlier. Teacher Lu explained smilingly. When Guhan heard this, he wanted to blather on, but on second thought, this year, with Dean Zhao's designated ace captain Han Lan in the town, they wouldn't be able to make much of a splash at the Imperial Capital Academy. Early the next morning, Han Lan and his group followed Teacher Lu, who had impatience written all over his face, to the tournament hall. And the group from the Imperial Capital Academy had been waiting here for a long time. How is this a fight? Han Lan asked. 4-on-4, team competition. Bai Tingting, who was following next to Han Lan, explained. Let's settle the battle as soon as possible so I can go back to meditating, Han Lan said with a yawn. Yo, what a big mouth. In that case, you think you've got us, dare you compare with me? Su Dalong, who had a burly body and looked like a fitness trainer, sniffed coldly and said. It's still no problem to take a vegetable dog like you with one hand. Han Lan naturally wouldn't spoil this kind of person and sneered back. Su Dalong, you really are getting more and more powerless, dare to mess with our captain, this wilderness training will have your bitter head to eat. Luosong has a deep hatred with Su Dalong, seeing that there is a chance to kiss ass, he immediately greeted up. Luosong, you are also a smart person, you don't want to be the phoenix tail, so you run to be the Koan head. It's not your turn to go to war. Su Dalong spoke with a clip of words, not giving Luosong the slightest bit of face. The two pair of eyes directly rose to greet the genealogy of the intimate level, and naturally, Luosong took the initiative to ask for help from the crowd, want to go on the field to Su Dalong to beat the teeth of the ground. Mr. Guhan was listening right next to him, and his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Su Dalong, don't be rude. I'm sorry Amingju's few people, this kid is rather straight talking, so bear with me. Teacher Lu Yiming hurriedly jumped out to round off the situation. Comparatively straight, so Mr. Lu actually thinks so? Guhan said with a cold snort. This. Lu Yiming smiled awkwardly, but did not take the words. He could only apologize and change the topic, saying that he would arrange for both academies to have a team match cut as soon as possible. On this side of the pearl, Guhan asked Han Lan what plans he had scheduled. After all, he was Dean Zhao's designated captain. If you want to shave the Imperial Capital Academy's head, let me lead the team of Mu Nugio, Xinxia, and Luosong on the first match, and let's give the second match to Imo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Shin Ningxiao, and Zhang Bingxiao. Han Lan thought for a few moments before speaking. Yes, this lineup is a good match, each team has summoning, control, and output defense. Han Lan, then it's up to you whether or not you can shave the Imperial Capital Academy's head today, Guhan praised as his eyes lit up. Everyone else had no problem with Han Lan's arrangement, except for Bai Tingting, who was a healer and not good at fighting, so she didn't go on stage. Everyone was allowed to go on stage and show off a little bit of themselves. In the first round, it was Han Lan, Mu Nugio, Xinxia, and Luosong who took the lead on the side of the Pearl Academy. On the side of the Imperial Capital Academy were Su Dalong, Liao Mingxian, Jing Jing, and Zhao Mingyue. For the sake of fairness, no magic tools or magic weapons are allowed to be used in this team competition, so we will meet friends with magic, point by point. The referee announced the rules of the match. This rule was a good thing for the Pearl Academy. It was impossible for the children of the Imperial City's families to not have a few decent magical tools on them, and if they were banned from the magical tools and artifacts, then it would be entirely based on the performance of their respective true abilities. With the referee's order, the fight officially begins. But from the beginning it was obvious that there was a gap between the two sides of the stand. The Imperial Capital Academy completed a cross formation with incomparable skill, and it could be seen that they had been practicing for a long time for today. The formation on the side of the Pearl Academy was rather random, with Han Lan and Luo Song standing at the front of the group, while the two girls, Mu Nujio and Song Xia, were spread out in the two wing positions. The depictions of the star charts on the opposite side were all very fast, especially the girl named Jing Jing. The dark green star chart under her feet quickly coalesced, and a star track transformed into a greenish vine that slowly climbed upwards along the girl's delicate long legs. "I'll take care of her, you guys take care of the others." Seeing the vine snaking and coiling around Anna's long legs, Mu Nujio, who was also a plant mage, was naturally happy to see the hunt. When Mu Nujio and Jing Jing each used their own means to fight for the dominance of the venue, Luo Song, who did not see eye to eye with Su Dalong, made a move, and his chubby hands slapped heavily towards the ground. The ground under Luo Song's feet flooded with countless folds and ripples. The power of the earth waves surged towards the opposite side, and the four personages of the Imperial Capital Academy visibly trembled. "Are you the only one who knows earth magic?" Su Dalong coldly snorted, as if he had prepared for this. His big foot stomped on the ground, and with him as the center, a brown earthwave pattern spread out, colliding and offsetting with Luo Song's earthwave power. On the side of Zhao Mingyue, seeing Mu Nujio and Jing Jing entangled together, she had no choice but to give up her original tactics and directly blasted out her fiery fist booming sky, towards the four Mingzhu people. Blasting out towards the four Mingzhu, the fiery fists gushed out at once, about to engulf Han Lan and the others. However, the large flaming fist was obliterated on the blue-purple crystal scorpion body that suddenly sprang out of the figure and was as tall as a small mountain. On the triangular-shaped head that was covered with sharp bony horns, a pair of bug eyes with a blue aura was staring at Zhao Mingyue, who was launching an attack towards it. A berserk battle general-level aura swept out, and the Thundercloud demon scorpion used its massive body to block Han Lan and the others behind it, hissing repeatedly towards the four people on the fighting stage. War? War general-level creatures? It's the sublime summoning. Awesome, brother Fu, all the sublime beasts are cultivated so well? The four people on the opposite side panicked all of a sudden. This berserk battle general level aura far exceeded Lu Jinghe's phantom striped tyrant wolf by a large margin. It was obvious that they weren't opponents of the same level, so how could they still fight? "This is unfair, there are shady practices. Is your Pearl Academy unable to play? Surprisingly, you sent an old student over to kick the bucket, right?" The leading teacher named Lu Yiming immediately spoke out and accused when he saw this. "Mr. Han Lan is a freshman who has only been enrolled in our green campus for more than half a year, and he has cultivated his sublime beast Thundercloud demon scorpion very well. Why, does Mr. Lu have any insights to teach him?" Gu Han sniffed and retorted with a cold smile. Lu Yiming's face became a few points more embarrassed at his words, so he had no choice but to reprimand Lu Jinghe next to him in a low voice. "Jinghe, hurry up and notify your captain so that she can prepare to participate in the second match." Chapter 51 Pearl vs Imperial Capital Up. And at this moment, the situation on the fighting stage had changed again. The Thundercloud demon scorpion's tail was flickering with a large arc of electric light. Only to see that on the tail of the Thundercloud demon scorpion's segmented and curved crystal shell scorpion tail, the lance-like tail needle instantly condensed a large amount of purple plasma, which was presenting a round ball shape that was constantly expanding and tumbling. After only 2 breaths, a plasma beam with a diameter of more than a meter blasted violently towards the 4 people of the Imperial Capital Academy, and the entire crowd under the fighting stage only saw a blue-purple beam of light flashing by at breakneck speed. Su Dalong, who had temporarily drawn a middle-order Earth star map, struggled to support the rock barrier mountain screen, and together with Liao Mingxian, he called out the shield magic tool and the armor magic tool to strengthen his defense. Avalanche. A spider web of blue and purple instantly crawled over the entire rock barrier, with lightning ons and arcs rapidly conducting throughout the defense layer. Light falling Manjo Holy Wall. Rock barrier stone shield. The assistant referee responsible for protecting the safety of the students saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly cast 2 defense magic enchantments in front of the 4 people from the Imperial Capital Academy. Boom boom. The sacred wall of light and the rock giant's shield were shattered with a bang at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it also completely blocked the Thundercloud demon scorpion's thunderstorm plasma beam. Hiss hiss hiss. The Thundercloud demon scorpion raised its house-sized pair of lightning pattern giant Keeley and was about to charge towards the 4 people from the Imperial Capital Academy at Hanlan's command. And at this moment, the leading teacher Lu Yiming couldn't help but speak up. Enough, this round is our Imperial Capital Academies to lose, we admit defeat, quickly make your summoned beast stop. Come back. Han Lan waved at the Thundercloud Devil Scorpion and casually opened a gate of dimensions, bringing the massive Thundercloud Devil Scorpion into the garden of demonic beasts. Seeing this scene, a smile piled up on Guhan's old face, and then he looked triumphantly at Lu Yiming, who had an iron face on the opposite side. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, we lost. Liao Mingxian and the others all looked downcast after they came off the field. They had lost, and they had lost miserably. Humph. Never again. Lu Yiming lowly rebuked a sentence and then stopped talking. After all, the opposite trainee's summoned beast was really strong. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the strength of that Thunder Scorpion sublime beast was already at the War General level advancement stage. If one encountered such a demon in the wild, one would need at least a high-ranked mage to steadily overwhelm it. Moreover, the strength of the 4 people who took the field in the first round could only be considered to be of a mid-range level in the Imperial Capital's team, and the cadet named Han Lan on the opposite side of the field must be the ace rising star of the Pearl Academy this term. According to the rules they had set before the match, each student could only have one chance to go on the field, and when the second round of the match kicked off, without this student majoring in the summoning department, wouldn't the Pearl Academy still be easily taken by their Imperial Capital Academy? And compared to the mournful atmosphere of the Imperial Academy, it was much more cheerful here in the Pearl. We won this. Aside, Mu Nujio, Song Xia and Luosong were a bit confused. They hadn't even used one of their star charts yet, and they just inexplicably won lying down. It is really, cool hot. Really just can mix never see up look. Well done, Pearl is proud of you all. Guhan gave a thumbs up towards Han Lan's 4, directly rubbing the opposite side of the Imperial Capital Academy's trainees on the ground, plus seeing Lu Yiming's constipated face look like he had eaten a fly was just too much of a relief. After getting off the field, Guhan gave Dean Xiao a report on the situation in the players' rest area, opening up a 1-game lead over Titus Academy, so it seemed like there was hope to shave their heads this year. As he was talking, Mo Fan also came over, and when old Professor Chiu Yuhua saw this, he hurriedly told him to prepare for the second match on the stage. For the second match, it will be Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Zhang Bingxiao, and Shen Mingxiao. Han Lan announced the list of players for the second team match. The crowd had no objections to this, with the exception of Bai Tingting, who was a nurse mage majoring in healing and wasn't keen on fighting. Everyone else had the opportunity to go on the field and show off once, and naturally, under the premise of fairness, it was up to each person to do their best. We've already lost the first game, so Mu Ningxue, we need you to lead the team on the field in the second game. Lu Jinghe, Ming Song, and Xiaofeng listened to the captain's command. If we let the Pearl Academy win again, it will make our Imperial Capital Academy a joke of being zeroed out for the first time. You 4 must give me your all this time, Lu Yiming said seriously. Lu Yiming directly threw up the king bomb. Mu Ningxue, opposite Han Lan, is very powerful, he admitted, but in the premise of each student can only have one time on the field, there is no doubt that this in front of the eyes of this seems to be from the painting out of the city of the woman will be the dominant player in the second team game. Yes. After lightly responding, Mu Ningxue stepped out from under the parasol with those pair of slender and rounded long legs, instantly becoming the sole focus of everyone's gaze present. Even the scorching sun still can't erase the cold and arrogant temperament that she exudes from her body that rejects others. In comparison, Lu Zhenghe's trio was set off as if they were a transparent backdrop under the ice mist that surrounded them. On the other side of the fighting stage, the 4-member male group of Ming Zhu who had just entered the arena, when their eyes just saw Mu Ningxue, each one of them was like a 10,000-year-old magnet, so they couldn't wait for their eyes to stick to others. I wipe, excellent posture. I Zhao Manyan military horse half-life, has never seen this kind of absolute color, Zhao Manyan marveled with a face full of incredulity. If you can kiss her, it's not wrong to spend your own cultivation. Even the always silent Zhang Bingxiao couldn't help but open her mouth to comment. Zhang Bingxiao, you stuffy guy is still pretending, Zhao Manyan said with a face full of disgust. Hee, can you guys take in the flavor? People have their owners. Mo Fan saw the situation and straightened out a wave of ridicule. How is it possible? Who is it? Zhao Manyan hurriedly pursued. Well, she's actually my first wife. Mo Fan replied in a serious manner. Che, I've never seen such a brazen person before, Shen Mingxiao said as the 3 of them raised their middle fingers at Mo Fan in unison and despised him. Leaving aside how the quartet juggled for the moment, Mu Ningxue directly invoked her terrifying ice mastery when she stepped onto the stage. Ice vine cover. Frost flying, the ground quickly condensed thin frost, like a cold tide of dense cover and spread. The battlefield that was previously full of sand and rocks turned into a frosty battlefield full of folds and wrinkles in the blink of an eye, crystalline and snow-white, and even the water boundary that wrapped around the entire battlefield seemed to be showing signs of condensing into ice. Such an abrupt change caused the crowd on stage to change their faces drastically in a split second. Is this the field of ice? Teacher Gu Han and Professor Chiu Yu Hua under the field both looked numb. You're telling me this is the strength a freshman can have? Han Lan under the stage knew very well that Mu Ningxue, a spirit seed born with her own ice domain, was not yet able to metamorphose and sublimate the power of the domain into a spirit seed to fully utilize its true power with her current cultivation level. However, the freezing power of the spirit seed level alone was enough to pose a fatal threat to the Pearl Four, and at this moment, Mo Fan and the others were as if they were in a blizzard zone. Chapter 52 Pearl vs Imperial Capital next. Thunder Seal Fury Strike. While the crowd was still caught up in the shock brought about by the field of ice, the people from the Imperial Capital Academy's side had already launched a direct attack. Those purple lightning marks twisted and spread a long purple arc on the ice surface, and were making crackling and crunching sounds. Don't panic, I'll collect them. Mo Fan said to the crowd when he saw that they were about to hide. Mo Fan stood forward and directed all of the opponent's thunder seals towards himself. For my use. Thunder Seal. With his order, the doubled number of thunder seals followed the frosty ground and inverted the Big Dipper toward the four people of the Imperial Capital Academy. Forcing Ming Song on the opposite side to portray middle-rank light magic, Light Blessing Sacred Shield before blocking the densely packed lightning marks. While Shen Mingxiao, who had cleverly gone to assassinate Lu Zhenhe, was delayed by his Water Miku, successfully allowing him to complete his summoning department's middle-ranked magic, contract summoning Phantom-striped Tyrannical Wolf. All of a sudden, the fighting stage was like a cat-and-mouse game. Shen Mingxiao was being chased around by the Phantom-striped Tyrant Wolf, while the other party's Earthmage Xiaofeng also fell on his sword, using groundwave magic to delay his escape speed. In the end, it was Zhao Manyan who stepped in and portrayed Light Blessing Sacred Shield to help Shen Mingxiao block the saber-tooth bite attack of the Phantom-striped Tyrant Wolf. Mo Fan didn't just watch, but took this opportunity to complete the tracing of the star trails of the summoning system. Isn't it just a war general level? Sublime Summoning Blast Star Wolf King, Old Wolf, give it to me. A handsome Wolf King with an ethereal blue coloration charged towards the Phantom-striped Storm Wolf. Both of them were Warlord-class creatures, the difference being that one was a contracted partner and the other was a Sublime Summon. Another Battle General level summoning beast. My gosh, this term of the Pearl Academy is too heaven-defying. The other Academy students who were spectating outside the arena had been shocked to the point where their scalps were numb at this point. This can't be possible, a War General level wolf summoning beast? How could someone summon a War General at the able middle rank? Lu Zhenhe grumbled with a frantic face. But nothing was impossible, since Mo Fan had borrowed a large amount of loan resources from Han Lan here. He had not only managed to advance the Phantom Wolf Beast to a Blast Star Wolf, he had also had the extreme luck of triggering the effect of the Star Essence Stone. The Blast Star Wolf on the fighting stage had now activated the latent royal bloodline in its body. Perhaps it should now be called the Blast Star Wolf King. The contact battle between the two wolves could be described as a short battle. Just a photo. The Blasting Star Wolf King with its bloodline advantage would suppress the Phantom-striped Storm Wolf to death, and the battle between the War General level creatures was gradually transformed in the direction of father hitting son. Shen Mingxiao, you hold back that wind guy. Old Zhao, stand behind me some. Light Blessing Sacred Shield is used to protect me. Mo Fan said to Shen Mingxiao and Zhao Manyan, who escaped back. Blindly directing who? Shen Mingxiao said somewhat unconvincingly. Whatever Mo Fan says, you do. X2, Zhao Manyan and Zhang Bingxiao chided in unison. Zhang Bingxiao was not without presence. He had directly given up on depicting beginner-level magic, and instead had been working on constructing an intermediate-level summoning system star map, and at this point, he was only one step away from success. Zhao Manyan nodded and quickly stood a little behind Mo Fan, and just as he was about to depict the water star trails, he suddenly felt that the area had become even colder and more bone-chilling. No good! Zhao Manyan exclaimed. Old Zhao, you quickly cover me. Mo Fan also noticed the cold air around him and hurriedly said to Zhao Manyan. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, the frozen surface of the ground cracked open inch by inch, a thick and incomparable ice chains drilled out of the ground. They circled around, and when they collided with each other, they even issued a metallic clanging and resonating sound. Zhao Manyan looked at these ice locks in shock, wanting to cast Light Blessing Sacred Shield, but it was too late, only able to watch as Imofan was trapped by these icy chains in a flash, with no hope of escape. Clang! 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 Frost chains keep interlacing and winding, but in a moment, Imofan has been completely wrapped by the chains into a mass of ice dumplings in general, and then fell silent. Mumble! Just when Zhao Manyan was at his wit's end, a dull and thick growl exploded in his ears, and when he turned his head, it turned out to be Zhang Bingxiao, who had already finished his middle-ranked summoning department magic. Contract summoning Giant Molten General. Accompanied by Zhang Bingxiao's faint words, the star map in front of him shone with a moonlight-colored splendor against the ground, and the entire star map instantly expanded several times. The flash of Chinese light flickered to a critical point, and suddenly the entire star map was pitch black, looking like an empty hole. In the hollow, however, a rock-type creature with a fiery breath and a stout and burly body slowly floated up in the star map hollow. Wrapped in heavy lava armor, eyes red and flowing with hot magma, the mammoth lava body stepped on the ice surface spread at a speed visible to the naked eye appeared a crack. Numb, I'm completely numb. Don't all warlord-class contract partners cost anything these days? 555, kill me, I'm still using a beginner's sub-beast. With the appearance of the third war general level creature on the fighting stage, the onlookers under the arena immediately cried out in a ghostly voice, unfair, unfair, how come you have so many war general level contracted partners? In this world where strength is paramount, there is no such thing as fair or unfair. Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons. Have you been practicing and earning money properly? Have you grown in your cultivation over the years? Have you invested resources in your summoned beasts and contracted partners? Back to the main topic, Guhan and the others under the stage couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Imofan when they saw him frozen inside the ice dumplings, but the giant molten general summoned by Zhang Bingxiao gave them another glimmer of hope. As long as the giant fusion will go forward to drag the phantom-striped tyrannical wolf, will be the blasting star wolf king this war power to liberate, and then it to attack Muningshue, to a hand of Wei Wei to save Zhao, may not be unable to achieve victory. It was just that they were ultimately worried that Imofan, who was locked inside the ice chain, wouldn't be able to withstand the piercing cold. Just as Zhang Bingxiao was about to give action, a fiery flame energy violently overflowed from within that firm ice lock mass. Muningshue still held all the ice locks in a false grip, her eyes not a bit slack as her icy silver bell voice rang out, don't fake it, Imofan, show your full strength. LOL. LOL. The ice lock that was as hard as iron began to crack inch by inch, and the cracks gradually grew more and longer as the color of the humongous red inside became more and more intense. Boom! A large number of ice locks could no longer support themselves, and all of them broke apart from the inside outward, and the blazing blood rose like flames erupted in all directions, crazily pouring onto the ice. Whoo! The flames were blazing, countless tongues of fire were struggling with those broken ice locks, and the figure in the red was gradually coming out from it. Rolling waves of heat swept through, and the figure in the flames gradually revealed its appearance, but no one dared to believe it. This is Imofan? Zhao Manyan, Zhang Bingxiao, Teacher Guhan, Professor Qiu Yuhua, and the others looked dumbfounded. Probably from this moment onwards, Imofan has entered Lun Yan's demonic system experiment list. Han Lan, who was sitting on the stage as a spectator, fought inwardly with some boredom. Chapter 53 Black Shadow Mask, Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion. The next battle was just like the original. After Imofan exposed his fire system, he directly bombarded the lightning plus fire systems in turn, and eventually cast Mei Yen Fiery Fist 9 Palace with devastating momentum to defeat Mu Ningxue and win the second team match. Thus, this Pearl vs Titus Exchange student team match came to a close with a 2 o'clock record, and all of Han Lan's goals that he had said before the match were accomplished, successfully shutting out the Titus Academy and causing them to shave their heads. Alas, I didn't think that there was more than one ace in the Pearl. It seems that I underestimated the Pearl Academy. After the match, Lu Yiming lamented. I don't think they're much of a big deal. Lu Zheng has said disdainfully. Battle General level advancement stage sublime beasts with innate dual lineages are nothing to sneeze at. Does that mean that you, someone who feeds off of a small Battle General level phantom striped tyrant wolf, is great? Liao Mingxian seized the opportunity to satirize the over-eager Lu Zhenghe. Liao Mingxian, you. Alright, if you lose when your skills are inferior, not to mention that this competition is meant to be a friendly sparring match, and the big head session is still a wilderness experience. Lu Yiming spoke out to round up the situation. A truly powerful magician is not only powerful, but also how to survive outside of the demon-infested realm. The news quickly traveled back to the Pearl Academy, and after the matter of shaving the Imperial Academy's head was fed back to the school, there were a few moments of disbelief on the faces of the school's leaders. Dean Xiao and department head Zhou Zhenghua, after hearing the details reported by Mr. Gu Han, even more so, their old faces were all smiles, designating this guy Han Lan as the captain to face the Imperial Academy. The effect was immediate. And with Mo Fan exposing the fire system, the fame of this innate dual system soon spread amongst the colleges and universities and the various university campuses. The National Magic Academy had even set off a talent ranking battle for a while, with Mo Fan's natural dual lineage ranked 5th and Mu Ningxua's natural spiritual species ranked 9th. As for Han Lan, he hasn't exposed too many of his cards in front of the public at this stage, but according to his own projections, half of his natural talents of born dual system and multiple contracts are good enough to be ranked in the top 3. In the evening, the moon and stars were sparse, the air quality in the imperial capital was not very good, and even the night scenery became tasteless. However, all of this had no effect on Han Lan. Right now he didn't have a lot of power that he could mobilize in the open, and the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion had been stuck in the War General level advancement stage for quite some time, so tonight he was going to advance it to a commander level alchemy creature. Saying that he would do it, Han Lan first opened the system panel to check the remaining demon alchemy points. 4,149,900 demon alchemy points, excluding the 4 million points he had to leave behind for the orange level card draw in the future. Han Lan could currently mobilize just over 140,000 points. Purple level card draw, Goyu, demon alchemy points shrink to 404,9900, card draw roulette, activate. Ding 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 ding, the black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. Spotlight Original Stone X5. Quality, blue. Description: from a traditional Western fantasy world, light-attributed protoliths with a hint of spatial power are often used to forge storage-type magical trinkets proto-gods. Initiation. It's 4 o'clock, time to get up and do the commission, traveler. Get up and dent the abyss. Black Shadow Mask Shadow Eater's Minta. Quality, purple. Description: from an urban world where righteousness and darkness coexist, the wearer will be greatly strengthened physically and have the ability to summon drive shadow eaters, with an upper limit on the number of summoning based on spiritual power and soul strength, but the residual evil power in the mask will corrode those who are not resolute enough to wear it, calling out the darkness within. Black Shadow Core, assemble. Calling out the darkness within, the Black Shadow Core, assemble. Thunderbolt's Elemental Wingbone. Quality, purple. Description: from a traditional Western fantasy world, a kind of elemental remains formed after the death of a half-elemental life, containing a powerful elemental power, the world's thunder, all for my use. Green Luan Ring Purple Phoenix Ring. Quality, purple. Description: from a traditional cultivation world, these two rings are made from the essential blood and a trace of the soul of the Green Luan and the Purple Phoenix respectively, and the owner can briefly summon a projection of their power to protect their bodies, but their essence is a space ring. The Green Luan flies into the Palace of Harmony, and the Purple Phoenix takes the flower out of the forbidden. Mysterious technique. Quality, purple. Description: from a traditional metaphysical world, unlock conditions unknown. Portal. Quality, purple. Description: from an anime world where technology and magic mix, with the magical ability to teleport wherever the user has been, the gate of the vortex has been opened. 5 purple and 5 blue, good luck this time, but what the hell is this mysterious feat? The unlocking method isn't said either, so it looks like it can only be put away as a warehouse keeper for now. Han Lan said helplessly. Building up my luck for a while before drawing cards is really fierce, it's the Riddler behavior that's disgusting. Transferring the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion from the Demon and Demon 10,000 Beasts Garden to the Alchemy Pool, Han Lan placed the Beast Souls, Beast Blood, and Beast Bones of the Thunder System Commander class insect demons he had previously acquired into the Alchemy Pool separately, and, after thinking about it, added the Thundercloud Beast Elemental Wing Bones that he had just drawn into the pool. Thundercloud Demon Scorpion Warlord level advancement stage plus Thunder Beast's Elemental Wing Bone Purple plus Thunder System Commander level Insect Demon Beast Soul, Beast Blood, and Beast Bone Purple. Han Lan ticked off the 4 alchemy materials, adding them to the alchemy pool with the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion as the main body. Begin alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first ranking alchemy material is detected to be purple, and this alchemy consumes 10,000 demon alchemy points. The total number of demon alchemy points shrunk to 403,9900, and the Thundercloud Demon Scorpion was dropped in with the 4 materials. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Different from the previous alchemy process, what appeared in front of Han Lan this time was a 3D holographic projection of the Thundercloud demon scorpion, which could be painted directly on its body. Han Lan began to think about drawing on the background board with his spiritual power as his guide, and a burst of lines with mysterious power appeared on it. Although this time there are only 2 purple materials used to strengthen, but does not affect Han Lan deep inside the idea of creating everything, and will be put into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation, alchemy creature body arrangement rationality 98%, alchemy success rate 98%. 3 option boxes appeared, 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Alchemize immediately. Han Lan mumbled in his mind and clicked on option 1. The Thundercloud demon scorpion in the alchemy pool and the 4 materials directly turned into streams of light and were thrown into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and after a few seconds, the giant scorpion worm on the alchemy drawing board lifted its head. Compared to the original War General level Thundercloud demon scorpion, the body size reached 100 meters after being promoted to commander. The original bluish-purple crystalline armor completely transformed into a deep ethereal purple, with 3 pairs of massive crystalline giant wings extending from its back, and the giant chelipeds, scorpion tails, and bladed feet all extending a purple arc pattern, making it even stronger and more lethal. Alert, alchemy enhancement successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes flickered with divine splendor as he chose to name it, the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion. Chapter 54 The Shadow Eaters, Training in the Deserted City. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Thunderwing Scorpion. New ability, Thunderwing. Thunderwings effect passive effect, can store different types of lightning in the wings behind them. Each additional pair of wings can store a different type of lightning in the wings and have full control of that type of lightning. Hint, currently, you can control 3 additional types of lightning with different attributes. Controls, Thunder of Purification, Thunder of Bloodshed, Thunder of Soul Destruction. Current rank, Junior Commander Trainable. System description, this is a sky demon scorpion that controls the power of powerful lightning, possessing the potential to ask for the monarch of the Scorpion clan, and is already able to establish its own clan. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion's mental power and physical qualities fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. The spiritual realm on the system panel jumped a bit, 4th realm late stage. By the 4th realm of the spirit realm, the power boost for space and chaos magic was enough to rival that of a normal 4x spirit species, though it wasn't quite enough for Han Lan. His small goal was to reach at least the 6th realm of the spirit power level before the national government team assembled, and at that time, the enchantment for space and chaos magic would be comparable to the 6x soul species of the elemental lineage. Before that, Han Lan also had to solve the problem of the Beast Tide Gate fighters. It couldn't be helped, after all, he didn't really have a summoning faculty, and once he needed the Beast Tide Gate to come out and hold up a scene, he would be faced with the awkward situation of having no soldiers available. And in the purple card draw just now, Shadow Eater Mask Minta is a very strong core-type treasure. In the anime Jackie Chan Adventures, the mask belongs to one of the 9 generals under the supreme commander of the Black Shadow Corps Varan Terra. His first host was the king of sluttiness, Fu, yes, the red-haired man whose every flat A was a big move, crows flew in airplanes, tornadoes destroyed parking lots, and had a pretty decent out-of-the-loop. And this Shadow Eater's mask has the highest growth potential of any of the 9 Shadow Corps besides Terra in the anime. It only needed to devour the shadow of a creature, which meant that it could evolve infinitely, and the more shadows it devoured, the more terrifying it would grow. It was just that the system note, which stated that the residual evil power in that mask would erode the wearer who was not strong-willed, made Han Lan a little hurt. After scanning through his system backpack for a long time, Han Lan's eyes lit up and he found the treasure that could solve this hidden problem. Purification Bead, purple quality, effect, possesses the ability to purify most evil energies. With the same purple quality, I'm sure that purifying the evil energy in the Shadow Eater's mask would not be much of a problem. Taking out a goose egg-sized glistening white pearl from his system backpack, Han Lan affixed it to the shadow-eating mask with a deep yellow body and a one-horn forehead. They ahu. After a toothache-inducing scream, wisps of black turbid mist floated out of the eclipsed shadow mask, and then it was swept by the light emanating from the glistening white purification pearl and died out in the air. The original dark yellow eclipsed shadow mask also slowly transformed into a durable bright yellow color, and the half-curved unicorn horn on his forehead also slowly contracted and stood, changing into an inch-sized horn-like crystal, which looked like the third eye of the mask from afar. Han Lan put the 2.0 version of the Shadow Eater mask into the system panel and looked at the docketed system description. Shadow Eater Mask Minta. Quality, purple. Description: the wearer will be greatly strengthened physically and have the ability to summon expel Shadow Eater soldiers. The residual evil power in the mask has been expelled and purified, and can be safely worn by ordinary people without side effects. It's done, the system produces a fine product, the traveler seniors are sincere. A look of ecstasy flashed across Han Lan's face, and he couldn't wait to pick up the purification treasure pearl and kiss it hard a few times. Then the next step is to try out the power of this Shadow Eater mask. Han Lan picked up the 2.0 version of the bright yellow mask and gently stuck it on his face. It was cold when it entered his face, yet the moment the mask came into contact with his cheeks, a bright yellow glow erupted from the contact surface, and Han Lan felt as if he had put on a hydrating and moisturizing mask produced by the Hall of the Future. Wisps of chi flowed out from the mask and quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. After the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion fed Han Lan 10% of his physical enhancement, his own body strength had already reached the rank of a sub-commander. And after being strengthened by this Shadow Eater mask for the second time, Han Lan's body strength was already comparable to that of those small commander-level demons that excelled in physical combat. The body strengthening effect has already been seen, so the next step is to test the core function of the Shadow Eater mask. Han Lan exulted. Following the information that the mask conveyed to him, Han Lan dispelled distracting thoughts, silenced his mind, and began to communicate with the darkness within. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 10 3-inch-sized blade-shaped shadow-eating soldiers with inverted V-shaped pupil senses off-light blue on their black faces and 2 small short legs straddling the spot, each stood in front of Han Lan with their heads held high. Holding out his hand for a Shadow-Eater soldier to jump on, Han Lan stroked its head like he was jerking a cat, and well, it was cool. Han Lan learns through the information and telepathy transmitted by the mask that the Shadow-Eater soldiers grow differently than in the anime and that they morph into the creature's pre-birth form, the Dark Class form, based on feeding on the creature's flesh and blood shadow soul energy. For example, if you take out that Commander-class Gargoyle Pseudo-Dragon in the deserted city, and a Shadow-Eater soldier devours it alone, then that Shadow-Eater soldier will metamorphose into a Gargoyle Pseudo-Dragon dark creature form. And how many shares of its strength it could inherit from its lifetime would depend on the efficiency of the transformation of the devouring. After figuring these things out, Han Lan waved his hand and put the group of Shadow-Eater soldiers into the mask space. The Shadow-Eater mask also slowly faded, and after recognizing its owner, it transformed into an inch-sized, bright yellow, horn-shaped imprint that was branded on Han Lan's forehead and slowly hid beneath the skin layer. Without resting for the first time, under the enchantment of the high-ranked control magic weapon, Han Lan trained the speed of the spatial system constellation construction in every second, and in the upcoming Desolate City experience, instantaneous movement would be his bottom card to save his life. The night was silent, and Han Lan, who had been controlling the horoscope for half the night, was awakened by the sound of a telephone call, and after washing up, he headed for the hall where the people of the Pearl Academy were. Since Han Lan has arrived, I'll make an announcement. Next you will go outside the realm for an adventure. There is no protection for this adventure, so no one will save you if you are in danger. Teacher Guhan said slowly. No protection at all? Zhao Manyan inquired with a crumpled face. We will issue you with a light magic signaling pen. Should you be stranded somewhere, we will send out a rescue. Provided you are alive. The expressions of the crowd stiffened. There was no protection at all, and if they wanted to live outside the realm, they would have to rely on themselves for everything. Chapter 55 Stepping into the Golden Forest Deserted City. In past years, there have been deaths and injuries in the college calendars, and I want you to understand that you can't raise a true dragon in shallow water, you can't run a 1,000-mile horse in a yard, and true mages rise from adversity. That's why I hope that you guys must not slack off in the slightest while practicing, much less make any risky moves. Perhaps a few demons you can easily deal with, but what I want to tell you is, danger often stems from contempt. Don't think things are so simple. Teacher Guhan also said with a serious face at this time. After all, it was about their own lives. Even if everyone was not so afraid of death on the surface, secretly they were already wondering where to buy a good defense magic tool to save their lives. The 5 days of preparation time passed quickly. Han Lan had been hiding in his room all this time to keep control of the space system constellations, and now he was able to construct the space system constellations within 2 seconds, thus performing instantaneous movement. After gathering in the lobby, the crowd was led by 2 teachers to the exchange student meeting. A personal lecture on wilderness training by the imperial capital's Dean Songha, and the address is located in the ruins of a city abandoned 15 years ago, the Golden Forest Deserted City. The Golden Forest Deserted City was originally called Golden Forest City, located in the plains of the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and originally belonged to the boundaries of the realm more than 10 years ago. only because of the overpopulation and overabundance of demons, which resulted in a large number of demons forming a horde to impact the city of Golden Forest. So the city fell into a demonic paradise overnight and became a deserted city. Luckily, at that time, a mage who was practicing in the wilderness discovered the demonic riot and notified the city government of Golden Grove a day in advance to move the residents. But one day was too short after all, and the remaining people who didn't have time to move on were buried forever in the deserted city. And that mage, it was Dean Matsuru himself, who was reluctant to go into detail every time he talked about it. After all, it was ultimately a human tragedy. The purpose of this adventure is to collect data on the demons in the Golden Forest desolate city. 15 years have passed and the demons inside have migrated in large numbers, but we don't know exactly how many numbers are left. The data collected contains information on the various demon groups, their numbers, how many slaves there are, how many warlords there are, and we need to do a study on whether or not to rebuild the city of Golden Forest. Since it was a joint hazard assessment paper between the Imperial Capital Academy and the Pearl Academy, this adventure mission would also be accomplished by the exchange students of the two academies. After listening to the content of the adventure, all the trainees found the task mind-numbing. The range of a city is not small, and to collect an accurate data, one needs to step on a lot of points. And the more points you step on, the more demons you encounter, and it's even easy to get wrapped up in a swarm of demons. Han Lan is indifferent, he does not care if the mission is completed or not, as long as Mo Fan, the future evil Saint King medium blood easy smoothly to hand, do not drastically deviate from the original plot can be. Dean, you asked us to count the number of slave-level and war general-level demons, so don't the commander-level demons need to be counted? Luo Song asked very foolishly and naively. Oh, if you encountered a commander-class demon, it would be amazing if you could come back alive. Dean Songha spoke indifferently. As soon as he said this, everyone except Han Lan couldn't help but shiver. There were no protection measures for this wilderness experience, and once they encountered a commander-level demon, they would have to live or die by their own fate. Before departing, Dean Pinehurst made another separate announcement. For this adventure, the captains of both sides, Han Lan and Muningshue, will jointly command, and the two of them will also discuss and decide on anything, so the rest of you must follow the command. Dean Songhua personally assigned. Because Han Lan's strength as a sublime beast had been affirmed by Dean Songhua, the probability of the trainees surviving could be a lot higher if they were led by him. In addition to the 9 people from the Pearl Academy, the ones from the Imperial Capital side who participated in the field training were Muningshue, Lu Jinghe, Jingjing, Zhao Mingyue, Su Daolong, Liao Mingxian, Ming Song, and Xiaofeng, making a total of 17 people in a row. Once the meeting was over, the trainees from both sides embarked on a special airplane in the direction of Dongting Lake and landed in Kongning City, the closest city to the Golden Forest Barren City, and the rest of the way was on foot. Dongting Lake Plain is situated in the north of Hun Province, belonging to the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Halfway through the journey, Anna, the plant department female mage of the Imperial Academy, had been popularizing the knowledge of the demons and tribal concepts of the cave lake to everyone. More than 50 adult demons are called a nest, while more than 50 nests of the same species are called a colony, and a colony numbering more than 10 can be called a demon tribe. But the demons that are gathered into tribes only take up less than 1/10 of the world's population. If all the solitary wandering demons were to be gathered, it wouldn't take long at all for the human race to completely perish. Zhao Mingyue added one last sentence. Alright, stop it, now it's better to think about how to arrive at Golden Forest desolate city smoothly. Liao Mingxian said with an impatient face. Following this abandoned railroad all the way should lead us straight to Golden Forest City. Song Xia checked the map and pointed to the moss-covered rusty railroad tracks in front of her. The railroad tracks, long rusted and covered with tall weeds and moss, stretched straight into the lush forest in the distance. Continuing along the railroad tracks, after killing a few small uninterested demons halfway, it wasn't until they arrived in front of a dark tunnel that the crowd temporarily stopped their footsteps. I looked at the map, this tunnel is 2 kilometers long, and according to the increasing frequency of the demons we just encountered, there's a high probability that there are demons inhabiting this tunnel in front of us, so I would suggest that it's a little safer to just go over this mountain. Song Xia proposed. As for being so cautious? What are you afraid of? Let's just kill our way through directly. This tunnel is 2 kilometers long, I don't know how much time will be delayed if we go over the mountain. Lu Zhenhe immediately retorted. There's no need to be so conservative, just go straight through the tunnel. Zhang Bingxiao agreed. The crowd then gathered their gazes on Han Lan and Muningshue. As the 2 captains appointed by Dean Pinehearth, the 2 hadn't made a move along the way, but when a major decision was needed in the team, the crowd defaulted to the captains to make the final decision. Don't worry, just go right through it. Save time. Then let my rock demon man walk at the front to open the way, and be able to withstand any unexpected situations for a moment. As he spoke, Zhang Bingxiao had already finished summoning the Star Track and summoned the rock demon man. Lu Jinghe glanced at the bulky rock demon man and couldn't help but taunt him. Obviously there's a war general level contracted beast already, the sublime beast actually hasn't even reached the advancement stage, you also have enough resources to save. Hearing Lu Jinghe's words, Zhang Bingxiao scratched his head awkwardly. This was indeed the truth and he couldn't refute it. Chapter 56 The Cave Slave. The person who walks at the end of the line must also be strong enough and cannot be a summoned beast class. Lu Jinghe continued. I'll take the back then. Song Xia said. It's better to let us men do this kind of thing. Su Daolong hastily offered himself up to be responsible for breaking the back. Bai Dingding walked in the middle of the group, with plant mages like Mu Nujio and Jing Jing splitting the two wings of the group, while Han Lan and Mu Ningxue were in the lead. After the formation was decided, the group stepped into the dark tunnel. Looking at the rock demon who was opening the way in front of him, Zhao Manyan walked to the side of Han Lan and said with a cheap smile on his face, Old Han, if you run into any dangers later, don't forget to take me with you to run away, good brother. You're the toughest in this team besides me. Han Lan said helplessly. That's right, I Zhao Manyan don't dare to say that I have the strongest combat power, but if I talk about the ability to save my life. Squee. Just as Zhao Manyan was about to brag about his greatness for a couple more sentences, the silver mouse in Liao Mingxuan's pocket seemed to have discovered what was going on and suddenly let out a sharp squeak. The people who had been warned tensed up and scanned the surrounding area, looking for any demons lurking in the shadows. Old Zhao, give a shine at 2 o'clock. Han Lan opened his mouth and prompted. Without hesitation, Zhao Manyan released a light flare magic. The entire tunnel wall was illuminated, and large swaths of interlocking black vines covered in a spiderweb-like appearance came into view. Through the gaps between the black vines, a pair of eyes emitting a ghostly blue light stared deathly at Nujio, who was closest to them. It's a cave demon slave. Anna instantly recognized the monster hiding behind the black vines. Jiuxian Thunder Seal Electric Field. A large area of pure golden electric arcs like a python out of the cage spread all around, crackling lightning into a swift spear piercing back and forth. Dozens of cave demon slaves hiding behind the black vines were killed by the end of the day. The fishy smell of charred corpses slowly drifted in. Mo Fan's eyes lit up as he stood by Han Lan's side. How many remnants of souls would explode from the deaths of so many cave demon slaves? However, after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't see any light blue points of light that converged inside his little loach pendant. Morven? Wild Monster Cave Demon Slave Minor Slave Advancement Stage X50 has been killed, obtaining Bloodstained Bone Rod White X5, 50 strands of slave-level remnants, and 5,000 demon alchemy points. This is too poor, really, just a small guarantee, Han Lan spat. Sizzle. Prepare to meet the battle. Light mages release light flare, Jiao Jiao and Anna use magic vines to bind their movements, Lao Zhao and Ting Ting pay attention to the status of their teammates, and everyone else's destruction magic is ready. Han Lan's powerful mental power sensed that there were many cave demon slaves in the nearby cave walls, and they were rapidly assembling, so he immediately ordered to command the crowd. Song Xia and Zhao Manyan hurriedly released light flare flicker. The light flare that flew forward immediately illuminated a large portion of the tunnel in front of them. A pair of ghostly blue angry demon eyes collectively flashed with a cold light, a multitude of blood-sticky large bone rods clashed chaotically, and the shrill howls of their sheep-like. Under Han Lan's command, the few pyromancers in the group burned the black vines on both sides and then blocked the cave with magic vines, slowing down the attacking rhythm of the cave demon slaves. Soon the magic vine barrier was torn apart first by a few strong cave demon slaves, who swung their huge bone clubs towards the crowd. The dragon set trainee named Xiao Feng was then in a crisis, being attacked by 2 cave demon slaves at the same time. Shield of Mirror. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Feng immediately opened his shield magic tool. It defused the attack of 1 cave demon slave, but another cunning cave demon slave ruthlessly smashed into the calf of the protection hole of the shield of Spiegel. Just as his calf bone was about to hit the GG, a pure golden thundercloud raced in, and its terrifying power blasted the cave demon slave into a bead of blood. Earth Wave Shift. Xiao Feng activated the Earth Wave technique and quickly pulled away from that cave demon slave. Thank you, Captain. Xiao Feng thanked Han Lan in a trembling voice with a palpitating heart. Oh. At the forefront, Zhang Bingxiao's rock demon man was hardened by those ferocious and bloodthirsty cave demon slaves and cracked half of his rocky body, so as a last resort, Zhang Bingxiao could only retrieve the half-crippled sublime beast. Beyblade Storm Wave Jiaoslayer. The turquoise-blue water waves instantly coalesced into two 7-foot-wide, hideous water-scaly dragons, and there seemed to be a slight dragon's roar ringing in the ears of the crowd. The turquoise-blue water-scaly dragon presents the bull's horns trend wildly surging out, in the flight on the way to the wind body size skyrocketed, open the huge blood basin mouth will be along the way of the cave demon slaves devouring, a large area of turquoise-blue waves follow their footsteps swept through, will be a crowd of demons shot bones and flesh all broken. Looking at the almost ear-splitting tunnel, the crowd's jaws dropped as they were shocked by the watery auger that the wave of Class 4 storm waves had transformed into. The cave demon slaves were killed and injured for a time, and the demonic community that had previously been so dangerous to the crowd was half dead and injured in the blink of an eye, so one couldn't help but feel that it wasn't quite real. 666, Captain is awesome, Captain is too fierce. Luo Song and Xiao Feng were the first to brag about it when they saw it. Stay alert, here come some big guys. Han Lan ignored these few people's boasting and said in a deep voice. Blee. As the crowd watched, 3 behemoths burrowed out of the surrounding caves. Dull black, powerful muscles were covered with a hard, morose white layer of bone armor, a ring of skulls of unknown creatures hung around his waist, and in his bushy hands he dragged a bucket-sized pillar of brown stone. It's the warlord-level evolutionary form of the cave demon slave, the cave demon general. Anna was like the Latum's illustrated guide in the Pokemon world, explaining information about the demons to the crowd. Slaughter them! The crowd was not in a turn-based game. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to let these war general-level demons lead the small demons close up. After the ice vines and ground waves, the Forest of Gone and other control-type magic was released first. Following closely behind were middle-ranked destructive magic such as Thunderbolt, Fiery Fist, and Ice Lock. Woo blah. The bone armor of the 3 huge cave demon generals was torn apart, with lightning fire and frost remaining in the bone-deep wounds, and scarlet demonic blood spattered in all directions, but the still strong aura indicated that their injuries were not serious. Let me do it, Jiao Xian Thunderbolt Electric Disaster. The pure golden star map under Han Lan's feet was instantly constructed, and the Class 4 Thunderbolt Golden Thundercloud coalesced into a huge piece that enveloped the sky above the cave. After landing on the ground, the golden lightning not only produced a huge boom-top effect, but also broke down countless thick golden blasts of electricity when it crashed into the ground, spreading along the ground surface like a spider web. The golden blistering electricity was transmitted horizontally, and under Han Lan's guidance, once it touched the cave demon generals, it produced a large number of grid-like patterns that penetrated through them like a net of strangling electrical disasters, burrowing through the crevices of the bone armor and the muscles, charring and electrolyzing every inch of their flesh and blood. Chapter 57, Rock Fortress Hot Spring Pool. All the beauties of the schoolhouse wash their grease. Jiao Xian Thunderbolt Wild Dance. Electricity leaped around Han Lan's body, and when he pointed his finger toward the cave demon general's head, a shocking pure gold fork-shaped thunderbolt fiercely blasted down. Ba-wah! There were a total of 7 rounds of forked mad thunder. Each round was a long chain of 7 thunderbolts. After the first 4 rounds of thunderbolts split the 3 cave demon generals on the outside, the remaining chain of lightning electrolyzed all the surrounding cave demon slaves into beads of blood on the ground. Wild Monster Cave Demon Slave Little Slave Advancement Stage X300 has been killed, obtaining Earth Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X3, 300 Wisps of Slave Level Remnants, and 30,000 Demon Alchemy Points. Wild Monster Cave Demon General Medium Warlord X3 has been killed, obtaining Warlord Grade Alien Bone Blue X1, obtaining Earth Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X6, obtaining Warlord Grade Remnant Spirit 3 strands, and 3,000 Demon Alchemy Points. Just as the crowd was rejoicing that the crisis was over, broken rocks began to tumble down above the cave, and a great deal of dirt was scintillating down. Not good, this cave is about to collapse. Earth-type use ground wave, Wind-type cast Wind Track to boost speed, Light-type and Water-type mages prepare defense magic. Xinxia, who was on the side, opened her mouth and commanded. The crowd didn't dare to slow down, and for a moment, colorful magical light lit up and Su Dalong, Luo Song, and Xiaofeng combined their efforts to release the earthwave technique, causing the ground underneath their feet to fluctuate forward like a torrent, so that everyone could collectively receive an acceleration buff while running. Mu Nujio, Xinxia, and the others with wind faculties assisted in setting up several wind tracks, and the running speed of the crowd suddenly increased further. A few moments later, a bright light appeared ahead. Lu Xingha had summoned the phantom-striped tyrant wolf to ride right in front of him to open up the road, and as soon as he saw the cave demon slaves that didn't have the eyes to block the way, he would directly run them over, without any disadvantage. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was thievishly following the edge of the group from time to time, casting out Thunder Seal and Fire Z to harvest the remnants of the spirit in a big way. The others also saw the bright light, and one by one, they all accelerated their speed to quickly rush out of the 2-kilometer long, and dark and smelly cave tunnel. Leaving the tunnel, after both sides counted the number of people and found that there was no lack, they were considered to be relieved, not expecting that the dangerous wilderness had taught them a lesson even before they had officially stepped into the deserted city. Aside from Han Lan, the others were no longer in the same high spirits as when they first entered the tunnel, and most of the tired and grimy faces of the crowd also had some breakages and injuries on them. After resting for a few moments, the group once again followed the rusty railroad tracks towards the Golden Forest deserted city as the sky gradually darkened. After searching for a flat place with a water source near the railroad tracks and scouting around to make sure that there were no demons inhabiting the surrounding area, the group began to set up camp and rest. As evening approached, the group began to light campfires to warm up and prepare dinner. Han Lan, on the other hand, was sitting in the middle of the camp quietly meditating, but soon his mental fluctuations sensed that a group of people were leaving the group, and he opened his eyes to find that several of the women from Munugio were walking towards the river. If you are going with the intention of taking a bath, I would suggest that it would be best not to do so. There can be quite a few demons in the waters of the rivers outside of the Yankee land, and casualties often stem from carelessness and laxity. If you want to take a bath, you can just build a pool with earth and water magic. There's no need to go to the river. Han Lan explained to the women that the original episode was a descending act of wisdom any way you look at it, and that no team of normal mages could possibly bathe in a river in the wilderness.
Right, Captain, what Han Lan said seems to make sense, Anna and Zhao Mingyue sniffed in agreement.
Tell Xiaofeng and the others to pile up 2 rock fortresses with earth magic, then heat them up with water-based storm waves and fire nuisance. They're ready-made hot springs, and everyone who takes turns guarding to prevent the demons from approaching can clean them, Han Lan said lightly.
Han Lan, thank you La. Bai Tingting said with a smile. You're welcome.
Mu Ningxue and Song Xia then got Xiaofeng and the others to cast earth magic to cast the rock fortress. Zhao Manyan and Mo Fan, after understanding what happened, volunteered to keep using stormwave magic and fire Z heating to heat up the hot spring pool, and resolutely didn't want other people to help out, euphemistically calling it exercising the speed of Starchild's magic release. The dark brown rock fortress towered not far from the camp, while Song Xia stood in front of it keeping a close eye on the male cadets. Under the moonlight, in the hot spring pool, like a fairy down to earth, a group of female students are scooping up the hot spring water to gently wipe their respective concave and convex white temporary jade body, green silk scattered, charming and fragrant. Wisps of white water mist hovering and spreading, and from time to time out of the gusts of laughter is to make this silent and dim forest become wonderful. And in a rocky crevice, 2-inch-sized shadow-eating soldiers are hiding around the hot spring pool, like a real-time camera standing in place. You can vaguely see their light blue inverted V-shaped pupil senses presenting someone's pupil. Only after the women had finished bathing and changed their guard duty did the group of male trainees enter the rock fortress one after another to take a bath. Of course, everyone isn't they all line up single file to go in and wash, and on average, they wash up and switch to the next person in 2.5 minutes. Except for Zhao Manyan, who was keeping watch, almost everyone had gone to sleep, and just then, a silhouette came out of the tent and darted into the woods, seemingly in great anxiety. Zhao Manyan followed the commotion to the woods, inquired only to learn that it was someone who got up in the middle of the night to pee, and didn't care, so he walked towards the other direction of the patrol. What Zhao Manyan failed to see, however, was that after noticing that no one was around after urinating, the figure quickly buried a pen-like object emitting a faint spot of light into the ground. The bait is there, just waiting for the prey to fall into the net. Han Lan in the tent opened his eyes and said in his heart. The night was silent, and after dawn the group once again set out on the road to Golden Forest City. The journey forward can be described as a trek through mountains and thorns. Apart from the thrilling experience of encountering a swarm of demons at the very beginning of the tunnel, the subsequent journeys only encountered some single demons, which were quickly blown away by the crowd one by one. After traveling for nearly 10 days or so, and after crossing the last mountain, the remotely located Golden Forest City finally came into view. Standing on the ridge, the vast plains basin is in full view, and to the west is a plain of short hills with no end in sight. To the north, on the other hand, a meandering river flowed, running parallel along the edge of a deserted city that had long since been reduced to ruins, flowing into the unknown distance.
Is that the Golden Forest City? It's only been 15 years and it's actually turned into this appearance?
Looking out at the distant Golden Forest deserted city, Zhang Bingxiao opened her mouth. It's normal for places where demons have inhabited to become like this, Anna explained.
Let's first survey the outer area and count how many demons are roaming here. Mu Ningxue proposed.
No one had an opinion on Mu Ningxue's proposal, and after some surveying, what made the crowd a little surprised was that there were actually only a few scattered foraging demons in the forest on the outskirts of Golden Forest City. Therefore, the survey of the outer forest was quite smooth and was not blocked by demons, and the drawings were painted with a green color representing the low danger level of the outer forest and the sparse number of demons.
Chapter 58 Electric Sunglasses, False Terrorist Demon. We'd better go in quickly, finish the survey mission earlier, and go back to our families earlier. Nearly 10 days of wind and food have made Fatty Luoson lose a lot of weight, and the opening is to suffer from old sins here. Golden Forest Deserted City is huge, there are many mission points that we need to survey, unless we split up, it will be impossible to end. In a short period of time, Lu Zheng has said helplessly. Speaking of splitting up, everyone immediately set their eyes on Han Lan, the only one within the team who had arrived at a high level of cultivation. Through the casual conversation during the camping a few days ago, the crowd knew that he had already been promoted to a high level, and as a high-level mage, it would certainly be no problem for Han Lan to complete the survey on his own. As for the other 16 people, with Mu Ningxue leading the team, completing the survey wouldn't be too difficult, I'm sure. It's not quite sensible to split up. Mu Ningxue shook her head after pondering for a moment. Tell you what, I'll take you guys to find a safe place to land first, so you can notify me of any emergencies, and then we'll split up. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking. The crowd agreed with this arrangement. In a deserted city surrounded by demons, there was always the possibility of being attacked from the back at any time, so a safe place to land was vital. The crowd gradually deepened into the deserted city, all along the way to see a variety of destructive scenes so that the more emotional Bai Tingting could not help but sigh, simply cannot imagine what once happened here, a good city. The highway leading to the city is full of rusty abandoned cars, the streets and houses in the city are overgrown with weeds, and the trees on both sides of the road are still entangled with creepers, and the crowns of the trees that have not been pruned for a long time are messy and overgrown, and not far away there are also low roars of animals from time to time. What place should we use as a landing point? Looking around at the barren and broken landscape, Song Xia could not help but frown. The building, with a wide view, is convenient for night watch and sentry, and it's best that the rooftop is also connected to the other floors, making it easy to evacuate in the first place. Lu Xingha hurriedly opened his mouth to show. Others agreed in quick succession. I think that building will do. Hearing Lu Xingha's words, Mo Fan stroked his chin and pointed at the far end of a building that rose up appearing gray and said, You do know how to pick a place. Song Xia compared it with the map and laughed. That should be where the municipal building of Golden Forest City used to be. The crowd approached the towering municipal building through several residential neighborhoods. Coming to the front of the already deserted municipal building and observing the black skin branches and vines spreading all over the entire municipal building inside and outside, Anna suspiciously said, I always feel that this municipal building is strange, and it's really unbelievable that those plants are growing with their backs to the light. Mu Nugio was also a mage who majored in the plant system, and she also detected a hint of something wrong, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Your senses are right, for these black skin vines are in fact a high-blooded plant like demon, a pseudo-terrorist demon. Han Lan put on the golden sunglasses pinned to his hair, slightly pointing. Pure golden thunder power lingered within the frame, aiming at a stake-like thing at the second-level building, gently pointing. In a flash, 2 golden lightning pillars containing violent destructive power swept through the air. Without waiting for the pseudo-dread devil in a state of camouflage to instantly reveal its true colors, the 2 golden pillars of thunder were like Superman's heat vision, and began to cut up and down similar to the stump itself. The false terror demon's mouth grinned violently, and the countless vines and blackwood tentacles that wrapped around the entire municipal building and buried in the ground struggled wildly, as if they were going to destroy the entire building. However, when Han Lan slammed the 2 lightning rays into the false terrorist demon's fatal weakness, the sky-covering vines and wooden whiskers instantly froze, and the false terrorist demon's large wooden stake head was instantly penetrated and electrolyzed to become a piece of waste wood slag, with no chance of life at all. Wild Monster Pseudo-Terrorist Demon War Admiral Advanced Stage X1 has been killed, gained Demon Alchemy Points 1000, Wood Spirit Fruit Blue X2, War Admiral's Remnant Spirit X1. Wood Spirit Fruit? Quality, Blue. Description, strengthens the mage's constitution by a small margin and raises his cultivation level, and doubles the effect when used by plant mages. Mark all of this with our seeds. Dropping items is okay, Han Lan thought to himself. WC, Old Han, what class of magic tool do you have here? One shot directly took out a general-level pseudo-terrorist demon. Are there any more? Give me a bunch of them. Zhao Manyan hooked onto Han Lan's shoulder and said in shock. This is a spirit-level special magic weapon I forged last night. It has 2 gears of adjustment, corresponding to the Great War General and War General level advancement stages. It can store 3 times of electric light energy, and you can use your own light lightning magic energy to energize it. I'm naming it Electric Lightning Sunglasses. Han Lan introduced it to Zhao Manyan. How much? You name a price, I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. Zhao Manyan directly spoke with bravado. Shouldn't the point be that this magic weapon was forged by Han Lan himself? You're still a forger? Bai Tingting said weakly with surprise on her face. Right-o, the captain is even practicing the forge master profession on the side. Awesome. My brother, Zhang Bingxiao, also had a curious look on her face. Talking about money hurts feelings. It just so happens that I'm going to leave the team and travel alone. These sunglasses are equivalent to a bit of security, right? Han Lan waved his hand. Taking out 4 pairs of golden sunglasses with magic chocolate from the storage belt, Mo Fan Zhao Manyan each had a pair, and when the two of them got them, they immediately brought them on top of their heads in a flirty manner, pretending with a cool face. Also handed to Mu Nugio and Bai Tingting each a pair of sunglasses. The two women are a little embarrassed. After all, they are not as spontaneous as Mo Fan them, but in Han Lan to the deserted city of Crisis, the two women's self-protection ability is weak as the reason reluctantly let the two women receive the magic weapon. This is a magical food that can restore half of the magical energy within the nebula of a middle-ranked mage and can heal injuries. Han Lan explained for the few people. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Nugio took out a grape-sized crystal bead from her parcel and handed it to Han Lan. This crystal guard bead is for you. Injecting magical energy to crush it when you encounter danger can protect you for a bit. Thank you, Jiao. As Han Lan collected the beads and turned to leave, a soft and plump to the core petite body pounced on him, the amazingly resilient touch making Han Lan feel that happiness had come a little too suddenly. Wet and sweet pink lips printed on Han Lan's cheeks, not waiting for him to feel it carefully and then flashed back. Be sure to come back safely, the pretty red-faced Bai Tingting said with her head bowed, then quickly hid behind a group of female trainees. Next to her, Mu Nugio looked at Bai Tingting. This. Is it one more competitor? Wow, old Hanyu Kana, contemporary love saint belongs to his, Mo Fan Zhao Manyan face enviously strange call up. One more pussyfooting around and I'll be charging twice as much to forge magic tools. Don't worry, boss, I keep my mouth shut. Mo Fan traced his finger across his mouth and made a zipper motion. Chapter 59 Training Shadow Eater Soldiers. Although the crowd from the Imperial Capital Academy was a bit envious at the sight, they were much more down to earth once they thought that their team's safety was guaranteed. Then he wanted to make friends with Han Lan. After all, the other party was already a high-ranking mage at a young age. Maybe he would be promoted to high-ranking mage in the future, and he would need to ask the other party for help in forging a magic tool. After a short climb by Anna and the others, Han Lan turned around and walked to the nearest survey point. The people used this municipal building as a landing point, agreeing that in case of any emergencies, they would immediately use the light flare as a signal, and Han Lan would immediately rush over in their direction. As he left, an inch-long shadow-eating soldier jumped up into the palm of his hand and spat a pea-sized light green seed out of his mouth. Han Lan glanced at it before flipping his hand and storing it in his system backpack. This pseudo-terrorist demon seed, Han Lan intended to remodel it and cultivate it into a plant demon taming beast with long-range attack capabilities. Han Lan's body surged with blue light, transforming into a 10-meter-long ghostly blue giant shark that cruised toward the nearest survey point. The swampy area of Dongting Lake is extremely wide, and the rich resources have attracted a large number of lizard skull giant demons to entrench themselves in this area, and they have just developed into a dominant party in Dongting Lake. Not far away, the reed-filled mud puddle suddenly emanated a fluctuation, and a pile of dried mud on the bank of the mud puddle opened its white fangs and stirred up a bucket-sized swirl of mud puddle. In the very center of the vortex, a brown giant death lizard with a body size of more than 30 meters opened its mouth. Its deep throat was simply a huge hole in the ground. Space rhythm compression. A large silver-colored space square that presented the shape of a standing diamond instantly confined this earth giant death lizard to death, and a powerful compression force came from within the fluctuation, and in the blink of an eye, it was transmitted to hundreds of times the spatial weight pressure. Hissy hissy. The huge brown earth giant death lizard struggled desperately, but the increasingly strong spatial pressure had already crushed all of its vertebrae and scale armor. Several subdimensional blades flew across its limbs, and together with a narrow spatial rift, they ruthlessly penetrated its large brown lizard skull. As the brown earth giant undead lizard's breath began to weaken extremely quickly, Han Lan threw an inch-high shadow-eating soldier at the brown earth giant undead lizard with precision, and the little thing didn't care about the rude outburst at all. Bending down, he opened his pitch-black sharp mouth and began to devour the life force and soul energy of this unlucky advanced stage earth giant death lizard. The inch-high shadow-eating soldier's size expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gradually evolved towards the body type of this earth giant death lizard, the scale patterns on the dark brown shadow lizard's torso becoming more and more clear until it was completely materialized. Hiss! A few moments later, what appeared in front of Han Lan was a 20-meter-long black and brown earth giant death lizard. The half-materialized, half-shadowed aerosol body was like that of an elemental demon, with only the lizard's tail that ended halfway into the ground as a metaphor for the fact that it had completely plundered and inherited the good genes of its host. Earth Sneak and Shadow Passage allow the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater to have excellent sneak attack, pursuit, and life-saving abilities along with a decent amount of damage. And that unlucky brown Earth Giant Death Lizard, at this time only left a pale slag, a body of flesh and blood essence and soul energy all by the shadow-eating soldiers all plundered, turned into its own evolution of the food. Wild Monster Earthen Giant Dead Lizard War Admiral Advancement Stage X1 has been killed, gaining 1000 Demon Alchemy points. Han Lan repeatedly looked at it a few times before determining that there were none of the kill drops this time around, only the basic point rewards. Drop a good boy, the shadow-eating soldier is also too ferocious, just leave me a mouthful of soup, what the remnants of the spirit, foreign bones and other valuable things as much as possible to be swallowed and absorbed by it. The strength is only at the peak of a small battle general, it seems that the conversion probability of this devouring and absorbing is only about half. Han Lan frowned slightly in regret. Unbeknownst to him, if the other summoning lineage mages knew about this situation, one of them would be sure to drown him with a mouthful of spittle. In just a few minutes, a Shadow Eater soldier with no fighting ability transformed into a small warlord-level shadow lizard creature. Isn't this a proper Stormtrooper stream player? It won't take more than a few years to pull up a Demon Empire's terrifying ability. He is still too weak. Han Lan could naturally figure this out as well, looking at the large group of lizard skull giant demons running towards here not far away, along with the several giant death lizards of various colors hidden behind the group of demons. With a thought, the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater with a body length of more than 20 meters instantly transformed into a dark shadow and disappeared into the earth, quietly sneaking towards a group of lizard skull giant demons. Hissy! A group of lizard cranium giant demons under the drive of the battle general level giant death lizard swooped towards Han Lan, and as they approached within 100 meters, the ground under their feet suddenly formed a 10-foot wide quagmire swamp. The huge black-brown lizard's mouth opened in a flat angular surface arc, and a dark shadowy tongue swept up a large number of lizard skull giant demons and threw them into the blood bowl. Hissy-oo! The massive deaths of the lizard skull giant demon did not cause the few giant death lizards watching the battle from the rear to make a move, and it was not until the dozens of slave-level minions were all reunited that the three giant death lizards of different colors slowly surrounded them. In their view, although they didn't know why the shadow gargoyle in front of them was helping a human for no reason, as long as it was an enemy of the lizard skull gargoyle community from the moment it raised its butcher's knife against its own kind. Moreover, after killing so many slave-level lizard skull giant demons, it must have been a considerable drain on its physical strength, so after devouring it himself, he would inevitably speed up his own capital to evolve to a higher level as well. A fire giant undead lizard directly behind him had the most powerful scent, and he hissed a low grin to the other two giant undead lizards, signaling them to go ahead and test the Earth Giant Undead Lizard Shadow Eaters. The scene in front of me inexplicably reminds Han Lan of a game character's line, "Everyone go first, I'll pad the back." Back to the topic, under Han Lan's mental command, the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater transformed into a dark shadow and dived into the earth, and when it reappeared, it had already opened its shadowy bloody mouth and bit the poisonous giant death lizard, whose breath was the weakest, to death. The corrosive armor-breaking ability unique to being a shadow creature makes it unbeatable against opponents of the same level. And it also unleashed the Earth System demonic magic. Several long brown sharp stone spears were like stabbing kebabs, crossing the cranium of the small war general level poison giant death lizard demon through and through. The poison giant outlaw lizard demon skull froze as it began to rapidly lose its life breath, and the Earth Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eater soldiers intentionally didn't kill it in the first place just so the other Shadow Eater soldiers could have an energy-rich portion of fresh food. Of course, this was also an order given by Han Lan. An inch-high shadow-eating soldier was summoned by Han Lan, then quietly moved underneath the dying dark green poisonous giant death lizard. The seemingly tedious process of fighting was only a matter of lightning. Ice Giant Outlaw Lizard hissed angrily, its limbs swung at extreme speed, and a large number of ice spears emerged from its back to lock onto the Earth Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eater soldier and flew out, while opening its ice crystal-colored fangs and maw to bite fiercely towards it. Unfortunately, the Earth Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eater's body instantly dived into the land and disappeared from the two giant outlaw lizards' view. Chapter 60 Compelling Demonic Spider. Just as the ice giant death lizard was puzzled, the shadow underneath it squirmed strangely, sensing a hint of something wrong. It was too late. A large number of shadow tongues and mud claws firmly imprisoned it in place, unable to move a bit. After all, this Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater soldier body shaking seems to consume a lot of looks. Not far away from the Fire Giant Death Lizard eyeballs turn, determined that this moment is the best time to strike. Blazing crimson fireball clusters spewed out continuously from the large mouth, aiming directly at the dark brown head of the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater. Space rhythm time lag. Han Lan, who had been watching a good show for half a day, finally made his move, and this space with the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater as the center of the circle was inexplicably stagnant, and even the airflow became incomparably slow. As the spewing fireball clusters flew, these fire energies also seemed to enter a time-slow force field, and their flight speed plummeted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater that was still depressed a moment ago shifted into a dark shadow and disappeared into the land, and its long and powerful shadow lizard tail wrapped itself around the scaly hind limbs of the Fire Giant Death Lizard, passing a stream of information to Han Lan through the fluctuations of his mind. Beyblade Storm Wave Jiaoslayer. Han Lan instantly depicted the water star map, and the turquoise-blue waves of water instantly coalesced into a 3-story wide, hideous water scaly dragon. The turquoise-blue water auger dragon swept through the air as if it was an arrow that had left the string, wrapping around the Fire Giant Death Lizard and opening its water-toothed auger mouth to desperately tear apart its crimson demon skull. A large turquoise-blue storm wave came rushing in right after it, lapping at the scale armor of the Fire Giant Death Lizard. The invasion of the poison of the turquoise fall made its struggles more and more feeble.
Jiuxian Thunderbolt Wild Dance.
Golden thunderclouds were the first to appear, and a pure golden fork-like thunder chain fell down, locking the Ice Giant Death Lizard and the Fire Giant Death Lizard inside, and the crackling thunder arcs continuously exploded bucket-sized blood holes on the two war general creatures. Riding the wave of victory is about to be a pain in the ass. Spatial Rhythm Rift. The dark narrow space rift cut through the two giant death lizard demon skulls. Scarlet demon blood from the broken cranial neck violently splashed out. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. Han Lan saw the situation and hastily summoned 2-inch-high shadow-eating soldiers, throwing them onto the giant death lizard. Wild Monster Lizard Skull Giant Demon Big Minion Level Advancement Stage X50 has been killed, gaining 5,000 Demon Alchemy points. Wild Monster Giant Dead Lizard Minor Warlord Level Advancement Stage X3 killed, gained 3,000 Demon Alchemy points.
Hanlon.
Good guy. The Earth Giant Dead Lizard Shadow-Eating Soldiers devoured Lizard Skull Giant Demon Life Force and Soul Energy was eaten by it, all dried up. Really, a remnant of the spirit are gone. It seems that if you want to burst out of some of the alchemy materials, then you have to personally out of it. However, after absorbing a large number of Lizard Skull Giant Demons, the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater Soldier's own aura had become a tad stronger, and it was estimated that after swallowing some more War General Demons it would be able to smoothly evolve to the medium War General level. A few moments later, all that remained of the 3 incoming giant death lizards was a field of pale bone scum. In their place were 3 tall and strong giant death lizard Shadow Eater soldiers. The shadow lizard on the left had poisonous mist wrapped around its body, while the 2 shadow lizards on the right had frost and flames intertwined on their bodies. Fire and Ice Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eaters are both late minor generals, and Poison Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eaters happen to be stuck in early minor generals. At this point, the Shadow Eater core had begun to take shape, and next Han Lan would have to go looking for giant death lizards to kill as much as possible, so that he could quickly pull up the minion fighters needed for the beast-tied gates of the higher-level summoning department. Talking of 2 things, a day had quickly passed, and inside the municipal building, the crowd, who had just finished a vicious battle, were tuning up in place. Anna, Shin Mingxiao, and Liao Mingxian had bandages wrapped around their arms, and crimson blood was faintly visible oozing out of their abdomens and thighs, and Bai Tingting was continually casting healing magic to reshape broken bones and create blood for the 3 of them. Ming Song had already been sent outside by Bai Tingting to get some water to clean his wounds, and on the other side, Su Dalong, Luo Song, and the others were passionately spraying each other with Zhao Manyan.
Zhao Manyan, what do you mean?
The Light Blessing Sacred Shield is only for yourself and Mo Fan, right? Not caring about your teammates in the slightest, Su Dalong and Luo Song said with red faces. I'm sorry, can you blame me for this? With so many Warlord-class giant death lizards charging at us, the Holy Shield and water defense couldn't stop them, and besides, did your rock barrier do anything? I didn't see you 2 enchanting your teammates with the Earth Wave technique either. Zhao Manyan naturally wouldn't spoil these 2 by sneering back at them. Alright, all of you stop arguing. Ning Shui, should we send a signal to notify Han Lan to come over and gather? After all, everyone's magic tools are almost consumed now, and there are still people seriously injured. The number of giant death lizards in this golden deserted city is far beyond our imagination, Song Xia said with a worried face. Send out a light flare signal to notify. When Han Lan comes over, ask him if he has any high-quality blood agents on him. Bai Tingting has all but eaten at magical food. It looks like the magical energy is about to run out as well. Mu Ningxue rubbed her diaphanous eyebrow and slowly said in a loud voice. Several golden light flares rose up from the municipal building, and the crowd tried to use them to signal for help to Han Lan, who was nowhere to be found at the moment. At this point in time, the sky was already close to dusk, the sun was setting, the light flare signal had already been struck, and the people were divided into 2 teams to take turns on guard, watching out for the lizard skull giant demon that might be attracted by the magic fluctuation. The people in the building who had experienced a vicious battle were each coiled up in a corner, meditating on restoring their magic energy every second. In the wild where there was no security, every portion of magic energy was a guarantee for their own lives. Ming Song has long been water canisters filled with water to bring 4-2, handed to the white Ting mixing poison repellent agent, and in his cuffs quietly lying a few translucent water spiders, a splash of fishy red dot quietly surfaced between the eyebrows. Wild Monster Lizard Skull Giant Demon Big Minion level advancement stage X 2000 has been killed, gaining Demon Alchemy points 200,000. Wild Monster Giant Death Lizard Small Warlord level advancement stage X 30 has been killed, gaining 30,000 Demon Alchemy points. Wild Monster Compulsive Demon Spider Medium Warlord X1 has been killed, obtaining Compulsive Demon Bead Blue X1, obtaining Earth Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X1, obtaining Warlord Great Remnant X1, and obtaining Demon Alchemy points 1000.
Huh, a double yolked egg even came out?
That's rare. I thought this would only happen during the novice protection period. Han Lan was a bit surprised in his heart. My survey point has been completed, and all the dropped materials can forge an Earth Spirit Seed. Forget it. I'd better go to the municipal building and meet up with Mo Fan and the others before we talk about it. Han Lan's body surrounded by a flickering silver light, and in the next second, he appeared playfully in the vicinity of the meeting point. Captain, you're finally back. Quickly come with me to check on Shen Mingxiao and their injuries. Zhang Bingxiao led Han Lan inside the building with an anxious face. The captain is back, quickly make way. Zhang Bingxiao led Han Lan through the crowd and met the Anna trio lying in the corner.
Han Lan, you're back. Do you have a high-quality blood agent on you?
Anna, she and the others are seriously injured, Bai Tingting said anxiously with tired eyes. Tingting, you rest first, leave this place to me. Han Lan pulled out a set of woolen sofa covers from his storage space and helped Bai Tingting to rest on them.
Chapter 61 Engaged in Love with Bai Tingting.
Several clusters of turquoise blue water clusters emerged from Han Lan's palm, and gusts of water containing healing power transformed into wisps of water mist that merged into the wounds of Anna's trio. A large amount of life force surging healing water began to repair the shattered bones, helping the body to rapidly create blood, and several people's breath gradually became long and strong. A ring of turquoise blue water rippled out, and the abrasions on Mo Fan and the others' body surface and mental exhaustion dissipated for the most part, and the people's vitality became as full as ever, as if they had just arrived at the Golden Forest deserted city.
Thank you, Captain, Anna said gratefully.
Team Han, thank you. If you come to the Imperial City in the future, you're welcome to visit my Liao family, Liao Mingxian also said with a serious face.
Shen Ming laughed, I'm the same. Hanlin.
How did it come to this? Han Lan asked as he looked at Mu Ningxue with a frown. When we were guarding the instruments at the last survey point, suddenly 7 giant undead lizards led a group of lizard skull giant demons to storm the formation. Mo Fan and Lu Zhang, his summoned beasts, blocked 2 of them, and the remaining 5 giant undead lizards surrounded them very grumpily, and if it wasn't for the light magic weapons and magical food that you left behind to kill them off, there might have been some deaths this time around.
Mu Ningxue explained softly.
It seems like I have been chasing giant death lizards around for the past few days, killing them all over the place, as if it was my pot. This thought suddenly flashed through Han Lan's mind. By the way, this is for you. After Han Lan healed Anna's several people, he pulled out 6 surveyors that had turned green from his pocket and tossed them to Mu Ningxue, who was in charge of keeping these.
6 survey points? Mu Ningxue said with some shock. Aha! Captain Awesome, is this a high-level mage?
By the way, are we getting enough survey points? I really don't want to stay in this hellhole for a second, Luo Song spat out with a mouthful of complaints.
How can we leave now?
We haven't explored the depths of the Golden Forest desolate city yet. It will affect everyone's wilderness assessment, Lu Zhenghe said with a slightly flustered look.
Still detecting my ass, there's such a large number of giant death lizards in the periphery. Are you Lu Zhenghe and that phantom striped tyrant wolf trying to hold them up?
Moreover, if we speculate from the number of so many warlord-class giant death lizards, it's very likely that there are commander-class demons present in this Golden Forest desolate city, Liao Mingxian and Shen Mingxiao cursed with an angry face.
Isn't there Captain Han Lan sitting in the town? Can't we fight but we still can't run?
Lu Zhenghe said weakly with less and less confidence. I don't have a problem with it. If there's really a commander-class lizard skull giant demon out there, I have the ability to take you guys back in one piece, Han Lan said indifferently.
Woman. Women, I want women.
Ming Song, whose eyebrows were stained with red dots, suddenly lunged towards Bai Tingting and Jing Jing's 2 daughters with red eyes, but halfway there, he was wrapped up in a handful of pliable shadowy tongues and directly hung upside down. The earth giant death lizard Shadow Eater drilled out of the ground, curtly bowing his head and hissing twice to Han Lan.
Ming Song, what are you up to? Lu Zhenghe was furious at the sight.
Looking at him, he should have been hit by the means of a compulsion-type demon, Han Lan said to the crowd that had gathered around him as he lifted Ming Song's sleeve and grabbed a few translucent water spiders. A wisp of golden electric arc flashed by, and several water spiders were instantly electrolyzed into ashes. I happened to kill a warlord-class compulsion demon spider on my way back. Tell me in detail, which place did you go to? Han Lan asked as he looked towards Ming Song, who had been physically sobered up by Lu Zhenghe with a series of slaps. When I went to the wilderness to fetch water and came back earlier, my arm seemed to have been bitten by some kind of bug. Ming Song's cheeks flushed as he explained.
The exact location. Han Lan added. Not far from the building, on the road, there is a pool full of water plants. Ming Song responded.
That should be right. When I passed by there, the newly summoned subspecies realized that something was wrong and killed that compulsion demon spider in passing. I just didn't expect that even though the mother was dead, these subspecies that had split off actually still had the ability to compel leftover, Han Lan said. Old Han is awesome. The newly summoned sublime beasts all have the strength of a war general level.
That's not right. Don't I remember that summoning mages can only sign one sublime beast? Zhao Manyan was first shocked, then puzzled.
It's just a natural talent. The crowd then realized, it is natural talent then explains, God reward food, is not envious. Alright, whoever has a God-congealing demonic artifact give it to Ming Song to use to dispel any compulsion that may still remain in his body, Han Lan said as he looked at the crowd. I do have one in my hand, but there is a limit to the number of times I can do it, a price of $2 million, Mo Fan said with a face of dying for money. No problem, I'll transfer the money to you after the experience is over. Ming Song busily nodded his head in agreement. Which was more important, face or lazy, he still had a clear distinction. After Mo Fan had given the God-condensing magic weapon to Ming Song to use, Han Lan ordered the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater to unbind him. Still, everyone looked at Ming Song with a bit of a different look. After all, if he didn't have such dirty thoughts inside, he wouldn't have paid the compulsion into action. Ming Song himself understands this, and after bending over to apologize to the two Anna girls and promising to compensate them a sum of money back in the city, he awkwardly found a corner to meditate and repair. Han Lan, come out for a moment, I have something I want to say to you, Bai Tingting leaned close to Han Lan's ear and whispered before heading for the door. In a small forest, Bai Tingting led Han Lan here. After Han Lan's mental power spread out to make sure there were no demons around, he ordered the Shadow Eater soldier squad to be on guard again.
Tingting, what do you want from me? Han Lan looked at Bai Tingting with some doubt and said. Han Lan, I was really scared when I was guarding the survey site today, and when so many giant dead lizards pounced on me, I thought I would never see you again, so don't go away, okay? Bai Tingting flung herself into Han Lan's arms, her eyes misted with water, her pretty face flushed red, and her whole person looked pitiful, as if the Han Lan in front of her was the only person she could trust. Well, I promise you. Han Lan hastily agreed. After the two embraced each other for a moment, Han Lan, your cell phone touched me. Bai Tingting twisted her body somewhat uncomfortably, and her small hand grabbed towards that cell phone. Han Lan, well, Tina, this is actually. Bai Tingting also froze, her small hand held the sage's stone through her jeans, and in the next second, as if electrocuted, she retracted her small hand, her pretty face instantly flaming hot and scary. Tingting, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think, after all, your body is so good. I hugged and hugged. Han Lan's voice became smaller and smaller the more he spoke. Really? You said I have a good figure, is that so? Bai Tingting grabbed Han Lan's big hand and put it on her thin waist. Really? Han Lan, are you having a hard time? Shall I help you? Bai Tingting glanced at the tip of the moment, close to his ear, red-faced, said a few words. Gulp. Bai Tingting swallowed the tresser, aggravated. Han Lan, just now how can you be so hard? I'm sorry Tingting, let me heal you. Han Lan took out a magic chocolate from his storage belt and fed it to Bai Tingting, then coalesced a ball of turquoise blue water to heal her pink lips. Let's go back. A few moments later, the two returned to the municipal building in pairs. Chapter 62, Stygian Water Guardian Boundary. Early the next morning, Han Lan followed the crowd to the next survey site. With his giant death lizard Shadow Eater soldier squad out on the battlefield, the crowd quickly completed 5 survey points one after another, and with that, the survey mission of Golden Forest Baron City was almost complete, and the group of trainees were ready to hit the road back home. Han Lan keenly perceived a pairs of snow-white feathers appeared in the sky at the western end of that sun, and it was the Sky Eagle squad of the military mage. Those snow-white Sky Eagle squads didn't fly directly into the desolate city, but instead landed in a certain place. The place where they landed wasn't too far away from the group of trainees, so it must not take long for them to reach this area.
Han orders alchemical creatures to stand by through telepathic communication with them. Gradually, the crowd had followed the train tracks out of the deserted city. Suddenly a group of silhouettes appeared in the woods, wearing uniforms that were somewhat similar in style to the military mages, but vastly different in color. There were about 30 people in this group, and each of them was followed by a snow-white sky eagle. These skyhawks were demons trained by the military ministry, and at the sight of them, the wizard could recognize them as the symbols of the military ministry. As for Han Lan, when he saw this group of people, he had already quietly activated the recording device in his pocket, and the demon and demon beast garden space was also already in an open state, only to be hidden by his camouflage and astringent technique. And Han Lan locked Lu Xinghe's position with his eyes, so he could control him at any time.
Military mage, is he here to receive us?
The two girls, Jing and Zhao Minghua, walked over with some excitement.
Don't go over, Han Lan said in a chilling voice as he yanked the two Jing girls back. Captain, you. The two Anna girls were a bit puzzled. At the head of a thick-lipped trench-coat man with a pipe stepped forward, it should be the original devil military commander Lu Nian. His eyes scanned a circle of the crowd before his gaze finally stopped on Lu Xinghe. Lu Nian nodded slightly, slowly raised his right hand, and said to the group of military mages behind him, "Kill all the idlers, leave no one behind." When these words came out, even Lu Xinghe was stunned as he stiffened his face and said, "Big brother, are you mistaken? They are all the Pearl and Imperial Capital's trainees who have been training with me." That's exactly why it's important to kill it clean. I can't let the outside world know about this operation.
Lu Nian's tone was flat, as if the person who had just given the kill order was not him. The murderous aura emanating from the nearly 30 military mages crushed the group of cadets who had only been through the ordeal for a short while. The air was filled with the smell of austerity. Several frost chains were the first to appear, powerfully piercing towards Anna's several people.
Protection of the underwater.
A small blue shield surfaced in front of Han Lan, and large swaths of blue light continued to gush out and spread, instantly forming a 720 sea guardian boundary similar to the Shueihua canopy, protecting the group of trainees.
Boom pump.
At first contact with the underwater guardian boundary, those several frost chains were turned into slush by the high-speed flow of strangling water.
Oh, a ranged soul-level shield magic tool? You're a high-level mage? Lu Nian said with some surprise.
After all, it seemed to him that the experienced students in front of him generally only had middle-order cultivation, but he didn't expect to spend his days hunting geese, but today he went to be pecked by geese.
Go all out, I'd like to see how long this soul-grade shield magic tool of his can last.
Lu Nian sneered with his pipe in his mouth and waved his hand to order. A group of military mages had depicted star charts, and thunderbolts, fiery fists, and ice locks kept sweeping in, and Han Lan hurriedly poured water magic energy into the underworld water dragon shield, doing his best to maintain the underworld water guardian boundary.
Captain Han Lan, what should we do? They're actually coming for real, this is killing us.
Zheng Bingxiao asked with some anxiety. Lu Nian is this Lu Xinghe bastard's brother, pry some information out of him.
Han Lan said. Lu Xinghe, what's going on here?
Why did your big brother kill us? I need an explanation. The short-tempered Mo fan raised his hand to a thunder seal, electrocuting Lu Xinghe to the ground in a chilling voice. The moment Mo fan said this, the crowd of trainees all looked coldly at Lu Xinghe. All of a sudden, locked by the cold sight of the crowd, which also included the goddess of his heart's crush, Lu Xinghe was a bit flustered.
I don't know what's going on. Are you going to say it or not, or we're going to do it? Luo Song and Xin Mingxiao stared at him angrily. There were already star tracks in their hands that were linking rapidly, and Liao Mingxian, Jing, and the others were also staring at him with frosty faces. They also needed an explanation. Lu Nian is my own big brother. When he asked me to help him with a special mission when I set out, he asked me to leave signal pens for him along the way. But I really don't know, why big brother would do something so heartless. Forced by the pressure of the crowd, Lu Xinghe finally explained truthfully. Lu Xinghe, you animal that aided and abused, are you still a human being? The short-tempered Su Dalong rushed up and gave Lu Xinghe's face a few heavy punches angrily. Everyone else also looked at Lu Xinghe, who had been beaten up by Su Dalong, with an angry face. There's no point in talking more, tie him up and talk to his big brother. Han has been maintaining the guardian boundary, don't delay any longer. Mo Fan looked at the underwater guardian boundary that was constantly being bombarded by middle-ranked magic and said eagerly. The crowd nodded with a look of approval, and Jing and Mu Nujio cast out the demonic vine to bind Lu Xinghe and drag him to the edge of the underwater guardian boundary. Su Dalong, Luoson, and Xiaofeng were scattered around, their hands depicting the brown Earth star map, ready to deal with unexpected situations.
Gazing at the ghostly blue underwater guardian boundary in front of him, Lu Nian frowned slightly. What kind of quality of ranged shield magic tool was this? After carrying more than 30 middle-ranked magic hard, it hadn't even shattered yet. He had wanted Lu Xinxia to get to him before he did it, but that great experimental material was close at hand, yet too many failures ultimately made him too eager to give a direct order to kill. After all, in his eyes, the cadets were ultimately just a group of people who hadn't experienced a demonic beating, and would even freeze in place and wait for death when they were caught off guard and encountered a massacre. Unexpectedly, Ice Lock's attack was blocked by the opponent's ranged soul-level shield magic tool, and most importantly, Lu Xinxia was also held hostage. In case the other party uses Lu Xinxia as a hostage to blackmail the negotiation, one is bound to throw in the towel. Lu Nian did not want his brother to die. His own life does not matter. From the army for many years, did not have a family. After the slaughter of this group of cadets will inevitably be arrested by the trial council, and Lu Xinxia is the only bloodline of their Lu family. Taking a deep breath, Lu Nian just wanted to do it himself, but he saw that Lu Xinxia was bound all over his body by the magic vines, and Mo Fan came to the edge of the Stygian water guardian boundary like dragging a dead dog.
Kid. Say it, what do you want? Lu Nian said indifferently.
It's you who wants what. We have no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Mu Nugio's pretty face contained fury coldly said.
You are the granddaughter of Mu Zhanqing, aren't you?
You do have some guts. If I tell you that your grandfather actually agreed to this massacre operation, I don't know how you would feel. Lu Nian's mouth grinned widely. Lu Nian wasn't in a hurry. They were already surrounded by his own men anyway. It would naturally be a good thing if he could let Lu Xinxia survive. But if the situation changed, then don't blame him for being righteous for the future of all mankind.
Chapter 63, The Ruler's Melee.
Tell you what, one life for one life, you guys vote on who you want to let live. Lu Nian took a few swallows from his pipe, anesthetizing the pain in his back and clearing his head a little.
Oh, is the life of your only real brother really that worthless?
Mo Fan, however, did not eat his words and said bluntly.
Land years. Tell you what, I'm a man who wants to be an understanding ghost before I die. Can you tell us why you slaughtered us?
Mo Fan had already had Mu Ningxua activate the light magic signal pen just a moment ago, and all he had to do now was to stall for time and wait for the mentors to provide support.
There is an experiment.
Once successful, it will be able to revolutionize today's pattern of human self-deception.
That's really great, but what does this have to do with us trainees? You do your experiments, go. Why come here to slaughter us? Mo Fan sniffed and sneered back.
What do you know, those magic teachers always only know how to preach the significance of victory in war, but never inform the world how many cities have fallen, how many mages and people have been massacred in the countless wars that have broken out with demons.
Humans are the masters of the world, and how many cities have heroes and powerful men guarded and destroyed many demons?
Ridiculous, you who have never experienced war firsthand simply don't understand. Humans are nothing more than a bunch of captive meat hogs being bred by demons, pointlessly reproducing their offspring, not realizing that once the numbers get large enough, it's time for the demons to start the buffet.
What do you mean by war?
It's nothing more than humans multiplying enough, and it just so happens that the demons are hungry again. Lu Nian did not laugh when he said these words. The expression on his face was unprecedentedly serious.
So you've said so many things, the pattern is so big that it concerns humanity, but what does it have to do with us trainees? Mo Fan shifted the topic back. Experimental relationships.
Lu Nian paused at this point, thinking that saying it would be equivalent to having a group of listeners, so he continued, it concerns the introduction of a new magic line.
What did you say?
Mu Nugio, Song Xia, and Ming Song all couldn't help but exclaim.
He's right, this new magic line is called the Demon Line, and it belongs to the Black Magic branch, am I right? Grand Military Commander Lu
Han Lan, who had been eating and watching, suddenly spoke out.
How do you know about it? Could it be that the forces behind you are also involved in this research?
Lu Nian's face was a bit gloomy. The current development of things was a bit out of his expectation. It doesn't matter how I know. What I want to say is that you have not been able to succeed, and the higher-ups don't allow you to experiment with super-ranked mages simply because the demonic lineage would drain all the nebulae and astral rivers of the mages, so you're searching for those who have more than one magical lineage to act as guinea pigs, am I right?
Han Lan spoke casually. You. Regardless of how you know all of this, no one will be able to leave this desolate city today. Lu Nian's eyes gradually turned into grayish-white pupils in a chilling voice. Is it? I don't think so. Dimensional Summoning Beast Tide Gate. 2 moon-white summoning gates opened up over the boundary. Aang.
The left side of the subdimensional door was the first to emerge, a house-sized ice blue dragon head. Two extreme ice dragon claws hold the subdimensional door ends slowly stretching, so that the huge body of the dragon followed by the smooth passage of the jagged dragon tail that stretches for hundreds of meters also pass through the door of the subdimensional. The frost sub-dragon Sheik Rem unfolded its hundreds of meters long dark blue dragon wings, and a large area of biting frost quickly spread out from the air, and the rich dragon might belonging to the orthodox commander level swept out in all directions. Hiss! A large amount of purple lightning surged out of the subdimensional gate on the right, and a pair of thunder-patterned giant kili comparable to the size of a hill snapped out, with 3 pairs of massive crystalline wings extending beside the eerie purple thick armor, and curved scorpion needles like the tail of a prime raised high in the air. The 3 pairs of crystalline giant wings of the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion violently revived. The compound eyes under the triangular-shaped head stared at Lun Yan, who was directly in front of him, and the small commander's aura pressed down on the group of guard mages who had difficulty breathing. 2 commander-level summoned beasts? That's impossible. The moment Lun Yan opened his mouth, he said that he was bound to lose. When did you have a 2-headed commander, old Han? Zhao Minyan's jaw dropped to the ground. Skywolf, help me. Han Lan ignored Zhao Minyan and pulled out a wolf tooth pendant from his neck to release his words. Ow! Accompanied by the loud and domineering wolf howl, the people present only felt a shaking of the ground, and on the ground not far away, hundreds of 3-story-tall galloping wolf shadows were running head-on. And in the sky above the wolves, there was a huge wolf that incited nearly 300 meters long wings, and its body was covered with the silver moon pattern that swept through the air. A large amount of moonlight power converged and took shape inside the silver-winged giant wolf's fanged mouth, transforming into a 10-foot-long, cicada-like thin silver moonblade that locked onto Lun Yan and flew towards him. Facing the full force of the commander-class demon, Lun Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and directly used his strongest earth magic. An earth star track around Lun Yan condensed at great speed, densely intertwining like beautiful star lines in the night sky, structuring a magnificent constellation of earth. Rock Devil's pupil petrify. The cold sound of magic sounded at first, and Lun Yan's pupils flickered with a brown-colored glow that represented the power of the earth system. The extremely erosive petrochemical power locked the silver moon blade in a desperate attempt to block it, and under the influence of the petrochemical power, the silver moon blade instantly climbed up with a large brown petrochemical glow, but the vigorous moonlight demonic power contained in itself drove it close to Lun Yan once again and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! In the face of the sudden explosion, Lun Yan had to utilize his petrification power to form a rock barrier to block the aftermath of the nearby explosion. But he forgot one thing: there was more than one enemy of the commander class at the moment, and snowflakes suddenly drifted in the air around him, accompanied by the dark blue sub-dragon spit that struck at the back of his undershirt. Forced to do so, Lun Yan had to activate his armor magic tool, and a large piece of golden light formed a clear-cut soft armor that quickly wrapped his entire body. This armored magic tool is of such high quality that even the head is protected by golden soft armor. Rock Devil's pupil heaven's veil. Lun Yan, who was well aware of the horrors of the sub-dragon's spitting breath, didn't have full confidence in the defensive power of his armor and magic tools. He instantly constructed a good earth constellation again, and the heaven's veil, which was composed of fine gravel, rapidly shifted its form under the control of Lun Yan's rock demon pupil, coalescing into several thick and hard rocky giant shields. Boom boom! The extremely cold dragon's breath interlaced with ice cones and blizzards was like a high-speed rotating drill, and the group of heavenly veil stone shields quickly crisped and disintegrated into a field of crumbling stone and earth debris. But they also consumed most of the power of the dragon's breath, and when they touched the armored magic tool they only iced Lun Yan briefly. Chapter 64: Capturing Lun Yan alive. The matter of deserted city is over. Put! A pair of huge scorpion pincers flashing with bloodlines ruthlessly penetrated Lun Yan's waist and abdomen, but the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion suddenly sneaked in from behind, and immediately after that, it lifted up its bucket-sized spear-like scorpion tail needle and forcefully stabbed into Lun Yan's chest. The scorpion tail continued to contract, and under Han Lan's secret command, a large amount of soul-destroying toxin was continuously injected into Lun Yan's limbs and bones, suppressing his high-level magic cultivation. This soul-destroying toxin will erode the mage's spiritual sea, like a chronic poison to waste the mage's cultivation, so Han Lan is not at all afraid that Lun Yan will still be resurrected, although at a later stage he will become one of the 8 souls of Emofan's ascension to the evil Saint King. As for the team of nearly 30 military mages, they had long since been frozen into a humanoid ice sculpture by Frost Aaron Sheik Rem's Frost Torrent. The faces of the people within the underwater guardian boundary below were horrified. The mighty pressure of the 3 commander-level creatures swept across the entire field, and it was considered to be too much of a mental quality for them not to be scared of their pants on the spot. And what made the trainees even more pale and powerless was the hundreds of bone spur predator wolves that surrounded them. Don't be afraid, everyone, those bone spur predator wolves are all affiliated packs of the totem beast Tsunami Moon Celestial Wolf, and won't harm you. Han Lan saw that the faces of the crowd were bloodless, so he exited to explain.
Totem beast?
I remember that the only known existing totem beast in our country is the totem shin snake in Hangzhou, Han Lanyu. Bai Tingting was obviously a top student in magic class knowledge, even the extremely cold knowledge of totem beasts knew a thing or two. Tingting, truth be told, I am actually a totem guardian, only that I have gained the recognition of more totem beasts, and the Tsunami Moon Wolf is the one that gained its recognition when I was young.
Han Lan opened his mouth and said to the crowd.
Well, Lun Yan has been captured, and this adventure has come to an end. The Sky Wolf has its own life. It is considered to be an order-keeping neutral faction. I hope everyone's mouths are a little tighter. There will be a long time to come. There are many forging masters within the alchemy sanctuary of the organization behind me, so if you have any magical tool forging orders, you can look for me to get in touch with them. Han Lan glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Ow. The whistling moon Skywolf gazed in the direction where Han Lan was, the emotion of longing passing through his throat. Han Lan quickly stepped forward as the whistling moon skylark circled down from the sky, lowering its house-sized head to rub against his hair, and Han Lan stroked the silver moon tattoo on top of the skylark's head in response to its intimate gesture. After holding the wolf tattoo and checking the progress of the Skywolf's strength growth, and realizing that it was at the peak of orthodox unity, he handed over the purple quality unity fruit to it. The Sky Wolf was instructed to take it after it was promoted to the rank of Grand Commander, so that it could be helicoptered to the commander-level advancement stage to ensure its position in the development of power in the Dongting Lake. The whistling moon Sky Wolf rushed towards several extraordinarily strong bone spur predator wolves and growled lowly a few times, and the bone spur predator wolves immediately responded to their king, taking out several white animal skins from their backs, and the skins were filled to the brim with rare magical materials such as exotic bones, exotic scales, exotic skins, elemental ore, and other rare magical materials. With a wave of his hand, Han Lan loaded all of them into his system backpack, and hugged the Tsunami Moon Wolf's ethereal silver-furred neck, ordering it to take the pack away from this place, as he was keenly aware that several high-level mages were speeding towards him from 10 kilometers away. The whistling moon heavenly wolf nodded reluctantly, and after letting out a low growl, it quickly withdrew from the outskirts of the desolate city with hundreds of bone spur predator wolves. Han Lan turned around and returned to the group, putting away the underwater dragon shield, and the massive underwater guardian boundary dissipated. The crowd was paralyzed, looking at each other for a moment, unable to believe that they had survived the deadly massacre.
Open the dimension door again.
Han Lan retrieved the frost sub-dragon back into the demonic 10,000 beasts garden, leaving only the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion to control Lun Yan. The group of wizards had been thought out, and were being watched over by a total of 30 warlord creatures that had rushed out of the Tide of Beasts Gate. The earth giant lizard shadow eaters that came out of the Tide of Beasts Gate, a total of 30 warlord creatures, confined them and watched over them. And at that moment, an inch-high shadow-eating soldier jumped back from Lun Yan and the female chief of guards, offering a treasure by spitting out a special vessel as bright red as a water droplet from its pointed mouth and placing it in Han Lan's palm. Han Lan flipped his hand and put it into his storage belt. The white clouds were broken by the messy air currents. Two men broke through the air. The middle-aged man at the head violently incited the wings of the wind towards the side. He also wore the guard robes but in another pattern, and the other leather-clad demonic man had a pair of purple-winged magical implements behind his back.
Fan, are you guys okay? Quickly tell me where Lun Yan is.
The Wind Wings man inquired with an anxious look.
Chief Instructor Jinkong, we're fine. Lun Yan has been controlled by Han's sublime beast.
Fan said as he pointed to the silhouette not far away that was clamped by the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion.
Jinkong turned his head to look. The familiar robes of the guard mage and the bald man with a pipe in his mouth who fell into a coma. Was it not the former teammate of the state government Lun Yan? Little brother Han, to have a commander-level subdimensional beast at such a young age, is the lad interested in coming to my Ministry of Defense after graduation to further his education? Zhang Kong glanced at Lun Yan, who was unconscious from the poison, and surprisingly, he was directly digging up Han Lan's corner. This person is the Xuanwu Military Department, North China Military Region's Lun Yan de Juntong, wants to forcibly captivate trainees born with dual faculties to do the demon faculty's black experiments, and for this reason, he also wants to kill people to kill their mouths, chopping the air instructor. I think that I and the trainees need an explanation and compensation. Han Lan didn't pay attention to Chopper's digging behavior, but instead pulled out a recording device from his pocket and looped through Lun Yan's arrogant statement from earlier and said, "Where did you get this information from?"
A wary look flashed across Zhang Kong's brows as he said with some suspicion, In addition to cultivating the magic division, I am also a high-ranked forger, and there are rumors of such news within the organization.
Han Lan explained indifferently. I understand, the Xuanwu military department will give you a reasonable explanation. Demon Man, how long until the people from the Judgment Council arrive?
After taking a deep breath, Zhang Kong inquired to the leather-clad demonic man hovering in the sky above.
They're here. Demon Man pointed at a group of figures not far away.
The leading member of the Inquisitors was a bit of a surprise to Han Lan, and it was actually senior sister Ling Qing. Ling Qing possessed a winged magic tool and flew in first, followed by a large group of Skyhawk Inquisitors right behind her. After understanding what happened, Lun Yan and the group of guard mages under his command were put in special forbidden magic shackles and escorted to the Sky Eagle group, and what was waiting for them would be the trial in the Guardian Affairs Court. Han Lan, young master brother, did a good job. How did you capture this Lun Yan alive? Don't tell me just rely on a small commander sublime beast. Ling Qing was in a good mood after capturing a group of degenerate military mages, so he wanted to feel out Han Lan. It's just a matter of using some special means. Elder sister Ling Qing is getting prettier and prettier. Look at the mark on your chest, you're already a deputy judge, the future is high. As the saying goes, reaching out is not for the faint of heart. Han Lan politely climbed into conversation with senior sister Ling Qing. Smooth talker, compared to my position, you're already a high-level cultivator of the third lineage at a young age. Are you interested in competing for the position of this term's Statehouse Captain? If you are willing to join the Judgment Council to fight in its name, I can get you a vote for the Statehouse. Ling Qing said in a thin voice.
Chapter 65, Nippon Benzine, Tokyo Naval Battle City.
This is not something that senior sister Ling Qing needs to worry about. I have my own way of getting the votes for the state government. In addition, I prefer the freedom of the mage hunter's path. Han Lan declined with a cozy smile. Well then, if you change your mind, you're welcome to come find me anytime, Ling Qing said with some regret. The crowd returned together in the Inquisitor's Skyhawk to rest in Canning City, and Han Lan took advantage of the respite to ask Mo Fan out to a corner and hand him the blood sharpie. Brother Han, what do you mean by this? Mo Fan said with a slight change in his face when he saw the blood sharpie. This blood lay is affiliated with black magic, and its essential power is to borrow from the demons of the Dark Plane in exchange for the power of a mid-ranked mage to battle a commander and a high-ranked mage to battle a monarch at the cost of a large amount of essence spirits to offset the debt. And there will also be the side effect of all magic system cultivation falling one level. I know you don't have any big brother standing behind you, and it's easy to run into some dangers. This blood Lyco you can keep as a bottom card. Han Lan pointed at the water drop-shaped blood Lyco and explained. Brother Han, thanks. Looking at the blood lizard in his palm, Mo Fan's pupils flickered with light, not knowing what he was thinking about. While the others were resting, Han Lan and Muningshue, who were the captains, were reporting back to Dean Songha about the approximate density of demons in the Golden Forest deserted city, as well as Lun Yan's halfway slaughtering behavior. Dean Songha was furious after hearing this and assured Han Lan and the others that he would make sure that the Xuanwu Wei district would give the cadets an explanation and compensation. After the matter was resolved, Han Lan accompanied by Tingting and Mu Nugio, two girls, to stroll around the shopping street, and then said that they no longer want to accompany them out to buy things. Merciless humanoid handbag machine, Han said, very hurt. After the return trip back to the Imperial Capital Academy, Anna and her group said goodbye to Han Lan and went back to their own homes to look for their own mothers, while Han Lan and his group followed old Professor Chiu Yuhua back to the Pearl Academy. Ever since Bai Tingting had made her feelings known to herself, Han Lan had been warming up with her for some time, and since she had already established a relationship, Han Lan had given her a small reveal of his cards. 10 Warlord-class Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eaters, led by the Earth Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater, were sent to protect her closely. Another 100 drops of Earth's heart-quenching milk were used consecutively along with the Spirit System's bug crystals and a wood spirit fruit to strengthen Bai Tingting's physical qualities and mental power, causing her mental power to step into the late second realm. And also possessed the same ability as Han Lan, the ability to foresee simple dangers on a whim, and the higher the level of mental power, the faster the reflexes and foreknowledge. A week later, after Han Lan made another breakthrough in the Thunder system to a high rank, Bai Tingting expressed the need to make a trip back to the clan, while Han Lan planned to go to the Nipponese Tokyo Sea battlefield to experience some training. The night before departure, Bai Tingting and Han Lan applauded for love and finally got married. The two embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep, until Han Lan woke up again. It was already 3 pulls of the sun, and did some morning exercises before Han Lan and Bai Tingting dressed up and separated from each other. It was worth mentioning that the mysterious technique that Han Lan had obtained from that lottery when he was at the Imperial Capital Academy had been successfully unlocked, and that was surprisingly a yin-yang dual cultivation technique. Both Han Lan and Bai Tingting's magical cultivation had improved greatly after they tried it. The water department had broken through to the high second level, the chaos department had broken through to the middle second level, and Bai Tingting's healing and plant departments had both broken through to the peak of the middle second level, and were close to the middle third level. After arriving in Nippon, Han Lan first went to the original Yen Ming temple and made a donation of incense money to the monks, and then excused himself as wanting to stay here for a few days to enjoy the local customs. Faced with the request of the Golden Master's father, the monks naturally agreed 100 times, and immediately arranged a fine guest room for Han Lan. In the wee hours of the morning, Han Lan opened the Demon Vanquisher garden and ordered Lokia to take out Nara Hollow along with Miyata, then used up the last chance to use the Shadow Sneak Scroll and smoothly took away the Overlord's totem vessel before heading straight to Tokyo Sea Battle City. Nippon Benzine, Tokyo. The city of naval warfare is a special place of war, and this Tokai city in Nippon Benz Tokyo has been famous in the wizarding world for a long time. On the seashore of Tokyo in Nippon Benzine stands a huge fortress city, which is the Tokyo Sea Battle City. Looking down from the air, the Holy See Fortress City presents the shape of a crescent moon, which is also called the Tokyo Shield by Nippon Benzine people. The Tokyo Shield was divided into two layers. The front steel dike would be lower in height and play an insignificant blocking role, the back dike would be higher. Even a 100-meter sea beast might not be able to easily cross this steel dike. The entire East Ocean City was grayish-white, with streets, outlets, residential buildings, and stores. There were no demon corpses all over the place and battlefields drenched in Han Lan's imagination. At a glance, most of the buildings and roads were new, and the roads were bustling with people coming and going. It seems that my luck is good. I didn't encounter a high tide as soon as I came here. Looking at the brand newness of this building, I guess it hasn't been long since the last high tide ended. Forget it. I'd better go to the Magic Association to get the qualification for guarding the neighborhood, Han Lan silently calculated in his heart, then got up and walked towards the Magic Association. Han Lan had already used the disguise convergence technique in advance to change his appearance into a normal clean-cut face, and put on a pair of silver moon masks to mimic his own aura as a dual system high level before finding the head of the Tokyo side of the Magic Association. The receptionist was a thieving, dry and thin man with a badge on his chest that proved his status was not low, and after bringing Han Lan to a 40-square-meter room, he let Han Lan choose the contracting method. Han Lan checked the block layout map and circled the 17th and 18th blocks, and the dry and thin man repeatedly confirmed that if Han Lan failed in the battle of guarding the blocks he would need to double the compensation. After Han Lan nodded his head in agreement, the dry, thin man asked him again if he wanted to join the hunter team so that they could take care of each other. Han Lan shook his head as moon-white and silver-white constellations flashed behind him at the same time, proving that he possessed a dual-system high-level cultivation and didn't need a teammate. Seeing this, the dry and skinny man's face immediately gained a few more points of eagerness. "Hello, Mr. Li Feiyu," solemnly introduced myself. "My name is Lai Hengbao. I am in charge of the reception and auditing of the Chinese hunters in East Sea City. Since you are already a dual-system high-level cultivator and responsible for guarding 2 blocks, the employment contract will change from 4 million to 40 million. Please also re-sign a word." The dry and thin man, Lai Hengbao, said respectfully. Lai Hengbao's cultivation could only be described as average. Han Lan sensed it the first time he saw him, a middle-ranked mage of the kind that hadn't even reached completion, and he naturally took out a measure of respect in the face of the unfamiliar dual-system high-ranked mage. After reading and signing the newly drawn-up contract, Lai Hengbao reminded Han Lan that there would be a big high tide coming tomorrow, so try to put on your combat uniforms as early as possible to prepare for the battle. Chapter 66C Crystal Demon Python. Taking a look at the humble room, Han Lan shook his head and prepared to go to the streets to purchase some necessities. Most of the store operators in East Ocean City are mages, and during the period of waiting for the high tide, there are quite a few hunters who will take the opportunity to pan for treasures, and once they succeed in picking up the pieces and instantly getting rich, the ability to save their lives in the next Siren defense battle will have a considerable increase. After purchasing some living supplies with food and potions, Han Lan returned to his room to rest and prepare for tomorrow's high tide. One night without words. Early the next morning, Han Lan washed up, ate breakfast and went to Guardian Block 17. On top of one of the city buildings in Tokyo Sea Battle City, Han Lan went straight to the center building of Block 17 after he had done his registration. East Ocean City is divided into 32 neighborhoods, and on top of the buildings in each of these neighborhoods stand several mages, and looking down from the sky, the number of these mages is equally astonishing. Out of place with the crowd is the 2 neighborhoods where Han Lan is located, only he is alone. Not far away from the mage team thought that Han Lan is to come earlier. The result is that when the sea began to rise after the tide is also only he is alone. What's going on next door on blocks 17 and 18? How come there's only one man stationed there? Don't tell me he's a super-ranked mage? The crowd not far away was murmuring, yet the outline of a moon-white constellation had already lit up behind Han Lan. Dimensional Gate.
Beast Tide Summoning.
A constellation of magic formations so vast that they occupied several buildings appeared above the midair, and the tall, moonlit white sublime gate stood. The moon's on flickered. The huge constellation of the summoning system quickly transformed into a gateway to the subdimensional world, and the shadow of a giant beast whose body was covered in dark blue scales and whose body loomed as if it were the ridge of a mountain and river gradually became clear. The house-sized ice blue dragon head poked out from the door of the subdimension, followed by the ice crystal dragon claw, and huge dragon body also quickly emerged, to be extended hundreds of meters of jagged dragon tail also through the door of the subdimension. The frost sub-dragon's dragon wings stretched out. The dark blue dragon wings with a wingspan of several hundred meters flooded the sky above the East Sea City with a large amount of blue flashes of light, biting frost spreading rapidly from the air, and the rich dragon might belonging to the orthodox commander level swept in all directions.
Aang!
Hiss! That wasn't all. A large amount of purple lightning suddenly surged out of the gate of the dimension, and a pair of thunder-patterned giant Kili that could be compared to the size of a hill violently stretched out, with 3 pairs of huge crystalline wings extending out next to the ghostly purple thick armor, and curved scorpion needles that were like the tails of the prime rising high into the air. The Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion's 3 pairs of crystalline giant wings violently revived, and the compound eyes under its triangular-shaped head slightly rotated, as the pressure of a small commander level immediately spread out towards the surroundings. Once the 2 commander-class creatures had shuttled out of the subdimensional gate, the tall, moon-white subdimensional gate began to shrink rapidly, and just as onlookers thought the summoning ritual was over, 20 dark creatures began to swarm out toward Block 18. The giant death lizard shadow eaters didn't have the massive size of the commander-class creatures, but at an average of 15 meters long, the shadow lizards weren't so big that they could be dismissed as little calamis. Especially their strength as at least a small war general. The leading ice giant death lizard shadow eater soldier breath clearly reached the peak of the great war general. From the war general level advancement period is only a step away.
2 commander level summoning beasts?
It seems like it should be a high-ranked mage who majors in the summoning department. I'd like to think that those war admiral class dark creatures could take me out in one move. Not far away, the mages who were attracted by the movement of the summoning ceremony were talking. However, before they could discuss anything, the great sea tide had already descended.
Rumble! Rumble!
The seawater continued to roll, slowly lifting up more than 10 meters high waves, which instantly jumped over the first short dike and slapped down. The seawater rushed into the city, and densely packed small black dots loomed in the tide, and those were precisely the armies of sirens that poked out from the tide. The leading sawtooth green demon had fan-shaped sea urchin spines on its head. Their bodies were dark green with rough scale armor, and their lower bodies resembled frogs, and the amphibious ones could even climb directly to the roofs of buildings to fight with mages in melee combat. The 4th realm of spiritual power allowed Han Lan to keenly perceive that a massive siren swimgo was outside Block 17. When he noticed the 2 commander-class creatures beside Han Lan, he even rushed in the direction he was standing in and opened his bloody disc mouth to let out a provocative hissing sound.
There's a way to heaven and you're not going to go, barging in from the material library?
Han Lan didn't pay any attention to the other party's provocative hissing, and with a thought he caused the Frost Errand to start clearing up the surrounding Battle Admiral-class siren stragglers.
Aang!
Sheik Ram let out a long roar in the sky, and the rolling sound waves converged into a light blue sonic fong bomb that shot towards the surrounding warlord sirens.
The
sonic fangs split up like cluster bombs into a large number of densely packed subunits, prioritizing the heads, hearts, torsos, and other fatal parts of the War Admiral sirens. With Sheik Rem as the center point, the 17th and 18th blocks bloomed with blood-red killing flowers, and the densely packed corpses of the sirens formed part of the blood-colored pen and ink, and even the attack of the surrounding sirens gave a lurch for it. Wild monsters Jagged Green Demon, White Weeping Demon, Redling Demon, Dirty Hunter Minor Warlord Major Warlord X300 have been killed, obtaining Warlord Alien Bone Blue X5, obtaining Water Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X200, obtaining Warlord Alien Claw Blue X10, obtaining Magical Blue Crystal Blue X10, obtaining Warlord Great Essence X3, obtaining Warlord Great Remnant X297, obtaining Demon Alchemy points 300000.
Nah, sip sip sip.
The deaths of a large number of War Admiral sirens caused the shadowy siren commander to sit up, and at its call, more War Admiral sirens gave up attacking the mages in the other neighborhoods and instead rallied towards Block 17.
Coldstream Frenzy.
However, at Han Lan's command, the frost sub-dragon Sheik Rem flapped its ice crystal wings, and a large number of white snowflake prongs wrapped in a blizzard instantly descended on this place, spreading out in all directions with it as the center.
The first contact between the tumbling seawater and the snowflake prongs,
It turned into white ice and quickly froze the water surface, and raised countless sharp ice prawns on the ice surface. The seawater was frozen into a piercingly morose white ice, which caused a great obstruction to the jagged green demon's attack. Hiss! A huge splash exploded under the seawater, followed by a demonic python wrapped in a layer of dark blue crystals, comparable in size to half of a skyscraper, with demonic eyes like two giant white amber appeared in its true form, and it was precisely the Siren Commander that had been cruising outside Block 17. That's the Sea Crystal Demon Python. You don't tell me it's that demon that has Commander-class strength as an adult and has scale armor that's nothing less than magic rock steel? Chapter 67 Hunting the Chancellor. The mages on the sidelines, due to the pressure being reduced, exclaimed out its details after seeing the Commander-class demon show up. This Sea Crystal Demon Python's aura is no better than that Frost False Dragon in Cave Lake, so it looks like we'll have to go all out, Han Lan said in his heart as he frowned slightly. On. Hiss. Even if the enemy was a Chancellor-level Siren, the Frost Sub-Dragon Sheik Ram and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion did not shy away from the battle, and the stronger the opponent, the more the alchemic creature's inner desire to fight could be aroused. Han Lan gave battle orders to the two commanders through the mind link, with the Frost Sub-Dragon acting as the main attacker and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion skimming the battlefield from the side. The two beasts nodded their heads in response as surging frost and violent lightning surged from their bodies, locking onto the Sea Crystal Demon Python as it raced away. 9 white ice crystal sky pillars comparable to the area of the twin skyscrapers rose up from the ground, overflowing with cold air, circling around the Sea Crystal Demon Python into a sea ice arena. The Frost Sub-Dragon Sheik Ram raised his 2 extreme ice dragon claws, and a large amount of ice elements converged into his palms, manifesting 4 ice crystal chains that extended rapidly to the head and tail of the Sea Crystal Demon Python, binding it firmly in place. Immediately after that, an accelerated catapult crashed into the Sea Crystal Demon Python, and the fang's densely covered dragon's mouth bit down on the latter's crystal-layered demonic skull and tore it madly. The resistance of the Sea Crystal Demon Python was also not weak, and the raging sea water pushed the frost Aaron away like a high-powered cannonball at its command. The huge magic python's huge mouth lit up with dark blue points of light, turning into a tidal flood that heavily bombarded the several ice crystal giant walls in front of the Frost Sub-Dragon, and the tidal wave and ice slag were obliterated as much as possible to cancel out. In the next second, the 3 commander-level creatures started the most primitive physical combat. The Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion had activated the talent, Blood Frenzy. Countless scarlet blood filaments climbed onto its thick ghostly purple crystalline armor. The blood-purple light quietly spread to the large insect eyes, an aura of the orthodox commander straight. The huge Keeley haunted by the lightning pattern picked the gap between the old strength of the Sea Crystal Magic Python and the new strength that had not yet been born and clamped it on the broken crystal layer, and the influx of large amounts of lightning caused the latter to experience a short period of stiffness from time to time, while the Frost Sub-Dragon took the opportunity to tear into the crystal layer of the demon's skull. Not only that, in the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion has already condensed a purple thundercloud covering an area of 100 meters above its head. Under its control it continuously blasted down plasma thunder columns to the Sea Crystal Demon Python body. The latter facing the Frost Sub-Dragon's furious attack had to be subjected to a few rounds of vicious Bijou Domain Demon punishing water spear formation. A circle of turquoise blue fluctuations swept through the battlefield. The 2 alchemy creatures were unaffected, but the sea demons, mainly the Sea Crystal Demon Python, had their ability to control water greatly suppressed, and a large amount of Bijou's poison was silently eroding their scales and armor. When the battle between the 3 commander creatures reached a white-hot stage, 9 slender turquoise blue water spears swept through the air at great speed. Under the combined suppression of the 2 commander-class creatures, the Sea Crystal Demon Python's demonic skull, 5 inches, 7 inches, and the tip of its tail were penetrated by turquoise blue water spears, combining to form a bizarre water spear formation to confine it in place. Frost Sub-Dragon Sheik Rem's chest and abdomen lit up with a large blue light, and in the next second, the biting dark blue Sub-Dragon spit locked onto the Sea Crystal Demon Python demon skull and whistled away. Faced with a life and death attack, the struggle of the Sea Crystal Demon Python grew stronger and stronger. Even if the place pierced by the turquoise blue water spear flowed out a large area of dark blue demonic blood. However, the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion that has been manipulating the Thunderclouds to split the demons from time to time is also not a dry meal, only to see its hind limbs at the slender scorpion tail raised high, countless ghostly purple plasma and poisonous mist instantly cohesive molding, several feet long scorpion-tailed needles and spears swept through the air like a lightning bolt. Put! Scorpion tail needle spear straight through the Sea Crystal Magic Python 5 inches injected soul-destroying toxin. By the fatal blow of the latter completely crazy, the sense of crisis on the verge of death finally made it broke through the Bila water spear bound. Blood Basin Python mouth suddenly regained freedom to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, an extremely cold dragon's breath mixed with ice cones and blizzards came blasting down as if it was the blade of the end, and the sea crystal demon python was pierced through and frozen at the demon's cranium, and its signs of life instantly withered away. Hiss! Accompanied by a mournful cry of grief, the sea crystal demon python's demonic skull hung down powerlessly, and this siren great commander came to the end of its life. The wild monster sea crystal demon python Chancellor X1 has been killed, gaining 10,000 demon alchemy points, Chancellor Fruit Purple X1, Chancellor Level Alien Scale Purple X1, and Chancellor Level Essence Sea Python Class X1. Surprisingly, another Commander's Fruit has popped out. More of this stuff is better. The Commander's Great Essence Spirit is not a waste of fighting it for so long, Han Lan said with some surprise on his face. With the death of the sea crystal demon python, the war admiral sirens of this great rising tide were instantly demoralized, and naturally, the guardian mages in the surrounding blocks wouldn't let go of this good opportunity, and struck back with magical glory. Han Lan of course wouldn't stay put and wait for the sirens to deliver, and through the mind link ordered the Frost Aaron Sheik Ram and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion to launch a hunting operation centered around blocks 17 and 18. As for the group of giant death lizard Shadow Eater soldiers, they teamed up to sneak up on those great War Admiral class sirens, quietly blending into the shadows of the city buildings with the Shadow Eater soldiers Han Lan had handed over to them. Han Lan made an instantaneous movement leap and appeared above the head of the hovering frost arachnid Sheik Rem, and began to use space magic and chaos magic to kill the Caracal shark demons that had heard the sound of their arrival. On! Suddenly Sheik Rem growled angrily, and 6 thick ice pike spear spikes shot out in a zigzag pattern, the sharp ice spearhead zapping the 2 grayish-white sirens disguised as stone buildings, weaving a mass of discolored filaments around the roof of this building. I don't know which string these 2 gray and white sirens disguised as stone buildings had struck the wrong one, in the case of facing the commander directly and still presumptuously attempting to attack the other party with a silk binding. They were pierced through the demon's torso by the angry Sheik Rem with an ice pike spear thrust, and nailed to the citadel in a deadly manner. However, the gray and white sirens who suffered from the ice spear penetration did not immediately leave the box. They raised their 6 demonic limbs that looked like rocky arms, and they were desperately attacking the ice shuttle spears that imprisoned their bodies. Space rhythm compression. Silver light flashed in Han Lan's pupils as the 6 demonic limbs of the gray and white siren were wrapped up in the silver diamond-shaped cubic grid that suddenly surfaced, and hundreds of times the spatial weight pressure caused its scaled bones to begin to crumble by inches. Raising his hand, he grabbed a Shadow Eater soldier from his body and hit it right on top of the gray and white sea demon's head like a bowling ball, and the Shadow Eater soldier didn't care about the way it came out, bending down and opening its pitch-black, sharp mouth to start devouring the unlucky gray and white sea demon's vitality and soul energy in a big mouth. Wild Monster Gray Coiled Silk Lizard War Admiral Advancement Stage X1 has been killed, gaining Demon Alchemy points 1000. Chapter 68, The Scroll of Transmission. Spatial Rhythm Crack. As for the other grayish-white siren with a weaker breath, it was directly chopped off by Han Lan and received its box lunch on the spot. Wild Monster Gray Striped Coiled Silk Lizard Great War General X1 has been killed, obtaining War General Great Remnant X1, Demon Alchemy points 1000, obtaining Color-Changing Silk Thread Production Capsule Blue X1. Color-Changing Silk Thread Production Capsule. Quality, Blue. Description: slowly absorbing the surrounding elemental power to produce elemental color-changing energy thread. Maybe you can use it to forge magic equipment. A certain international forging master with the name of Ling said, "I don't produce orthodox magic tools only because I advocate for stocking type magic tools." The more I hear the name Master Ling, the more familiar it sounds, reminding me of a deceased person from my previous life in the world of fiction, Han Lan said in his heart in a ventriloquist manner. Forget it, let's keep it for now. At least it's a continuous automated production resource. Even if you don't alchemize it yourself, you can still use it as a magic weapon material supplier, Han Lan thought helplessly. After sweeping the system panel, Han Lan continued to take the Frost Aaron and began to hunt the War Admiral sirens along the streets. One by one, the spatial star maps and chaos magic were constructed in front of him. The spatial gravity suppressed the sirens' actions, the power of the rift decapitated the demon's skull, and the chaos cavern rebounded back to its original owner after devouring the water wave demon Law. Time flew by, hours passed quickly, and the decadence of the waters of the great high tide became apparent. The sea seems to have started receding. The mage team on the floor not far away said with some surprise. Han Lan glanced at the situation below. The seawater began to slowly recede, and all of the previously submerged areas were exposed, revealing a height of 3 or 4 meters. The tide was receding, and the remains of the buildings that had spilled into the streets were wet and bare. The sea demons have all left one after another with this great tide. Without the seawater as their solid backing, their casualty rate will increase dramatically, their strength will be greatly reduced. There is no need to entangle further. The drainage system of Donghai City is as strong as the original portrayal is amazing. As soon as the tide receded to the short embankment, the wet Donghai City inside only a shallow pool of water, not at all to see that the city's defenses have just experienced a big high tide. When the neighborhood was waterlogged and dotted, the sweeping brigade quickly cleared away all the debris, and even more so, all the bodies of the sirens. When sweeping to Block 1718, those sweepers didn't even dare to get close. The dragon might of the commander-class pure-blooded subdragon was too terrifying. An ordinary mage might not even be able to conjure up a star in front of this commander's aura. For that reason, when that middle-aged district lord found Han Lan, he still had to speak with a respectful face.
Mr. Night Flying Rain.
Hello there. I'm here on behalf of the District Master of District 1620. You see that the tide has receded. Are you taking the contracted beasts away first so that the cleanup crew can also start their work? Hello, Mr. District Master. I'll probably be stationed here for a month. This sub-dragon of mine isn't very good-tempered and likes to stay in the outside world, so I'll let it stay here.
I'll take it away when the month is up, Han Lan said to the middle-aged district lord.
So that's how it is, then. This is your extra payment for this great tide, which the Magic Association has uniformly distributed.
The total for the 2 blocks is 100 million. Thank you for your contribution this time,
the middle-aged blockmaster said.
Thanks then.
Han Lan raised his hand to accept the gold-printed diamond card handed over by the other party. This kind of diamond card had no password and would usually store $100 million in it. Returning to his temporary room, Han Lan began to check up on the demon hunting harvest from this great rising tide. Wild monsters: Sawtooth Green Demon, White Weeping Demon, Red Ling Demon, Dirty Hunter, Caracal Shark Demon, Small Warlord, Big Warlord X-150 have been killed, gaining demon alchemy points 150,000. The wild monsters: Chamscale Siren, Caracal Shark Demon, White Weeping Demon, Red Ling Demon, Sawtooth Green Demon, Dirty Hunter, and Grey Striped Coiled Silk Lizard Minor General Major General X-350 have been killed, gaining demon alchemy points of 350,000, obtaining Aquatic Spirit Seed Fragment X-300, or General Grade Altered Bone Blue X-6, War General Grade Altered Scale Blue X-15, or General Grade Altered Claw Blue X-27, and obtaining Color Changing Silk Thread Production Capsule Blue X-2. War General Grade Essence X-3, War General Grade Remnant 347. Hanlon, this color-changing silk thread production capsule surprisingly came 2 more. The first column of system information still smelled familiar. With only familiar points, the giant death lizard Shadow Eaters hadn't rounded up many War Admiral sirens, and aside from picking up a few prey that had been frozen by the frost arachnids, the main reason for this was that they were rounding up War Admiral ranked sirens whenever possible. Each of the 5 types of killed sirens picked 10 of the strongest hosts to devour and evolve, and now the siren group Shadow Eater squad under Han Lan, led by the Caracal Shark Demon, had reached a staggering 50 heads of the War Admiral class. Oh yeah, there was also one gray-striped discus lizard Shadow Eater soldier that Han Lan had personally cultivated, and its strength was located in the medium War General. At this point, with the ice giant death lizard Shadow Eater and the Caracal Shark Demon Shadow Eater as the squad leaders, the Beast Tide Gate has already shown its strength, and the 71 general-level shadow creatures rushed out. The picture was simply not too beautiful. Han Lan intends to go to slaughter a few feathered demon commanders after the end of the Nippon Benzine training. The Shadow Eater Corps now has a land demon general, there are sea demon generals, there is no feathered demon Shadow Eater soldiers. How can the 2 armies have no airspace right to go to war? Glancing at the system panel, Han Lan was surprised to find that the total demon alchemy points came to 513,5900. Just in time for a purple ranked card draw, Goyu, demon alchemy points shrink to 503,5900. A flash of purple light bloomed on the card draw roulette wheel.
Card drawing roulette, activated.
Ding 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 ding, the black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. The Scroll of Refiner's Legacy. Quality, purple. Description: from a world where refining is the main theme, the highest refiner should use the sun and moon as the fire, the earth and sky as the furnace, and everything in the world as the material, but this is not the limit of human power. Novice, what you need to do now is to recognize the materials and assemble and match them, and this scroll will enable you to become a master of the refinery. Box of magic chocolate, 10 pieces in 1 box. Quality, blue. Description: restores half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and doubles the strength of energy attacks within 10 minutes omega.
Universal Advancement Stone.
Quality, purple. Description: from an online game world, can be any blue-purple quality props materials items 50% advanced to orange quality, advanced failed to retain the material without loss. The advancement stone is a one-time item, use with caution evolution, and then knock the enemy down. Scrolls of Spatial Mobility. Quality, purple. Description: from a Western fantasy world, the user can be randomly transported to 100 kilometers away after the activation of the spiritual power. Note: non-powerful people should be careful to use the number of times to use 3. Believe me, you do not want to be randomly transported in the sea, volcano, 10,000 meters in the air, and live in the lair of the powerful beasts. Chapter 69: Paluchi's Otherworldly Worldly Space Pearls. Paluchi's Otherworldly Pearls. Quality: purple. Description: from a world where people and elves coexist, the power of the incarnation of space, Paluchi, coalesced into the space where the pearl can be hidden into a different space, so that the space continues to stretch and become larger. The user can observe the situation outside the original space in a different space, and at any time by their own will to manipulate the pearl out of a different space. I am clueless. After a year seems to be unchanged. The world after you left, empty. The user can observe the situation outside the original space in the alien space, and can manipulate the pearl to leave the alien space by his own will at any time. I have been ignorant for a year, and it seems that nothing has changed in this year. Tempura in a box, 10 PCS in 1 box. Quality: blue. Description: from a game world, after eating it, it can slowly increase the thunder energy in the body. Crispy wind harvest stones, instant air crystals. Quality: purple. Description: from a world of immortal cultivation, is a good main material for refining magic treasure. This purple quality material very precious. You saw, why don't you use it? Why don't you use it? If you don't use it, you won't be able to live. Gale runes. Quality: purple. Description: from the world of a game continent, a powerful swordsman who specializes in Kyoho Kendo manifests himself, perhaps with unknown powers? Hazard gives. Death is like the wind, always accompanied by my body, and with the fast wind forward, behind must also pay attention. Killing is a kind of vice, but I cannot seem to quit. Is the life of a falling leaf just to return to its roots? Shadow stalking scroll. Quality: blue. Description: after using it, you can manipulate the power of shadow, turning into a shadow to sneak around any terrain for 10 minutes, and can be used as many times as you like. 3. Darkness knows no bounds, but humans delude themselves about light and victory. 7 purples and 3 blues, not bad luck, but what's the deal with this alchemist inheritance scroll? It shouldn't be the same refiner I imagined, right? Han Lan took out the scroll with trepidation. The lavender scroll was entwined with 3 circles of golden lines, as if they were intertwined and coiled like snakes with tails, and after Han Lan released his spiritual power and touched the scroll, the 3 golden lines transformed into a ray of light that drilled into the center of his brow. Countless complicated and novel refining knowledge appeared in Han Lan's mind, and even with his 4th realm's mental power running at full strength, the wisps of mind distension and pain still came on like a tidal wave. It was a good thing that the scroll's infusion was short, and after 5 minutes, Han Lan received and digested as much of this vast knowledge of refining as he could. At this time, Han Lan no longer looked at all the items in the room with a simple appearance in his eyes. The items only presented 3 forms of usable material. Scrap special. True eye, this is the incidental ability of the alchemist's inheritance scroll. With this ability everything will show its most direct utilization value in the eyes of the alchemist. Toast bread, food that provides a small amount of satiety. Canto boil, food that provides a certain level of satiety. However, this Eye of Truth ability would consume a small amount of Han Lan's own mental energy when it was turned on, and the rarer the thing being viewed, the higher the energy threshold, the more mental energy he would consume. After stopping the mental power delivery, the Eye of Truth slowly dissipated, and through the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room, Han Lan noticed a circle of golden light slowly fading from his pupils, and it seemed that this was the outward manifestation of the Eye of Truth ability. Glancing at the purple quality universal advancement stone, this is a good thing. Han Lan has quite a few purple quality small extreme items in this backpack, but unfortunately it only has 1 chance to strengthen. Forget it, keep it for now. Spatial teleportation scroll, this is a good thing to kill and set fire to, home to save life, is the number of times to use is too small, only 3 times. On the contrary, it was the first time that Paluchi's other space treasure pearl had been seen, and it couldn't help but make Han Lan wonder if the orange quality card draws were capable of drawing divine beasts. It's too far to say that, though the orange quality card draw requires slaying a monarch class demon by killing Hanlon or an alchemical creature under his command. And based on his process of unlocking purple quality card draws, it's likely that he'll have to get his hands on the demon head to kill it. Han Lan took out the exospatial treasure pearl from his system backpack, and it was the instant it appeared that the room Han Lan was originally in was instantly stretched and lengthened, and even for a time, the location as far as his eyes could see turned into a grassland. And Han Lan also instantly couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. His room suddenly turned into a grassland. Who could withstand this? But when he couldn't resist going out to check, he realized that his room didn't seem to have changed at all from the outside.
Isn't this just like those Secret Realm Small Worlds and Immortal Cultivation novels? And Han Lan also realized that the entire room he was currently in was incorporated into an alien space, and from the outside there was absolutely no way to see any abnormality. Similar to the cultivation novels, in the clan is a small space world. From the outside cannot see the slightest abnormality. Ordinary people also have no way to enter and exit, but in fact there is a piece of foreign space exists in this place. It was only that immortal cultivators were drawing on the power of divine powers or magic treasures, while Han Lan was drawing on the power of the space god beast Paluchi's treasure pearl. Good stuff. After having this carry on small world, my ability to save my life has increased by a large margin, but I still need to verify one more thing. After Han Lan stowed away the alien space treasure pearl and his own belongings, he turned around and exited the room, heading towards the commercial street behind Tokyo Sea Battle City. After opening a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, Han Lan took out Paruchi's alien space pearl, and sure enough, the familiar sense of spatial stretching came again, and the originally wide and luxurious presidential suite instantly contracted into a small bit, and Han Lan's gaze was at an endless white space. Up to this point, it could be concluded that Paluchi's exospatial treasure pearl was a spatial expansion extension depending on the spatial environment that the user was in. Of course, Han Lan could also command the alien space treasure pearl to solidify all things within a certain space and then include them within the treasure pearl space, which initially wasn't very large, and was just the size of a soccer field. There were air and light sources within the treasure pearl space, and even the shadow-eating soldiers could move freely within it, and after Han Lan threw a Bichon hamster he had purchased at a street-side flower and bird store into the space, the little guy remained alive and well as well. Carrying Small World's Alien Space Treasure Beads Edition New. Following the method prompted by the Eye of Truth, Han Lan branded his soul imprint within the treasure bead of the foreign space, and used a dagger to slit his index finger open with a small cut, and a few drops of blood instantly merged into the treasure bead after staining it. A dash of subtle linking sensation connected Han Lan to the treasure pearl, and in the next second the bucket-sized exospatial treasure pearl quietly drilled into Han Lan's brow and stayed over the spiritual world. Han Lan tried a few times to get in and out privileges of the small world. From now on it will be called the small world, and the back and forth was very smooth, and Master Han was very satisfied with this gray. Goo goo goo. Having eaten a bowl of Kanto boil and half a day of fighting, Han Lan was now starving, taking out a tempura from his system backpack and stuffing it into his mouth, the flavor of shrimp and seasonal vegetables spreading out in his mouth, fresh and delicious, fragrant but not greasy. Chapter 70 International Forge Master Competition, Aquatic Sub-Heavenly Species. Ahem, stringing up the stage, wisps of thunder energy continued to pour into Han Lan's Thunder Star River. The portion was average, but the accumulation of small amounts made a lot. It's just not very satiating. Han Lan touched his stomach. It seems that we still need to go outside to rub a good meal. Get up and go out of the room. After Han Lan walked straight towards a Japanese restaurant. With a fluffy Bichon hamster on his shoulder he looked like a budding pet lover, and halfway across the street a little lolicon holding her parents' big hand saw it and rushed to her parents and cried to buy the rat. Han Lan saw this and directly gave the little hamster to Lori. He himself does not raise, just an experiment. To find a good home for the little guy is not bad. Upon entering the restaurant, a large promotional poster hung across the store, and Han Lan fixed his gaze after just glancing at it. The International Forge Master Competition? The International Forge Master Competition is back. The International Forge Masters Competition is led by the Asian Magic Association, with official Nippon Benzine and members of the Shuang Shukaku attending to preside over the event, and welcoming forging masters from all countries to participate in the competition. First place reward 1 water subtenant seed, second place reward 1 elemental domain soul seed of your choice, third place reward 1 magic tool of your choice. Entry requirements: minimum high-level cultivation, registration, 0817XXXX. The International Forge Master Competition will be held 3 days later at the Osaka Dotonbori Ward branch of the Magic Association. It seems necessary to make a trip to Osaka City. The water-type sub-heavenly species, the Asian Magic Association is so generous? Han Lan was somewhat incredulous. After quickly solving the problem of dinner, Han Lan went to the Tokyo Magic Association to hand over the Neighborhood Guardian Authority, and put the Frost Errand Sheik Rem into the contract Space Demon Beast's garden, and then departed for Osaka City. Osaka City. Osaka is indeed a food paradise, with desserts, snacks, and teas. It's not too much to eat for days and nights. But Han Lan didn't come here to be a foodie. Straight to the Dotonbori District Magic Association he took care of the enrollment procedure in a blaze of speed. The staff then brought him to the contestants' rest area and told Han Lan that the International Forge Master Competition utilized an elimination system. With 5 contestants from each country, there are 16 countries registered and all 80 contestants have already arrived. The first round of the audition will leave 8 contestants to compete. The second round of the elite competition will be held at the same time to select the top 4,
and the third round will be the grand finals. After resting for 2 days to adjust his condition, the 23rd International Forge Master Competition officially began. Early in the morning 80 participants entered one after another the large open-air arena prepared by the Dotonbori District Magic Association, where this year's International Forge Master Contest was held. It was the right time to hold it in Nippon, unlike the grandeur of the National Palace competition, and it would not affect the allocation of international rare resources. It was just a competition of the forging masters community. The spectator platforms in the open-air arena were filled to capacity, and a large number of mages were crowded. Han Lan casually found a forge and waited for the start of the match with a group of participants around him. With the clock hand pointing to 9 o'clock sharp, 3 figures appeared out of thin air on the raised platform. The burly figure standing in front of the microphone was dressed in a white enlarged suit with a flirty sky blue tie around his neck. Good morning, seniors forging masters. I am the host of the 23rd International Forging Masters Competition, Zheng Benyihan from Hokkaido, nicknamed Yanagi Soybean Milk. Before the official start of this year's competition, allow me to grandly introduce the 2 special guests behind me. Standing on my right is the Vice President of the Asian Magic Association, His Excellency Xinxia. Although this is called Zhang Benyihan, host of the Duck Voice, is extremely difficult to hear, but the crowd present have a certain status, but also did not have no quality to calculate why the organizers want to arrange such a person. Everyone's line of sight along with the TV station's long-shot camera looked at the French robe silhouette on the right, and a middle-aged man with silver-gray hair appeared in everyone's eyes, wearing a silver-bottomed, purple-patterned vice president's badge on his chest. Dressed in silver-gray gold-printed mage robes, faint light elements surrounded him, setting off his entire person in harmony and solemnity without losing the majesty that belonged uniquely to the higher-ups. Seeing that the gazes of all the people present were gathered on himself, the silver-gray middle-aged man, Xinxia, slightly jawed in response. Host Zhang Benyihan's Cockney voice of introduction continued, and standing on my right is the old master of the Shuangshou Pavilion Senior Lookout Moon famous sword. A bearded, hardened old man nodded to the crowd in attendance, and in all his glory, if it weren't for his beard and hair being a flowery white color, this essence would be no worse than that of a young man. The following pre-match message will be delivered by Xinxia Ridon. Everyone applaud. The male duck's voice exploded in the ears of the 2 people on the stage. The famous sword of the Looking Moon was fine, while Xinxia's face twitched imperceptibly. Xinxia took the microphone and opened his mouth. Welcome to all of you in the forging world to participate in this year's International Forge Master Competition. I'm Xinxia, and to make a long story short, the reward for the first place is a water sub-heavenly seed. This sub-heavenly seed, called gravity water, possesses a 9-fold increase, and the force of the droplets falling below is as powerful as 10,000 pounds, but unfortunately, it was found in the ocean by a hunter with super-rank cultivation. And he was sneak attacked by a great monarch-level siren during the harvesting process, resulting in a lack of innate origin for this water sub-heavenly seed, and no further advancement to the orthodox heavenly seed rank. In addition, I would like to announce one thing. Due to the lack of reward for the first place, so after deliberation, the Forge Master who won the first place will be awarded the International Honorary Forge Master Badge issued by the Asian Magic Association, with the right to prioritize the purchase of rare materials in any of the magical associations and the top 10 organizations, and enjoy a 20% discount on all magical materials within the territory of the Asian state. Boom! The entire large arena was abuzz with excitement. The first place reward not only had the water sub-heavenly seed, but also received a Medal of Honor issued by the Asian Magic Association, which could be said to be a true international reputation. Suzetsu's face darkened slightly as he straightly handed the microphone over to Wang Yiming, who was standing on his left, fearing that he wouldn't be able to restrain his inner urge to hit someone after hearing that ear-splitting Cockney voice again. The famous Sword of the Looking Moon did not say anything long, but only encouraged the young forges present. The microphone then returned to the hands of the Cockney host, Zheng Benyihan. Fellow Forge Master Seniors, I declare the 23rd International Forge Master Competition officially open. The first round of the competition is a C-selection system elimination tournament. All participants please pay attention. Later the staff will uniformly distribute a piece of forging material. The one with the highest number of quenching times will be promoted to the second round of the 8-strong match. Then I announce that the C-selection elimination preliminary round of the 23rd International Forging Masters Competition has officially begun. More than a dozen crew members with their feet on wind rails flew in and placed pieces of blackened material in front of the 80 contestants. Ink steel stone? Isn't this stuff a rare material for building sea defense dikes? Hard to strain. Spitting and complaining, the match still went on as scheduled, and a large number of mages began to push up their forging flames. And for a while, flames rose in the arena, red, black, purple, green. Chapter 71, 1,000 Hammers. Crackle! Pure golden lightning arcs wrapped around Han Lan's arm, spreading to the center of his palm to transform into a small, vivid golden thunder dragon. A Thunder Forge Master? That's rare. The vast majority of forgers are fire-oriented. Looking at this young man's thunder power, I think it must be enough to rank among the top in the soul species. The discerning Moonwatch famous sword guessed a general idea after observing Han Lan for a few moments. Han Lan was well aware that the increase multiplier of the soul grade devouring seed 9 Shen Golden Thunder was otherworldly, so on the way to Osaka City, he had already used the disguise convergence technique to mimic it as a 6-fold increase of the Thunder System's very best soul seed. Pure gold small thunder dragon wrapped around the ink steel stone began to quench non-stop. A large number of thunder ons and arcs continue to drill into the ink steel stone began to violently electrolysis, quenching. While controlling the Jiuxian Golden Thunder to quench the materials, Han Lan also surveyed the surrounding forges out of the corner of his eye. This edition of the International Forge Master Competition had not reached the level of a mountain of people, but who could come to the competition that didn't have a couple of tricks up their sleeves? But even so, not everyone in the high-level forging masters could find the most suitable forging flame for themselves, especially the kind that had a high multiplier increase and fit their own forging techniques. All the forges were concentrating on quenching the ink steel stone, and the firelight reflected on each of their faces, young, old, or very strong. For a time, the only thing left in the large arena was the crackling motion of roaring flames burning and thunder leaping, as well as the whispers of the crowd in the stands. While the crowd was quenching, the giant hourglass on the podium of the arena was slowly descending. Time flew by. 2.5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the forges had fine sweat on their foreheads. It wasn't that they weren't good at their craft, but the process of quenching this ink steel stone was extremely costly in terms of magical energy and mental power, and it also had high requirements for the quality of the flames and the thunder. When there was only 1/5 of the hourglass left, most of the forgers withdrew their flames and were ready to receive the quality certification from the organizers. On the forging platform at this time, the only ones still quenching the ink steel stone were Han Lan, as well as the 2 older forging masters. After 20 minutes, the 2 older forge masters also stopped the flames in their hands, and at that moment, there were still the last 10 minutes left until the end of time. The gazes of everyone present immediately gathered on Han Lan, the only one still quenching, as the wild and violent little golden thunder dragon wrapped itself around the ink steel stone, and a large number of teeth of arcs of electricity erupted from the mouth of the thunder mantled dragon as it continued to quench. A few moments later, there was only a little bit of residual sand left in the giant hourglass, and the time came to the last minute. Famous Sword of the Looking Glass Moon took the microphone from Zhang Benyahan and was about to announce that the time had expired when Shija shook his head imperceptibly at him. Famous Sword of the Looking Glass Moon understood and waited for this last minute. Okay, contestants, I call the time. Sorry I'm a little late. TSK, to be able to rush out at this last point in time, it's really lucky, but I'm afraid the quality of the materials quenched in such a hurry isn't very good, right? A bald middle-aged man said in a low, conspiratorial voice. If you're a dish, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. It's a normal thing. The International Forge Master Competition lacks everything. It just doesn't lack contestants. Not far away, a forger of a higher age squinted his eyes slightly and glanced obliquely at Han Lan, snickering. The Moonwatcher's famous sword on the high platform glanced at the finally finished Han Lan, shook his head, and announced, since everyone has finished on time, let's start preparing for the next test. After finishing his speech, the famous sword of the hopeful moon lifted a piece of black cloth on the elevated platform, instantly revealing a precision mechanical instrument underneath that was flashing with a faint reddish aura. This is a purity meter, which can accurately test the purity of the materials you refine. The famous sword of Wang Yu pointed to a groove on the instrument and said, here is where the test materials are put in. After saying that, he also pointed to some characters that were constantly flashing on the screen and said, and here, this is where the purity is displayed, with 10 stars as the system, 10 stars being the highest, 1 star being the lowest, and 4 stars passing. Alright, now, put your quenched ink steel stones into it to start testing. As the words of the famous sword of the looking moon fell, the people in the arena glanced at each other before a middle-aged forger at the front of the line gritted his teeth and walked up. 5 stars, next. 4 stars, pass. 3 stars, eliminated. The bald middle-aged man who had taunted Han Lan earlier also walked up and began testing. 5 stars, next. The bald middle-aged man glanced provocatively at Han Lan when he saw this. The high-aged foreign forger who had mocked Han Lan earlier also began his inspection. 7 stars, excellent. Young man, listen to my advice, you won't be able to grasp this kind of competition, the eagle hook-nose high-age forging master indifferently said. Han Lan only responded to him with 2 words. 7.5 stars. The voice of the famous sword of the Moonwatch attracted the attention of everyone present, and Han Lan also turned his head to look. This achievement was owned by none other than another older forger, and he wasn't just some foreigner, it was none other than the forge master of the Oriental Pearl Mage Tower, Hua Tuo. Young man, it's your turn, the famous Sword of the Moonwatch urged, and Han Lan obediently walked onto the high platform to place the metaphysical black ink steel stone in his hand into the testing alcove. After the screen of the test machine shook for a while, a crimson large 9 word slowly emerged.
9 stars.
First place. Fearing the sudden silence of the air, the crowd was as silent as if the silence button had been pressed, and it was a moment before anyone spoke.
This can't be possible, how could he be 9 stars?
This must be cheating. The bald middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He couldn't stand the fact that a person younger than himself had better grades than himself. This was not scientific.
No, this isn't magic.
Oh, this testing instrument was distributed by the Asian Magic Association after it was uniformly certified. Are you questioning the testing process of the old man and his excellency Xinxia? The famous Sword of the Hopeful Moon's eyes glanced faintly at the bald middle-aged man and said in a cold voice. Late generation wouldn't dare. The bald middle-aged man's face turned white from his heart. Well, the first round of the audition elimination round is over. First place Hanlon, second place Hodder, third place Douglas Wilson.
The crowd in the arena audience also applauded the birth of the first place winner.
These 8 contestants advanced to the final 8. The second round of the tournament will officially start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Now orderly retreat. The famous Sword of the Moonwatch announced the end of the first round of the tournament. The crowd also one after another to their own residence to return. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Han Lan and the crowd once again arrived in the large arena to begin the second round of the Elite 8. Chapter 72 Tears of the Ice Heart. Welcome to all the contestants to the International Forge Master Competition to participate in the second round of the Final 8. I am Zhang Ben Ihan from Hokkaido, nicknamed Yanagi Soybean Milk. Now let's invite the 8 contestants to enter one after another. Everyone applauds and welcomes. The familiar Cockney voice echoed within the fighting arena, and the crowd, as if they had automatic immunity to a full level of magic resistance, stood in front of their forges. The rules of this Elite 8 tournament are that 8 players compete in 4 groups at the same time to come out 1 to 4. And the 4 players who advance will have the qualification to participate in the grand final. The famous Sword of the Hopeful Moon took the microphone handed over from Zhang Benyihan's hand and announced in a deep voice. Now please prepare the forging materials for the 8 contestants. The rules require the forging of a high-level soul-grade magic tool magic artifact, timed at 72 hours. Now begin. As the Moonwatch famous sword gave the order, the 8 contestants, including Han Lan, pulled out various kinds of forging materials from their magic storage devices that had been prepared long ago. Deep Sea Marrow Silver Purple, Secret Soul Sacred Silver Purple, Soul Nurturing Mother Jade Purple, and 100 drops of Ice Spirit Cold Spring Blue. Han Lan took out these 4 materials from the 24 bridges to a bright moonlit night, and the Eyes of Truth activated. Crackle! Pure golden lightning arcs wrapped around Han Lan's hands, merging into one and spreading to the center of his palm, transforming into a living, breathing golden thunder dragon. Elder Lookout Moon famous sword, I need to summon my secondary partner to assist me in completing the forging of a high-level magic tool. Could you please arrange a more spacious place for me? Han Lan said as he looked toward the few people on the high platform. Sure. After the famous Sword of the Moonwatch nodded in agreement, he immediately arranged for a few fieldmasters to come and expand and extend the forging platform Han Lan was on with earth magic, freeing up a circular open space of more than 100 meters.
Dimensional summoning.
The moon-white subdimensional door opened up, and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion, which had shrunk in size by half, quickly rushed out, obediently rubbing against Han Lan's pants leg. Even though its size had shrunk by half, the house-sized lightning pattern giant Keeley were still frightening, with 3 pairs of huge crystalline wings stretching out beside the thick purple armor, and the curved scorpion needles like the tail of a prime rising high into the sky.
A commander-class subdivision beast?
With this resource to squander, it would be better to keep it to train your own son's contracted beast. The crowd on the bleachers are talking, but Han Lan has no time to pay attention to their thoughts. Through the mind link to order the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion to drive out the thunder of purification and the thunder of weeping blood, and he himself single-handedly controls the 9 metaphysical golden thunder to start electrolyzing and quenching the deep sea medulla silver. Also channel the thunder of purification and the thunder of sobriety into the forging process. Time passes quietly. On the high platform stands a more huge giant hourglass timer, points of yellow sand slowly falling, 8 contestants under the stage tightly non-stop forging up materials. Half a day later, Secret Soul Sacred Silver also quietly joined the forging process.
In the early hours of the next day, it was the Soul Nurturing Mother Jade.
At 12 o'clock at noon, the Deep Sea Marrow Silver has been turned into a blue liquid. The impurities of the Secret Soul Sacred Silver have also been quenched out and become silver. As for the Soul Nurturing Mother Jade, it has become even more warm and moist like jade under the quenching of the 3 kinds of soul lightning.
It's now.
Under Han Lan's spiritual guidance, the three types of soul lightning transformed into a long whip that surrounded the materials and drove them together to begin fusion. Zip, crackle. The deep-sea marrow silver and the secret soul sacred silver burst into a large amount of slurry and mist at first contact. However, after the soul-nurturing mother jade exuded fluctuations to join in, a strange balance was struck between the three, slowly fusing. Time continued to pass, and at 10 o'clock in the evening, the large arena had been lit up with a faint moonlight projection stone, and the soft moonlight spilled down on the 8 contestants and the spectators in the audience stands. At this time, the three materials in front of Han Lan had already fused to the final step, and in its place was a cloud of silvery blue semi-solidified liquid, after incorporating the 100 drops of ice spirit cold spring that had been quenched into it. Han Lan began to use his spiritual power to guide the silver blue semi-solidified liquid into shape, stretching, extending, and micro-sculpting, and the silver blue liquid began to gradually transform into the shape of a rounded water droplet. The softness mixed with cold fluctuations blew across Han Lan's face, and the exhaustion brought about by 2 consecutive days of forging dissipated a lot at this moment, with success dawned just around the corner. An hour later, Han Lan dispersed the Jiuxian Golden Thunder and put the Thunderwing Heavenly Demon Scorpion into the Gate of Dimensions Demon and Demon Beast Garden. At this time in front of Han Lan, there is only a light blue jade necklace pendant on the 5 silver threads present claw-like wrapped around a dragon's eye size of silver blue beads, faint soft spiritual fluctuations mixed with a hint of coldness spread out. It has both the characteristics of the mind system and the ice system, so let's call it Tears of Ice Heart. Han Lan named it. Real Eye, activate. Tears of Ice Heart. Quality, Purple Soul Grade. Ability 1. Mind Purification Guardian shelters the souls of marked beings in a wide area, purifies negative emotions, forms a mind shield to guard, can also focus all mind shields to guard a single target, can use mind-based magic to speed up recharge times natural recovery. Storable 1-5 times. 2. Nourish the soul. The wearer's spiritual level and soul strength will slowly grow. 3. Passive, Psychic Enhancement increases the base power of psychic magic by 1x. 4. Ring of Frozen Ice unleashes a wide ring of frosty ice that repels and freezes everything it touches, also freezes and imprisons a single target, can use Ice Magic Stone to speed up recharge times natural recovery. Storable 1-5 times. 5. Deep Sea Protection increased the base power of Water Ice Magic by 1x. Not bad, although it didn't reach the expected heavenly orange quality, there was a lack of golden materials. Han Lan nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the few competitors around them, they were still forging feverishly, not daring to have the slightest bit of distraction, even if they had already sensed that Han Lan had finished forging magic tools. Han Lan leaned against the forging table and closed his eyes to meditate on his magical energy and spiritual power, waiting for the end of the second round. At exactly 1700 hours on the second day, the last contestant also finished his magic tool forging, and Zhang Benyi Han, who had already eaten the next lunch in advance, was so excited that his duck's voice changed. Picking up the microphone, he began to announce, since all of the Forge Master seniors have finished forging their magic tools, the next step will be for the International Forge Master judges to jointly conduct a functionality test and select the top 4 contestants. After saying this, Zheng Benyi Han handed the microphone to Wanya Mingjian, who had a beard, took the microphone and spoke, "Good afternoon everyone in the forging world, the time for the second round of the competition has already ended, so the next in order to start the function test." A foreign-faced middle-aged forger walked up to the high platform quickly. "My senior Abdulaziz Hussein, the forging work is a high-level soul-level shield magic tool, the Steel Rock Giant Shield, which has the defensive power to withstand the full force of a small chieftain-level demon. I would like to invite all the forging seniors to taste it." A compact grayish-brown shield was handed to the staff next to him, and handed over to several international forging masters for testing, and a few moments later, the test results came out. Chapter 73 Green Aegis Voidwings. A few moments later. Excellent quality, this Steel Rock Giant Shield does possess the defensive power to harden against the full force of a lesser commander-class demon. However, during the forging process, the magic circuit was slightly flawed, so the rating 6 stars. A yellow-robed old man with white hair announced in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master," the foreign middle-aged forger said with a deep bow. Next. Elder Hubai, the forging work is a high-level soul-level tracking magic tool, Blasted Wind Boots. Excellent quality, the running speed of this blast boots is comparable to that of a lesser commander-class feathered demon creature. So the rating 6 stars. Next. Late Generation Yangwei, the forging work is also a high-grade soul-grade tracking magic tool, Ground Speed Boots. Excellent quality, this ground speed boots are useful in swampy desert areas. So the rating 6 stars. Next. Soon several international forging masters finished testing the magic tools of the 5 contestants, and at this point, only Han Lan, Huatua, and that Gringo Douglas Wilson were left on the forging table in the arena.
After you, old Mr. Hodder.
Douglas Wilson, the hawk-nosed man, saluted Hodder, who stepped aside.
Huatua nodded and walked up to the stage and said, I am Huatua. My forging work is a high-level soul-level armor and magic tool, obsidian magic armor, which has the autonomous defensive power to harden against the combined strike of 2 orthodox chieftain-level demonic demons, and I would like to invite all my peers in the forging world to taste it.
A few moments later. Excellent quality, the obsidian demon armor does possess the autonomous defensive power to harden against the combined strike of 2 proper commander-class demons. However, during the forging process, the results of the fusion of the foreign materials are slightly lacking, so the rating 7.5 stars, a one-eyed old man with an eye patch on his head quietly announced.
Alas, my problem, hasty heart.
Hodder shook his head inside.
Next. Kid, let's show you what this great master is capable of.
The hawk-nosed man, Douglas Wilson, turned his head to Han Lan and snorted. Then he walked up to the stage and said, I'm Douglas Wilson. My forging work is a high-level soul-level demon slashing tool, the Molten Fire Demon Blade, which has a killing power comparable to the killing power of an orthodox commander demon's life-fighting blow in its heyday, so I would like to invite all of you from the international forging community to taste it.
A few moments later.
The quality is between excellent and superior. That Molten Fire Demon Blade does have a killing power comparable to a life-fighting strike from an orthodox unified demon in its heyday. However, during the forging process, the battle spirit handled the result too hastily, so the rating 8 stars, the yellow-robed old man from earlier quietly announced.
No, farking squid, shet, I knew that Thompson, that Gullion-raised capitalist, sold me a defective fire demon battle spirit, and I'm going to have to shove my size 43 shoes up the inside of his ass when I get back.
Douglas Wilson cursed viciously in front of the direct camera.
Arena crowd. The last contestant, please come up to the stage.
The famous sword of the hopeful moon coughed twice to change the topic. Late Han Lan, the forging work is a high-level soul-grade mind water ice magic weapon called Tear of Iceheart, which has group single mind guarding and increases the base power of mind, water, and ice magic. It also slowly raises the wearer's mental power level and soul strength, and comes with a groupable single ice ring guarding ability, so I'd like to invite the seniors of the forging world to taste it. A light blue jade necklace was handed over by Han Lan to the staff next to him, and handed over to several international forging masters for testing, and a few moments later, the test results came out. The mind magic artifact forged by young friend Han Lan does have the function of increasing the basic power of mind, water ice magic, and slowly raising the wearer's mental power level and soul strength, which also has a certain effect on super-ranked mages. As for the Mind Guard and Ice Ring Guard abilities, they belong to the realm of high-ranked soul-grade magic weapons, considering that this mind magic weapon named Tears of the Iceheart could work for super-ranked mages as well. The degree of preciousness is no less than that of high-quality Nianshur, and even more so, after careful discussion among the 5 of us, Forge Master Han Lan is the first of the 4 contestants who have succeeded in advancing to the next level.
Second place goes to Hodder, third place goes to Douglas Wilson, and fourth place goes to Abdulaziz Hussein. The white-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man announced on behalf of the other 3.
Oh, the first place in the quarterfinals is our Chinese. Some of the Chinese mage hunters who had specially taken time out to watch the International Forge Master competition applauded and cheered.
Don't be too happy, the winner of the finals will definitely be our Sunset Empire's Forge Master, His Excellency Douglas Wilson.
Several luxuriously dressed crooked people retorted.
Just blowing awesome, right? That gringo didn't even make the top 2, and he's still the champion.
How can you insult our Sunset Empire's Forge Master so much? I demand a fair one-on-one night's duel with you.
Do you want to fight a group of us alone? Or a group of us to beat you alone? Brothers, copy.
Not to mention the international language tirade in the audience, laboring for 2 days and 2 nights, the crowd just want to hurry back to the room to rest. The massive consumption of magical energy and high-intensity overdraft of spiritual power is fatal to the forger. Han Lan is indifferent. His body strength and soul strength has long been comparable to the orthodox commander-level demon, but also cannot behave too alien. Also followed the masses together, I returned to the room to rest. On the way back there are a lot of mage hunter team to congratulate him again and again. Some of the posture of the best female magician is also the autumn wave frequently sent. Many forces spokesman is handed a large number of personal business cards olive branch. After politely nodding to the crowd, Han Lan returned to his room after a night of no words. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Han Lan and the other 3 contestants arrived at the finals, where the rule was to forge a magic tool magic artifact of the highest quality within one's ability, and use the final quality and utility to determine who the champion would be. In order to be able to win the championship rewarding the water sub-heavenly seed, the 4 of them put their best foot forward to forge the strongest magical tools weapons within their ability. Han Lan took out the Wind Harvest Stone purple, Instant Air Yuan Crystal purple, a pair of Pseudo Dragon Wing Exotic Bones purple, and Blast Wind Rune purple from the 24 Bridges to the Moon Knight. Using the Universal Advancement Stone again, he successfully advanced the Pseudo Dragon Wing Isoskeleton, and with great luck, he triggered that 50% probability and obtained the Orange Quality Frost Aragon Wing Isoskeleton. Summoning the Thunder Wing Heavenly Demon Scorpion once more, Han Lan began to simultaneously manipulate the 4 Soul Lightning Quenching materials with the 5th realm of spiritual power fed back from the Whistling Moon Skywolf's promotion to Grand Commander. Half a day later the Wind Harvest Stone quenching and purification was completed, followed by the instantaneous Air Yuan crystal. It took a day to take care of the 2 purple materials, and the next one was the Orange Quality Frost Aragon Wing Exotic Bone. One day passed quickly, and Han Lan went through the 5 simple steps of quenching, purifying, fusing, strengthening, and shaping, and the only thing that appeared in front of him was a half-meter-sized winged magic tool with a glittering arcane green light, emitting bursts of spatial fluctuations and wind elements from time to time. With a metaphysical green color all over, and the addition of spatial materials and blistering wind runes, then let's call it Green Zeus Voidwing. Han Lan said as the corners of his mouth rose slightly to take the name. Chapter 74. Real Eye, activate. Azora Voidwing. Quality, Orange Heavenly. Abilities, 1. Space Flicker Holder can continuously perform a wide-range space jump of 50 kilometers in a radius, can use space-based magic to speed up the number of recharge times. The Green Aegis Voidwing carries up to 2 people to perform space jumps, and can be stored 1/10 of the number of times. 2. Barricade of Wind. The bearer can summon a wall of air currents that blocks all enemy flying type attacks. The wall of air currents lasts for 4 seconds. The Wind Rune restores 1 summoning every 24h110. 3. Subspace Cracking Chop Holder blocks space nodes in an area with the help of Green Aegis Voidwings, condenses space power and wormhole turbulence to tear apart the target unit along with the surrounding space and give it a spatial seal. Spatial seal briefly seals off elemental power, darkness power, light power of the target unit. In addition to spatial power, can be restored to recharge using spatial magic energy, can be stored 5 times. 4. Passive Spatial Enhancement increase the basic power of spatial magic by 1x. 5. Passive, Gust of Wind 10x increase in flight movement speed in places where the wind element and the power of space are present. I didn't expect that I would be able to forge a heavenly grade magic tool, but it's a pity that there's a lack of ice subdragon essence at this stage, and there's still a certain amount of room for appreciation in this winged magic tool. Han Lan nodded in satisfaction. Glanced around the 3 competitors, they are still sweating forging, do not dare to have the slightest slack, even if they have already noticed that the rival Han Lan magic tool has been forged. Han Lan obediently leaned against the forge and closed his eyes to meditate on his magical energy and spiritual power, waiting for the finals to end. At exactly 12 o'clock noon on the 3rd day, that foreign participant also finished his magic tool forging, and Zhang Benyi Han, who hadn't eaten his noon meal yet, pined so much that his male duck voice was weak and feeble. However, he still held on strongly and picked up the microphone to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for the exciting acceptance session of the top 4 champions' magical tools, so the next step will be for the 5 international forging master judges to jointly conduct the functionality test and select the top 3 champions." After saying this, Zheng Benihan handed the microphone to Wang Yimingjian, who had a beard, took the microphone and spoke, "Good noon to the 4 friends of the forging world. I won't talk too much about the nonsense. The next step is to start the champion magic tool function test in order." There was no surprise in the next 4 magical tools weapons, and in the end, Han Lan's spatial winged magical tool, the Green Zeus Voidwing, came out on top. The ultra-long-range spatial flicker, the powerful spatial slash with elemental expulsion effect, and the wall of airflow of the wind barrier, in addition to the 1x magic base power enhancement, as well as the movement speed that was no less than that of a great monarch-class feather demon. Even the chopping devices and armor devices forged by Hodder and Douglas Wilson were inferior. This concludes the 23rd International Forge Master Competition. Let's congratulate this year's winner. He is Mr. Hanlon. Yanis A. Soy Milk. Oh no, it was Zheng Benyihan's hoarse Cockney voice that echoed through the magical stereo in the arena. However, at this point, no one bothered to count this humanoid noise polluter. The audience immediately came from the torrent of cheers and applause. They are celebrating the new champion, especially the other party is still their Chinese. This feeling is even more with the honor. The 36 Magic Stone cameras also cooperated by turning the camera to Han Lan, with exterior overlooks, frontal close-ups, and localized special effects. Next up is the awards ceremony. Please invite Mr. Han Lan, Mr. Hua Tua, and Douglas Wilson, the 3 Forge Masters, to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Zheng Benyihan excitedly squeezed the fat on his face into a ball. After hosting this competition, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in Hokkaido. Let me do it. Xinxia, who was dressed in silver mage robes, playfully appeared on the podium, and the famous Sword of the Watching Moon saw this and stepped back, giving the hosting position to the other party. Pleased to meet you, Master Han Lan. I am the Vice President of the Asian Magic Association Xinxia. Although you are young, you are the most talented young man I have ever seen in the path of a forger. In time after you advance to the super rank, if you want to come to the Asian Magic Association to develop, you can contact me. This is my personal badge. Xinxia blah 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 said a whole lot of words of praise for Lawan. Han Lan only summarized 2 words: want to dig a foot. Receiving the golden badge handed over by Xinxia, when Han Lan held the badge, a large number of light elements began to converge in the air, forming a 2-man-high light shield that enveloped him. Seeing this, Xinxia explained, this badge is actually a light-based guardian magic weapon, belonging to the shield class of autonomous defense magic weapon. Master Han Lan specializes in forging. It is inevitable that you will come across some unforeseen circumstances. This badge can allow you to have a little more protection for your personal safety. Late Han Lan thanks Your Excellency Xinxia for the gift, and if I have any doubts about forging in the future, I will definitely go to the Asian Magic Association to ask for some advice. Han Lan bowed slightly and said in an unassuming manner. Good. By the way, this is the champion's reward for the first place aquatic sub Heavenly Seed Heavy-Hearted Water, International Honorary Forge Master Badge. You and keep it. Xinxia raised his hand to stroke over the ruby ring on his ring finger, a 2-inch sized badge with a red pattern on a purple background, inscribed with the sword and shield logo, and a crystal-clear translucent octagonal prismatic box appeared in his hand at the same time, and he solemnly handed it to Han Lan. Han Lan slightly bowed and received the octagonal prism box and the sword and shield insignia with both hands. A deep blue current kept tumbling and leaping in it. Even though the box sealed off all the elemental aura, the surging water power could still be felt. After putting the octagonal prism box into the 24 bridges to the moon and night, Han Lan released his stance, and after Hua Tuo and Douglas Wilson received their runner-up and third-place awards, respectively, this session of the International Forge Master Competition came to a close. Just as Han Lan was about to return to his room to check out the champion's rewards, the hardened old man with a bushy beard looked at the moon-famous sword and spoke out, Master Han Lan, please stay. I don't know if you're interested in coming to my Shuang Shugage to be a guest, and I'd like to ask you to forge a few pieces of magical implements. I don't know if that's possible? Sure. Double Guard Pavilion is located in the mutual expectations of the mountain. From a distance it looks like 2 grey white castle stands here, and the city between the pavilion of the overhanging cliff. There is also a suspended wooden corridor. The mountain road is only one, so to get to a guard pavilion, only from the air corridor to go over. Han Lan followed the Moonwatch famous sword to the West Guardian Pavilion, where the Chinese and Western fortress-style building was indeed magnificent, but it was just that if you really want to say how distinctive it was. While introducing Han Lan to the long history of the Shuangshij Pavilion, the famous sword of the Moonwatch sidestepped and asked him if he currently had any thoughts of joining a major power. Chapter 75 Sitting Guests in the Shuangshou Pavilion. Arriving at the entrance to the West Guardian Court, guarding the gate were 2 Neon Ben mages dressed in Neon Ben samurai robes style, with a serious look on their faces. Their faces instantly became respectful upon seeing the arrival of the famous sword of the Looking Moon, bending 90 degrees and bowing before saying in a deep voice, "Good noon, my subordinates have met the pavilion master of the Looking Moon." The famous sword of the Hopeful Moon was about to say something when a female voice that was mature in its knowledge rang in the ears of several people. Shikage meets Grandpa. A young woman in a kimono walked over with small steps, a flower umbrella on her fragrant shoulders, and said in a tone that carried a bit of respect, "Xian Kairi, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is the winner of the 23rd International Forge Master Competition, Master Han Lan." Master Han Lan forged a super-rank spatial system winged magical tool with the power of a high rank in the finals. Even His Excellency Xinxia, the Vice President of the Asian Magic Association, praised him, and this time, I am inviting Master Han Lan to come to Shuangshij Pavilion as a guest and to talk about a batch of cooperation. Xian Kairi, you and Master Han Lan are of the same age. Before that you do your master's courtesy, it's up to you to show him around the Shuangshou Pavilion. Remember, Master Han Lan is our Shuangshou Pavilion's honored guest. There must not be the slightest bit of negligence. The bearded lookout Moon Namiki and walked up to the kimono woman's side and explained with a solemn face. Shikage knows. The kimono woman nodded. Hello Master Hanlan, my name is Chikane Wainsuki, welcome to the Shuang Shurjiai Pavilion as a guest. Next I will show you around the Western Shurjiai Pavilion, please follow me. Wanya Qian Kairu's figure swayed as she stepped on her tall wooden clogs and led the way. Han Lan glanced at Wanya Mingjian, who was full of anti-smiles, and turned to follow Wanya Qian Kairu. After Han Lan and his duo entered the Westkeeper's Pavilion, the entire Westkeeper's Pavilion castle base took on a base height form, while the recessed areas became rivers and lakes, irregularly distributed around the Westkeeper's Pavilion, with the exception of the side towards the cliff that didn't have these rivers and lakes, which were present on the other 3 sides. The water of the river and lake is quite clear, you can see some fallen leaves floating on it, and you can see the underwater rocks with the shadows of the leaves reflecting on the rocks. There are wooden corridors on the water, spreading out directly over the water in a meandering fashion, circling around and around, with numerous small pavilions, and you have to walk up for a while to be able to enter directly into the lower pavilion of the West Keeper's Pavilion. The shikaku is divided into upper, middle, and lower staircase blocks, and by following those steps between the fortress houses, you can walk into the middle pavilion.
The central pavilion is packed with museums, libraries, testing grounds, casting room, potion room, and so on are all of the highest grade.
Wang Yuqian Kairo introduced Han Lan to the long history of the Western Guardian Pavilion while leading him through the various Western Guardian Pavilion buildings until the two of them came to a stop in the direction of the one near the cliff.
Miss Wan Yu, is that guarded pavilion across the street not open to the public? Han Lan casually inquired.
Master Hanlon can just call me Chikane. Across the street is Forbidden Land, to be precise across the street is the S-Class prison of Jiban, holding a group of mage criminals who are internationally vicious. Whether it's the cliffs, the East Mountain, including the airspace are covered with powerful magical prohibitions, those who approach the East Guardian Pavilion, even the strongest of them will go up in smoke. Wang Yuqian Kairu's small hands condensed a grey-blue orris flower like ghostwood, and said to Han Lan with a serious face. I see, so let's go around the rest of the place. Okay. Unconsciously, the afternoon passed by in a flash, and at 7 p.m., the famous Sword of the Moonwatch hosted a grand welcome dinner for Han Lan. The dinner was held at the lower pavilion, where there was a large dinner dining room comparable to the castle hall, and in order to welcome the international honorary forge master of this term as a guest, many important figures of the West Guardian Pavilion were present. The bigwigs of the Wei Fong, the Hunter Elders, the association president, the National Pavilion instructors, and of course, a group of high-minded and youthful members of the Nichibai Academy. The dinner was extremely sumptuous, with gongfu yaki, steamed snapper, abalone, monkfish liver, smoked salmon, roasted senbei, asparagus and beef rolls, shark's fins, and steamed tea bowls with dancing mushrooms. Tricolor fried dishes of crab, sardines and chicken, assorted rice with bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms, matsutake mushroom and ayase lobster consomme, strawberry, honeydew melon and papaya platter, and wakame. After the famous Sword of Wang Yu recounted some of the warm welcome salutations from the Western shogunate, a large number of senior Nippon benzine figures had been serving sake to Han Lan to congratulate him. In his words and mannerisms, he said that he would let Han Lan set up a visa card in Nippon benzine, and from then on, he would serve the top level of the Nippon benzine mage class, and he even offered Han Lan the big bargaining chip of letting him become the chief forger of the Tokyo Mage Tower. As the saying goes, a hand does not strike a smiling face. Han Lan raised a cup of sake and clinked glasses with various senior figures of the Japanese benzine mage class in turn, while the famous Sword of the Looking Glass Moon continued to introduce each other's identities to him. The eldest daughter of the Kamisato family, the last Kendo Mage Hunter King of the Miyamoto family, General Kujo of the Weifang, and the current Grand Sorceress of the Narukami Grand Sorceress Society.
Hanlon. After a night of tattooing, the famous Sword of Lookout Moon gave a wink to Chikane Lookout Moon, who was sitting upright on the side, and the latter understood, and the famous Sword of Lookout Moon's lips moved slightly, and a passage of words reached her ears. Wang Yuqian Kairo stood up and came to Han Lan's seat, assisting him towards the guest room that had already been prepared. The famous Sword of the Moonwatch watched the figures of Han Lan and the two of them gradually disappear into the candlelight of the dimly lit corridor, and a long-forgotten aunt's smile appeared on her face again. General Takagi, who was on the side, saw the situation and said unhappily, Your Excellency, famous sword, I can't imagine that in order to bring Master Han Lan into the picture, you would even be willing to let Miss Chikuma step in and lay down such a bloody cost. This should be the beauty plan in the ancient Chinese Sun Tzu's art of war, shouldn't it? Takagi, mind your own business. I don't know what little schemes you have in mind. I've already found a good husband for her, Chikage, you'd better find someone else. The famous Sword of the Looking Moon's face turned cold and snapped. That's for sure. The short General Takagi's narrow eyes flashed an imperceptible hint of resentment, but it was hidden from him extremely quickly. Speaking of both, on the other hand, Wang Yuqian Kaoru assisted the drunken Han Lan into a guest room and helped him onto a tatami mat. When he was about to turn around and leave, Han Lan, who was lying on the tatami mat, suddenly felt a rush of internal urgency, and jumped up from the bed with a carp, bumping into Wang Yuqian Kaoru's double D lamp in an unbiased manner, and the soft touch came to his face, and immediately woke up from his drunkenness. Pretty face reddened look at the Moon Shin Kaori jade hand raised high, but suddenly put down, silver teeth biting red lips glared at the first awakening of Han Lan a glance, turned around and walked out of the room. Hanlon. Just now seems to experience a face wash to come, no matter, quickly solve the three urgent problems of people. Han Lan all the alcohol suddenly woke up.
As he was about to go to look for Chikajwangetsu to express the apologetic thing he just did, oh. Woo woo. A poignant red light of warning suddenly spilled down from the upper pavilion, followed by a burst of sirens, like an air raid siren resounding through the quiet night. Chapter 76 Time Lag. Chikane Wangetsu, who had just walked out of the guest room, heard the sound of alarm and immediately jumped to a high place, questioning the sentinel mage who had gone up to the attic. What's going on? The alert red light caused the entire West Keeper's pavilion, which was immersed in a celebratory atmosphere, to boil and stir all at once, as team after team of guard mages converged in the steps and corridors to the high ground of the sentry tower. The Western Shogunate is accurately described as a large fortress on a hill, and near the east is a sea of demons and devils that is not part of Osaka's territory. A giant demon is suspected to be infesting the sea. A sentry guard mage replied. What kind of demon is it? Did you see it clearly? Wan Yuchien Kaoru asked. The night was too dim. It's hard to see exactly what kind of demon it is in the ocean, but the warning markers we put in the sea and land racks have been knocked out by the hundreds. The sentry guard mage said. Hundreds of warning markers? Is there a large group of demons advancing? No, there seems to be just one. When Wan Yuchien Kaoru heard those words, those beautiful eyes were immediately filled with shock and fear. On the other hand, Han Lan, even though he had heard the sound of the red light warning, but since there was no one to guide him, he aimlessly walked to the place where the drawbridge was close to the East Keeper's pavilion, the place where the Devil's Card charging line condensing evil bead was stored in the original story. Han Lan flicked his right hand over the 24 bridges to a bright moon night, and the silver-blue tears of the ice heart quietly appeared, which he slowly wore on top of his neck. In the face of the condensed Hua evil bead that could compel people's hearts, being careful was the only way to sail a boat for 10,000 years. Han Lan was about to get a little closer to the East Guardian Pavilion before summoning the Shadow Eater soldiers when suddenly a thick, narrow, yellow lightning of prohibition appeared on that mountain of the East Guardian Pavilion. Standing in this position, one could see the densely packed forbidden thunder like it was going to tear the entire night curtain to shreds, and the exaggerated thunder seemed like it was going to cross the hanging bridge and fly corridor, striking the entire Western Guardian Pavilion here. Han Lan was so startled by this sudden lightning of prohibition that he took a few steps back, and the soul imprints of the underwater dragon shield in his mind were in a state of readiness. A quick string of Japanese snappy cries that Han Lan couldn't understand came from the flying corridor side of the drawbridge. What the hell are these Japans up to? Couldn't it be that Tsuruta, half-brother of Chikuma Wangetsu's older brother in the original story, exploding into a miniature universe? What a coincidence! Han Lan frowned, his gaze looking deeper into the flying corridor of the suspension bridge. There were dozens of densely packed yellow lightning bolts flying around right around the flying corridor of the drawbridge. In the electric light, Han Lan clearly saw 3 or 4 mages in guards' clothing fleeing over here, and they looked very wretched. These several people did not just have not yet run to the middle of the suspension bridge flying corridor, suddenly several ghosts' wooden hand grew out from the bottom of the suspension bridge, about to give them a few people to the waist bound when. Space rhythm time lag. An invisible silver diamond-shaped area enveloped above the several people. Everything in this space that carried a course of action would be limited by a kind of spatial quagmire. Han Lan's time-like skill was also considered to be perfected, and the ghostly wooden hands that kept fluttering around were obviously slowed down and strained, with a sense of being added to a super slow immovision. Why don't you guys hurry up and come over? Han Lan let out a stern shout, and only then did the 4 mages in guards' clothing wake up as if from a dream, and after nodding gratefully towards Han Lan, they all ran across the drawbridge flying corridor. Thank you, Lord Archmage, for saving us. Arigato. Let's first report what happened here to the old pavilion master. After Han Lan lifted the power of time lag, he was about to say something when a familiar voice came from behind. Master Han Lan, what are you doing here? The high voice of the famous Sword of the Hopeful Moon came from the back. I heard a warning light sound and was going to come out and see if there was anything I could do to help. However, there was no one to guide me and I got here just in time to see the lightning of prohibition. Famous Sword Old Pavilion Master, it was Master Han Lan who saved the lives of my Yumeko Aniku and several of my fellow officers, so please don't blame him. The few guard mages who had been saved by Han Lan hastily opened their mouths, vocalizing a blah 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 explanation for him. So that's how it is. Famous Sword thanks Master Han Lan for his righteous outburst earlier. However, I hope that Master Han Lan will keep what happened in the East Keeper's pavilion a moment ago a secret. The famous Sword of the Looking Moon's face eased, and then he asked his accompanying guard officer, Ozawa, to send Han Lan back to his room. By the way, famous Sword Elder, did something happen specifically with the Light of Vigilance just now? It's not a big deal, it should be a lost giant sea beast that infested the area and unintentionally crashed hundreds of warning markers. Now that it has retreated, don't worry, Master Han Lan, the dual guardian pavilion can definitely guarantee your safety. Seeing that Han Lan's face did not look right, he thought that he was worried about his personal safety, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and fed him a tranquilizer pill. Halfway Han Lan inquired about this guard officer. Xiao Zhe said, I just saw ghostly wooden hands appear in the flying corridor of the drawbridge, attacking those guard mages.
Master Han Lan, you can't be mistaken, right? There is only one plant system high-ranked mage in our West Guardian Pavilion and East Guardian Pavilion, Ms. Chin Karu, you must have misread it. Xiao Zhe said with some exasperation. Don't get so worked up, maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Han Lan muttered. By the way, where is Wang Yu Chin Karu's room? There was some misunderstanding between me and her just now, I want to apologize to her tomorrow. Han Lan inquired to Wei Guan Xiao Zhe. The room at the very end of the corridor, is it? Shikage-sama is actually very nice, and she's most loyal to the Western Shogunate. Well, just send me here, I'm going back to bed. Han Lan said and stepped into the house and quickly closed the door to his room. Seeing this, guard officer Ozawa didn't turn around and leave, but instead stood upright outside Han Lan's room. There's a giant sea beast out there, and it's crashed hundreds of warning markers? It can't be that the Overlord is tracking me all the way, can it? Or is the passive sensing range of this totem vessel really that strong? Han Lan pulled out that wooden fish from the 24 bridges in moonlit night, inwardly wondering. After contemplating for a moment, Han Lan decided to give up his contemplation and still get his hands on the condensed evil pearl first. Taking out the new shadow sneak scroll from his system backpack, his mental energy probed into it and a wave of dark energy wrapped around his entire body. Han Lan turned into a cloud of shadows and dived into the darkness in the next second, sprinting toward Wang Yu Qian Karu's room. The door of the room was locked, but it was not a big problem. As long as you find a place with a window, a recluse can break in very easily. There's no one in the house? Han Lan's eyes scanned around, and there was no sign of Wang Yu Qian Karu at all in the spacious room, except for the bright lights. The house is a combination of vintage and modern, spotless while things are very neat. Chapter 77, Night Visit to the East Guardian's Pavilion. There were many bottles of perfume on the dresser, a dazzling array of pendants, hair ribbons, and obi silks on the table shelves, and looking at a soft purple kimono hanging on the freestanding hanger. This purple kimono looks so familiar, it seems to be what Chikane Wangetsu wore to the dinner party today, and it still has a seductive fragrance of a mature woman. It smells so good, could this be the big sister's scent? Han Lan traced the source of the aroma, and it seemed to be wafting out from the nearby bathroom. Crunch! Suddenly, the bathroom door slowly opened, a milk-like fine smooth, clean white tentative long legs stepped out, that straight and plump, let a person's blood flow speed immediately soared up. A splash of purple bath towel wrapped right around the full moon peaks, and since the owner of the beautiful legs was wiping her body in a posture of bending her waist. Han Lan's line of sight shifted upward, and as expected, the tiny bath towel could not hide the large but not drooping elasticity in front of her moonhun, the white and jade haze luster, the perfect globular shape. Wang Yu Qian Karu completely did not notice that there is a pair of shadow eyes in the room is silently watching her, self-concerned with the towel will be 3,000 green silk on the water droplets on the clean, small hands to unwrap the purple bath towel in front of the moonhun. Han Lan only felt his nose itching. Oh no, it won't be. Counting the time, the duration of the shadow sneak scroll was almost up, however, Wang Yu Qian Karu had been wiping the water droplets from her body, and had not shown any signs of moving half a step at all. Miss Chickage, would you believe me if I said I just came over? Han Lan had no choice but to control the transported shadow to reveal himself in the room, his face embarrassed. Buggar. Wang Yu Qian Karu was in the middle of wiping her body. How did she know that there would suddenly be an extra person in the room? Her reaction was very quick. She quickly wrapped her body completely with a bath towel and maneuvered the magic vine to hand her purple kimono that was hanging on the hanger in front of her. The kimono quickly covered itself, and his wet hair whipped around. The whole process took less than a second, and her fiery figure disappeared from Han Lan's sight. Han Lan, I'll give you 5 seconds to explain. If it's not reasonable enough, then go to hell. Wang Yu Qian Karu's entire pretty face rose scarlet, but her beautiful eyes were cold to the extreme. This. Misunderstanding, I didn't know you were in. 2 seconds. Shikage Wangetsu said coldly. Onaji, I saw a similar gray and blue orris flower-shaped onaji similar to your spirit species at the flying corridor of the drawbridge leading to the East Keeper's Pavilion, and I thought it was you, so I came to you to seek confirmation, and how was I to know that you just happened to be in the room, and you also happened to be taking a bath? I'm really not the kind of person you think I am.
and I detected powerful fluctuations of spirit-type treasures at the East Guardian Pavilion, so aside from the Heart of Energy from the Giant God Tower in Paris and the Heavenly Meteorite Sacred Stone from the Tower of St. Kay in Australia, there is only the Congealed Flower Evil Bead, which is capable of constantly generating evil thoughts.
Han Lan spoke extremely quickly. What do you mean? There's a grayish-blue ghost with like the frangipani flower at the prison bridge in Tashogakure that's similar to my own? And there's also a suspected spiritual treasure, the Nimbus Evil Pearl? The look on Wang Yuqian Keiru's pretty face is inexplicable, with puzzlement, realization, and a trace of reminiscence. A moment later, she looked at Han Lan in front of her, her red lips slightly opening. It's fine if you want me to not pursue the matter of you barging into my room, but Han Lan, you have to promise me a condition. Han Lan. A few moments later.
Outside the flying corridor of the drawbridge, on the large pine tree at the edge of the cliff, Han Lan was climbing on all fours, and the sky above his head was dotted with prohibitions capable of electrolyzing a person to dust. I say Qian Kairu-san, why don't you just go from the suspension bridge flying corridor, such a high cliff if I fall down, the old Han family will be extinct. Han Lan was about to make a few more small pushes, when a grey-blue ghost would made him shut up from the heart.
It is precisely because I wanted to confirm what I had in mind that I could only take you this way to enter the East Guardian Pavilion, and after this matter, the matter of you tainting my innocence by breaking into my room will be cancelled.
Wang Yuqian Keiru replied.
So can I use the winged magic tool?
No, the energy fluctuation when the heaven-level magic tool calls out is huge, it will reveal our whereabouts.
Han Lan.
A black power suit wearing Wang Yuqian Keiru stood on the canopy of the tree and closed her eyes, and was depicting plant-based magic, maneuvering those magic vines to keep climbing up and rooting along the steep rocky body.
These devil vines were the ladders that the two of them climbed.
This mountain was all covered with prohibitions that were hard to see with the naked eye. If it wasn't for someone like promising Moon Shin Keiru who knew the location of the prohibitions like the back of his hand, it would have been impossible for him to enter into the East Keeper's Pavilion. When you cross here, keep your body close to the rock. From above, Wang Yuqian Keiru made a point of instructing Han Lan, who had climbed up after him.
Oh, okay.
With the tender peach right above his head, Han Lan quickly grabbed the magic vines together with Wang Yuqian Keiru without looking away and climbed to the back of the East Guardian Pavilion's cliff, slipping straight into the cliff's gully to reach a vent.
Han Lan, when you entered my room earlier, you used a shadowy ability, right? I won't delve into your secrets, but right now I need you to control the guards inside with the giant shadow spike, is that okay? Shikage Wangetsu inquired. No problem. Han Lan responded with a nod.
The vent is extremely narrow. Fortunately Han Lan used the new Shadow Sneak Scroll Second Chance, or else he would have to get stuck halfway, but it's because Wang Yuqian Keiru's body is soft, so it's just right for him to climb towards the inside. Inside this East Shikaku is the S-Class prison of Nippon and Benzene. Some evil mages from quite a few countries are also imprisoned here. This is considered to be the most powerful mage prison within Asia. Wang Yuqian Keiru explained to Han Lan.
Since there are so many big demons locked up, aren't you afraid they'll run out?
Han Lan said with some doubt. A prohibition that suppresses cultivation exists here, and when mage criminals are escorted here, their souls are branded with a sin mark, and if they activate the magical energy in their bodies, the prohibition will immediately attack them. In addition, the entire East Guardian Pavilion has a lengthy cursed formation technique that will consume their mental power and souls as they are trapped here for longer or shorter periods of time, and even a super-ranked mage will have their mental strength weakened to the point that it is no different from that of a beginner mage after 10 years of being in here. Wang Yuqian Keiru explained to Han Lan.
Then is there any problem with us being in the curse for a short period of time?
Han Lan said hurriedly. It's such a short period of time, it won't have much effect on us. Follow me, don't fall behind, there's still a shadow formation set up in here.
Reminded Chikane Wangyue. Han Lan nodded and followed her.
The walkway inside the East Guardian Pavilion was very narrow, as if 80% of the space was walled, and Han Lan and his duo silently traveled through the space.
Chapter 78, Nimbus Evil Pearl. There's something I need to tell you, as a kind reminder. General Takagi is a very small-minded person. He should have seen it when Grandpa asked me to take you back to the guest room, so beware of him if you go out alone. Shikane Wangetsu warned.
A small matter, if he dares to mess with me, I don't mind teaching him a lesson.
Speaking of which, Sister Chien Keiru, am I getting one more love rival? Han Lan waved his hand with a bad smile. You. Oily mouth. Wang Yuqian Keiru was speechless. By the way, did the warning light just now see clearly what kind of demon is coming from the sea? Is it hard to believe that it has something to do with this East Guardian Pavilion disturbance? Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward,
Han Lan hurriedly changed the topic and said. I don't know, but I don't think a demon of that kind of strength can just be mobilized. Wan Yuqian Kaoru replied as she fell into deep thought. You still haven't told me who the person who was aligned with your plant spirit species is and why he killed those guards. Han Lan asked. I have an older half-brother named Saruta who grew up with me. About half a year ago, he suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found anywhere. After hesitating for a moment, Shikage Wansuki still told Han Lan about this matter. Then, Shikage-san, are you suspecting that brother Saruta's great-uncle he was framed by some people and imprisoned in this prison, so you came here to look for him? Han Lan analyzed with some surprise. Well, the seed of the plant we used was called terrier tea, a 1-tea, 2-flower seed. I obtained one of them, and my brother obtained the other. Chikane Wangetsu said. And? What great uncle? Wan Yuqian Kaoru came back to her senses afterward and stared at Han Lan with an unkind expression on her face. Nothing, by the way, since Saruta is being held in this prison, the person in charge of escorting him should be the one in charge of the guards. It wouldn't be that General Takagi, would it? I also have a certain understanding of the condensation of the evil beads of this kind of spiritual treasure. Rumor has it that this kind of spiritual treasure is usually composed of the cohesion of the soul power. If you can purify the evil gas and refine the pure soul power, it is possible to help the commander-level advancement stage of the summoned beasts to shape the soul, in order to enhance the probability of advancing to the monarch level. Han Lan narrated the origin of the condensation evil pearl as well as its function, and Wan Yuqian Kaoru was not a moon-hun big brainless vase. Just for a moment, she figured out the stakes and origins of the composition. That bastard Takagi, in order for his Sky Ridge beast to be able to advance to the monarch level, he would not hesitate to do such a thing. Abominable to the extreme. Wan Yuqian Kaoru said angrily. There's no use complaining here now, let's just find your big brother Saruta first. Seeing that Wan Yuqian Kaoru was a bit angry, Han Lan couldn't help but open his mouth and propose. Good, I know where he should be kept now. Wan Yuqian Kaoru wasn't a sentimental person either, and quickly calmed herself down and proceeded to lead the way for Han Lan. Here in the East Shogunate, prisoners who cause a disturbance are held in a curse-filled cell known as the Nightmare Room. The Nightmare Room will make you drowsy, thus tapping into the inmate's deepest fears, a taste that absolutely no one can dare to try a second time. After Han Lan accompanied Wan Yuqian Kaoru through those narrow paths, the path in front of him began to sink downward, turning into a spiral staircase, and it was obvious that this was the underground level leading to the East Guardian Pavilion. After walking for a few moments and approaching the space of a large hall in front of them, Han Lan and Wan Yuqian Kaoru hid in the corner below the steps. Wan Yuqian Kaoru poked her head out slightly, her beautiful eyes watching the situation in front of her. There were a total of 4 men in blue guard uniforms inside the hall, all with the aura of a mid-ranked mage. Since the spirit and soul power of the inmates here are severely suppressed by the cursed formation, a middle-ranked mage would be strong in their eyes. Wan Yuqian Kaoru explained to Han Lan. I'll take care of the 4 of them. Han Lan looked at where the 4 guard men were standing and said to Wan Yuqian Kaoru. Okay. Han Lan's mental power dipped into the shadow sneak scroll and used his last chance. A large amount of dark energy wrapped around his entire body, transforming into a body of shadows that traveled through the dark zone. Giant Shadow Spike Pear Spike. 8 slender black pearly shadow thorns, locked in place by Han Lan's mental power, were thrown into the air at great speed, pinning these 4 people with pinpoint accuracy. 1 nail to fix the body, 2 nails to lock the god. Han Lan's giant shadow spike had imprisoned the bodies and minds of the 4 together, making it so that not only could they not move the slightest bit, they couldn't even communicate with their stars. Han Lan drove the dark power to encase his entire body, and called out the Shadow Eater mask to put on his face, ordering a few giant death lizard Shadow Eater soldiers to use their shadow tongues to bind the guards and block all senses. Shikage-san, hurry up and go. Han Lan turned his head to look behind him at Wan Yuqian Kaoru and said to her. Looking at Han Lan, Wan Yuqian Kaoru's beautiful eyes flooded with a trace of tenderness as she said, this time. Thank you. A small matter, go ahead and find someone. Han Lan replied. Wan Yuqian Kaoru walked quickly to the narrow stone door and pressed herself against the thick door to speak to the people inside the room. She spoke Japanese, and Han Lan couldn't understand her. A moment later, Wan Yuqian Kaoru glanced at Han Lan with some emotion, her eyes already red. I found the condensation pearl. Takagi, he then imprisoned me here. The man inside, Saruta's voice was very weak and he looked tortured. Let's not talk about that, how can I get you out? I don't want to see you die in there. Wan Yuqian Kaoru interrupted him. The two of them, Wang Yuqi and Kaoru, had been climbing for a long time, and the Shadow Sneak Scroll had long since expired, so Han Lan had to order the giant death lizard Shadow Eaters to keep the 4 guards bound. Sister Qian Kaoru, is there no way to open the nightmare room? Han Lan inquired. Chikijwangetsu shook her head, her mute expression proving that the words Saruta had just said had dealt a huge blow to her heart. Han Lan, your reasoning just now is alright, that greedy scumbag General Takagi, for his own selfish desires, thus utilizing the Nimbus Evil Pearl to brutalize others, this kind of person does not deserve to be the leader of the Wei Fang. Wan Yuqian Kaoru clenched her red lips and said angrily. Hanlin, let's go and take the condensation Evil Pearl away, otherwise if General Takagi finds it, he will definitely kill my big brother to silence him. Wan Yuqian Kaoru said. Good. Following Saruta's instructions, Han Lan and Wang Yuqian Kaoru began to walk towards the lower part of the East Guardian Pavilion, and after passing through the cumbersome and unusually dark labyrinth, the two of them arrived at the place Saruta had mentioned very smoothly. The point of formation is a small room with walls on all 4 sides, except for a narrow opening above where you can jump in. In the center of the formation house there was a bead with an evil luster in a turbid luster. Chapter 79, The Red Devil. At the first moment Han Lan saw this condensation evil bead, the tear of the ice heart hanging on his chest automatically manifested a circle of silvery blue halo, guarding his mind and soul. Sister Qian Kaoru, this bead is very evil. Han Lan inwardly raised his guard a bit. It's okay, whatever, let's take it out immediately. Shikijwangetsu said. Sister Qianxiao, you've been bewitched by this condensation evil pearl. Han Lan said with a slight frown. Han Lan, what do you mean? A hint of red light flashed in Wang Yuqian Kaoru's beautiful eyes, and it was a bit unnatural when she looked at the silver blue halo on Han Lan's chest. You're compelled. Hanlin replied. I'm not, I'm sober, I just want to turn in the beads to the Osaka Magic Association so that my big brother doesn't have to endure the torment of the Eastern Shogunate. Wang Yuqian Kaoru was already clearly agitated, and when he saw the stupid Onigiri hand in her hand, Han Lan promptly terminated the topic. Alright then, take this bead with you, I won't stop you. Han Lan said. Well, either way, thanks for helping me out this time. I'll appreciate it. Han Lan didn't say anything and watched with a slight frown as Wang Yuqian Kaoru put the bead away. The process of leaving the East Guardian Pavilion wasn't difficult, and Han Lan and Wang Yuqian Kaoru soon returned the same way. After reaching the bottom of the mountain, Wang Yuqian Kaoru ran straight towards Osaka City, her petite figure gradually disappearing into the distance enveloped by a layer of dark aura. Han Lan hastily summoned a wind giant outlaw lizard Shadow Eater and mounted it before ordering it to follow the sinister shadow ahead. The concrete place inexplicably cracked open, and a large number of ghostwoods and devil vines drilled out from it, and these plants were like tentacles chasing after those who fled around in fear, twisting them all up like little cuns by the ghostwood hands and the devil vine whiskers. A large number of black whiskers, vines, and roots drilled into these people's bodies like worms, and from their ears, noses, throats, and even their pores were infiltrated by more black wooden whiskers. Each person's skin gushed out flowers, vines, and whiskers, and the fresh people turned into half-human, half-wooden monster forms in the blink of an eye, which looked hideous to the extreme. Mind-cleansing guardian. A circle of silvery blue ripples spread out from the top of Wang Yuqian Kaoru's head, and the moment it touched her body a large amount of red light was expelled and burrowed into the beads in her hand. Chikijwangetsu was thunderstruck, the momentary clarity of her mind allowing her to regain control of her body, and she dispersed her plant magic as soon as she reflected that she had been compelled to do so. The ghostwood and magic vines that spread over half of the street quickly contracted and were retracted by Wang Yuqian Kaoru, and the multi-limbed, multi-eyed red devil reflection on the glass of the building quickly disappeared, and Wang Yuqian Kaoru looked at her own appearance reflected on the glass, her face full of disbelief. The condensed evil pearl in his hand fell to the ground violently, and like seeing the devil, Wang Yuqian Kaoru stayed away from it, not daring to touch it again. Sister Qian Kaoru, are you alright? Han Lan swept down from the tall building, and with a flash of silver aura, he appeared in front of the frightened Wang Yuqian Kaoru. Hanlin, that me just now, was I really compelled? At this time, the six godless Wang Yuqian Kaoru saw the familiar figure appeared in front of her, as if she saw the backbone of the breast swallows threw themselves into the arms of the soft and comfortable elasticity that Han Lan's heart and mind aflutter. Gently caressing the beauty's trembling shoulders, wisps of mind fluctuations quickly soothed Wang Yuqian Kaoru's emotions. It's alright Chikuma-san, I've already notified Elder Lookout Moon's famous sword, he should be on his way here, before he arrives, we'd better not touch this thing, Han Lan said to Lookout Moon Chikuma. Wang Yuqian Kaoru's entire body was still in a state of trance, and after hearing Han Lan's words, she unconsciously nodded her small head with a hum. And those who were previously bound by her demonic vines regained their freedom at this time, and one by one, they fled lifelessly, quickly leaving this place.
Hanlan, thank you, I never thought my big brother would cheat on me. Wanyu Qianqiara said. Tsuruta was, after all, the first person to discover the condensation evil pearl, so he should be the one who was compelled the most, and his current mind is not necessarily that of your original big brother. Hanlan analyzed her. The city's demon hunting team was quick in their attendance, and after surrounding Hanlan and the two of them, they watched them vigilantly. Fortunately, Chikane Wangetsu explained to them in Japanese. After identifying themselves, those people from the city demon hunting team then pressed on. And rolling down to the ground of the condensation evil bead, also seems to notice that it will be imprisoned again to the fate of the East Guardian Pavilion, dripping spinning it slowly rolled toward the entrance to the sewers. A silver aura flickered in Hanlan's gaze as his powerful intent locked onto the bead, forcibly restraining it and confining it in place. The congealed evil pearl that had returned to its original position was furious and abnormal, and began to tremble continuously. But it was no use for it to shake anymore. The famous sword of the watching moon had already rushed over from the Western Keeper's pavilion. As soon as he saw the famous sword of the Moonwatch condensation Hua evil bead as a rat meets the natural enemy of the Cat general, fell into a silent play dead state. The sharp-eyed Wanyu Mingjian took out a piece of silver-colored cloth and wrapped the condensed slanting bead, and he, who had a very high reputation in Osaka City, quickly dismissed the vigilantes and the city's demon hunting squad and returned to the Western Guardian Pavilion with Hanlan and the two of them. The famous sword of the watching moon brought the two men into a meditative room with an open ceiling, where soft moonlight and starlight could spill down into the room. Wanyu Qianqiara sat on her knees on the wooden floor with her head buried deep in her hands, her purple hair hanging down like a girl who had done something wrong but wasn't afraid of being punished. Hanlan, on the other hand, sat on the ground, meditating on the message that the tsunami moonwolf, which was far away in the Dongting Lake region, had just conveyed to him. With his back to the two of them, Wanyu Namikian sat on his knees like Wanyu Qianqiara where the moonlight spilled down, the whole person looking solemn and silent. Shikage, you disappoint me. The famous sword of Wanyu was silent for a long time before speaking. Disciple knows I'm wrong. Wanyu Qianqiara didn't dare to speak up. Even if you know that Tsuruta is in the East Shikaku, you should run through everything before. Acting recklessly will only complicate things further. Wanyu Namikian said with hatred. I don't know who to question. Even my loyal elder brother Tsuruta is imprisoned in the East Guardian Pavilion, said Chikane Wangetsu with her head bowed. Then you choose to believe Hanlan? The old man with the famous sword said. Wanyu Qianqiara glanced at Hanlan and once again fell into a state of silence. Famous sword senior, you might as well tell us where this bead came from, you obviously know it well. Hanlan opened his mouth. People have souls, and the cultivation of a mage is the cultivation of the soul. This thing is called the Red Devil, and its soul is a dark red color. And all creatures that have been parasitized and manipulated by it will also have a dark red evil mark on their souls after death. Look out, Moon Famous Sword said. Famous Sword Senior, did a red devil run out of this East Guardian Pavilion of yours a long time ago? Hanlan inquired with a change in his face. Chapter 82.5 months, an appointment. The famous sword of the Moonwatcher's body trembled gently at his words, somewhat startled as he gazed at Hanlan, who had suddenly asked such a question. His face had a rigid expression, and those dark brown eyes shook violently with fear of the past. How did you? You know that? The Moonwatcher's famous sword stared tightly at Hanlan. Next, Wanyu Mingjian took Hanlan and Wanyu Qianqiara to the Western Mountain Pan-Sacrifice Spirit, and recounted some of the wrongdoings that his generation had committed. Afterward, the famous sword of the Moonwatch still proposed to Hanlan to help him go to one of his late friends and destroy the evil bead. Hanlan then stated that he came from an organization of forgers and was capable of solving the problem of the bead alone, and after thinking about it, the famous sword of the watching moon readily agreed. The two sides made another series of benefit exchanges, with the famous sword of the watching moon no longer pursuing the whereabouts of the congealed evil pearls, and Hanlan was going to build a batch of high-level soul-grade magical tools for the watching moon family at a 50% discount. When it came to the request for materials for super-ranked heaven-ranked magic tools, the Wanyu family would keep an eye out for him at the major magical auction houses in Japan, and of course, Hanlan would get a 20% discount for future cooperation. Master Han, who had been busy for most of the night, excused himself at the words of the famous sword of Wanyu on the grounds that it was getting late in the night, and exited this chamber of the underworld with Chikage Wanyu. The two walked side by side on the plank floor of their return journey, and Hanlan was about to open the door to his own room when Chikane Wangetsu called out to him.
Han Lan, tonight's matter is really troublesome for you, I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Xinxia whispered with a slightly reddened pretty face. Ugh, I suddenly feel very uncomfortable in my brain, so I might need a kiss from Sister Xinxia to get better. Han Lan said as he pointed at his cheeks, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Wang Xinxia froze at her words, and the atmosphere fell into an inexplicable silence, and just when Han Lan thought it was hopeless, sweet-smelling scent came to his face. Han Lan subconsciously turned his head. Wang Xinxia's pink lips and his own lips collide together. It is not easy to drum up the courage of Wang Xinxia as a frightened deer generally want to escape, but was Han Lan a hand to catch the slender waist, began to attack and plunder the city. Only after a long time did the crimson-faced Wang Xinxia reluctantly break free from Han Lan's embrace and leave the spot as if she had fled. Only the messy folds of clothing and burnt red cheeks proved that the embrace had just taken place in a way that didn't seem quite proper. After savoring the aroma of his mature big sister that remained in his mouth, Han Lan returned to his room in a happy mood, closed the door, and was about to start meditating when, coincidentally, his cell phone rang. You live in a flowery world, so you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, copying the thoughtfulness as you go. 5 big words by Ting Ting Baby were displayed on the screen. Hey, Ting Ting, it's so late, what's the matter? Han Lan inquired. Brother Han Lan, I've been too busy today, and I've only now had the time to see your performance at the International Forge Master Competition. Congratulations on your championship, yo. Bai Ting Ting's sweet voice came quickly as soon as she picked up the phone. Does Ting Ting have any magic tools or magic weapons she wants? I'll personally forge them for you when I return to the magic capital after a while. Actually, Brother Han Lan, I don't really need such things as magic tools, it's mainly because the elders in my family want to meet you. In that case, well then, I'll be back as soon as I'm done with this side of the Nipponese, okay? Okay then. Brother Hanlon, have a good night and oh. The sweet and playful female voice faded away, and an inexplicable sense of guilt haunted Han Lan's heart, with the thrill of going out and cheating, then being caught by his real girlfriend. But how can a man of my generation hang on to a tree? It's all about excitement and playing with your heart. There is nothing more painful in this world than the poison of love, so let me, Han Lan, be the divine farmer. Maybe it's because of the influence of that blue quality milk someone's lover's training manual. Han Lan is moving farther and farther away from the path of scum. After responding to some more congratulatory messages from Moon Nugio, Ding Yumian, and the others, Han Lan slowly fell asleep after a busy day. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Han Lan was awakened by a sharp knock on the door, opened the door to see that the slightly powdered and elegant Wang Xinxia was standing in front of the door. Upon seeing Han Lan, Wang Xinxia hurriedly urged him to wash up and then go to Osaka's Magic Association outlet to purchase materials. Han Lan quickly cleaned himself up, and then went to the Magic Association's outlet with Chikage Wanyue, purchasing a number of forging materials for high-level magic tools, magic artifacts. For the next half a month or so, Han Lan had been in the exclusive forging room that the Western Guardian Pavilion had vacated for him, familiarizing himself with the inherited experience that came with the refiner's scroll. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed quietly, and after Han Lan handed over a dozen or so high-level soul-grade magic tools to the famous Sword of the Moonwatch, the funds plus 1 billion. The famous Sword of Wang Getsu had not been idle in the meantime, and had used all his human connections to free Tsuruta from the East Guardian Pavilion. Han Lan naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to make good relations with his future great-uncle, and took out some high-quality spiritual power worm crystals in conjunction with some of the goodies he'd picked up from the Magical Association's outlet, and refined a few bottles of spiritual power elemental chi potions to give to the other party. Tsuruta's mental world and physical fitness, which had been tormented by the Eastern Shogunate for half a year, quickly recovered under the potion's harmonization. After learning that his father had hired a master forger to help him, he came over to thank him, and naturally supported Han Lan's relationship with his little sister, Wang Xinxia. After experiencing Han Lan's outburst to help Tsuruta, Wang Xinxia's attitude towards him had become a bit more intimate. In the spare moments after cultivation, Han Lan and Wang Xinxia both went out on dates together from time to time. We watch movies together at the cinema, go crazy at the amusement park to experience the happiness of ordinary people, taste the specialties in the streets and alleys of Osaka, and occasionally work together to kill the siren squads that invade the East Mamoru Pavilion. As the days passed by, Han Lan and Wang Xinxia's relationship was gradually warming up, and other than the last step of the home run, everything else that should be done between a couple was pretty much done. Counting the time, 2.5 months had passed since Han Lan came to Osaka City, and Bai Tingting had already hinted several times to ask when he would be back, so Han Lan knew that he couldn't afford to procrastinate any longer. In the evening of this day, just after accompanying Wang Xinxia to finish a day's date of shopping at the night market, Han Lan hesitated for a long time, but still opened his mouth to Wang Xinxia, who was eating octopus dumplings. "Shikij-san, the day after tomorrow, I might be going back to my country." "Ah, husband Han Lan, come and try this iron plate squid barbecue," Wang Xinxia said as she handed Han Lan a skewer of squid barbecue with her small jade white hand. "By the way, what were you saying? The day after tomorrow, I may have to make a trip back home." The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, Chikane Wangetsu whispered, "Then, will you still return to Osaka City to marry me, husband?" "Of course I will, Chikage-san, I promise you, I'll be back in a year at the latest." "So, pull the trigger." "Good." Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, Han Lan and Wang Xinxia's two little fingers were intertwined and hooked together, tightly, very tightly. Chapter 81, Going to the White House. After the two of them returned to the Western Guardian Pavilion, Wang Xinxia brought Han Lan to her boudoir, and after asking him to blindfold her eyes with a black cloth, she said that she wanted to give him a parting surprise. In the darkness, Han Lan was taken by Wang Xinxia to a place surrounded by water, and then the two of them stripped off their clothes, and warm hot water was sprayed onto their bodies from the rosette head. Faint lavender shower gel sprinkled to Han Lan's back, followed by Wang Xinxia controlling two groups of water attribute slime, began to constantly squeeze and collide at his back. A trace of evil fire gradually spread to the battlefield between the two. The watery, private, large bathroom was suddenly springy with a slightly pained muffled grunt from the woman. A sleepless night. Since Han Lan had just bullied Chikane Wangetsu, he warmed up with her for another week before buying a plane ticket to board the flight back home. Of course, during this time of warmth, Han Lan also practiced some dual cultivation techniques with Wang Xinxia. The water system had successfully broken through to the third level of the high rank. The ghostly blue water star river was pushing towards the high rank consummation, and the chaos system had reached the middle rank full cultivation. Wang Xinxia had also benefited greatly, having already touched the threshold of a high-ranking water system full cultivation, and her secondary cultivation of the sound system had also successfully reached the high-ranking first level. Next, she only needed to meditate and cultivate for a period of time before she could start preparing the Star Ocean Heavenly Vein and then attempt to impact the super-rank domain. On top of that, Han Lan also used the Sea Crystal Demon Python's commander-grade exotic scales and the exotic bones acquired from the magic store along with some rare auxiliary materials to create a heavy armor-type magic tool crystal scale heavy armor specifically for Wang Xinxia. Even the full force of a commander advancement stage demon could be blocked unharmed, and it possessed a certain level of resistance to water energy attacks, making it perfect for the course of combat with the sirens. In addition, Han Lan sent another 10 squads led by Jean Scale Siren Shadow Eaters to protect her closely, and again left a portal mark on the captain of the leading Jean Scale Siren Shadow Eater. "And tell Chikuma Wangetsu that this is the squad of dark creatures following him. If they met a severely injured and fallen commander-class siren, they could let these dark creature squads devour and evolve in order to cope with unknown dangers when there was no one around." Han Lan also left a purple phoenix ring and a whole box of magic chocolates for Chikao Wangyu, and after telling her about the wonderful uses of the two items, Chikao Wangyu was moved to send kisses to her again and again. When the two people are in the thick of it, naturally there will be some no-smoke war set off. Magic City, White House. The Bai family, located near the Baoshan district, belonged to one of the four great families of the Magic City, yet today the family's interior was festooned with lights and colors everywhere. Bai Tingting, even pulled by Hongfei early in the morning at the door, began to look forward to, cannot help but let a lot of white family members wondered, what is the big man to come to visit this place? At 9 a.m. sharp, Han Lan, dressed in a black casual suit and 7/4 pants, appeared at the door on time, and when he saw Bai Tingting, who was wearing a blue chiffon dress, he walked straight toward her. "Tina. Brother Hanlon." Between words the two had hugged each other, and the sour stench of love made by Hongfei, who was on the sidelines, look incredibly embarrassed. It was only a moment later that Bai Tingting introduced her own brother to Han Lan with a blush on her face, and Han Lan took out a fire-attributed nebula magic artifact from the 24 Bridges to the Moonlight Night and handed it to the other party. "First time meeting, a small gift is no honor," Han Lan said with a smile. "Thank you, Master Han Lan. Oh no, it's brother-in-law," Bai Hongfei said with some restraint. "You're welcome, we'll be family from now on." After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Bai Tingting led Han Lan to the main living room to meet the Bai family patriarch and the others, and Bai Hongfei naturally followed quickly. Upon arriving at the meeting hall, a hardened middle-aged man in Chinese clothing and several old men with white hair were sitting quietly on chairs. Upon seeing Han Lan's arrival, several of the white family power holders rose to greet him. Little friend, is Master Han Lan right? My name is Bai Xinxuan. I'm the Bai family head of this generation. The other several seniors are all elders of the Bai family's clan association. It's our honor to have the pleasure of meeting Master Han Lan as a guest of the Bai family. The middle-aged man in Han clothing said in a warm tone. Late Han Lan, meet the Bai family master, meet all the seniors. Han Lan bowed slightly. That's out of line for Master Han Lan. Since you're dating Tingting, you can call me Uncle Bai. Bai Xinxuan smiled with a slightly relaxed brow. Good day, Uncle Bai. I don't know what is the reason for inviting the latecomer here this time? Han Lan said with some doubt. It's not a big deal. I heard that Master Han won the 23rd International Forger Competition. I wonder if you can forge a batch of medium and high-level magic tools for the juniors and direct members of the clan. Don't worry, with your relationship with Ting Ting, the Bai family's forging expenses will never treat you poorly. Bai Xinxuan said in a sincere tone. Of course, it's best to try to gather some good auxiliary materials in order to perform my forging techniques. Han Lan reminded and said. That's no problem. I'll immediately arrange for someone to procure some special materials, then we'll have to trouble Master Han Lan a bit more next. Bai Xinxuan nodded in response. Little things. That's right, Master Han Lan came all the way here. Why don't you stay in the Bai family as a guest for the next few days, or let us do our best as hosts. Tingting, as the host, you must entertain Master Han Lan well. Bai Xinxuan looked towards Bai Tingting and winked. Bai Tingting nodded and led Han Lan toward the Bai family estate to look around. Soon it was 12 o'clock noon, and the Bai family was decorated with lights and a number of important figures were in attendance just to make friends with Han Lan. However, at the age of 10, he had forged a super-order heaven-grade magic tool at a young age, and with his huge potential, he would be a pivotal figure in the international arena once he asked for the super-order field. Quite a few Bai family executives came to toast, and some good guys kept asking Han Lan if he would mind finding a few more girlfriends, but all of them were blocked back by Bai Tingting's beautiful eyes with anger. After the wine and dinner, Han Lan was dragged to the mall by Bai Tingting. Considering that he hadn't been with her for a while, and that the responsibility of a boyfriend was somewhat unworthy of its name, Han Lan accompanied her on a good trip. And at night time, the two of them who had been reunited for a long time naturally applauded their love, and the scent of strange smoky incense filled Bai Tingting's boudoir. Tina, turn around a bit. Tina, sit up and move yourself. Ting Ting, something delicious is coming. Oh. A sleepless night. Han Lan accompanied Bai Tingting in the movie theater, amusement park, ocean park, ice skating rink and other places to have a good time for a week before the Bai family put together some special forging materials, and Han Lan started the magic tool forging process without any ink. The four mainstream magical tools such as crawler, chopper, shield, and armor were continuously sent out from the forging room, and the smiles on the faces of a group of Bai family executives could barely be suppressed, and they were all praising Bai Tingting, calling out that she had found a good husband. After the agreed-upon magic tools were all forged, Han Lan accompanied Bai Tingting for another half a month or so before deciding to make a trip to Dongting Lake. Chapter 82. Returning to Dongting Lake, promoting the Wolf Monarch. The Whistling Moon Skylark had already stepped into the Unicorn-class advancement stage more than a month ago, and Han Lan's purpose for traveling to the cave lake this time was to help it advance to a Monarch-class alchemical creature. There was no need to say much about the Tsunami Wolf's own bloodline grade and carapace strength, and its golden quality origin was unhindered until the threshold of the Emperor class. So Han Lan had only two problems to solve: soul shaping and energy. If you are shaping your soul, you can solve this problem by using the congealed evil bead, which is processed with the purification treasure pearl. Han Lan had already examined it, and it contained a huge and pure soul energy, enough to supply a summoned beast in the commander advancement stage to sprint to the monarch level. As for the energy issue, it could be replaced with demon alchemy points. After all, alchemy creatures were different from traditional summoned beast progression. The only unfortunate thing was that Han Lan hadn't killed a Monarch-class demon to unlock orange card drawing privileges, so he couldn't use the alchemy pool to fuse orange materials, thus smoothly allowing the Whistling Moon Skylark to advance to Monarch class. In other words, if the Tsunami Wolf wanted to take a step from the Commander class advancement stage to the Monarch class, it would need to use its own bloodline inheritance memories to sprint. Talking in two directions, after Han Lan purchased some supplies on his way to Bai City, he summoned Lokia from a very far distance outside of the Enrollment, rolled onto the broad snow-white feathered back, and rushed straight in the direction of the Saw Lunar Skywolf. South of Tonkin Lake, Central Region. Ever since the Tsunami Moon Heavenly Wolf's strength was raised to the Commander advancement stage, the war between the Demon Wolf Clan and the Lizard Skull Giant Demon had become increasingly grim. However, in the eyes of those Monarch-level demons from the depths of the Dongting Lake, these were just small fights, and they let the Demon Wolf Clan fight with them. After all, the number of foreign demonic commanders also took up a lot of weight in Dongting Lake, and if they didn't enter the Monarch, they would end up as ants. However, the balance in their eyes would soon be broken by Han Lan's coming. More than half a year had passed, and the original land that Han Lan had occupied when he first visited this place, a small hill that was as high as a 20-story building, had long since morphed into a giant rock platform that was 100 meters high and 2.5 kilometers wide. Rugged rock walls towered over the giant rock platforms, and a number of remaining warlord-class demon wolves, as well as their pups, could be vaguely seen in the rock wall layers. And in the rocky hollows on the left and right sides, there was a female demon wolf with azure-colored fur lying on its back, and a giant pangolin armor covered in grayish-brown scales. The two beasts presented horns, arching at the center, the steely sky wolf with slender silver wings on its back and silver moonlines on its forehead and body. Who? The surging airflow whistling sound came over the sky. The wolf of the whistling moon was the first to look up. The familiar mind fluctuation and the pair of broad cool palm-like snow-white feathered wings came into his eyes. Ow! The loud and domineering wolf howl transformed into a rolling wave of air that swept in all directions, and although the demon wolves present were puzzled as to why the boss had suddenly cupped his neck and wailed, it didn't prevent them from going along with the sound. For a moment, the howls of the wolves rose and fell as if they were greeting their new king. Well, how big of a wolf are they? It's only been a little over half a year since we've seen each other. Han Lan used the disguise convergence technique to mimic his scent as a dominant creature, and descending from the sky, he hugged and stroked the silver mane of the tsunami wolf, helplessly being licked by the wolf with his tongue and dripping wet. After the master and servant had exchanged some feelings, Han Lan checked the strength of the tsunami moon wolf through the system panel, Commander Class Advancement Stage. The purple quality Commander's fruit was extremely powerful, and the wolf of the whistling moon swallowed it after he was promoted to Grand Commander, and his strength and bloodline concentration reached the peak of the Commander's level. Han Lan told it through the mind link, "I have prepared the resources for you to promote to Monarch. Are you willing to take this step so that you can become stronger?" The wolf of the whistling moon nodded slightly, and even through the mind link Han Lan could feel its surging desire to evolve. The survival of the fittest. The concept of becoming stronger is engraved in the bloodline and soul of every alchemical creature. After everything was ready, Han Lan meditated and waited for the night to come. He had planned the time before he left, and tonight was the 16th of every month. As the saying goes, the 15th moon is 16 years old. Quite a lot of the strength of the whistling moon celestial wolf came from the power of the moonlight, and it was believed that under the illumination of the full moon, it would be able to provide 1 or 2% of help to its promotion to the monarch level. Time flew by, and soon Han Lan was ushering in the first full moon night of his return to Dongting Lake. The moon shimmers and illuminates the cold night. The huge demon wolf pack had already been driven to a 10-mile radius by the tsunami moon wolves, and the only one who could stay within a 5-kilometer radius was the azure-haired female wolf commander. As for the brown-armored pangolin commander, it was hiding 8 kilometers away with one of its small pack, quietly gazing at the boss it followed. The process of promoting a monarch begins. Han Lan took out the long purified congealed evil pearl from the 24 bridges and bright moon night, placed it in front of the prostrate tsunami moon wolf, and then ticked off 1 million demon alchemy points in the system panel. As the demon alchemy points shrunk to 4,035,900, the 1 million demon alchemy points transformed into a torrent of dark blue energy pouring into the tsunami moon wolf's body, and Han Lan hurriedly gave an order through the mind link. The tsunami moon wolf's blood disc maw sucked hard, and Han Lan also helped guide it with his spiritual power from the side, as the huge and pure soul energy continuously poured into its blood disc maw, rapidly enhancing its soul strength. And at that moment the process of transferring that torrent of dark blue energy came to an end. The tsunami sky wolf's aura began to climb. Accompanied by a distant wolf howl, the silver moon pattern on its forehead lit up violently. The bright moonlight hanging high in the night sky was instantly attracted to it, and the power of large swaths of moonlight was transformed into a stream of pure demonic power through the transformation of the silver moon's pattern, gradually lighting up the silver moon's pattern on the tsunami moon wolf's body. The power of the moonflower and the torrent of energy turned into the capital for the wolf of the whistling moon to cross over to the monarch level, while the massive soul energy contained in the congealed flower evil bead ensured the strength of its soul as it continued to metamorphose. The vigorous several kinds of energy gradually converged into 100 meters of energy vortex, a share of majestic energy fluctuations from the central area of Dongting Lake spread out in all directions. The roars of the demon commanders rising and falling around them confirmed their fear, while not far away, there were several auras that did not belong to the commander's level demons that were silently peering at this place. 3 hours later, the energy vortex turned into dots of radiance and merged into the tsunami moon wolf's demonic body. A mountain torrent tsunami-like vigorous aura cracked the clouds and appeared. The tsunami moon wolf's body size began to rapidly grow larger and expand. The silver wings at the shoulder blades became more and more textured and hardened, and the silver moon mark and thin pointed blades extended out from the edges. When it landed on all fours, its height was already more than 300 meters high, and the silver moon pattern on its forehead became more and more alive, with the bright moonlight power spilling down, setting off the whistling moon wolf to become more and more handsome and powerful.
Wolf Monarch, born. Chapter 83, Slaying the Dragon.
With the tsunami wolf's successful promotion to monarch, 10% of its mental power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. The spiritual realm on the system panel jumped a bit, 5th realm late stage.
Ow. Unlike the loud and clear wolf howls from the previous commander level period, the tsunami moon wolf's lifelong commander aura had been transformed into a monarch aura after it had successfully been promoted to a monarch.
The wolf whistle sound waves that were almost like substance transformed into a long and deep roar that echoed throughout the central region of Dongting Lake.
Hiss. Gluttony O. Ow roar.
A few beast roars of the same monarch-level demons were heard from extremely far away, either with a few kindnesses, a few greetings, or a hint of hostility. Han Lan's fists clenched slightly, only because the creature with the low roar of hostility was sprinting at a fast pace in the direction where the tsunami moon skywolf was.
What kind of demon could be attacking? The tsunami moon skywolf has only just been promoted to the monarch level to start a battle. How much does it want to cut off its roots? Han Lan's brows furrowed as his gaze gazed into the dark night not far away. Ow roar.
The initially hostile behemoth soon manifested itself out of the night, showing its true colors. A sturdy earth dragon with a golden-brown color and puckered muscles was slowly exposed under the moonlight, and that strong and extremely strong body gave people a feeling of infinite power at first glance.
Surprisingly, it's a subdragon species Earth subdragon? Han Lan's face sank as he said.
The imposing earth subdragon in front of him was obviously a monarch creature as well, and even if it was only at the minor monarch level, the sub-dragon clan's strong body and dragon breath were enough to allow it to take on the orthodox monarch-level demons head-on. The earth subdragon was covered with thick and wild golden-brown dragon scales, and when it said earth subdragon, it actually looked like a metal mechanical mad dragon that was as formidable and divine. Even though the earth subdragon in front of him had no wings, its lanky dragon body was quite impressive in height when fully supported. Han Lan couldn't be bothered to hide anything at this time, and as his right hand stroked across the 24 bridges in the moonlit night, an ancient scroll with a silver-white color as its main body and 9 circles of light blue lines wrapped around it slowly appeared in his palm. Overbid Magic Scroll Skyfall. This magic scroll from the great world of the Bone King Overlord will show its glory that belongs solely to it at this moment. Han Lan's spiritual energy probed into it to activate the magic scroll, and then slowly guided it to be released in the airspace above the head of the pacing earth subdragon. A large number of light blue points of light converged at great speed in front of Han Lan's body, coalescing into a scroll with a dazzling pillar of blue and white light inscribed on the front. Sealed with the superlative magic Skyfall, the user can use this to cast Skyfall once.
Symbolizing the destructive power at the very top of the magic system in another transcendent world, extraordinarily valuable scroll-like props.
Han Lan's body glowed brightly around him, and a large number of circular spell formations carved with otherworldly magical characters instantly surrounded him. At the same time, densely packed, small blue spell formations continuously opened up in the surrounding mid-air at great speed.
It densely shrouded half of the central region of Dongting Lake.
At the same time the scroll was activated, the blue spell formation floating in the air was constantly absorbing the magic elements that were free in the air of Cave Lake. When the densely packed blue spell formation completely obscured the entire central area of the Cave Lake, the super bit of magic, Skyfalling, was completely finished. The earth subdragon pacing below also sensed the fatal danger. Covered in hard dragon flesh, it was the war stubborn stone, dragon scales or high magic resistance metal shell. Originally, it didn't care after the human mage in mid-air in front of it pulled out a roll of paper shells, but in just a split second, the riot of magical elements around it made it feel an unprecedented fatal crisis.
Oh hoo!
The earth subdragon decided to strike first, and it tilted its head back to let out a long, angry roar, the dragon's roar resembling an airborne magic cannon as it quickly rushed toward Han Lan's direction.
Ow!
The moonlight power surged around the whistling moon celestial wolf, and large swaths of bright moonlight instantly condensed into several moonlight holy shields, firmly protecting Han Lan while dodging to block in front of him.
Boom!
The dragon bellowing sound waves annihilated with the moonflower's sacred shield like a cannonball, not waiting for the energy fluctuations from the collision to disperse. The earth subdragon on the ground slightly flexed its hind legs and violently bounced up. Towards the place where the tsunami moon wolf was located was a mouthful of sandstorm spit with the color of blood. Unfortunately, the timing of its struggle was too late, and the Overguard magic scroll Skyfall had already been channeled.
Get ready to taste this.
In the next second, Han Lan's hand was filled with cracked lines and sealed with the superbit magic sky falling scroll suddenly shattered, and hundreds of thousands of magic circles were lit up. In just an instant, the magic pattern ruptured light straight into the sky. The large blue-white glow expanded at breakneck speed, 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. 10 miles of blue makeup? No, it's 10-mile sky burial. Everything within this range was enveloped in light in the blink of an eye, with columns of light poking straight through the clouds and even piercing the atmosphere. It was night, and the demon tribes in the greater half of the Dongting Lake region, and even the mages in the surrounding cities saw the pillar of light that ran through heaven and earth, turning night into day. The sandstorm spit of the Earth subdragon was obliterated the moment the blue-white light pillar appeared, and then the blue-white light pillar locked onto the Earth subdragon's head under Han Lan's control, and violently penetrated. Boom boom boom. Ow roar. The Earth subdragon cried out harshly and sadly, its proud dragon scales and head wrapped in heavy armor and bone armor began to crack inch by inch, and the penetrating pillar of obliterating light blasted through the scale and armor defenses, quickly wearing down the vigorous vitality of the subdragon species. Subsequently, more than 10 seconds, the blue and white light pillars disintegrated with a bang, and the horrifying shockwaves and explosions came only a step late. Destructive power, destroying and obliterating everything it touched along the way. Aside from Han Lan and the others who were within the protective stance when the magic scroll was released, the 10-mile radius was like a heavenly burial. It was unknown how long it took before the magic power absorbed in the magic scroll was completely exhausted, and the horrifying wide area destruction slowly came to a halt. With the bright light fading away, night falls anew. What appeared in Han Lan was a horrifyingly deep pit that ran directly through the Earth's strata, unable to be seen at a glance. The nearby mountains and swamps were dug into deep pits, and even the mountains stretching further away were bulldozed into a white field. As for the Earth subdragon has long been dead can no longer die, from the ground-raised rock barrier in the air and the thin earth elements to see, before dying it gathered a large number of earth elements constructed into a rock shield defense layer, but unfortunately this idea of defense as attack is doomed to be an empty. The power of this otherworldly super bit magic really didn't disappoint Han Lan. Although in its original Bone King Overlord Big World Skyfall power is not very impressive, by definition not so wild and cool hanging blowing genius right. Chapter 84 Water Shadow Stone, Wedge of Genes. Or maybe the hyperbolic magic scroll Skyfall fits extremely well into the full-time mage world. It was more adapted to the magical elements in the air, so it exerted a power that far exceeded that of its purple quality props. It wasn't until this time that the alchemy panel's system alert arrived late. Wild Monster Earth Subdragon Orthodox Monarch X1 has been killed, obtaining Earth Dragon's Heart Orange X1, gaining Demon Alchemy points 100,000, and obtaining Monarch Grade Remnant X1. System alert, Orange drawing card unlocked. Heart of the Earth Dragon. Quality, Orange. Description: a heart containing the strength of the body of an earthbound sub-dragon species and the power of a long dragon. A dragon creature has the probability of inheriting one of the original owner's abilities after swallowing it, and improves its own endurance and resistance to the earth element by a certain margin. It can be either as a material or for the sheik to devour. It's a very good choice. Han Lan was greatly satisfied with the gift rewarded by the old iron of the earth subdragon, and after a 3-second moment of silence for it, he began the exciting process of touching the corpse. In traditional Western fantasy novels, dragon-slaying warriors have always been talked about. In addition to marveling at the great power they possess, the rewards that come from slaying dragons are beyond imagination. Dragons were covered in treasures. Putting aside the most powerful true dragons, if the corpse of this earth subdragon in front of him was minutely excavated, materials such as dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon skin, dragon teeth, dragon sinews, dragon bones, dragon meat, and dragon whips were all extremely rare. Even if it was placed on the Magic Association's auction floor, it was a heavyweight lot close to the grand finale. But before we start the corpse-touching operation, the rituals of life cannot be missed. Han Lan first pulled out his light camera, mage robes and green Zeus voidwings floating behind his back. Holding a long white blade in one hand in reverse, he bowed forward and stepped on the head of the earth subdragon, and began to take a long series of photos at 720. It was only after a long time that Han Lan stopped posing with great interest, and after storing away the light and shadow equipment, he began to struggle to cut up the materials on the earth subdragon's body. And sorted them into different categories and wrapped them up in special material bags, and then collected them all into their own carry-on small world. With the release of the overbit magic Skyfall, the Monarch-class demons that were spying nearby moved away, especially since they could no longer sense the earth subdragon that had gone forward earlier to provoke them to come to life, and this sense of panic became even more pronounced. Under the whistling moon sky wolf's neck-long whistle, the demonic wolf packs that had just retreated to 10 miles away surrounded each other, and tens of thousands of demonic wolves lowered their demonic skulls one after another.
Led by the female wolf commander and the pangolin commander, they offered the most humble respect and loyalty to their monarch.
And tonight, all the demon tribes in the central region of Dongting Lake don't want to have a good night's sleep, simply because the old ruler is dead, the new ruler is in place, the year is in the wolf tribe, and the world is in good hands. Han Lan called up the system panel, total demon alchemy points 413-5900, orange card drawing roulette, activated. Sitting on the ground, Han Lan opened the system panel and clicked on the black pointer to draw cards, and the total demon alchemy points fell to 313-5900. A flash of orange light floated in front of Han Lan. Out of orange, I hope it's not a small bailout. Water Shadow Stone Light. Quality, orange. Description: from an urban world where light and shadow are interpainted, it is a light and shadow stone that contains infinite water power. Hold it in your palm and you will understand how to use it. Water, it will only make my armor stronger. The rivers and mountains are easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. People in the shadow world can never be trusted. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Yuki, my Yuki. Jeans Wedge Thunderfire. Quality, orange. Description: from a world of trainers and elves, a special prop containing the power of thunder and flame, perhaps for a contract partner to try? Mega voltage ideal turbo flame, real strong and powerful. The heart is hot enough to be cold. Roar on, the strongest dragon in charge of flames and lightning. Dazzle Color Big Cone 2 boxes 10 PCS 1 box set. Quality, purple. Description: from a game world, after eating it, it can slowly increase the fire energy in the body. Sweet honey, you smile sweet honey. Fruit Vegetable Feast 2 boxes 10 PCS 1 box. Quality, purple. Description: from a game world, can slowly increase the wood earth energy in the body after consuming it thanks to the gift of nature. Dark Cake Cuisine 3 boxes 10 PCS 1 box set. Quality, purple. Description: from a game world, after consumption can slowly enhance the body of water. Poison Darkness Energy. The kitchen is not big. Create a myth. Some people in the kitchen to make delicious food, some people in the kitchen to make dark cuisine, and what's more, has evolved to the use of simple kitchen pots and pans to refine high level of elixir. It is not that you can't afford to eat delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but the kitchen alchemy is more cost effective. Bloodline Transfer Scroll X2. Quality, purple. Description: from an online game world, can transform ordinary people into random quality bloods, with the blood title to determine the strength and skills. Baron, Viscount, Earl, Duke, Prince, the Originator Jr. Do you remember the legend of the Dark Knight? Isn't this the Black Rhino armor exclusively endorsed by my Civil War god of illusion, Brother Orange North Sanchue? I can't believe I drew the Water Shadow Stone from Armored Warrior this time? Han Lan said with some surprise. To be precise, only the second team's Beikai has brought the Black Rhino armor's counterattacking combat power to the extreme, and the Black Rhino armor's peak battle is a one-man battle to carry 3 Shadow Guardians, and also deal quite a bit of counterattacking type of bludgeoning damage. Although there was Xiangyang's Emperor's magnetic field suppression reason, and the Shadow 5 Guardians missing one could not play the overall strength, but the second team's Black Rhino armor 1 drag 3 of the battle record is not false. Otherwise, under the leadership of Orange Brother North Sanchue, it will really become nothing but Civil War armor. Flood Abyss Wild Waterfall. To hide the power of the 5 elements of water is one of the 5 warriors in the strongest defense. Power is also very strong. Fighting style is counter-attack type. After recalling the information about the Black Rhino armor in his mind, Han Lan took out the Water Shadow Stone from his system backpack and carefully examined it. The Black Water Shadow Stone was held in his palm, gradually emitting a faint green light. Feeling a surging and raging power coming from his hand, Han Lan's heart was delighted. A message then entered his mind, and a large amount of water magic energy was injected into the Water Shadow Stone by Han Lan, and the green light filled up extremely quickly and became more and more dazzling. When it reached a critical value, a palm-sized Shin Black Rhinoceros coalesced from the Water Shadow Stone, then swept through the air at lightning speed with the Water Shadow Stone wrapped around it, aiming directly at Han Lan's abdomen. Han Lan only felt a coldness in his abdomen and lifted his clothes to see that the dark green rhinoceros head pattern was vividly tattooed on the location of his kidneys. Wisps of water energy were subliminally fluctuating, strengthening his limbs and bones in an unhurried manner, centered on the 5 elements of kidney water. The dark green rhinoceros head pattern was still absorbing the water elements in the air, rapidly transforming them into the energy of the Water Shadow Stone, and the water elements within a 100-mile radius were being inexplicably tugged, and they were all constantly gathering in the direction of Han Lan's position. Han Lan raised his hands high above his head and folded them over each other in the air. Willpower communicated with the rhinoceros tattoo seal located at the kidneys to summon the light and shadow armor. The figure slightly arched his head proudly, assuming the classic pose of the Black Rhino Man. A rhino pattern appeared on the circular light screen projected, and a rhino cry came from a rhino. Hands raised high above his head were quickly lowered.
Black Rhino armor, combine.
Even though Hanlan knew he didn't have to shout out his lines, he just couldn't help it. The rhinoceros tattoo mark on his abdomen emitted a bright light, and a green rhinoceros pattern silhouette surfaced on Hanlan's waist, with a black belt appearing first, and then the energy flowed from the belt to his entire body, condensing into a mighty and domineering black armor.
In a burst of dazzling light, under an electronic synthesized voice. Armor Ensemble. Chapter 85, Returning to the Magic City. Is this the Black Rhino armor of water, so powerful, I feel like the water star river in my spirit world is boiling, and every cell in my body conveys the desire to fight. Hanlan said in surprise. Click. Hanlan gently turned the right weapon knob at his belt and summoned his secondary weapon from his Qianquan belt. Water Armor Shield. The Water Armor Shield, a defensive melee weapon of the Black Rhino of water armor, is shaped like a rhinoceros head. Hanlan's left hand quickly attached to the light green weapon sticker suspended in the air. The Water Armor Shield biosound fit on the left arm. Hanlan's right hand grabbed the wrist of the left hand, back and forth for a while. Have a say, Hanlan just want to spit out this TMD wear like a shield, say with rhino horn gloves or arm armor is okay, called Water Armor Shield, really do not know the previous life of the screenwriters how to come up with this name. Hanlan raised the Water Armor Shield at his left arm, his gaze glancing at the saw lunar skywolf not far away, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. The whistling moon celestial wolf shivered, and after receiving Hanlan's command through the mind link, it immediately released its moonlight demonic power to combine into the moonlight sacred shield to cover its body, and Hanlan held up the Water Armor Shield as he began to familiarize himself with and test its destructive power. Boom, boom, boom.
The first thick moonflower sacred shield was blown to smithereens by a chisel blow from the rhinoceros unicorn horn on the Water Armor Shield, followed by the second, the third. Drill, stab. The debris made by the power of the bright moon spread all over the ground, and the wolf had to increase the injection of moonlight demonic power in order to maintain the damage test of the fixed target. A moment later, Hanlan placed his left hand diagonally on his chest, and the Water Armor Shield dissipated into a ray of light. Then he turned the right weapon knob at his belt once again, summoning his main weapon from his Qianquan belt.
Shooting Star Gun.
The Meteor Lance, the main combat weapon of the Black Rhino armor of water, can be opened in the front section, and the killing power of the Meteor Lance combined with the good defense and combat power of the Black Rhino armor itself can hit the enemy hard. Hanlan moved his shoulders, his hands quickly gripped the light green weapon suspended in the air. The meteor gun biosound from virtual to real, held by Hanlan's hands waved a few gunflowers.
Next it's time to try the power of the mandatory post. Hanlan said in his heart, without testing how powerful the Black Rhino armor was among full-time mages. In the future, when he encountered a monarch-level demonic sudden face, he wouldn't have a bottom line in his heart. Hanlan gently turned the must-have sticker knob on the left side of his belt. WIU.
A huge Za green must-kill card appeared from the Qianquan belt, and bursts of energy fluctuations emanated from it, hovering in front of Hanlan. Hanlan gently touched the light postcard with his meteor gun, and the water light energy on the Za must-kill postcard was slightly distorted and then shattered, turning into particles that converged on the tip of the meteor gun at great speed.
Mad Cascade Za.
Meteor gun of the Wild Waterfall Za post, shattering the Devil Ambush Storm, extinguished in the Wild Waterfall, flat as a mirror water. When the energy was built up to its limit, Hanlan held the meteor gun with both hands and locked onto the two large mountains several kilometers away, firing a massive green spiral water bomb.
Boom!
Like a thunderstorm from the flat earth, the green spiral water bomb violently struck the middle of the mountainside. The violent water energy fluctuation was transmitted to the entire mountain range. Countless debris scattered and splashed in all directions like an explosion, and these two large mountains rapidly collapsed, directly being erased from the Dongting Lake. Not only that, a large green binding light instantly appeared in the area hit by the green spiral water bombs, and a large number of lizard skull giant demons were bound by the water energy and pierced back and forth, and their vitality began to decrease rapidly. Wild Monster Lizard Skull Giant Demon Minor Minion Level Advancement Stage X350 has been killed, obtaining Hard Lizard Demon Scale Armor White X300, obtaining Sharp Serrated Fangs White X50, obtaining Minion Level Essence X2, obtaining Minion Level Remnant X348, obtaining Demon Alchemy Points X35000. Giant Death Lizard Minor Warlord Level Advancement Stage X58 has been killed, obtaining Water Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X38, obtaining Warlord Alien Bone Blue X1, obtaining Earth Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X10, obtaining Warlord Alien Skin Blue X5, obtaining Warlord Alien Claw Blue X4, obtaining Warlord Level Essence X1, obtaining Warlord Level Remnant X57, and obtaining Demon Alchemy points of 58,000. The power isn't bad, it's still only a third of the power of the Black Rhino armor itself, and I can further strengthen it with Bijou Tianxue with water magic. Han Lan also discovered some hidden features of the Black Rhino armor, such as the ability to manually adjust the power threshold of the must-kill post. Just now the must-kill post Wild Waterfalls up power was controlled by him at 30%. Han Lan was quite satisfied with this, and with a thought he unattached the Black Rhino armor and took out an item from his system backpack, Wedge of Genes Thunderfire.
Wedge of Genes.
The main body of the Wedge of Genes is shaped like an awl, with a triangular shape at the top, showing a yellowish sharp thorn on the surface, a sharp part at the bottom, and a center divided into gray, black, white, and gray parts, which seems to symbolize Shikrim, Zaram, and Leklam in the world of elfin Pokemon.
The base is a trigonometry with a smaller shiny gold mini trigonometry inlaid on its reverse side. Surprisingly, this is it? In Han Lan's previous life's anime setting, once the genetic wedge was obtained in the Pokemon world, it allowed the Sheik to combine with Leklam Chekram and evolve into the Flame White Dark dual form Sheik. This stuff is a good one.
After Han Lan thought for a moment, he summoned the Frost Sub-Dragon Sheik Ram from the Demon Beast Garden, and as soon as the latter appeared, his gaze was firmly attracted by the Wedge of Genes, and a longing originating from the depths of his soul caused him to stare intently at the item in Han Lan's hand. Han Lan took out the only fruit of unity from the 24 bridges and moonlit nights and casually threw the former along with the Wedge of Genes to Sheik Rem. The latter opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, and a large number of black and white light points quickly surged out, wrapping the Frost Aaron Sheik Reem into a huge cocoon of two-colored light, and a strong energy fluctuation quickly spread out, and Sheik Reem's aura as a commander was gradually rising. Han Lan put the Sheik Rem into the Demon Beast's garden, then returned to the cave that the Tsunami Moon Wolf had prepared for him to rest in, and with the little monarch-level Tsunami Moon Wolf sitting here, he wasn't afraid of any demons or monsters coming to harass him.
There was no talk all night.
Early the next morning, after Han Lan packed away a bunch of alien bones, alien skins, alien scales, magic ores, and other materials that Tsunami Moon Wolf had helped him collect, he set off straight back to the magic capital. Before leaving, Han Lan left the seal of the portal on Tsunami Moon Wolf's body and specially instructed Tsunami Moon Wolf that if he met a super-ranked mage who appeared near the Demon Wolf tribe, he must try to avoid battle and focus on protecting his own safety. There was only hope if we lived. At most, we could bring those two commanders along with us. As for the Demon Wolf pack, as long as the monarch was still alive, it could be pulled up again anytime, anywhere. Taking a step back, if Dongting Lake couldn't be mixed up anymore, Han Lan could still take the Tsunami Moon Heavenly Wolf to develop in the South Ridge Mountains Devil Wolf Clan's base camp.
Chapter 86: Devouring the Commander.
As he was about to leave Dongting Lake, Han Lan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Eater soldiers hadn't made any arrangements for their air control power. This time, when he came to Dongting Lake, Han Lan almost forgot his original idea and hurriedly had the Tsunami Moon Wolf go and capture a feathered demon commander for the Shadow Eater to devour and evolve. The Tsunami Moon Wolf went out for just over 10 minutes, and then returned back with the 3 overlord creatures whose breath was shriveled.
Boom, boom.
A huge giant lizard pseudo-dragon and martial shell giant lizard covered in thick back armor, as well as a giant purple centipede were viciously slammed onto the rocky platform by the Tsunami Skywolf. The long, sharp wolf claws probed out to suppress the 2 lizard race commanders and the purple centipede commander to death, and seeing this, Han Lan curled his fingers and flicked the 3 shadow-eating soldiers that were somersaulting back and forth on the stone table in front of him as if they were marbles. The 3-inch-high shadow-eating soldiers scrambled and tumbled and jumped, climbing onto the backs of the lizard clan commander and centipede commander respectively. Quickly bending down, he opened his pitch-black sharp mouth and began to devour the life force and soul energy of the 3 commander demons. The inch-high Shadow Eater soldier's body size expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon exceeding 100 meters in length and gradually evolving towards the body type of a giant lizard pseudo-dragon. The scale patterns on the black and red shadow pseudo-dragon's body became clearer and clearer until it completely materialized. Underneath the black and red shadow giant wings was the body of a shadow dragon that resembled a giant lizard. Thick shadowy skin full of pimples covered the tip of the tail from the head all the way down, and the long tail presented a half-hanging state, with a triangular sharp pike at the very end, glinting with palpitating cold under the sun's rays. Ow! The giant lizard pseudo-dragon commanders of the Shadow Eaters, prostrate on the ground, were reporting their birth to their masters. Roar! Hiss! The 2 Shadow Eater soldiers on the other side followed suit and completed their devouring evolution, and the corpses of the martial shell giant lizard and the swamp poisonous thousand centipede had disappeared. In its place was an inky black mountain lizard, with a huge black and purple centipede with many legs. The wild monster gargoyle false dragon Grand Commander X1, martial shell gargoyle and swamp poisonous centipede orthodox Commander X2 have been killed, gaining 30,000 demon alchemy points. Martial shell giant lizard Commander Shadow Eater soldier back has a curved surface huge shadow quality giant shell, scale and armor clustered forelimbs giant claws become more thick and flow shadow fluctuation, a pair of dark blue vertical pupils and the ferocious light appeared. The swamp poison thousand centipede Commander Shadow Eater soldier had a lengthy body, and its 18 pairs of purple and black spiked giant legs trembled in unison as it hissed up to the sky. When it opens its bloody mouth, the head of the insect covered with a soft horny steel helmet, coupled with a pair of 60-meter-long giant pincers around the centipede's mouth, which appear to be inverted steel knives, an unspeakable ferocious aura comes to the surface. The three commander creatures that were strong enough to set off a blood-colored alert lowered their lofty, massive demon skulls to prostrate themselves when they saw Han Lan, knowing very well who the master they were loyal to was, and who had bestowed them with such a powerful force. Han Lan carefully perceived their strengths, and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon Commander Shadow Eater soldier was the strongest, having reached the early stage of orthodox commander. As for the martial shell giant lizard Commander Shadow Eater and the swamp poison thousand centipede Commander Shadow Eater, their strengths were slightly inferior, reaching the peak of little commander. Say goodbye to your former hosts, and from this life onward, my shadow soldiers, guard me with everything you have. Stand up. The three-headed Shadow Eater soldier commander's figure instantly rose to the ground, his dark blue vertical pupils gazing at Han Lan with awe in their seriousness. Very well, from now on you will be called Chase. Han Lan had named the swamp poison thousand centipede Commander Shadow Eater soldier, and with its 18 pairs of blade-footed limbs, its movement speed could be described as chasing the wind and lightning, and ordinary orthodox commander demons couldn't compare to it. As for your words, the name is Aminos. The martial shell gargoyle Commander Shadow Eater soldier also received its name, symbolizing the hardest shield of martial shell among commander-class demons. After pondering for a moment, Han Lan left the martial shell giant lizard Commander Shadow Eater and the marsh poison thousand centipede Commander Shadow Eater to the tsunami moonwolf to help it open up and defend its home. He himself took the most powerful gargoyle pseudo-dragon commander, the Shadow Eater, and ordered it to burrow into his shadow. Of course, Han Lan had left portal imprints on both of the commander-class Shadow Eaters, making it easy to summon them over to act as temporary fighters if he had a need for a shaken beast. Han Lan left another 10 Shadow Eater soldiers for the Whistling Moon Celestial Wolf, which could be prioritized for devouring and evolving if they encountered a powerful, or a commander demon with air control or special abilities. At this point, Han Lan's purpose of returning to Dongting Lake was almost successfully accomplished, and that original Shizhao Valley, he also took the time to visit. There was an earth spirit seed streaming marsh in the process of gestation there. Han Lan then dispatched the martial shell giant lizard Commander Shadow Eater and the swamp poison thousand centipede Commander Shadow Eater to take turns sitting on this spot, striving to keep the earth spirit seed and water spirit seed generating, so that you can come to the cave to harvest later. After dealing with these matters, Han Lan was ready to return to the magic city. Since the tsunami moon wolf was already a lesser monarch level creature, in order to avoid some misunderstandings and accidents, it was sent back after sending Han Lan to the outskirts of Dongting Lake. Han Lan, on the other hand, summoned the green Zeus Voidwings, which had long since filled up its count, and continuously performed spatial flickering to return to the human realm. Magic City, JA District. After Han Lan came back from Dongting Lake, he first went to the Bai family, leaving some of the most important materials such as alien bones, alien skins, alien scales, magic ores, and other materials from the pile of war general level to commander level demons he got from the tsunami moonwolves, and then handing over the rest to the Bai family's 64 points to sell on their behalf. Han Lan's behavior made the White family's top management value him even more, and with mountains of demonic and exotic materials and rare magical ores for no reason at all, the White family was in full bloom for a while. After Bai Jinchuan and the other family head executives received this heavy news, they had talks about Han Lan overnight. The word strongly supported the relationship between him and Bai Tingting, and as for how many other confidants Han Lan would have in the future, or when he would marry Bai Tingting, it was all up to the young man to decide. Han Lan accompanied Bai Tingting and the Bai family for another half a month or so before returning to his villa. Pulling out the key to open the magic stone gate of the villa, a group of warbling and laughing constantly rang out. Han Lan entered the door only to find that Faith Na was fighting with a delicate short-haired red-purple cute girl. Lucien was sitting next to the TV while watching the two people fighting. Yeah, Master is back, Ruru's sister stopped fooling around. Faith Na was the first to notice that Han Lan had returned, slowly pushing away the short-haired munchkin who had pounced on her to make a fuss, and rose to greet Han Lan.
Are you brother Han Lan? Hello, my name is Lu Ru, I'm Sister Lucien's younger sister.
The short-haired red-pupil cute girl wasn't much afraid of being a stranger, and fell to extending her small hand to greet Han Lan. Han Lan shook the small, soft, cold hand, and a touch was all it took.
Chapter 87, Lu Ru. Hello Lu Ru, I'm Han Lan. I've always heard Lucien say that her sister is well-behaved and knowledgeable, and I just saw you come today, and it's true.
Han Lan said with a smile. Brother Han Lan is also very handsome, and he's a high-ranked mage at a young age. You'll definitely be the guardian god of Magic City in the future.
Lu Ru said with a sweet smile. Brother Han Lan came back early in the morning and hasn't had breakfast yet, right? I'll go make you some. Lucien hurriedly got up and put on her apron in preparation to go make breakfast for Han Lan. No need, Sister Lucien, I only came back after breakfast, just cut me some fruit. Han Lan waved his hand and spoke.
Upon hearing this, Lucien hurriedly got up and went to the refrigerator to take out a plate of fruits before turning around and heading towards the kitchen. Master, during this period of time, when I went to pick up my sister Lu Ru from school, I detected a dark aura spying on her from the entrance of the Qingyuan Women's High School and near the subway, similar to the bloods among the dark creatures. However, the other party was very cautious and hurriedly fled as soon as they sensed Fisna's appearance.
Fisna said to Han Lan with a pretty serious face. Oh, so how strong is the other side?
Han Lan asked casually as he sat on the soft leather couch and ate a wanted milk candy that Lu Ru had peeled for him. Less than Great War General level.
Faithna replied. Then have you found their lair? Han Lan spoke again.
I used nature magic to leave a tracking mark on him, and that blood's lair is located just south of the XH district in the direction of a nearby club called North.
Faithna said quickly.
If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Since the other party already has this idea sprouting, it's better to strangle them in a hurry. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking.
Immediately afterward, Han Lan pulled out his cell phone and made a call to Ling Ling. Hey, Ling Ling, are you free right now? Can you help me find out what should be done if the dark forces of the Blood Clan in the Magic City do the blood map ceremony in private? The blood map ceremony? Hold on, I'll check right away.
Ling Ling's exciting lowly voice came from the other end of the phone. A few moments later, Ling Ling transmitted a piece of information through her mini laptop while calling Han Lan. Inform Han Lan that if it is confirmed that the dark forces of the Blood Clan in Mordor are privately and surreptitiously performing the blood map ceremony, it is a heavy disaster on par with the Scarlet Alert. Those who find evidence and deal with it on their own may receive a commendation from the Trial Council, or it may be reported to the Trial Council for them to intervene. On the phone, Ling Ling also asked Han Lan that if he couldn't handle it on his own, she would rush to notify Lingyin Temple's Vice Inquisitor, Senior Sister Ling Qing. After all, the enemy in the dark I am in the open. In the case of not clear how the strength of the other side, the attitude of all actions to maintain a cautious approach to go farther. Han Lan consoled Ling Ling and said that he was only testing the other party's strength intelligence near the target location first, and that if things were too much for him, he would retreat immediately, and would notify the Judgment Council to come and deal with it at that time. Fisna, you stay at home and protect Lucien and the girls. I'll go to XH District to check out the situation. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking. One's old home still needed someone to guard it. Based on the expressive power of the Northern Club in the original story, at most, it would be a unicorn-class bloodline sitting in the town. There was no way that the Judgment Council would allow a monarch-class bloodline to survive in the magic capital. That would ultimately be a ticking time bomb. And to take a step back, even if the Northern Club's commander-class blood clan had some secret method to briefly possess monarch battle power, Han Lan wouldn't be the least bit flustered. He had long ago left the portal imprint on the bodies of the Tsunami Moonwolf and the two commander-class Shadow Eater soldiers. When the time came, the big deal was to shake the man. Oh no, it was to shake the Wolf King Shadow Eater commander. However, Han Lan didn't want to let the world know that he had a monarch-level combatant in his hands before his wings were full. After all, there was still half a year before the Hangzhou event opened, and the world didn't know much about totem beasts yet. Hastily playing out all of his own cards would only cause himself to be noticed by the sacred city ahead of time, and for Han Lan to be noticed by the sacred city before he had an emperor-level battle force in his hands would be greatly detrimental to his next development. Getting back to the main topic, Han Lan took a cab to XH District, and as early as when he left the house, he used the disguise convergence technique to change his appearance. Changed into the face of a melancholic uncle who often came to this club, clad in a trench coat and bearded, and concealed his own high-level magic cultivation as well. With a bottle of whiskey in his hand, he walked a few steps and took a sip. Smelling of alcohol, Han Lan walked straight into the North Club. Han Lan looked up and down the club, and at the center was a hall bar, dimly lit with a dark red hue imprinted on it that looked like a glowing red carpet. The whole hall bar presents European style. There are elk's head inlaid on the painted wall. There are also some silver goblets and cutlery displayed next to the long bar. Even the bartender inside the bar is a handsome foreign youth. "What would you like to drink, sir?" the bartender at the bar asked, looking toward Han Lan, who was sitting in the side row seat at the bar. "Remy Martin, vodka, Hennessy, any expensive good wine out. I have a lot of money." Han Lan roared with a reddened face. "Yes sir, please wait," the young bartender said with a smile on his face, quickly handing Han Lan 3 bottles of foreign wine and quickly mixing another cocktail. "Sir, this violet cocktail is a friendly gift, have a nice day," the young bartender said with a smile. "Thanks a lot." Han Lan pulled a wad of soft sister coins out of his pocket and slapped it on the table, took a sip of the violet cocktail that the young bartender had concocted, and then proceeded to muffle and drink furiously. Just as Han Lan was stifling his head and drinking furiously, a raspy man's voice rang out beside him. "Make me a drink." "What can I get you to drink, sir?" the bartender at the bar asked. "Marina, don't be too full, wait, I have more delicious drinks," a pale-faced guest said. "Nyedon, I haven't seen you for some years, but your tastes still haven't changed at all. You simply don't understand the seductive power of twin sisters," Nyedong said in a loud voice after finishing off his wineglass. "I've already found out that the older sister, Lucienne, works in a private villa while the younger sister attends the Chongwon Women's High School, though there is a very powerful woman who is sending her to school in plain sight. But it doesn't matter, I'll patiently wait for the opportunity to arise, there's always a time when she's 100 times too close," the pale-faced Nyedong said to himself. The middle-aged man sitting in front of him, on the other hand, was becoming increasingly ugly. His eyes suddenly became stern as he plunged the dinner fork in front of him into Nyedong's handsome face out of nowhere and stopped in front of his eyeballs. Chapter 88 North Country Club. How many times have I told you that the wind is tight these days, and I'm the one who wiped your ass for that you pulled half a month ago? If I hadn't secretly made some connections to get that master hunter to withdraw, do you think my life as a family would still be so peaceful? I've recently instructed the others not to act rashly lately. I don't want this family to lose any more members. The middle-aged man suddenly changed into a poor and vicious face and said viciously. Nyedong slightly leaned back a bit and spoke, "You're always so wishy-washy. My prey has always been ordinary people, not mages. Even if any of my prey died, with the ability of that group of vigilantes, do you still expect them to discover me, a shadow system expert? Besides, isn't there still a blood map ritual we set up in the cellar? The big deal is to use it to convert a group of rich and powerful human executives to act as our umbrella. I repeat, do not let your prey die in a short period of time, and do not lay hands on one too often. You have aroused the suspicion of the Hunters League, and are likely to make our situation even more difficult. And don't ever mention that blood map ceremony to me in public again, you brat can't hide half a secret in your mouth," the middle-aged man ordered with a strong attitude. "You're always so harsh on me. Didn't she almost lose her life during the scaly-skinned mother demon incident in the Pearl Academy before? Didn't you say that she was traveling within the academy with ease and caution? I don't think she's far from being exposed," Nyedong said with a disgruntled expression. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort and continued, "You have never acted half as cautiously as she has. You have stirred up the most number of traps in this family of ours in the past half a year. When will you let me save my ass?" Nyedong's face was unhappy, but he didn't say anything about it. "Alright, Nyedong, do as I say. The wind is tight and tugging during this period of time. If you lure someone at the level of King Hunter to show up, no one will be able to save you," the middle-aged man said. Nyedong was just about to open his mouth when a thick voice interrupted his words. "Sorry, I'm not aiming at you alone. I'm trying to say that no one will be able to save you guys today." Han Lan put his electric sunglasses on and said in a very pretentious manner. "Where did that lowly creature come from? Dare to talk to your Grandmaster Nyedong like that, looking for death, right?" Nyedong turned his head, his pale face slightly twitching as he coldly said, "Oh, dirty vampire, I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your language." Han Lan's eyes transformed into a silver aura, and the terrifying spatial heavy pressure transformed into a confining square, firmly suppressing Nyedong and the middle-aged man. Nyedong and the two reacted quickly, but unfortunately, the surrounding spatial nodes centered around Han Lan were suddenly disorganized, and the two could only watch as Han Lan casually slashed open a subdimensional door. A pair of house-sized lightning pattern chelating pincers flashed out from it, and Nyedong was caught by the horrifyingly huge force, and seeing that he was caught in a life-and-death situation, he directly activated the power of his own bloodline with his eyes reddened. Niedong's size was changing drastically, there were jagged wings growing out from his back, his torso began to expand, even his claws and paws transformed into monster-like ones, and his long tail quickly grew out from behind him.
The fearless struggle of the ignorant. Sublime chop.
The interlacing space blades chopped off all of Niedong's limbs, followed by a group of giant death lizard shadow eater soldiers controlling the power of the shadow to transform into binding shadow claws, instantly subduing everyone present.
Friend, can we talk?
The middle-aged man's strength was extremely strong, roughly on par with the Orthodox commander according to Han Lan's estimation, and he watched as the other party spewed out a mouthful of essence blood to break free of his bonds.
Oh, what is there to talk about between us?
Han Lan said in a cold tone. The group of vampires who brutalized the flower girl in front of them should all be captive, and then harvest a pair of blood teeth when they mature, once is 60 million, which is about the same amount of money earned from going out to hunt demons.
Then again, what's the point of having a bunch of male vampires? Aren't blood maids a million times better than them?
Let's put it this way, my friend, Nyakue, this family, am willing to pay for my life and break the bank, so make an offer. How much do you want to release us?
Of course I won't let you make a trip for nothing. In order to show my sincerity, I can open the family treasury and let you choose any 3 high-quality magic tools. Do you think such compensation is okay?
The middle-aged man said without hesitation.
Foolish, kill you all and the stuff? Oh no, the loot is all mine. Han Lan said disdainfully. Young man, don't be too angry, so there's no negotiation if you say so?
The middle-aged man said angrily.
If you're not exasperated, are you still called a young man?
Han Lan didn't want to follow the old pussy lamp nonsense any longer, and behind him, the sub-dimensional gate expanded once again, and a behemoth with a snow-white body shuttled out. Lokia incited a pair of broad and cool palm-like feathered wings, and when it appeared at the first moment, it set off a violent storm, and the tearing wind blade instantly pierced through the middle-aged man's body. Before the middle-aged man Nyakue transformed into a bloodbat to escape, Lokia's huge beak was wide open, and the white freezing light instantly coalesced, and then transformed into a crisscrossing and twisting blue-white pike to penetrate him fiercely. From the wound instantly spread out a large area of sun white solid ice, speedily icing and freezing the middle-aged man's entire body.
Damn hunter, you forced me to do this.
The middle-aged man Nyakue's body was filled with a surge of blood chi, his head of black hair instantly transformed into a piercing scarlet red, and narrow, bony bat wings rapidly extended out from his back. The middle-aged man, Nyakue, flicked out bright red sharp blades from his palms, and countless blood-red energies rapidly coalesced and condensed into a 10-foot-long remnant moon ghost scythe.
Jiu Xian Golden Thunder Silent Thunder Death Light Thunder Arm.
General to general, king to king, in the club below, the giant death lizard shadow eaters were merrily devouring a host of blood members. Han Lan, on the other hand, targeted the middle-aged man, Nyakue, and instantly completed a high-level magic constellation of the thunder system with a lightning-fast momentum. Even in broad daylight, the pure golden thunder constellation was still incomparably dazzling. 343 stars, 49 star trails, and 7 star maps comprising the silent light of death appeared on Han Lan, and the energy of destruction was coiled on Han Lan's entire right arm, presenting the shape of an electric reed stretching and unstable. On the palm of Han Lan's hand, a low rumble could be heard, followed by a beam of golden deathlight, such as heavenly punishment lightning, flying straight vertically in an instant. The middle-aged man, Nyakue, didn't want to face this high-grade lightning magic head-on, but Lokia and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion had already surrounded him front and back, and he was more willing to bear this high-grade lightning spell than to fight the Overlord creatures in close combat. A large amount of blood mist emerged from Nyakue's body, coalescing into a huge blood-colored arc surface shield that wrapped itself securely, and sprayed out a few drops of essence blood, causing the blood shield's color and thickness to grow rapidly.
Chapter 89, Destroying the Stronghold of the Blood Clan.
The remnant moon ghost sickle in Nyakue's hand was also thrown out by him at great speed, transforming into a round of scarlet bloodbat blades that chopped at the golden beam of deathlight that swept through the air.
Bear!
Scarlet Batblade Phantom Blood Red Demon Chopping Front pounced on the golden deathlight thunder beam. The first contact between the two erupted violent energy fluctuations. The snow meets the boiling oil like the sound of steam incessantly. Immediately after the golden deathlight thunder beam transformed into a pure golden dragon head swallowed the scarlet Batblade in one bite. The power did not reduce a bit, pierced through the blood-colored arc surface shield, even with the shield stabbed through.
This is impossible?
The middle-aged man Nyakue opened his mouth with words of certain defeat. At this moment, he was trying his best to mobilize the blood demonic power in his body to fight against the golden deathlight thunder dragon that was eroding his body.
40 years of power in this punch, do you think you can withstand it?
The golden silent thunder coiled on Han Lan's entire arm hadn't dissipated yet, and that beam of lightning just now wasn't a complete high-level lightning magic. Gently touching his other hand towards the thunder arm, soon Han Lan's other arm was also filled with that reed-shaped golden silent thunder.
Thunderstorm.
Han Lan pushed out thunder beams of deadlight with both arms at the same time, and the two deadlights intersected into a point in front of the middle-aged man, Nyakue. All of a sudden, this area of the northern club fell silent as a large amount of golden destructive energy from the lightning aperture blasted open at Nyakue's location, and huge arcs of electricity shot up into the sky as majestic thunder on swept all around. The middle-aged man Nyakue in this thunderstorm unbearable, his lower half of the body directly gray smoke, the remaining upper half of the body or Han Lan in order to stay a little witness commander of the blood teeth, the supply of the trial will be counted, otherwise the same to be in this golden dragon thunderstorm completely soul scattered. Han Lan's mind moved, and the thunderwing sky demon scorpion imprisoned the middle-aged man, Nyakue, in a lightning sprint into the lightning-patterned giant kelipeds, followed by raising the bucket-sized spear like scorpion tail needle and forcefully stabbing it into Nyakue's chest. The scorpion tail continued to contract, and under Han Lan's secret command, a large amount of soul-destroying toxin was continuously injected into Nyakue's limbs and bones, suppressing his all-encompassing unified blood cultivation. Wild monster half-blood little warlord Big Warlord X20 has been killed, obtaining Warlord Great Essence X20, and gaining Demon Alchemy points 20,000. Han Lan casually opened a sub-dimensional door and put Lokia into the demon beast's garden. The squad led by the ice giant death lizard Shadow Eater soldier had their strength raised by a small stage, and handed over the 40 warlord class blood teeth to Han Lan also returned to the demon 10,000 beasts garden. It was at this time that the city demon hunters and a large number of vigilantes arrived, closely followed by a troop of snow-white skyhawk mages. The leader was none other than Han Lan's old acquaintance, senior sister Ling Qing. Han Lan, why did you take the liberty of summoning a commander-class sublime beast in the downtown area? Do you know how bad of an impact your behavior has caused? Ling Qing's pretty face contained fury as she said. Elder sister Ling Qing, listen to my explanation. This group of blood clansmen gathered at the Northern Club Discord privately constructed to have blood map rituals. I think this evil ritual that can batch convert ordinary people into vampires is already enough to sentence them to death, right? The blood map ceremony? Hearing these words, Ling Qing calmed down and then sent a team of trialists to the North Country Club to conduct a full search. As expected, they find the Scarlet Blood Chart ritual in the cellar and rescue some ordinary people who have been kidnapped to be used as chargers. Ling Qing then stated that since Han Lan had smashed a group of dark bloods that had touched the bottom line of the Mordor Judgment Society, the seized treasure trove of the Northern Club allowed Han Lan to prioritize half of the high-quality magical tools and rare materials. Although the other half was considered confiscated, it wouldn't let Han Lan suffer, and it was exchanged for an equal amount of Judgment Society internal merit points for him. If there is a need in the future, these merit points can be used to seek special assistance from the Judgment Council or to enter the Judgment Council's treasury to barter for goods. Although Han Lan had some regrets about not being able to monopolize all the things in the treasure trove, there were times when a person could not help himself, so he nodded his head and agreed. Of course, Han Lan's status as an international honorary forging master still brought him a certain amount of convenience. Ling Qing said that he could apply for a special commendation for him, so he asked Han Lan if he had any reward requests in mind. Star Ocean Heavenly Vein. 2 billion starting international resources, you're thinking pretty well, change it. Would that be okay for a special commendation for a national ballot? Could be. After agreeing on the distribution of benefits, Han Lan, accompanied by Ling Qing, went to the North Club's treasure trove, and the short man picked a light-based winged magic tool, and 2 wind-based plant-based Star River magic weapons. As for the materials, they picked a Star River vein of excellent color, and the rest were some magic ores of average value, and materials for magic tools suitable for middle-ranked mages. After the matter was over, Han Lan asked Ling Qing to help him with a few more summoned beast licenses, and the Judgment Council side was generous enough to approve special summoned beast licenses considering his own abilities and influence. After the incident at the North Country Club was over, the Judgment Council side gave a warning to the dark forces of Mordor, and took the opportunity to make an example of them. The Mordor judgment will allow some dark forces to exist, but this presupposes that they don't touch the bottom line of the human side, or else they will be returned with thunderous force. After the hidden danger of the Northern Club was over, Han Lan returned to his villa and told the 3 women that the enemy had already been eliminated by him, and that the hidden danger of the Blood Clan was not something to worry about for the time being. If the 2 girls, Lu Xian and Lu Ru, had been ordinary people, it was inevitable that Phythena's protection would be 100 times worse, so Han Lan let the 2 of them make their own choices as to whether or not they wanted to embark on the path of transcendence. Han Lan took out an awakening stone and 2 purple quality Blood Clan transformation scrolls from the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight and placed them in front of the 2 Lu Xian girls, allowing them to make their own choices. Lu Xian saw this and pushed the awakening stone directly in front of Lu Ru, knowing that her sister had wanted to learn magic since she was a child. However, her impoverished family background has made Lu Ru understandably choose the more frugal women's college, just to earn money by studying to be a nurse, a model, or a stewardess, so that she can share the pressure for her sister. And now that there was a path of transcendence close at hand right in front of her, of course Lu Xian wanted her sister to pursue her own favorite path of being a mage.
No, sister, I want to accompany you.
With a firm gaze, Lu Ru picked up the purple quality blood clan transfer scroll.
You don't choose the orthodox mage path?
I'm enough of a weight-bearer in this darkness. Lu Xian politely persuaded some more, and seeing that Lu Ru's mind was made up, she had no choice but to respect her choice. Seeing that Lu Xian's two daughters had already made their own choices, Han Lan raised his hand to retrieve the awakening stone into the 24 bridges in the moonlit night before telling Lu Xian's sisters the method of using the blood race transformation scroll.
Chapter 90 The Blood-Made Sisters.
The two Lu Xian sisters used their pocket knives to cut open their fingertips and drip their own blood onto the scroll, and all of a sudden the blood race transformation scroll erupted with a large amount of red light, wrapping the two of them up. A large number of red light beams weaved into a scarlet giant light cocoon, in which two delicate silhouettes could be seen vaguely, and their aura gradually began to transform from ordinary people into blood races with very different life levels. Seeing this, Han Lan directly summoned the underworld water dragon shield, controlling this shield magic tool to unfurl a small underworld water guardian boundary, isolating the Lu Xian sisters' increasingly strong blood race aura. Faith Na also removed the stormy crescent longbow from her back, her mind united, always aware of the wind around her. Half an hour later, the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, and the scarlet giant light cocoon shattered with a loud bang, and two better developed, and whiter and more tentative blood bodies than before were reflected in Han Lan's eyes.
Aha!
The screams of Lu Xian's two daughters echoed within the underwater guardian boundary for a long time, and Han Lan helplessly turned his back and retrieved the shield magic tool before asking Faith Ina to go get two sets of clothes for them to put on. Faith Ina quickly handed the two pieces of clothing to the Lu Xian sisters. The two girls hurriedly hid behind the sofa to put on the clothes. Only after the clothes were finished did they realize that they were actually two pieces of black and white color-coordinated maids' outfits. Sister Lu Xian's pink lips mumbled a few times, but she still didn't return to her bedroom to change into a new piece of clothing.
Thank you, Brother Hanlon.
The sisters' already playful looks had risen a few notches in value and their figures had developed a lot after they were transformed into bloods. With Han Lan's poisonous vision as a veteran driver in love affairs, it had at least changed from the original B grade to a D+ grade.
I didn't realize that this blood clan transfer scroll also comes with the function of promoting physical development? Han Lan pondered with a somewhat odd expression on his face. The two sisters should stop calling each other brother and unify their titles. Why don't you do as I do and call master?
Faith Na's suggestion instantly made the Lu Xian sisters blush.
Faith Na, you're...
Han Lan was just about to open his mouth to say something when two soft female voices interrupted his words.
Master.
After the Lu Xian sisters had successfully transformed into blood races, the originally ethereal and soft female voice also had a touch more seductive, and Han Lan's ears felt like they had the illusion of being pregnant.
Inside Han's mind, well, Faith Na dry well bright.
Thank you, Master, for granting Ru and I transcendent powers. Lu Xian and my sister made a blood oath to serve Master for life.
Lu Xian pulled Lu Ru together and bowed deeply towards Han Lan. Han Lan's inhuman eyesight nowadays could see the deep jade white gully in the sisters' maid outfit even if it was just a glimpse. It was only then that Han Lan reacted as an afterthought. This seemed to be a role-playing type of love cue maid outfit, and he didn't know who bought it back. It's too much of a favor to say these words, we'll be family from now on.
Han Lan waved his hand and said. However, Lu Xian pulled Lu Ru along with her, and spat out a bloodbat seal that flickered with a spiritual light from her small cherry mouth. And he explained to Han Lan, Master, this is my sister and I's original blood seal, and for your recreation, I am willing to be the lord for life. Seeing that the two women's minds were made up, Han Lan reached out and touched the two origin bloodbat seals hanging in midair, and the two red lights quickly drilled into his skin, finally resting at the peep bone on his back and combining to form a pair of delicate blood-colored miniature bat wings. Right at the moment when the seal took shape, two more invisible connections were added to Han Lan's inner world, in addition to the mind link with the alchemical creature.
Alright, I understand all of you, Lu Xian Lu Ru, so let's start with a brief introduction of your abilities.
Then the Blood Sisters briefly introduced their abilities to Han Lan. First of all, the two women are both Viscount level, strength against the small commander level in the demon, specializing in the ability to transfer scrolls inherited blood magic, dark magic, curse magic, super speed regeneration, close combat, blood servant gift. And it also possessed a certain immunity resistance to light magic, in addition to a hint of soul contained in the origin bloodbath seal they handed over to Han Lan. If they were to perish in any unforeseen circumstances, they would also be able to be reborn in nirvana from the origin bloodbath seal. But the price is also extremely heavy. Reconditioning back to the original strength not only need to spend more resources and time, will also be a small probability of permanently forgetting the already skillful mastery of the ability. Whereas the chance of nirvana rebirth is only 3 times at the Baron rank, 6 times at the Viscount rank, and so on, the chance of nirvana rebirth at each rank is doubled at the previous rank. But the benefits brought by the knighthood were not only the resurrection from the dead, it also brought a drastic change to the lifespan of the 2 daughters. The baronial rank lifespan would be 1,000 years, the Viscount would be 6,000 years, and the Earl would be a full 10,000 years. Okay, to celebrate Xianxian and Ruru's shedding of their new lives and ushering in a new one, I'll take you guys out for a big dinner later. Yes, thank you Master X3, the 3 girls cheered in unison before they couldn't wait to go to their bedrooms to change. Han Lan walked into his room and had just unbuckled his belt when 2 delicate silhouettes transformed into a cloud of dark shadows, darting in through the doorway before coalescing into the silhouettes of the Lu Xian Lu Ru sisters. Just stand, master, and leave such things as undressing to us. The Lu Xian Lu Ru sisters surrounded Han Lan, their small hands like butterflies fluttering about as they began to help him change his clothes. A few moments later, the 2 scented and jade-filled blood maidens were entangled in a tangle, but time was running out, and they had to go out to dinner in a little while. Han Lan just invited the blood sisters to drink a cup of deluxe edition Tresor each, and the 2 women drank it happily, then quickly helped Han Lan change into his new clothes. Then a left and a right hold his arm went out to meet with Faithful. A group of 4 people went to a high-end Demon Ingredients hotel, opened a private room and ordered a large table of luxury feast began to celebrate up for Lu Xian 2 women. On the wine table, Lu Ru 2 women constantly raised their glasses to Han Lan toast. Flushed pretty face emerges drunken scarlet, white wine and red wine in turn, obviously is aimed at Han Lan drunken strength to go. Han Lan faced the 2 women's persuasive attack are a bit overwhelmed, so he could only to the side of the Fisnik Castle look for help, the latter naturally ignored. Han Lan also had to harden his head and began to pour in drink. Maybe it'll be another sleepless night tonight after Hanlan's 4 return from the gathering. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Hanlan was in a 2 position on the big bed. Embracing Lu Ru 2 women fought the war without smoke. 5 hours later, the blushing Lu Xian and her 2 daughters collapsed on the bed to rest quietly and regain their strength. Han Lan accompanied the 2 daughters to warm up for another hour. Chapter 91, Warmth. Ever since Lu Xian Lu Ru, the pair of blood sisters, had a deeper relationship with themselves, the 3 of them, Han Lan, had often played poker and teased their brothers' feet together. Of course, Han Lan also tried some dual cultivation techniques with the blood sisters, and under the night and day drudgery, he soon had the blood sisters' strength approaching that of a proper commander. In his spare time, Han Lan naturally didn't waste his time meditating on star rivers and nebulae. Rather, it was Fisna who noticed the change in the relationship between Han Lan and the blood sisters, and even the way she looked at herself as her master became subtle and strange. Han Lan naturally wasn't a wooden blind man. How could he not understand Phythena's feelings? Taking advantage of the blood sisters' break from going out shopping together, Han Lan found Faithful and made an open and honest confession of their mutual feelings. Not only did it dispel Faithful's jealousy, Han Lan also successfully ate the white jade brand ice cream that Faithful had carefully prepared. Valuable white silk covered smooth and soft fair nutmeg, with a hint of light moisture, feel really good, let a person cannot stop. The only beauty is that, this smooth on top of, as if stained with a trace of strange mottled. Time quickly passed more than 2 months, and Han Lan's entire meditative energy in these 2 months was focused on the chaos department, except for looking for the 2 Lu Xian girls to play poker. Near the end of the first month, he successfully broke through the chaos lineage to a high level, and spent the rest of the time keeping the chaos lineage constellation in check. Of course, the water, thunder, and space star rivers would also take the time to warm up once more, and Han Lan was now able to do the constellations at a single thought for the other 3 magical faculties in addition to the chaos constellation. In the meantime, Han Lan took the time to hatch Xinxia lotus leaf and cattail grass in the artificial lake, and the 2-headed largemouth flower was also placed by him at the back of the villa, forming a line of plant defense. The cherry bomb tree, on the other hand, reduces the probability of production by half, allowing a host of plants to fortify themselves by gathering the elemental power of the air on their own. Han Lan expanded the artificial lake again, leaving 21 Shadow Eater warlords to patrol the villa on a rotating basis. Han Lan also took the time to accompany Monugio to practice some magical combat, but she was obviously a little preoccupied. Han Lan asked a few times, she was evasive to find a reason to cover up the past, and he no longer asked more questions. Every now and then, he even took the time to go to Bai Tingting's family to spend a few days with her. It was worth mentioning that the Bai family was interested in setting up Han Lan and Bai Tingting, and had specifically purchased a high-quality Star River Pulse for Bai Tingting. Apart from the 10 days and half a month break when the two Han Lan would spend time together, the rest of the time, Bai Tingting was in the cultivation treasure ground working hard on her meditative cultivation. Of course, Han Lan occasionally disguises himself as a time management guru to go on dates with Ding Yumian. Mentally wanting to see Chikage Wangetsu now, he directly opened the portal and pinpointed the Hibiki Twin Guardian Pavilion through the portal imprint left on the captain of the Chamberscale Siren Shadow Eater soldier. Then Han Lan and Shikane Wangetsu started the no-smoke war. The Sheik Rem, who had been sleeping for more than 3 months in the Garden of Demon and Beasts, also formally awakened yesterday, and his strength jumped from a proper commander to the commander-level advancement stage. And Sheik Rem also showed Han Lan its newly acquired power with its two forms. The wedge of genes incorporated into its soul could allow it to control the power of thunder and flame. To Han Lan's surprise, Sheik Rem has perfectly inherited the inherited power in the wedge of genes, and can take on the flame white form darkness form, bound to revive the title of the strongest dragon in the world of full-time mages. Of course, the law of conservation of energy still exists. The Sheik transforms into both forms, or if it temporarily switches during battle, it will consume quite a bit of its own stamina and energy. However, Sheik Rem told Han Lan that as a commander class it was a bit stretched for this power supply, and perhaps the situation would improve after it was promoted to Monarch class. Han Lan nodded thoughtfully. The wedge of genes was originally an orange prop, and the counterpart was precisely the Monarch class in the world of full-time mages. And due to the law of the system must be a fine product, often in the class of the outstanding kind, naturally, the user itself has certain hard requirements. Early the next morning, Han Lan suddenly received a call from Ling Ling, saying that he should hurry to the Qingtian hunting center if he was free. After getting up and washing up, Han Lan's eyes glowed with a silver aura, and his figure appeared in front of the entrance of the Qingtian hunting center with several instantaneous movements leap in succession. As soon as he entered the door, Han Lan saw the familiar maid's outfit. In these 2 months or so of the Emperor's life, Han Lan had lived a wasteful life with clothes on his back. He almost thought it was the blood sisters seducing him again. After taking a deep breath, Han Lan reacted to the fact that it was eldest sister Ling Cheng who had returned. Eldest sister. Han Lan walked through the door and sat down at the bar, where he found Ling Cheng mixing the drinks herself, a maid's apron tied around her waist, which paired with her tall and slender figure gave her a unique flavor. "Oh, Han Lan, you came over. Ling Ling will be down later." Ling Cheng looked up at Han Lan and didn't ask too many questions, faintly saying, "What would you like to drink?" "Flaming ice broadfall." Ling Cheng guessed that he hadn't touched anything here for a long time, and his movements looked a little rusty, and it took a while before he mixed up what Han Lan and Ling Ling wanted to drink. She made herself a cocktail and put it in front of her, and Spirit was just about to take it when she gave her a hard stare and poured a glass of hot milk and handed it to Spirit, or one of those cute cartoon cups. "Sorry everyone, I'm late." Wearing a casual t-shirt, Mo Fan hurriedly ran in. Looking at Han Lan, several people actually stared at him in unison, embarrassed. Seeing this, Ling Cheng blended another cup of lemon Sprite for Mo Fan, and then talked about the business of the day. "Han Lan, Spirit told me that you have some information about totem beasts in your hands, right?" Ling Cheng was the first to ask. "I do have the information on the totem beasts in my hands, I just don't know senior sister Ling Cheng. Which one are you specifically referring to?" Han Lan said with a smile. "Do you still know a lot of information about totem beasts?" Ling Cheng was a bit puzzled. "Isn't Hanzhou's totem Xian snake known to the world? Also, I am a totem guardian." Han Lan flipped his right hand after he finished speaking, and an ancient wooden fish appeared in his palm, which was slowly emitting a special kind of spiritual rhythmic fluctuation. "Is this the totem vessel?" Spirit curiously peered closer and pulled out her mini notebook to look up some more information. "I searched some of the ancient materials held within the country and did not find out which totem this belongs to," Spirit said with some regret. "This is the totem vessel of the Basho. At the moment I haven't received the full approval of its original body, and this vessel is actually equivalent to a soul-grade magic artifact, and its effect is very simple. It can increase the defense power of defensive-type magic by 50%. Han Lan slowly opened his mouth to explain to the crowd. Chapter 92 Hangzhou Trip, Zhengxiaxu. So powerful? Does Han have any more of these totem vessels? Give me a whole one too. Mo Fan said with a face of envy and jealousy. No. Morven. Then Han Lan, how much do you know about the totem Xian snake? Ling Cheng inquired after a moment of silence. With the strength of a supreme monarch, the totem basilisk gets a piece of cake to single-handedly take on 10 super-ranked mages. Calculating the time, it should be nearing the molting stage, right? Han Lan said after pondering for a moment.
Han Lan, how did you know that the totem Xian snake was nearing the molting stage?
Lang Qing's beautiful black eyes glowed with a stern light. She had gotten all this information from her good girlfriend, Tang Yu. I was told this by the Overlord when I was in Nippon, and although I haven't gained its true approval yet, I have heard it talk about some of the secret stories between totem beasts, and since the Overlord and the Xian snake were originally siblings, it's not strange for me to know about this, is it? Hanlin babbled with a smile on his face.
So that's how it is. Long Qing fell into a deep thought.
By the way, Han Lan, the Special Reward Trial Council executives that you applied for earlier have already passed it, and you now have a state government ballot on your school list, so you can consult with Dean Xiao of your Pearl School about the specific ballot.
Lang Qing informed Han Lan. Thank you, Sister Lang Qing. Han Lan politely nodded at her.
You're welcome. Speaking of which, I've also dipped into your favor. I've already nominated the presiding judge. When I come back from Hangzhou this time, I'll treat you to a meal, Han Lan. Lang Qing said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll be sure to try Sister Lang Qing's handiwork, then I'll congratulate Sister Lang Qing in advance on her promotion to Inquisitor.
Han Lan arched his hand in congratulations. Congratulations, Senior Sister Lang Qing. Mo Fan also hurriedly congratulated. Congratulations, Sister.
Little Ling Ling was also beaming with joy at the news.
Thank you, Mo Fan and Little Ling Ling, and thank you, Han Lan too. Lang Qing was also very happy to share the joy of her upcoming promotion with everyone.
A few moments later, Lang Qing dialed a phone number, and Han Lan clearly heard the mature and charming Imperial
voice on the other end of the line. Soon Lang Qing hung up the phone, then Mo Fan's cell phone rang. Mo Fan answered the phone with a piggy face, and then there was a long series of well, no problem, it's on me. Han Lan, who was sitting in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, drinking ice broad drop, his heart was a bit strange. The eldest senior sister wouldn't sing a double act with Mo Fan again, would she? Brother Han, do you want to get high with me in Hangzhou? My treat, I'll pay the bill. Mo Fan said as he hooked onto Han Lan's shoulders, the corners of his mouth rising madly. I have that free time to go to Hangzhou, doesn't it smell good for me to accompany my sister? Han Lan said breathlessly. This is what you said. Alas, forget it then. Originally I, a Mr. Tang Yu, wanted to introduce a sister with white skin and long legs to Han for you to get to know, but it's a pity that someone doesn't have time where? Mo Fan turned his back and lamented. I've already bought the airfare to Hangzhou, let's go, when do we leave? Han Lan shook the air ticket purchase interface in his hand at Mo Fan and said. Good brother, I'm relying on you, don't worry, this Hangzhou trip will definitely not let you down. Mo Fan flirted in a serious manner. Cut the TM crap, I've put all my luggage in my carry-on space, let's go.
Han Lan squeezed the sandbag-sized fist in his hand threateningly. Han Lan, it's the four of us who are going together for Hangzhou this time. Lang Qing looked at the two bigots in front of him and breathlessly held his forehead and said.
Small thing, I'll just buy 2 more tickets right away. Lung Chang and Ling Ling.
Soon, Han Lan and his party of 4 arrived at the Pudong International Airport and boarded a special airplane to fly directly in the direction of Hangzhou. 2.5 hours later, several people arrived at Shashan International Airport without any problems, and Lang Qing brought Han Lan and Ling Ling straight to the West Lake area of Hangzhou. As for Mo Fan, he bailed out halfway, saying that he was going to meet his love sister Ye Xinxia, and after agreeing to see him again in 2 days, Lang Qing left him alone. Han Lan followed eldest sister Lang Qing and Ling Ling to an apartment building. Xinxia, welcome to Hangzhou as your guests. A beautiful and moving, mature, and soft rhyme of the imperial sister has been wearing a light red long mori department knitwear, opened the door to the room and walked down, stepping on the high heels of her pair of legs long and slender to the eye. You, come, let me introduce to you, this is the most talented senior hunter of our Qing Tian Hunting Institute, and also the winner of the 23rd International Forger Competition, Senior Han Lan. Lang Qing pulled Han Lan in front of him to introduce him to the knitwear imperial sister. Hello, Sister Tang Yu. Han Lan nodded politely. Hello handsome Han, I'll come in first. Tang Yu stepped aside, allowing the 3 to enter the apartment first before talking.
Are you Han Lan? I heard from Sister Tang Yu that you are also a totem guardian?
A charming and moving voice came out from the small mouth of the beauty mole girl sitting on the sofa.
I'm Hanlin, and you are?
Han Lan scratched his head in confusion. It seemed like he hadn't seen this big beauty in front of him, right? My name is Jiang Xiaoshu, first time meeting, how are you, Totem Guardian Han Handsome? The beauty mole girl stood up graciously and walked over to Han Lan and stretched out her small, slender, tender white hand. This position brought Han Lan a little closer to her, and the rich rose scent of Jiang Xiaoxu's body traveled from the neck collar into his nostrils. "Hello." Han Lan stretched out his palm to lightly shake Jiang Xiaoxu's tender white little hand, and touched it again. Jiang Xiaoxu has an exquisite foxy face of classical oriental beauty, condensed snow lotus, dazzling and bright as if the firstborn iris, with a head of long black waves, like mature charm with a youthful atmosphere. Her soft lines of the body like a lotus flower, the beautiful beauty of the dimple as if not eat earthly fire, long eyelashes tightly covered with a pair of sheer water pupils, will have a shallow dimple when you smile, very good looking and charming. Coupled with her youthful and charming temperament, it makes her seem as if she is full of fragrant lavender in the night mist, always blooming with her beauty. "I heard Sister Ling Qing say that you know a lot of secrets that have to do with totem beasts. Can you tell me more about it, big handsome brother Han Lan?" Jiang Xiaoxu loved to laugh, raising his hands and feet to reveal that come hither flirtatious and enchanting, but the words with a fairy atmosphere of disdain for all things look. Han Lan smiled and said, "It's rare that a beautiful woman wants to listen to me tell a story, so Han is naturally respectful, in the ancient times of a long, long time ago." Jiang Xiaoxu. "Stop, I'm not here for a history lesson, I want to hear the story about the totem beast." Jiang Xiaoxu said helplessly. Human beings have gone through 3 periods in their growth, the first of which is the age of the totem beast. In the beginning, humans didn't have cities and didn't develop a magic system, and were inhabiting the mountains like the demon tribes. Chapter 93: 1,000 Years of Secrets. The reason why human beings did not become extinct is that the tribes worshipped totem creatures, which gave the weak human beings a safe environment to live in. At that time there were many totem beasts worshipped: eagle god, crocodile god, snake god, wolf god. Different tribes were attached to different totem beasts to protect them. The second period is to use the totem beasts to guard. After reproducing, arrived at the period of magical awakening, mankind created magic, let part of mankind first awakened into a magician, has enough powerful power of mankind gradually do not want to depend on the totem beasts, began to have their own territory. The third period was the period of magical prosperity, when humans created a wide variety of magical faculties and used boundaries to build cities that were difficult for even the demonic tribes to break through. Humans have used cities as a base to set up the border, open up the borders, and fight against the demons, and even though humans are still at a disadvantage compared to the huge number of demons, they don't live with the same lack of dignity as they did in the beginning anymore. After Han Lan finished this hidden secret in one breath, he unscrewed the bottle of soda on the coffee table and gulped it down. So, why did the totem beasts disappear in large numbers? Their bloodline is pure and their strength is so strong. It took a good half day before Jiang Xiaoxu finished digesting this information and then inquired. That's because after humans started and developed a magic system, who wants to admit to ever living like a slave under the patronage of a totem beast? Even though the totem beasts had always been very friendly to humans, the human mages of the time chose to abandon the totems and betrayed them before joining forces to expel and hunt the totem beasts. Han Lan wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "What, the mages united against the totem beasts?" Jiang Xiaoxu and Tang Yu's foxy pretty faces were both a bit incredulous. "Then how did you know such long ago information, Han Lan?" Jiang Xiaoxu said with some doubt. "I never said there's only one totem beast I guard." Han Lan said to the several women as he pulled out the moon-white wolf's tooth bound by a red rope from between his neck. "This is a monarch-class wolf's tooth?" Tang Yu opened her mouth after taking a couple glances. "Yes, this is a totem token I acquired when I was a teenager, but unfortunately, the totem vessel of the wolf god was lost in the totem war 1,000 years ago. The hidden secrets of the totem beasts that I know now were all told to me by the Nirvana reborn tsunami moon wolf, and the connection between us all relies on this wolf tooth totem relic." Han Lan was full of nonsense. "Wait, Han Lan, are you saying that there was also a totem war that broke out 1,000 years ago?" Jiang Xiaoxu interrupted and said. At that time, after the period of magic awakening, the powerful humans formed the Magic Association to crusade against those weak totem beasts and expelled those powerful totem beasts in a big way. The totem beasts didn't want to fight with the humans, and a lot of weak totem beast bloodlines were hunted down by the humans. And just as the human mages were at war with the totem beasts, a demonic power called the Siren Divine Race quietly invaded our China from the waters of the Pacific Ocean. The fledgling human mages were defenseless against them, and in the end, it was all the totem beasts that united under the leadership of the 4 holy totems, and a great war broke out with the Siren Divine Race. After a great battle that lasted for decades, the Siren God clan retreated with a heavy blow, the 4 holy totems died in battle, and the direct lineage of many totem beasts with powerful bloodlines was also directly cut off from the inheritance. The surviving totem beasts escaped the half-hearted interception of the humans and never trusted them again. They hid in deep forests, mountains and swamps, and chose the neutral camp. Han Lan slowly spoke of this dusty hidden secret of the totem beast. The several women present, Jiang Xiaoshu, were all mesmerized by what they heard, and only after a few minutes did they all come back to their senses. I didn't realize that there were such dark events in the totem beast era. If Brother Xiaojun he is still alive, when he hears this news, his heart should feel very bad, right? Jiang Xiaoshu's pretty face surged with a touch of sadness and said, I also know something about your brother Jiang Xiaojun's deeds, and there are people within my Forge Master organization who have followed his search for the totem beast. He just disappeared. It's possible that he's still alive, odds are he's trapped in some secret realm, so don't be so pessimistic. Maybe there's still a chance for you and your brother to meet each other again. Han Lan saw this and comforted Jiang Xiaoshu. Well, Han Lan, you're right, I have to pull myself together and cultivate hard. Before Brother Xiaojun left, he hoped that I would be able to ascend to the stage of the World Academy competition and win a good ranking for our China. I can't let him down. Jiang Xiaoshu's bleak beauty eyes had the slightest glimmer of light. Recovering her fighting spirit, she clenched her pink fists and firmly said, I'd like to ask, Han Lan, since you know so many secrets about totem beasts, is there any way to get the big guy through the molting period quickly and smoothly? Seeing that the remarks between the two had come to an end, Tang Yu hurriedly and anxiously spoke out and inquired. I'm sorry to say that I don't have a way on hand that can accelerate the totem shen snake past the molting stage, but I do know how to quickly get it out of the weak period after molting. Han Lan thought for a moment before speaking to Tang Yu. So? Wait, Han Lan, you know how to quickly get the big guy out of the weak period after molting? Tang Yu said with some surprise on her pretty face. High-quality blood agents, or the blood and flesh of monarch-class demons, are all extremely effective tonics for the totem shen snake. Han Lan said in a shocking tone. Dawn Moon. With the totem shen snake's size that was talked about in terms of kilometers, trying to use blood agents or monarch demon blood and flesh as a tonic was no longer a money burner, and there was simply no channel to get it out in a short period of time. Anyway, thanks for your advice, Han Lan. Let me take you guys to see the big guys. Tang Yu led several people straight to the three pools. Han Lan's several people followed Tang Yu all the way to the West Lake, and when they reached the edge of the lake, they directly boarded two small boats and slowly floated on the lake. Han Lan and Jiang Xiaoshu shared a small boat, while Long Qing took Ling Ling and Tang Yu in another small boat. The lake is so clear and peaceful that you can see the white clouds reflecting off the sky, gently floating around the boat or slowly overlapping with the boat's shadow. Han Lan let go of his fifth realm's spiritual power to sense it carefully, but strangely enough, he didn't find the Xian snake hidden in the lake even after carefully exploring it several times. The two small boats rowed all the way to the center of the lake. The boat had just reached the shore when Han Lan saw a man in green clothing guarding the spot, and the man's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Tang Yu and the other group of beauties. But when he saw the only big man, Han Lan, his brows furrowed. Tang Yu, we don't allow outsiders in here. The green-clothed man frowned. Chapter 94 Totem Xian Snake. Dashing, they and Han Lan are not considered outsiders, Lung Qing and the girls are my friends, and Han Lan is also a totem guardian. Tang Yu let a few people go ashore, while she herself bolted the small boat to the side. Oh, so that's it. Barely one of our own. Dashang laughed nervously all of a sudden, all his unfriendliness towards Han Lan lifted. Dashang, you go back, I'll just come here and keep watch today. Tang Yu said to the green-clothed Dashang. Oh, okay. The man named Ashio didn't think much of it and left on the small boat. Tang Yu led Han Lan and the others through the pool and the lake, arriving at the courtyard house in the center of the cross of the pool and the lake, with green tiles and red pillars, the most representative style of Jiangnan. The courthouse has a display of some ancient objects. Han Lan's several people followed Tang Yu into the inside. The walls are carved with a mural of the inheritance of an ancient legend. There are people on the frescoes, as well as demonic drawings that look analog and bipartisan. There was a village, there was water, a large snake coiled the village in a circle to protect it, and there were also some creatures with strange images surrounding the road to keep a fugitive shape. They are fleeing, signaling that they fear the village. Tang Yu briefly explains to the crowd how the snake god she worships protects their village, and how she spent time with the totem snake when she was a child. Then, Tang Yu brought Han Lan and the others to the three pools of the moon and began to call up the totem Xian snake. A few moments later, the calm lake water still did not have the slightest movement. Tang Yu slightly frowned in thought, suddenly her face changed, took out her cell phone, seems to be looking for something. Han Lan's inhuman eyesight clearly saw today's headlines on Tang Yu's cell phone. Shocked. The giant snake in the sky appeared in Hangzhou, and the young couple in the commercial building even did this kind of thing. The shocker.
The closest thing to clouds is no longer a skyscraper. Hongzhou is shocked by the epic snake. Why is a giant snake appearing in the middle of a bustling human city? Is this the inaction of a wizard? Or is it an invasion of demons? All will be answered for you in Xinxia 630. Hanlon. Sure enough, the UC Shock department is full of talent no matter what world they are in, and the ability to rub it in has always been unique. The calm lake water suddenly fluctuated, a mass of greenish-black mist appeared out of nowhere, the mist gradually condensed from thin and light to as thick as a cloudy sky, in which the shocking body of a mother's serpent could be seen vaguely. Big guy, how did you get out of the seal just now? I brought my friends to see you. Tang Yu's red lips opened slightly and spoke. Suddenly, a low roar that was deep enough to penetrate into the depths of one's soul came out from the vicinity of this lake island. Underneath the light blue lake, an amazing black shadow was slowly floating out. It was unbelievable that this small piece of water could hide the body of the totem shin snake that was comparable to a skyscraper. The black shadow was becoming clearer and clearer and had broken the surface of the water. The large snake's head finally appeared, its glossy body looking a few shimmering in the sunlight. When Tang Yu saw that the totem shin snake had shown up, her pretty face was filled with smiles. She didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and even reached out her small hand to stroke the totem shin snake's head. Tang Yu even jumped onto the totem shin snake's glossy head and was happily talking to the totem shin snake. He's another totem guardian, his name is Han Lan. Tang Yu stood on the totem shin snake's head, which was less than half exposed to the surface of the water, and pointed at Han Lan on the island in the center of the lake. The totem shin snake turned its head, its lantern eyes gazing at Han Lan as its scarlet snake letters slowly spat over, the length exaggeratedly astonishing. Suddenly, the totem shin snake seemed to have sensed something, its huge pupils staring tightly at Han Lan's shadow, hissing in a slightly hostile low voice. What's wrong with you, big guy? Tang Yu was a bit puzzled. The basilisk should have sensed the guardian in my shadow. Han Lan gently beckoned, and the shadow behind him instantly lengthened sharply and grew larger, a black and red shadow pseudo-dragon head slowly poking out, its dark blue vertical pupils staring intently at the totem shin snake in front of it. Geez. Han Lan, is this a dark contract for you? How come there's a commander-level dark shadow creature guarding your shadow? Jiang Xiaosu covered her red lips with her small hands in surprise. I gained the allegiance of a community of dark creatures and signed a master-servant contract with them. Han Lan explained with a smile. Your luck is too good, isn't it? Gaining the allegiance of an ethnic group, and even signing a master-servant contract instead of the traditional equal contract. Jiang Xiaosu said with some envy. Multi-stage totem shin snakes are very sensitive to overlord creatures, so I'll let the shadow pseudo-dragon return to its world first. Han Lan casually opened a gate of dimensions and sent the shadow false dragon into the garden of demonic beasts. Seeing the shadow false dragon enter the gate of dimensions and the totem shin snake's enmity quickly dissipated, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It was also at this moment that Tang Yu's cell phone rang. Hey, Mo fan, are you saying you saw the serpent of the skyscraper in the commercial building? Then come find me at my apartment and I'll come out to pick you up right away. Tang Yu hung up the phone. After placating the totem shin snake some more, Tang Yu led the crowd back to her apartment in a small boat. Teacher Tang Yu, I, Mo fan, am here. Wearing a black t-shirt, Mo fan saw the arrival of Han Lan and the others and quickly waved his hand. Afterwards, Tang Yu explained the secret of the totem beasts to Mo fan and instructed him to break the fearful haze of the shin snake. Tang Yu invited Han Lan, who had traveled a long way to taste the West Lake cuisine, and did a good job of being the host. A few days passed quickly, and during this time Han Lan took the time to let the shadow false dragon take a few demons who were good at gathering to collect a large batch of eagle red grass outside of the western ridge, filling Han Lan several large storage bracelets that he had obtained from the Wang Yu family and the Bai family to the brim. He also ordered the two blood sisters who came through the portal, Lu Xian, to come to Hangzhou and secretly collect the evidence of Vice Inquisitor Wang Yi and other assholes' guilt with Luo Coronet, the batch of blood agent made from the diseased blood of the Ling Claw epidemic rats. Everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. The crowd had eaten lunch and were chatting away when a phone call came, instantly coloring Tang Yu's pretty face with a wave of anger. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Tang Yu shouted with some annoyance. What's wrong? Mo fan was hugging a large watermelon and feasting on it, and when he saw that Tang Yu was agitated, he asked out loud. Someone is designing to frame the big guy. Tang Yu handed Han Lan and Mo fan a copy of the latest news report to read. Fatalities were found in the incident of the Ferris snake, due to the fact that two mid-ranked mage hunters were corrupted to the point of disfigurement by the poison on the spot.
Indeed, they were corroded to death by the poison at that time when the great snake appeared. Fan read from the latest posted news. Chapter 95, The Source of the Plague. It's really funny, with the strength of the totem Basilisk Supreme Monarch, even if it's in a molting weakness, a sneeze can kill a high-ranked mage, let alone a middle-ranked small plunker. This face is even funnier. How can a monarch creature move and still leave a whole body? It's obvious that the mastermind behind this is trying to confuse and frame the totem Xian snake. Han Lan slowly analyzed. Han Lan, you analyzed it correctly, but my eldest uncle told me another bad news. This time the one who was looking for trouble with the big guys is none other than the hidden counselor of the late Palace Magic Association, Zhu Meng. Tang Yu sighed and said, Han Lan and Fan will first accompany me to the trial conference hall. Xinxia, please look after Ling Ling. Tang Yu instructed the crowd and was about to turn around and leave. Seeing that the crowd wasn't bringing her along for the high, spirit gave an unkind little pout before turning her grief into food and attacking the cantaloupe in front of her. Sister Tang Yu, I'm going too. Jiang Shaoxiu, who was on the side, took a sip of lemon Sprite and opened her mouth. Let's go together then. Tang Yu obviously also knew Jiang Shaoxiu's powerful background, so she brought the crowd together and set off towards the Hang City Magic Association. Han Lan's trio followed Tang Yu as they arrived at the Hangzhou Magic Association building. The elevator ride reached all the way to the topmost floor of the entire building, above which there was clearly a conference hall with an all-day view and an unassuming style. The entrance to the conference room was guarded by a group of men in uniforms, all of whom were high-ranking mages. Shortly after Han Lan and the others waited outside the door, a man with black cascading hair walked out, his eagle-like eyes glancing at Tang Yu and then sweeping Han Lan and the three of them. My student Fan, this is International Honorary Forging Master Han Lan, and she is Jiang Shaoxiu. Tang Yu introduced. The black cascade-haired man sniffed and sized up Han Lan and Jiang Shaoxiu with surprised eyes for a bit longer, then nodded slightly and signaled for the four of them to enter the conference room. Inside the conference room, 8 well-dressed men and women were sitting in front of a round table, and all of the remaining 20-odd uniformed judges were standing next to them. He's my eldest brother, Black Feather. Also the Vice Inquisitor. Tang Yu said softly to the Han Lan several people next to him. When Fan was about to exchange a few words, he heard a middle-aged man with a thick beard on the conference table heavily tapping the table and said righteously, "There are people who have died because of that poisonous snake, and you guys are still taking its side? I didn't come over from the Imperial Court this time to confer with you, but I was ordered to remove the hidden dangers of the West Lake and return peace to Hangzhou City, so you'd better hand over the morphing serpent as soon as possible, and let us dispose of it." Is he that hidden trouble counselor Zhu Meng? Han Lan asked Tang Yu next to him in a low voice. That's him. Tang Yu replied through gritted teeth. Take your time, Senator Wishmont. It will only complicate matters, take your time, there's no rush. An elderly inquisitor said with a smile. Don't pull that useless crap with me, this time you guys won't be able to favor it anymore. Zhu Meng said with a very strong attitude. The crowd at the conference table argued with each other at the tip of their tongues. A moment later, an old man with a goatee beard pointed at Zhu Meng and said angrily, I don't think you, Zhu Meng, are worried about the totem Xin snake rebelling. Rather, you're afraid that you won't be able to become the president of the Magic Palace. Zhu Meng looked at the goatee old man's statement and laughed instead of being angry. You have to be clear, Counselor Luo Coronation, the one who hurt people is this demonic serpent that their totem tribe is feeding. You will now admit to the people that you are providing for a great snake like this and see how the people will react. Zhu Meng retorted. The next thing that happened was pretty much the same as the original. Tang Yu couldn't help but stand up for the totem Xin snake. Zhu Meng gave 2 days to issue an ultimatum, and then he left with a group of palace guards as well as the supporters of the Pearl Magic Association. The people in the conference room gradually dispersed, and the only people left in the room soon were Inquisitor Tang Zhong, the original wolfish counselor Luo Coronation, Inquisition's senior brother Black Feather, Tang Yu, and the 7 Han Lan. After some discussion, Tang Zhong finally made the decision to let Tang Yu and Mo Fan take the totem Shen snake to hide in the 1,000 caves in the White Mountain outside the White Town first, and when the totem Shen snake had passed the molting weakness period peacefully, all the problems would be solved. After the meeting was over, Tang Yu took Mo Fan and put the totem Shen snake into the totem bead, and then left Hangcheng without stopping, heading in the direction of Bai Town. The two Tang Yu had just stepped into White Town with their front feet, when the original plague victims gradually began to show their first signs, and began to rapidly expand and infect at a speed visible to the naked eye, and 3 dead people soon appeared. The Hangzhou Magic Association and the Judgment Council quickly brought in a few healing titans led by Mr. Deer to start working on the matter. Mr. Deer examined the dead body and shook his head. We can't find the source of the plague now, and the healing magic is also simply ineffective against this plague, and since you, Counselor Zhu Meng, said that it was caused by the totem genuine snake, I request to get a few drops of the totem genuine snake's blood to do a test reaction, is that okay? Counselor Zhu Meng turned his head to look at Inquisitor Tang Zhong next to him, and there was some anger in his stony eyes, thinking that he had just had a verbal altercation with Inquisitor Tang Zhong outside the tent. Tang Zhong, do you really want to see the whole of Hangzhou littered with corpses? I'm also no longer going to use my position as a counselor to force anything on you. All I want now is to solve this plague incident as soon as possible. Xu Meng's posture lowered a bit. Tang Zhong's face didn't look relaxed either, and he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. His heart was shaking. At this time, Han Lan walked in with Jiang Xiaoshu and Leng Qinglingling, and just as he stepped into the tent, he saw Zhu Meng fuming. Counselor Wishmont was just about to speak when a palace guard walked in quickly and whispered in the counselor's ear. The expression on Counselor Zhu Meng's face immediately turned somewhat agitated, and he asked, "Did you bring back the totem beads?" The palace guard lowered himself and said, "My subordinates have failed to do their job, so I ask for your chastisement." Xu Meng, a member of the Face of Anger, sent so many trainees and reserve judges, but could not take two people, all a group of rice bucket. Palace guard Li Jin waited until Zhu Meng's emotions calmed down a bit before he continued, "Tang Yu and Mo Fan have been brought back. You see what to do with them. Bring them here, now." Soon the bundled up Tang Yu and Mo Fan were brought to the tent, and the tragic situation of mourning along the way was shocking to the two of them. After Zhu Meng scolded the two fiercely, Tang Yu took out a large vial filled with totem shen snake's blood and handed it to Zhu Meng, who immediately asked Mr. Deer to bring it to their research room, leaving them with only 3 days to work out a plague-resistant potion. Chapter 96, Coronet's Fall. Subsequently, Tang Yu and Mo Fan were imprisoned by Zhu Meng's order. Han Lan several people watched from the side, but could not do anything. The reason why the former was imprisoned, in addition to the reasons for making mistakes, but also with their own strength status is not high. As soon as Mo Fan and his 2 men had been taken away, a man wearing the uniform of the Guardian system immediately entered the tent and informed the people present of the bad news. A large group of white demon eagles surged out from amongst the western ridge of the western fortress of Hang City. They are hungry and crazy, careless, and no matter how much magical bombardment we unleash, they have no intention of returning to their nests. At this moment they are flying towards the city en masse, the Wei Tong man reported with a gloomy expression. "We're in big trouble," said Senator Wishmont, somewhat disoriented. Tang Zhong nodded with a frown on his face. The plague had already thrown the city into a panic, and this demonic attack on the city had added insult to injury. The totem shen snake just left Hang City on the front foot, and this group of white demon eagles are impatiently attacking the city. To say that there's nothing fishy about it, who would believe it? Han Lan at this time spoke lightly and said. For a while, the people who heard this looked over, some thoughtfully, others looked angry, not daring to easily open their mouths to pick up the conversation. They were afraid of this hot potato thrown into their hands. "Master Han Lan, this meal can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately." Luo Coronation was the first to step forward and said. "I'm just reasoning out a fact, and besides it's a reasonable guess. What are you being so sensitive about, counselor?" Han Lan said. "You." Luo Coronation also knew that he had acted overly sensitive, almost revealing his kunai. He quickly reacted to the fact that it was normal for demons to have territories. "Master Han Lan, what are you trying to say?" Xu Meng asked. "I'm just wondering if those who support the ousting of the totem shen snake will come forward to take over its role. After all, the territory of a monarch-level demon is not small. In addition, I remember that the main guarding force of the Western Fortress is the Sky Eagle Mage Legion. The Sky Eagle and the White Demon Eagle's bloodline flowing in their bones belongs to the same Eagle Demon clan. The appearance of a commander-level 4-clawed demon eagle can cause great suppression of the Sky Eagle's bloodline, and the latter can hardly even rise up in resistance. Then, if the monarch of the White Demon Eagle Great Horde Silver Vault Lord appears, will the Sky Eagle Mage Legion be directly paralyzed under the monarch's aura, or even rebellion?" Han Lan's words caused the faces of the people present to instantly change drastically, and Xu Meng's face darkened into a potbelly. The people present were naturally not wine bags. They suddenly thought of one thing: Hang City was without the monarch-level pressure deterrent of the totem shen snake, so the demons that took advantage of this to invade human territories would naturally not let go of this great opportunity. Thanks to Master Han Lan's guidance, I will immediately convene a meeting and dispatch the Mage Legion to support the Western Fortress. Xu Meng bowed slightly towards Han Lan and thanked him. Counselor Xu Meng, wait, I have a few companions who have found some incriminating evidence and solutions about the mastermind behind this source of the plague, but I'm just a high-ranked mage. I'm afraid I'll be silenced. I don't know if the counselor and a few inquisitors can guarantee my personal safety? Han Lan's words were like a deep water bomb, drawing everyone's attention to himself.
If Master Han Lan's words are true, I, Zhu Meng, will definitely be the first to stand in front of you to protect you.
Zhu Meng said with an excited face. Han Lan took out the audio evidence given to him by Lu Ru and inserted the USB flash drive into his laptop, and Magic Stone technology immediately projected the information on the USB flash drive on the diseased blood hematopia that Deputy Judge Wang Yi had secretly negotiated with Counselor Luo Coronation. Han Lan then pulled up information on the sick blood of the Ling Claw epidemic rats, explaining to the people present why the White Demon Eagle clan would covet this so much.
The people present instantly realized that Luo Coronation's selfish desires had caused the patients within the entire trip to be mistaken by the White Demon Eagle clan for the Ling Claw epidemic rats.
Xu Meng reacted on the spot, ordering Wu Pingjing to handcuff Counselor Luo Coronation to the special forbidden magic handcuffs, and none of the Deputy Inquisitor Wang Yi and the participants of the sick blood potion incident were spared, and were swiftly dispatched by him to carry out the arrest by the palace guards. Subsequently, the source of this plague was dealt with by the eagle red grass provided by Han Lan, and Tang Yu and Mo Fan were released. The internal source of the plague had been dealt with, so now it was time to deal with the external problem of the great tribe of White Devil Eagles, and their monarch, the Silver Dome Lord. Xu Mao is very grateful to Master Han Lan for providing the evidence as well as the eagle red grass. I really don't know how to thank you.
Xu Meng bowed deeply to Han Lan.
I don't know if Counselor Zhu Meng has a State House ballot in his hands, so if you want to thank me, give me this. Han Lan said with a smile.
This is certainly possible. Zhu Mao has one freely disposable ballot for the state government in his hand, so it will all be a thank you gift to Master Han Lan.
Xu Meng said with a big smile. I'm also very grateful to Master Han Lan for returning the snake god's innocence, so the one State House ballot in Tang's hand will be given to Master Han Lan.
Tang Zhong also gave his sincerity.
Together with the one vote for the State House that the trial council gave you earlier, Han Lan, you now have 3 votes in your hand, right? After passing another 10-vote contest in the Pearl Academy's nomination contest, you're almost an internalized member of the State House team.
Lang Chang also came over and said,
Save the words of congratulations for later, gentlemen. The top priority in front of us is to settle the great tribe of White Demon Eagles that have invaded the Western Fortress.
Han Lan spoke.
Master Han Lan is right. First repel this great tribe of White Demon Eagles that has invaded our human city, then we can properly drink and rejoice. Zhu Meng said with an excited face. Immediately afterward, Han Lan, through Tang Zhong's connections, fed all of that warehouse of diseased blood potion to the Totem Shen snake to quickly get through the molting weakness period, and then asked Mo Fan to take care of the Totem Shen snake that was in the process of molting. And he secretly instructed Mo Fan to hurry up and come to its western fortress after the Totem Shen snake regained its full strength to meet the Silver Vault Lord who had invaded Hang City. Han Lan then went ahead and rushed to the western fortress with Xu Meng, Wu Pingjing, Tang Zhong, Inquisitor Lydian, and the other super-ranked mages. At this moment, Han Lan couldn't care less about hiding, and several other super-ranked mages were ready to take him for a ride, but Han Lan's back unexpectedly surged with a large amount of greenish-white-colored light.
Snort la la.
A resounding and forceful sound of the golden goose extends from the body of Han Lan resounded. Low resounding tremors sound like it is able to resound through the white clouds in the sky. The sound pierces through the clouds and cracks the stone, resounding clouds, letting people listen to it as if it is like a thunderclap. The soul trembles. In a short blink, countless harsh arcs of light appeared around Han Lan's body, transforming into a sheet of metal feathers spreading out, and the sound of dingo resounded. Countless feathered wings stretched out from behind Han Lan, coalescing into a pair of 30 feet wings several meters wide, all greenish-white in color, layered and closely linked.
Chapter 97 Dark Sheik Rem vs. Silver Vault Lord.
This greenish-white wings are noble and domineering, yet not losing the majesty and ferociousness, but also carrying the severity and lightness in one, which is natural and moving. The wings on Han Lan's back unfolded, and with a forceful shock, he transformed into a greenish-white stream of light that swept through the air and disappeared in the eyes of Zhu Meng's crowd. Only the group of super-ranked mages who were still driving the wind wings were left staring at each other in disbelief.
Xu Meng, damn it, Forge Masters are just rich is great?
Due to Han Lan's quick processing time, at this time, the White Demon Eagle Great Horde led by the Silver Vault Lord was only just approaching the 3-kilometer range of the Western Fortress. The flight speed of the Green Zeus Voidwings was astonishing, and in just 5 seconds Han Lan's figure had already appeared over the Western Fortress.
With Han Lan's inhuman eyesight and hearing, he could clearly see the legions of Skyhawk mages assembled in the fortress below.
All of you, follow me and kill the sky.
An extraordinarily young-looking military ruler waved his hand in a big wave, ordering his cadre of men to all jump onto the Sky Eagle's back. On my command, take off.
The young military commander gave the order. All the officers sat neatly on the backs of the Skyhawks, and they too gave orders to the Skyhawks, the mounts beneath them. However, something unexpected happened. All the heavenly eagles stood still, not seeing them flap their wings at all. "Call the tamer over here, what the hell is wrong with these sky eagles?" the military commander shouted with some anger. "There is no need, the sky eagles are in fear of the ruler in the great tribe of white demon eagles, the four-clawed demon eagles, and in addition, the ruler of the west ridge of Hangzhou, the lord of the silver vault, has also come. Military Commander Manhwa, if you don't want to kill your fellow heavenly eagles with your own hands, let the heavenly eagles exit from this fortress and leave the battlefield to me." Han Lan, who flapped his green Zeus void wings and hovered down from the sky, said in a deep voice. "And you are?" Grandmaster Han Lan, whose Zhu Meng counselor just sent a message over to solve the source of Hang City's plague? Ming Gao, who had a beard, spoke after confirming. "It's me, the only people who can participate in the next high-altitude battlefield are high-ranked mages." Ming Gao went to hurry up and issue a high-ranked rallying order. Han Lan prodded and said, "Good." Myung Guak nodded and sent out a high-level assembly order. As the two men talked, the legions of white devil eagles had approached within 2 kilometers of each other, and the sky eagles had become increasingly restless. Han Lan knew he couldn't wait any longer. He put his hands together and opened a huge sub-dimensional door. Aang! The head of the gate of the sub-dimension in the surge of large white ice fog, the first to emerge, a house-sized ice blue dragon head. 2 ice claws hold the sub-dimension of the door at both ends of the slow stretch, so that followed by a huge dragon body can be successfully passed, to be stretched over hundreds of meters of jagged dragon tail through the sub-dimension of the door. The jagged dragon's tail will also pass through the door of the next dimension. The frost sub-dragon Sheik Rem unfolded its hundreds of meters long dark blue dragon wings, and a large area of biting frost quickly spread out from the air, and the rich dragon might belonging to the commander-level advancement stage swept out in all directions. This wasn't the end of the story. After all, a commander-class advanced stage subterraneous beast might be powerful elsewhere, but the situation at hand required a monarch warrior more than anything else. Han Lan's mind moved, and the frost sub-dragon Sheik Rem let out a long whine up in the sky, and his huge dragon body was instantly wrapped in a purple-white ball of light. Roar! Sheik Rem channeled the wedge of genes located at his heart with all his might, and a brilliant golden-colored halo quickly blossomed. The violet-purple lightning and the biting white frost began to merge at breakneck speed, and Sheik Rem's pair of white ice crystal dragon wings began to morph into prismatic forms, and the jagged dragon tail transformed into a turbine shape and instantly extended 3 claw blade-like projectile spikes. The Sheik leapt up in the air, a blinding purple and white light blooming from its body, followed by its sub-dragon body beginning to rapidly grow larger, while its soul was sublimated. A lightning aura traveled around its body at great speed, and the next moment it blossomed into 10,000 thunderbolts. The powerful aura of the monarch caused all the white devil eagles flying 2 kilometers away to hiss uneasily. As the thunder light slowly dispersed, a giant beast with a thunder right wing, a frost left wing, and a tail resembling a fighter engine gradually appeared. As if celebrating the birth of the dark Sheik Rem, the pale sky quickly became dark, coalescing into a huge thundercloud and splitting down countless purple lightning bolts. The surging lightning bolts were continuously absorbed by the dark Sheik Rem. Orthodox monarch class? No, Sheik Rem's aura was still pulling up rapidly, rising to the peak of the orthodox monarch level as the purple lightning was absorbed by it as much as it could, and jumping over the medium monarch, even half a foot into the grand monarch. Roar! Dark Sheik Rem roared up to the sky, a pair of dragon eyes that flashed with raging thunderbolts staring intently at the ruler of the White Demon Eagle Legion's high-altitude Silver Dome Lord. Oh my god, it's even the sub-dragon monarch. There is still hope for Hangzhou City. Hangzhou City doesn't deserve to die. The group of military mages behind them suddenly exclaimed in unison at the sight. Sheik Rem, fight together side by side. Han Lan stood on the broad dragon back of the dark Sheik Rem and took a few steps forward, raging water fluctuations emanating from his body, followed by a quick step through the dark green rhinoceros headlight screen that was projected. Black rhino armor, combine. The rhinoceros tattoo mark on his abdomen emitted a bright light, and a green rhinoceros pattern surfaced on Han Lan's waist, and a black belt was the first to appear, and then the energy flowed from the belt to his entire body, coalescing into a mighty and domineering black armor. After the black rhino armor had finished merging, a circle of arcane black circular ripples spread out, shocking the 4 directions. In a burst of dazzling light, under an electronic synthesized voice. Armor ensemble. Click. Han Lan gently turned the right weapon knob at his belt and summoned his main weapon from his Qianquan belt. Shooting star gun. Han Lan, who held the gun in one hand, stepped heavily with both legs and dodged to stand on top of the dark Sheik Rem's head. the tip of the meteor gun pointing directly at the legions of white demon eagles within the range of 1,000 meters. To be precise, it was the white demon eagle monarch Silver Dome Lord who was flanked by 10 commander class 4-clawed demon eagles. Wow! Seemingly sensing that a human supreme mage had come to block the way ahead, a giant eagle with silver-colored feathers was gazing indifferently at Han Lan below. The silver-colored dome master could not see a trace of miscellaneous colors of the silver-white feathers showed its noble monarchical power, and the luster that rose up like metal even more showed that these feathers on its body were definitely sharper than steel blades. The feathers of the silver crown on its head opened up in the shape of a fan, and its double-pupiled eagle eyes looking down on the attitude were looking at the dark Sheik Rem suspended in mid-air with great interest. Facing the hostile gaze of the great monarch feathered demon, the dark Sheik Rem hovering under Han Lan immediately reacted, only to see several long energy conduits instantly extend from the position of the dark Sheik Rem's wings, which were then quickly inserted into the electrical engine at the tail, overclocking the driver. The next second, the electrical engine was running at high speed. Pounds of energy followed the energy conduit into the dark Sheik Rem's wings. Shasta. Dark Sheik Rem's entire sub-dragon body was covered in dazzling purple and white electric light. Illuminating the dim night, with the dark Sheik Rem as the center, it was as bright as day within 1,000 meters, and it shone like an enlightened light in the darkness. In front of dark Sheik Rem, a huge purple and white lightning and biting frost intertwined with a tens of meters in diameter berserk ball of thunder instantly converged. Wow! Seeing this, the Silver Vault Lord could not sit still, and it raised its 4 wide silver-white giant wings with force, tens of thousands of sharp feathers combining to form a blade-like violently twisting whirlwind, constantly lingering around its body, forming a sharp-edged field that completely protected it within it. Chapter 98 Siege of the Silver Dome Lord. Not only could this sharpened field serve as a perfect defense, but it could be manipulated at will to fly towards the target it was meant to hit. The Silver Dome Lord flew higher into the sky, the silver-feathered hairs on his body stood up by their roots, and at once thousands of silver rays fiercely shuttled across the 2 kilometers of space, densely hitting Han Lan and the dark Sheik Rem underneath him. Dark Sheik Rem, Inquisitive Dragon Breath plus Shadow Dragon Claw. Roar! A large area of purple lightning instantly coalesced in front of the mouth of the dark Sheik Rem's dragon, and the violent thunder dragon breath was like the dawn that was going to shatter the darkness, blasting out. The destructive force-filled Inquisitive Thunder Dragon Breath obliterated the densely packed silver-colored feathered blades. Then Dark Sheik Rem poked out 2 slender sharp dragon claws, wisps of shadow energy condensed at great speed, turning into extremely sharp shadow dragon claws. The Dark Sheikdom in overclocked mode flew so fast that it could be said that it appeared in front of the Silver Vault Lord in an instantaneous movement. A pair of shadow dragon claws intersected and viciously cut through the Silver Vault Lord's sharp blade field, the extremely corrosive armor-breaking ability of the shadow dragon claws ripping through its silver-feathered back. Then the purple-white frosty thunderball suspended behind the dark Sheik Rem was also thrown out by it at great speed, and collided with the Silver Dome Lord's broad feathered back with a loud bang. Frozen Volt. Rumble. The purple-white frost thunderball was locked onto the Silver Dome Master's feathered demon body by the dark Sheik Rem, and the moment the two came into contact they exploded violently, a circle of purple-white energy ripples erupting from the center point of impact and spreading out in all directions. The ice spikes and thunderons that swept out spread into the white demon eagle army, and a large number of slave and general-level white demon eagles died as quickly as if they were dumplings. The Silver Dome Lord erupted with a mournful wail. Its originally gorgeous silver-feathered demon back had now been torn out in the form of cross-shaped cracked bone wounds, and the center had exploded into several meters of deep charcoal-like flesh, with a large swath of scarlet feather monarch's blood pouring down as if it were a waterfall. Worse still, the 4 huge wings of the Silver Dome Lord suffered unprecedentedly heavy damage, being dyed with dense purple thunder filaments, with the spreading Mori white frost restricting the wings that the feathered demon clan relied on for their survival. Seeing that he was seriously injured, the Silver Vault Lord directly called out to those 10 Commander Class 4 Clawed Devil Eagles to come and support him. But at this moment, Zhu Meng and the other 5 super-ranked mages also arrived at the battlefield, and Han Lan shouted out for the 5 to hold back the 10-headed commander while he himself held back this Silver Dome Lord. Gluttony. Just as Han Lan wanted to unleash his must-kill technique, an earth-shattering hissing roar suddenly came from his ears, and a large greenish-black mist suddenly surged up above the sky, in which a giant snake with a body like a skyscraper emerged. Totem Shen snake directly through the vast and incomparable white devil eagle army, its body surrounded by the field of poisonous mist wherever it passes through all make the demon chills, thousands of white devil eagles stained with half a bit of poisonous mist as if the dumplings like death. Suddenly, the body of the Totem Shen snake darted out, as fast as a greenish-black lightning bolt, and the remaining sharp-edged domain was unable to cause any hindrance to it as it catapulted to the Silver Vault Lord and bit down on its wing, then ruthlessly flung it towards the ground. The Silver Dome Master fell to the ground like a cannonball trailing a blinding silver light, and a large number of flat residential buildings constructed close to the edge of the city were all smashed to smithereens, sending rolling smoke and dust filling several blocks.
Gluttony.
The totem Shen snake didn't give the Silver Vault Lord a chance to catch its breath at all, as it raised its long mountainous snake tail and viciously lashed at the Silver Vault Lord's house-sized eagle skull. Immediately after that, the figure of the totem Shen snake appeared in midair, and it traced a huge circle around a center of a circle, the trajectory it passed leaving a greenish-black outline with its head and tail connected. The greenish-black silhouette encompassed a 1-kilometer radius of the silver-colored Dome Lord, and the silhouette combined to form the hooded heavenly 8 trigrams pattern inscribed with countless tablets of incantations enshrouded over the silver-colored Dome Lord's head. This power of nothingness gradually solidified and amazingly changed into an ancient stone tablet. Each of the stone monuments exceeded 10 meters, and they were made from the previous forms of seals, marks, and symbols, so what was originally just a totem pattern glowing with a greenish-black light had instantly turned into a celestial monumental seal that was gathered from countless pieces of ancient rock. The celestial tablet seal pressed down heavily, smashing into the back of the Silver Vault Lord with unerring accuracy. The Silver Vault Lord was crushed to the ground. The steel seal was inflicted with a very strong earth magic, and its own size coupled with the gravitational force field of the Earth system would allow a single steel seal to be comparable to the weight of several mountain ranges stacked on top of each other.
Rumble.
The Earth was overwhelmed and sank. A circular abyssal crater appeared. The parallel highway next to the abyssal pit was splattered with the blood of the Silver Dome Lord.
Press into the ground.
On the side, Han Lan naturally didn't watch dryly as the totem Shen snake dangled the Silver Vault Lord, and he had long since called out the surefire sticker knob on the left side of his belt.
Wyu.
At this moment, the 100% energy surge combined with the infusion of all the high-level third-grade water magic energy had already been stored to its peak. Han Lan gripped the meteor gun with both hands and gently touched the green must-kill postcard, and the Za must-kill postcard slightly twisted and turned into a large amount of energy particles, covering the tip of the meteor gun at great speed.
Mad Cascade Za.
Meteor gun of the Wild Waterfall Za post, shattering the Devil Ambush Storm, extinguished in the Wild Waterfall, flat as a mirror water. After briefly storing up his power to the limit, Han Lan locked onto the silver-colored Dome Lord in the shattered monument and fired an extremely large green spiral water bomb.
Boom!
The green spiral water projectile violently struck the silver-colored Dome Lord, and the violent water energy fluctuations were transmitted to its entire body, starting to continuously cut and tear every inch of its bones and flesh. The Silver Vault Lord's body that was hit by the green spiral water projectile instantly surged with large swaths of green binding light, firmly confining it to the green Taiji diagram. Light Phantom Beast Black Rhino of Watertop of the Mad Falls. A metaphysical black rhinoceros surged out of Han Lan's chest armor, and the water black rhino fantasy beast projection instantly changed into a 100-meter rhinoceros horned beast, which then clung to the black rhino armor on Han Lan's body.
Moo-hoo!
The arcane black rhinoceros phantom beast charged at extreme speed, raising the sharp inky rhinoceros horn in front of its head high, aiming at the silver-colored Dome Lord that was deadlocked by the green taijutsu.
Boom!
Dozens of meters long, presenting a curved moon-shaped sharp ink-colored rhinoceros horn, under the inertia of the wild waterfall torrent and sprinting power added, tore out a blood-colored wound several feet wide at the chest and abdomen of the Silver Vault Lord, and once again brutally penetrated through the demon body. Once again suffering from a fatal penetrating wound, the Silver Dome Lord realized the crisis of death, and it desperately flapped its 4 giant wings in an attempt to fly away from the green taijutsu binding behind it. A large number of silver-colored feather blades shot towards the dark Shikram and the totem basilisk, and opened their giant beaks to cry out horrifying waves of destructive sound.
Dying.
Han Lan's mind moved, and a large amount of mysterious light emerged from the dark Shikram's body, which was the Mystic Guardian, a life-saving divine skill.
Chapter 99 Great Monarch Essence, Hangzhou Affairs.
The silver feather blades and destructive sound bombs were blocked by the Mystic Guardian, and the totem serpent also relied on its hard scales to withstand the dying counterattack. Han Lan, on the other hand, took advantage of this small amount of time to finish channeling the active attack skill of the green Aegis Voidwings.
Subspace Cracking Chop. The spatial node with the Silver Dome Lord as the center point was instantly blocked, and an unprecedented spatial weight suppressed it to death. The greenish-white giant wings on Han Lan's back condensed to white chopping on, and this white spatial chopping on was wrapped in pitch-black wormhole turbulence and chopped at the eagle's neck of the silver-colored Dome Lord, which was beautiful but contained a deadly killing opportunity at the same time. Put.
The Silver Vault Lord's house-sized eagle head was chopped off with all its roots, but how tenacious is the life force of a great monarch-level feather demon? The female wolf king of the original Orthodox monarch was able to break her head in a short period of time without dying, and the Silver Vault Lord naturally wouldn't be any worse than it. Seeing that his former nemesis was on the brink of death, the totem Shin snake naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat up on him. A large amount of dark green venom was secreted from its fangs, and it proceeded to take the Silver Vault Lord's house-sized eagle skull in one bite, as well as raising its long serpentine tail to keep slapping at the Silver Vault Lord's neck in order to expand the amount of bleeding from its wounds. And through a special mind fluctuation, he told Han Lan that spring winds blew again and again, and that the grass had to be cut to remove the roots, and that he had to leave the Silver Vault Lord here today. Han Lan nodded, and the dark Sheik Rem underneath him once again condensed a large area of lightning and frost, and this compressed the frost thunderballs into an extreme ice thunder spear, locking onto the Silver Dome Lord's heart area and attacking. Wow! The Silver Vault Lord didn't really know fear until this time, and its eagle skull that had been carried away by the totem Shin snake began to continuously emit pleas of weakness and pleas for mercy. But sadly, rivers and mountains can't be changed. Demons should never be trusted, and a rotten orange is a rotten orange. Han Lan directly utilized the star moon punishment that he hadn't used in a long time, and a white-blue thunder column that penetrated the sky to the ground suddenly tore through the night sky, and the destructive power that filled it came straight down. The moment it struck the silver-colored dome master, a large number of white-blue electric arcs drilled into the demonic eagle's body, causing it to freeze in place and fall into a brief dizziness. White-blue thunder column as if a rainbow through the sun, while Silver Dome main body within the last trace of vitality grinding out. Silver Dome main not yet had time to send out a bloody wail, belonging to its feathered demon career will be completely over. Wild monster Silver Vault Lord Grade Monarch X1 has been killed, obtaining Monarch Fruit Orange X1, obtaining Monarch Grade Alien Bone Orange X1, obtaining Demon Alchemy points 100000, obtaining Monarch Grade Essence Spirit Demon Eagle Class X1. Monarch Fruit. Quality, Orange. Description: a fruit containing a large amount of pure energy that can cause alchemical creatures summon contracted beasts below the Monarch advancement stage to increase their strength by one small order of magnitude, including from Grand Monarch to Monarch advancement stage Junior. Do you, crave power? No, I crave the big N sun. Surprisingly, it's this thing again? Han Lan was a bit surprised, but at the same time, he was crying and laughing a bit. Resources that could boost the strength of a Monarch-level contract beast were naturally in short supply in the outside world, but for Han Lan at this stage, there was a bit of a feeling of tastelessness and abandonment. There was no other reason for this. If Monarch-level alchemy creatures relied on themselves to slowly cultivate, each small level up would be incredibly difficult, not only because of the problem of resources, but also because of the limitation of the quality of the main material in their original alchemy process. With this orange quality Monarch fruit in front of him, Han Lan planned to put it to use after a certain alchemical creature was promoted to Grand Monarch to maximize the benefits as much as possible. On the other side, Zhu Meng's 5 people who had killed half of the Commander Class 4 Clawed Devil Eagles were filled with shock as they looked at the dead Silver Vault Lord. This feathered demon Great Monarch that dared to invade Hang City was actually killed on the spot by Han Lan in conjunction with the totem Shin snake. How could it not shock them? Han Lan calmly put the Silver Dome Lord's corpse into his own small world, then with a thought, the metaphysical black rhinoceros armor turned its body around, and the meteor gun in his hand pointed straight at the remaining large group of White Devil Eagles. Along with the fall of the supreme ruler of the White Demon Eagle Great Tribe and the death or injury of more than half of the 10 Commander Class 4 Clawed Demon Eagles, the human mage legions in the Western Fortress also blew the horn of the counterattack. With a high-level magic group, Skyflame Funeral, Rock Devil's Pupil, Ice Sealed Hearse, Light Falling Manzanita, Silent Thunder Deadly Light as the leader, together with a large number of Wind Discs, Thunderbolts, Fiery Fists, and Ice Locks began to hunt and kill those War General level and Minion level White Devil Eagles one by one. Han Lan naturally didn't let go of this good opportunity to brush up on his demon alchemy points. Taking advantage of the fact that the lightning energy absorbed in the Dark Sheik Rem's body had not yet been completely exhausted, wearing the Black Rhino armor, he joined the Dark Sheik Rem in massacring the Battle Admiral class White Demon Eagles. An hour later, the White Demon Eagle Great Horde was damaged by more than half, and under Zhu Meng and the others' willful actions, they let go of a small Commander Class 4 Clawed Demon Eagle. Imo Fan was puzzled as to why they weren't driven to extinction, and Tang Zhong explained to him that there were still some mountain demon groups in the mountains near the West Ridge, and that this move was to maintain the balance of the natural enemy restraint theory. Keeping the friction and fighting between the demon tribes is the only way to gain more time for humans to recuperate and develop. The totem Shin snake that had gained victory raised its lofty snake monarch head to let out a roar that resounded through this part of the sky and earth. Its voice traveled far and wide, and not only in the west, but also in several other directions in the great forests, plains, river domains, and other areas echoed with this roar of the totem Shin snake. Like in the notice, on the one hand, the ruler of the West Ridge Silver Dome Master has been killed by it, on the other hand more in the notice of the 4 sides of the demon community, it totem Shin snake is in this Hangqing town, dare to transgress half a step of the thunder pool, will surely kill the four sides. As the legions of white devil eagles faded from the sky, the blood-colored alert that had terrorized the city was finally lifted. It was only at this time that Han Lan had the time to check his haul. Wild Monster Warlord Grade White Devil Eagle Minor Warlord Grade Advancement Stage X1145 has been killed, obtaining Wind Spirit Seed Fragment Blue X700, obtaining Warlord Grade Alien Bone Blue X30, obtaining Warlord Grade Alien Claw Blue X115, obtaining White Devil Eagle Projection Crystal Blue Props Card X300, obtaining Warlord Grade Essence X25, obtaining Warlord Grade Residual Spirit X1120, obtaining Demon Alchemy Points 114-5000. Wild Monster Minion Level White Demon Eagle Small Minion Level Advancement Stage X1855 has been killed, obtaining Sharp Demon Eagle Claws White X300, obtaining Minion Level Alien Bone White X55, obtaining Minion Level Alien Blood White X1500, obtaining Minion Level Essence X36, obtaining Minion Level Remnant X1819, and obtaining Demon Alchemy Points of 185,500. The reason why Han Lan and Dark Sheik Rem killed a small number of white demon eagles was because the one man and one beast spent a lot of energy to capture 3 4-clawed demon eagle commanders alive. Afterwards, when Zhu Meng and the others inquired about the origins of the Dark Sheik Rem, Han Lan opened a gate of dimension and ordered the Dark Sheik Rem to return to the summoning dimension, the demon beast's garden, after devouring the 3 4-clawed demon eagle commanders alive. Chapter 100, North Point of the Burnt Plains. Han Lan explained the trial of several super-ranked mages as a summoning beast spell taught to him by an elder of the power behind him, and although Zhu Meng and the others were a bit surprised, they had to accept this fact. After all, it was Han Lan who had stepped in to stall the Silver Vault Lord, buying enough time for the Totem Shen Snake's molting weakness period. After all, it was an indisputable fact that Han Lan and the Totem Shen Snake had cooperated together to kill the Silver Vault Lord in a joint effort in Gardhang City. Afterwards, Zhu Meng and presiding Judge Lai Tian, after a unanimous discussion, decided to give Han Lan the remaining 2 National Assembly ballots in his hand as a token of appreciation for his valiant contribution to Hangzhou. Of course, Han Lan also saw the meaty expressions on the 2 men's faces, and it was only after stating that he could forge a batch of soul-grade magical tools for the 2 men's beloveds at a 50% discount that he made Zhu Meng and the 2 men smile with joy. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhu Meng took the lead in organizing a lavish celebration banquet for several meritorious officials. Wei Si Yinfeng, Wei Tongming Qo and the others also toasted to Han Lan. After all, it was because of Han Lan's strength that he saved the Western Fortress's Heavenly Eagle Mage Legion. This favor couldn't be described as unimportant. At this point, Hangzhou's Totem Basilisk incident officially came to an end. Han Lan is also considered to have indirectly saved the lives of Wang Xiaojun and Grey Eagle, and he would not have died so tragically without Spirit going to him. Though he lost his honor, his life remains. After the celebration banquet, Han Lan returned to the 5-star Hotel Tangzhong had arranged for him to rest. It was only then that Han Lan had time to check the system messages. Wild Monster 4-clawed Demon Eagle Orthodox Commander Chancellor X3 has been killed, gaining 30,000 Demon Alchemy points. The 3 Commander Class 4-clawed Demon Eagles had already been sentenced to death the moment they were brought into the demonic garden of 10,000 beasts by the Dark Sheik Rem. The 3-inch-tall Shadow Eater soldiers couldn't wait to pounce and quickly climbed onto the backs of the 4-clawed demon eagles. Then they bent down and opened their black mouths and began to devour the life force and soul energy of the 3 Commander Feather Demons. A few moments later, the corpses of the 3 Commander Class 4-clawed Devil Eagles all went into the stomachs of the Shadow Eater soldiers, and there wasn't even a single bit of bone dregs left in the Demon Beast Garden. In its place, there were 3 heads of ink black as the main body, with snow-white hoarfrost flashing at the top of their heads and plumes, and at the tips of their claws, the 4-clawed Demon Eagle Shadow Eater Soldier Commanders. Soldiers are not expensive. 3 4-clawed Devil Eagle Shadow-Eating Soldier Commander strength, or at least the early stage of the Orthodox Commander, the leader of the most powerful breath has reached the peak of the Orthodox Commander. Han Lan nodded with satisfaction. This was the beginnings of a bit of a self-control force to be elite. After a busy day, Han Lan meditated for 2.5 hours before ordering the Shadow Pseudo-Dragon and Shadow 4-clawed Demon Eagle Shadow Eater Commander to guard themselves, and then fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. The next morning at 8 o'clock sharp, Han Lan's biological clock woke him up on time, and after washing up and looking at the message sent by Tang Yu on his cell phone, Han Lan headed straight to West Lake. Overnight, the Willow Road Su Causeway seems to have become a famous monument, and the presence of the Totem Shen Snake has attracted a large number of tourists to stop and look around. The matter of the Totem Shen Snake made it also clear to the people that there was indeed a guardian deity present in Hangzhou, so for a short period of time there was but an endless stream of worshippers. Soon Han Lan arrived at the Tang family, and when Tang Yu saw him arrive, she first bowed and thanked him before leading him to a room. There were a dozen or so millstone-sized greenish-black scales placed in the room, and Tang Yu explained for Han Lan that these were the scales shed by the totem Shen snake. Since the totem Shen snake didn't suffer from the original Super Order Thunder Punishment Formation attack during the Molting Weakness period, it gathered a lot of foreign elements and condensed these dozen foreign scales. Tang Yu explained that these dozen or so monarch-grade foreign scales would be considered a small reward for that guy to thank the duo for helping it. Han Lan nodded, his right hand instantly haunted with pure golden thunderbolts, polymerizing into small, living golden thunder dragons, and began to initially refine these foreign scales. Half an hour later, a dozen monarch-level alien scales were all refined, and the volume of the alien scales shrunk to the size of a faceplate, and although the volume became smaller, the greenish-black millimeters on the alien scales became a few points more intense. Alright, the preliminary refining has been completed, so we can start dividing the spoils. Han Lan said as he turned his head slightly to look at Tang Yu on the side. Miss Tang Yu, I'm here. Tang Yu beside her was about to open her mouth when a familiar voice came from the front door, followed by Mo Fan walking in with quick steps, and at a glance, he saw the alien scales that had finished refining in front of Han Lan. Is this the alien scale that you promised before, Mr. Tang Yu, that Xian Snake gave me? Mo Fan looked up and down at the greenish-black foreign scale with wide eyes. Yes, Han Lan is a master forger. Mo Fan, you can ask him to help you build an armor magic tool. Tang Yu reminded Mo Fan and said. Right, brother Han, help your poor Fan D, how about giving me a 20% discount? Mo Fan negotiated as he hooked Han Lan's shoulder. I was going to give someone a 50% discount, but you asked for a 20% discount yourself, so 20% it is. Han Lan took over the conversation and spoke. Ah, no, Han, I was just kidding, it's still 50% off. Mo Fan, whose whole body was like being petrified, sweated profusely and said. 80% off the friendly price, 10 million, no two ways about it, and then force it to double. Han Lan opened his mouth. Okay. Mo Fan's surface helpless actually heart secretly happy said. The normal forging cost of asking a master forger to create a soul-level magic tool was basically more than 20 million, the good brother in front of him had already given himself a 50% discount, so it would be too much to be greedy. That said, you kiddos me $38 million, when do you plan to pay it back? The sentence that popped out of Han Lan's mouth once again unleashed soul torture on Mo Fan. Ah, this. That, Han should no longer give me a few months of grace, I'm looking for hunter bounties that I can make a lot of money quickly. Mo Fan awkwardly scratched his head and opened his mouth. Alright, I do have the latest information here. The northern corner of the scorched plains of Dunhuang Mogeo caves will erupt into the fire tribulation of heaven and earth in a short while, and when that time comes, that scorched earth will be filled with spirit seed fragments, finished spirit seeds, flame metamorphic crystals, fire magic stones, and if you're lucky, you'll be able to come across fire soul seeds as well. I'm going to focus on forging armor and magic tools in the next few days. Mo Fan, you contact some trusted hands, and when I finish forging, I'll be ready to set off to the scorched plains to explore the treasure. Han Lan opened his mouth to command the poor Mo Fan and said. Okay, no problem, I'll contact old Zhao and Monkey right away. Mo Fan hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to call the two. Han Lan, on the other hand, entered a forging room that Tang Yu had arranged for him in advance, took out some magic ores and auxiliary exotic materials in the small world, and manipulated the 9 metaphysical golden thunder to start forging armored magic tools. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as Han Lan rushed to successfully wrap up the forging of the 2 pieces of Xian Snake Demon armor in the wee hours of the 4th day. Chapter 101 Blind Box of Heavenly Materia Medica. Here, this is the Xian Snake Demon armor you wanted. Han Lan said as he threw a greenish-black armor the size of a basin to Mo Fan. Mo Fan hurriedly caught it with one hand. The rich energy fluctuation came from the Xian Snake magic armor, and Mo Fan couldn't wait to brand his spiritual imprint on it. Mo Fan called out the Xian Snake Demon armor, and his body was immediately surrounded by several if not all green and black Xian snakes, and as their bodies extended, Mo Fan's body was also covered with this green and black scale armor, from his toes to his head, fully armed. Even though the main material is a monarch-level foreign scale, the defensive strength of this Xian Snake magic armor can only be said to be at the middle to upper level. It is more adept at toxin resistance. After all, the Xian Snake is the granddaddy of playing with toxins, so as long as it's not toxins of the same supreme monarch, it will have a great defensive power against the Xian Snake magic armor. Seeing Mo Fan's excitement, Han Lan briefly recounted the general situation of the Xian Snake demon armor in order to avoid the bastard from messing with some strong monarch-level demons without a clue. Thank you, Brother Han. With this Xian Snake demon armor, I'll be more certain of the battle to defend my ranking within the Pearl Academy. Mo Fan thanked with a joyful smile.
By the way, have you found a good candidate for a teammate to go to the northern corner of the scorched plains? Han Lan inquired coldly.
Finding it, I went to the old Zhao family's auction house and purchased a bunch of knowing the secret scrolls, and there's a high probability that there'll be a new Yanji young pet born in the scorched plains Yanji's territory, so I decided to take my chances and prepare to rake in a fortune so that I can purchase the vein of the River of Stars. The teammates have also been found. They are Lao Zhao, Monkey, Xinxia, Ling Ling. By the way, Lao Zhao said that he also has a cousin who also wants to join this opening operation. She is an elite student of the Imperial Capital Academy who specializes in the Earth system. Her name is Chuning.
Mo Fan opened his mouth. Why is it so lively today? What good things do you have without bringing me one, big handsome Han?
A flirtatious voice came from Han Lan's ear. The two of them turned their heads to see Jiang Xiaoshu, wearing a white navel-bearing chiffon shirt, walking over with a slender figure. Mo Fan and I are going to make a trip to the northern corner of the scorched plains to collect spirit seeds and fire resources, and there's a group of white sand demon soldiers in the Shaoang River there that are looking for mine mage teammates right now.
Han Lan said truthfully. That's not exactly right, I'm the mine department, take me one. Jiang Xiaoshu said flirtatiously in a petite voice. Are you sure you want to go? This trip is dangerous. Han Lan reminded her and said. What are you afraid of? Han Lan, aren't you a high-ranked mage? You'll protect me, right?
Jiang Xiaoshu winked playfully at Han Lan. That's a good feeling. With two mine mages in the team taking turns, I'm sure the safety factor will be greatly increased. Mo Fan was very much in favor of Jiang Xiaoshu joining. After all, if this happened, the pressure on his love sister Ye Xinxia would be greatly reduced.
Okay, I'll call Tina and ask if she can come. A moment later, Han Lan hung up.
With a regretful face, she said, Ting Ting is in seclusion to impact a high-level mage, so she can't come this time. It's not a big problem though, and my water soul seed has some healing abilities, so let's get ready and we'll head out.
Mo Fan nodded and then went to pack his bags.
Han Lan, in order to thank Jiang Xiaoshu for joining him, deliberately hosted a few people to go to a 5-star hotel to spend a wave of money, and then accompanied her to go shopping. Time quickly came to evening, and Han Lan called up the system panel to check. There were still 4,738,400 demon alchemy points. With my pockets bulging again after taking out the Silver Vault Lord this time, it's a good time to see if the card draw roulette wheel can draw anything good. Orange card draw roulette wheel activated. Han Lan clicked the black pointer to draw a card, and the total demon alchemy points fell to 373,8400. A flash of orange light appeared in front of Han Lan. Out of orange, I hope to explode more gold coins.
Blind box of heavenly materials fire. Quality, orange. Description, from a magical exchange world, by several mighty and powerful people join hands to create a blind box of heavenly treasures. You may open out of the fire system of the potion, may open out of the fire system of the artifacts, and may open out of the primitive form of the super powerful fire. Junior, would you like to smoke around? If you want to reap something, you need to pay for it first. Come on, make your choice. Will you seek peace as an incompetent, or will you run to the top without fear of destruction? The only one who can decide this is you. Ancient tree crystals. Quality, purple. Description, from a traditional Western fantasy world, the spirit crystals condensed by the ancient elf tree gathering natural energy are very beneficial to the enhancement of the strength of natural beings. The older it is, the more powerful it is. Centipede bones. Quality, purple. Description, from a cultivation world where beasts are the main theme, this is the remains of a thunder-type beast that contains a huge amount of energy, and the effect on the strength of thunder-type creatures can be said to be outstanding. There is always a creature on the ground that dares to face the mighty light of the thunder directly. Soul contract scrolls. Quality, purple. Description, from a cultivation world where the main theme is to defend the beasts, it is possible for transcendent creatures of different races to reach a contract of equality with complete voluntariness, and henceforth share their lives to share their wounds, and henceforth be proud of one and lose all. Junior, are you my saber? Deluxe Pizza 6 boxes 10 PCS 1 box set. Quality, purple. Description, from a game world, after consuming it can slowly enhance the strength of the psychic dark energy in the body. Ordinary people can also enhance the physical and mental strength after consuming it. Still broke up, thank you. Today is February 25th, we finally broke up peacefully. I forgot the middle, it's cold and very airy today. Can you treat me to Kentucky's Mad Thursdays? I'd like to have 2 if I can. Small guaranteed human, large guaranteed soul, those who eat guaranteed are all human beings. It's a pity that there's only one orange item this time. Han Lan sighed with some regret and said. Whatever, let's open this blind box first.
Han Lan went to the bathroom and took a shower, and bathed and burned some incense, and then it was time for the exciting opening of the blind box. Han Lan first opened the Stygian Water Guardian boundary, then took out a fire red box from his system backpack and slowly opened it after glancing at the instructions pasted on the blind box. A flash of turquoise light instantly shone on Han Lan's face. Wow, gold color. Yuck, what's this green stuff? What appeared in front of Han Lan was a foot-long turquoise ginseng. The whole body was covered with flame patterns, and the soft and warm energy fluctuations were wrapped by a circle of fire red light cover, which left a small concave mark in the shape of a blood drop in the center. Han Lan followed the instructions in the manual, forcing out a drop of his own heart essence blood and dropping it onto the concave blood droplet seal. The light shield reacted instantly, and Han Lan's heart essence blood was disintegrated by the water droplet imprint into countless slender filaments of blood that quickly stained the turquoise ginseng. Chapter 102, Sha Xiaowu. The turquoise ginseng was instantly devoured by lightning. Its form began to transform, turning into a blazing turquoise flame, with surging life fluctuations rapidly spreading out in all directions. Fortunately, the fire red light shield boundary still existed, and with Han Lan also arranging the Stygian Water Guardian boundary, this didn't allow the vigorous life fluctuations to spread out. And at this moment, Han Lan's heart essence blood threads had completely wrapped the turquoise flame before shrinking like a tidal wave into a small red dot that was eventually branded onto its core fire. As the fire red light shield boundary gradually dispersed, Han Lan instantly sensed another strong life link in his heart. The turquoise flame instantly swept through the air and appeared at Han Lan's dantian after the boundary completely disappeared, and then dug in headfirst. The surrounding fire elements quickly gathered toward Han Lan's abdomen, and the majestic life force began to continuously quench up every inch of Han Lan's flesh, blood, and bones. A rich life fluctuation quickly emanated from his dantian, and Han Lan understood the origin of the turquoise flame at this moment. It was surprisingly from the heaven and earth exotic fire of the Dochi continent, the amazing spirit of life that ranked 5th on the exotic fire list. The amazing spirit of life was not known for its destructive power. What it was known for was precisely the vastness of the life force that it was filled with. This amazing spirit of life is also known as the fire of longevity. The person who gets it, the life expectancy even compared to those demons famous for their life expectancy are not much better. The only drawback is that this fire is not good at fighting. The increase in combat power is not very strong. Spirit of the amazing grace of the living kind of mesmerizing life force, so that people smell as a kind of heart-opening feeling. That orange quality heavenly treasure blind box came with a contractual boundary. The great power that created this item had long considered that there would be ordinary people who would obtain this treasure, so as long as you drop blood to recognize the owner you can obtain the heavenly treasure in the blind box, or the bloodline bound kind. And at that moment, Han Lan entered into a symbiotic contract with the amazing spirit of life, where Han Lan would collect fire resources for it to continue growing, while the amazing spirit of life would guard Han Lan's life in the dantian area. Of course, when it needed the help of the amazing spirit of life, it would not hesitate to step in. After all, after signing the symbiotic contract, it was a case of one for all and one for all between man and fire. As for the purple light flickering thunder centipede's remains, it was fed by Han Lan to the thunder-winged sky demon scorpion, who swallowed it into his large mouth as if it was the most precious treasure, and then fell into a state of slumber, and his body was wrapped in layers of the massive purple lightning giant cocoon. The other purple quality ancient tree spirit crystal was returned to Han Lan's villa through a portal, giving it as a gift to Fisna, who put the spirit crystal away close to her body as wisps of natural energy began to slowly raise her strength. Fisna, who hadn't seen Han Lan for a few days, sent fragrant kisses to Han Lan in succession after receiving the gift, and the former naturally accepted them all. The time soon came 2 days later when Han Lan's group of 5 flew directly from Shaoshan International Airport to GS to Dunhuan Mogao International Airport. While Zhao Manyan, along with Chen Ying and Zhang Xiao, joined from SX halfway, the group of 8 formed a small group and set off in the direction of the northern corner of the scorched plains. Dunhuan was a very famous ancient demonic place in the country, where the creatures with the purest bloodline and longest history inhabited, and among them, the sand tiger demon race entrenched in that area was more famous. This time to go to the burning of the original is in the east of Dunhuan area, the Gobi wasteland, yellow soil. If we want to reach the northern corner of the scorched plains, we must cross a place called the Sha Wang River, which is inhabited by a group of earth attribute elemental demons, the white sand demon soldiers. Without dealing with the sand tiger demons, the only way to pass through their territory is to use a mind mage's pacify skill, Spirit said, pointing to the map she had traced herself. Han Lan and his party of 8 people, in accordance with the requirements of the spirit of the preparation of their respective equipment, young people have a spell in them, running to Dunhuang and go. When you arrive at Dunhuang, you can immediately feel the special charm of this land of yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of yellow sand filled the distance to the horizon. The mounds are slightly brown layered amongst the yellow sand, both high and low. The crowd didn't ride on wind camels, but instead, they all rode the commander-class Shadow False dragons summoned by Han Lan, flying high above this lush land. The Shadow False dragon spread its huge black and red wings, carrying Han Lan and his group of 8 people as they flew towards the direction of the Sha Wang River. The crowd rode on the back of the pseudo-dragon that had a shadow breath shelter, as if it was a large central air conditioner, comfortable as if it had come on vacation in general, only the little spirit was still constantly looking up the information left behind by successive generations of adventure hunters on the northern corner of the scorched plains. The Shadow False dragon recklessly released its commander-level aura, and on the way, it also encountered quite a number of war general-level sand-whistling tiger clans, and in the face of the pseudo-dragon's might, this group of demon tigers with an average strength of only war general level chose to turn a blind eye to it from the bottom of their hearts. Soon it was evening, and Han Lan and his group set up camp not far from the Sha Wang River. The temperature difference between day and night in this part of the Gobi is so great that when the last vestige of warmth fades from this yellowish-white land, the cold comes on silently. While everyone was resting, Zhang Xiaowo had already set up the 2 tents nimbly, and Han Lan hastily stopped the crowd when he saw them taking out dry food from their backpacks and preparing to start nibbling. Han Lan then took out a few bags of boxes that emitted strong energy fluctuations from the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight. Tonight we'll eat roasted dragon meat. This is the meat of a monarch-class sub-dragon given to me by a senior in the organization. Everyone, you're in for a treat tonight. Han Lan said with a smile. Brother Han's connections are just awesome. We can still eat monarch-level dragon meat today? Imo Fan and Zhang Xiaowo said in shock. Thank you, big handsome Han. Zhang Xiaoshu said with a charming smile. Han Lan also took out 2 large barbecue grills and purple sandstone pots from his carry-on space, and Imo Fan's few people didn't look on dryly, they came up to help. Peel, deodorize, heat oil in a pan and cut into long strips. Han Lan took out some more high-grade seasonings, and with the help of Zhang Xiaoho skewered parts of the earth yalong's tenderloin, plum blossom meat, and pancetta onto the grill, while the other parts were cut into cubes and thrown into a purple sandstone pot to start stewing. Imo Fan, on the other hand, volunteered to be the grill hand, and after charring all 5 more skewers of grilled dragon meat, he finally found his touch and began to provide a steady stream of grilled dragon meat skewers for the crowd. Since Han Lan and the others still had to keep watch, they didn't have a barbecue to go with the beer, but instead pulled out a couple of reams of pineapple beer and started clinking glasses and drinking. After the grilled dragon meat skewers were finished, Chening and Zhao Manyan, the 2 idlers who hadn't helped much, couldn't sit on their asses a bit and hurriedly got up to help the crowd serve a bowl of dragon meat soup. Chapter 103 Dual Form Shadow Gloves. After the wine and dinner, all 4 girls went to rest in their tents. There were commander-class Shadow False dragons perched at the edge of the campground to help keep watch, so Han Lan and the others simply gathered around the campfire to play landlord. Hey, Brother Han, after eating this dragon meat, I feel like I have inexhaustible strength all over my body. Zhang Xiaoho spoke after playing a card. Those dragon meat came from a small monarch-level Earth subdragon. This Earth subdragon belongs to the Earth attribute demon. Besides being able to enhance a mage's physical fitness, it also has a certain benefit to the speed of nebulae metamorphosis for Earth mages, so maybe just in these 2 days your cultivation will be on a higher level. Han Lan said absently while looking at the cards in his hand. Thank you, Brother Han, I'll cover you after I get mixed up in the Wei district. Zhang Xiaoyu patted his chest and said. Little Ho, do you have spirit species in the wind and earth systems now? Han Lan inquired. Not yet, I'm going to exchange the internal contributions of the Wei Fong for an artificial spirit seed. Zhang Xiaoho awkwardly scratched his head and said. So when are you going to cover me? Xiaoho, come here, I'll give you a good thing. What's that, Han? Nah, the wind spirit seed blast wind that I got last time outside of the Enrollment, triple increase, and a side effect that expands the attack range of the wind disc. It's a superb product, so consider it an investment and I'll give it to you. This I can't have, it's too precious, Han. Just take it if you're told to. You're so slow in improving your strength. After becoming a major general of the guard earlier, I was counting on leaning under this big tree of yours for a good ride. Only when Zhang Xiaowo heard this did he hesitantly accept the green-colored box that Han Lan handed over, and immediately afterward, he sat down on the ground and began to refine the wind spirit seed. Holy, old Han, you're actually so generous, more than $20 million of spirit seeds are given away just like that. Zhao Manyan said with some incredulity. Alright, I'm going to meditate, old Zhao, you can also look for me if you need to forge magic tools, I'll give you a 20% discount, okay? Han Lan opened his mouth. The point is that normal magic tools aren't of much use to me. Zhao Manai said helplessly. Oh, what about this thing? Han Lan said as the corner of his mouth curved up. Han Lan took out the blue quality color changing silk thread production capsule from the 24 bridges to the moon and night, and drew out several gradient colored silk threads, paired with some auxiliary exotic materials. And driving the 9 metaphysical golden thunder, he began to forge at a rapid pace, and soon a white glove quickly took shape. Han Lan put on his white gloves, which absorbed the bright light of the surrounding campfire, instantly transforming it into black. Flexing his fingers, a white steel wire swept through the air. Stopping a huge boulder 100 meters away, the black glove immediately afterward completely mimicked Han Lan's entire right hand into the shape of a rock. Under Mo Fan and the other senses, Han Lan's right hand was a completely cold rock. What is this situation? Mo Fan asked as he hadn't seen anything on a daily basis. It's a mimetic magic tool. This kind of magic tool will disguise itself as the corresponding thing according to the medium of the thing the user touches. It's difficult to be detected by demons that are not proficient in soul abilities or one big level higher. Zhao Manyan explained for Mo Fan. So powerful? Mo Fan said, somewhat baffled. Actually, I'd like to say that there's another wonderful use for mimetic magic tools I've developed. Han Lan took off the black gloves, then with a pull and a stretch of his hands, the black gloves instantly switched forms and turned into a translucent black stocking. Morven? Zhao Manyan. No, Han, are you on some crooked path? Mo Fan said with a strange gaze. It's not that I'm talking about you, old Han, has your mind slipped? Zhao Manyan also spoke up. It's something I got inspired by in a popular novel, and besides, you guys shouldn't be so shallow. Look at this. Han Lan pulled out another piece of shadow magic crystal and fused it with the black stocking in his hand, but in a moment, the black stocking conducted a burst of shadow-based fluctuations. Han Lan again switched the form of the black stocking into a black glove and handed it to Mo Fan and opened his mouth. Mo Fan, try it out. This shadow glove allows you to perform the ability to vanish without the use of magical energy. Mo Fan half-heartedly received the shadow glove, then gripped the black glove in his hand in the shadowy interlocking area of the bonfire. His figure instantly transformed into a puddle of shadows, scurrying back and forth in the shadowy area. With a flash, Mo Fan jumped out of the shadows again. It can be a Han, this is a low-cost version of the shadow system magic weapon. In the case that I don't use magic energy, it's equivalent to one more means out of thin air. Mo Fan said with some surprise. I've inscribed a small energy storage transformation spell formation in the glove magic tool, which can store up to 10 times of transported shadow shuttle. In addition, you can also recharge it with shadow-based magic energy. Han Lan spoke faintly. Alright, old Han, this black silk magic weapon. Bah, glove magic weapon, how many more do you have in stock? Give me 100 first. Zhao Manyan waved his hand and said boldly. The material issue is fine, the main thing is that its elemental transformation medium uses a higher grade of magic crystals than magic stones. It's impossible to spread it in large quantities at civilian prices, it can only be sold as an elite luxury item. Han Lan said helplessly. Just tell me straight, how much does it cost? At 1 million for one piece, the market price must be selling for more than 5 million. Deal. So what, can this shadow gloves be cheaper? I want to customize a few white, or blue, or pink gloves for my Xinxia. After all, Xinxia doesn't have much attacking ability, so I want to prepare a few displacement magic weapons for her. Mo Fan said with his bottom getting weaker and weaker under the watchful eyes of the two Han Lan. Alright, all men, I still don't know your little mind. When the time comes I'll pick a few water magic crystals and light magic crystals and other materials, and properly order a batch of goods for the brothers, okay? Han Lan instantly poked through Mo Fan's small mind and opened his mouth. Hey, old Han, I'm a big customer, who prioritizes me? Zhao Manyan was the first to jump out and said. Alright, the monkey is still refining the wind spirit seed, you two take turns keeping watch for a bit, I'll work overtime all night long, alright? Han Lan drew out all the remaining energy threads from the color-changing thread production sack, then took out a few water, light, wind, and ice magic crystals and other magic materials that were very popular with your girls, and began to forge elemental gloves without stopping. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan, on the other hand, took turns guarding Zhang Xiao's refining of the wind spirit seed, and from time to time, they also watched Han Lan's forging process with bated breath to pass the boring night. Early the next morning, Han Lan put the shadow false dragon into his own shadow, and after a brief wash, the group of 8 set out on the road near the Shaowang River. Chapter 104, Welcome to the Land of Fire. Since the group's route of travel was not disturbed by the original mage hunting team, the group chose the closest river in a straight line under the guidance of Spirit. Zhang Xiaoshu and Ye Xinxia took turns casting mind magic along the way to calm down the group of white sand demon soldiers, so the crowd soon passed through the Shaowang River without any danger. Because there was no battle with the White Sand Demon soldiers, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning when the group passed through the Shawang River. After the group tuned up in place to recover some of their magical energy and stamina, they proceeded to the target point. The area of the northern corner of the scorched plains was extremely large, and according to the information that Imofan had smashed out with his 9 million pieces of silver, Yanji was inhabiting the middle of the northern corner of the scorched plains. The northern corner of the scorched plains as a whole took on the shape of a flaming basin, with the surrounding zones dirt and gravel taking on a maroon color. The reason why the entire northern corner of the scorched plains could be called the fire elemental sanctuary of Huaxia had bred many fire and earth spirit species, and in the case of quantitative changes causing qualitative changes, even the probability of a fire spirit species appearing was not small. You guys run some errands and bury these elemental surveyors in the dirt. Spirit removed 4 tapered, gyroscopic instruments from the bag. According to Spirit's request, the crowd buried the elemental detectors in the appropriate locations. This elemental surveyor would emit a certain amount of energy fluctuation when used, easily attracting some wandering idle demons, but fortunately the time needed for detection was not long. The crowd rushed to evacuate the area before the demons formed a tidal wave to surround them. Let's hurry in this direction and be faster, there are already some demons that have been attracted over. Spirit said. Everyone packed up their instruments and set off immediately, and Han Lan frowned imperceptibly when he saw Chen Ying's slow packing. However, it wasn't the most appropriate time to do so, so Han Lan turned around and followed the crowd as if he hadn't seen it. Everyone, look, it seems like something is burning up ahead, and it's burning very, very high. Zhang Xiaohuo said as he pointed in the forward direction. A crimson line of fire, swooping in from a great distance, burned everything into a searing crimson wherever it passed. It's the fire calamity of heaven and earth, the wind is tight and tugging and whistling, slip away, slip away. Under Han Lan's blistering call, the crowd turned their heads to sit on the shadow false dragons that Han Lan had summoned and skipped off in the opposite direction. After the shadow false dragon had flown at a fast speed for several kilometers, the earth behind them suddenly began to tremble, and smoke could be seen rolling in the direction behind the group of people fleeing, and a large group of armor-killing beasts clad in reddish-brown armor and spreading their iron hooves were approaching at a fast speed. Han Lan retrieved the shadow false dragon when he was a few hundred meters away from the Shao'ang River, and all of them ran to the boundary of the Shao'ang River at high speed, and then they ran towards the west without looking back. Back to the Shao'ang River, everyone's numbers and breath are not as strong as killing the armored beasts. As long as the psychic Jiang Xiaoshu and Ye Xinxia still have magical energy, this Shao'ang River is naturally safe. The only place that hadn't been affected by the fire was the Shao'ang River, which was only gradually dissipating after it had fled into the depths of the river. At this moment, the direction of the northern corner of the scorched plains was fiery red, looking like a fiery kingdom, bright red and scorching hot, forming a large sea of purgatory fire. Dunhuang. The group of guards within the Dunhuang guard region were urgently discussing just how many backbone forces should be sent forward to scavenge for resources because of the arrival of the Firejack feast. 2 flowers bloom, each on the other side. I've heard that this kind of heaven and earth fire calamity only occurs once every few years in the northern corner of the scorched plains. And the entire northern corner of the scorched plains can only breed more heavenly treasures after undergoing the baptism of the fire calamity. Chuning, who had remained silent, spoke up. The crowd gazed at Chuning, who had opened her mouth, in unison, and Zhao Manyan, who had seen the situation, helped his cousin open her mouth. Someone from our Zhao family has been here before. The scorched plains fire tribulation is a disaster for outsiders, but it's a timely rain for the ore-based resources on the fire basin, and many special plants, magic stones, spirit seeds, and yuan eyes can be to absorb energy and be nurtured by the power of heaven and earth. To put it simply in one sentence, the scorched plains basin, which has experienced a fire calamity right now, is gold everywhere, and if you're lucky, you'll come across a fire-type spirit species just by taking a few steps, and if your ancestral grave is smoking, you might even come across a wild fire-type spirit species. Han Lan took over Chen Ying's words and explained for the crowd. Holy, Han, then what are we waiting for? Go grab the resources. Mo Fan's mouth trembled with excitement as he sniffed. It couldn't be helped, he was the one who was the most short of money within the crowd present. Not only did he have 4 whole magic departments to support, but he also had to prepare resources such as the Star River vein to step into the higher ranks, as well as he was also burdened with a huge amount of debt. The crowd didn't delay any further, with Jiang Xiaoshu and Ye Xinxia taking turns to pacify the White Sand Demon soldiers with their mind-based magical energy. Everyone began to quickly return in the direction of the northern corner of the scorched plains. Just after arriving at the riverbank, a large area of armor-killing beasts' bones were piled up like a small mountain on the riverbank. What a death without even a crumb left! This group of war general demons don't even have a piece of foreign bone left.
Mo Fan went up to check the circle and spat. Mo Fan, if you have this free time, why don't you collect the spirit seed fragments in front of you? Han Lan's right hand opened a sub-dimensional door. Shadow Kingdom Dimensional Gate. A large group of warlord-class giant death lizard shadow eaters swarmed out, and the combined aura of dozens of shadow creatures caused a moment of breathing difficulty for the crowd present. All shadow soldiers are present, target spirit seeds, magic stones, meta eyes, and magic crystals, execute Operation 3 Lights. With Han Lan's command, the 41 warlord-class shadow eater soldiers formed a 5x5 group, their massive bodies diving into the ground to transform into a large number of dark shadows that radiated out in all directions. Zhang Xiaoshu and the others at the back looked dumbfounded. Although they had long known that Han Lan had contracted a colony of shadow creatures, the image of a shadow creature with strong combat power being allowed to take on the role of a treasure-seeking rat still didn't feel quite real. Holy, Han, you finished finding all the good stuff, so are we going to go all out and sweep the surrounding fire resources now? Mo Fan said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Warlord-class shadow creatures are of course going to look for resources suitable for mid-ranked mages, as well as those spirit seed fragments, and as for us, we're of course going to look for resources for high-ranked mages. Let's go, there are already shadow creatures that have found fluctuations similar to soul seed level treasures. I'll take you guys to get the good ones. Han Lan waved his hand, and as soon as the crowd heard that it was a soul seed level treasure, they weren't picking up some of the spirit seed fragments on the ground, so they all got on the shadow pseudo-dragon and quickly moved forward towards the target location. Half a minute later, the shadow pseudo-dragon stopped near a crater that was 2.5 kilometers in diameter. The surface of the ground around the pit was cracked, and there were countless flames running out of the cracks, and their inner flames appeared to be mauve, just like the quietly blooming iris in the early spring, swaying in the wind. Chapter 105 Nanju. And under the shroud of the light of this lavender soul fire, there were two other goose yellow flames that were separating themselves from it. Monkey and Mo Fan, go collect those two goose yellow spirit seeds, I'll go meet that purple soul fire. After Han Lan opened his mouth, Mo Fan and the two of them didn't make a fuss and leapt down from the shadow pseudo-dragon hovering low in the sky, and headed to the location of the goose-colored fire spirit seed with their collection vessels. Han Lan's abdomen surged out of a large area of black water vapor to form a light water curtain to protect his body. The lavender soul fire seems to sense the danger. The firelight is about to launch an attack on the visitor. However, Han Lan instantly pulled out his collection vessel and aimed it at the lavender soul fire, collecting it in one hand. As the soul seeds and spirit seeds in this place were locked inside the vessel by the three of them, the two colored flames floating around had dispersed on their own. Han Lan's trio quickly returned to the back of the shadow false dragon, and Ling Ling observed for a moment before explaining, this goose yellow spirit species should be the Nirvana fire, a top-grade flame used to forge magical implements, which can often be sold at a high price in front of forges, often in front of forging masters. The scientific name of this lavender soul seed is purple kite's flame. It is a kind of soul fire that is very beneficial to cultivating special fire spirit plants. Some of the big forces of the Wei Fang are very willing to spend a large amount of money to acquire it. It's just a pity that it's only a small soul seed. Ling Ling said with a smile on her face. To be honest, I still don't quite dare to believe it arrived so easily until now. This is the spirit seed, the spirit seed that is hard to find in the outside world for 10,000 gold, Zhang Xiaowo said with a trance-like face. I don't think we should place our gaze on the spirit in soul seeds alone. Compared to the fire jackfruit, they are nothing. Chening showed little interest in the soul fire in front of him, and instead looked as if she was anxious to find other treasures. Subsequently, under the persuasion of Ye Xinxia and Zhao Manyan, Chening also showed her cards to the crowd as to why she was obsessed with finding the fire jackfruit. When he heard that the fire jackfruit would appear together with Yen Ji, Mo Fan's eyes instantly lit up. As long as he found the fire jackfruit, then he would be able to find Yen Ji along the way. For him at the moment this was the best news. And Han Lan also recalls this episode from the original story, where the white cloth person that Chening talks about is actually not her real mother, but the ghost woman, a wanted criminal in the Dunhuang Wei district. As for her real mother, she had long since turned into a flame witch, guarding the birthplace of this Infernoheim under the star-whispering sky tree. When the fire calamity descended on this trip, that ghost woman should also come to the scorched plains for the fire calamity fruit, and Han Lan planned to directly kill her at the first opportunity to avoid any more trouble. Following Chen Ying's recollection of the terrain and landscape described by her mother, Han Lan's group arrived within a pillar of fire mountain in a shadow false dragon. While Han Lan and his group were entering the fire pillar mountain, all the forces in Dunhuang were sending people to try to pass through the Shaoang River, whether they were from the guard district or the hunters or the magic association, and of course Zhao Menyan's eldest uncle and the ghost woman's group. After the crowd entered the fire pillar mountain, Han Lan found an excuse to leave for a while, and when he came back again, the crowd just happened to get separated from Mo Fan and were forced out by a group of two-faced turtle devils.
Han Lan rode the shadow false dragon and ordered it to spit out a large number of shadow spears to devour the large number of two-faced turtle demons as much as it could, rescuing Jiang Xiaoxiu and his party. Wild Monster two-faced turtle demon small warlord medium warlord X19 has been killed, gaining demon alchemy points of 19,000. Brother Han, let's hurry and save Brother Fan, he was just swept away by the lava. Zhang Xiaoho said anxiously. Fan, he's already fine. My shadow creatures told me that he was rescued by the ruler of this scorched plains Earth Yanji. You guys wait here first, I'll go look around and see what's going on. Han Lan spoke. I knew that Brother Fan's good fortune would be in his favor, he will definitely be fine. Ye Xinxia said with a long sigh of relief. After calming down the crowd a little, Han Lan opened the Gate of Dimensions once again. After hiding the seal of the portal's opening with the disguise concealment technique, he summoned the Marsh Poison Thousand Centipede Shadow Eater soldier Commander Richu, who was far away from the cave lake, from it. Ah Choi had obviously devoured quite a few more demons in Dongting Lake during this period of time, and it was more than appropriate for it to stay in place to protect Jiang Xiaoxiu and his party when it was promoted to the rank of a proper commander. After agreeing with Jiang Xiaoxiu that once there was anything out of the ordinary, he would hurriedly contact him through Azhui. Han Lan rolled over and sat on the neck of the shadow pseudo-dragon, ordering it to search nearby, and the shadow pseudo-dragon stretched out a pair of black and red dragon wings and flew through the vast scorched plains basin. Soon it was nighttime, and the hazy moonlight transformed into a soft, thin, fine light that shone on this scorching earth. Han Lan ordered the shadow pseudo-dragon to find a small hill to perch on, and took out the dragon meat soup he had stored a few days ago from the 24 bridges to the moon night and feasted on it. After eating and drinking, Han Lan began the thunderous process of meditative cultivation under the guardianship of the shadow false dragon. One night without words. Early the next morning, the light of the rising sun shone on Han Lan's face, and after finishing his half-night meditation, he stood up and stretched, and after a brief wash, he once again rode on the shadow pseudo-dragon and explored the surrounding area. Soon, the shadow pseudo-dragon was close to a crimson forest, and Han Lan was currently taking a bite of a large meat bun on his left and a bite of sweetened soy milk on his right. Below, within the Fire Cloud Forest, wearing military medals, Nanju and his group seemed to be the first to arrive at Pingling Mountain, and they wandered into the Fire Cloud Forest as if they were somewhat lost. After the appearance of the Heaven and Earth Fire Tribulation, Nanju brought a small team towards the area. Only, after arriving here, Nanju's squad was like roadkill up in the air, unable to distinguish even a sense of direction between southeast, west, and north. All she knew was that senior who had once stepped into this place had also only said that the fire jackfruit should appear in this forest that grew more densely the higher the temperature. So right now, the group of guardian mages were only able to wander around aimlessly in the Fire Cloud Forest. Nanju's cultivation as a middle-ranked mage was considered a genius in Wei Feng, but of course, her better area of expertise wasn't combat, but command-type knowledge. Officer Nanju, have you heard any sounds, similar to the sound of some feathered demon flapping its wings? A guard officer with bronzed skin asked. Don't talk nonsense, the feathered demon clan has always been revered in temperatures as harsh as those of the scorched plains. The female guard officer walking at the end of the group said. Nope, there is indeed a sound similar to a feathered demon flapping its wings. The woman named Nanju suddenly spoke out. It was also at the same time she whispered that a lengthy shadow giant spear suddenly fell sharply from the sky, pinning a lanky demon that was quietly following their group to death. Hiss! The lanky demon was in pain, and it erupted into a terrifying howl as it was attacked by the power of the shadow. Chapter 1063 Cranial Evil Python. The small group of people that Nanju had brought with him were all the elite of the guard district, and they quickly pulled away from the unexpected situation to a safe position, then looked in unison towards the demonic figure that had been pinned down by a giant spear of darkness and shadow. What came into everyone's eyes was a ferocious python demon with a long, slender python body covered in fire patterns, and although its body was not as good as the supreme monarch-level totem Shin snake, it was still nearly 20 meters in length. The head of the fire pattern python grew 3 whole hideous heads, and its torso was extremely thick and divided into 3 bodies. The left side of its head was brownish-gray, scales layered yet thick and heavy at the same time, like a rocky python skull. The head in the center appeared reddish-red, the scales were covered in blinding fire patterns, along with breathing the air temperature rose by a few points, its eyes moved slightly as it scanned Nanju and his entourage in front of it, but it also flickered out a resentful milliman. The head on the far right, on the other hand, was lime green, a murky greenish color that was known at first glance to be the result of intense poison, with a pair of fishy fangs exposed in a chilling manner. The demon in front of him was none other than the ruler of the Fire Cloud Forest 3 Cranial Evil Python. The more delicate the snake pattern of the snake creatures, the higher their lineage, and the flaming head in the center of this 3 Cranial Evil Python was a noble snake pattern, which was enough to show the level of this thing.
Surprisingly, it's an orthodox commander-class python demon.
Nanju's pretty face was a bit ugly. Hiss. At this moment, the rock python skull and the poison python skull of the three-skull evil python had no time to care about the human squad in front of them, and they were working together to help the flame python skull in the center to pull out the shadow giant spear that had penetrated its body. "Sir, let's hurry up and retreat, while this commander demon has no time to care about us right now, or else we really won't be able to leave later," the guard officer with bronzed skin said. "Okay, wait, what's that?" Nanju was about to lead his men out of this dangerous place when he did. Above the sky, a huge black and red shadow blasted down like a meteorite against the three cranial evil python. The squad led by Nanju hastily retreated several hundred meters away, and only when the smoke cleared did they see clearly that the black and red shadow falling from the sky was none other than a commander-class pseudo-dragon. And at this moment, this shadow-false dragon in front of him was opening its fang-covered mouth, desperately tearing out the highly poisonous python skull of the three-cranium evil python. Three-skull evil python is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Its leftmost rock python cranium flows up brown demonic light, but also the air manifested a pair of rock spear python mouth-locking shadow pseudo-dragon devouring down. The vertical pupils of the shadow-false dragon flashed with dark blue light, facing the enemy's life-threatening strike. It raised its deceptively powerful shadow dragon claws and viciously stabbed the rock python's skull in 7 inches. At the same time, as the rock spear python's mouth closed and closed, the huge pseudo-dragon's body turned into a puddle of dark shadows and vanished into the earth. Shueihua Sky Curtain See Shark Scroll. A stern magical sound suddenly came from the sky, and as Nanju looked up, 7 turquoise blue star maps suddenly appeared in the sky, dazzlingly intertwined as densely as the lines of stars, structuring a magnificent constellation of water. The man controlling the water constellation vibrated the greenish-white winged magic tool behind his back, his gaze shakingly locking onto the three-cranium evil python that was imprisoned in place by the shadow giant spear, and the water constellation boomed and coalesced into a 100-meter-sized deep-sea giant shark. The deep-sea giant shark with a huge wave of magical water opened its jagged bloody mouth and tore down the red python skull of the three-cranium evil python, and then lifted up its sword and spear-shaped tail fin and smashed it on the rocky python skull. When the three-cranium evil python that suddenly suffered a heavy blow was about to counterattack, the earth underneath it suddenly sprang out with countless shadow claws to confine it to its original position, and then a shadow dragon tail with horrifying armor-etching ability pierced the poisonous python's skull through its head. The three-cranial evil python, which only had a rock python skull left, suffered such a heavy blow, and immediately wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing, but the deep-sea giant shark and shadow-false dragon in front of them wouldn't let it go. 200 meters of beasts, one after the other, presenting the front and rear attack form surrounded the 3 skulls of the evil python. The rock python cranium is difficult to support by the shadow dragon claw's corroded armor first, but in the blink of an eye by the deep-sea mad sharks bite off the head of the second time. Boom! The huge demonic body of the three-cranial evil python pushed the gold mountain down like a jade pillar and fell softly to the ground. Before and after only 2.5 minutes, this ruler of the fire cloud forest was mercilessly rounded up and ultimately died a miserable death in its territory. Wild monster triple cranium evil python orthodox commander X1 has been killed, obtaining lava poison crystal purple X1, obtaining commander great essence python X1, and obtaining demon alchemy points 10,000. Lava poison crystals. Quality, purple. Note, this is a lava crystal that contains a high level of poison. Perhaps you can use it to forge equipment. The dropped materials are barely adequate, and the only thing that's considered a return is this essence spirit. Han Lan muttered inwardly. Immediately, Han Lan flapped his green Zeus void wings and quickly descended, receiving the corpse of the three-cranial evil python into his carry-on space before landing in front of the Nanju squad that had heard the news. "Thank you for saving my squad. I'm Nanju from the Dunhuang Guard region. I wonder what your name is?" Nanju said with an upright posture and full of valor. Han Lan sniffed and carefully sized up the other party. Nanju was tall and straight, and with shoulder-length black hair and a pair of long legs, it was perfect. Thigh-part full even loose military pants cannot cover, calf part but also slim to the extreme, do not wear high heels can have such a straight and slender, when the best. Her nose was a rare luscious hawk-hooked nose, paired with sparkling, narrow, single-eyed eyes that electrified the neutral beauty of the female guard officer in front of her with a kind of fallen handsomeness and arrogance. Han Lan artfully appreciated it and spoke, "If you guys are coming to the northern corner of this scorched plains for the fire jackfruit, then I would advise you to dismiss the idea while you still can. With your strength, you can't even get past the fire jackfruit's guardian, so you might as well pick up a little bit of spirit seeds and other resources to go back to your workplace." Nanju frowned slightly after noticing Han Lan's gaze lingering on her leg, but then froze again after hearing the news of the fire jackfruit.
How do you know that we may not be able to get the fire jackfruit on this trip?
Just by virtue of the fact that you guys can't even solve the hurdle of the Firecloud Forest's overlord, let alone the fact that these 3 cranial evil pythons aren't enough for 3 punches in front of the Yenji Guardian.
But why are you telling us this?
The reason I asked you to leave this place with me is because you'll die if you continue circling around here.
Han Lan responded.
Nanju was an extremely rare sound mage, and equally outstanding in her commanding ability. She also possessed a perfect pair of long legs, so it would be a shame to die here in the northern corner of the scorched plains. Nanju was tempted to retort twice that the mages of the Dunhuan Guard region weren't weak, but when he saw the corpse of the 3 cranium evil python not too far away, his heart welled up with a sense of powerlessness.
Chapter 107 The Star-Speaking Heavenly Tree. Then who are you?
Nanju hesitated and inquired about the identity again.
My name is Hanlan. Hanlan? After hearing the name, Nanju was first startled, then said, You're Han Lan, the honorable winner of the 23rd International Forge Master Competition? Aha! Han Lan nodded and said, You know me?
Nanju nodded and added, I've been fortunate enough to hear of some of your exploits, and there are legends of you in both the Judgment Council and the Guard Zone's internal sources. Just as Nanju was about to continue saying something, a clear cry with a sense of urgency came out from a short distance away. Han Lan turned his head to look, only to see a large wave of crimson fire tumbling imposingly over from not far away, and a mass of bright red humanoid creatures was slowly approaching towards the crowd, like ghosts levitating and drifting from between the Firecloud trees.
Brother Han, I finally found you.
A man with only important parts of his body covered by fiery red leaves walked over quickly and opened his mouth.
Mo Fan, I knew your kid was still alive.
Han Lan appeared in front of Mo Fan with a lightning flash and swung his fist to slap his arm.
Holy, Han, lighten up, I'm still a patient now.
Mo Fan said with some bared teeth.
Okay, I'll treat you.
A turquoise blue water mass emerged from Han Lan's palm, and a gush of water containing healing power transformed into wisps of water mist that merged into Mo Fan's wounds. A large amount of life force surging healing water began to repair the shattered bones and help the body to rapidly create blood, and Mo Fan's breath, which had originally eaten the Firecloud fruit, was rapidly returning to its peak state. A ring of turquoise blue water rippled out, and the dry wounds on the skin and mental exhaustion of Nanju and the other squad members dissipated for the most part, with everyone's vitality becoming as full as it had been when they just set out.
Han Lan, your water system still has healing abilities?
Nanju said with some surprise.
This is an ability that comes with my water soul seed. Han Lan casually explained and said.
Right, Han, let me introduce you, this is Yenji's guardian. When I fell into the lava, it was her who saved my life.
Mo Fan pulled Han Lan to the side and pointed at the flaming figure not far away. Then have you found the fire jackfruit yet? Han Lan's cold words were like soul torture, causing Mo Fan to fall into a brief silence. Found is found, but I can't beat them and I can't do the wolfish behavior like the farmer and the snake. Mo Fan helplessly spread his hands and said.
Then help me bring a message to her. What kind of payment can she give if I have a way to make the star language heavenly tree give birth to more Yenji? Han Lan quietly condensed a spatial barrier to block out the sound before saying to Mo Fan.
Zun de fake doo-doo?
If you skin a few more times, later on, more and more experts will appear in the northern corner of the scorched plains, and your hopes of obtaining Yenji as a contractual partner will only become lower and lower.
Okay, Han, I'll get right to work.
Mo Fan was instantly anxious, first of all, regardless of the credibility of Han Lan's words, but he wouldn't let go of any opportunity that he could contract to Yenji.
Not long after, Mo Fan walked back with a happy face. He told Han Lan that the Yenji Guardian agreed, but only 2 people, Han Lan and Mo Fan, were allowed to meet the star language heavenly tree, and the rest of the people were not allowed to approach. Han Lan naturally nodded his head in agreement, and then found an excuse to let Nanju and the others stay right here. Don't move around, he went to buy an orange. Pa, is something to leave for a while, go back. Although Nanju was a little curious as to what exactly Han Lan and the others were going to do following the suddenly appearing flaming silhouettes, she could only resign herself to the fact that the situation at hand was stronger than the others. Leaving the shadow pseudo-dragon to wait in place, on the other hand, it could also monitor Nanju and the others for any small movements, while Han Lan and Mo Fan quickly followed the flame which Jiang Feng. On the mountainside, a bare giant tree stood here, the star language heavenly tree towering alone at the highest point of this desert land, keeping company with the starry sky and the blazing sun. There weren't any leaves on the star-whispering sky tree, the dense branches showed a twisted and sinuous shape with many branches, even without any leaves it looked pavilion-like. Only the vitality that was beginning to wither proved its downfall. There was still a fruit on the star-whispering heavenly tree,
and this only remaining fruit was still continuously sucking the fire energy provided by the heavenly tree. "That's the fire jackfruit," Mo Fan said as he pointed at the fruit. "Flame Demoness Guardian, the heavenly tribulation flame energy that the star-whispering heavenly tree can attract is too little, so if you trust me, I'll use some special means to save it," Han Lan said with his gaze fixed on the flame demoness Jiang Feng. Han Lan's spiritual power could clearly perceive her strength, half a foot into the sub-monarch rank. In order to show his sincerity, Han Lan communicated with the amazing spirit of life located in his dantian, and a strand of turquoise flame burned fiercely in his right hand, the majestic life force transforming into energy ripples that swept in all directions. The flame demoness Jiang Feng nodded gently, as she was also able to feel the extremely dense life force of the amazing spirit of life in Han Lan's hand. The moment the amazing spirit of life appeared, fresh shoots continued to emerge from the surrounding fire cloud trees and grass, and Mo Fan could feel the sublimation of life with every breath of air. The star-whispering heavenly tree also radiated longing waves of goodwill to the crowd, and the flame demoness Jiang Feng nodded towards Han Lan, and whispered a few words like Mo Fan. "Brother Han, Yanji Guardian, she's urging you to be able to perform your means," Mo Fan, the temporary translator, relayed. Han Lan nodded and communicated with his mind to the amazing spirit of life located at his dantian. A large amount of turquoise flames were mobilized by him and he began to push up its power with all his might. A wisp of green flame-like liquid slowly rose from Han Lan's palm, and finally rose against the wind. The green liquid sea of fire filled with layers of mist rose. Between the rising mist, countless kinds of strange medicinal herb silhouettes grew up, permeating an aura of life that moved people. Mo Fan and flame demoness Jiang Feng, who were on the side, smelled the breath of the amazing spirit of life and instantly fell into a state of mindfulness. "Gathering of the spirits, the deer of the living," Han Lan whispered, and the green fire sea began to rapidly coalesce and condense. A large area of the green fire sea coalesced at great speed, transforming into a deer-shaped flame beast with slender hooves and fork-like horns on its head. The form of the spirit deer was an outward manifestation of the spirit amazing through its memories, only to see the flame spirit deer's four hooves stepping on the void, a turquoise flame vortex instantly coalescing and molding from its sharp horns. Han Lan could feel the fire elemental power of the entire northern corner of the scorched plains begin to riot, and the fire elemental energy brought about by the heaven and earth fire tribulation began to be continuously attracted to it. Chapter 108, Catalyzing the Yenji Clan. After these fire elemental energies were quenched and purified by the turquoise flame vortex, they were then condensed by the flame-spawning deer into drops of turquoise liquid with strong life fluctuations. Within the turquoise liquid, one could vaguely see a trace of fire rising, and then it was guided by the flame-spawning deer to merge into the root part of the star-whispering sky tree. Soon, the original sunset aura of the star-speaking sky tree gradually became full and exuberant. The rich breath of life permeated out from the sky-high tree, and some of the old bark was slowly faded away by it, and a large number of branches and leaves with turquoise-green young shoots quickly grew out from between the branches and trunks. Despite having shrunk in size by a third, the star-whispering sky tree's aura was unprecedentedly powerful. After sensing that it had recovered to its peak state, the star-whispering heavenly tree shook all its branches and tender leaves towards the flame-spawning deer in mid-air to thank it. At the same time, the star-whispering sky tree began its innate destiny. Having its life force restored to its peak by the amazing grace of the living spirit, it took advantage of the abundance of fire energy around it, and gradually began to have the breath of life nurtured by the side of what was originally a lone fire jackfruit, and a fledgling fire crystal-colored fruit began to emerge from the top of its branches. "Fruit, it's bearing fruit up there," Mo Fan said in surprise, pointing at the branches of the star-whispering sky tree. Flame Fiend Jiang Feng was also incredulous. She didn't expect Han Lan to be so capable. Originally her expectation was that it would be enough for the star language heavenly tree to not wither away, and Han Lan was actually able to make the star language heavenly tree breed more Yenji again. The fire jackfruits that the star-whispering heavenly tree had regenerated were not too many, and the 13 fledgling fire crystal-colored fruits were slowly developing as they continued to collect and absorb the energy provided by the branches and trunks. Han Lan could sense that the remaining power of the star-whispering sky tree was more than that, but breeding more fire jackfruits wasn't as good as giving birth to an infant form of Yenji, so it used more of its energy to infuse the fire jackfruits so that Yenji could be born earlier. The 12 fledgling fire crystal-colored fruits were reddish-red in color, while the only fire jackfruit hanging high at the very top of the branch was a dazzling blue-white. It could be seen that the star-whispering heavenly tree was pouring more energy into this blue-white fire jackfruit, and although Han Lan hadn't seen this in the original story, he could also detect that it was extraordinary, and that there was a great probability that it was an infernal G royal clan. With a thought, the living spirits amazing, which possessed a symbiotic contract with Han Lan, was suddenly on fire, and the flaming living spirit's deer shrunk in size by half, but the turquoise flame vortex on top of its head was even more massive. The entire sky and earth of the northern corner of the scorched plains were drained of fire energy, and even the nurturing process of those fire spirit seeds, magic stones, and yuan crystals were affected. More fire energy came roaring in, all of which was transformed into turquoise liquid by the flame-spawning deer at a higher efficiency, and then infused into the star-speaking heavenly tree. The star-speaking heavenly tree also sensed the strong support of the flame-spawning deer, and after rushing at the duo and thanking them, it invested even more energy into the process of nurturing the fire jackfruit. The size of the 12 fledgling fire crystal-colored fruits suddenly bulged like blowing up a balloon, and that one lone fire jackfruit was the first to appear to break its shell and crack. Soon, that initial fire jackfruit on the treetop was finally absorbing enough fire energy, and a cute little Yenji popped out under the click. With the birth of the first Yenji, it caused the flame demoness Jiang Feng to tremble with excitement, and the power of the fire tribulation on her body was somewhat uncontrollably violent. And this little Yenji that had just landed on the ground, after looking at Imofan and flame fiend Jiang Feng, jinned and flew towards Han Lan. This little Yenji was born after absorbing the power of Han Lan's foreign fire, the amazing spirit of life, and naturally felt extremely affectionate towards Han Lan, hugging Han Lan's chest and rubbing against it constantly, with a very happy look. Alright, little one, go play to the side first, wait for me to spawn the other Yenji. Han Lan looked at the little Yenji on his chest clutching at his clothes and smiled, lifting it up and setting it aside. The little Yenji was obedient and chanted twice before flying towards the flame which Jiang Feng, while also looking at Imofan not far away with a curious face and chanted. The birth of the first Yenji caused the two present to marvel a little, while the second Yenji was also quickly born under the nourishment of the power of the foreign fire, causing the entire mountaintop to constantly resound with the budding cries of Yenji's chanting. One by one, the Yenji was born so that Imofan and the two of them were not surprised, while the Yenji royal family on the top of that tree was still not born. Han Lan's foreign firepower was continuously inputted into the star-whispering heavenly tree, causing all 12 ordinary Yenji to be born, and then they slowly began to bear fire calamity fruits, but they just weren't able to spawn the Yenji royal family, which caused Han Lan to be a bit puzzled. Coincidentally, just at this moment, a special mind fluctuation came from the star-whispering sky tree, and the flame demoness Jiang Feng relayed to Han Lan that the Yenji royal race was about to be born. Han Lan immediately increased the power infusion of the flame-spawning deer. Half an hour later, a sound appeared on the blue-white fire jackfruit, and along with the sound appearing, the slightest crack appeared on the fire jackfruit, a situation that made several people look forward to it. As if they were all completely attracted, those 12 newborn little Yenji chanted together at the Yenji royal family on the branch ends of the star-whispering sky tree. Is this the Yenji royal bloodline? Han Lan whispered as he looked at these Yenji chants. In these cries, Han Lan heard the excitement and joy of the Yenji, along with their reverence for the Yenji king, a situation that made him even more expectant of the Yenji king. The clacking sounds became more and more intensive, and as the Inferno King fruit continued to appear more and more intensive cracks after that, finally a slender arm broke through the shell of the fruit and stretched out. The Yenji king's body was scarlet in color, his body was crimson, and the flames burning on his body surface were scarlet. Flame demoness Jiang Feng instantly sensed an additional pressure from the bloodline in her heart. The appearance of the Yenji king made the Yenji clan all have a backbone, which is the bloodline hierarchy among the elemental holy spirits. Little cutie, I can finally give birth to you. Han Lan smiled as he looked at the mid-air Yenji king. After the little Yenji king ate the shell of the fire jackfruit, he let out a long chanting cry and pounced into Han Lan's arms, rubbing against him in a snug and kissy manner. Brother Han, it looks like this little Yenji is very close to you. Imofan spoke with some envy. Han Lan nodded, and with a thought he turned the flame-spawning deer into a ball of turquoise flames and collected it back. Han Lan then looked toward the flame fiend Jiang Feng, who was not far away, and said in a deep voice, Yenji Guardian, my promise has been fulfilled. Not only have I fully restored the star-whispering heavenly tree's vitality, I've also spawned 13 Yenheim, so it's time for us to talk about the issue of return. Chapter 109. Jin. The flame demoness Jiang Feng whispered a few times, and a few happy colors appeared on Mofan's face when he heard it. Brother Han, the Yenji Guardian promised to let us pick 2 Yenji to take away for the contract. This trip is really prosperous. Mofan said ecstatically. Then Han will not be polite. Han Lan pulled out the soul contract scroll from 24 bridges and a moonlit night with lightning speed, then touched the scroll to the little Yenji king's body, and an intense purple light radiated out. Flame which Jiang Feng was the first to notice the abnormality over here, bringing the purple light to disperse. Han Lan and little Yenji Wang's foreheads both flashed its purple seal of contract, which then gradually faded away. Holy, Han, are you that fierce? Directly contracted someone's royal family. Mofan said with some disbelief. Quick and easy, the little Yi King was after all spawned by the flame power in my body. She can only grow higher and stronger in strength by following me.
Han Lan spoke faintly.
And at this moment, the flame witch Jiang Feng also approached the two of them, staring at Han Lan with a somewhat complicated expression for a long time before withdrawing her sight and acquiescing to Han Lan's act of concluding a contract with the little Yi King. Flame fiend Jiang Feng then handed the firstborn little Yi to Mo Fan, and just as she was about to turn around to tend to the 11 little Yi, Han Lan behind her suddenly called out to her.
Your Excellency Inferno G Guardian, I wonder if you are interested in joining my force? Your strength hasn't stepped into the sub-monarch level yet, right? And I can help you advance to the monarch level, and after your strength has increased, you can better teach the other little Inferno Gs as well. Han Lan's voice came from behind, and flame witch Jiang Feng stopped in her tracks at the sound of it, falling into a brief state of contemplation. And from what I've observed, I don't think you're an orthodox infernus being, are you? You have a human aura about you, and if you're willing, I can even mobilize my intelligence network to help you find your family and place them.
Seeing that flame witch Jiang Feng was caught in a state of indecision, Han Lan threw out another heavy news bomb.
Jinya.
At those words, flame fiend Jiang Feng instantly became excited as she hurriedly asked Mo Fan to relay up her words.
Han, Yi Guardian, she agreed with what you said.
Mo Fan, a melon eater on the side, opened his mouth to relay the words. During the time Han Lan was talking with flame witch Jiang Feng, Mo Fan was not idle either, coaxing and tricking little Yi into signing an intermediate level magic contract. Han Lan looked at the star language sky tree in front of him. At the moment he had not yet planned out his territory of influence. It seems that when he went back to the magic city he would have to mobilize the contacts in his hands so that he could start arranging for things in this area. After all, after the star whispering heavenly tree was restored to all vitality by him with the amazing spirit of life, it was a money tree in the eyes of the world that could constantly spawn the elemental holy spirit Yinji. A good treasure like this must be firmly in one's own hands to be at ease. Of course, the star language sky tree, as a special fire plant, grew in a place where fire attribute energy was thick, which meant that Han Lan still had to find a way to create an artificial fire attribute treasure. Otherwise, if the star whispering heavenly tree was hastily transplanted to the outside world, there would be a considerable blow to the nurturing process of the fire jackfruit. Getting back to the point, Han Lan would never go back on his word since he had promised to help flame fiend Jiang Feng advance to the monarch level. Han Lan guided up the amazing spirit of life located in his abdomen, splitting off a strand of subfire and gave it to flame demoness Jiang Feng to refine. With this strand of subfire, it was believed that she would soon be able to ascend to the monarch level, and by then, the safety of the star-speaking sky tree and the little Yenjis would also be greatly guaranteed. After reaching a verbal agreement, Han Lan was also considered to have initially gained the allegiance of flame witch Jiang Feng, as to why he wasn't worried about the subsequent loyalty. The subfire of the amazing spirit of life is not that easy to absorb, and while the subfire can help flame fiend Jiang Feng improve her strength, it is also equivalent to Han Lan having an extra secret door in his hand, holding her lifeline. At that time, if flame witch Jiang Feng dared to have the slightest intention of betrayal, Han Lan would let her see what soul torture was called.
This Yinji Guardian, Auntie Jiang Feng, you don't want anything to happen to your daughter Chening, do you?
At this point, both Han Lan and Mo Fan had successfully contracted the little Yinji, and the goal of coming to the northern corner of this scorched plains had been accomplished.
Han Lan glanced at the joyful Mo Fan and still decided to tell him the truth. Mo Fan, little Yinji's combat power at the infant stage is almost comparable to that of a battle general demon, so do you know what resources little Yinji needs to rely on to grow to the next stage? Han Lan said with a bad smile on his face. What resources? Mo Fan asked with some sudden speculation in his heart when he saw that evil smile at the corner of Han Lan's mouth. Infantile little Yenji mainly eats fire-type spirit seeds, and usually eats fire-type spirit seed fragments and some rare fire-type resources to speed up the accumulation and evolution of energy, and if you want to advance to the commander level, it's best to prepare a fire-type spirit seed of superior quality. As Han Lan began to continuously popularize the notes on Yenji's growth for Mo Fan, the expression on the latter's face grew more and more wonderful. Nani? This is too pitiful, isn't it? A fire spirit seed is at least $20 million, and from what you're saying, this is still just a snack. Mo Fan said with some desire to cry. You kid less here to get it cheap but also sell good, in the outside world, as long as you say that you have Yinji in your hands, a lot of forging masters will be envious of Kuan or Hair Purple, because if they want to promote the 4 fire forging master, Yinji is the best choice. Moreover, Yinji is a possessed elemental contract beast. Her return on investment is absolutely beyond your imagination. When you advance to the high rank, then find a soul fire for Yinji to devour and refine. Together with the heaven and earth robber flame, your kid will be able to master 2 types of soul fires in the high rank realm.
which is enough for you to be proud of the crowd. Han Lan a long speech down, directly will Mo Fan fooled to find the north, the latter cannot wait to promote high-level fire mage now, and then master the double soul fire began to kill the four directions. Holy, while we're still in the northern corner of the scorched plains, Han I wanna go and collect some more fire spirit seeds and fragments to use as milk powder for my daughter, little Yin. Mo Fan said with an eager face. Since we've already contracted Yin, let's prepare to hit the road and meet up with old Zhao and the others first. Han Lan suggested. Aha, quick, I'm already hallucinating, I feel like the ground is full of fire spirit species beckoning me. Mo Fan held his forehead and said. Han Lan then told Flame Witch Jiang Feng that his intelligence network had found her daughter and asked the other party if she wanted to come along to meet her. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, said that she still needed to stay behind to guard the young Yanji, and in front of her family's love and the old Yanji's rejuvenation, she ultimately chose the latter with difficulty. Chapter 110, The Truth Comes Out. Seeing this, Han Lan summoned the Martial Shell Giant Lizard Shadow Eater Commander Aminos and the two four-clawed Demon Eagle Shadow Eater Commanders from the Gate of Dimensions to stay at the same place. After the Flame Demoness Jiang Feng saw that there were 3 commander creatures guarding this place, she was also relieved to go forward to meet her daughter. Han Lan instructed the 3 of them to guard the little Yanjis, and the 3 of them set off after saying that they would go and return quickly. After the 3 of them left the star-whispering sky tree, they found the Nanyu squad that stayed behind in the Firecloud forest. After a brief communication between the two sides, Han Lan led Nanju's squad of 10 on the Shadow Pseudo-Dragon and flew away from this Firecloud forest. Soon, the Shadow False Dragon brought Han Lan's group close to the vicinity of the camp where Jiang Xiaoshu and the others were stationed. When Nanju took the lead and jumped down from the Shadow Pseudo-Dragon hovering low in the sky with his squad, Zhao Manyan, who was patrolling the vicinity of the campsite, straightened his eyes. Holy, old Han still has to be you, going out for a day and a night to abduct a superb big beautiful girl, you're the playboy spokesman for people in my generation. Zhao Manting teased with glowing eyes. People Nanju is a mage of Dunhuangwei district, be careful to take old Zhao you kid in this hot place of hard transformation. Han Lan said helplessly. Egu my ass, please. Instead of restraining himself, Zhao Menyan's skin itched to flirt. Denizens. Nanju naturally wasn't the type of character to hold back her anger, every word that came out of her thin lips carried a shocking magical sound, and the intense power of the sound wave set fire to attack the outspoken Zhao Manyan. No, Nanju beauty, I was just kidding, are you for real? Zhao Menyan's hands were busy depicting the star map of the light system, and at the same time, he was quickly covered with a very high-grade gold armor magic tool. Dang it! The pinkish-purple bow of sonic strings produced a crisp collision sound after it came into contact with the gold armored magic tool, but it did not produce a magical explosion. Nanju was well aware that the man in front of him was Han Lan's teammate, after all, he was his squad's benefactor, so he only used the beginning-level magic of the sound system to slightly punish him. While Flame Witch Jiang Feng's eyes stared straight at Chunning in the crowd. Under Han Lan's explanation, Jiang Feng told the people present her experience through Ye Xinxia's psychic ability, and the mother-daughter duo soon staged a large-scale on-site family recognition ceremony. And through Chen Ying's narration, Flame Witch Jiang Feng also understood that someone had taken her place and tried to plot against the Zhao family. The people decided to make a plan. Nanyu said that the other party is very likely to be the Dunhuangwei district absconded for more than 10 years of the wild devil Wei Shang, wanted Ghost Woman. If the other party can be apprehended, this trip to the Scorched Plains can be considered a worthwhile trip. Soon, but half a day, Han Lan was keenly aware that there is a small team of people approaching their direction, Extreme Vision with a team of bandages under the description of the people. Zhao Manyan quickly determined that the person who came was precisely his great-uncle Zhao Yulin. Uncle, what brings you guys here? Zhao Manyan said as he looked at the man at the head of the group. The man with the inverted braid wrinkled his brows as he glanced at Chun-Ing, who had her head lowered, and was about to open his mouth when the tyrannical commander aura of the Marsh Poison Thousand Centipede Shadow Eater Soldier Commander Acho calmed him down instantly again. Zhao Yulin smiled sarcastically. I didn't expect there to be experts among you youngsters, are you also here for the fire jackfruit? And the bandaged white cloth person next to her signaled Zhao Yulin to look at the other side. The fiery red figure that was covered by the massive size of the Swamp Poison Thousand Centipede Shadow Eater Soldier Commander was none other than the Yen Ji Guardian that she couldn't even dream of forgetting. The powerful fire jackfruit, the backstabbing mother-daughter drama, and the dazzling golden thunderclap. Ghost Woman? As a ghost woman who was also practicing high-level mind and curse magic, she was naturally not a dry person, and although she did not understand why someone would suddenly use thunder magic to attack her, she had been able to escape for more than 10 years under the fugitive pursuit of the Dunhuang Guards District, and she naturally had a means of preserving her life on her body as well. Ice Armor Shield. A large octagonal ice shield floated out, blocking all the golden thunderbolt claws that were ushered in from the front. But the ghost woman obviously underestimated the power of the thunder claw. The 12 times increase of the golden thunder claw brutally tore through the octagonal ice shield defense, and then crashed down on the ghost woman's earth armor magic tool. Boom! That's not all. Silent Thunder Death Lightstorm Lightning Beam. A straight golden berserk thunder beam will ghost woman abdomen even with the armor magic tool together through, then Han Lana instantaneous movement flash in the back of the ghost woman, give her cuffs on the south you temporarily borrowed forbidden magic handcuffs. It was only at this time that Zhao Yulin reacted to the fact that his own wife, Zhang Feng, had been attacked. When he was about to speak out angrily, Nanya showed his guard zone ID and wanted notice, used some special means to prove that the white cloth man ghost woman was a high-ranked mind and curse system dual cultivation mage, and handed the latter over to a few guard mages to guard her. Zhao Yulin was instantly hit by lightning. He clearly remembered that Zhang Feng majored in the fire department, minored in the earth department, and minored in the space department, so there was no way that Zhang Feng could possess the abilities of the mind department and the curse department. In other words, he had been kept in the dark for so many years, and had also been used by evil people, nearly making a big mistake. Zhao Yulin still wanted to have a good talk with the flame witch Zhang Feng, but the latter had obviously been greatly disappointed in him and just accompanied Chening without saying a word. Zhao Yulin's mouth stiffened, knowing that he is not justified. He also silent stationed in place. After all, this decade has been nowhere to be seen, never come to scorch the original north corner of the person his self. Since the incident with the ghost woman had come to an end, Flame Fiend Zhang Feng returned to the vicinity of the star-speaking heavenly tree with Chening. After all, she still had the important task of guarding and teaching the little Yinji, and she needed someone to accompany her to soothe the longing after not having met her own daughter for over a decade. Zhao Manyan sought his eldest uncle, Zhao Yulin, looking depressed, and after some good persuasion, he was able to get the latter to regain his fighting spirit. Afterwards, Han Lan and his group took advantage of the fact that the heaven and earth fire tribulation had only passed a short time ago, and continued to work non-stop to collect fire-type spirit seeds, earth-type spirit seeds, magic stones, yuan crystals, and other rare resources. The two brothers, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou, were the ones who searched the hardest. After all, they were the two who came from grassroots and lacked the most cultivation resources in this group of people. In the good old days when there was a big brother to take the flyer, it was natural to eat as many resources as you could. This trip to Dunhuan was soon over, and after Han Lan retrieved the four-headed Shadow Eater soldier commander back into his own shadow and exchanged contact information with Jiang Shashu, he returned to the Magic City with Mo Fan and the others. It won't be many days until the nomination contest for the Pearl Academy, followed by the city's destruction disaster, the ancient capital catastrophe, and Han Lan will have to make preparations in advance, while the Sha Wang River riot was caused by the start of the Breaking Abyss movement. Chapter 111 World School Competition Nomination Contest. Magic City, Green Sky Hunting Center. My goodness, finally back. That damn place in the northern corner of the Scorched Plains is really not a place where people can stay. Mo Fan directly laid down on the sofa and complained. Don't talk about this useless stuff, get ready to split the loot. Han Lan listed the resources that the crowd had found together, but of course, the resources found by the Shadow Eater soldiers were not counted. 7 Fire Spirit Seeds, 3 Fire Yuan Crystals, 4 Earth Spirit Seeds, 209 Fire Spirit Seed Fragments, 200 Fire Magic Stones. Nuwa, let me show you. Han Lan said as he pulled out a dozen or so vessels containing Fire-type and Earth-type Spirit Seeds along with 3 Fire-type Yuan Crystals. It was basically gold and orange with red flames. As for the Earth Spirit species, brown and gray were present. The 11 Spirit Seeds are worth about 200 million. This Fire Yuan Crystal is the main material for synthesizing the Soul Seeds. The market price of the 3 is around 200 million. As for the 209 Fire Spirit Seed Fragments, which are all of excellent color, the market price starts at 500,000 per one, almost 105 million. And about 20 million if there are 200 Fire Magic Stones. The total value of the resources is about 500 million. Chening didn't ask for resources, but Flame Witch Zhang Feng is her mother. She won't be short of resources. The rest of the resources will be divided between the 7 of us, 76 million each. Everyone can put forward if they have any other opinions. Brother Han, I'm still missing an Earth Spirit Seed, so I'm going to ask for one, and fold the rest of the money into a bank card for me. Zhang Xiaohou said without hesitation. Okay. Han Lan picked a 3x increased Earth Spirit Seed of the best color and handed it to Zhang Xiaohou. I'm short of resources, replace them all with Fire Spirit Seeds for me. Mo Fan picked 3 of the 7 Fire Spirit Seeds of the best quality and took them away, and took all 209 Fire Spirit Seed fragments. Spirit also lent him half of the funds as it exceeded the $35 million value. There was no objection from the crowd as Ye Xinxia directly gave her profit-sharing quota to Mo Fan. So far, the profit-sharing quota of both Mo Fan and Ye Xinxia was directly all used up. It doesn't matter to me, these spirit seeds and yuan crystals can be handed over to my Zhao's auction house to acquire them on my behalf, and I guarantee to give you the fairest price. As for my share of the money, I'll just directly scratch away 76 million when the time comes. Zhao Manyan proposed. By the way, I'll sell you this small fire-type soul seed purple kite's flame along with it. I don't want money, I just want the Star River vein and rare forging materials. Han Lan took out the vessel loaded with the fire-type soul seed again and handed it to Zhao Manyan. If Xiao Wushu and Ling Ling, one of you will play 76 million on your cards, I'm sorry that the resource allocation this time has caused you to be aggrieved. Count me as owing you a favor, and in the future, I can promise you a condition that isn't excessive. Han Lan apologized and spoke to the two girls.
It's fine, I don't mind.
Zhang Xiaoshu let out a delicate laugh and said, Brother Han, Brother Fan, Brother Zhao, a few beauties, my chief instructor sent me a message, I have to go back to Gudu, we'll see you next time. Zhang Xiaowo said helplessly as he glanced at his cell phone. What's the rush? Have a midday meal before you go, I have 2 boxes of magical food here, I've come to treat you all to a taste. Han Lan took out 2 boxes of luxury pizzas the size of a millstone and distributed them to the crowd, and Mo Fan and the others were not polite, taking out a few zhang of beer from the refrigerator in the living room, and getting right on with it and starting to eat and drink. Zhang Xiaosu also took a piece of pizza and chewed it in small bites, the more she ate the brighter her eyes became. Mo Fan also felt out that the pizza was actually boosting the quality of his shadow system nebula. Little Spirit also ate with pleasure, after all, the luxury pizza was also beneficial to the physical strength and mental power enhancement of ordinary people. After the wine and dinner, Zhang Xiaoho offered to take his leave, and Han Lan glanced at Mo Fan and the others who were fighting the landlord, so he offered to give him a ride himself. Han Lan summoned a wind giant death lizard shadow eater from the demon beast garden with greenish-black wings on its back and a strength that had reached the advanced stage of the war general class. After obtaining Zhang Xiaoho's consent, he hid into his shadow. Zhang Xiaoho got a super life-preserving talisman for nothing, and excitedly thanked Han Lan for a while. Monkey, my shadow soldier, you only need to move your mind to call it to fight for you, the ancient capital side is more dangerous, be careful with everything yourself.
Han Lan admonished the latter and said.
Okay, don't worry, Han, I'm wind plus earth, I'm the fastest runner when I meet danger. Zhang Xiaoho said with a smile, then hailed a cab on the side of the road and waved goodbye to Han Lan before his figure disappeared into the bustling downtown. Han Lan shook his head and walked back into the Qingtian hunting center, and as soon as he entered, he heard Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan wailing.
Kick Zhang Xiaoshu out, and I propose that mind mages be banned from participating in landlord fighting. Mo Fan said indignantly with notes plastered all over his face. I also agree. Zhao Manyan's face was also plastered with white paper strips as he raised his hand to state his position. I say, you guys, can we focus on business?
As soon as Han Lan arrived, he saw Chang Wei hitting Fu, Yuck, 2 rookies who hadn't been subjected to the dominion of a mind mage being viciously beaten.
What business?
Mo Fan heartbreakingly took out a piece of fire spirit seed fragment and fed it to the little Yan Ji who was playing with the little Ling Ling. The little Yan Ji had a happy face and hugged and nibbled on it, her mouth beeping as if she was as cute as a hamster.
A nomination battle for the Pearl Academy, don't you guys even read the news on the school's forum? Hanlon said as he pulled out his cell phone. What's a nomination fight? Mo Fan asked without seeing it on a daily basis.
It's about this term's World School Competition ballot. There are 10 votes within the Pearl School, and the cadets in each department are fighting hard for that 1 vote, and those who have more than 2 votes are begging their grandparents for the other 2.
Say, old Han, you seem to have 4 votes, right?
Holy, you're straight up an internalized state house player, guaranteed admission. My dad's been bombarding me with messages every day, I'm getting calluses in my ears. Zhao Manyan explained to Mo Fan, then looked at Han Lan with a face of envy and jealousy. What's the use of this World Schoolhouse contest? I might as well team up with Spirit to take on more hunter orders. I haven't saved enough money to buy a Star River Pulse yet, and I still owe old Han 38 million.
Mo Fan said with a bitter face.
Superficial, although the resources of the state government team dare not say that they are the most abundant, they must be the rarest, especially in the Venice tournament. As long as you can enter the treasure capture tournament, then the rewards of everything will definitely be beyond your imagination. Zhang Xiaoshu explained to the several people.
Holy, that awesome? Then what's the best way to get state house votes quickly? Mo Fan asked with an eager face.
The presidents of certain magical associations may not even have votes in their hands, but the inquisitors and some counselors should have votes in their hands. but people usually use them for benefit exchanges, and you can't even smash them down without several $100 million of precious resources. Zhang Xiaoxiu explained to the several people.
Chapter 112.
It can be seen that Zhang Xiaoxiu has obviously done some homework and understands this aspect of the State House ballot very well.
God damn it, why is it so hard?
Ms. Tang Yu said she applied for my right to nominate, and the Hangzhou Trial Council gave me one state government ballot, so I'll have to figure out what to do if I have the other 3 state government ballots.
Mo Fan said with a face full of helplessness.
There's a road in front of the mountain, and the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Mo Fan, it's better for you to go and participate in the nomination battle within the Pearl Academy first, and get the second vote before you say anything else.
Han Lan proposed. Alas, okay, it can only be this way. Mo Fan said helplessly.
Mo Fan, I found out for you, the Pearl Academy's nomination competition has a total of 10 nominations, and after the nominations, there are roughly 2 more rounds of competition before the members are finally finalized.
This nomination contest is simple. The top 20 people on each departmental list are brought together to begin round after round of confrontation. The battle for nominations is not a one-on-one battle. The Academy has adopted a randomized upset 4v4. Because this nomination fight is 4v4, there are 3 judges for each bout, and the judges have 8 points on their hands, win or lose, but those who perform well will get a high score. Those with the highest final scores are then selected for nomination, and a dean-level figure will finalize the 10 nominees. A nomination means that the contestant receives 1 vote. And generally need 4 votes to be able to sit in the World Academy quota, the other 3 votes how to get, which is too much to talk about, the World Family support or not, the Association support or not, the military default or not. All depends on this cadet's ability to human feelings how the world. Han Lan already had 5 votes for the State House in his hand, so he called Dean Xiao and asked the other party if he could participate in the nomination contest again. Dean Xiao.
If you, Han Lan, are still willing to stay within the Pearl Academy to teach after participating in the World Academy contest, I can personally make the decision to give you a chance to nominate for the contest. How about that?
Do you want to consider it?
Dean Xiao's voice was so harmonious fraudulent. Dean Xiao, it's better to forget about such things as teaching, but it's fine to give a few lectures. In addition, the top 10 outstanding schoolmates within the schoolhouse nomination contest, I can build a magic tool for them at a 50% discount.
Han Lan smiled sarcastically and negotiated.
You kid, okay, but I heard old man Pao say that you don't already have 5 votes for the State House in your hand?
Why do you still want them?
Dean Xiao asked with some doubts.
I'd like to take someone with me on the State House team.
Oh, young people, I understand. Later you go to find a trip to the old Professor Chiu Yuhua, just say that I approved it. That's fine, thank you Dean Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely give you a long face at the Venice Water Capital competition.
Well, I was waiting for that.
After some communication, Han Lan successfully got the qualification for the nomination contest, and then he went to the teaching office to register, and drew a lot in the meantime. The draws are independent, but after the draws are done, everyone mostly announces their signing team and has to make an appointment to meet up before they have their first bout, so that even if they don't practice their match, they at least have to know what lineage each is in. But for Han Lan teammates and all that don't matter, all eliminated on the day of the tournament and it's done. Han Lan was quickly assigned 3 battles after the draw, and it took nearly half a month to take care of the preliminary round. The purely Thunder system Soul Seed magic had abused the group of 4 whose average strength was no more than a middle-ranked full cultivation. Han Lan returned to the Golden Source apartment after finishing the battle, and just as he arrived at the door, the little Yinji King couldn't wait to burrow out of the contract space opened up by the soul contract. Seeing this, Han Lan directly stuffed her with a fire-type spirit seed to hold and nibble on, then pulled out the key to open the door and walked in.
Sister Mu, will you be participating in this session of the World Schoolhouse Contest nomination competition? A lively voice came out from AI Tutu's small mouth.
I naturally want to participate, but the requirement from the family side is that I have to get at least 1 vote here at the academy before I can do so. Mu Nugio said helplessly with her slender hand on her glossy forehead.
2 big beauties, I'm back.
Han Lan changed into a pair of slippers and walked over, sitting on his butt on the sofa and opening his mouth. What a rare guest, Han, I heard that you're even an internal member of the national government team. Lying down you can enter the national government team.
AI Tutu said with an envious face. Say, Han, can you still get extra votes for the State House?
I Tutu questioned. Yes, I really do have 1 extra State House vote in my hand. In addition, Dean Xiao has also agreed that I should participate in this nomination contest. After fighting the nomination contest, I will have 2 extra State House votes in my hand. Han Lan said lightly as he took a sip of the red wine blended on the table. Then Han, why don't you adopt Sister Mu? She'll get 1 vote for winning the match herself, you'll have 2 votes in your hand, and her family will fight for another 1 vote, so won't Sister Mu be able to get into the State House team as well? AI Tutu proposed, only to see the world in chaos. AI Tutu, what are you babbling about? Mu Nugio shyly and annoyingly smashed AI Tutu with the rabbit doll pillow on the sofa and chastised him. I'm just being honest, Sister Mu, if you want to get into the national team, isn't this the fastest way? AI Tutu returned the favor while dodging a bunch of rabbit doll pillows thrown at her by Mac Nugio. Okay, Sister Mac, I'll stop, can't I just leave? When AI Tutu saw Mook Nugio raise the 2-meter-high giant rabbit doll pillow on the sofa and make a gesture to throw it over, she hurriedly opened her mouth and confessed. Then Tutu scurried up the stairs in a flash and quickly slipped into his room. With the departure of Tutu, the conspicuous bag, the atmosphere between Han Lan and Mu Nugio fell into a brief realm of awkwardness. It was only after a long time that Mu Nugio slowly spoke, Han Lan, just now Tutu was joking, don't think too much. 2 months ago at that moment I felt that Jiao Jiu your mood is not quite right, except for magic sparring have been avoiding me, Jiao Jiao you have something on your mind? Han Lan didn't answer the question, but instead asked Mu Jiao a rhetorical question. Mu Nugio let out a bitter smile and said, alas, Han Lan, you didn't come from a family, so you don't know the situation of the children of the world's families very well. I happen to be free tonight. Han Lan said as he smoothly slumped down on the sofa. The children of the family are divided into 2 kinds, one is the idle. To put it bluntly, you eat the families, drink the families, then you have to listen to the family's arrangements for everything. Mu Nugio emphasized the word everything a lot. Han Lan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. The other, that is, with the resources given by the family and constantly rising. The price is often marriage. This is also why so many novels and movies always appear in the so-called forced marriage of the rich family. Magne said as she took another sip of red wine. Chapter 113, I'll support you. Han Lan could see that Mu Nugio did have a few grievances today and had drunk a lot of wine. In the past she would never have used such a number of bigoted words to interpret the Shihua family. I can still ask for it from the family, which can give me another boost in strength, but I'm a little scared. After hesitating for a while, Mu Nugio still spat out her truly greatest annoyance. So Jiao Jiao you're afraid that after claiming the resources this time, once you don't meet their expectations of you, you'll lose all your personal freedom? Han Lan opened his mouth. Mu Nugio bit her pink lips and nodded. Han Lan immediately spoke after some meditation, since you feel scared yourself, then give up. Why? Magne said suspiciously. You don't have to work that hard, I can support you. Mu Nugio froze for a moment, and only after a moment did she speak quietly. If I remember correctly, it seems like Bai Tingting is your real girlfriend, right? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell her what you said to me today? I don't have more than Tina as a girlfriend. Magne? In fact, I want to say that I'm a soft-hearted person who can't see girls suffer, and I can afford to raise you a Jiao Jiao. Sometimes when I'm tired of walking, I can find a shoulder to lean on in the shadows of the city, but of course, this developed city, the city of the night, doesn't have many shadows to rely on. Hanlin said with a very sincere look. Han Lan, what cultivation level are you at now? I can't even see through you with my spiritual power. Mu Nugio replied. The water system is at the 3rd level of the higher order, the other 4 magic systems are at the 1st level of the higher order, and I'm sprinting to the 2nd level of the higher order, but I'm currently focusing all of my energy on the water system, and I want to reach the high level of the water system full cultivation as soon as possible. Han Lan said honestly. Magne. Sometimes it's really doubtful, are we really the same age as each other? This cultivation speed of yours is like a monster. I feel like Tutu or big brother AI Jiangtu's cultivation might not even be as high as yours. Mu Nugio sighed with a flushed face. I know that Jiao Jiao you are strong by nature, and if something like competing for the State House team doesn't stick, my arms will always be open for you. Han Lan slowly spoke. Bah, scum. Mu Nugio, who should have been intoxicated by the wine, laughed and cursed. Then Jiao Jiao, are you willing to be slagged by me? Han Lan said bluntly. Mu Nugio fell silent at her words, and it was evident that she was in a very tangled stage within her heart. If he nodded his head, he would be able to immediately obtain 2 votes for the State House, but on the other hand, he felt that this was not the right thing for him to do. After all, this was considered to be tapping into Bai Tingting's corner. On the one hand, it was her own good nature, on the other hand, it was the reserve of a daughter's family. At this moment, Mu Nugio's heart was in a great torment.
Let's do it this way, these 2 state house ballots are considered my investment in you, Jiao Jiao, and you can return them to me when you've been promoted to a super-ranked mage. Han Lan saw that Mu Nugio was hesitant, so he spoke up. 1 vote for the state government is against hundreds of millions of international resources, let alone 2. I can't afford to pay it back even if I'm sold out.
Mu Nugio said with a sigh.
It's fine, Jiao Jiao, you'll just be my little wife for life. Han Lan teased.
Mu Nugio sniffed but moved closer to Han Lan without a word, just when Han Lan thought he would be slapped. Instead, the fragrant and soft pink lips met the corner of Han Lan's mouth, followed by a lightning-fast separation trying to escape. But how could Han Lan let go of a great beauty who offered to throw herself at him? Backhandedly holding onto Mu Nugio's slender little waist, holding her scarlet face upright, he began to launch his attack. The big jelly instantly began a fierce game of entangling and chasing the little jelly, until the Mu Nugio in his arms had difficulty breathing. Han Lan let go of her.
Hanlan, you.
Mu Nugio's pretty face blushed as she delicately said.
Jiao Jiao, you're the most beautiful girl I've seen tonight, will you marry me?
Maybe it was the red wine's aftertaste that came up, and Mu Nugio's pretty face was red and hot, and she closed her beautiful eyes when her heart was in the right place. At this moment, a good time with a beautiful woman. How could Han Lan not understand the meaning of the pretty girl in his arms, and with a horizontal embrace, he lifted Mu Nugio up towards his room on the 1st floor. Cloud temples and flower face with golden steps, hibiscus tent warms the spring night. The path of flowers has never been swept by a guest, but the door of the canopy has been opened for you. As the saying goes, the willow is slightly exposed, the heart of the dripping flower is moved, and the love is strong. The mandarin ducks on the pillow, and then by the 5 bells.
A night without words, oh. No, it was a sleepless night.
Early the next morning, Han Lan worked most of the night before taking a nap, confused between the feeling of incense around the soft, open your eyes to see Mu Nugio tearful jade face, as well as the bed sheets that piercing a touch of red. The young man in the prime of his youth had a big fire early in the morning, and Han Lan couldn't help but play with Mu Nugio's water attribute slime, and used the water droplets spread out by the Bijie Tianshui to treat some of Mu Nugio's painful parts. Feeling her body itchy, Mu Nugio opened her beautiful eyes to see Han Lan, the big man who had possessed her last night, and then turned her eyes to see Han Lan's sage's stone, which had been in a full state early in the morning. Shyly stretching out his alabaster body, and closing his beautiful eyes, Han Lan instantly understood in a second, and bullied his way up to start the compact morning training time of fighting for time. Since Han Lan was already a high-ranked mage, Mu Nugio's strength had also increased to dual system middle rank full cultivation after last night's dual cultivation technique. After the two finished their morning exercise, it was only a little more than 8:30 a.m., and Mu Nugio, who had only just metamorphosed into a woman, still didn't know how to face AI Tutu, and fortunately Han Lan told her that he had set up a soundproofing boundary last night, and only then did he dissolve most of her shyness. Knowing that AI Tutu was a nerdy girl who slept in until she woke up naturally, on average, she didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. Mu Nugio patted her exhaled chest in relief. Then Han Lan proposed to go outside for a while first, and Mu Nugio hastily nodded in agreement. Then after Mu Nugio sent a message to AI Tutu that she was going to go to the 3 Steps Pagoda for a retreat, she went out of the door arm in arm with Han Lan. Considering that Mu Nugio had only broken her new melon last night, Han Lan brought her to a 5-star hotel and opened a room, preparing to recuperate her body. Mu Nugio thought that Han Lan was addicted and wanted to do bad things again, until the latter pressed his ear and explained a few sentences to him before he realized, and then was moved to send fragrant kisses again and again, and Han Lan naturally accepted them as they were. After arriving at the luxurious presidential suite, Han Lan took out the large wooden barrel that he had prepared beforehand, filled it with clear water and then boiled it with the amazing spirit of life. Then he gave another wood spirit fruit to Mu Nugio to consume, and together with the spirit system insect crystals, along with the 10 drops of earth core body tempering milk that increased in quantity by quantity and other resources obtained from card draws, he kept on toning up her body. Mu Nugio shyly removed her personal clothing and then entered the large wooden barrel, following Han Lan's instructions, and began to passively absorb the rich geocentric energy.
Chapter 114 Layout of Dongting Lake.
The warm emerald-colored streams of water began to clear as time passed. Han Lan knew that he couldn't rush anything, so after Mu Nugio came to her senses from her half-asleep, half-awake state of body quenching, he carried her back up to rest on the soft velvet bed covers. Time flew by, and soon a week of light had passed. Han Lan had raised both of Mu Nugio's dual system cultivation levels to the limits of the middle-order magical nebulae during the week, and had taken the time to accompany her to the Magic Association to rent a large magical fighting platform to feed her moves. Of course, in her spare time, Mu Nugio, who was trying out the magic of the dual cultivation technique for the first time, would also take the initiative to ask Han Lan to help her improve her strength, and of course, Han Lan was happy to enjoy it, so she just lay still and waited for Mu Nugio to start her oppressive performance. After another week of this, Han Lan took Mu Nugio to the Three Steps Tower. Giving a high-quality Star River vein to Mu Nugio, he also gave her the first cultivation time of the Water Academy that he hadn't used yet this month. It was only after another 7 days that Mu Nugio came out of the Three Steps Tower, and at this point, she had already been successfully promoted to a high-level mage of the plant system. During this half-month of fellowship, Han Lan revealed his cards to Mu Nugio slightly, and dispatched a squad of 10 shadow-eating soldiers led by the four-clawed demon eagle shadow-eating soldier commander to burrow into the shadows to protect her closely. It was worth mentioning that Han Lan had set all of the Shadow Eater troop squads protecting his woman into a distraction-free mode, so naturally he wouldn't have seen the two's fish and water moment. Of course, at any thought of a call or command from the host mother parasitized in shadow, the shadow-eating soldiers would be the first to appear to relieve her of her problems and actively passively block down any shadowy sneak attacks. Han Lan hadn't been idle during these 7 days of waiting, since Mu Nugio had already given herself the purest of things. It was only natural that she couldn't treat the other party poorly either. Utilizing his skills as an international honorary master forger, he built several copies of each of the 4 soul-level magic tools that were standard for high-ranking mages, such as tracks, armor, shields, and choppers. It was also stored in the small world in separate categories according to the different magical faculties of the women at their current stage, ready to be delivered to them at some point. Han Lan also took the time to make a trip to Dongting Lake, and with the high mobility of the Xiaoye Skywolf's Little Monarch class, he began to go around attacking the surrounding demonic communities in the name of expanding his territory. During the 5-day period, they specifically picked those demonic groups that did not have monarch-level demons sitting in their midst to attack, or surrounded, and intercepted those lone commander creatures. During these 5 days Han Lan had spent even his mealtimes on the back of the Skywolf, rounding up, parasitizing, devouring, and replacing the ruling demons of the Great Horde of the Cave Lake without sleep. Transforming all 100 commander demons into Shadow Eater commanders, of which there were more than 50 orthodox commanders, more than 30 grand commanders, and more than a dozen commander-level advanced stages. According to Han Lan's estimation, his move had infiltrated almost 1/3 of the commander's warpower of the large tribe of Dongting Lake demons. In order to avoid the suspicion of the Supreme Lord of the Cave Lake Demon Great Horde, Han Lan ordered half of the commander-class Shadow Eater soldiers to be split into pieces again and start roaming around. On the other hand, the other group of pseudo-dragon commander-class shadow-eating soldiers with the strongest combat power began to assist the Tsunami Moon Wolf in guarding the territory, and gradually nibbled and devoured the surrounding demon commanders to raise their own strength. Only then did Han Lan end his ambition to lay out Dongting Lake. When the time was right, as long as there were a few more strong monarch-level alchemy creatures in his hands, he could proceed to purge the large tribe of Cave Lake demons. At that time, will the entire Dongting Lake demon region be in chaos? It would still have to be his brother Han's call. Of course, during this period of more than half a month, Han Lan had also cultivated the Little Yin Ji King without skimping on resources at all. A third of the resources scavenged from the Scorched Plains North Point Shadow Eater soldiers went into this little ancestor's stomach, and it was possible to pile her up until she reached her adulthood stage, with her strength staying at the sub-commander level. Han Lan fed another fire-type soul seed found by the Shadow Eater soldiers to the Little Yin Ji King, who took it and fell directly into a period of slumber so that he could digest the massive energy. Han Lan, thank you, I listened to you, the plant faculty has successfully broken through to the high level, love you O superscript 3c. Mu Nugio smiled as she sent a fragrant kiss to Han Lan. Does Jiao Jiao still call me by my full name? It's time to change it. Lan. Call it that when there are outsiders, but when there are no outsiders, you can call it husband or husband. Han Lan said with a bad smile. Okay de, my Lan friend husband. Mu Nugio also obediently said in a warm voice. Inside a private theater, Han Lan was taking Mu Nugio to watch a movie together to relax from the exhaustion of cultivation. After the movie was over, Han Lan took Mu Nugio to buy some cupcakes to cushion her stomach, and then they returned to the Jinyuan apartment together, arm in arm. After the two of them returned to the apartment together, they happened to see Ai Tuta sitting on the sofa watching TV, and when the latter saw Han Lan returning arm in arm with Mu Nugio, an expression of an ant's smile appeared on her baby fat little face. Han Lan saw that the two of them had something to say. Don't rush to volunteer to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving the two women to catch up in the living room. Han Lan was busy jumping up and down in the kitchen, braised geoduck meat, spicy blood crocodile tenderloin, mushroom stewed geoduck thigh bone, magic fruit salad. After the meal was ready, Han Lan invited the two girls to have dinner together. Ai Tutu didn't want to keep feeling the sour stench of being in love, and after hurriedly tasting a few mouthfuls of the meal shallowly, she excused herself as being full and ran upstairs, leaving the space to get along with Han Lan and the two of them. Han Lan and Moon Nugeo looked at each other and smiled, and without the lightbulb watching from the sidelines, they began to love each other, you a chopstick and I a spoon to feed up. After the wine and dinner, Han Lan went to clean up the dishes, while Moon Nugeo went to his room. When Han Lan packed up and returned to his room, he instantly heard the sound of gurgling water. Quietly approaching the bathroom, Han Lan found that the door was not locked, so the corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile and prepared to launch a night attack. Han Lan carefully burrowed into the large, waterlogged private bathroom and aimed a wistful sister claw at Mook Nugeo, who was washing her hair under the rosette head. First occupy 2 water attribute slime heights, then it is to start a fierce guerrilla battle, accompanied by the woman a slightly shy muffled grunt. The warmth of the bathroom was suddenly spring.
Hanlon for attacking, Jiao for defending. Mountain River Cave Heavenly Star Candle. Stay up all night for 10,000 wet repairs. There are no epileptic color shades at the time of entry. A night without words, oh. No, it was a sleepless night. Early the next morning, the two of them, Han Lan, who had finished their morning exercise, came inside the Pearl Academy early. Today was the second round of the nomination contest, and Han Lan looked around, realizing that the playing field was huge this time, and that the audience seating was almost full. Even the referee assistants had more than the usual number of games, and there was even a professor who looked a little familiar present as well. Chapter 115 A giant shark descends from the sky. Han Lan, Dean Xiao asked me to come over and remind you to be careful with your hands. Xiao Yuhua said. Got it. Han Lan nodded back. With that, he brought Mook Nugeo along with him to walk up to the fighting stage and meet the other two teammates. Team 9? We're from Team 9, I didn't expect that we're actually on the same team as Old Devil Han, Goddess Mac, so these three are stable today. Teammate Ouyang Yadong said. A lot of people came here today for Han's match, it wouldn't have been this lively if another team had faced off. Everyone wants to come and see what your card is for the second round? Another teammate, Xia Jishu, spoke up. Han Lan glanced at the audience, it was really a gathering of experts from all the major faculties. Whether it was Dongfang Lai, Zheng Bingxiao, Ding Yumian, Su Zhaoding, these all came. The masters came to see, others are naturally willing to watch the masters fight, like what Ai Tutu, Zhao Manyan is also there. Zhao Manyan hasn't seen Han Lan for a while, and at this time he doesn't have a new girlfriend by his side, so it seems that he's concentrating being forced to work practicing hard refining. Ding! Ready for the match. The referee's final pronouncement rang out. On the left are Han Lan, Mak Nugeo, Ouyang Yadong, and Xie Jishu. On the right are the opponents this time, Dong Fangming, Li Weilong, Lu Mingyan and Dong Junying. Two of them were the sons of the world's families, and it was obvious that they were all a bit nervous. After all, they were facing the suspected high-ranking old demon Han, who had summoned a Battle Admiral-level advanced stage Sublime Beast during the Summoning Department's freshman beast fighting competition. Game on! See Shark Swarm Attack. Han Lan hadn't used Sublime Summoning, having used lightning magic in the previous nomination fight, and this time he was going to let the opposite side feel what it meant to be surrounded by a swarm of sharks. With a flash of the ghostly blue water constellations, the entire fighting stage instantly surged with a thick tide of violent waves, and a dozen ghostly blue giant sharks more than 20 meters long broke through the waves, sweeping towards the four people of Dongfangming. Rock Barrier. The Earth System student Dong Junying reacted very quickly and immediately stood at the front of the group, creating a defense like a brown mountain screen, which vividly fended off the two ghostly blue giant sharks. There's still fight left, Lu Mingyan, Dong Junying, you two protect us with your shield magic tools, leave the output to me and Li Weilong. Just as Dong Fangming opened his mouth to command, the situation on the field changed again. Roar! A dozen 20-meter-long blue giant sharks instantly merged into one, turning into a ghostly blue 100-meter giant shark leapt into midair. The violent water flow in the giant shark fangs under the enchantment of transformed into a small mountain the size of the blood basin shark teeth. It was like the fall of the prime sky as it blasted down towards Dongfangming's four people, facing Ling Tian's strike that was comparable to high-level magic. The foursome was almost scared to pee. What were they going to do to block it? The referee and the professor under the stage couldn't care less about being shocked. If they didn't hurry up and make a move, there would be a fatality on the stage. However, they were in such a hurry to strike that they couldn't even portray their defense skills in time to stop this high-level water magic. Just as the ghostly blue giant shark was about to fall down, it was Han Lan who stretched out a hand to control it remotely. Stop! The ghostly blue giant shark was as if its body was frozen in time, but even so,
the raging and surging wild shark's airwave still paralyzed the 4 Dongfang Ming people with fear. It was as if the armored magic gear they were wearing couldn't even guarantee their lives. The stagnation of the ghostly blue giant shark caused the group of judges and professors to let out a sigh of relief. The Dongfang Ming foursome then directly collapsed to the ground. The threat of death directly in front of them made their legs weak. But even so, one of the sons of the family, Lu Mingyan, was still a bit unconvinced. What kind of skill is it to bully us with high-level water magic? If you have the ability to bring out that War Admiral-level demon scorpion to sneak around, you are quite courageous, then I will do as you wish. A moonlight white gate of dimensions cracked open behind Han Lan's back, and the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion took the lead in rushing out from the Garden of Demonic Beasts. A large amount of purple lightning spread out from the Gate of Dimensions, and a pair of thunder-patterned giant Keely as huge as a hill stretched out violently, with 3 pairs of huge crystalline wings stretching out next to the purple rocky armor, and curved scorpion needles like the tails of the sky were raised high up. The Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion's 3 pairs of crystalline giant wings violently shook, the compound eyes under its triangular-shaped head staring dead-on at the Dongfang Ming foursome directly in front of them, and the aura of the promoted Orthodox commander pressed down on the trainees present for a while, making it difficult for them to breathe. Lu Mingyan, you fool, what are you doing messing with old Demon Han? Are you trying to take on a commander-level summoned beast solo? Or do you mean defeat it with your 100+ pounds? Dongfang Ming said with a face of hatred. The remaining 2 teammates were also staring at this Lu family's sidekick with a look of retardation. Lu Mingyan's face instantly turned red, wanting to open his mouth to defend himself but unable to say a word. Alright, the victory in the first game of the second round goes to Team 9 led by Han Lan. Old Professor Chiu Yuhua stepped forward to round off the match. But Hanlon, don't use such dangerous magic on your classmates in the future. Even if your water control is extremely skillful, accidents will inevitably happen. There's also the fact that how can you easily show off an undercard like a commander-grade summoning beast? You should hide it and leave it to make a splash at the World School competition. Chiu Yuhua was still chattering and teaching. 10,000 apologies, the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion is already the weakest of my summoned beast team. After a good pussyfooting, the audience was also talking about it. How could someone in this age group be able to raise a sublime beast to the commander level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dongfang Lai said with an incredulous face. Is this the gap between brother Han Lan and I? It's too hard, really too hard. Zheng Bingxiao lamented. Mu Nujio, however, was full of joy. After all, Han Lan and herself had already established a relationship. The stronger he was, the more faith she would have. What followed was the second and third matches of the second round of the tournament, and Han Lan left the opportunity to perform to Mak Nujio and his 2 other teammates, as he only portrayed an occasional thunder magic, which was enough to make the opposite side's defense magic and magic tools come out in unison. Not to mention the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion suspended in mid-air suppressing the entire field. The opposite 2 rounds of opponents did not directly surrender, are considered to have backbone. A group of cadets struggled to depict the star map against the commander's aura. After all, it was on the second round of the competition, so at least they had to let the judges and professors see their performance. Han Lan Pu T away the Thunderwing Heavenly Demon Scorpion after playing the titular match, and went off stage to find Zhao Manyan. Having not seen him for nearly a month, he still didn't know how well he had handled the matter of realizing his resources. Old Demon Han, on the matter of pretending, we still have to look at you, now that the commander-level demons are the weakest summoned beasts. Zhao Manyan said with some envy. Chapter 116 Visiting the Ancient Capital again. Alright, how's the sale of the batch of fire resources that Scorchplanes found going? Han Lan inquired. You don't trust me to do my job, all of them are according to the market price, but also higher than the expected 20% selling profit. Zhao Manyan smiled smugly. Business wizards are old Zhao, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner at noon. Han Lan spoke happily. So polite with a brother, aren't you? That batch of fire resources still earned a lot of fame for my Zhao family auction house. This meal at noon today is on me. Zhao Manyan patted his chest and said. Okay, then I'll get a couple people to go with me. Han Lan called up Mo Fan and a few of his teammates who were on good terms in the Golden Forest deserted city together, and went out for a luxurious meal. After drinking and eating, Han Lan saw that Zhao Manyan had not yet broken through to the high level after he had fully cultivated the middle level of both systems, so he instructed him to ask for an extra copy of the Vein of the Star River to go to the 3 Steps Tower to break through to the high level. Zhao Manyan was still a bit unsure, so he asked Han Lan if there were any props that could boost the probability of breaking through to a high-level domain. Han Lan then had him gather a portion of magical ore materials and refine a copy of the vein of light source for Zhao Manyan, which contained a large amount of light energy while also being able to permanently increase the light astral river capacity by a small margin. After Zhao Manyan learned of the specific utility, he also intended to invite Han Lan to play the field in a modest place, but Han Lan politely declined, stating that he still had to catch up on some cultivation.
Next time for sure.
Time passed, another few days passed, and now the tournament was at the end of the second round. The personnel of each team was rearranged and distributed once again, and the original day finally came, Mo Fan vs Dongfan Lai, the day Mo Fan received the news of Zhang Xiaoho's death. Although Han Lan had already given Zhang Xiaoho a life-preserving card, after all, this was a real world, and the dangers over in the ancient capital were not as simple as in the original.
Early in the morning, the entire playing field was packed.
Unsurprisingly, Mo Fan was almost late again because he went to do the hunter's quest, scaring his teammates into thinking that they had encountered another hangry boy. After arriving at the arena, Mo Fan asked his teammate Bai Yulong, and only then did he realize that his opponent was Dongfan Lai.
Everyone else is already on stage, only Mo Fan is still playing with his cell phone. Han Lan is also very curious about whether or not Zhang Xiaoho's death will occur in the original story.
As the match began, this message arrived in time. In the same development as the original, Mo Fan, who couldn't accept the news, spread his anger on Dongfan Lai's group of people. Little Yen possession plus level 4 fiery fist, if not referee teacher out in time opposite 4 people all dead. It was only at the end of the match that Mo Fan came back to his senses, his fist slowly unclenched, and his newly purchased cell phone had already turned into a pile of powder, slipping as much as it could from between Mo Fan's fingers.
Mo Fan took a heavy breath, but he did not look at Dongfan Lai one more time. Mo Fan. Where are you going? The game isn't over yet.
In the midst of a shock, Mo Fan had already walked off the competition stage, and people had no idea what he was doing, all they had was awe and a touch of fear for the strong. Mo Fan couldn't listen to the words of the people around him at all, and it wasn't until Zhao Manyan stopped him that he came back to his senses a little.
Mo Fan, what's going on? Zhao Manyan asked hurriedly. I'm going to make a trip to the ancient capital.
Mo Fan calmed his emotions and said to him seriously.
An undead rebellion is breaking out there. I know. What about your schoolhouse fight? We'll talk about it when we get back. Do you need my help then? Mo Fan shook his head.
He understood Zhao Manyan's good intentions, but this was, after all, his own business, and he couldn't hold up the other party's future because of it.
Mo Fan, what are you doing in Gudu all of a sudden? Don't you want your nomination competition anymore?
Han Lan asked as he stood up from the audience stage and then appeared in front of him with an instantaneous movement. Brother Han, something happened to Monkey, I'm going to Gudu to look for him, are you going or not? Mo Fan didn't ink, knowing that Han Lan had invested in Zhang Xiaoho, so he wanted to ask about his attitude.
Monkey? My shadow soldier's soul mark hasn't disappeared yet, which means he's still alive and nothing happened.
But your shadow soldier is only at the war general level, maybe the monkey has encountered a commander level undead, I've already received a notice that he's missing in the ancient capital.
Mo Fan said with some franticness.
You first continue to fight for the votes in the nomination battle without fear, this is about your future, don't worry, I will personally bring Zhang Xiaoho back from the ancient capital. Han Lan said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan fell into silence. Han Lan's strength was already a high-ranked mage and had a commander-level summoned beast with him. This time he went to the ancient capital to save Zhang Xiaoho's operation. Of course he believed in Han Lan's strength. But for Mo Fan to only be able to wait in place for news, he couldn't do it. If you really can't, rest assured, obtain the votes for the nomination battle as soon as possible and then rush to the ancient capital. These 2 matches are just a day's time, so hurry up.
Han Lan persuaded.
Mo Fan was silent for a moment before speaking again. I know, I will capture the votes for the nomination contest as soon as possible before rushing to the ancient capital. I just checked, the last round of flights to the ancient capital is at noon tomorrow. We can still take a plane if you make it faster, if not, I'll just have to show my special summoned beast license and fly to the ancient capital with you.
Han Lan said helplessly.
Good, then I'll take care of this nomination fight as soon as possible.
Mo Fan said with firm eyes.
At noon the next day, Han Lan brought the Lu Xian sisters and Mo Fan to the Pudong International Airport, where they managed to get on the last round of direct flights to the ancient capital. The clouds were as dense as a black curtain, covering all the sunlight. The last airliner slowly landed from the black clouds, which also meant that this was the last wave of travelers who dared to come to the ancient capital even when the undead rebellion broke out had successfully arrived in this place of wrongdoing. I didn't realize that even the flights were going to be stopped. Luckily we caught the last plane.
Lu Ru couldn't help but sigh.
Her eyes with a few spiritual beauty surveyed the Xianyang airport. After Han Lan led a few people through the security inquiries, he directly summoned the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion and flew in the direction of the ancient capital. The four of them sat on the Thunderwing Sky Demon Scorpion and sped along the edge of the highway all the way to the ancient capital XA. It can be seen that at this time the ancient capital is in a state of strict vigilance, and even in the entire outer city area even towering high thick city walls. Nowadays, an outer wall 5 times larger than the inner wall has been built outside the inner wall, and all the residents who were originally spread out in different urban areas, including the suburbs, have asked to be relocated within this outer wall.
It's the first time I've seen an Enrollment on such a grand scale.
Lu Ru raised her head and looked up at the outer city wall that stretched like a ridge.
Chapter 117 Going to Yangyang Village.
Estimated to have sent a lot of earth mages cast up. When I came last time there was no. At the same time also shows that the situation here is very serious now. I think that beyond the walls of the city is not a peaceful place.
Han Lan said.
The city gates were guarded by people from the Magic Association, and military mages were in charge of the inventory.
Daylight, living people in and out is not very strict. Just too close to the evening, the military convenience is not very allow people to go out of the city, because everyone knows, out of this protection of the outer walls of the ordinary people will quickly fall into the undead blood food. Han Lan's few people passed through the heavily guarded outer city wall and headed straight for the Bell Tower Magic Association. Mo Fan inquired about the person who had sent him the news of Zhang Xiuho's death, and then went to the guard district to find Zhang Xiuho's chief instructor, Fei Zhao, and talked for a long time. Chief Instructor Fei Zhao also tried his best to tell Mo Fan all the news he knew. It was obvious that this instructor Fei Zhao also cared about Zhang Xiuho's life and death. It was just that he had a more important task at hand and was unable to personally go and find out the truth. So where are we going now? Ryu inquired.
Let's go. First go to the Hunter's Hall and find an experienced guide to take us.
Han Lan said.
Although Mo Fan wasn't too familiar with the ancient capital, he knew better that undead beings were often more terrifying than demons, and whether he was going to investigate the cause or to save people, he had to have a reliable team of mages. Originally, Mo Fan also expects to find a few experts in the Bell Tower Magic Association, but the people on this side of the Magic Association are not very interested in going out, and in the end, Mo Fan had to go to the side of the Drum Tower Hunters Union. Within the Mage Hunters, there were a lot of people who weren't afraid to die as long as they could afford the price. The Hunters' Hall was very crowded. Wherever there is danger, hunters are there, and often the more dangerous the place, the more treasures there are, and the Good Hunters Union side is exceptionally active.
Mo Fan took a look at the scrolling bounty screen, and found that the rescue commission was the most.
With the sudden riot of the undead, there should be a lot of people still in deep danger outside the city walls, and those who were already safe would naturally pay a big price for the team of mage hunters to come to their rescue. It's basically a bounty for rescue. It seems like a lot of other people are in danger, Lu Ru said to Han Lan.
What rescue nah, it's all a body collection team. A Cockney voice broke in.
Han Lan heard the familiar sound of a male duck's voice and almost thought it was the host Zhang Benyi Han, the Hokkaido pressure cooker nicknamed Yanagi Soymilk, that he had run into when he first participated in the International Forge Master competition.
Come on, R.
The Lu Ru sisters turned their faces at the words, but saw a short mage hunter dressed in adventure standing next to them. With their height they needed to look down to see this person's face. The short man saw that there were two beautiful women looking at him, so he sold his experience and said, those who post bounties just don't want their loved ones to turn into one of those undead creatures out there, so our ancient capital hunters alliance is on the verge of turning into the corpse collectors alliance. Seeing that the short man wanted to continue speaking, Han Lan directly interrupted him. Since you take the initiative to strike up a conversation with us, it means that you're willing to take on the outing, so let's make a price? This handsome man, you really don't follow the rules. I do have a way to take you guys out to save your lives, but I want this amount.
The short man raised an index finger and said, $10 million, right?
Okay. Han Lan took out a gold-printed diamond card from 24 Bridges and a Moonlit Night, which had no password and usually stored $100 million in it. Ego, big boss, please swipe your card. When the short man saw that Han Lan was so forthcoming, he simply pulled out the miniature pass swipe machine he was carrying. With a ding sound, $10 million was transferred, and then he showed the balance on the card to several people before returning the gold diamond card to Han Lan.
Thanks Han, I owe you a big favor.
Mo Fan said with a serious face.
Alright, little things. Short man, I've already called you with 10 million, so when do we leave?
Han Lan asked as he turned his head to stare at the short man with a happy face. Fan eyes also stared at the short man, although just now has been in the Hunters Alliance to consult the other side of the team credibility and guarantor, but still afraid of this guide suddenly flew, 10 million although it is not out of their own, but they also guaranteed a big favor. Boss, don't worry, I also contacted another team, we'll leave early tomorrow morning, let's add the contact information first, I'll notify you when the time comes. Facing the big boss who waved his hand as hundreds of millions of funds, the short man and old face all smiled into a chrysanthemum, and quickly bowed his head and promised. The time of departure was on the next day. Han Lan brought a few people in tonight, just find a random hotel, each room to rest for the night. One night without words. Early the next morning, Han Lan, who had gotten up from being surrounded by the jade white thighs of the Lu Xian sisters, washed up and had breakfast before taking the two girls and Mo Fan to the south side of the outer city wall to meet up with the short man. Arriving at the outer south gate, Han Lan's four men couldn't find the short man in the crowd for half a day, until the guy was bouncing around with his cell phone while talking to Han Lan on the phone, and only then did a few people barely see his scalp. Glancing around the short man, he noticed that several people had already gathered around him. The others looked just average, except for one of the women in the group who wore a black silk veil and stood tall, drawing some extra attention. Nowadays, we all go out are wearing protective masks, which also wear a veil. I have to say that the woman's attire is quite chivalrous. I don't know if she wears it like this to cover her face or simply does it like the stench of the corpses outside the city that hasn't dissipated yet, but when Han Lan saw this, he knew that this woman was Wen Tai's adopted daughter Asuriya. In addition to the marvelous woman wearing a black silk veil, there was also a pair of brothers who always followed the black silk veil woman, looking like they should be attendants. Counting the short man and his companion, the big strong man, the group totaled 9 people, 6 men and 3 women. When an early wind blew in the morning, the people smelled strange odors, but for some reason as soon as the hot sunlight baked into the earth, these odors disappeared, and last night's sensational battle was as if it had never happened. The south gate was already open during the day outside, and the crowd walked out with some registration if they were traveling. Leaving the outer city wall and following the short man, the group began to walk in the direction of Yangyang village. The south side faces the Qinling mountains. Whether flying or driving, it is not to give face to the Qinling feathered demons, so to the south side of this side, it is all on foot. Han Lan noticed that as Mo Fan made his way along, his gaze fell on the woman wearing a black veil from time to time. The woman wasn't playing a weird part, but in fact her outfit was stunning. In the cold day she's still wearing embroidered colorful bird silk robe, soft red shawl gorgeous hanging down, walking on the road will be a swaying, delicate snake waist and round buttocks curves are also in the hanging shawl under the rhythmic cover-up and present. Chapter 118 I Don't Eat Grey Garlic. Mo Fan the bastard had been walking behind people, and it was hard for his eyes to move away from this body that was held up by the silk robe without a single crease. From the slender snake waist to the beautiful buttocks to the slender legs, and from the long legs to the white and exquisite jade feet. It seems that there is no place that is not filled with temptation, and there is no place that does not hook the soul. Han Lan was also someone who had seen the world. After all, there were more than a slap in the face of extremely beautiful women with whom he had established a deeper relationship. But in this dressed in black silk retro woman Asuriya front, I'm afraid that the only mature older sister Wen Yu Qian Kairo can be comparable to her. As for the same charming Bon Tiancheng Jiang Xiaosu, mature flavors still need time this cup of wine brewing.
Hey, short man, where did you find this woman? Mo Fan, who was trailing along the way, eventually couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked the black-hearted guide, short man. She said she wanted to come here and paid very promptly, so I took her with me. The short man said very directly, and when he said that his eyes purposely stole a glance at the black silk woman, and the small eyes immediately surfaced with a serene light, and revealed an evil smile to Mo Fan that all men understand. What, are you also seduced by her? I'm just casually asking, I feel that this woman is not simple. Mo Fan said. How can it be simple? Everyone calls me short man. Don't touch any other woman in the future.
The short man said with a lewd face. That tone and the unobtrusive accent made it clear that he was treating Mo Fan as a fellow traveler. At this time, the Lu Xian sisters pulled Han Lan a few steps forward, clearly not wanting to hear these obscenities.
Can't you think healthy thoughts in this person's head? Mo Fan said righteously.
I'm not healthy, so who the walks behind everyone else's ass all the time?
May I ask how long it will probably take to reach Yangyang village? Mo Fan said without changing his face.
The short man was very speechless to Mo Fan, who was obviously just as nasty but had to pretend to be serious, and shook his head. What you have to worry about now isn't when you'll arrive at Yangyang village, but when it will get dark. After saying that, the short man reached out and pointed to the sun that was slowly dropping below the horizon in front of him.
Nanny, it's going to set so soon? Mo Fan couldn't help but curse, time has passed too quickly.
Dude, it's winter, the nights are long and the days are short, get some culture will you? The short man said. You haven't told me where this woman came from. Ask yourself if you can. It was getting late, and in this wintertime when the nights are long and the days are short, I guess the sun goes down at 5 o'clock. The people at least have seen the undead, but this dead silence before the arrival of night is very easy to panic. The land is so big, how can you be sure that you have not stepped on the territory of a large group of undead, which is why you must spend a sum of money to hire a guide to come here, and if you come over here without authorization to break into the east, I guess that next year the grass on your grave will be 2.5 meters high. Here, eat this. The big, strong man pulled out a few gray, garlic-like things from the package behind his back. The man, though strong, was an ordinary man, with no hint of magic in his body, while at the same time seeming to lack the anger of a regular person. There's food, say it earlier, I happen to be hungry. Mo Fan is also a self-acquainted. As soon as he saw that the big strong man sends out specialties for everyone to eat, he immediately took it over. This gray thing, a bit like a raw groundnut, and a bit like a large sugar garlic, Mo Fan did not think so much to take a crisp bite. Put! In the next second, Mo Fan directly squirted out what he had bitten down on, spilling gray food residue all over the place. Are you giving me to eat? Mo Fan's violent temper came up and directly cursed angrily. This is gray garlic, something used to mask the anger of the living, with it the undead won't attack us. There are limited quantities of this stuff, you just threw up one, if you can't last the night, you're on your own. The short man immediately spoke out to explain. If it's so unpalatable, I'd rather kill with the undead than eat it. Mo Fan said. As soon as these words were uttered, that black silk woman's bright eyes flashed, but she looked like she was going to be impressed with Mo Fan. You don't say this sentence too full. Hush, you guys listen. The short man signaled everyone to keep quiet. Listen to what? Underground, in the dirt. In an instant the crowd quieted down, and everyone saw signs of loosening rapidly in the dirt mixed with fine white sand just below their feet. It sounds like the sound of a seed pushing up against the dirt. Gulp! The knot in the short man's throat visibly moved. Although in this land of the undead stayed for many years, but every round of night comes, his heart will not be able to help but beat violently, even if not in the ancient capital, in other cities as soon as the night, this fear and will still appear. Hurry up and eat the gray garlic. The short man admonished the crowd. Neither the black silk woman nor her two attendants hesitated to take a bite of the gray garlic, which was worse than Ali had given it. Only Han Lan, Lu Xian and Lu Ru, and Mo Fan were the four who were still tangled there. I don't eat gray garlic. Han Lan threw the gray garlic at Mo Fan in disgust. Then looking at the skeletons and rotting corpses emerging from the muddy ground in all directions, Han Lan had threads of golden arcs of electricity emerging from his palms. Jiuxian Thunder Seal Electric Field. The pure golden raging thunder in Han Lan's hand danced wildly around, the arcs of electricity in the shape of a wild python spreading out in all directions. At this moment, Han Lan was precisely slapping the golden thunder seal down towards his feet, and all the electric arcs took on a radial shape spreading out to a 50-meter radius under his powerful control. In the thunderfield, the arcs of electricity would pass through each other, and the skeletons and carrion corpses that emerged from this area were all paralyzed by the lightning python that paralyzed their limbs, and then were annihilated into nothingness by the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation. Of course, occasionally a few pieces of bones with shimmering black light would fall, and that was the only thing of value on these slave-level undead. As for the undead crystals, they had long been electrolyzed into a pile of slag. The black silk woman and the short man were surprised. They didn't expect Han Lan to be so fierce. The slave-level skeletons and rotting corpses within a 100-meter radius were all killed by one of his thunder seals. Wild Monster Skeleton, Carrion Small Minion Advancement Stage X178 has been killed, obtaining Minion Grade Alien Bone White X3, obtaining Bone Strengthening Liquid White X175, obtaining Minion Grade Remnant Spirit 177 Wisps, obtaining Minion Grade Essence Spirit X1, and Demon Alchemy Point 17,800. Boss Han, you can't be a level 4 Thunder Seal, although I admit that you're very powerful. There's no end to killing the undead in the ancient capital. The short man still wanted to persuade a few words. But Han Lan's next move shut him up again. Shadowgate Shadow Eater Demon General. More than a dozen huge-sized War Admiral-class giant undead lizard Shadow Eaters swarmed out, and then these shadow creatures began to slaughter up the surrounding slave-class undead. Chapter 119, The Dark Pact. Shadow hooks and tongues, etched armor and shadow claws, and shadow tail bindings, the Shadow Eater soldiers were enough to crush this group of slave-level undead just by using their shadow abilities. In just half a minute's time, however, the slave-level undead within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area were swept away, and even the two small corpse generals that crawled out were quickly split up. Wild Monster Skeleton, Carrion Minor Minion Advancement Stage X510 has been killed, gaining Demon Alchemy points 51,000. Wild Monster Flesh Tumor Corpse General Small War General X2 has been killed, gaining 2,000 Demon Alchemy points.
So Boss Han is an expert. This doesn't look like the Beast Tide Gate. Could it be the Dark Contract?
The short man said with some shock.
Aha!
Han Lan didn't explain too much. There were some things that would be fine to let the others make up their own minds. The powerful mage who conjured up a dozen or so battle general level shadow creatures with his hands, it seems that this trip is basically a sure thing, as long as he doesn't run into a commander level undead, and with the grey garlic inventory in his hand, 20 million will come directly to his hand. The short man swept his gaze at the skeletons approaching hundreds of meters away and spoke, "We'd better hurry up and get out of here. I'm afraid that there are those old ministers in the catacombs who were extremely powerful mages in their lives and transformed into undead generals after their deaths."
You talk away from me. Muffin, who hadn't eaten the grey garlic, spat.
Let's go first. The Shadow Eater clan's dark contract doesn't last very long. Let's get out of here first.
Han Lan urged.
The Black Silk Woman sniffed but watched Han Lan with interest. Leaving behind 5 War Admiral-class Shadow Eaters to break the back, the crowd left the place under the arch of the remaining dozen giant Death Lizard Shadow Eaters. Halfway there, the Black Silk Woman also inquired about the short man's opinion about the land of the undead being so chaotic, and the latter instantly added to the conversation with a stream of words. There are always fine gravels everywhere around the salt pond, and it is said that if they are nourished by the dead air for a long time, they can become the nutrients for the undead. Along the way, there were quite a few wandering undead picking up some fine white sand that had absorbed the energy of the moonlight and the dead zephyr, just like panning for gold in a wave. But they would soon be caught by the crowd, wailing and pouncing, and logically into another group of giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater soldiers.
Not far ahead is Yangyang Village. The night is still long. Let's go there and rest for a while.
The short man pointed at the bottom of that small hill in front and said, "There are rules in the village, and you'd better follow them if you're going in." The burly man reminded everyone. The crowd nodded that there was no problem. All the way forward to the Yangyang village, however, the crowd saw nothing more than a pile of abandoned and messy piles of wood, where there is any village. Looking in another direction, a black dirt, empty except for a few pitted crypts.
You dare to trick us?
The man with a full beard beside the Black Silk Woman immediately said with a few moments of anger.
I don't know what's going on.
The short man's face instantly changed drastically, followed by his gaze turning to the strong man. The burly man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief in his eyes as he began to run, frantically down the slope. However, that land of cluttered wood could not even see a corner of a hut, let alone a village. But the burly man was just as mad as if he had gone mad, and even though there were still a few slave-level undead walking around there, he looked as if he had no care in the world.
This map indicates that Yangyang village is indeed in this location. Lu Ru lowered his head to check the surrounding terrain. Yes, the map is absolutely not wrong. I really didn't lie to you guys.
The short man said hurriedly.
What about the village? I don't know. Unless. The crowd could tell from the stout man's disoriented appearance that it was indeed where Yangyang village was located.
But a whole village heck of a lot has disappeared. There wasn't even the slightest remnant of an abandoned building. All there was a field of black scum.
Is it hard to believe that the dangerous dwelling village wasn't able to escape the undead riots either? Lu Ru questioned and said.
Maybe, it's possible that the new undead rulers don't give much face to these indigenous inhabitants. The crowd headed to the ruins to check it out and found no bodies. Han Lan pointed to the few undead roaming around and voiced his opinion that if the villagers had really met an untimely demise, they might have long since joined the undead's hordes. The short man then stated that he would take the crowd to the next village, Hua village, and after a few grumbles from the Black Silk Woman's 2 attendants, they agreed. The short man dissuaded the strong man some more, suggesting that it was possible that the people of the village had simply migrated, and the latter then pulled himself together to lead the way for the crowd. This is about 2 days away from Huatsuan. Originally I calculated that I would spend the second half of the night here in Yangyang village, and I could save some of the ash and garlic.
Now it seems that we will run out of ash and garlic halfway to Huatsuan.
The short man said to everyone with a serious face. Try to save the grey garlic. If there aren't too many undead, leave it to my Shadow Eater clan to take care of it. If there are too many undead, then eat the grey garlic.
This will last for 2 days, not much of a problem. Han Lan spoke.
Then thanks to Big Boss Han for stepping in along the way. Don't worry, the next time you come to Godu and ask me to be your guide, I'll give you a 95% discount. The short man hastily patted his chest and promised.
Good point. Han Lan responded. According to Hanlon, the second half of the night people didn't use grey garlic all the time.
Instead, the group of giant undead lizard shadow eaters arching around the crowd were so busy that the slave-level undead had a feeling of being fed. All along the way, it was Han Lan's squad of shadow eaters that were out to mouth and devour the wandering undead. The crowd was lucky enough not to have stepped into the land of the catacombs and stayed safe until close to midnight, which was a good way to save a lot of grey garlic.
It'll be light in about another hour.
The short man looked at his watch.
Thought the Gudu undead were so powerful, aren't they just a bunch of stupid corpses with no brains? The bearded attendant, Ally, laughed. Big brother, you mustn't say that, the land of the undead is very evil, you really can't say such things. The strong man spoke up at this time. Rip.
Just as the attendant Ally but scoffed in disbelief, a ghastly white lightning bolt cut through the narrow landscape, and several drops of bean-sized rain were the first to fall.
Spicy Song Paralyzer, it's raining.
The short man cursed at once.
Water Miko cycle.
Han Lan flexed his fingers and 9 rings of ghostly blue water defense formed several flowing ribbons of water, blocking the dense rainwater for the crowd. Lightning struck again, and all of a sudden a patch of blood red ahead, washed over by the rain, was imprinted into the crowd's sight, and blood and water flowed over their feet in a creepy way.
Damn, the blood and water here is getting more and more, I'm afraid there's a big corpse.
The short man judged with his experience.
Chapter 120 Crushing the Sword and Axe Corpse General.
Just the next moment after the short man's words.
Ah!
Suddenly, a hissing that sounded like a heart-plopping jump came from the side. The crowd sniffed and looked, and in the midst of the rain, the shadow of a huge corpse as strong as an ox became clearer and clearer. This giant corpse will have several arms, each arm is clearly holding a rusty knife and axe. The rain washed over this knife and axe, washing down all those air-dried bloodstains, looking even more horrifying. I don't know how many living people have been hacked to death by these several knives and axes.
Corpse General, it's actually a big corpse general. It's over, we're dead.
The short man's face stared at the big corpse general in horror.
Trap it.
At Han Lan's command, several earth giant death lizard shadow eaters executed their earth demonic techniques, turning the place where the sword and axe corpse general had gained a foothold into a muddy clay swamp, and a large number of shadow tentacles quickly spread out from the ground to firmly immobilize his limbs.
Cracking Thunderclaw.
The arc of thunder behind Han Lan flickered, instantly condensing a large golden thundercloud above the head of the sword and axe corpse general. Immediately after a house-sized pure golden thunderclaw lightning-like probe out, will be bound in place cannot move. The knife and axe corpse will be like carrying a small chicken grab, a large number of golden thunderons in its body to travel around, will be even ruthlessly crushed into a ground of bone slag. Wild monster sword and axe corpse general Great War General X1 has been killed, obtaining a pair of blood-hardened swords and axes Blue X1, obtaining War General Great Essence X1, and obtaining Demon Alchemy points 1000.
Just so easy seconds. Killing a great corpse general in seconds?
The short man's jaws opened wide with a shocked expression. He had originally thought that Han Lan was a mage who majored in the summoning lineage and secondarily in the thunder and water lineages, and that apart from the good fortune of contracting a group of dark creatures to serve him, he didn't have too much combat power of his own. But the scene before him slapped him in the face again. Even if it accounted for the shadow creature helping to bind it, being able to kill the great corpse general in a single blow meant that Han Lan's own strength had crushed the other party by a large class, and had also stepped out a long way in the high-class realm. Of course, what the short man was able to see, the black silk woman could naturally think of more between her winks. She couldn't imagine that someone could actually reach this realm at this age, and it seemed to her that Han Lan should be about the same age as her. It even looked like he was a year younger than her, and even though she could do it by pulling out her bottom card, it was ultimately a power that didn't belong to her. The two attendants beside her were even gazing at Han Lan with complicated eyes, so young to already be a high level of the thunder system, the future was even more difficult to limit.
Is it awesome, you Han? Brother Han Yoa, is your lightning control so strong now? Mo Fan said enviously. Awesome, my brother.
The short man nodded hastily.
You're pretty good, Han Handsome. I wonder where you're working.
At this time, the black silk woman twisted her charming body and came over to ask.
Before asking this question, shouldn't a beautiful woman introduce herself first?
Han Lan gazed at the black silk woman in front of him and said. Yi Mengxue, the leaf of leaves, the dream of dreams, the shapely of shapely, you can call me Mengxue. The black silk woman looked serious as she said her name, as if she was afraid that any part of it would be wrong.
My name is Han Lan, I'm a forger and part-time hunter. Does Ms. Yi Mengxue want to make friends with me? Han Lan said as he stared at Asaria's veil. Mo Fan, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh when he heard the name. Is this your temporary Chinese name? Instead of answering positively, the black silk woman asked rhetorically, is there anything odd about that name? Shapely. Dream Shapely. Chinese people seldom name themselves this way. In fact, Suihua would be a little better. You can also add this name to your original surname, such as Elizabeth Suihua, highlighting your profound knowledge of Chinese and foreign proficiency. Mo Fan also said in a serious manner. Don't listen to their nonsense, La, sister, your name is actually very nice. Lu Ru quickly opened her mouth to sell Mo Fan out. The black silk woman also laughed, not caring about this joke that Mo Fan had played with her. Nei, can we call you that too? Ally, the bearded attendant, asked. The black silk woman just glanced at him, and Ally immediately shrunk his head, not daring to say half a word more. If Big Handsome Han is interested in coming to a foreign country to develop, he can prioritize my forces a bit. Can we exchange contact information? The black silk woman took out her cell phone and said. Sure. Han Lan also gave his personal phone number. As a friend, I haven't even seen what you look like yet. What if I can't recognize you if I run into you again later? Hearing this, Asaria then took off her veil, revealing her stunning face that was capable of directly seducing people's souls. Gollum. The crowd present swallowed their mouths. This woman's appearance temperament one belongs to the perfect posture, those ancient subversion of a dynasty of the red-faced scourge. I'm afraid that is not as good as her half of the face. Hiss. Han Lan's waist was suddenly pinched by two small jade white hands at the same time, and then did a 90-degree flip, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch in pain. Helplessly glancing at the fluttering-eyed Lu Xian's two daughters by his side, Han Lan had no choice but to silently incline his head away from admiring Asaria's seductive face. No wonder you're wearing a veil, what a stunning face. Although Han Lan inclined his head, he still gave his assessment. Does it look good? Asaria spoke as she ruffled her forehead hair. Adjectives like good-looking don't fit you anymore. It's not too much of a stretch to say that you're a national treasure. Asaria reminded after she reattached her veil. Fair enough, short man depart. Yeah. After taking care of the sword and axe corpse axe, the group moves forward through the mud with water defenses over their bodies, and when the short man reveals that his group had swept through a blood beast cave nearby a year ago, the group rushes to follow him to that cave to get out of the rain. A few moments later, the short man led the group into a stone cave that was halfway up the mountain, so the group needed to pull the vines up for a while. When the attendant Asen's finger raised his finger, a flame danced at his fingertips. The flames illuminated the cave, and Han Lan vaguely smelled the fishy odor, but the cave was drier, much better than the heavy rain outside. Han Lan had a dozen giant undead lizard shadow eaters stand guard within 100 meters of the cave's perimeter to prevent any wandering undead from approaching. You guys keep watch. The black silk woman, Yi Mengshui, dropped these words and walked in. At this time, Lu Xian and Lu Ru also walked in, as they also needed to change their clothes. The two attendants nodded and immediately guarded the entrance to the cave. Chapter 121. Although the water defense skill blocked all the rain, girls are all beauty lovers, and after a day of rushing around and sweating a little, they wanted to change into new clothes. Since Han Lan had shown that he was ridiculously strong along the way, the few men in the group sat down honestly where they were and roasted the fire. Accompanied by the sound of sizzling coming from the depths of the cavern, as if the clothes slipped over their soft, elastic skin, a group of men looked at each other and felt their mouths dry. Han Lan leaned against the mountain wall and looked at the heavy rain outside, still showing no signs of stopping. If this rain keeps falling, then won't we be stuck here all the time? Mo Fan said. We'll just have to wait and see, the short man spoke helplessly. The crowd sat around the campfire, chatting away while waiting. Han Lan had rushed all day and his stomach had long been empty, so he took out the processed earth blood crocodile meat from the 24 bridges in Moonlight Night, along with some barbecue equipment. Greeting Mo Fan, the two of them threaded the crocodile meat cut into strips onto iron sticks, smeared it with spices and hot sauce, and began to grill it like nobody's business. Within a short time, a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat filled the inside of the cave, and the few people present couldn't help but swallow their mouths, eyeing the crocodile meat skewers on Han Lan's duo's barbecue grill. Come on, at least we're companions, let's kebab together. Han Lan greeted them once, and the short man and the strong man thanked him restrainedly before picking up a few skewers of crocodile meat and grilling them. At this time, the two women, Yi Mengyuan and Lu Xian, also walked out, and Han Lan greeted the crowd once more before those two attendants approached the grill after Yi Mengyuan, who had changed into a purple veil, nodded after eating the grilled crocodile meat skewers. The crowd couldn't afford to keep waiting,
so they began to take the initiative to help Han Lan and the two of them roast the crocodile meat. Speaking of which, what are you doing in this land of the undead, Dream Shapely? Han Lan asked casually as he flipped the crocodile meat skewers on the grill. The black silk woman, Yimeng Shui, blinked her large eyes, and there was a hint of a light and flirtatious smile as she said softly, "There's a co-worker here who doesn't quite fit in, so I came over to talk to her."
"Oh, then what organization are you from?" Fan also opened his mouth to ask. "Parthenon."
"Never heard of," said Fan, very unseen.
"Crowd."
The Parthenon is one of the world's top 10 international organizations, said to be the origin of white magic, and the two giants with the Holy Sanctuary and the Hunters Union will not be inferior to the 5 continents' magic associations in terms of world influence.
However, it is said that the leader of Parthenon Goddess 1 is temporarily vacant, so the world influence in recent years is not as strong as other organizations.
Han Lan explained to Fan.
"Then brother Han Lan, does the goddess have any abilities?" Fan scratched his head and inquired.
It is said that the goddess masters the resurrection divine art that can bring back the dead. I'm not sure about the specifics, these news are not a secret in the international arena. That being said, how come it feels like you don't know anything about Fan? Han Lan said as he ate the kebabs. I'm very busy, just meditating and raising contract partners every day is exhausting, and I still have to find time to accompany my love sister.
Fan smiled smugly and cheaply again.
You can't even plug your mouth with such fragrant blood crocodile meat kebabs.
Han Lan laughed and scolded.
I didn't expect, Han Lan, that you know quite a bit about our Parthenon temple. The black silk woman, Yimeng Shui, looked at the several people with a smiling face.
Slightly aware of that. Han Lan nodded.
The crowd casually chatted and slowly passed the night in the cave where the rain fell and flowed wildly. It had been raining for 3 days in a row, and Han Lan's group was fighting the landlord in a circle, something the group used to pass the time. It's not raining anymore, we can continue on our way now. Suddenly the attendant ally walked back from outside the cave and opened his mouth to say to the few people.
What, do you guys still want to go to Hua village?
The short man looked at the few people in front of him and said suspiciously.
Definitely. Fan said.
Han Lan nodded and said, it's not good to stop halfway.
Yimeng Shui nodded in the same way.
I say several bosses, I know that you're all very powerful, but I've heard from others before that there had been a Fury Abyss near Hua village. If we accidentally step on the Fury Abyss, even if we have hundreds of lives, we'll die a bonker's death.
The short man couldn't help but persuade. Either refund your money or hit the road. Fan said very directly.
Refunding the money, that's impossible, the money that went into my pocket, not a single steel bouncer wants to take it out again. The short man screamed as if it was his little life that Fan wanted.
Then let's hit the road. Han Lan spoke up.
I'm also going to make a trip to Huatsuan. I haven't been back to Yangyang village for years, although I don't know why my uncle always doesn't let me go back, but this time when I came back and saw that the village had disappeared, I'm saying that I have to find out what's going on. The strong man, Fong Youmiao, said with a serious face. After all, they were family, so he had to find out the reason why the villagers had disappeared no matter what, and I was afraid that if he was going to find that answer, he would have to go next door to Hua village. The only person here who had any idea of hitting the road was the short man, so he was basically being carried by a few people. The journey wasn't too peaceful either. Even though the group had avoided some of the large catacombs as much as possible, there were still quite a few warlord-class undead with minions that came to attack in the middle of the journey, and then all went into the stomachs of a dozen or so giant undead lizard shadow eaters. Half a day later, the group arrived at Hua village.
The crowd was once again hit by the empty village and confused. How come the Wachan people are missing too?
Slowly stepping into the village path is a mess. There are destroyed wooden houses, there are scattered haystacks everywhere, and some brown blood smeared.
It's obvious that this place is under attack, but why is there no one there? Thirsty me, hatchling, get me some water to drink.
The short man said to the strong man as he sat on his butt on the ground. The burly man carried a wooden basin close to Huatsuan's well, and just as he approached the wellhead pondering how to pump the water, a human face sprang out. The strong man was taken aback, and it turned out that the people of Huatsuan were hiding inside the well. Huatsuan's villagers saw that someone had come to rescue them, so they drilled out of the well. The well didn't look very big, but it was enough to hide more than 100 people. By the time the last man and woman climbed out of the well at the same time, one of them was none other than Zhang Xiaoho. Overjoyed, Fan rushed up in an arrow step and aimed a bear hug at Zhang Xiaoho.
You? What are you doing?
Su Xiaoluo on the side questioned as she glared at this outsider who had suddenly struck out at Zhang Xiaoho.
I'm his big brother Fan. This girl I want to ask, was it you who saved the monkey? Fan turned his head to Su Xiaoluo on the side and inquired. Chapter 122 Escorting Villagers. Su Xiaoluo hurriedly opened her mouth and explained, "You are his friend? Well, great, he was picked up by me outside the village, at that time he was seriously injured, it was me who saved him, and it seems like he doesn't remember anything." Zhang Xiaoho also looked at Fan, his eyes filled with confusion. You know him? Su Xiaoluo's heart was delighted as she hurriedly said to Fan. The monkey should have lost his memory, now let's get him out of here, it's not a good place to stay. Han Lan said. It's good that you didn't die, it's good that you didn't die when you stepped on the horse. Fan patted him and took another deep breath. Han Lan walked over and patted Zhang Xiao monkey's shoulder with his hand, then placed it on top. It then attempted to summon that Wind Giant King Lizard Shadow Eater of the War Admiral Advancement Stage. Ha! However, in the extreme distance came the response of the Wind Giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater soldier. Han Lan turned his head to look, and that direction was Gudu. Monkey, why are you so stupid? The bottom card I gave you was for you to save your own little life. Han Lan rebuked in slight anger. Brother Han, what's wrong? Fan asked with some confusion. I sent a Wind Giant Outlaw Lizard Shadow Eater of the War Admiral Advancement Stage to hide in the little monkey's shadow to protect him, but I didn't expect that this stupid kid would actually leave the chance to escape to his teammates. Han Lan explained to the few people. What? Several people present were somewhat shocked, and then gazed at Zhang Xiaoho with a complicated expression. I just checked, it's possible that they ran into a commander-class undead or a high-level mage intercepting them halfway, but of course, the biggest possibility is that they ran into the Fury Abyss. Han Lan opened his mouth after pondering for a moment. And what is the Breaking Abyss? Fan asked without seeing it on a daily basis. The Fury Abyss is a hell furnace, can also be said to be the pit of 10,000 corpses. To put it bluntly, once this thing appears in the land of the undead, then at least the minimum should also pull the purple alert. Super ranked mages have to wait in the wings. To put it in a more serious way, even forbidden spell mages may also fall in this hell furnace. Han Lan said with a serious expression. Monkey, do you still remember me? How unworthy you are with this injury, why don't you know to protect yourself? Fan patted Zhang Xiaoho's back where he was rambling. Zhang Xiaoho, who originally had a stagnant expression, suddenly had his eyes moist and faintly flickered with tears. Little Ho, do you remember me? I am your big brother Fan. Seeing this, Fan thought that Zhang Xiaoho had remembered himself and hurriedly opened his mouth to keep talking about the bits and pieces of the two of them in the past. Alright Fan, you can't rush things like recovering your memory, let's go back to the ancient capital first and then think long and hard about it. Han Lan advised. Han Lan knew that Zhang Xiaoho's amnesia was caused by Black Jiao Pavilion's forgetful insect tactics, but he later remembered that in order to uproot Black Jiao Pavilion, a major tumor, from the Gudu, he chose to feign madness and pretend that he was still in a state of amnesia. But his brother-in-arms, Fan, came a long way to look for himself, and Zhang Xiaoho was still stimulated and awakened a little memory. Monkey, come, Brother Fan will take you back. Fan said with a solemn face. Good. Zhang Xiaoho's tone was still a bit raw, and with great difficulty, he squeezed the word out from between his teeth. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoho's matter had come to an end, Han Lan turned his head to look at Strongman Fang Yumiao, who was not far away, and spoke, Strongman, go inform the villagers here that we can escort them back to the ancient capital on the way, and tell them to hurry up and pack up and get out of here. The burly man nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and then rushed off to discuss the matter with the village head of Hua Village. But in the end, a surprising 3/4 of the villagers decided to stay, convinced that the village's sacred well would shelter them, and said they would stay hidden in the well through the calamity. Everyone listen to me, this boss is called Han Lan, he's a high-level mage, he'll protect us, it's safest to hurry to the ancient capital now. The burly man was still persuading the villagers bitterly. Young Miaoa, don't you lie, just these few young boys, can they still protect us? An older woman said skeptically. That's right, Brother Hong Jun and the village chief are also magicians, and the village chief, who is a middle-ranked mage, wouldn't dare to boast about this. A few more young men joined forces to yell. The crowd questioned up, Han Lan also lazy to explain, sometime again how long-winded, but also not as good as the appropriate show of muscle to the ground. Silent thunder, death light thunder arm. A round of lavender thunder arced like a python as it spread out, forming a lightning force field with Han Lan as the center of the circle. He then swung his thunderbolt arm fist hard towards the back of that village. Boom! The upper part of the 100-meter tall hill was directly flattened,
countless debris splashed in all directions, and in the eyes of these villagers of Dangerous Dwelling Village, it was just like the scene of the thunder god's wrath that came into view. The power of high-level magic was something that these ordinary villagers had never seen in their lives, and they all had a big change in attitude, surrounding Han Lan with a round of bragging and praising. Now everyone in the village believed that Han Lan had the ability to escort them to the ancient capital, and even some stubborn old wall sconces were willing to evacuate together. After the crowd packed up their things, they followed Han Lan and set off in the direction of the ancient capital. Yi Mengyong and his two attendants also opened their mouths to say goodbye. After all, they still had their own things to do, and would not get involved in such things as escorting the villagers. Han Lan allowed Mo Fan and the others to take a dozen or so warlord-class giant death lizard shadow eater soldiers to go ahead, while he himself stayed behind in Hua village. Although the crowd was a bit curious as to why he stayed here, they silently kept their mouths shut when they saw a dozen or so 40+ meter long shadow creatures escorting them closely along the road. After bringing all the people to leave, Han Lan took out a bunch of clean containers that had been prepared long ago from the small world and pumped out all the water inside that well. Part of the water source inside Huatsuan's well was the same effect as Bo City's Earth Sacred Spring, and its effect could be used to restrain the upgraded Berserker's Spring made by Black Jiao Pavilion 9 Spectre's Dew. The effect of this 9 Spectre's Dew was simple: it allowed undead creatures to move freely even during the daytime, without relying on substances such as dead chi. The reason why the other 6 dangerous villages outside of the Guduan boundary were slaughtered was because the Black Jiao Pavilion had targeted their well water so that it could be used to create this 9 Spectre's Dew. Han Lan collected all the water from the Kuan Jing, and then with a few consecutive instantaneous movement leap, he followed the position of Mo Fan and the others. The rest of the road went smoothly, even though there were several hundred villagers to escort, with Han Lan's high-ranking cultivation sitting in the background. Lucien, the pair of blood sisters, kept using shadow-based magic to strangle the approaching undead. A dozen or so warlord-class giant death lizard shadow eater soldiers, on the other hand, were separated on both sides to form a pocket formation, protecting the group of commoner villagers. Chapter 123 Red Lotus Godzilla Wreckage. The small groups of undead along the way were attracted by the scent of the living, and before they could even get close to a few hundred meters in circumference, they were all turned into rations for the Shadow Eater soldiers. Since there was no Fanggu to come and lead a sneak attack, after a day or so, Han Lan and his group arrived at the ancient capital with several hundred villagers without incident, more than half a day faster than in the original. During this period, Han Lan also took the time to find the skeletal devouring demon whose strength had reached the commander class advancement stage and left a portal mark on its body. The guard mages guarding the city gates were also surprised that there were still high-ranking mages willing to go out of the city and bring back hundreds of villagers safely. After safely escorting the villagers of Hua village to within 100 meters of the outer city wall of the ancient capital, Han Lan retrieved a group of Shadow Eater soldiers, and a group of aunties and mothers of Hua village even ran up to a few of them and praised Han Lan for his display of magical talent and youthfulness. Han Lan politely refused the good intentions of a group of matchmakers who wanted to introduce him to a distant niece, a young woman who was still alive. This scene of 7 aunts and 8 aunts reminds him of his previous life, the New Year's home alone into the village entrance, by the side of the road by 2 rows of old ladies chatting on melon seeds from the head to the end of the horror scene. After getting rid of the group of villagers, Han Lan had Lucien find an excuse to leave halfway, but in reality, he was secretly tailing a group of Huatsuan residents to make sure to catch that middle-rank necromancer Fanggu. Since Zhang Xiaoho's memory hadn't fully recovered yet, Mo Fan asked the medical girl Su Xiaoluo to take care of him more, and several people present could see that Su Xiaoluo liked Zhang Xiaoho, so they created opportunities for the two to spend time alone. After temporarily dealing with Zhang Xiaoho's matter, Mo Fan was full of enthusiasm and invited Han Lan to join him at his class reunion, but was politely rejected by Han Lan. The reason is very simple: Han Lan is not familiar with Mubai, Zhoumin and others, although Mubai's achievements in the middle and late stages are very high, and is also a tragic character in the original, incarnated in the fallen angels to play with the Dark King. This boldness alone is extremely rare and valuable. However, in this situation, Han Lan still had to create a bottom card for the upcoming ancient capital catastrophe, so after politely declining Mo Fan's gracious invitation, he returned to his hotel room with Lu Ru. Lu Ru thought that Han Lan was going to do something bad again, and her slightly red face was ready to let him bully her when she did. Han Lan, however, only lightly kissed her forehead, then barked a word beside her delicate jade-white little ears, telling Lu Ru to escort her in the living room, and that he himself was going to start a new round of the alchemy feast. Lu Ru nodded her head obediently, and then, with a small, serious face, she stood guard at the living room. Han Lan called up the system panel and first checked the demon alchemy points hunting record of the Shadow Eater Core. Wild Monster Minion Level Skeleton, Carrion Minor Minion Advancement Stage X7238 has been killed, gaining Demon Alchemy Point 723800. Wild Monsters Silver Bone Demon General, White Spectre Ghost General, Carrion Tumor Corpse General. Little Warlord Big Warlord X 157 killed, 157,000 Demon Alchemy points earned. Since it was the dozen or so giant Death Lizard Shadow Eater soldiers that struck out along the way, there were no material drops, but the nearly 1 million Demon Alchemy points were barely enough to look at. Han Lan glanced at the total Demon Alchemy points, which amounted to 5,720,000, which could support him with 5 rounds of orange quality 10 consecutive draws.
Card drawing roulette activated.
Sitting on the ground, Han Lan opened the system panel and clicked on the black pointer to draw cards, and the total Demon Alchemy points fell to 472,000. A flash of orange light floated in front of Han Lan. Out of orange, I hope it's not a small bailout. Ding 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 ding, the black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. Red Lotus Godzilla Wreckage. Quality, orange. Description: from a world where titanic beasts run rampant, Red Lotus Godzilla is one of the most powerful forms of the race, and a certain legendary Godzilla is rumored to have defeated a cosmic monster, the three-headed King Ghidorah. In this form, sadly, this Red Lotus Godzilla Wreckage lost 2 of its most important items, and thus is downgraded to an orange quality, which will go back to Stone Age.
Godzilla, let this world burn. Cinnabar Beads. Quality, orange.
Description: from a world where men and elves coexist, this is a pearl with a vermilion glow, and underneath its extraordinary appearance lies a powerful mystical super-ancient force. Burn, the wrath of the Lord of the Earth. Airstream Jade. Quality, purple. Note: from a world where the beasts are the main theme, the revitalization of the ocean depths of the airflow of the condensation of the precious jade, for the proficiency of the creatures of this power is very beneficial. Today's pinnacle match lost a good gasso, but still have to keep around filial piety. Magic Scroll Angel Guardian Boundary X5. Quality, purple. Description: from a traditional Western fantasy world, strictly speaking, the effect of this magic scroll is equivalent to a magic array. Each Angel Guardian boundary can be opened to shelter a radius of 200 kilometers of territory, and the Guardian boundary can be stacked without limit. Often used by the Church of Light to win the hearts of the people, non-sword saints and magicians are difficult to break the full force of the attack. Universal Advancement Stone. Quality, purple. Description: from an online game world, can be any blue-purple quality props materials items 50% advanced to orange quality, advanced failed to retain the material without loss. The advancement stone is a one-time item, use with caution evolution, and then knock the enemy down. Immunity Stone. Quality, purple. Description: from a canyon-like game world, only active skill immunity, gain 3 seconds of domination effect, cooldown, 1 hour. A power left over from ancient times. It is the state sought by Fuso warriors, able to shield themselves from all external forces and use the truest physical power to fight. Not bad. I'm surprised there are 2 orange quality items this time. Those 5 scrolls of magic will help me build up my power in the future, and the Jade of Airflow can be given to Lokia if I want. The Universal Advancement Stone is kept in the bottom of the box. As for that Stone of Immunity from the King's Glory store, it can be collected to build a special magic weapon in the future. Take advantage of the fact that your hand is still good today, so let's continue while the iron is hot. A trace of joy flashed across Han Lan's face as he said, "Card drawing roulette, 2.0 th launch." Han Lan gently clicked the black pointer to draw a card, and the total Demon Alchemy points fell to 372,000. A flash of orange light floated in front of Han Lan. Out of orange again, I hope it's not a big bailout. Ding 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 ding, the black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. Famous Sword Shurdan. Quality, orange. Description: from a canyon-like game world, small increase in physical attack and energy stamina recovery speed, unique passive skill Dark Curtain, the equipped person will not die immediately when fatal damage is dealt to him, gaining brief invincibility and increasing movement speed by 30% for 1 second, cooldown, 2 hours. Once the famous sword is shattered, the gods give thanks. Put the world on mute and listen to the sound of the famous sword shattering. Chapter 124 Cloak of Magic Levitation, Primal Grotto. I wipe, this is awesome, but it is the hottest equipment in the former glory of the king, in the Armored Father, Li Xin, these super fierce heroes. This equipment in the late stage can be said to be against the odds. It's no less than that mage-type hero who brings his own famous sword Yixing. Han Lan saw that the card draw roulette will had actually made the famous sword Shifu whole, and it simply shocked him for a whole year. Han Lan was shocked, but the card drawing roulette will continued. Magic Floating Cloak. Quality, orange. Description: from a world where humans, gods, and xenobiotics coexist and are extremely chaotic, Ability 1 can zoom in infinitely until it covers the entire solar system. Ability 2 has the ability to summon over long distances or even across dimensions. Ability 3 aids in combat, with a certain stock of magical knowledge. Ability 4 self-repair. Ability 5 imprisonment binding. Ability 6 super toughness. Ability 7 levitation plus flight. Ancient and powerful. Dormammu, I'm here to make a deal. You and I are trapped in this same moment in an infinite loop. Earthshock cores. Quality: orange. Description: coming from a world where the defense of beasts is the main theme, this magic core contains the power to control earth tremors and trigger volcanic eruptions, perfect for earth attribute creatures. The earth trembles, kid. Today I'll show you what it means to have the earth shattered by stone and the sky crumbled. Divine Shattered Core Undead. Quality: orange. Note, from a world where the Imperial Beast is the main theme, it is half of a supreme undead Imperial Beast's shattered core of divinity, containing its understanding and realization of the power of the undead, as well as a small infusion of divine power. Bleed for me. Your howling sickens me. Me is war, and your bones will be used to polish my sharp axe. Magic Chocolate 7 PCS 10 PCS 1 box. Quality: purple. Description: restore half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and double the strength of energy attacks within an hour. Hey, brother, do you think I smell good, Omega? Han Lan ignored the systematic banter within the Magic Chocolate interface and began to check up on the haul from the second orange card draw. After opening the Eye of Truth, Han Lan took the lead in completing the blood recognition of the Stone of Immunity with the famous sword Shifu, and then gave the Jade of Airflow to Lokia to devour. The burgundy-colored magic floating cloak was also summoned by Han Lan, and with the help of the Eye of Truth, successfully completed the recognition ceremony. After the magic float cloak finished recognizing its owner, it automatically adjusted its body shape to fit on Han Lan and erected a high wind-blocking mage collar at the position of his collar. At the same time, Han Lan was holding his breath as he felt some of the magical knowledge coming from the magic floating cloak, the power of knowledge that originated from the Marvel Universe, which instantly benefited him. After more than 10 minutes, Han Lan awoke from a metaphysical state, and after going to the bathroom to wash his face, he set out on his goal. Create a powerful alchemical creature like no other. Red Lotus Godzilla Wreckage Orange plus Vermilion Pearl Orange plus Earth-Shaking Demon Core Orange plus Earth Dragon Heart Orange plus Monarch Essence Orange. Han Lan ticked off the 5 materials, adding them to the alchemy pool. Begin alchemy. System tip: the quality of the first-ranking alchemy material is detected to be orange, and this alchemy consumes 100,000 demon alchemy points. Only 372,000 demon alchemy points 100000 was seen on the system panel, and the 5 materials were dropped in with it. A metaphysical black backdrop like an ink black stream of water appeared in front of Han Lan. Alchemy pool tip: please depict the alchemy creature form alchemy celestial treasure efficacy, which will affect the success rate based on the alchemy creature body rationality. Alchemy celestial treasure efficacy rationality. Han Lan immediately used his spiritual power as a guide and began to think about drawing on the background board, a burst of lines with mysterious power quickly appearing on it. With an unprecedented collection of 5 orange materials, Han Lan wanted to realize the bold and crazy alchemy inspiration deep inside his heart and put it all into the alchemy pool. The last mysterious line is completed and the 3D creature graphic on the alchemy pool gradually lights up. Alchemy pool evaluation: alchemy creature body arrangement reasonability 100%, alchemy success rate 100%. 3 option boxes appeared: 1 to alchemize immediately, 2 to forego alchemy, and 3 to use a prop card. Immediate alchemy, Han Lan murmured in his mind while clicking on option 1. The 5 materials in the alchemy pool directly turned into streams of light and threw them into the alchemy backdrop, while the picture on the backdrop became more and more vivid and real, and after a few seconds, the prime beast on the alchemy drawing board lifted its head. The towering prime beast's body was in the shape of a semi-curved bowed back, its head, spine, and all parts of its body were flowing with crimson hot molten lava, and its house-sized dark red vertical pupils were furiously soaring with battle intent. The prime beast's 2 mountainous claws were covered in dark red lines of molten magma that extended all the way down to the pale white sharp claws, and its head showed a wavy layer of flat, sharp bone. The dark side of its body is gray, with large obsidian black bony spikes protruding from the head, torso, and tail. It was precisely mirrored by the thick and semi-curved bulldozer-like hook and tooth giant tail at its tail, and its whole body was covered with red as fire lava armor, with a pair of lava beast legs that were like pillars holding up the sky supporting its whole body's monarch aura. Blue spikes also grow within the seams of the skin, and can be seen as it builds up its strength. It has an omega icon pattern on the rounded part of its arms, leg armor, and other roots. It seemed like it could cause the earth to tremble, with the eruption of a supervolcano, just by standing still. The height and length of the prime beast was not very obvious in the alchemy pool panel, but Han Lan estimated that it was at least 1,000 meters. That's right, Han Lan perfectly replicated the alchemy material based on this time, and alchemized the primal Gullador, the divine beast that dominates the earth in Pokemon. Q. Alchemy successful, please name it. Han Lan's eyes glittered and he chose to name it, Primordial Gullador. Naming is confirmed. Alchemical creature, Primordial Grotto. Talents, creating controlling earth earthquake, creating controlling volcano molten, telepathy, endgame purgatory. Abilities, Blade of the Bluff, Lava Fury, Earth Power, Lava Earth Armor, Flash Flame Charge, Heart of Molten Fire. Sword of the Cliffs effect active, Primordial Grotto summons countless magma to coalesce into pillars of stone to attack a single target. This attack is accompanied by a seismic rupture strike. Effect passive effect, also strengthens Lava Earth Armor, rebounding half the damage of all attacks received next. Lava Fury effect passive effect, Primordial Gullador induces a volcanic eruption. The higher your own vitality the more damage you do, doubling your combat power when in a volcanic area. Effect passive effect, attaches a lava mark to a single target, doubling the damage it receives from flame and lava based attacks. A new lava mark cannot be added to a single target until it is killed, and can be cancelled voluntarily. When attacked by an enemy that carries a lava mark, it is immune to a portion of the damage. Chapter 125, The 5 Thunderous Drums. Earth Power effect passive effect, when you stand on the earth, you gain the blessing of the earth, which restores your wounds, stamina, and energy. Effect passive effect, can actively absorb the power of the earth to temporarily strengthen its own combat power. Lava Earth Armor effect passive effect, immunity to displacement controls such as freeze, knockout, and expel. Effect passive effect, deals double damage to flying creatures and bounces a small portion of all damage dealt to itself back to the attacker. Flash Flame Charge effect active effect, wraps itself in flames and magma, while consuming a small portion of its life force to launch an all-out charge. Effect passive effect, when you activate this skill with less than half of your life value, you will temporarily increase the damage by double. Heart of Molten Fire effect passive effect, when Primal Gullador takes lethal damage, he is immune to this attack and enters a form of molten fire that lasts for 30 minutes, with all damage taken while in molten fire form converted to a molten fire shield. Effect passive effect, at the end of the molten fire state, Primal Gullador strength will be reduced by 1 minor level, and the molten heart cooldown period is 30 days. Current level, Supreme Monarch trainable. System description, this is a Monarch level Elf Earth King that has mastered the power of rules, and has been able to establish a pack of its own. As the alchemy was completed, 10% of Primal Gullador's mental power and physical qualities were fed back to Han Lan, strengthening his cultivation capital. The spiritual realm on the system panel jumped twice, 7th realm early stage. As his spiritual power reached the great realm of the 7th realm, the entire world in Han Lan's eyes changed subtly, and his increase for the subdimensional magic reached the level of a minor heavenly species. It's really, Tycho Spice, the Primal Gullador is not only the master of the earth, but at the same time, it has to have output, it has to have candor, and most importantly, it has immunity to death. Although it's only a short 30 minutes and will also lower the strength level, in addition to the cooldown time of 30 days, but the flaws don't cover up the good. Even if I'm facing a forbidden spell mage, I now have a certain level of confidence. Han Lan said with surprise on his face. And the strategic significance of the original Solid Colorado is far more than that. In the original late in the Pacific Ocean waters of the Siren Army full-scale invasion, a lot of coastal countries will be swallowed directly by the sea territory. And the original Gullador had the ability to make control land and expand the continental plates among his talents. The original Solidado had a powerful ability to control light and heat, vaporizing flooded areas or causing volcanic eruptions to produce lava to create land. It is the embodiment of the earth, when the earth that carries life is the hope of the people of China. In the event of an invasion by the Siren Legion, the thick earth and hot magma will banish the murky, damp waters, expanding this stagey Chinese territory toward the Pacific Ocean at full speed. Ahem, the thought has gone a bit far. In the moment at hand, the Primal Gullador is Han Lan's bottom card against the upcoming catastrophe of the ancient capital. However, relying on the Primal Solidado to stop the corpse of the mountain peaks was not enough. A purple alert would be sounded outside the Enrollment in the state of the ancient capital cataclysm, which meant that even if one's cultivation had reached the level of a super-ranked mage, it would be very difficult to survive outside the Enrealm. And there was also a need to open up a squad that went straight to the Fury Abyss, and that time was when there was truly a lot of life and corpses all over the place. Therefore, Han Lan still had to strengthen his own combat power for another wave, and by then, his enemy would most likely be that 8 deadly monarch, and Han Lan also had to find a way to get his hands on the Evil Armor Emperor's robe. The Evil Armor Emperor's robe could be said to be an artifact of the undead lineage in the world of full-time mages, and while it possessed the power of a step to the heavens, it also harbored a deadly crisis. According to the description in the original story, there was an evil soul attached to this Evil Armor Emperor's robe, and no matter how Han Lan dealt with this undead divine artifact, he would have to get rid of this hidden danger first. After all, the ancient king had still left behind 2 supreme divine artifacts for the future of China, the Fatal Abyss and this Evil Armored Emperor's robe. Of course, the little loach pendant that Imofan wore around his neck was also a backhand. In the Devil's Capital Cataclysm and the later stages of the original, without the miles of green dragons incarnated in the little mudskipper pendant coming out of nowhere, the Cold Moon Eyes demon god might have literally led the Siren dynasty to bring down the Devil's capital and banish the humans to the barren western region. Han Lan recalled the big events in the original story, then placed his mind on the orange quality card drawing roulette wheel. Card drawing roulette, activated. Han Lan gently clicked the black pointer to draw a card, and the total demon alchemy points fell to 272,000. A flash of orange light quickly surfaced in front of Han Lan. It's orange again, let's hope something good comes out. Ding 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 ding, the black pointer made 10 consecutive crunching sounds, and 10 items appeared in the grid. 5 thunder drums. Quality, orange. Description: from a continental world where martial arts, devilry, organism and other inherited powers flourish, it is one of the most powerful powers in the continental world, and is comparable to that of a cleric when practiced to a great extent. The inheritance of this 5 thunder's shock drums contains the thunder of the 5 elements, as well as a method of utilizing the power of celestial thunder to quench the body, which can be used in both long-distance attacks and melee battles. All the thunder in the world is for my use. Only the most shocking thunder can shatter the heaviest darkness. Wherever the thunder reaches, nothing will be destroyed. I am the Heavenly Emperor. Universal Advancement Stone. Quality, orange. Description: from an online game world, can be any purple-orange quality props materials items 50% advanced to red quality, advanced failed to retain the material without loss. The advancement stone is a one-time item, use with caution evolution, and then knock the enemy down. Magic chocolate 8 boxes 10 pieces 1 box set. Quality, purple. Description: restore half of the energy value and mental strength of the eater, and double the strength of energy attacks within an hour. Hey, brother, do you think I smell good, Omega? The luck this time is average, it's breathless enough to draw 8 boxes of magic chocolate, but this is the first time I've seen this orange quality universal advancement stone. Han Lan sighed helplessly, he was indeed a bit greedy. These 3 rounds of orange quality 10 consecutive card draws were actually quite high quality. Han Lan then shifted his gaze to the orange quality 5 Thunderquake drum, first arranging a Stygian Water Guardian boundary before he took it out. 5 palm-sized purple thunder drums slowly transformed from virtual to real in front of Han Lan. It hovered silently in midair, and the thunder elements in heaven and earth were cheering for it as large swaths of purple thunder elemental light points began to spontaneously converge in the direction of Han Lan's location. Based on Han Lan's memories of his previous life, the legacy of this 5 Thunderquake drum was instantly judged to have come from the King's Continent, where Chang'an City's brachycephalic minister, Xinxia, was a key figure. Chapter 126: The Coming Catastrophe. In the backstory of King's Glory, Xinxia, after the tragic death of his best friend, embarks on an adventurous quest to find the power that can transform a mortal into one with the power of a god. Xinxia trekked through mountains and rivers along the way, and after 1,000 hardships, he was finally recognized by the power of the 5 thunder-shaking drums inheritance. Subsequently, he helped to defend Chang'an City against foreign enemies, and laid the groundwork for the nightless prosperity of the city of Chang'an during the flourishing era of the Great Tang Dynasty. Later on, the moon descendant of the desert land in the clouds, the mistress of the butterfly in the clouds, Haiyu, wants to eradicate the new inheritor of the 5 Thunderquake drums for the sake of Emperor Jun's dominance, thus eradicating the new inheritor of the 5 Thunderquake drums. After Xinxia puts the 5 thunder-shocking drums legacy under full control in the ruins of the capital, he fights a duel with Haiyu, and everything goes to the unknown. Looking at the 5 thunderbolt drum inheritance that was close at hand, Han Lan no longer hesitated. Opening the Eye of Truth, he forced out a drop of his heart's essence blood and merged it into the 5 thunderbolt drum inheritance that was suspended in mid-air. The 5 palm-sized purple thunder drums trembled instantly after integrating into the heart's essence blood, and in the next second, they turned into a lavender stream of light that drilled into Han Lan's chest. Put! Han Lan's blouse directly exploded into a field of crumbs, but fortunately, the magic floating cloak was hidden in a corner by Han Lan's prior order.
His hair instantly transformed into a dazzling silver-white color like lightning and was lengthening. Han Lan's body, which had originally been strengthened by the heroic inheritance Lan's demonic shark, was once again baptized by lightning. The silver-white shoulder-length hair was constantly flowing with lightning ons and arcs, and the power of heavenly lightning began to quench and strengthen every inch of flesh, blood, and bones in Han Lan's body. Half an hour later, the power of the heavenly thunder gradually dissipated, eventually inscribing a miniature seal in the shape of a five-sided thunder drum on Han Lan's chest. Han Lan's pure golden thunder star river had also successfully broken through to the third level of the high order with the help of the heavenly thunder's power to infuse it. Looking down at the blouse on the floor, which had crumbled into a scrap, Han Lan shook his head and was about to find a new piece of clothing to put on when the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It turned out that Lu Ru was uneasy about his safety, and after the power of the heavenly thunder in Han Lan's room dissipated, she hurriedly pushed her way in to check up on his well-being. "Master, are you all right? Did you break through your cultivation just now?" The power of lightning was so strong that Ru Ru only dared to approach you now. Lu Ru stared at Han Lan with big eyes full of worry, full of self-reproach. "Xiao Ru, don't worry, I just fused a lightning inheritance just now. Don't you see that I'm in pretty good health now?" Han Lan, with his angular 8-pack abs bare, said to the blood girl Lu Ru. Unexpectedly, Lu Ru suddenly crimsoned her pink and white face and lowered her head, but her figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Lan, and her small cherry mouth directly blocked his lips. Han Lan fell into a momentary state of confusion, then immediately reacted and began to turn the tables. The clothes of both Han Lan and Lu Ru gradually disappeared into thin air, and then they quickly collapsed onto the hotel's large bed. Han Lan played a journey of grace with the Sage's Stone as his main attacker, using Lu Ru as the score. An hour later, Han Lan broke away from Lu Ru's tenderness and let the exhausted blood girl rest in her room to recover her strength. Afterwards, he opened the portal and handed over the half of the orange-quality undead-type divinity Shattered Core to the wreck-eating bone demon for absorption. Perhaps because of the special nature of divine energy, the devouring skeleton demon was smoothly promoted to the lesser monarch level after absorption, and the entire process was as simple as eating and drinking water. On the contrary, the 10% power feedback from the devouring bone demon's promotion to the monarch level didn't have as immediate an effect for Han Lan as it had before, but it was still much stronger than the feedback from a unified alchemy creature. After dealing with this matter, Han Lan was ready to go to the highest speaker of the ancient capital's Bell Tower Magic Association, Han Silence, to see if he could mobilize mage power from the outside world to come and support the ancient capital. Or perhaps revealing in advance Black Jiao Pavilion's plot to use the Dew of 9 Sephiroths to lay rain and allow undead creatures to move around even during the day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Han Lan arrived at the hospitality hall on the second floor of the Clock Tower Magic Association, and after explaining his purpose to the guards, he was told to wait in place for a moment. 5 minutes later, a group of executives walked out of the conference room, and Han Lan saw the only female elder at a glance, which was none other than Elder Lingxi of the Hunters Alliance, also known as Sarung herself. Han Lan looked at the crowd once more with his face as normal, and only after they had all left did Han Silence receive him. "Young and talented, Han Lan, you're so young to have obtained 4 votes for the State House to become a member of the Inner Circle. I don't know what you're looking for me for?" Han Silence took a sip of tea and laughed lightly. "Late Han Lan, meet President Han Silence. I've come to the ancient capital to discover a message about the Black Jiao Pavilion. I wonder if the secrecy of this place is safe?" Han Lan spoke faintly. "Of course it's safe. I wonder what little friend Han Lan has found out about the Black Jiao Pavilion. Could it be the blue-clothed deacon?" Han Silence activated a device on the table, and a circle of translucent white boundaries wrapped the entire room, after which he inquired with a solemn expression on his face. "It's about the whereabouts of Cardinal Sarung of the Black Jiao Pavilion, and was in the group that went out just now," Han Lan said in a shocking voice. "Is that true? Then do you have proof?" Han Silence's face was unprecedentedly grave. "A defiler friend of mine overheard the plot of the Black Jiao Pavilion when he traveled to the village of Dangerous Dwellings on a rescue mission. The Black Jiao Pavilion blood washed 6 villages and extracted the water of the Kuanjing to make the 9 specters do, which only serves one purpose, and that is to allow undead creatures to move around freely even during the day." Han Silence's face changed drastically. If the undead creatures could move freely even during the day, then it would be a catastrophe for the ancient capital. However, Han Lan's next words caused his face to grow more and more shocked. "This potion, called 9 Specters Dew, will be mixed in the rain by Black Sculptor Pavilion using a special technique to make this heavy rain shine through the ancient capital, which is also the most crucial part of Black Sculptor Pavilion's plan." "Rain?" Han Silence sniffed and glanced at the sky outside. When Bo City was on blood alert, it was the yellow turbid rain that had been falling. Doesn't President Han Silence find this scene familiar?
Han Lan's words made his eyelids flutter, and Han Silence quickly recalled that the entire city was in such a state during the Bo City disaster. The Scarlet Alert in Bo is just an appetizer, and their key plan is on this ancient capital. This reign of the 9 Sephiroths is nothing more than a trigger, but the ultimate goal is not even worth mentioning in comparison.
Han Lan continued. And what is the ultimate purpose of the Black Augur Pavilion?
Han Silence inquired with a trembling tone. The information given by Han Lan was too much information. Once the Black Jiao Pavilion plan succeeded, he couldn't imagine what kind of havoc the ancient capital would suffer. Awaken that 1,000-year-old dead ruler, the thing that followed Gudu in the same era. Han Lan said word for word.
How much credibility do you have in that?
Han Silence would rather believe that Han Lan was joking with him at the moment, simply because the repercussions of this incident were too heavy. That's all I'm going to say. President Han Silence can formulate a plan on his own to try and find out whether Sarung is in the group of executives that just went out or not, and then we'll know if what I'm saying is true or not. Chapter 127: The Reappearance of the Fierce Abyss. Also, I suggest you ask for help from the Forbidden City Extended Magic Society. There is not much time left for Gudu. Han Lan turned around and walked out of the soundproof boundary after he finished speaking, leaving Han Silence to ponder in place with a complicated expression. Han Lan made another call to Ling Qing, recounting the effects of Black Jiao Pavilion's new berserk potion and asking her to try to send some experts to support the ancient capital as much as possible. Ling Qing expressed his half-belief on the other end of the phone, so Han Lan had to throw out a killer statement that he had traced the identity information of the suspected archdeacon of Hu Jin, which made Ling Qing agree to it. Walking out of the Bell Tower Magic Association, Han Lan came straight to the North City Wall. At this time, but the evening 7:30, but for the undead creatures, it is again to the daily work clocking time. A large number of slave-level skeletons and carrion corpses rose from their pits, a pair of green eyes staring straight in the direction of the outer city wall. They went forward and back, they layered on top of each other, and their hideous faces and hungry eyes even made countless mages feel their scalps tingle. Skeletons, carrion corpses were running towards the outer city wall. When Han Lan arrived, he happened to see the scene of Mo Fan and his group killing the Caracal demon general on their return journey, and Zhao Kuan San Wang Fatty too even shady Jiangli a bit. Han Lan was about to open his mouth when a huge layer of bloody light enveloped the entire lengthy outer wall. Buzz! Buzz! Along with the appearance of the bloodlight, the majestic and incomparable sound of bells echoed inside and outside of this outer city wall at the same time, hearing everyone's spirits lifted. Han Lan's gaze lifted and he noticed a few milky white flashes of light flickering in the sky. It seems that something big is happening and the middle-ranked mages are needed to support. Newbie looked at the long northern city wall and said, "Let's go over there, it just so happens that I haven't played much today." As soon as the arrogant Jiangli saw that something big was happening, he was even more eager to perform and said, "Brother Han, you're here too?" Mo Fan had just finished responding to Zhou Min's words when he turned his eyes and saw Han Lan wearing a high-ranked mage badge. It's not rare to see a wide rally signal that sends out 4 light flares in a row. Let's go together and take a look." Han Lan looked like a few people and opened his mouth. Afterward, Han Lan condensed a turquoise blue current in his palm and treated Mo Fan and several injured mages. "Thank you, little brother, let's go over to the North City building together." Lead Mage Hunter Captain Zhong Zishan thanked. A show of hands. Han Lan returned. The North Main Citadel was so much larger than the Horn Citadel that it was practically a lofty and magnificent sword fortress towering above the city walls. The rallying signal was sent from here, and when Han Lan and the others arrived, this area of the Citadel Road was already overcrowded, except that most of the mage badges on people's chests were predominantly beginner-level mages. "Please ask the mages of middle rank and above to come up to the city tower, while the other mages stay where they are for now and wait for orders." A voice came down loud and clear, echoing in the ears of the crowd. As a result, a handful of mid-ranked mages began logging onto the top of the Citadel and assembled at one of the building's halls. "Is that all of them in total?" A voice that appeared a few shades of coarse and deep came out. At the steps leading up to a higher pavilion, a bearded man came down, followed by a palace guard, a guardian. "Greetings, counselor. Meet the congressman." Some of the mid-ranked mages who frequented this place immediately sent out respectful greetings. Counselor Zhu Meng's gaze was scanning and happened to collide with Han Lan's, and immediately his eyes narrowed falsely. "Hanlan, why are you here?" Counselor Zhu Meng froze for a while. "I'm tired of killing the lizard demons of the cave lake, so I've come to find the undead of the ancient capital for a change." Han Lan responded with a smile. Zhu Meng smiled helplessly at his words, then his eyes looked at the people present and began to state his purpose this time. "I'm glad you all made it here, but I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Xu Meng said with a serious face. Less than 30 kilometers due north of the city walls, a breaking abyss appeared. Since the spatial unknown of the Fury Abyss was getting closer and closer to this city, the purpose of this emergency assembly order was not for the crowd, whose average strength was only that of a middle-ranked mage, to explore the Fury Abyss. After all, even forbidden spell mages faced with the Furying Abyss could live and die. The appearance of the fateful abyss would surely produce a large amount of dead chi, and the undead loved to gather in places where the dead chi was thick, and as soon as the number of undead rose, the undead ruler would lead the undead legions to attack the city. Who? A furious roar came from beneath the dim canopy to the north, and a group of super-ranked mages all looked towards the giant black shadow with grave faces. Monarch-class undead ghostly tyrant. Counselor Wishmont discussed the decapitation plan with the other super-ranked mages, but the Juicer was adamantly opposed to it. In less than an hour's time, the ghost tyrant will lead the undead legion to a place 3 kilometers closer to the outer city wall. Xu Meng said. This distance was nothing more than a few more steps for the undead monarch, and with magic exchanges at such a short distance, the casualties for the mages would be a huge battle damage ratio. So mages have to be proactive and nip this safety hazard in the bud. Xu Meng, Fei Horn, Lu Su, and a few other super-ranked mages were fretting when the Hunt King Du Xiao stepped forward, which only made Senator Zhu relieved. The several super-ranked mages quickly formulated a battle strategy, with the ghostly tyrants being dealt with by the super-ranked mages in tandem, while the summon mages were responsible for escorting the light spell formation. Of the undead outside the city, the trickiest were the White Spectre Ghost Ministers and their legions of White-Een ghosts. This kind of undead is proficient in mind interference and would pose a great threat to the construction of the astral palace of the super-ranked mages, so it would be exterminated at once with a light-based spell. Of course, the summon mages only served as aids, and the military had specially deployed a group of elite mages to serve as the main force, with nearly 300 mid-ranked mages serving as the base of the team, led by more than 20 high-ranked mages. The continuous black clouds bordered the earth in the distance, and a giant ghostly shadow was approaching between heaven and earth. It was surrounded by a tidal wave of endless undead. The appearance of the fatal abyss would breed a large amount of death chi, which would attract the undead to gather, and would also promote the extremely rapid evolution of those rotting corpses, skeletons, and evil spirits. There was an endless stream of hissing from the undead, but of course, the most shocking of all was naturally the roar of the ghost tyrant. Going out of the city, led by the 4 super-ranked mages, a group of mages gathered their ranks and attacked the endless legions of undead on the outer city wall. Imofan still wanted to run away, but as a result, he was directly caught and divided into his own team by Demon Man, and appointed as the vice-captain. Chapter 128 Purple Gold Thunder Fist, Shattering Bone Ministers. The demonic man also wanted to capture Han Lan as well, but was rejected outright by the latter. The demonic man was about to say something else when he saw a large area of greenish-white splendor emerge behind Han Lan. Snort la la. In a short blink of an eye, countless harsh arcs of light appeared around Han Lan's body, transforming into a sheet of metal feathers that quickly spread out, and the sound of golden geese immediately resounded throughout the entire outer city wall. Countless metal feathers stretched out from behind Han Lan's back, coalescing into a pair of 3-0 wings several meters wide and glowing greenish-white all over. The wings on Han Lan's back unfolded, and with a forceful shock, he transformed into a greenish-white stream of light that swept through the air, flying high above the sky ahead of the others. 5 thunderquake drums thunderclap. Han Lan's figure was bathed in a pillar of purple gold lightning light, his black hair instantly turning to a piercing silver-white color, his blouse cracking open inch by inch, and silvery white lightning patterns rapidly surfacing on his beautifully defined muscles. 5 rounds of purple gold thunder drums condensed from lightning energy were lined up and suspended behind Han Lan, and were slowly rotating. Han Lan's hands were entwined with purple golden lightning gloves, and as his figure shifted, his hands fiercely closed together and smashed fiercely toward the bottom. Rumble. A large number of hill-sized purple golden thunder fists slanted and smashed down like a waterfall torrent, and the formation of the undead at the very front was torn through a large opening, instantly drowning in a sea of purple golden thunderbolts. The purple golden thunder fists that covered the entire battlefield directly in front of them were chained into a line, and the roiling mountain rowing thunder curtains were strung together, so that even the 2 commander-class flesh tumor necromancers that were secretly hibernating were electrified to the point that their bodies were convulsing, making it difficult for them to move. A towering bone minister stood out, and it stretched out its pale white giant bone claws toward Han Lan to vigorously slap at him. 5 square thunder shield silent thunder fist. The 5 rounds of purplish golden thunder drums circling and rotating behind Han Lan instantly contracted, transforming into a giant shield of lightning in the shape of a fist seal, which immediately wrapped around Han Lan's hands. At the same time, Han Lan's back flashed out of the magic floating cloak to assist in accelerating, and between the changes in his body shape, the purple golden fist printed thunder shield was like the Mount Lushan ascending dragon bastard in general, swimming upstream against the current. Like a purple golden furious thunder mad dragon, the tyrannical purple gold thunder tail rendered a long river of thunder, and the fist seal like thunder shield bucked the lofty bone minister, fiercely blasting on top of the pale bone body of the lofty bone minister. Howl! The towering bone minister howled miserably, its hard pale bone armor quickly climbed on the dense cracks, a large number of purple gold lightning scurrying back and forth, the Jiu Xian gold thunder's evil breaking properties come into play, the towering bone minister's body began to rapidly disintegrate, on the verge of death, it is like a candle in the wind at this moment. Cracking thunder claw! Han Lan decided to be a good Samaritan to speed up and send it on its way, and the huge purple gold thunder claw blasted down, ripping the undead crystals of the looming bone ministers and the meat tumor corpse ministers into a field of crumbs, and the life breath belonging to the commander class undead instantly dissipated into thin air. The wild monster looming bone minister Chancellor X1 has been killed, gaining 10,000 demon alchemy points, obtaining pale bone purple X1, and obtaining Chancellor Great Remnant X1. Wild monster sarcophagus corpse orthodox commander X2 has been killed, obtaining 20,000 demon alchemy points, obtaining corpse soul condensed crystals purple X2, and obtaining commander's remnants X2. Pale bone. Quality, purple. Description, an undead bone that contains a large amount of dead energy, greatly beneficial to bone-type undead. Such good ribs, want to make a soup? Corpse soul crystals. Quality, purple. Description, a special kind of soul-type crystal, effective for the soul evolution of undead-type creatures, and can also be used to act as the main material for some dark-type magical artifacts. Do you think you can kill me? Han Lan glanced at the information on the system panel before paying no more attention to it, and then began to harvest the little lives of the other undead creatures. Holy, what did I see? Killing a commander-level lofty bone minister with one punch? That should be a 6-fold increase in the extremely high-quality Thunder Domain Soul Seed, right? I'll be fine on me. You just blow it off, everything is you on you're okay, then you have the ability to spike that big corpse general blocking the road in front of you. The crowd at the rear of the large troop was talking, and their words were all filled with admiration for Han Lan's strength. Demon man, did you see that? My big brother Han Lan is fierce as hell. If my lightning system had his power, then I'd be walking sideways everywhere I go. Fan said to the demon man next to him with an envious face. Fierce indeed, those 5 purple gold thunder drums behind his back are somewhat like the transcendent power that can only be comprehended by a super-ranked mage. The demonic man nodded with a face of recognition. After Han Lan killed the looming bone minister, the 5-square thunder shield reverted back into a purple gold thunder drum hovering behind him, gathering up more thunder elements to convert to him. Han Lan urged up the 5 thunderquake drums to coalesce a purple gold thundercloud that covered a radius of 1,000 meters, and countless forked thunder chains poured down like mercury, dealing a devastating blow to the undead legions below. The silver bottle is broken at first, and the water is bursting. The 5 elements of thunder and the 9 metaphysical golden thunder merged into one, continuously splitting and smashing down like the fall of the prime sky, focusing on taking care of those undead at the commander level. When the crowd at the rear saw Han Lan charging so vigorously at the very front to open up the way, they also struck out to deal with the remnants of the warlord class undead. Their middle-ranked magic was a scratch against the commander-level undead, but it was effective against those war general-level undead. Fiery Fist, Wind Disc, Ice Lock, Thunderbolt, and other offensive mid-ranked magic had set fire to those warlord-ranked undead, and the progress of implementation was not slow. Along with the death of the towering bone minister, and with Han Lan, a fierce man, rushing at the forefront to tear apart the formation of the undead legions hard, the light spells escorted by the guard mages came near the white netherworld ghost legions without any problems. Han Lan's mental power realm was the 7th realm, and even a commander-level white specter ghost minister couldn't cause psychic interference to him, so he had nothing to fear. Taking advantage of the activation of the 5 thunderquake drum form, Han Lan's gaze couldn't help but look toward the distant ghost tyrant battlefield, and the battle intent in his heart, who had transformed into a lightning maniac, was soaring wildly at the moment. The magic lineage that was awakened would often affect the mage's temperament and character, and at this time, with the help of 2 inheritances that were comparable to the Thunder System's heavenly seed, Han Lan decided to intervene in the Monarch battlefield. At this moment, several super-ranked mages led by Zhu Mang were tangling with the ghost tyrant, and the one who was in the lead was precisely Zhu Mang, who was covered in lightning and fire. Zhu Mang's ultra-combustion power combined with the Heavenly Thunder Palace armor and the Rising Sun Lance magic gear allowed him to briefly transform into a gun cavalryman, allowing him to fight Monarch-ranked demons in close combat for a short period of time. Chief Instructor Fei Horn and Wei Si Lu Xiu were skimming the line, the two of them constantly covering the hunting King Duxiao behind them, buying valuable time for him to construct the Light System Star Palace. The Light-type Super Order Magic. Audit Magic Sword is regarded as the strongest single attack of the Super Order, and in the case of attribute restraint, the damage caused by the undead creatures is particularly significant.